I am Uchiha, Itachi. In the 55th year of the Hidden Leaf, a blood, red moon hung high in the night sky, its deep crimson glow seemingly an omen of looming catastrophe. Attention filled the entire Uchiha district, but the clan members remained unaware, carrying on as if nothing had changed. After fastening my armor, I slid my short blade back into its sheath and lightly brushed my fingers against the forehead protector of the leaf, a symbol I had once worn with immense pride. My heart was a tumult of emotions, and yet unwaveringly resolute. Foolish clan, foolish little brother. At 13, I'm already accustomed to solitude and cold indifference. All I feel is the unbearable weight I carry. The words escaped me in a whisper. My first target was Kenta of the Uchiha. He was a Chunin, known for his gentle nature, always greeting me with a warm smile. Every time we met, his expression brimmed with kindness. Like a silent assassin, I slipped into his courtyard unnoticed. Through the paper doors, I saw him kneeling at a low table, grading students' assignments he taught at the Ninja Academy. In the darkness, my Sharingan flared with a sinister red, the 3 tomos spinning slowly. Activating my ocular jutsu, I saw the flow of chakra pulsing through his body and the fragile artery at his neck. I slid the paper door open, so softly it barely made sound. Kenta looked up, his face still gentle, smiling. Itachi-kun. So late at night but in a single heartbeat, steel flashed. My blade sliced his throat, blood arced into the air. His eyes, wide with disbelief, fixed on me, the clan's once proud heir. The notebooks on his desk were stained red, and Kenta's own son's name, Uchiha Sasuke, began to blur and bleed through the pages, the scene unfolding like a frame from a nightmare. Kenta's wife rushed from the kitchen, holding the supper she had prepared for him. Kenta? What was that? The question would never leave her lips. My blade found her heart. Plates crashed to the floor, and miso soup splattered over the tatami, disaster striking in the blink of an eye. A child's crying echoed from upstairs. I ascended the staircase, footsteps light. 4-year-old Uchiha Shoda stood in the hallway clutching a toy, rubbing his eyes. Daddy? Mommy? The blade flashed once more. In a single breath, the toy and the boy lost their heads together. The very presence of death filled the air. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura faced each other, their anxiety palpable. Danzo struck his cane heavily against the floor, its sharp ring cutting through the tension. Hiruzen, Itachi has begun. We must move at once. My men are already assembled, and I know your umbu are ready too. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a slow drag from his expensive tobacco, every movement betraying the skilled habits of a veteran smoker. No, we must not turn our blades on our fellow villagers. Shimura Danzo's solitary eye widened, fierce and round like an enraged bull. Hiruzen, beside them, Kofuutane and Hamura Midokado sipped their equally rare Gyokujin tea, their eyes flicking anxiously between the two old friends locked in heated debate, appearing, for the moment, as if they were mere bystanders watching the unfolding storm. Hiruzen exhaled a thin cloud of smoke, anxiety sharpening his voice as he paced the room. There must be another way. After all, the Uchiha clan have fought by our side for decades. Danzo replied with a cold snort. Do as you please, but I'm taking action. For the safety of the leaf, I must surround them now. With those cold words, Danzo made to leave the room. Hiruzen's tone turned grave. Danzo, surround them if you must, but no excessive force. Do you understand? Danzo spun around, voice tight with anger. Do you realize how many will die if the Uchiha catch wind of this? He pressed on resolutely. Root must act. Hiruzen shook his head, refusing to give ground. Absolutely not. Danzo clenched his teeth. For Konoha's sake, I have to take action. Hiruzen stopped him again. Danzo, I said no. Danzo burst out. Hiruzen. Finally, Hiruzen asserted his authority. I am the Hokage. Danzo scoffed. You'll regret this. He slammed the door hard behind him as he left the meeting room. Koharu and Hamura exchanged a glance, then spoke up in gentle persuasion. Hiruzen, Danzo's manner may be harsh, but there is some sense to what he says. The third Hokage, Hiruzen, continued puffing out wisps of smoke, his eyes heavy with fatigue and sorrow. It's my fault. I should have found a better way to resolve our conflict with the Uchiha. Swallowing his grief, he pressed on with his orders. Intelligence reports spies disguised as our shinobi active in the northeast sector of the village. Notify the umbu at once. Lock down the area. If any suspects are found, deal with them without delay. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha district, I slipped into a household, a silent death in the darkness. Out by the door, a 90-year-old stargazer never even had time to cry out before I ended his life. I stormed into the house and murdered a couple and their swaddled infant twins, moving on to my next target in a heartbeat. The entire operation took less than 10 seconds. Each calculated strike meant another Uchiha family was erased without a whisper. I had just killed a pregnant woman, taking the life of both her and her unborn child. The man of the house burst out immediately to confront me. He was a Jonin from the Uchiha clan, his eyes shining with the 3 Tomo Sharingan. With a metallic clash, he blocked my attack and instantly cried out at the top of his lungs, hoping his clansmen would hear and rush to his aid. Yet his calls were stifled by an invisible barrier, unable to escape beyond. His gaze dropped to my waist, where a uniquely crafted chakra seal stone hung. That's the mobile barrier stone of the Umbu. In a flash, I moved with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, I was upon him, my blade driving straight through his heart. At such close range, the man finally saw my face clearly. Staggering with shock and fury, he asked in a hoarse whisper, "Why, young clan head, why? This isn't just a difference in power. It's a difference in the strength of our eyes." Without sparing his fallen form a glance, I turned, ready to move towards the next house. But as I lifted my foot to go, I suddenly paused. Looking over the bodies strewn across the floor, I muttered quietly to myself, "The Uchiha Saigon family is supposed to have 5 members, not counting the one yet unborn." Activating my Sharingan, I swept my surroundings, honing in on my target. I strode to a wardrobe, opened its doors, and reached in to grab the slender, pale ankle of a 3-year-old girl, pulling her from her hiding place. Her chubby, infant hands clung desperately to the edges of the cabinet as she cried, her voice muffled and broken. Itachi, and I, please don't kill me, please." With a swift, cold motion, my blade fell. Her tear-streaked head tumbled to the ground, blood spattering the floor. Even then, her tiny hands kept instinctively clawing at the wood, as if she hadn't yet realized her life had ended. I wasted no time and vanished toward my next target. In a neighboring room, a young mother was telling her child the tale of the first Hokage, soothing him to sleep. Suddenly, she felt a chill at her throat. In the next moment, crimson splattered across the child's face. Even as death closed in, the mother's instincts drove her to fling herself over her child, trying desperately to protect him. Still, in a split second, my blade pierced her already failing body and found its way into the heart of the startled, just-awakened child. Beneath a blood-red moon, I moved through the clan's compound like a lurking demon. From one house to the next, lives were snuffed out in near total silence. In truth, there are many formidable members within the Uchiha clan. Yet before me, a top-tier master blessed with the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Sharingan they take such pride in seems utterly powerless. What's more, everyone is relaxing at home, completely off their guard while I'm clad in full battle gear. Normally, the elite forces of the police department would ensure that no outsider could ever breach our grounds. No one ever thought there would be a traitor from within the clan, like me, catching them all woefully unprepared. At that very moment, chaos erupted within the Uchiha police department. A man wearing a tiger-striped mask stepped out from the department doors, having just slain the last on-duty Uchiha guard. Uchiha Izumi, passing by at that instant, swiftly hurled her shuriken, her aim unerring, striking the masked man squarely in the head. The corner of Izumi's mouth curled up in a hint of pride. This was her signature move, a skill I had once personally taught her. But the shuriken passed straight through the masked man's head, embedding itself in the wooden pillar behind him with a ringing thud. How is this possible? Izumi gasped, her eyes wide in shock and her pupils contracting sharply. In that instant, she understood. The masked man standing before her possessed power far beyond her reach. She was no match for him. Run. I have to run. One thought blazed in her mind. She spun around, desperate to escape, but a jet-black iron chain lashed out like a giant serpent, instantly coiling around her wrists and waist, binding her tight. In the next moment, a tremendous force yanked her off balance, throwing her hard to the ground and dragging her ever closer to the menacing figure. "Itachi, help me!" Tears of despair welled up in Izumi's eyes as she cried out my name, pleading for me to appear, hoping against hope for a miracle to save her. "Itachi won't be coming for you. He's preoccupied, busy cleansing the Uchiha clan. If anything, you should thank me. I'm sparing you from dying at his hands." In disbelief, Izumi's voice quivered as she whispered, "What?" The masked man offered no further explanation. He simply raised his long blade high and brought it down with brutal finality. "A3, Tomo Sharingan? Not bad. I'll keep it as a spare." He spoke as he casually reached down, extracted Izumi's eyes, and placed them into a preservation vial. Meanwhile, I stood at the doorway calling softly, "Aunt Hizano." Uchiha Hizano spun around, and when her gaze fell on the blood dripping from my blade, her face turned deathly pale. Instinctively, she pulled her daughter behind her, hands trembling as she drew a kunai from her ninja pouch. "Why, Itachi, why?" My only answer was a swift and merciless strike. Even as she fell, Hisano's body remained curled in a protective embrace around her child. The little girl screamed and threw herself onto her mother's cold body, but my blade slid silently in her back, piercing both their hearts in a single motion. Above, the blood-red moon continued its relentless climb through the night sky. The screams from the Uchiha compound were completely sealed off by the barrier. None of the horror leaked into the world beyond. My movements grew faster and faster, repeating the task with mechanical precision. The three tomo of my Sharingan had already merged and warped, forming the kaleidoscopic pattern of the Mangekyo, a triangle spun like a windmill. 297, 298. I counted silently in my mind. My black shirt was long soaked through with blood, sticking to me, tight and suffocating. Every household, every familiar face, every innocent child. He hesitated not for a moment as the blade descended. Far in the secluded corner of the Uchiha estate, a boy named Uchiha, Fyun, jolted awake, eyes snapping open as he leapt from his bed. What the hell? Is tonight really the night the clan is wiped out? He felt, one after another, the lives around him winking out. Shock and terror surged through his heart. Could my luck be any worse? He had just crossed into this world and landed smack in the middle of this catastrophe? No doubt about it. Liu Yinxing, once a regular 9 to 5 in the modern world, met a twist of fate when he was struck by an out-of-control truck on his way home from work, and that accident flung him into this new reality. During the crossing, all he'd remembered was a voice in his mind, telling him he'd gained a rank 60 spiritual power. Yet what use was that? He had no idea. All he discovered was that his senses had become incredibly sharp. Beyond that, he was clueless about how to harness this strength. Oh, come on. Here we go again. Every stroke of good luck always passed him by, while disaster chased him down every single time. When he graduated from primary school, the school started renovations and built a computer lab, but only after he'd left. At the end of junior high, they waived tuition and hired foreign teachers, but that was for the next batch, not his. After graduating high school, air conditioning was installed, the dorms were refurbished, and hot water heaters were fitted after he'd already moved on. He barely survived to finish college, only to find that graduates flooded the job market and work became impossibly hard to find. When he started a small business, the pandemic hit just as things were getting off the ground. He struggled until he could struggle no more and finally closed the shop, only for the lockdown to end and the whole economy to bounce right back. Truly, he'd never caught a break. Every good opportunity missed, every unwelcome blow struck home. Bravo, fate. A round of applause for you. And now, just in time for the 6 stars to line up in the sky, he's become a transmigrator. But his new family was destined for annihilation. This plot twist was beyond belief, shocking, absurd, and utterly devastating. Uchiha Fyun had worked so hard to settle in, building connections with the people around him, even chatting with the little girl at the village entrance for the first time. And now, well, disaster had landed on his doorstep without warning. The Uchiha clan, once a name that struck awe and fear across the ninja world, has a fate that now only draws sighs and regret. For centuries, they commanded storms and wielded power, making outsiders pale at their mention. But the reputation they hold today is nothing like in years past. Uchiha Fyun, at 16 years old, has already awakened the 2 Tomo Sharingan. Within the Hidden Leaf village, he is not considered a prodigy, but at the very least, he possesses a hereditary bloodline limit and has just been promoted to Chunin. He desperately tries to recall the memories of his former self, hoping to find clues that could help break out of the current predicament. But after much deliberation, he still cannot come up with a realistic course of action. To escape seems nearly impossible, even if, by some miracle, he were to flee the clan grounds. There would be little hope of survival outside. Should he try warning one of the higher-ups and rebel together? That's not an option either. Among the Uchiha, aside from the clan head, there is no one who could stand against Itachi, and the unlucky clan head has already long since given up on resistance. If he sought his help, he might just get eliminated by that Sarutobi Fugaka right alongside him. There's no time left to hesitate. Uchiha Fyun could feel death closing in on his home. Gritting his teeth, he charged into the room shared by his sister and mother. There were only 3 people in his family, and he was the only one to have awakened the Sharingan and become a ninja. His mother, Uchiha Chi-Yao, startled awake. Fyun? What's happening? There's something going on. You two just keep sleeping for now. With a swift hand chop, Fyun knocked out his still groggy sister, and then sent his mother into unconsciousness as well. Earth style, open to soil. He formed the necessary hand seals and cast a basic earth release technique, hiding both his mother and sister underground. After that, he used a few simple earth-style techniques to cover them up, leaving just enough space for them to move when they awoke. He was careful not to accidentally bury them alive. With that done, Fyun took out 6 explosive tags, purchased with every bit of his predecessor's savings. A series of blasts erupted, fire and fury reducing the entire house to ruins. Original self, this is all I can do. Life and death will follow their own course. What happens next is beyond your concern. Just then, Fyun sensed Itachi drawing near, and the explosions had already roused all the nearby clansmen. Everyone rushed out into the street, just in time to see Itachi, covered in blood and gripping a blade, step out from a clan member's front door. In that moment, the truth was clear to every onlooker. Young clan head, Itachi, why are you doing this? Many Uchiha activated their own Sharingan, preparing to unite and take down this killer among them. A surge of joy washed over Uchiha Fyun at the sight. If all the Uchiha worked together, perhaps there was still a chance. He dashed out through the main gate, eager to join his clansmen in confronting Itachi. But the gathered Uchiha stood no chance of halting Itachi's massacre. Instead, their numbers only made his slaughter faster, as if he no longer needed to seek out his targets, and could dispatch them at once. The cold gleam of his blade flickered without pause. Blood sprayed in every direction. In the blink of an eye, corpses lined the streets of the Uchiha compound. Uchiha Fyun, who had just rushed out, stood rooted to the spot, his 2 Tomo Sharingan staring in shock. Was such cruelty truly necessary? In such a short time, nearly the entire clan had been wiped out. Fyun gazed at the slightly winded Itachi, stunned. So that's it. He's resorted to the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. This could be my moment. Spotting Itachi's exhaustion, Fyun drew his kunai and charged him. But with a sudden, savage slash, a blazing pain tore through him. Blood welled in his throat with a metallic tang. Fyun collapsed, crimson swiftly soaking the ground beneath him. What happened? How could it be over so quickly, so decisively? Is the 2 Tomo Sharingan truly powerless against the Mangekyo? Damn it! Itachi stood not far away, surveying the carnage, then turned and began walking toward Fyun's home. Watching this, a dark heaviness settled in my chest. So this is how it ends. The whole family, fated to reunite in death. Itachi finished his grim work in the area, then turned to leave for other parts of the compound. They were already at the outskirts of Uchiha territory. Few families remained beyond this point. Soon, Itachi completed his bloody task. Standing atop a rooftop, he silently ticked off the names on his mental list. After double-checking, certain he left no one behind, he slipped away into the night. Staring at his departing figure, then looking around at the corpses and rivers of blood, the weight of the scene became unbearable. Judging from when Itachi entered the house, I feared my mother and sister had already fallen as well. A crushing sadness enveloped me. Carrying the memories of the body's former owner, I was seized by the agony of losing those dearest to me. My Sharingan, too, changed, evolving from 2 Tomo to 3. Wait a second. Something doesn't feel right. Hold on. Weren't I already dead? Why am I still thinking, still aware of everything around me? I'm lying face down in a pool of blood, yet I can see Itachi standing on the rooftop. How is that possible? Could it be, suddenly, I remembered the 60 levels of spiritual power I gained when I first crossed over. Wait a minute, spiritual power. Could this be the legendary path of spiritual power? It said that when one's spiritual strength reaches a certain level, even if the body dies, the consciousness can survive independently, and might even be able to rebuild the body. Ha ha ha. Is it finally my turn to take control of the situation? The night had grown deep, and nearly every house in the Hidden Leaf Village had long since extinguished its lights, leaving only a few scattered lamps still glowing in the darkness. No one knew, and even fewer cared, whether anything unusual was happening on this particular night. Beneath the silent night sky, however, the Uchiha clan's compound had suddenly erupted in tumult. The shinobi of the Leafs Foundation were the first to break into the Uchiha quarter, executing a direct and absolute order from Danzo. One by one, these root operatives examined every corpse they found, regardless of age or gender, whether tall or short, thin or stout. For every Uchiha on record who had awakened the Sharingan, both eyes were removed and secured in special containers prepared in advance. Just as Danzo had decreed, this is the last legacy the Uchiha leave to the Leaf, their final value to the village. For the sake of Konoha, these Sharingan must be collected. Danzo Shimura stood in the heart of the clan district, commanding the entire operation himself, barely able to contain his excitement. How invaluable were all these Sharingan? With them, his right arm would be granted extraordinary power. With Shusui's Mangekyo Sharingan added to the mix, who else in the shinobi world could possibly stand against him? Even Konoha's finest ninja would hardly be a match. By then, wouldn't becoming the Hokage be a mere formality? Looking down at the blood and bodies the Uchiha had left behind, Danzo felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction, a thrill he'd never known before. The Uchiha clan was finally and completely erased by his hand, their former threat and influence utterly wiped away. He tilted his head back, gazing into the night sky, a smile of pleasure and self-indulgence curling at his lips. Tobarama, Sensei, are you witnessing this? Your student has finally fulfilled his task. I haven't failed you. I'm the one truly fit to become Hokage. At that moment, a masked root ninja approached quietly and reported, Lord Danzo, it seems a significant number of the Uchiha Sharingan have already been taken. Danzo's brow furrowed. It must have been Itachi and that man, HM. Ignore it. Focus on gathering the remaining Sharingan as quickly as possible. Yes, sir. The root shinobi hurried off, leaving only one other ninja behind, this one with a dog-headed mask, standing still and silent. Danzo was slightly surprised. He knew well that every root operative bore a cursed seal, making it impossible for them to disobey his orders. Turning toward the masked figure, he demanded, What are you doing just standing there? Move at once. The masked man slowly lifted his head, his blood-red Sharingan eyes locking directly onto Shimura Danzo. Remember what you promised me, Danzo? I will always be watching you from the shadows. Danzo's single eye widened in shock and fear. Uchiha, Itachi, when did you slip in here? Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan radiated the chilling coldness of death itself. He spoke in a low, menacing tone. If I wish, I can appear at your side at any moment. So, never harbor any intentions toward Sasuke. Otherwise, a razor-sharp gaze engulfed Danzo, making him feel as if countless blades were slicing through his body, as though his very being was being torn apart. A moment later, Danzo staggered back 2 steps, gasping for breath. It was only then that he realized Itachi had vanished from sight. Genjutsu? What a terrifying power. Not long afterwards, the bodies of the Uchiha clan were gathered and placed side by side in solemn rows. It was undeniable, the Uchiha clan had always possessed striking features and proud bearing. Most members were tall and attractive. Yet, upon examination, it became clear that many of the Uchiha women had suffered defilement, their corpses bearing the marks of violence and humiliation in their final moments. At the top of a giant tree on the edge of the Hidden Leaf village, 2 silhouettes gazed out over the desolate Uchiha grounds. The man wearing a tiger-striped mask spoke in a low voice. The Leaf's ninja were faster than I expected. I didn't even get the chance to do more. At least it's over, Itachi. Now, come with me. True peace in the shinobi world will need strength like yours, for the sake of our common dream. Itachi stood silently, then suddenly asked in a quiet voice, Madara, what do you think is the meaning of life? Itachi, life in itself is meaningless. So is this world. Only our ideals give anything true meaning. Itachi spoke expressionlessly. I understand. I'll go with you, but only on one condition. A condition? What is it? You must not take any action against the Leaf Village. After a brief pause, Itachi continued, I'll help you avenge the Uchiha, and in the future I may help you further. But that is my line in the sand. Should you strike against the Leaf, I will become your enemy. The masked man stared intently at Uchiha Itachi, the silence stretching between them before he finally replied, Understood. In that case, Itachi turned and walked away into the distance. Let's go. By now, the streets of the Uchiha district were carpeted with nearly 1,000 corpses, packed shoulder to shoulder. The ANBU discovered the only survivor, an unconscious Uchiha Sasuke, and rushed him to the Leaf's hospital. In the depths of the night, a large contingent of Umbu and Root Ninja began loading bodies into trucks, preparing to transport them to the burial site designated by the 3rd Hokage. It was far from an honorable cemetery, and needless to say, the revered hero's memorial was out of the question. There was no place for the Uchiha clan on that hallowed ground. With the extermination of the entire clan, there was no one left to mourn them. Not even a formal funeral was permitted. For the safety of the village, strict secrecy must be maintained. With this single order, the clan's former glory was not only consigned to oblivion, but the sacrifices and contributions made by the Uchiha to Konoha were denied and forgotten. Like so many ninja clans erased from history, the Uchiha vanished in a single night, transformed into mere memory. Not even the pretense of mourning would come from the circles of the Hokage's loyalists. Their only concern was to end this chapter as quickly as possible. By the time the long convoy carrying the bodies departed from the Uchiha compound, dawn had broken over the horizon. News began to filter through to the Konoha shinobi, and most ordinary ninja were struck dumb with shock and fear. To think such a brutal massacre could occur in Konoha, the village guarded by the will of fire, truly, it was beyond belief. Could such a tragedy really unfold in the peaceful, harmonious village they thought they knew? When it became known that Uchiha Itachi was the perpetrator, most people felt no sympathy, only anger and growing unease. The Uchiha had always been seen as a dangerous clan, and now Itachi had slaughtered even his own kin. The thought that such a monster had once lived among them sent shivers down their spines. Meanwhile, ninja from other clans began to pour into the Uchiha compound, scavenging for anything of value. To them, nothing was more precious than the legacy the Uchiha had built over generations: jutsu scrolls, training manuals, and secrets of chakra research and application. Nearly 1,000 years of Uchiha knowledge and genealogy, at that moment, slipped into the hands of Konoha's other families. The fall of a great whale gives rise to countless new lives. In the hills behind Konoha, the Uchiha were finally laid to rest. There, several enormous mounds rose from the earth, and from a distance, the landscape seemed nothing more than uneven terrain. No one unfamiliar with the truth would guess that hundreds of bodies lay buried beneath. This callous approach revealed the village's utter neglect for the Uchiha's final rites. The entire burial detail was composed of root members. Once their grisly work was done, they too would be subjected to secret techniques, their memories wiped clean of what had transpired. In the end, no one in the Hidden Leaf village would ever know the exact burial place of the Uchiha clan. Only the third Hokage and Danzo held that secret, making it impossible for anyone else to find even a trace of the Uchiha bodies. And, to be honest, it seemed that no one truly cared where the Uchiha were buried. Behind one of the massive earth mounds, the soft soil, silently parted by a subtle earth-style jutsu, and a young man crawled out from underneath. Uchiha Fyun slumped onto the ground, tossing the identification tag of an Umbu ninja, which he'd used to mask his identity, back into the crevice. He swiftly restored the soil, carefully erasing any sign of disturbance. No one should be around anymore. He saw his parents lying lifeless in their own blood. He saw the blade dripping crimson in his brother's hand. He saw the cold, murderous eyes of someone he no longer recognized. Sasuke. Itachi's voice was utterly emotionless. You're too weak. He had used sensory ninjutsu long ago to confirm that everyone had left before daring to emerge from his supposed grave. Still, Fyun couldn't rest easy. He scanned his surroundings once more, carefully picking up any sign of movement. Only after he was absolutely sure of his safety, he began to erase the last traces of his presence as he quietly left the area. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. If anyone from the Leaf discovered that someone had escaped, he'd be hunted down again, with no hope of escape. Not until he was several hundred meters away from a mound did Uchiha Fyun stop covering his tracks. Turning back to survey the fresh earth mounds, he spoke in a low voice. I'm sorry. I really did all I could. My power can heal my own injuries, but I can't bring you back. I wish I could give you a gravestone, but it's impossible now. With those words, he turned to face the direction of the Leaf village, his voice steady and cold. You elders of Konoha, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Obito, one day, you'll pay for what you've done. For the next 2 days and nights, Uchiha Fyun kept heading away from the Hidden Leaf, never looking back. He didn't move quickly, but he was extraordinarily cautious. Before crawling out from that grave, he had already reinserted his 3 Tomo Sharingan, using his 60th tier mental energy to heal his optic nerves and related injuries. The slow pace was not by choice, his body still struggled to move. My mind is sharp, but my body remains sluggish. Climbing the mountain path, Fyun quietly analyzed his own condition. Is my body still not entirely healed? Or is this because I lost too much blood before? Blood carries so many of life's vital functions. Losing too much cannot help but take a massive toll. He didn't hurry on his journey. Instead, he took out food and water from his storage scroll and began to eat slowly. He had to admit, while the original owner of this body wasn't particularly gifted, he had been meticulous. Every essential item had been carefully prepared. After eating and drinking his fill, Uchiha Fyun found a cave and spent the night there. Having been on the run for so long, he'd remained on high alert and hadn't truly rested in ages. The moment he settled in, sleep overtook him like a heavy curtain, pulling him swiftly into deep rest. A few days of recovery did wonders for his body. Fyun made his way to a small town and bought a few hooded cloaks. Now, above all else, he couldn't risk revealing his identity. If anyone recognized him as an Uchiha, his life would hang by a thread. He had absolutely no faith that the shadowy powers lurking within the hidden leaf would let him go so easily. After sleeping rough for several nights, Fyun originally wanted to find Nin, take a good bath, and rest properly. However, when he heard the room rates, he quickly abandoned the idea. He simply didn't have any money to spare. This won't do. I need to find a way to make money. Otherwise, let alone revenge, I can't even guarantee basic survival. Fyun stroked his chin, wandering the busy streets as he mulled over his next move. Right now, I have the 3 Tomo Sharingan. My ocular power and overall ability probably just reach Jonin level. Maybe I could take on a few missions to earn a reward. Just as Fyun pondered where he might find some paying work, a sudden memory surfaced in his mind. The exchange house. That's right, the previous owner had completed quite a few missions and was familiar with this place, one of the most mysterious and unique organizations in the ninja world. As long as you could pay, anyone could put out a bounty here, and anyone could become a bounty target. At its core, it was a marketplace for hiring assassins, but its branches were scattered all across the ninja world. No matter which nation, their presence could be found. If you could afford it, you could even put a bounty on the Hokage or a feudal lord. In fact, people had done so before. Ranking officials from various countries, be they Kage, heads of powerful clans, or even feudal lords, had all faced bounties at some point, though the posted rewards were often not very high. After all, such targets were far too dangerous. Barely anyone dared to try. Bounty hunters would just joke about it. No one would seriously take on those missions. After all, even a basic Jonin bounty could reach tens of millions of Ryo. Elite Jonin were worth several tens of millions. As for Kage-level figures, the starting price ran into the billions. Only the bravest dared to even contemplate taking them on. The top-tier bounty hunters scoffed at low-priced bounties. Only when someone offered several hundred billion Ryo might someone dare to make an attempt. Uchiha Fyun pulled out a map, pinpointed the nearest exchange house, and stepped back onto the road, ready for a new journey. After half a day of hurried travel, he finally arrived at a small branch office of a money exchange. This was a secret place built beneath a temple. In this ninja world where strength reigns supreme and danger lurks everywhere, it's rare to find an intact family. Most children are orphans. People have deep faith in the gods, relying on spiritual belief as the pillar that enables them to survive in such a harsh world. As a result, shrines can be found everywhere. Almost any place where people gather will have a temple. Those who want to survive always need something to believe in. Fyun circled the temple several times, but just couldn't find the entrance to the money exchange. Out of options, he began knocking on the surrounding walls, hoping the sound would draw someone's attention from inside, and that someone would open the way for him. As his knuckles struck one particular wall, he suddenly heard a deep rumble behind him. The floor not far away slowly slid open, and a tall, gaunt-faced man with narrowed eyes emerged from a tunnel, sizing Fyun up and down. "Looking for the exchange, are you?" Fyun smiled and nodded in reply. "That's right. It's my first time here, and I can't seem to find the entrance. Follow me." The two walked one after the other into a dim, underground corridor. After traveling for a while, they finally arrived at an underground space divided into small cubicles. This was the exchange. The gaunt man introduced himself softly. "My name is K.N.I. How should I address you?" Fyun paused to consider before answering. "Just call me Nameless." Kenny nodded in understanding. For those involved in secret dealings, names were little more than code. Rarely did anyone share their true identity. "So, Nameless, are you here to swap a bounty, or do you have other business?" Fyun asked with a hint of curiosity. "Is there anything else you deal with besides bounty exchanges?" K.N.I. explained, "Of course. You can post a bounty here, or trade information. All of that can be handled here." Fyun's eyes lit up at those words. If what K.N.I. said was true, there was real opportunity for cooperation between them. After all, a group was far stronger and more effective than a lone individual. For example, Fyun could offer a sizable reward for certain members of the Konoha clans. As long as the payment was generous enough, there would be plenty willing to take on the job. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans would be overwhelmed, unless they chose to hide in Konoha forever. Even then, with the right price, there would always be bounty hunters daring enough to infiltrate Konoha and carry out an assassination. The thought brought a smile to Fyun's lips. K.N.I. glanced at him in puzzlement. "Nameless, what's making you so happy?" Fyun's smile faded, and he replied lightly, "It's nothing. I was just thinking of something pleasant." Composing himself, he continued, "I have intelligence for sale, news related to the Hidden Leaf Village. Will your exchange house accept it?" K.N.I. answered with confidence, "You must be joking, my friend. Our exchange house never shirks from any transaction." Upon hearing this, Fyun handed over a scroll he had prepared in advance to the lean-faced man. The man with the thin face carried the scroll into a side room, where he and his companions examined and evaluated the contents. A few minutes later, he returned, explaining that much of the information on the scroll seemed unreliable. Ultimately, he could offer no more than 8 million ryo as payment. Fyun was left helpless. After all, he had no way to prove the authenticity of his intelligence. Besides, even if he had to forego the money, he would never accept a memory probe as proof. He looked at the man with a touch of dissatisfaction, then suddenly asked, "Could I see the latest bounty notices on the Uchiha from the leaf?" But the thin-faced man shook his head, replying, "All of the bounties on the Uchiha have already been claimed. Just today, 2 ninja came to collect rewards with 2 Uchiha corpses." As he spoke, the man walked over to a row of storage cubbies and pulled open a drawer. Inside lay a cold, lifeless body. The family crest of the fan was clearly visible on the clothing, instantly revealing the person to be an Uchiha clan member. Fyun's eyes flew wide open in shock, and he thought to himself, "That's Uncle Tsuyu." Fyun probed, "Would you be interested in acquiring Sharingan eyes here?" At first, the thin-faced man seemed impatient, thinking Fyun had little more to offer and was about to show him out. But the question caught his attention. His eyes lit up at once, and an eager grin spread across his face. "Of course. Absolutely. Do you have Sharingan eyes to sell, brother?" Fyun nodded, then asked, "What's the exact price? I need to see whether it's worth it." The thin-faced man immediately held up 3 fingers, replying, 3 million ryo for 1 eye. 3 million? Fyun furrowed his brow in surprise. "That's all." Sensing his hesitation, the man quickly added, "All right, 5 million ryo? Friend, that's not a small sum. Even for a single Tomo Sharingan, that's the going rate." Fyun didn't buy this explanation. Judging from the man's demeanor, he clearly intended to resell for a higher price, or perhaps auction it off. Feigning indifference, Fyun continued, "So what about prices for 2 Tomo and 3 Tomo Sharingan?" The man's eyes lit up at this. "Do you have higher, level ones on you?" "Picked some up during a previous mission," Fyun replied evenly. "Just give me your best price. If it's too low, I'll take my business elsewhere." "Oh, come on, little brother nameless. We get along so well, I would never cheat you. 9 million for a 2 Tomo, 15 million for a 3 Tomo." As he spoke, the thin-faced man wrung his hands enthusiastically, assuring him, "You have my word. You won't get a higher offer anywhere else. We're friends. My word is good." That price truly surprised Fyun. For perspective, the bounty on elite Jonin Asuma was only 35 million. Yet a pair of Sharingan eyes had already reached nearly half that value. Still, Fyun didn't let his surprise show, and instead replied coolly, 2 Tomo, 2 Tomo, 50 million in total. If you can't agree, I'll just ask at another exchange branch. As soon as he finished, Fyun turned toward the door. From experience in his previous life, he knew exactly how far to push a negotiation like this. Someone like this man would never let a seller walk away. Sure enough, he had barely taken a step before the thin-faced man called out with cheerful decisiveness, "Deal. It's settled. Consider it a gesture of friendship with you, little brother nameless." "Ha ha ha." Fyun glanced back at the man with a doubtful look, a trace of regret flickering in his heart. Had he still set the price too low and let the other party take advantage? Without hesitation, he took out 2 specimen jars, each containing a pair of Sharingan, one with a single Tomo, the other with 3 Tomo. With a gleam in his perpetually half-closed eyes, K&I eagerly received the jars and hurried toward the secret chamber at the back. "Just a moment, my friend. I need to conduct a quick authenticity check. This is just standard procedure. I assure you, it's not a matter of trust." Fyun didn't interfere, but inwardly, he remained on guard. This was a black market, after all. How trustworthy could people working at an exchange bureau like this really be? Murder and theft were par for the course here. The lure of 50 million ryo was enough to tempt almost anyone to take a risk. A dozen minutes later, K&I emerged, all smiles, carrying a large chest in one hand. "Everything checks out. These eyes are genuine. My friend, you truly have skills to bring in such rare goods. A most promising young man indeed." Fyun returned the smile, replying modestly, "You're too kind. My companion is even more impressive. He's waiting outside for me." Despite his words, he remained wary of being double-crossed. K&I was already in front of Fyun, handing him the heavy chest. "Please count it, my friend. Here's 58 million ryo in notes." Fyun reached out and accepted the chest, smiling. "No need to count. It's your good aim I trust, brother K&I. "Ah, splendid. From now on, we're friends. If you ever need anything, just say the word." K&I's eyes narrowed further, a hint of cunning flickering in his gaze. A person capable of transactions like this was no ordinary figure, perhaps even someone on par with Kakuzu, the renowned bounty hunter. Befriending such an individual could only bring benefits. Even without relying on him for favors, his very presence could ease all sorts of trouble down the line. Fyun nodded and then spoke up. In fact, I do have a favor to ask, brother K&I. K&I agreed at once. A favor? No need for such formality. Just tell me what you need. Fyun explained further. I'm looking to take on some bounty missions, and I also have a few targets I want to put bounties on. But I don't have much information on hand. Does your exchange bureau have resources for this kind of thing? K&I answered, of course. That's exactly what we specialize in, providing targets and intel to bounty hunters. If you want to post a bounty, all you need is the funds. After speaking, he turned and headed toward another secret room. Please come with me, Mr. Nameless. Let's continue our conversation somewhere more private. All right, Fyun agreed readily. The two of them came to a thick wall. With a series of intricate hand signs, K&I opened a hidden barrier gate. Though this was an underground chamber, it was well lit and fully equipped. Two staff members noticed their arrival. After bowing respectfully to K&I, they quietly left the room. K&I moved behind the desk and took a seat, gesturing to the chair across from him. Please have a seat, Mr. Nameless. Fyun adjusted the brim of his hat ever so slightly and sat down with quiet composure. Mr. Nameless, are you interested in bounty missions from a particular region, or are you open to any target? K&I donned his glasses and pulled out a thick stack of documents. Let's go with Konoha Village. I'll pick someone from the Sarutobi clan. Seeing as their family is so vast and powerful, losing a few members probably won't arouse much suspicion. Fyun appeared to consider his options casually before answering. K&I betrayed no surprise and simply nodded. He sifted through the pile and handed Fyun a stack of detailed dossiers. You may choose whichever target you like. Fyun accepted the files and began examining them, page by page. He had to admit, the Redemption Agency's information was remarkably thorough. Every bounty file included clear personal details and a photograph of the target. That price truly surprised Fyun. For perspective, the bounty on elite Jonin Asuma was only 35 million. Yet a pair of Sharingan eyes had already reached nearly half that value. Still, Fyun didn't let his surprise show, and instead replied coolly, 2-1 Tomo, 2-3 Tomo, 50 million in total. If you can't agree, I'll just ask at another exchange branch. As soon as he finished, Fyun turned toward the door. From experience in his previous life, he knew exactly how far to push a negotiation like this. Someone like this man would never let a seller walk away. Sure enough, he had barely taken a step before the thin-faced man called out with cheerful decisiveness. Deal. It's settled. Consider it a gesture of friendship with you. Little brother Nameless. Ha ha ha. Fyun glanced back at the man with a doubtful look, a trace of regret flickering in his heart. Had he still set the price too low and let the other party take advantage? However, he didn't dwell on it much. After all, he had collected plenty of Sharingan on the night of clan extermination. These 4 eyes were just a small portion of his haul. Without hesitation, he took out 2 specimen jars, each containing a pair of Sharingan, one with a single Tomo, the other with 3 Tomo. In truth, Fyun couldn't tell who the original owners were. It didn't matter, as every last one of them had been struck down in an instant by Uchiha Itachi. With a gleam in his perpetually half-closed eyes, K&I eagerly received the jars and hurried toward the secret chamber at the back. Just a moment, my friend. I need to conduct a quick authenticity check. This is just standard procedure. I assure you, it's not a matter of trust. Fyun didn't interfere, but inwardly, he remained on guard. This was a black market, after all. How trustworthy could people working at an exchange bureau like this really be? Murder and theft were par for the course here. The lure of 50 million Ryo was enough to tempt almost anyone to take a risk. Even so, Fyun had underestimated the exchange bureau's integrity. A dozen minutes later, K&I emerged, all smiles, carrying a large chest in one hand. Everything checks out. These eyes are genuine. My friend, you truly have skills to bring in such rare goods. A most promising young man indeed. Fyun returned the smile, replying modestly, You're too kind. My companion is even more impressive. He's waiting outside for me. Despite his words, he remained wary of being double-crossed. K&I was already in front of Fyun, handing him the heavy chest. Please count it, my friend. Here's 58 million Ryo in notes. Fyun reached out and accepted the chest, smiling. No need to count. It's your good name I trust, brother K&I. Ah, splendid. From now on, we're friends. If you ever need anything, just say the word. K&I's eyes narrowed further, a hint of cunning flickering in his gaze. A person capable of transactions like this was no ordinary figure, perhaps even someone on par with Kakuzu, the renowned bounty hunter. Befriending such an individual could only bring benefits. Even without relying on him for favors, his very presence could ease all sorts of trouble down the line. Fyun nodded and then spoke up. In fact, I do have a favor to ask, brother K&I. K&I agreed at once. A favor? No need for such formality. Just tell me what you need. Fyun explained further. I'm looking to take on some bounty missions, and I also have a few targets I want to put bounties on. But I don't have much information on hand. Does your exchange bureau have resources for this kind of thing? K&I answered, of course. That's exactly what we specialize in, providing targets and intel to bounty hunters. If you want to post a bounty, all you need is the funds. After speaking, he turned and headed toward another secret room. Please come with me, Mr. Nameless. Let's continue our conversation somewhere more private. All right, Fyun agreed readily. The two of them came to a thick wall. With a series of intricate hand signs, K&I opened a hidden barrier gate. Though this was an underground chamber, it was well lit and fully equipped. Two staff members noticed their arrival. After bowing respectfully to K&I, they quietly left the room. K&I moved behind the desk and took a seat, gesturing to the chair across from him. Please have a seat, Mr. Nameless. Fyun adjusted the brim of his hat ever so slightly and sat down with quiet composure. Mr. Nameless, are you interested in bounty missions from a particular region? Or are you open to any target? K&I donned his glasses and pulled out a thick stack of documents. Let's go with Konoha village. I'll pick someone from the Sarutobi clan. Seeing as their family is so vast and powerful, losing a few members probably won't arouse much suspicion. Fyun appeared to consider his options casually before answering. K&I betrayed no surprise and simply nodded. He sifted through the pile and handed Fyun a stack of detailed dossiers. You may choose whichever target you like. Fyun accepted the files and began examining them, page by page. He had to admit, the redemption agency's information was remarkably thorough. Every bounty file included clear personal details and a photograph of the target. Splendid. From now on, we're friends. If you ever need anything, just say the word. K&I's eyes narrowed further, a hint of cunning flickering in his gaze. A person capable of transactions like this was no ordinary figure, perhaps even someone on par with Kakuzu, the renowned bounty hunter. Befriending such an individual could only bring benefits. Even without relying on him for favors, his very presence could ease all sorts of trouble down the line. Fyun nodded and then spoke up. In fact, I do have a favor to ask, brother K&I. K&I agreed at once. A favor? No need for such formality. Just tell me what you need. Fyun explained further. I'm looking to take on some bounty missions, and I also have a few targets I want to put bounties on. But I don't have much information on hand. Does your exchange bureau have resources for this kind of thing? K&I answered, of course. That's exactly what we specialize in, providing targets and intel to bounty hunters. If you want to post a bounty, all you need is the funds. After speaking, he turned and headed toward another secret room. Please come with me, Mr. Nameless. Let's continue our conversation somewhere more private. All right, Fyun agreed readily. The two of them came to a thick wall. With a series of intricate hand signs, K&I opened a hidden barrier gate. Though this was an underground chamber, it was well lit and fully equipped. Two staff members noticed their arrival. After bowing respectfully to K&I, they quietly left the room. K&I moved behind the desk and took a seat, gesturing to the chair across from him. Please have a seat, Mr. Nameless. Fyun adjusted the brim of his hat ever so slightly and sat down with quiet composure. Mr. Nameless, are you interested in bounty missions from a particular region? Or are you open to any target? K&I donned his glasses and pulled out a thick stack of documents. Let's go with Konoha village. I'll pick someone from the Sarutobi clan. Seeing as their family is so vast and powerful, losing a few members probably won't arouse much suspicion. Fyun appeared to consider his options casually before answering. K&I betrayed no surprise and simply nodded. He sifted through the pile and handed Fyun a stack of detailed dossiers. You may choose whichever target you like. Fyun accepted the files and began examining them, page by page. He had to admit, the redemption agency's information was remarkably thorough. Hiruzen Sarutobi bounty, 80 million ryo. Asuma Sarutobi 30, 5 million ryo. Sarutobi Juzo 9 million ryo. Sarutobi Kujiki 1,200,000 ryo. The deeper Fyun looked, the more astonished he became. Clearly, the Sarutobi clan commanded an impressive market value. Yet, the number of bounties targeting Sarutobi family members was quite limited. A testament, perhaps, to the clan's formidable influence. After all, with 3,000 ninja to their name, there was no other family that could match their stature. I'll take this one. Sarutobi Jili, a special jonin of Konoha. Bounty, for 1,500,000 ryo, Fyun said, selecting a particular file. K&I nodded and quickly jotted notes into his notebook. After a brief pause, he produced another copy of the Sarutobi Geely bounty contract and handed it to Fyun. Come back here in 2 days, and we'll have the full intelligence on Sarutobi Geely prepared for you. In 2 days, Fyun asked, Just can you play? The redemption agency requires time to investigate the latest whereabouts of your target. We only begin gathering information once someone accepts a particular contract. Fyun nodded in understanding. Got it. And what if I wanted to post a bounty myself right now? The smile on Keiichi's face grew even wider, as if he could already see the silver and gold flowing into his hands. He deftly produced a neat form, remarking, just write down your intended targets and the proposed bounty on this. But let me state up front, the exchange takes a 10% commission from all bounties listed. Regardless of whether a mission succeeds or fails, that fee is non-refundable. Understood, Fyun replied, and without hesitation picked up the pen. Beginning to scrawl down all the names he could recall, each one added to the list like a mark on a roll of the condemned. There were members of the Sarutobi clan, as well as people from the Shimura, Nara, and Mito families. No distinction was made between men and women, young or old, whether they were Chunin or Genin. 10,000 ryo for every ordinary person. 500,000 ryo for each Genin. 1,000,000 ryo for every Chunin. Kei narrowed his eyes and watched as line by line, Fyun filled the form. Excitement played across his gaunt features, barely contained. This was a friend truly worth having, a transaction of real money, tangible achievements. He assessed the sums on the form and did a quick calculation in his head. This one order alone could fulfill his performance quota for the next 6 months, perhaps even longer. When he returned to headquarters, he could walk taller. Maybe, he mused, even make a request for a secretary allocation without fear of a rejection. Today was shaping up to be an exceptionally lucky day. Fyun paused, pencil hovering, his gaze sharpening with sudden insight. Ah, that's right. There's one more, he said. He added another entry to the form with a single, fluid stroke. Sarutobi Konohamaru, 1,000,000 ryo. Bear in mind, Konohamaru was just a 3 or 4-year-old child at this point. Such an enormous bounty could easily tempt someone to risk everything for profit. Fyun pictured the look on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face if his only grandson were taken from him, and couldn't help but let out a cold, mirthless chuckle in his heart. Still gripping the paper and pen, he sighed. The power of money reaches everywhere. No matter where you are, money can drive a person to do anything. With enough money, the life of an ordinary person could easily become nothing more than a number in someone else's ledger. In this brutal shinobi world where only the strong survive, such realities were all the more merciless. Even a 6-year-old child could not escape the bloodshed that swept the battlefield. That's all for now. Fyun handed the list over to Kei. Kei accepted the list, his smile stretching so wide his eyes were nearly shut. Very well, very well. I'll send these bounties to the headquarters right away. I'm certain we'll have results soon enough. He never asked who these targets were, nor did he care about the client's motives. For the cash exchange house, the specifics of an assignment were irrelevant. So long as there was money on the table, they would take the job and assign suitable people to see it through. After all, if a bounty goes unfulfilled for too long, not only can the client cancel the request at any time, the reputation of the exchange house also suffers. Once the tallying was done, Kei looked up and said, Young Master Nameless, your total bounty amount comes to 36 million taels, plus a commission of 3,600,000, making it 39,600,000 taels in all. Uchiha Fyun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the figure, feeling a pang of reluctance within. Damn, I went overboard. He'd been swept up while writing the list, never expecting to spend nearly 40 million taels in an instant. Still, Fyun maintained his calm expression. He took 40 million taels from his large chest and paid the bounty. No need to return the extra 400,000. Consider my treat. You all can have some tea on me, Fyun said generously. Kei quickly beamed his thanks. Then we're grateful to you, young Master Nameless. 2 days from now, I'll treat you to wine. Don't worry about a thing, count on it. I'll be off for now. Fyun left the secret chamber, making his way toward the exit of the exchange house, with Kei seeing him out to the door before turning back. Carrying his now noticeably lighter chest, Fyun walked out of the temple, shaking his head with a rueful smile. At least I still have over 10 million taels left. That should be enough to strengthen myself for the time being. I need to stock up on weapons and ninja tools first, especially more explosive tags. Those are truly effective, life-saving treasures. Fyun planned to keep hunting Konoha's ninja for bounties, and use the rewards to put bounties on the heads of the 4 great clans. As long as things progressed smoothly, he would create a self-sustaining cycle. With enough money poured in, not only would escaping Konoha become feasible, But even those remaining inside would never feel safe again. After all, to bounty hunters, genin and ordinary folk were easy prey. Konoha saw constant comings and goings. Bounty hunters lurked in all walks of life, and slipping among them was a simple matter. Only if Konoha completely sealed itself off from the outside world, refusing contact with anyone or any trade, could true prevention be achieved. But if things were truly locked down this tightly, the various clans and factions would inevitably voice their discontent. After all, such measures would harm both the families and individuals of the entire Leaf Village. To prioritize their own safety at the village's expense would not only incite public outrage, but also cause everyone to look down on these particular clans. If they couldn't even handle a handful of assassins, the authority of the four great clans would certainly be shaken. As these thoughts played out, a wicked smile crept across Uchiha Fyun's lips. If you refuse to let me live in peace, then none of you should expect easy days ahead. Konoha, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Bito, all of them were formidable opponents, not easily dealt with. Still, it wasn't as though there were no options. While Konoha itself was, for the moment, unable to deal with the masterminds head-on, there was nothing stopping him from targeting other members of their families first. As for Uchiha Itachi, Fyun wasn't yet strong enough to face him directly, but he could always shift his sights to Itachi's younger brother. And then, there was Uchiha Bito. Fyun pondered for a moment. Then his eyes gleamed as a cunning plan took shape in his mind. If he could locate Rin Nohara's grave, he might not only torment Obito's spirit, but perhaps, with some luck, even find a way to resurrect her, using her as a means to continuously wear down Obito's will. Fyun recalled with perfect clarity how, in the story, every time Uchiha Obito returned to Konoha, he would visit Rin's gravesite to mourn. The thought sent a strange ripple of laughter through Fyun. Still, considering he was still within the Land of Fire, inside the very territory of Konoha, Fyun didn't dare head directly for any bustling, heavily populated city. Small towns were far more limited in resources, but they offered a much higher degree of safety. He passed through several of these modest towns in a row, at last gathering all the supplies he needed. Battle weapons, ninja tools, explosive tags, and even scrolls of high-level jutsu, painstakingly copied by elite shinobi. Night soon arrived. After a hearty meal, Fyun checked into an inn. He reserved a premium room, luxuriated in a piping hot bath, then stretched out on the soft bed. How comfortable! It's been so long since I've truly relaxed like this. In recent days, he had eaten on the run, slept beneath the open sky, taken shelter in caves with only rocks for pillows. He truly had lived through hardship. Now able to lie down on a bed soft as clouds, he felt every ounce of exhaustion melt away, and in mere moments, drifted off into a deep, restful sleep. 2 days later, Uchiha Fyun once again descended into the underground vault of the cash exchange. This time, Chowney's attitude was even more deferential than before. He personally poured Fyun a glass of expensive snow country whiskey. Nameless one, your bounty is spread across the entire underworld, Chow and I announced, eyes narrowing as he handed over a scroll. 3 rank hunter squads have accepted the commission so far. Among them, the Bloodraven squad has shown the greatest efficiency. They've already taken down 2 targets. Fyun accepted the scroll and slowly unrolled it. The latest hunting results were recorded in meticulous detail. Sarutobi Kinzuya, genin poisoned to death. The body was found blackened from head to toe. Shimura Kenji, Chunin attacked during a mission, his head severed. Fyun tapped his fingers lightly against the table, his eyes gleaming with a hint of satisfaction. He looked up at Chow and I. Not bad. How has Konoha responded? Chow and I lowered his voice in reply. They've already locked down the village. The 3rd Hokage is furious. The AMBU are giving everything they have to trace the source of the bounty. However, he flashed a sly smile. Our exchange channels aren't so easily discovered. Fyun let out a cold chuckle and pressed on. What about the intel I requested? Chow and I had anticipated this. He drew a map from his sleeve, several red dots marking specific locations. According to informants, Sarutobi Yuri, a special jonin from the Sarutobi clan, is currently supervising patrols along the Land of Fire's border. He's expected to pass through Drifting Cloak Gorge tonight. Fyun's fingertip paused over the marked location, his gaze sharpening. Excellent. Chow and I offered his habitual, professional smile. Then let me wish you a successful hunt. After leaving the exchange, Fyun set out at once for his target. He traveled for the greater part of the day before finally arriving at the marked location, a narrow gorge, its steep cliffs rising on either side, blocking out the sunlight. Darkness lingered here year-round. Standing atop the gorge, Fyun looked down at the twisting path below, and a faint smile played on his lips. What a perfect place for an ambush, he murmured. From his ninja tools pouch, he drew 3 explosive tags, placing them cautiously at several critical points along the cliff walls. With everything prepared, all he had to do was wait for his prey to appear. Night fell. Silence reigned in the gorge. A short while later, the faint sound of footsteps approached from the distance. Sarutobi Yuri, an imposing jonin, was patrolling the canyon alongside 2 Chunin subordinates. "Captain, with those new bounties circulating on the black market, should we be even more cautious?" one of the Chunin whispered. Sarutobi Kiri let out a cold snort. "Just a petty bounty hunter, and you dare lay a hand on a leaf ninja? You're truly overestimating yourself." No sooner had he finished speaking than a faint sound came from underfoot. A trap. Boom! The explosive tag flared to life in an instant. A violent blast shattered the rock face, and countless shards rained down like hailstones. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Sarutobi Kiri quickly formed hand signs. A heavy wall of earth surged up from the ground, barely shielding him from the falling rocks. But just as he allowed himself a breath of relief, a dark shadow burst forth through the swirling smoke and dust. Fyun, gripping a chakra dagger, lunged straight at Sarutobi Kiri. The blade shimmered with a chilling glow as it thrust forward at lightning speed. Damn it! Sarutobi Kiri dodged desperately, but the dagger still grazed his shoulder. Blood immediately seeped through, staining his sleeve red. 因为禁词要求，此句不考虑谁的因素，可描述为受伤。Who are you? Sarutobi Kiri shouted, his voice thick with anger, signaling to his 2 subordinates to flank the enemy. Fyun gave no reply. He simply reached up and, in one smooth motion, lowered his hood, revealing a strikingly handsome face and a pair of crimson Sharingan. Those eyes. Sharingan? The Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Kiri's pupils contracted. He stared in disbelief and muttered, "How is this possible? Weren't the Uchiha wiped out entirely?" Fyun sneered. "Sorry to disappoint, you missed one. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu." Fyun exhaled, releasing a massive, searing fireball and forcing the 2 Chunin to retreat. He moved swiftly, hands flashing through a new sequence of signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 3 clones appeared simultaneously, each launching an attack on a different adversary. Don't underestimate a Jonin of the Leaf. Sarutobi Kiri roared, slamming his palms to the earth. Earth-style, Stone Pillar Spears. The ground erupted, sending jagged pillars of stone shooting upward, instantly dispelling 2 of the shadow clones. By now, Fyun had already vaulted into the air, flinging kunai down like a shower of steel. Fire-style, Great Blaze. Sarutobi Kiri hastily performed the hand signs, unleashing a fierce wave of fire, shielding himself from Fyun's descending kunai. But now Fyun unleashed his true killing move, Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Their eyes met just for a heartbeat. Instantly, Sarutobi Kiri's body froze. The world twisted around him, dissolving into an endless void. "No, Jinjutsu. Why can't my body move?" He struggled to break free, but it was futile. A wet, sickening sound followed. Fyun's dagger found its mark, burying itself deep in Sarutobi Kiri's heart. This blade is only the beginning. Blood welled and spilled. Sarutobi Kiri's eyes slowly dulled, and at last he slumped to the ground, life slipping away. Only then did the 2 Chunin snap out of their shock. They stared wide-eyed at their fallen captain. Fear and confusion etched across their faces. "How can this be? Captain is a special Jonin." Fyun didn't hesitate. In the blink of an eye, he struck, taking one of the remaining Chunin down without mercy. Another Chunin, his face twisted in terror, stumbled backward step by step. The weapon in his hand trembled slightly. "Uchiha, we're from the same village, aren't we? Surely we can talk this out." Fyun's Sharingan, its 3 tomo spinning, flared to life. With a single glance, he unleashed a Jinjutsu. A sharp metallic note resonated in the air. Overwhelmed by the powerful ocular prowess, the last Chunin was dragged into an illusion. Like a marionette whose strings have been cut, he stood motionless, all awareness drained from his eyes. "When you and your captain attacked me a moment ago, did it occur to you that we were once comrades?" Fyun taunted, his tone laced with cold amusement. A wet slash cut through the hush. Fyun swept his blade in an arc, decapitating his stunned foe. With a practiced flick, he snapped the short sword toward the ground, flinging the blood away before sliding the blade into its sheath. He meticulously searched the bodies, sorting through their valuables with careful precision. Satisfaction glimmered in his gaze. Not bad. Over 1 million Ryo in cash alone. Counting the ninja tools and other items, this haul should be worth close to 1.5 million. He then drew out Sarutobi Kiri's bounty notice, quickly double-checking the requirements. His brow creased, and he muttered under his breath, They're actually demanding a corpse to collect the full reward? What a hassle. Just who did you manage to offend? Though he grumbled inwardly, Fyun grabbed Sarutobi Geely by the collar and hefted the body onto his back with one arm. For a ninja of his caliber, such a task was mere routine. Earlier, he had verified that the other two Chunin weren't wanted men, so he simply ignored their corpses and promptly left the scene. This encounter gave Fyun a clearer picture of his own capabilities. Even without tapping into his mental power, the combination of his Sharingan and ninjutsu had already propelled him to Jonin level. He marveled to himself at the transformation, truly worthy of the Sharingan clan. That surge of emotion on the night, everything changed, had driven him straight from Chunin to Jonin in a single leap. And yet, a faint smile danced on Fyun's lips. 450,000 Ryo, finally within his grasp. During the battle, Fyun relied on his Sharingan to effortlessly dissect Sarutobi Geely's hand seals and chakra flow, imprinting the secrets of earth release techniques firmly in his memory. Perhaps due to his extraordinary mental resilience, it took only a single glance for him to internalize and master someone else's ninjutsu. On top of that, his chakra reserves had grown remarkably, now several times greater than when he'd lived in Konoha. It's probably a side effect of having mental power at level 60. Unable to pinpoint the exact cause, this was the only explanation Fyun could come up with. By the time he returned to the money exchange house, it was already deep into the night. The exchange was open around the clock. Even at this late hour, Jacqueline was there to process his transaction, as always. With a hefty thud, Fyun let Sarutobi Geely's corpse drop to the ground, stirring up a moody cloud of dust. Here's your 450,000 Ryo. Delivered as promised. Kyone held the intelligence file, carefully comparing details for a moment before nodding with certainty. That's right. It is indeed Sarutobi Kiri, the special Jonin from Konoha. Nameless, please wait a moment. With that, Kyone gave a wave of his hand. Immediately, two subordinates stepped forward and carried Sarutobi Kiri's body into a compartment designated for storing corpses. Standing nearby, Kyone quickly scribbled down some notes, his heart still a bit shaken. He hadn't expected the mission to take down a Konoha special Jonin to be completed so swiftly. The strength Nameless possessed left him even more impressed. Fyun flexed his arms and asked, puzzled, why do these clients insist on bringing the bodies back? Isn't this rather troublesome? While filling out the forms, Kyone explained with a smile, actually this method is a lot more efficient. It speeds up the whole process. It means everyone doesn't have to waste time confirming the target over and over again. Fyun furrowed his brows in doubt. Efficient? It seems more complicated to me. Just then, a staff member from the exchange office came out holding a small box, which he respectfully handed to Fyun. Kyone tucked away his paperwork, pointed to the box in Fyun's hand, and said, if you hadn't brought the body back, you wouldn't get paid today. We can only release the bounty once our staff confirms that the target is truly dead. Enlightenment dawned on Fyun. Ah, so that's how it works. Kyone remained very amiable, smiling as he said, after deducting a 5% service fee, the rest of your earnings is in that box. Congratulations, Nameless. This is your first successful commission. None of this surprised Fyun. In his eyes, an establishment as well-connected as the exchange office certainly needed a steady stream of funds to operate. Taking a 5% cut from the bounty as a service charge seemed perfectly reasonable. He stored the box inside his own spatial scroll, then turned to Kyone. I plan to keep taking on missions. Could you give me all the bounty notices for the Sarutobi clan? I have a feeling they aren't too difficult to deal with. Kyone retrieved a stack of wanted posters and handed them to Fyun. Nameless, your abilities are impressive. For the sake of efficiency, you could take on multiple jobs at once. Whosever information is most complete, will forward you the details of that target first. Fyun raised his brows, surprised. You can send me intelligence, proactively? But how would you know where I am? Kyone nodded. We have our ways. Saying this, he took out a chakra-encrusted stone, etched with array runes from his drawer, and handed it to Fyun. This is a special sensing ninja stone used by our exchange. We have trained ninja falcons that are attuned to it. Fyun's fingers traced across the smooth jade as he pressed further. You must have sent out a great many of those resonant stones. How do the ninja falcons know precisely whom to deliver the information to? Kay and I replied patiently. The resonant stones are always used in pairs. We record the owner's name on the other stone, and each ninja falcon is responsible for relaying information for just one paired set of stones. What's more, the number of resonant stones issued by the exchange is extremely limited. He paused briefly, then went on. Only bounty hunters ranked A level or higher are qualified to receive a resonant stone for contacting the exchange. Suddenly, understanding dawned on Fyun, and he nodded. So that's how it works, like a 1-to-1 special service. Yes, that's a fair way to put it. All right, then I'd like to select a few more targets. Fyun proceeded to choose over a dozen Sarutobi clan ninjas who had bounties on their heads. He then requested the Shimura clan's bounty list and picked out another set of targets. However, he was careful not to set his sights on any elite jonin. Given his current abilities and combat experience, challenging an elite jonin head-on would be reckless and fraught with danger. He preferred a steady approach, building up step by step. After all, he knew all too well he wasn't yet powerful enough to ignore the risk involved. Every single elite jonin was formidable. Even a single careless mistake could spell the end for his quest for vengeance. If he ever triggered a region-wide manhunt from the entire Leaf Village, whom could he possibly turn to for help? Fyun resolved to proceed slowly, cautiously hunting his targets, accumulating real combat experience, and strengthening himself all the while. When the day came that he was strong enough, he would plot bolder, more ambitious moves. In the end, he reluctantly set aside the bounty notice for Asuma Sarutobi reward, 35 million Ryo. In his heart, Fyun swore silently, those 35 million Ryo will be mine someday. Once he had finalized his next set of targets, Fyun spent another 6 million Ryo to place more bounties on members of the 4 great clans of Konoha. K&I was all smiles, seeing him off with evident delight. It had been many years since such an ideal customer had come his way, a patron not only willing to spend generously, but also providing ongoing profits. To K&I, Fyun was nothing short of a goldmine. He made a silent vow. He would never let this valuable client slip away to a competitor. In the days that followed, Uchiha Fyun was constantly on the move. Each time he received intelligence from the exchange, he would set off without delay, hunting down his chosen targets. Just as he'd anticipated, his fighting skills improved rapidly with each real battle. Not only did his combat experience and ninjutsu grow more refined and versatile, but his chakra reserves steadily increased day by day. For a ninja, the heart of battle lies in a contest of chakra and intelligence. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Missile. A massive dragon-shaped torrent of earth broke through Shimura Magwa's water-style defense, crashing into him with merciless force. Blood gushed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, gravely wounded. Damn it! Who are you? Why are you attacking ninjas of the Hidden Leaf? Shimura Magwa fell to his knees, his gaze full of despair and fury as he stared at his fallen comrade, lying lifeless beside him. Their squad had been assigned to escort a merchant caravan back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Having completed that mission, they never expected to be ambushed on their way home. No sooner had they begun to discuss where to celebrate with their mission rewards than a mysterious youth appeared, his entire figure wrapped in a cloak. Without a word, he launched his assault. Now, Magwa was the only one left alive from his unit. Fyun removed his mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face. His black, tousled hair fluttered slightly in the wind. Is this really all the strength a jonin from the leaf has to offer? What disappointment. A chilling metallic ring sliced through the heavy air. His Sharingan, the 3-tomo wheel, glinted ominously as he fixed his cold gaze on the kneeling Magwa, ensnaring him in a nightmare of genjutsu. You're Uchiha. Magwa's face turned blank, his voice drifting out as if in a dream. With an effortless, wet slash, Fyun's blade descended, severing his last thread of life. There was no requirement to return the body for this bounty mission. Only the head was needed as proof the task was done. Within the Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Hamura Midokado, and Koharu Udatain. Inside the Hokage's office, for elders had gathered together. Danzo was so anxious that he paced back and forth, leaning heavily on his cane. The thumping of cane and footsteps echoed continuously through the office. Hiruzen set aside the file in his hands, a report detailing the murder of 3 of their clansmen. He took a troubled drag from his old pipe, furrowed his brows, and said, Danzo, stop pacing already. You're about to make my head spin. How many assassination attempts does this make just this month? Not to mention, several elite jonin and jonin have been attacked and killed. Danzo stabbed his cane into the floor in frustration, gritting his teeth. Koharu's expression was grave as she finally spoke up. And every victim was from one of our 4 clans. It's clear someone's targeting us for revenge. Danzo spun around and barked. Hiruzen, we can't drag this out any longer. Has the intelligence division found out who's preying on our clansmen or not? Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke, shaking his head. There are never any survivors. Finding meaningful leads has been nearly impossible. Hamura slid an intelligence report across the table. According to our recent information, every one of our clansmen, no matter their age or gender, has been in danger. It looks like there's a bounty on our heads. Hiruzen nodded. I'm aware. It's the work of bounty hunters. But the real question is, who's placing those orders? That's the source we have to find. Hamura continued his analysis. Judging from the first victim, Sarutobi Kiri, and the manner in which all the others died, every single one faced a Jinjutsu attack, specifically visual Jinjutsu, and the user was skilled. Danzo's eyes went wide as realization dawned. He spoke in a low, stiff voice. Visual Jinjutsu, and someone who hates all four of our clans. Not many fit that description. Koharu and Hamura immediately turned to Danzo, waiting for him to continue. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened as he prodded. Oh, Danzo, do you have a suspect in mind? Let's hear it. Danzo's lone eye flashed with a chilling light. He gritted his teeth and replied, There's only one person I know of who meets all the conditions and has that power. The three spoke as one. Who is it? Danzo pronounced each word with deliberate weight. Uchiha. Itachi. What? That can't be true. Koharu and Hamura exclaimed, shocked in turn. Hiruzen drew a long, thoughtful drag from his pipe, let out slowly, and finally spoke. That seems impossible. I know Itachi fairly well. He would never do such a thing. Shimura Danzo let out a cold chuckle. How old is Itachi, really? Not even 14. At that age, a person's mind and worldview are so easily swayed. Especially when he's thrown into Akatsuki, a den of the most dangerous maniacs, monsters among monsters, in a place swarming with SSS-class lunatics. Do you really think it's so hard for a child to take a wrong turn? Danzo's eyes turned dark as he continued. We should have listened to me from the start. We need to bring Itachi back to the leaf. Keep him firmly under our control. That's the only way to guarantee nothing goes astray. But Hiruzen Sarutobi only shook his head. Impossible. No one can bend Itachi's will. We all know this, don't we? Hiruzen, you should hand Itachi over to me. Let me handle him, Danzo pressed. No, Sarutobi refused. Danzo put in his request again. Again, Hiruzen turned him down. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo, remember this well. I am a Hokage. The two senior advisors, sensing the charged atmosphere, quickly stepped in to mediate, doing their best to calm both the third Hokage and Danzo. A moment later, Hiruzen Sarutobi replenished his pipe, lighting the tobacco and taking a deep drag. He exhaled and spoke. Could there be another Uchiha out there? Do we miss someone? Midokado Hamura, face marked with disbelief, said, How could that be? We've checked the lists, gone over the bodies time after time. Unless someone literally came back from the dead. But that's just impossible, isn't it? Both Hiruzen and Koharu fell into silent thought, turning over other possibilities and old grudges. Danzo stiffened as the thought struck him. A certain terrifying dojutsu, one he'd studied only a bit himself. No. Danzo's expression grew grave as never before. Or maybe it is possible. Maybe someone really has climbed back from hell itself. Hamura jerked his head up, startled. What did you say? With 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him, Danzo lowered his voice. Have you forgotten that forbidden Uchiha technique, the one that bends fate itself? A chilling recollection dawned on each face, cold sweat breaking on their foreheads. Izanagi, Izanami. Those forbidden ocular techniques, lost to history, had once plunged the ninja world into utter panic. Very few in the Leaf even remembered them anymore, except these 3 elders, who'd lived almost 70 years. To think the Uchiha could twist fate itself, even cheat death, even determine another's destiny. The mere idea sent a shiver down their spines, true terror. And in this terror, they found one more reason, the real reason, they'd once sought to wipe out the Uchiha clan. As the shadowy figure among the ninja, Danzo Shimura sought to strengthen himself by gathering all the power he could lay his hands on, including the might of both the Senju and the Uchiha clans. In fact, you could say that in today's world, no one knew the Uchiha better than Danzo himself. So when Itachi Uchiha and the masked Madara came to him back then, he hadn't outright denied the possibility that Madara might still be alive. In Danzo's eyes, Madara Uchiha had indeed perished at the hands of Hashirama Senju, but was entirely possible for Madara to have used a forbidden jutsu to return from the dead. That was why Danzo believed Madara was still out there. He had seen with his own eyes that the man behind the mask had only one eye, and the cost of that forbidden jutsu was to lose an eye. From this, Danzo surmised, even if Madara Uchiha still lived, he would be nothing but an old relic, and one who had lost half his power at that. So he felt little fear. Instead, he took advantage of Madara's strength to wipe out the Uchiha clan. And in the hope of using the masked Madara's power again someday, he agreed to conceal the truth, keeping the secret as the 2 masked men had asked. Thus, in the entire world, only Itachi and Danzo Shimura knew that Madara still drew breath. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke, puzzlement in his voice. But they say that forbidden technique can be used only with the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo sneered inwardly. Would I ever reveal that, if you possessed both Senju and Uchiha powers, even a 3-tomo Sharingan would suffice? Feigning gravitas, Danzo replied. Who can guarantee that no one in the Uchiha clan awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Let's not forget, Uchiha Fuku, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, they all awakened the Mangekyo without so much as a word about it, fearing more than anyone that others might find out. Cold sweat beaded Midokado Hamura's forehead. That's true. Even if someone among the Uchiha awoke the Mangekyo, we'd never know until it was too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew steadily darker. If this were true, then the implications were terrifying. He knew all too well how obsessive, how passionate the Uchiha were. What calamity would befall anyone who harmed their loved ones? Let alone the fact that now, their entire clan had been massacred. Though the official story for the public was that Itachi Uchiha acted alone, that the Hokage side had nothing to do with it. Outsiders might be fooled, but those within the Uchiha clan, they knew the truth all too well. The strength ranking in this story's ninja world: Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kage, Strong Kage, Super Kage, 6 paths, Infinite. For reference only. If Uchiha Fyun knew what those 4 old men were thinking, he'd probably be caught between laughter and exasperation. You really do flatter me. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, his gaze solemn as steel. Danzo, gather your men from root. You're coming with us to examine the bodies of the Uchiha. Right now. Right now. Understood. Danzo turned and left, unbothered now by the hassle. At worst, he could always erase all participants' memories again if needed. Far from the bustle of the village, deep in the remote mountains behind Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi and a group of root ninja gathered before a cluster of hills. The place was desolate. Under normal circumstances, no one would ever come here. Still, Sarutobi arranged for members of the Umbu to create a perimeter in the distance, strictly barring outsiders from approaching. With a pipe clenched between his teeth, Sarutobi began weaving hand seals. Earth style, earth release, opening the ground. A rumble shook the valley. Before their eyes, several enormous mounds of earth split apart down the middle. From within, a wave of decaying, reeking corpses was suddenly exposed to the open air. At the sight, Danzo gave a commanding sweep of his arm and barked his orders. Check all the bodies and their identification tags. Take a full inventory. Yes, sir. The root ninja immediately set to work. The area was soon thrown into the kind of controlled chaos that comes with meticulous, efficient labor. The stench was overpowering, but not a single ninja's resolve wavered. Raised since childhood in the unforgiving crucible that was root, for them, there was only duty and command. Their efficiency was astounding. With Earth-style jutsu and the help of shadow clones, it wasn't long before every corpse lay neatly accounted for. Once the tally and summary were completed, a root team leader handed the compiled report to Danzo. Danzo and Hiruzen examined it, one after the other, then passed it along to Kohoryudatane and Hamura Midokado for review. The 4 of them cross-checked the records, carefully removing any corpses marked to be exchanged for bounty or used in experiments. After a thorough inspection, there's only one tag left without a matching corpse. The group focused their gaze on the name tag in Danzo's hand, the characters reading Uchiha Fyun. Their faces were dark and grave. The worst-case scenario had arrived. Someone really did manage to crawl out. Koharu, visibly anxious, asked nervously, "What do we do now?" Hiruzen Sarutobi, the man renowned as the strongest Hokage in generations, quickly regained his composure. He gave his order in a calm, steady voice. Burn the rest of the bodies. We can't risk any further surprises. It might seem an overblown fear, but the 4 of them shared the sentiment completely. It was the only prudent action. After all, when it came to the Uchiha clan, any impossibility suddenly felt all too likely. Too close to monsters. Monstrous, even. Without hesitation, the root ninjas piled every remaining corpse together, creating a veritable mountain of bodies. Next, they took turns unleashing their fire-style jutsu, igniting the corpse mound in a roaring inferno. To intensify the flames, Danzo and the others joined in with their own wind-style techniques, fueling the blaze until it threatened to consume the very air. The pyre burned for well over an hour, not even a scrap of remains left behind by the end. Only then did the 4 of them allow themselves a measure of relief. Surely, this time, no one could possibly come back to life, could they? Shimura Danzo gazed at the ashes of the annihilated Uchiha clan, a hint of satisfaction curling his lips. Next, It's time to deal with that runaway, Uchiha Fyun. Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly. Spread the word. There's another perpetrator behind the Uchiha massacre, Uchiha Fyun. Issue a wanted order throughout the ninja world, dead or alive. Danzo looked at the dossier and photograph of Uchiha Fyun his subordinate had just brought, his face radiating murderous intent. At the same time, put a bounty on his head. Let him feel what it's like to be hunted. Sarutobi took a moment to relight his pipe. Agreed. Leave this matter to you. Danzo hesitated, then protested anxiously. We can't set the bounty too low. Are you all paying for it? This isn't just my concern. Sarutobi flicked his Hokage robes and chuckled softly. The reward for a ninja world wanted order is already considerable. The village will cover that. As for the bounty, I'll leave that in your hands. With that, Sarutobi turned and walked away. Hiruzen, the ninja world bounty gets claimed only after the task is complete. The posted bounty money needs to be paid up front. Yet Sarutobi, seemingly deaf to Danzo's shouting, vanished from sight in an instant, moving at astonishing speed. Grinding his teeth, Danzo could only shift his gaze to the two Hokage advisors who were trying to slip away. Koharu, Hamura, are you going to ignore the fate of our own clansmen? Caught before they could escape, the two could only put on forced smiles and promise to think a way together. In truth, it wasn't that any of them were unwilling to chip in for the bounty. They simply knew that Danzo was up to no good, as usual. They'd encountered this sort of thing before. Whenever they shared the cost of a bounty, Danzo would secretly act on his own, eliminate the target, and pocket a hefty reward for himself in the end. He'd always played dirty, and after decades of working together, everyone knew Danzo's tricks inside out. Hamura Midokado clasped his hands behind his back. According to past record from the village, this Uchiha Fyun only had the abilities of a Chunin. Surely we don't need a large bounty. Danzo leaned on his cane and shook his head. You really think someone who managed to kill so many of our elite could be a mere Chunin? Something must have changed with him, though I can't say what. But this man is definitely not simple. He's probably been hiding his true strength all along, letting others assume he was weak. After a short discussion, the three reached a conclusion. Uchiha Fyun likely possesses elite Jonin-level strength. Let's post a 30 million Ryo bounty. That's enough to tempt the world's top assassins. Danzo continued. The three of us, 10 million Ryo each. No one's getting away with cutting corners. Air, Phoenix, Midaman, and then accepted without hesitation. After all, a mere 10 million Ryo was nothing but pocket change to them. If this trouble could truly be dealt with, they were more than happy to see it gone. Turning away, Danzo Shimura headed back towards Konoha. He spoke in a low voice. Go fetch the money and hand it over to me. I'll go on ahead now. There are still some of Uchiha Fyun's former teammates I need to question for more detailed information. One by one, they departed, leaving only a swirl of dust drifting in the wind. Lonely and hauntingly beautiful. That day, Fyun walked into the exchange agency, carrying several severed heads and a corpse. He was already quite skilled at this by now, handling the bounty exchange like a seasoned professional, and quickly receiving his payment. With nothing else pressing to do, Fyun took the time to count his earnings. Squinting, Junie finished recording the latest transactions, tidied up the targets at hand, and said, Hey, Nameless, there's a new bounty out lately. The target looks a lot like you. Fyun's hands froze for a slight moment, a flicker of unease rising in his heart. He feigned calm as he replied, Is that so? Don't try to mess with me. Junie chuckled. I knew you'd say that, so I set it aside especially for you. Take a look for yourself. With that, Junie pulled a bounty poster from his robe and handed it to Fyun. Fyun set his money aside and carefully examined the poster. When he saw his own photo and the name Uchiha Fyun, his pupils contracted ever so slightly. Fyun was taken aback. How did Konoha even manage to sniff him out? Countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Part of him wondered if the exchange agency had sold him out. But after a moment's thought, he reasoned the chances were slim. He had been immersed in the black market long enough to understand its unwritten rules. The exchange agency wasn't so desperate for money, nor would it go out of its way to curry favor with Konoha or any particular ninja village. Junie noticed Fyun's reaction, but paid it little mind. Instead, he produced a wanted notice. Konoha is officially after you now. You'd better watch your steps. Fyun rolled his eyes. That's not me. My name's Nameless, not Uchiha Fyun. Junie offered him a knowing look. Fyun gave a cold snort and took the bounty notice to read on. Ninja World wanted notice. Uchiha Fyun, accomplice in Uchiha Itachi's clan massacre. Reward, 35 million Ryo, dead or alive. Prize can be claimed at Konoha, Land of Fire. Bounty posting, Uchiha Fyun, 30 million Ryo, for the recovery of his intact corpse. He scanned the documents. and a jolt of surprise flashed across his mind. Well, would you look at that? His bounty now matched that of Asuma. After all this time, the massacre of the Uchiha clan had long become common knowledge, no longer a secret among the world. Because of this, many nations along the borders were becoming restless, probing for weaknesses and sparking minor conflicts, and at several points, war seemed just on the verge of erupting. Konoha found itself swamped with crises, dispatching a vast number of ninja to all corners to steady the situation. Even the daimyo of the Land of Fire sensed the looming danger and allocated considerable funds on multiple occasions to help the third Hokage strengthen Konoha's defenses. Though war had not officially broken out, reconnaissance squads and spies from each country had already crept up to Konoha's outskirts. Some elite ninja had even infiltrated the village itself. Konoha's intelligence division, of course, was no slouch. They were well aware of this situation, but hunting down every intruder was impossible, and the third Hokage wasn't one to give such orders lightly. His decisiveness was reserved for matters within his own ranks. Thus, the third Hokage staged several grand-scale ninjutsu sparring exhibitions, both inside and outside the village. Every ninja of special jonin rank and above was summoned back to participate, giving the performance their all. The goal was to let the spies see Konoha's overwhelming strength. And there's no denying that hundreds of jonin locked in combat was an awe-inspiring sight. It was enough to quell unrest on every front. At the very least, the smaller nations fell in line and kept their heads down. After all, there was no bargaining with the overwhelming might of a great nation's ninja army. Even dispatching a few random jonin squad from Konoha would be more than any minor nation could handle. Fyun tucked away 2 bounty posters, pulling a corner of his lips into a wry smile. I suppose I do bear a bit of a resemblance. Looking at the boyish face beneath the hood, K and I only smiled wordlessly. Fyun's brow twitched slightly. Brother K and I, you're not planning anything, are you? Planning to turn me in for the reward? K and I blinked in surprise, his eyes narrowing with amusement. What are you saying, little brother woman? That's out of the question. You don't need to worry so much. Every bounty hunter above a rank has a price on their head somewhere. There's nothing unusual about that. He paused for a moment before continuing. Our exchange house relies on you bounty hunters to keep things running. Why would we ever cut off our own livelihood? In fact, we often find ways to protect our most outstanding hunters. Fyun nodded, letting the matter drop. With his way of doing things, even if Konoha hadn't put a price on his head, the exchange house could probably guess a thing or two. Life is truly unpredictable. Who would have thought he'd go from humble existence to becoming a rogue ninja worth tens of millions? At this rate, he was becoming quite the figure in the world of shinobi. Fyun spent nearly 9 million more Ryo to add over 30 new bounty targets, focusing as always on members of the Sarutobi, Shimura, and the other 4 main clans. Let the hunt begin. We'll see who outplays whom in the end. Afterward, he checked in with the exchange house on the progress of his previous bounties. After all, he'd spent a small fortune. He had every reason to care about the results. These past weeks, things have been moving fast, with plenty of bounty hunters making their moves. Already, over 50 of Konoha's targets have been taken down. However, lately the pace had slowed down, a sure sign that Konoha had grown more cautious. Fyun sneered to himself. If the progress wasn't good enough, he'd simply raise the bounty. If 100,000 per head wasn't enough, then make it 500,000. He refused to believe that even then, Konoha's beast could remain untouched. As long as the reward was high enough, plenty of people would be tempted, perhaps even some right under Konoha's nose. After all, many ordinary shinobi in Konoha could barely scrape by. Once waves of killers began flooding into the village, it was sure to be a dazzling spectacle. As for whether this would spark chaos, or even trigger another great ninja war, Fyun didn't give it a second thought. He was no saint, never even pretended to be a good man. Vengeance for hatred, justice for the wronged. Why bother meddling in the rest? If even the Sage of 6 Paths couldn't solve these problems, why should he, a lone survivor of a massacred clan, carry such a burden? Decades of effort from the god of shinobi and a legion of Kage. What had it changed? In less than 60 years, the ninja world had already seen 3 great ninja wars. Truly, half the time was spent at war, and the rest wasn't peace. It was just preparation for the next fight. After all, even 6-year-old children were nearly wiped out. If things kept on like this, what next? Send infants onto the battlefield, swinging milk bottles at enemies? Once the new bounty poster was issued, Fyun left the exchange hall and set out on a fresh hunt. This time, his target was farther away, in a land of hot water. Fyun made his way to a port town by the sea, settling in for the night with plans to sail across come dawn. At this rate, it's far too slow. I could spend decades and still never achieve true revenge, he muttered, tucking away the bounty sheet, lost in thought. He pondered his next steps, how to earn more money, or perhaps gain even greater power. Suddenly, inspiration struck Orochimaru, a fellow rogue ninja, and just as full of hatred for Konoha and the third Hokage. Most importantly, he possessed the most cutting-edge scientific techniques in the entire shinobi world. Perhaps, with his help, Fyun could become much stronger. Wasn't it said that science was the #1 driving force for productivity? And very soon, Orochimaru would launch the Konoha Crush plan. Could there be a better opportunity? Fyun had been racking his brain for a way back into Konoha to make some real waves, after all. At the borders where Kusagakure, Hai no Kuni, and Tsuchi no Kuni met, there stood a mountain, a secret base perched upon its summit. A tall man in a black cloak patterned with red clouds was climbing the steps, ascending toward the top. His long black hair flowed smoothly behind him, and his golden, snake-like eyes gleamed with a sinister light. His face was deathly pale, utterly devoid of color. Purple eyeshadow sweeps down to the sides of his nose, and the Magatama earrings on his ears swayed gently with his movements. This man is none other than the great traitor among the ninja, Orochimaru. Climbing to the halfway point of the mountain, just as Orochimaru had expected, a black-haired youth in a cloak adorned with red clouds approached from above. They brushed past each other, and the corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled upward, revealing his sharp fangs. A sinister hiss cut through the air. Suddenly, from beneath Orochimaru's black cloak, a giant serpent lunged forth, coiling tightly around the black-haired youth in the blink of an eye, and then lifting him high into the air. Orochimaru's golden, slit-pupiled eyes gazed greedily at the youth as he smiled and said, "Itachi, do you know what true eternal life is?" Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth, casting a glance at the massive serpent that bound him. A murky chuckle slipped from Orochimaru's lips. "I do not know. That is why I need your body, to seek eternity together. Join me, Itachi. Do you realize this, Itachi? You and I, we are such a perfect match. The same smooth, black hair, the marks around your eyes stretching so elegantly across your face. You're the ideal vessel for me." Listening to Orochimaru's rambling, Itachi remained calm and replied, "Such laughable ambition and desire. These are nothing but your own selfish delusions." Orochimaru's expression flickered, an uneasy shadow passing through his eyes as he sensed something amiss. At that moment, Itachi's eyes snapped open. The crimson Sharingan glowed brilliantly. A piercing metallic resonance split the silence. An overwhelming force of ocular power surged toward Orochimaru. Suddenly, Orochimaru realized he was still standing below, had never circled behind Itachi, and that Itachi wasn't truly bound by any serpent. What's more, he discovered he could not move his body at all. "I was sure I attacked you from behind." He stopped mid-sentence, trembling. "So that's it. This is Jinjutsu? To think I'd be caught in a binding illusion. Such powerful eyes. Subarashi-eye." A look of enrapturement and astonishment twisted Orochimaru's face. In his own eyes, giant stone spikes nailed his body firmly in place. Desperately, he tried to force his arm to move. He needed only a single hand sign to unleash a jutsu and shatter this illusion. But Itachi, standing before him, lifted his hand with casual grace. A cold flash arced through the air. The next moment, Orochimaru's arm was severed. Blood sprayed. Orochimaru's pale arm tumbled to the ground. He clutched his stump, stifling a cry of pain. Raising a simple, unadorned kunai, Itachi said, "Orochimaru, your jutsu, no matter how powerful, are useless before these eyes of mine." Sweat streamed down Orochimaru's forehead, but he still retorted with a chilling edge, "Big talk for a kid." Itachi's expression didn't flicker. "I don't know what to do with you. Should I kill you right here and now, or keep you alive for other reasons? You are far from enough for me. No, you're already too much. Your ambition and your desire." As he spoke, Itachi slowly moved his kunai toward Orochimaru's forehead, frightening Orochimaru into a startled cry. Orochimaru couldn't comprehend Itachi's muttered words. All he could feel was an overwhelming intent to kill, cold and lethal. Itachi's gaze was both somber and melancholic. In his eyes, though Orochimaru was extremely useful, he was far too dangerous to be left alive. Orochimaru treated human life as nothing, recklessly using people as fodder for his experiments in pursuit of data. What's more, he posed a grave threat to the Hidden Leaf village. If Orochimaru cared for the village, even if he had to kill the innocent along the way, Itachi might have tolerated him. But Itachi knew all too well, Orochimaru had long severed all human ties. His heart held nothing but unbridled desire and ambition. And so, Itachi resolved to eliminate this threat for the sake of the village. Just as he steeled himself and prepared to pierce Orochimaru's skull, several shuriken flew from a blind spot, forcing him to back away. Orochimaru-sama. Accompanying the shuriken was Kabuto Yakushi, who rushed to stand protectively in front of Orochimaru, his resolve unwavering. A sudden series of sharp detonations echoed as multiple explosive tags surrounded Itachi, each one bursting in swift succession. Orochimaru spat out a venomous threat before vanishing from a scene together with Kabuto. Within one of Akatsuki's hidden strongholds, the members gathered, already aware of Orochimaru's betrayal. The leader, Pain, addressed the group in his sonorous, captivating voice. Orochimaru has betrayed us and fled the organization. Sasori's voice seeped with gloom. I told you he couldn't be trusted, putting his own interests above the group. Pain, who knew Sasori had never liked Orochimaru, continued. Akatsuki still needs to recruit new members. We're still shorthanded. A playful voice cut in. Me, let me join. Tobi, wearing his swirling mask, eagerly raised his arm and waved it enthusiastically. Sasori snapped, voice sharp, out of the way. Tobi immediately wilted. Yes, sir. Sasori continued coldly. Leave Orochimaru to me. Kabuto has long been under my control. It won't take long to smoke out their hiding place. But Pain shook his head. Let's leave that for now. I've already found a new partner for you. Wait for their arrival, then proceed. Kakuzu then spoke up. And what about me? Am I to team up with Itachi? Pain replied. No, Kakuzu. You'll act alone for the time being. I have a new partner lined up for Itachi as well. Calmly, Kakuzu responded. That's fine by me. Weak partners only slow down my money-making. Konan cast an approving look at Kakuzu, clearly placing her confidence in his abilities. Somewhere deep in an underground base, Orochimaru, by methods unknown, had completely restored his arms. Damn it, I thought I could finally seize Itachi's body and achieve the ultimate transformation in my life. I didn't expect to fail so miserably. Orochimaru's gaze was dark and brooding, his mood exceptionally foul. A lingering unease gnawed at his heart. That brat, could he have already surpassed me? Itachi's body now feels utterly out of reach. How could he not be in a foul mood? The Rinnegan, forever beyond his grasp. The Mangekyo Sharingan, still unattainable. The ordeal of seeing such power, yet being unable to seize, it drove him nearly to madness. It was right there, so close the path to his ascension, yet always just out of reach. Kabuto quietly suggested, Master Orochimaru, we can take our time with this. Orochimaru gathered himself, a sly smile slipping onto his lips. No need to worry. From what I hear, Itachi has a younger brother. He might be within my reach instead. A blood relative, a brother by birth. If he shares Itachi's lineage, his body should be nearly as promising. As he spoke, Orochimaru's desire got the better of him. He extended his long tongue and licked his lips, hunger burning in his eyes. To him, Itachi embodied his perfect dream vessel. Sasuke was merely the next best option, a compromise forced upon him by circumstance. But Orochimaru believed, someday, when he became even more powerful, he would never pass up a chance to possess Itachi's body if fortune offered him that opening. Kabuto, gather every shred of intelligence you can on Itachi's brother. Have someone monitor his every move. Kabuto thumbed through a stack of reports as he replied. Actually, Lord Orochimaru, apart from Sasuke, the Uchiha clan still has other potential vessels. Oh, tell me more. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, curiosity piqued. At last, Kabuto located a dossier and placed it on the table beside Orochimaru. It's a new lead, another survivor of the Uchiha clan. They say this one even helped Itachi exterminate the clan. Absurd. Surely just another trick by those old monsters back in the village. Orochimaru snatched up the scroll to review its contents. Others might be taken in by the standard story doled out by the authorities in Konoha. But who was Orochimaru? One of Konoha's legendary ninjas. He nearly became the fourth Hokage. After all, he understood better than anyone how deep the currents ran in Konoha. Orochimaru might not know every detail behind the Uchiha massacre, but he was certain the truth was far murkier than the official line suggested. It was virtually impossible that this surviving Uchiha was truly Itachi's accomplice. Had it been so, they would surely have joined the Akatsuki together, or at least worked alongside them under Akatsuki's flag. Even with the barest speculation, Orochimaru could guess that the elders of Konoha had dipped their hands into the massacre. Seeing another survivor must have thrown them into a panic, so they pinned the blame on him. Kabuto nodded. I agree. It's unlikely they were partners. Their methods are worlds apart. Orochimaru scanned the dossier on Uchiha Fyun, frowning. 16 years old and still just a Chunin? Such mediocre talent. He's completely unfit to be my vessel. Kabuto chuckled, pushing up his glasses, the lenses flashing with a hint of shrewd intelligence. No, someone with a bounty of tens of millions on his head. How could he possibly be just at Chunin level? Besides, according to the reports, this kid has already taken down quite a few jonin from the Leaf Village. Kabuto was in charge of intelligence. Under him was a formidable network and considerable resources. Orochimaru's lips curled with interest. That's fascinating. Keep monitoring the movements of Uchiha Fyun and Uchiha Sasuke. The land of hot water was a tiny island nation renowned far and wide for its onsens, its hot springs. Because it was so distant from the main continent, wars rarely touched its peaceful shores. Generations had passed undisturbed by conflict, so the land of hot water placed little importance on developing military strength. This, naturally, meant there was no real ninja force to speak of. As Fyun journeyed through the land, he found hot spring inns everywhere he turned. Since he was here, he figured he might as well treat himself to a soak. But if he had to choose, of course he would pick a mixed-gender hot spring. They said the mixed baths of the land of hot water were where the most stories happened. Fyun, of course, was eager for a brush with romance himself. However, when he charged into the mixed bath brimming with anticipation, he found it packed with men who clearly shared his intentions. Women, it turned out, didn't dare enter and instead opted for the ladies-only baths. Looking out over a pool filled wall-to-wall with rowdy men, Fyun couldn't help but want to shout, "Come on, I want my money back." Frustrated, he stormed off to confront the manager of the inn. "This is a scam. You're totally ripping people off." The manager spread his hands in feigned innocence. "My friend, this is indeed a mixed-gender bathhouse. Whether any women choose to enter on a given day, that's beyond our control. The land of hot water is a free country, after all. Perhaps if you wait a bit longer, a female guest might come along." Fyun could only laugh wryly. Even in the ninja world, everyone seemed to play these little tricks. So there were mixed baths, sure, but whether there be any girls, that was a different matter entirely. With a defeated sigh, Fyun ended up spending a large sum to hire a lovely young masseuse to help him relax. He thought it was a proper bathhouse, but it turned out to be anything but proper. The masseuse was anything but restrained, occasionally accidentally revealing her ample assets to tease him. Fyun was completely defenseless against this youthful allure. Seizing a chance, he leaned in, aiming to plant a kiss on her lips. Mister, you can't do that," she protested gently. Fyun, totally unbothered, snapped, "Cut the small talk. I'm really fired up right now." The girl held up 3 fingers. "That'll cost extra." "No problem." With that, his lips pressed against hers, full and soft as fresh mochi. The pretty girl thought she'd made a tidy profit, but in the end, found she hadn't come out ahead after all. Because Fyun was overwhelmingly strong in battle, he left nothing behind, unleashing destruction in the mountains for over an hour. In the end, all he could do was sigh and mutter, "Earning money is tough, and making a living in this line of work is even tougher." The next morning, at the crack of dawn, Fyun received new intel. Shimura Okuri, a jonin from Konoha, was escorting a wealthy merchant from the land of hot springs back home. They were expected to land at Highland Wharf around 9 o'clock today. Fyun tucked away the scroll, straightened his clothes, and set out on the hunt. At Highland Wharf, he waited for a long time before finally seeing a sailboat draw up to the dock. Fyun's eyes were sharp, scanning the endless line of disembarking passengers, scrutinizing every face. All at once, he spotted a familiar visage in the crowd. It was the very man from the wanted poster, Shimura Okuri. Fyun pulled up his hood, a predatory, bloodthirsty smile curling at his lips. "At last you've come, my 13 million Ryo." For ninjas wearing Konoha forehead protectors guarded a rotund, middle-aged man as they helped him off the boat, eyes sweeping the area warily. Suddenly, the silence was shattered. Just as they were about to leave the wharf, several kunai, laced with explosive tags, whistled through the air, the seals hissing as they burned. Shimura Okuri reacted instantly, deftly forming hand signs as he shouted, "Enemy attack." In a heartbeat, a wall of water infused with chakra surged up, blocking the detonations. The concussive blasts echoed across the dock, sending civilians fleeing in all directions. "Oomph. If that's the best you can do, did you really think it would finish us off?" Shimura Okuri scoffed. He continued coldly, "You 3, get the client out of here. I'll handle." But before he could finish, a shadow darted through the fading mist of the water wall, striking straight for his back. A flash of steel, and a keen blade plunged through Shimura Okuri's heart as Fyun's icy voice rang out. "I never thought something as simple as explosive tags could kill you." Suddenly, a startling revelation. Shimura Okuri's body dissolved into a burst of white mist. Fyun's gaze sharpened. He knew at once it was a shadow clone. After all, even a Sharingan can't distinguish a shadow clone. It was a jutsu specifically developed by the second Hokage for this very purpose. More importantly, Fyun was certain Shimura Okuri had never once performed the jutsu in front of him, which meant the whole encounter was a preset trap. From the very moment Shimura Okuri had appeared, it had always been a clone. The real one had never shown himself. What are you standing around for? I told you, get the client out of here. I'll deal with this. At that moment, the real Shimura Okuri appeared in a sudden flash, facing Fyun down with frosty eyes. Yes, Captain. The three subordinates hurriedly assisted the merchant and dashed off into the distance. Even though he had fallen into a trap, Fyun remained unruffled. It was nothing more than having to kill his target once again. You're certainly cautious, but won't save you. That 13 million taels are as good as mine, he said. Shimura Chiotsu's eyes grew cold. Our Konoha ninjas have been attacked frequently lately. That's your doing, isn't it? Who are you, really? Fyun pulled his hood lower, concealing his face. A cold laugh escaped him. Who can say? Oof. It doesn't matter who you are. Today will be your end. Did you really think the people of Konoha are so easily hunted? In a flash, Fyun darted forward, his speed explosive, as he lunged directly at Shimura Chiotsu. Chiotsu drew a kunai and expertly deflected Fyun's short blade, while his other hand thrust a second kunai straight for Fyun's throat. The Sharingan, its three tomos spinning, revealed everything. Fyun saw through Chiotsu's movement, bent backward to evade the stab, and at the same time, delivered a forceful kick to his opponent's abdomen, sending Chiotsu flying. Twisting midair, Chiotsu regained his footing with a few swift leaps, putting some distance between them. Though wounded, a look of revelation crossed his face. It really is the Sharingan. So you're Uchiha Fyun, aren't you? So what if you know my name? Fyun replied coolly. It won't change your fate. You're still going to die today. Just as he was about to strike again, several shadows flickered into view, surrounding Fyun on every side. To his surprise, he found himself encircled by Konoha's elite jonin. Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, and two masked elites from the AMBU Black Ops. Sarutobi Asuma took a deep drag from his cigarette. You got nerve, Uchiha Fyun. Massacred your entire clan, and now you're making enemies of the rest of Konoha as well. Fyun only responded with a frosty smirk, not bothering to answer. He was already sizing up their strength and weighing his options. Might Guy, driven by a sense of justice, shouted furiously, a demon like you shouldn't be allowed to exist. For the sake of Konoha, I'll put an end to you right here and now. For the sake of Konoha? Fyun shot Guy's sideways glance. This one really isn't the brightest, he thought. No wonder they use him as a tool. Still, Fyun didn't dare take him lightly. Antagonizing Guy any further would be rash. For Konoha to send Might Guy after him, it was clear this wasn't just a routine threat. Perhaps they hoped Guy would burn as fiercely as his father and single-handedly take down Konoha's greatest foe. Wind style, wind cutter technique. One of the AMBU elites reacted first, launching a barrage of razor-sharp, invisible wind blades at Fyun. But the Sharingan could perceive chakra. With a subtle sidestep, Fyun slipped past the lethal attack. The wind blades carved deep trenches into the earth where he just stood. Before Fyun could make another move, massive earth walls surged up on all sides, hemming him in. Earth style, four-pillar binding. Asuma exhaled a dense veil of smoke, quickly filling the enclosure in a thick gray haze. Fire style, scorching ash pile burning. A tantôt explosion érupted. Blazing flames surged upward, and the searing heat melted a layer of the wall itself. One elite member of the ANBU fixed his gaze on the scene. Did it work? However, as the smoke and dust settled, what appeared in the center was not the aftermath of destruction, but a sturdy, earthen fortress. With a forceful crash, stone and earth shattered apart. Uchiha Fyun sprang out in a flash, his hands casting hand signs. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. A massive fireball roared forth, hurtling straight toward Asuma and an AMBU ninja. The technique's range is huge. This person's chakra reserves are not to be underestimated. Shimura Chiotsu quickly shifted his stance, joining the AMBU ninja in unleashing defensive earth and water-style jutsu. Only by combining their efforts did they barely manage to withstand the fire technique. Might Guy opened the sixth gate, the gate of view, without hesitation and with lightning-fast speed, closed the gap on Fyun. Leaf strong whirlwind. With another resounding impact, Fyun barely managed to block the attack with his arms, but the sheer force still sent him flying backward. Speed is strength. Might Guy pursued relentlessly, fists and feet alike. He launched wave after wave of attacks. With the dynamic vision of his Sharingan, Fyun barely kept up with Guy's powerful taijutsu. Yet, all around, other Jonin lay in wait, ready to strike at any opening. A steely twang echoed as Fyun's Sharingan illusions burst forth. But this time, the once unbeatable eyes failed. Guy shrugged off the mental assault. I don't look into your eyes. The Sharingan has no effect on me. They exchanged a punch, each forced back by the other. Fyun had hardly regained his balance when Asuma and Shimura came charging in from either side, chakra blades flashing, aiming straight for his vital points. A cold snort escaped Fyun. Asuma and his ally had anticipated he would dodge or parry, and their minds were already calculating the next steps of their attack. But instead, Fyun's growl dripped with menace. He did not flinch, dodge, or falter, but instead took both blades head-on. Their sharp chakra blades pierced through Fyun's body, leaving even Asuma and Chiotsu in stunned disbelief. Had it really been that easy? Yet in the very next instant, Fyun's own blade flashed out toward both attackers. Even as they were still lunging forward, two committed to halt or change direction. With a sickening slash, the cold steel found its mark. Chiotsu's head was sent flying through the air, frozen in an expression of utter disbelief. The blade didn't slow. After severing Chiotsu's head, it swept on towards Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma's reflexes saved him. In the spray of fresh blood, he barely dodged the deadly strike, yet his arm was still cut. A clang and a thud resounded as weapons and bodies fell to the floor. Sarutobi Asuma clutched his wounded arm, his eyes trembling with shock. You really are ruthless. To think you'd actually choose a battle strategy of mutual destruction? The ENBU ninja watched the scene closely and murmured, well, that's it then. Unfortunately, we've lost a Jonin. My guy slowly eased back his fighting spirit, frowning as he spoke. Damn it, to think one of our comrades was killed right under my nose. That guy is seriously strong. Everyone else nodded in lingering fear, relieved only by the fact that they'd managed to defeat the enemy. Uchiha Fyun had been pierced through multiple vital points. There was no way he could still be alive. But just as the Konoha shinobi allowed themselves a sigh of relief, Fyun, who should have been collapsing, remained on his feet. To their shock, he instead slowly drew the blade from his own body, his voice rough with pain and defiance. That really hurt, you bastard. One by one, the Konoha ninjas stared, wide-eyed, unable to believe what they saw in the Uchiha youth before them. A bead of cold sweat slid down Asuma's forehead as he spoke. Is this just a last surge of strength before death? Or something else? But Fyun ignored them, focusing inward as he quietly marshaled his mental energy to mend his wounds. This, for now, was the only use he'd found for his 60th level spirit power. As long as his spirit endured, he felt he could survive even if he were cut into pieces. Fyun strode over to where Chiotsu's corpse lay, bent down to pick up the severed head, and casually tossed it into his backpack. 13 million Ryo, collected. Those waiting to see him fall grew increasingly stunned. This was no dying flare. He looked as if he hadn't suffered a scratch. My guy turned to Sarutobi Asuma, asking with suspicion, Asuma, what's going on with that guy? Asuma was so shocked his cigarette slipped from his lips to the ground. He muttered, I'm not sure, but judging by this, he might actually be immortal. Immortal? Hey, come on. Impossible. There's no such thing. One of the ANBU elites said, uncertainly. Maybe he's just hanging on. Maybe he's about to drop, at any second. Fyun's Sharingan, all three tomos swirling, fixed on the Konoha shinobi, making each of them tense as his gaze swept over them. After a moment, his eyes landed on Asuma. 35 million Ryo. Sooner or later, you'll be mine too. My guy showed not a trace of fear. He gave a cold snort. Looks like immortality might be real after all. Still, there's always a way. The rest of you, stand back. Leave this to me. Seeing Guy shift into his combat stance, Asuma and the Yinbu elites didn't hesitate. They flickered away, putting distance between themselves and the confrontation. By this point, the entire dock had been reduced to utter ruin. Fyun frowned slightly at the scene and spoke. My guy, I bear you no grudge. Do you really want to risk your life for this? Guy replied coldly. A demon who slaughtered his entire clan deserves death at the hands of all. As a Konoha ninja, that's my duty. Just as my guy was about to erupt, Fyun raised a hand to stop him. Wait, I haven't killed a single member of the Uchiha clan. In fact, I'm avenging them. My guy froze for a moment. What? From a distance, Sarutobi Asuma shouted angrily. That's nonsense. Then how do you explain killing so many of your comrades from the leaf? Fyun shot Asuma a cold glare. Sooner or later, I'll get the bounty on your head. Hearing Asuma's words, my guy's eyes regained their resolve. No matter what, you've committed a grave crime. Whatever you have to say, come back to the leaf with me and explain yourself to Lord Hokage. Fyun wasted no more words. He threw a handful of smoke bombs he had prepared in advance. A series of muffled booms echoed as the smoke bombs burst open. The dock was swallowed by thick smoke. By the time Might Guy unleashed the power of the seventh gate and blew the fumes away, Fyun had already vanished. The reason Fyun spent so long talking with Guy was, first, to buy time, and second, because he truly feared Guy opening all 8 gates. That technique nearly kicked the life out of the sage of the 6 paths himself. Fyun honestly wasn't sure if he could withstand such might. After all, he still didn't know the limits of his own 60th stage mental power. Besides, Might Guy wasn't even worth a bounty. Why risk his life fighting him? There was simply no need. Fyun wasn't about to risk everything on a thankless fight. All around, the ninja from the leaf flickered from shadow to shadow, desperately searching for any sign of their enemy. To lose a jonin and let the enemy slip away, how would they ever report back to the village? After leaving the dock, Fyun used several shadow clones, each running in a different direction to throw off the leaf's pursuit. Even the shadow clone technique he'd learned by stealing glances with a Sharingan. For a long while he pressed on at full speed. Thanks to his heightened senses, Fyun quickly realized someone from the leaf was still trailing him. Thinking for a moment, a wry smile crept onto his lips. Must be scent tracking, huh? Are they following my scent, or the smell from Shimura Chiotsu's severed head? Fyun swiftly sealed the head inside a space-time scroll, then put on a completely new outfit. He handed the old clothes and backpack to a shadow clone, and then split up with them again. This time, it worked. The leaf ninja disappeared from his detection range. What a hassle. Why didn't they split up to chase me? If Sarutobi Asuma had come after him alone, Fyun would have gladly thrown himself into a fight. Who knows? He might have bagged that bounty of 35 million Ryo. But this little surprise was a wake-up call for Fyun. The hidden leaf was putting serious effort into hunting him now. The thought made him laugh out loud. What a dark, twisted place the leaf had become. Good thing he turned rogue. If he had stayed in that kind of village all along, constantly brainwashed by the will of fire, he figured he would probably have turned into a hot-blooded fool himself. Maybe if luck was on his side, he'd have a kid someday, and then that child would be indoctrinated with the will of fire at the age of 6, only to be sent screaming onto the front lines as cannon fodder. It's almost unimaginable. What kind of enlightened village would send 6-year-old children to their deaths? And not only that, but the kids would go to die willingly, throwing themselves into battle with wild enthusiasm. This so-called will of fire is truly terrifying. They claim it's all for the protection of Konoha's young leaves, but isn't it really just about safeguarding their own offspring? Although Konoha tried to erase these chapters from history, everyone in the village, as a ninja, still knows the truth. During the Second and Third Ninja World Wars, countless children aged 6 to 10 graduated early to become ninja, then were whipped into a frenzy by passionate speeches and sent to the front lines in wave after wave. Take Uchiha Itachi, for example. At 6 years old, he had already been to the battlefield multiple times. But he was always with his father, Uchiha Fugaku, so at least he didn't die as horribly as so many other children. Kakashi Hitaki graduated from the academy at 5, made Chunin at 6, and participated in the Third Ninja World War multiple times. And don't forget, at that time, his own father, Tsukumo Hitaki, had just been driven to suicide by Konoha. But you have to admit, this whole will of fire thing is really effective. People will gladly charge in a fire and even sacrifice their entire families, all while shouting, "For Konoha!" It's absurd. People in the ninja world may be powerful, but sometimes it seems they're seriously lacking upstairs. But it's hard to blame them. After all, almost no ninja has actually had any formal education. From a young age, it's all physical training and chakra control, and then they immediately jump into learning jutsu and other abilities. Even the pitiful scraps of literacy they do pick up are just so they can read scrolls and intelligence reports during missions. All this means that, across the board, shinobi tend to be somewhat naive, if not outright simple-minded. Even those who reach the level of jonin or higher still struggle to break out of this limited way of thinking. Even geniuses with the highest of IQs end up trapped in the same mental cage. Otherwise, how else could there still be endless fighting after 1,000 years, with a ninja still working for weak, pampered feudal lords, bowing to their every whim? Fyun circled around and arrived at a harbor, but he sensed there were quite a few ninja inside, so he didn't go in. It wasn't that he was afraid of the Konoha ninja. He simply didn't want to risk a head-on clash with Might Guy. Fyun had expected Konoha to lock down the harbor and lie in wait inside. He wasn't too bothered, though. If necessary, he could just spend more time here in the land of hot water, soaking in springs. And once Might Guy left, he might even turn things around and start hunting down the Konoha shinobi himself. The situation in Konoha was far from hopeful. Fyun didn't believe these elite ninjas would be kept stationed here for long. Sooner or later, he feared they would be sent elsewhere. After all, because of the Uchiha clan massacre, Konoha's strength had been drastically reduced, and the other great nations were all itching to make a move. Yet Fyun found it rather frustrating. Why hadn't those nations taken a chance to launch an attack? Everyone knew Konoha was vulnerable, having lost the might of the Uchiha. Such a golden opportunity, and none of them seemed willing to seize it. Fyun couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency on their behalf. While Orochimaru had his sights set on Uchiha Fyun, the Akatsuki organization, too, had started to notice this young man whose reputation had soared of late. The Akatsuki were short on capable hands, and were searching far and wide for suitable renegade ninja. This newly risen Uchiha Fyun was, quite obviously, a promising rogue. Both his abilities and his value seemed exceptional. Naturally, Fyun entered the Akatsuki's radar and was added to their list of candidates. To this end, Pain specifically sought out Uchiha Itachi to ask for information about Fyun. But Itachi merely shook his head, saying he didn't really know Fyun and wasn't familiar with him. When Itachi learned there was another Uchiha survivor, his own shock was hard to conceal. Secretly, he made up his mind. If given the chance, he must return to Konoha and find out what was going on. After spending a few days touring the land of hot water, someone else found Fyun before Akatsuki or Orochimaru could make a move. A tall, thin man with a constant beaming smile had been tailing him ever since he stepped into the small town, chattering non-stop about his organization. "Hey there, would you consider joining us? Our group is great. You really ought to be a part of it. Are you still troubled by worries of birth, aging, sickness, and death? Are you still confused by pain and the fragility of life? Then join us. Join the big family of the cult of the evil god. Share in our faith, and all the woes of the mortal world will melt away. If you earn enough favor from Lord Evil God, you might even gain immortality. Eternal life is within reach." To recruit Fyun as a new follower, the tall, thin man was working himself ragged. It was clear he was desperate. He had no other choice. It had been months since he'd drawn in any new converts. He'd already been warned. If he failed to bring in someone new this month, he would be sacrificed to the evil god himself. Although, to be fair, being offered up to the evil god wasn't the worst fate imaginable. But what he truly wanted was to earn the evil god's favor and become a divine emissary who sacrificed others instead. After all, what's life without dreams? No one had actually achieved the rank of the evil god's emissary yet, but he believed that with sincere devotion and enough sacrifices, someday, it would be possible. The moment Fyun heard cult of the evil god, he'd been ready to ignore the man, but suddenly he stopped in his tracks, an intrigued expression crossing his face. The cult itself didn't interest Fyun in the slightest, but the death control bloodline certainly did. Link your body to the enemy, sharing every ounce of pain and injury. This secret technique, while useless for most people, at best ending in mutual destruction, becomes astonishing when wielded by someone who cannot die. If you possess immortality, this technique suddenly transforms into a terrifying weapon. The next time you face an opponent you can't defeat, all you need is a trace of their blood, and, just then, Fyun stopped in his tracks. The tall, thin man's eyes lit up as he praised and promoted the glory of the evil god with even greater fervor. Fyun grinned and said, "After all that, aren't you just telling me that faith in the evil god grants eternal life?" The tall, thin man slapped his thigh with excitement. "Exactly. That's right. Brother, you're truly gifted. I can see great promise in you. You'll surely win the evil god's favor." Fyun reached out and slung an arm over the man's shoulder. "All right then, elder brother evangelist, take me to see your church." Yes, let's go, brother." The evangelist could hardly contain his joy, walking shoulder to shoulder with Fyun toward the outskirts of town. He was thrilled. Finally, his recruitment quota was fulfilled. As for this new recruit, whether he became a sacrifice, a subject for the undying experiments, or truly found favor with the evil god, none of that mattered much. What mattered was that his job was done, and he could enjoy life in the church for a good while. If this young man actually made a name for himself, he could bask in a little reflected glory as well. Couldn't he? The pair hurried along and, after trekking through a stretch of forested mountains, finally reached the entrance to an underground base. The evangelist scratched his head sheepishly. "Don't let the remote location fool you. Our family here is actually very warm and welcoming." As he spoke, he stepped forward to activate a concealed switch, causing a stone door to rumble open. They wound through twisting tunnels and, at last, emerged into the heart of the base. Passing by an open chamber, Fyun caught a glimpse of a truly gruesome sight. A row of men and women, bound to wooden racks, had been pierced through with all manner of weapons. Blood had pooled and congealed, covering every inch of the floor. Damn it, who's responsible for this? Why can't anyone be bothered to close the door? The evangelist hastily shut the heavy door, chuckling awkwardly. Forget about it, brother. No need to worry. They're all volunteers, willing subjects for the evil god's glorious experiments. Truly, our family is a loving one. Fyun laughed. No doubt. This is exactly what I've been searching for. It feels just like home around here, so many talents under one roof. If it was his family, then taking a secret technique or spending a little money should be perfectly reasonable, shouldn't it? But Fyun didn't take action just yet. He decided he'd first get the lay of the land, dig a bit deeper into the inner workings of this cult. After a quick tour, without anyone bothering to ask his name or process any formalities, he was simply ushered into a tiny private room. The door was even locked behind him. Still, Fyun had already managed to glean a fairly good idea of how things operated in this evil god cult. One has to admit, their cult of the evil god must be extremely wealthy. After all, they're conducting research and experiments every single day on immortality and eternal life. To run scientific projects on such a grand scale, a massive amount of funding is absolutely essential. Yet, what puzzled him was that he couldn't find any clues about the Death Division's blood ritual. Before long, a group of followers arrived, handing out the cult's tenets and doctrinal texts. And every few hours, everyone would gather together to attend a lecture. Over the next few days, Fyun joined the cultists, going to their classes and chatting with them. About one thing, the man who preached to him hadn't lied. Those followers who were taken as lab subjects really did go of their own free will, devotedly believing they would win the evil god's favor and attain immortality. Fyun tried every subtle way he could to probe for secrets, but no one seemed to know of any hidden techniques. Could it be that the evil god directly bestows powers and skills? Fyun wondered silently. As he listened to the followers around him talking, suddenly Fyun saw a young man with short, ashen gray hair being escorted into the lab. Isn't that Hidan? He felt a shock ripple through him. So Hidan has yet to obtain his immortality. Because in the cult, no one had succeeded yet. They were still in the initial phases of experimentation. Fyun dedicated himself to observing the laboratory, and with his 60th level mental power, he could see and hear everything inside with perfect clarity. There was an enormous altar at the heart of the lab, to which the experimental subjects were strapped tight. Every session, the cult's researchers would drive iron rods into the bodies of the test subjects. Batch after batch died, only for new victims to be brought in to take their place. Yet, that ash-haired boy named Hidan, even with his whole body run through with iron rods, somehow still clung to life. On the third day, a researcher hefted a massive triple-bladed scythe and drove it deep into Hidan's body, piercing straight through his heart, lungs, and every vital point. Hidan let out an agonized scream, his eyes bulging, blood gushing wildly from every orifice. Hang on, you have to pull through. The researchers stared at Hidan in wild, feverish expectation. This was the closest any subject had ever come to success. But Hidan's pupils quickly lost their focus. His body sagged lifelessly, and he fell silent. Damn it, another failure? The one whom the evil god awaits. Are they still not among us? The researchers clutched their heads in despair, their faces contorted in manic frustration, their eyes burning with zealotry. It's all right. The evil god is already drawing near. The day will come when the evil god descends. Drag them out, bring the next batch of test subjects. Just as the researchers began untying Hidan, preparing to drag him away, his chilling voice rang out. Hey, don't touch the blade in my chest. It hurts, you know. What? The moment Hidan spoke, all the researchers were struck with shock. One after another, they dropped to their knees, bowing and paying homage to Hidan. It's Lord Jashin. Lord Jashin has descended upon us. Ha ha ha. Long live Lord Jashin. Long live Lord Jashin. The crowd erupted in a mad frenzy, screaming their devotion to Lord Jashin, their eyes burning with an almost fanatical fervor. Hidan drew out his triple-bladed scythe and, with a single swing, cleaved the nearest researcher in two. Lord Jashin, I understand now. You crave the agony of everyone here. Hidan cackled maniacally, continuing his slaughter, cutting down every researcher who tried to run. Lord Jashin commands that you shall all become offerings. Why are you running? Aren't you all devout followers of Lord Jashin? To resist Lord Jashin now is betrayal. He then burst out of the lab, striking at anyone he saw. Some dared to fight back, but no attack could harm Hidan. Laughter echoed madly through the corridors. Hidan's twisted grin led him to an altar pooled with blood. the same altar where every follower had shed their own. Even Fyun's blood mingled there. Hidan seized the giant blood basin and drank deeply, the grotesque sound of gulping filling the air. His body grew pitch black, marked by sinister white patterns. With the spilled blood, he painted a vast, intricate blood ritual circle. Looking utterly devout and utterly mad, Hidan roared, "Everyone, come feel the pain together. Offer your lives and blood to the great Lord Jashin." A hideous splatter followed as the bloodstained scythe once again pierced through hearts, blood erupting from every chest, bodies nearly torn apart. The spectacle was staggering, an inferno of blood submerging the entire base, as if a tide of crimson water had swept through. In the blink of an eye, everyone had collapsed in a bloody heap, the scene a vision of hell itself. To be skewered through the heart. This lethal agony and terror are simply exquisite. Lord Jashin. Hidan produced, from somewhere, a pendant fashioned in the unmistakable symbol of the Jashin cult. Closing his eyes, he began to pray with fervent devotion. After quite some time, Fyun struggled to his feet, his crimson Sharingan glaring at Hidan. "Is that all you're going to do?" But Hidan, unfazed and still deeply absorbed in his ritual, kept his eyes shut and prayers steady, the picture of fanatic faith. Seeing this, Fyun frowned and pressed on. "What kind of damn ceremony is this? How long do you intend to drag it out?" "Still not done." Irritated, eyes still closed, Hidan replied, "Don't interrupt me. These are Lord Jashin's sacred rites." After quite a while, Hidan slowly opened his eyes, looking at Uchiha Fyun in confusion. Hey, who the hell are you? How are you still alive?" Fyun eyed him skeptically. "Did half your brain get taken by the evil god too?" Hidan's slow reaction left Fyun speechless. It had been ages since he'd gotten up, and only now did Hidan realize he wasn't dead. But with the Sharingan, Fyun couldn't see anything unusual, so he decided there was no point in playing dead any longer. "What did you say? You bastard! How dare you disrespect the evil lord? I'll offer you up as a sacrifice right now." Fyun shook his head, vanished in a blur, and reappeared in front of Hidan, the three-tomo Sharingan spinning. With a swift strike, he lopped off Hidan's head. At this point, Hidan hadn't experienced real combat. His taijutsu and genjutsu defenses were woefully lacking. His headless body slumped powerlessly to the ground. But incredibly, even with his head severed, Hidan just kept cursing and swearing. Fyun picked up the severed head, activating a genjutsu with his three-tomo Sharingan. "Tell me how to learn the Death Division blood technique." Hidan murmured, "The evil lord bestows." Just then, an overwhelming and terrifying spiritual pressure shattered the genjutsu, knocking Hidan unconscious on the spot. Fyun felt as if he'd plunged into an ice-cold abyss, goosebumps prickling over his skin. He couldn't see anything, and yet he felt like he could be crushed to dust at any moment. It was as if a pair of God's eyes were pinned on him. That formless pressure wrapped itself tightly around him, as if scrutinizing his very soul. Fyun couldn't help but unleash his own formidable spiritual force, shattering through that suffocating presence. I don't care what sort of evil god you are. If you've got the guts, step out and fight me yourself." He forced himself to stay calm, psyching himself up and steadying his mind. An instinct told him that unless he could overcome this terror on a mental level, that formless pressure would haunt him for the rest of his life. After a moment, for reasons unknown, that mysterious energy abruptly faded away, as if it had never existed at all, leaving Fyun wondering if he'd just fallen into an illusion. Shaking his head, he dropped the matter and began ransacking the evil god cult's sanctuary. Not getting the secret jutsu he wanted left Fyun irked, so he naturally had to make up for the loss. He thoroughly cleaned out the cult's vault, and all his frustration melted away. Fyun threw back his head and laughed. "Nearly 300 million Ryo? This place is amazing. I absolutely love it here." With this massive fortune in hand, he planned to update his bounty lists. Konoha's 4 great clans, the Sarutobi, the Shimura, as well as the Nara and Mitokado clans. Not only was he going to increase their bounties, but he'd expand the range of his operations as well. It was time to place a full-scale bounty on the direct relatives of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Kuruyudatane, and Hamura Mitokado, and it had to be a hefty reward. It didn't matter whether the targets were ordinary people or ninja. Everyone's worth extra. Raise the price high enough to catch the eye and the heart of every bounty hunter. Fyun had truly experienced the intoxicating sensation of wielding money as a weapon. Money really could kill, and with enough of it, you could bury a multitude. The days ahead would be nothing short of miserable for the 4 great clans. The ordinary members might be driven to the point they wouldn't dare step outside their own doors. Yet even cowering indoors was futile. Greed would lure killers to offer doorstep service, no matter the risk. As for those employers wanting to hire Leaf Ninja for their missions, none would dare recruit anyone from the four great clans. Their shinobi seemed to be targets wherever they went. What use was hiring them for protection if, in the end, the bodyguards needed more protection than their clients? After all, it was entirely possible that the bounty on a clan ninja's head would far outweigh the value of the goods they were supposed to guard. That would be paying for danger, plain and simple. A weird, twisted laugh slipped from Fyun's lips at the thought. He could feel, down to his bones, the mighty advantages that money brought. He ransacked the dead thoroughly, looting every last bit of value, not sparing even the tiniest coin. Half an hour later, Fyun finally entered the laboratory. The room was lined with mysterious devices and ritual arrays. He picked up a large culture tank, intending to pack up Hidan's body to take with him. Approaching the workbench, he began flipping through a stack of experiment logs. It was all arcane data, cryptic symbols, and technical jargon he could barely comprehend. These are things Orochimaru would kill to get his hands on. After all, it's the research data on immortality. Not to mention Hidan's body. What an absolute trove. Useless to him, perhaps, but surely it could fetch a handsome price from the right buyer. Without a doubt, collectors and seekers would go insane over these notes. The living proof of immortality, Hidan himself, was right there for the world to see. If this was handled well, it might just turn into an unimaginably huge fortune. And with that kind of money, asterisk caret caret asterisk. The very thought made his pulse race. Outside, he placed Hidan's severed head and body in his separate tanks, sealed them with intricate jutsu, and stuffed the whole lot into a storage scroll for space-time ninjutsu. Living beings couldn't survive in a storage scroll. There was no air. But with the culture tank, it wasn't a problem. The nutrients would keep things fresh. Once everything was packed up, Fyun turned and strolled out of the Jashin cult base. He gazed at the blood-soaked compound, shook his head with a sigh, and murmured, "Let me do one last good deed for you folks. Safe travels, With that, he gathered a flood of chakra and wove his hands into a seal. Earth-style, great land collapse. A deafening rumble shook the earth. A violent crash rang out, trembling the earth as the subterranean chamber completely collapsed, buried under massive stones. Just like that, the legendary cult of the evil god vanished from the world of shinobi, never to return. Perhaps, for the land of hot water, this was actually a blessing. After all, that cult had caused the deaths of countless innocents. The number of daily sacrifices alone was enough to appall anyone. Truly, when people's lives become too comfortable, trouble often follows. For many years, the land of hot water had stayed far from war, considered one of the more peaceful and serene nations. Yet they birthed this organization devoted to immortality research, and in the end, the very thing they created destroyed them all. You could say it's quite the irony. Sometimes, having too much to eat and no worries at all, it's not necessarily a good thing. After a short rest, Fyun made his way to the harbor. It was time to head home. Recently, he'd received quite a bit of intel from the Exchange Bureau. New targets were waiting for him. Slipping quietly to a seaside dock, Fyun extended his spiritual senses. A moment later, he opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "Just as I thought. They've all retreated. Only 2 Chunin left behind to watch from the shadows." It was just as he'd predicted. After so much time with no results, the Konoha operatives had already withdrawn from the land of hot water. After all, Konoha couldn't afford to linger here. They still had a mountain of problems back in the village demanding its elite's attention. Fyun pulled up the hood that concealed his striking features and slipped into the harbor, silently and efficiently dispatching the 2 Konoha Chunin. Standing by a seaside rock, Fyun looked down at the 2 Konoha ninja at his feet, their bodies rapidly growing cold as waves washed away the blood pooling beneath them. He was studying the Konoha bounty list handed to him by the Exchange Bureau, scrutinizing it for some time. Fyun soon realized that neither of these 2 Chunin was wanted. A look of disdain flickered across his expression. Useless. Not even a bounty to your names. Do you even deserve to be called shinobi? With that, he nonchalantly kicked each of them into the sea. Killing them left Fyun utterly unfazed. That was just the reality of a shinobi's life. It was always kill or be killed. His memories drifted back. He remembered his days in Konoha, how the original Fyun would cheerfully set out on missions with his comrades, only to realize they were all essentially group outings for murder. If the mission succeeded, if they eliminated the enemy, they'd return to the village and celebrate with a feast. If it failed, they'd return for a comrade's funeral, quietly mourning for a few days. To be honest, Fyun despised that ignorant, hollow existence. Living from day to day, dreaming amidst carnage, never stopping to truly think. What's there to celebrate about killing others? If the mission is to kill, and you end up killed in return, what's so tragic about that? Every day, people would shout, "We are already prepared to die," or "for the will of fire." Few realize that in the Hidden Leaf Village, how many ordinary ninja can actually grow old. It's rare for a ninja to even reach the age of 40. Those who survive that long must have used up the luck of several lifetimes. At many points in history, anyone with a mind for numbers could have figured it out. The average life expectancy of a ninja barely reaches 30. Most of the major ninja clans who helped found the Hidden Leaf nearly vanished in the 40 years under the rule of the village's founding quartet, including 3 clans so fearsome their names once made the shinobi world tremble: the Senju, the Uchiha, and their steadfast allies, the Uzumaki. Granted, the Uzumaki still have Naruto, the Senju have Tsunade, and the Uchiha have Sasuke. But keep in mind, the Sarutobi clan alone counts over 3,000 ninja. Perhaps being a ninja only requires a keen mind for battle, not for seeing through the harsh realities of the world. Anyone with even the slightest wit could see it. Most of Konoha's ninja, themselves included, are nothing more than pitiable tools, fodder for the front lines. Children as young as 6 are sent straight to the battlefield by the higher-ups. Yet the 4 great clans remain strong, still producing ninja by the dozens. How is that possible? The truth is, the other ninja clans in the Leaf know the answer all too well, but none dare to speak up. Do you see how many clans have already been wiped out? When Konoha was founded, there were more than 60 ninja clans. Now, only a handful remain. That's why the Hyuga nearly lost their clan leader, but chose to keep silent. The Aburame and Yamanaka families have had their children seized for years, raised in a root to become emotionless tools, and they too keep quiet. Take a look. The moment the Uchiha voiced their dissatisfaction, snap, their entire clan was wiped out. Truly, where the fires of will shine, the Sarutobi clan flourishes without end. Asterisk. After half a day's journey, Fyun finally returned to the land of fire. Eager and impatient, he made his way straight to the exchange house to find his old friend, squinty-eyed Jack. There were other branch exchanges around, of course, but Fyun much preferred this place. It was familiar, after all. He also feared that going elsewhere might expose his identity, or even land him in an ambush set by the Leaf. After turning in Shimura Chiotsu's head for the bounty, Fyun produced a heap of treasures and weapons he no longer needed. "Jack, my friend, could you help me sell these off?" Jack thumped his chest warmly and heartily. "You can count on me, my friend. Leave it all to me." This wasn't their first time making such a deal. Jack was always happy to oblige. There was plenty of profit in it for him. After all, who could really say how much he'd sell it for? But Jack was careful not to get greedy. He knew well the dangers of overreaching. If he asked for too much, he'd risk more than simply losing a friend. In the black market, any bounty hunter is a force to be reckoned with. Fyun was, of course, well aware that KNI had pocketed quite a bit in commissions from him. Still, as long as it wasn't too excessive and he himself received the lion's share of the money, it was enough. As the saying goes, why would anyone help you without something in it for themselves? "Brother KNI, bring me paper and ink. It's time to update the bounty list." Finished with these trifling matters, Fyun got down to business. Right away, KNI ushered Fyun into a VIP private room and personally poured him a cup of premium tea, expensive enough to make even the wealthy pause. Fyun took the paper and pen with practiced ease, swiftly filling out the form. The more he wrote, the broader his smile became. He could barely keep his delight in check. A sly, raspy laugh echoed out, and then loud, unrestrained laughter filled the room. KNI sipped his tea, glancing with some surprise at Fyun's fit of mirth. "Did our nameless brother strike gold? You seem unusually cheerful today," he remarked. After quite some time, Fyun finally finished writing, slid the new bounty register across to KNI, and picked up his tea, savoring it with leisure. KNI smiled politely, even respectfully, as he accepted the bounty list, holding it up for a careful read. One glance was all it took for his squinted eyes to pop open wide. Any hint of calm or composure vanished at once. This. His hands trembled slightly, overwhelmed by excitement. "My goodness. I should have known you'd do something extraordinary, nameless. In all my years in this trade, I've never seen anyone go this big. Well, what do you think? With bounties this size, could we take out half of our targets?" "Take out half? With rewards like these, I'm tempted to quit and become a bounty hunter in the Leaf myself." "Oh, really? The room filled with their odd, gleeful laughter, spirits soaring. One could overshoot his targets and pocket huge bonuses. The other was poised to watch his enemies suffer as they donned the mask of pain. How could either of them feel anything but sheer delight? Their futures shone bright before their eyes. On the new bounty list, a host of names followed by astronomical sums were written down. They were all relatives of Hiruzen Surtobi, Danzo Shimura, Koyudatane, and Hamiru Midokado. What's more, the bounties were more than 100 times the normal rate. Whether for a commoner or a genin, each bounty was 10 million ryo ahead. Consider this. Many jonin never saw bounties exceeding 10 million ryo. The Chunin relatives of those 4 old geezers? 18 million ryo apiece. As for the jonin, Fyun hadn't issued any bounties for them. After all, hunting jonin had far too low a success rate, and there weren't that many to begin with. He could keep those for himself, sharpen his own skills, and keep cashing in a post even bigger bounties. K&I, hands still quivering, worked the abacus furiously. After a flurry of clicking, K&I broke into a bloom of a smile and announced, "Nameless brother, the total comes to 296 million ryo." Ooh. Fyun's laughter froze midair, his face seized by utter shock. Damn. All right. The spending had soared out of control again. But Fyun quickly pulled himself together. This felt great, utterly worth it. Waving his hand with a hearty laugh, he declared, "Don't worry about it. It's all pocket change." Without missing a beat, Fyun pulled out a space storage ninjutsu scroll and summoned all the money he'd looted from the evil god cult. As mountains of banknotes piled up in the hidden chamber, Chiani grinned wide enough to show his molars. That night, the underworld black market went absolutely wild. A slew of bounty orders with sky-high rewards poured into the hands of mercenary companies, syndicates, rogue ninja, defectors, and criminals alike. Lurking in the world's darkest corners, these characters pricked up their ears like hounds catching a fresh scent, their restless excitement palpable. These people feared neither heaven nor earth, living by the law of the jungle and the worship of money, a world where men may die for gain, as birds might for food. On this road to riches, paved with bones, there is never a shortage of those willing to risk it all. You get 10 million taels for killing an ordinary person. That's Sarutobi Konohamaru. He's worth 25 million taels? Damn, pull this off and you'll never have to take another job again in your life. Around bar tables in every black market, the newest high-stakes bounty posters changed hands in a frenzy. Countless eyes flickered crimson with rabid greed. How long had it been since a job this lucrative came along? One of these hits was worth 100 ordinary contracts. Who wouldn't be tempted? Who wouldn't lose their mind over it? Miss this windfall, and no amount of hustling until death would ever match these numbers. In the blink of an eye, the black market was roiling with clandestine currents, brewing a new storm, all converging on the seemingly peaceful Konoha. In the country of grass, nestled among forested hills, a large group of ninja bodyguards were locked in fierce battle with several black monsters. The creatures spewed chakra spheres of various elements from their mouths, filling the air with mayhem. Protect the boss. Were these monsters, anyway? I know. A burly man in a black cloak patterned with red clouds, sporting slicked-back hair, swung a massive blade, attacking the high-profile figure under protection. Watching from the sidelines, Kakuzu's expression suddenly shifted. He turned his gaze skyward to a messenger hawk circling down. Is that a communication from the bounty exchange? Catching the intelligence scroll with composed precision, Kakuzu leisurely unrolled it for a look. But the sight of the latest bounty list made his eyes go round as full moons, his whole body trembling in an ecstasy he could barely contain. How interesting! Kakuzu scanned the list of astronomical bounties on the 4 great clans, his voice dropping to a thrilled growl. This is truly fascinating. All of it. It's all mine. As a dedicated and professional top-tier bounty hunter, no one could be more thrilled, more eager, than Kakuzu. After rolling up the intelligence scroll, Kakuzu looked toward the direction of Konoha, his gaze blazing. It seemed as though he could already see great fortunes and riches beckoning to him. The Akatsuki's current policy is that we can't make any moves against Konoha. What a nuisance. All because of that Uchiha Itachi. Kakuzu slowly calmed himself, thinking aloud as he pondered. In his memory, Pain's Rinnegan and Itachi's Sharingan flashed back and forth, one after the other. But in the next instant, the bold writing on the scroll, Sorikanoru, 25 million ryo, utterly crushed any lingering hesitation. There's no way I'm passing up an opportunity like this for money. As long as the organization doesn't find out, what could go wrong? A sly, greedy smile tugged at the corner of Kakuzu's mouth. He made up his mind to rush to Konoha as fast as possible. If he was too slow, someone else might snatch the prize before him. After all, he couldn't be the only one who got a hold of this information. Other bounty hunters were sure to act too. Plans and strategies formed rapidly in Kakuzu's mind. First, he needed to slip past the Akatsuki's watchful eyes. While the leader might not get too harsh if he got caught, things wouldn't be as easy if Itachi started asking questions. If that happened, the leader might not back him up at all. And if he wanted to avoid the organization's scrutiny, Kakuzu glanced at the muscular, flat-topped man locked in fierce combat nearby. A cruel smile broke across his lips. As long as nobody knows where I went, isn't that enough? Summoning a surge of chakra, Kakuzu formed hand signs with both hands. Suddenly, two black monstrous figures merged together, unleashing a powerful wave of chakra from their mouths. Fire style, searing migraine. Wind style, pressure damage. A roaring gale swept up the searing flames, amplifying their heat and force in a wildly expanding torrent directed at everyone nearby. A deafening explosion tore through the battlefield. Everything in the blast path was obliterated. Among them was the burly newcomer to the Akatsuki, whose life ended along with everyone else present. Stepping out from behind a massive boulder, Kakuzu swept his gaze over the scorched corpses sprawled on the ground. Good. The job is done. With that, he summoned the black monsters back, sealing them inside his own body. Kakuzu retrieved his black robe adorned with red clouds, threw it over his shoulders, and in a flash, vanished from the scene, racing at full speed toward Konoha. Wait for me, my money. His eyes blazed with fervor. Not long after Kakuzu left, a giant aloe vine burst through the earth. The aloe's green leaves parted to reveal Zetsu, a creature half black, half white. What's Kakuzu up to? Did he get rid of another teammate already? White Zetsu followed up. Where did he go? Should we go after him? Black Zetsu answered, no. Let's leave such trivial matters to the boss. We're off to gather intel on the tailed beasts. The shadows of trees raced by beneath their feet, retreating faster and faster into the distance. Kakuzu tore apart the Akatsuki uniform, and now, countless black tendrils coiled around his body. Those tendrils, writhing like living things, thrashed noisily against his maniacal, grinning face. It needs to be faster. The grotesque creature of earth grudge fear erupted from his back, with the wind-masked monster lifting him, riding the currents of air to soar through the sky. The fire-masked monster relentlessly spat fireballs backwards, each blast's explosive force propelling them forward with greater speed. Beyond the borders of the land of fire, a squad of rogue ninja rested by a creek. Did you hear? Over in the hidden leaf, now. Before the words finished, a raging gale swept overhead, carrying a dark shape above them. As they looked up, all they saw were falling leaves swirling everywhere and the whispered madness echoing from the sky. Mine. All mine. In the hidden leaf village, night had already fallen. At the village gate, a masked man in rough, gray linen approached. The two faces of the gate, Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hidan, who had been chatting idly, quickly stood to question the newcomer. Kotetsu picked up his registration pad. Sir, you're not from the Leaf, are you? Outsiders need to register in full detail. Izumo looked the man up and down. Sorry, but please remove your mask. Village rules. Every entrance face must be recorded. The newcomer laughed inwardly. Lucky I already used the face erase jutsu. After Izumo snapped the photo, Kotetsu started the questioning, jotting down the answers. Name? Kakuma. Occupation? Wandering traveler. Where are you from? Once they'd followed the procedures, the final line of Leaf's defense allowed the stranger into the village. Not far from a gate, unseen by any, strange black tendrils slithered from Kakuma's chest, as if eagerly searching for something. Kotetsu stretched and grumbled. Seems like there are more people coming into the Leaf today than ever before. Though night cloaked the village in darkness, the streets glowed with cheerful lights. 4 or 5-year-old Kakuzu swaggered down the road, trailed by his elite tutor, Ebisu. In the shadows, several ANBU watched silently, assigned to guard him. Ebisu, patient as ever, was schooling the young master on the path to becoming Hokage, a request from his idol and mentor, the strongest Hokage in history, the third. Konohamaru, remember everything I'm telling you. Don't judge by appearances. When it comes to theory, there's no one in the Leaf better than me. Konohamaru, you bear the mark of a future Hokage. If you steadily follow the path I lay out for you, you're bound to become a great Hokage. Just like the third. Ebisu went on, repeating his words with heartfelt conviction. Konohamaru grinned, bearing a smile with 7 or 8 missing teeth. I don't want some stuck-up teacher like you. All you ever talk about is my grandfather. Over and over. It's so annoying. I'm going to live my own way. With that, Konohamaru strode into the Tsurutobi clan compound, carrying himself with an air of exaggerated maturity. not so much as glancing at Ebisu. Having seen the young master home, Ebisu stopped in place, gazing at his student's receding figure and murmured, "Third Hokage-sama, perhaps your grandson will surpass you one day." He nodded subtly to the ANBU hidden in the shadows who were watching over them, then turned and walked away. Night had deepened. When the lights in Konohamaru's room finally went out, the ANBU stationed around quietly began to let their guard down just a little, taking the rare chance to catch their breath. Yet in this moment, no one noticed a heart wrapped in inky black tendrils slipping soundlessly into the room. The next morning, when Konohamaru still hadn't emerged, the squad leader of the ANBU grew uneasy. A teammate beside him whispered, "Captain, what should we do? Konohamaru's never stayed inside this late before. Let's wait a little longer." But as the sun blazed overhead, the captain's unease blossomed into dread. Moving in a blur, he appeared at the door to the room and pushed it open. The scene that greeted him made the captain's expression twist in shock. Instinctively, he took up a combat stance, right hand gripping the hilt of his short blade behind him. A moment later, regaining his senses, he shouted, "Hurry! Inform the Hokage immediately." Sarutobi, Konohamaru. His words caught in his throat, as he realized he didn't know what to say. The rest of the ANBU appeared in flashes, one after another, filling the room and scanning their surroundings in disbelief. How was this possible? We never left this spot, not even for a second. The room was completely empty. Only the bed remained, soaked in a thick pool of blood. Inside the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo stormed in, face twisted in fury, sweeping his gaze over his three old comrades. The Shimura clan was targeted by several assassination attempts last night. Many of our younger members have disappeared. Hamura Mitokado ground his teeth and replied, "Our three clans have faced the same situation. Damn it, is it that damnable, evil Uchiha again? What do we do now? We must respond with our most powerful measures. We can't go on like this, Hiruzen." The three Hokage advisors and aides spoke at once, their voices anxious and urgent. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, drawing in a long plume from his expensive pipe. "First, were the village gates sealed? Initiate Level 2 lockdown. Deploy ENBU to thoroughly investigate every outsider who's entered Konoha recently." Danzo's single eye bulged in outrage. "We must move to Level 1 lockdown. Recall and muster all forces to the village. We need a complete purge." Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, "Konoha is the leaf of the land of fire. We can't neglect the broader defense or abandon our other missions over our family matters." Danzo's voice was a low, furious growl. "Hiruzen, you'll regret this." Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a thick plume of smoke. "Danzo, I am a Hokage." At that moment, an ANBU ninja emerged from the floor like a ghost, remaining in a half-kneeling position. Danzo snapped impatiently. "What is it?" The ANBU, head bowed and voice trembling, reported, "Lord Konohamaru is missing. There's a lot of blood in his room." A crash. "What?" A roar and the shattering of a table erupted at the same time. Hiruzen shot up, slamming the desk. "Lock down the entire village at once. Konoha is on full alert, barrier at maximum strength." The fury in Hiruzen's voice stunned everyone. The room fell into complete silence. Seeing the others frozen in place, Hiruzen raised his voice, barking, "Move! Now!" "Yes, sir." The ANBU leapt away to deliver orders without hesitation. The three old comrades called their own subordinates to initiate commands. Staff in the Hokage building were quickly mobilized, and in no time, the whole of Konoha was abuzz with activity. Just then, a wandering traveler had finished checking out and was heading toward the village gate. Kotetsu Hagane eyed the burlap sack the traveler carried, grinning. "Looks like you really like our Konoha specialties, huh? Got yourself quite a haul." "Oh, yes, Konoha goods are the best." With a chuckle, the man known as Kakuma kept moving, not even glancing back. Moments later, a throng of ANBU flashed into view at the village gate. A squad captain bellowed, "Seal the gates. No one goes in or out." Kotetsu and Izumo Kamizuki were startled. There had to be 50 or 60 ANBU flooding the entrance. Kotetsu, slipping away his usual leisure time playing cards, whispered, "What's going on, ANBU? Has something happened?" The ANBU captain strode up to Konoha's famous gatekeepers, demanding seriously, "Has anyone left recently?" Izumo stiffened. "Just now, a man named Kakuma carried a big sack out of the village." "What? Why'd you let him go? What was in the sack?" The two gatekeepers exchanged uneasy glances before Kotetsu replied, "There was no lockdown order, and we checked his bag. It just had some scrolls and Konoha souvenir dolls." "Scrolls? Storage scrolls?" The ANBU captain's face went pale with alarm. He pressed further. "What were you thinking? Where did he go?" Kotetsu's expression soured, feeling targeted by the ANBU. Didn't they care about Konoha's gatekeeper's dignity? Realizing his own tone was out of line, the captain took a deep breath and adopted a calmer voice. There have been a series of assassinations in the village. The Hokage himself ordered a full investigation. Upon hearing this, Steel Iron finally nodded and said, once they left Konoha, of course they headed as far from the village as possible. The captain of the ANBU turned sharply, gave out a few quick orders, and then led 2 squads to pursue at full speed out of Konoha. Yet, no matter how far they chased, they couldn't pick up even a single trace. Gripping the photograph of Kakuma, the ANBU captain felt a growing panic. He had lost the Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru Tsurutobi. If he allowed the suspect to slip away as well, he honestly felt he'd have no face left to live in this world. He fixed his gaze tightly on a teammate nearby, who was focusing all their senses. This member belonged to the branch family of the Hyuga clan and had activated their Byakugan to probe the area with all their might. Well, the ANBU captain couldn't hold back his anxious question. The member with the Byakugan shook his head. There's no trace of the enemy within several miles. Damn it, keep searching. We have to find this suspect, no matter what. Of course, they could never catch up to Kakuma. By now, he had already peeled off the stolen disguise, shedding that false face and returning to his original self. It was Kakuzu, and what speed Kakuzu possessed. He was riding atop a black monster of lightning, its tail trailing thunder and fire, roaring like a supercharged engine running at full throttle. Aha! What a rush! Many thanks to the great Konoha for its generous gift. Kakuzu let out a delighted, booming laugh. This time the spoils were enormous. By his rough calculation, he'd claimed bounty heads worth over 100 million ryo. Naturally, he understood the risks involved. Konoha wasn't a power one could simply antagonize for profit. So Kakuzu didn't succumb to greed. He struck fast, then retreated from the village just as quickly. He had actually been ready to fight his way out of Konoha, expecting the village to have already responded, locking things down. Yet, surprisingly, their response had been so sluggish. Nevertheless, he could still sense movement. Evidently, Konoha's forces were finally stirring. So the moment he passed through Konoha's gates, he put everything into escape, sending wind, fire, and lightning monsters barreling ahead, draining his chakra at a rapid pace. But just as he'd paid a steep price to come to Konoha, this was a price well worth paying. After all, if Konoha's shinobi managed to hold him up, their elite would pour in, one after another. Being on Konoha's home turf, even someone as arrogant as Kakuzu knew that, if caught in such a trap, not even his strength could guarantee survival. A few days later, Fyun dragged the corpse of a Tsurutobi clan ninja into the bounty exchange. After skillfully collecting his reward, he and Jackney once again retreated to the VIP private room for tea. At this point, Fyun wasn't just his biggest customer. He was Jackney's benefactor. Since meeting Fyun, Jackney had earned more money, reputation, and honor than he'd managed in decades. Now, within the entire gold exchange organization, he could truly be considered a figure of some importance. KNI poured Fyun a cup of rare and fine tea, made an inviting gesture, and then produced a file from his robes, one he'd prepared in advance, and handed it over. Friend Wooming, over half the names on your bounty list have already been claimed. This commotion you've started is turning into quite the stir. Fyun flipped through the records of completed assassinations and the payouts collected. Attached to the file was a thick stack of death certificate photos as proof. Oh! Suddenly, Fyun's eyes sparkled, for he spotted the line. Tsurutobi Konohamaru, eliminated. He eagerly turned to the relevant page, where photos of the body of a young child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, were displayed, both from the front and side. What about the remains? He asked. When I posted the bounty, I clearly specified that I wanted to see the body. At this, Kate and I nodded in understanding. The branches where these bounties are cashed in are scattered across the ninja world. Transporting the bodies takes time. But please rest assured, my friend, the remains will be delivered before long. Fyun nodded knowingly. I don't have much time to spare. Handle the disposal of the other bodies as you see fit, but I want Konohamaru's corpse sent to me as soon as possible. In that case, excellent. It saves us considerable resources, KNI replied with a smile. On behalf of the Gold Exchange, for your next bounty, we'll offer you a 30% discount. Fyun looked surprised. You have the authority to make a decision that's significant. Ganis green widanat istuna playfu. In the black market these days, your brother here has a bit of clout, you know? Huh, consider it nothing. Yet Kanei's laughter faded quickly, for Fyun then wrote up a new bounty. This time on a Chunin of the Shimura clan. Shimura Mayu. Chunin. Bounty, 30 million ryo? This was a ninja Fyun had only recently investigated, the real nephew, and the only one of Shimura Danzo. Kay and I glanced at the new entry on the list and cautioned, "Friend Wooming, you might want to watch your spending. Even with the discount, this is going to cost you a substantial sum." And he had every reason for concern. At this rate, the gold exchange stood to lose 9 million Ryo on the deal. What's more, a mere Chunin's head would normally fetch, at best, just a few million Ryo. But Fyun simply waved him off with a boisterous confidence. "It's fine. This is all pocket change." Kay and I gave a nod. There was nothing more to say. Pressing the point would only make him appear petty. "So, it's settled then, friend Wooming. I'll notify you of our next meeting spot through a messenger hawk." At that moment, Fyun was still admiring the photographs of the four families' handiwork. Hearing this, he looked up puzzled. Does that mean the gold exchange is preparing to relocate? While organizing some files, Kane remarked, "That's right, and there's no time to lose. Konoha is furious. They've attacked several of our branches in a row. Headquarters has already issued an order for us to relocate." Fyun looked worried. "You all at the exchange aren't scared of Konoha, are you? Are you planning to quit the business for good?" "Ha ha ha." At that, Kane burst out laughing and said, "Scared of Konoha? Not a chance. The exchange has been around for nearly 1,000 years. We were already dominating the shinobi world before Konoha's ancestors ever set foot here. Still, Konoha does have the backing of a major nation. It's not worth it to go head-to-head with them. We're just taking some precautionary steps, that's all. And if Konoha, or rather, the Land of Fire, goes too far, someone higher up will step in to negotiate with them. It's nothing we need to worry about." Fyun nodded, realizing that was true. After all, Konoha was just lashing out in anger. If they ever tried to truly wipe out the exchange, even if they won, it would cost them dearly. Besides, how could the exchange ever be completely destroyed? Where there are people, there's an underworld. And where there's an underworld, the exchange will always exist. As long as there is light, the darkness of the black market will never vanish. It's been this way since ancient times, unless the world explodes, or humanity in a shinobi realm goes extinct. Besides, it's not like Konoha or the nobles of the Land of Fire haven't used the black market and the exchange for their own dirty work. Without them, who would handle all those shady and grueling jobs for the elite? Nameless, you'd better keep a lower profile these days. Your bounty has skyrocketed to 90 million Ryo. You're now worth as much as Konoha's copy ninja. As he spoke, Kane handed Fyun a wanted poster with his face on it. Sure enough, the bounty had jumped from 30 million to 90 million Ryo. But Fyun didn't seem remotely bothered. In fact, he looked a bit proud. Now, he really was a bona fide, first-rate rogue ninja. Wow, this Uchiha Fyun is going for quite a sum. Fyun quipped, intentionally making a joke of it. Kane didn't call him out on it, just smiled and nodded. After the two finished exchanging information and money, Fyun left the exchange. He glanced back at the familiar old shrine, realizing he might never return. After all, the exchange was about to move. Saying goodbye to this well-known place, Fyun couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance. It was a good place, full of talent. He'd always loved it here. Not only could he earn plenty of money, but the exchange helped him get things done, even take revenge on his enemies. It was warm here, almost like family, giving him everything Konoha never could. A low, chilling giggle slipped from Fyun as he strode forward, ready to purchase some new tools for battle. As he was passing through a dense forest, his keen senses picked up a trace of danger in the air. Suddenly, a chilling sensation engulfed Fyun. In his mind's eye, his powerful spiritual force conjured the image of a giant serpent behind him, its forked tongue flicking as its gaping jaws seemed ready to swallow him whole at any moment. Fyun sighed to himself. So, I've been marked after all. Even so, he showed no sign of panic. He came to a halt, let out a cold snort, and said, "Show yourself. Let's see who's so eager to court death." With a swift motion, he reached into the air. From a storage scroll tucked inside his sleeve, a meter-long katana slid forth and landed firmly in his hand. The young man stood tall and upright, nearly 1.80 meters in height, radiating confidence and poise. Beneath his hood, sharp, handsome features emerged, mysterious, cool, and formidable. As Fyun settled into a combat stance, the forest shuddered around him. Dozens of enormous black serpents slithered out, encircling him at the center. His Sharingan, marked by 3 tomo, spun to life as he steadied his blade, ready for battle at any moment. Well, how interesting. From deep within the forest, a cold, menacing voice echoed, like a hunter toying with his prey. Fyun's eyes narrowed. That voice, this presence, and the use of serpent ninjutsu. Are you Orochimaru? So, you're able to recognize me? That only makes things all the more intriguing. That's sibilant. Eerie laughter continued, sending chills down the spine. So then, Fyun-kun, Let's see what you're really capable of. Before the words had even faded, a multitude of giant serpents lunged at Fyun, striking and coiling in a frenzy, eager to devour him. With his three-tomo Sharingan spinning, Fyun darted gracefully among the attacking snakes. His katana flashed in his hands, sending arcs of crimson through the air. Steel rang sharply against scale with each blow. One massive serpent after another crashed lifeless to the ground, yet the tide of monstrous snakes showed no signs of stopping. In fact, even more surged forth to take their place. In a blur, Fyun vaulted onto a tree trunk, drove his katana into the wood beside him, and quickly formed a string of hand seals. Fire style, grand fireball technique. A blazing fireball exploded forth, and from Fyun's lips, searing chakra streamed, igniting the surrounding forest and forcing the serpents to shrink away from the heat. Orochimaru's sly, unsettling voice echoed again. Oh, the scale and intensity of your fire style. On par with Itachi, I see. But, ninja art, formation of 10,000 serpents. A thunderous surge, like the roar of a tidal wave, erupted as tens of thousands of black serpents crashed forward, leveling everything in their path. The forest itself vanished beneath a terrifying flood of writhing bodies. Hey, 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 Fyun called out, startled. Isn't this a bit much? Are you just throwing down the ultimate move straight away? Staring at the endless sea of snakes hurtling toward him, Fyun felt a chill creeping over his scalp. Even someone without a fear of crowds might flinch at this scene. After all, he wasn't Uzumaki Naruto. A burst of raw chakra wasn't going to mow down an army for him. Nevertheless, Fyun split into 3 shadow clones, all launching fire-release ninjutsu against the tide of snakes. With a rush, 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 from the mouths of each serpent, long swords shot forth, poised for battle as they struck at Fyun's massive fire-release technique. The sea of flames crashed into the sea of serpents, the two forces canceling each other out. The resulting explosions sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Seeing that his all-out fire release had finally managed to hold back the snake tide, Fyun just breathed a sigh of relief when he sensed a sudden surge of danger from behind. With a swift whoosh, several immense pythons darted forward at blinding speed, coiling tightly around Fyun and his clones, squeezing with unstoppable force. Bang! 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 His clones couldn't withstand the crushing pressure. One after another, they dissolved into smoke, leaving only Fyun's real body ensnared by the giant snakes. Shadow clones, is it? Judging by how those shadow clones just performed, Fyun-kun, your chakra reserves must be impressive. Not bad. Really not bad at all. Orochimaru's smooth, long hair billowed in the powerful wind as he fixed his gaze on Uchiha Fyun. Unable to contain himself, he extended his slick, damp tongue. Fyun suddenly felt that his handsome face had been sloppily licked, leaving a wet, clinging sensation behind. The shudder that ran through him made the fine hairs on his skin stand on end. Look, he protested, sounding exasperated. It's fine if we talk, but let's keep our hands and tongues to ourselves, all right? Noticing Orochimaru's hungry stare devouring him from head to toe, Fyun grew increasingly uneasy. Seriously, can you not be like this? We're both dashing young men. If you act like that, how are all those love-struck girls supposed to cope? Forcing down the chill running through him, Fyun pressed on. I'm curious. How did you even find me? My movements should have been perfectly discreet. I left no trail, did I? For someone like me, that sort of thing is hardly a challenge. Orochimaru, feeling confident he now had Fyun cornered, was in a chatty mood. He smiled as he continued. There are plenty of people in the ninja world who don't fear the leaf, but as for shelling out an astronomical bounty for members of those old leaf families, there's only one. Fyun nodded. That number one heartthrob of the ninja world, that'd be me. Orochimaru slid out his long tongue and slowly licked his lips before continuing. All it takes is piecing together information from all sides. If you deduce where the first bounty poster surfaced, then keep an eye on the exchange offices in that area. Isn't it only a matter of time before you run into Fyun-kun? And as luck would have it, I happened to be in that very area. It really had been pure coincidence. Had Orochimaru arrived a moment later, Fyun would already have left and never passed through this region again. Fyun kept his face calm and spoke coolly. So, Orochimaru-kun, what exactly did you want from me? Fyun-kun, do you know the meaning of eternal life? Orochimaru posed his signature philosophical question. Fyun considered for a moment. I suppose I do. I don't know yet, so I need the perfect body to... Orochimaru's words cut off abruptly mid-sentence. Huh? You already knew. Uchiha Fyun's reply caught Orochimaru off guard, and for a moment the mind hailed as the most knowledgeable in the shinobi world seemed to freeze, unable to process Fyun's answer. Fyun smiled gently and nodded. Seriously, how could a question so philosophical ever stump a student educated in modern Huaxia? Papers on such ultimate topics always strive to be profound and sophisticated. But it's precisely because of that, clear, definitive answers are nearly impossible to come by. And not just in academic papers. Even all those pseudo-spiritual videos are everywhere you look. If you ask Fyun to speak on this, he and Orochimaru could discuss it for an entire day and night. Take, for instance, things like, some people are alive, but they're already dead. Some have died, but they live on. So the notion of eternity means your deeds will be remembered for ages, never to be forgotten, and so on. And thus, how should we carry ourselves? What should we do? Blah, blah, blah. Chit-chat, echoing endlessly. Orochimaru gave a faint smile. Then, Fyun-kun, tell me, what do you think eternal life is? Fyun smiled in return and answered, it's the undying persistence of the spirit. Only by setting aside the body can one truly obtain it. To abandon the body, in order to gain it. Orochimaru's entire body shuddered, and he repeated Fyun's words under his breath. In that instant, a sheen of moisture flickered across Orochimaru's golden serpentine eyes. At long last, on the endless road he'd walked his whole life, someone had finally appeared who understood him. A metallic ring cut the silence. A single flash of cold steel, and the giant serpent coiled around Fyun was slashed into pieces. Chakra burst forth, blasting away the blood mist. Freed from his bindings, Fyun broke loose without the least trace of fear. This didn't surprise Orochimaru much at all, because by now Orochimaru had realized that this man was no ordinary foe. From the very first encounter, Uchiha, Fyun hadn't shown the slightest hint of dread. What was even more remarkable, Orochimaru had just sensed the overwhelming strength of Fyun's spirit. He knew, after all, that the living corpse reincarnation ritual centers around the taking of mental force. But even in his own lair, Orochimaru doubted he could seize the control of Uchiha Fyun's body. Fyun's spiritual strength was simply far too formidable. Yet once freed, Fyun didn't attack further. Instead, he flicked the blood from his Itachi and slid the blade back into its scabbard. Orochimaru, have you ever heard of spiritual cultivation techniques? Spirituelle cultivation technique. Fyun sheathed his sword and pressed on. And what about the ancient practitioners of spiritual arts? Orochimaru was still at a loss, confusion written all over his face. Practitioners of spiritual arts? Fyun nodded, then began to spin his tale, utterly improvising. Long, long ago, there was a great empire, and within that empire lived. At that time, there was no chakra. What people cultivated was spiritual force itself. They were called immortals, with power to pierce the heavens, or dive to the depth of the abyss and seize dragons from a sea. To challenge the heavens with your voice, to live for 10,000 ages, to savor eternity. With stars in your grasp, your fist can shatter the blazing sun. One sword's radiance chills all 19 provinces, and your battles with gods and demons span 30,000 miles. If heaven had not given birth to us, the path of eternity would remain veiled in darkness for 10,000 generations. Orochimaru-sama. If heaven had not given birth to us, the path of eternity would remain veiled in darkness for 10,000 generations. Orochimaru-sama. If heaven had not given birth to us, the path of eternity would remain veiled in darkness for 10,000 generations. Orochimaru-sama. If heaven had not given birth to us, the path of eternity would remain veiled in darkness for 10,000 generations. Orochimaru-sama. Fyun's voice burst forth, passionate and unrestrained, echoing endlessly in Orochimaru's ears until his mind buzzed and roared. The excitement stirred his blood, making it boil with fervor. Orochimaru felt as if his very soul was about to ignite. But within moments, as he calmed down, a hint of doubt slipped into Orochimaru's mind. Ancient cultivators of spiritual force? I've read countless books and delved into the world's mysteries, so why have I never heard of such a thing? A fleeting trace of embarrassment flickered in Fyun's eyes, but he concealed it perfectly. Orochimaru didn't notice a thing. Of course you've never heard of it, because, truth be told, I'm making all of this up. Still, Fyun genuinely hoped to use Orochimaru's intellect to explore the mysteries and potential uses of his own 60-level spiritual power, which was the real reason for spinning this elaborate tale. Feigning composure, Fyun adopted the trademark aloofness of a Uchiha clan member, keeping up the mystique as he replied, "Of course you've never heard of it. Do you have any idea how far back this ancient era lies? Back then, even the ancestors of the Sage of Six Paths hadn't been born yet. And it's you, Orochimaru-sama, who is worthy of learning these secrets. No one else could ever hope to know such things. Fyun's expression brimmed with arrogant pride, as if he were peering at Orochimaru over the bridge of his nose, embodying the precise airs for which the Uchiha clan was famous. Orochimaru was so thoroughly impressed, he could only stare in awed silence. Nonetheless, he managed to ask, "Then Fyun-kun, how did you come upon this knowledge?" Fyun replied coolly, "Because I myself am a cultivator of spiritual force." "I see. Can you teach me, Fyun-kun? I can help you take your revenge." Orochimaru eagerly licked his lips. With a sigh, Fyun said, "To be honest, my understanding is patchy at best, and I don't yet know how to use it. I have no idea what path lies ahead for my advancement. But isn't that what the Eternal Road is about? A journey brimming with the unknown, with endless mysteries and challenges." Orochimaru nodded in agreement, not doubting for a moment. Having risen up from nothing, he knew better than anyone how full of uncertainties this world could be. Who could really tell what secrets the ancient era held? Perhaps, somewhere out there really had been cultivators whose strength rivaled the heavens themselves. Orochimaru's curiosity toward Uchiha Fyun grew ever stronger, and he asked with a smile, "Spiritual force. In other words, is that the secret behind your immortality?" "That's right. You could say that." Seeing that Orochimaru already knew about his own immortality, Fyun wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, this secret had already been uncovered by Konoha. For Orochimaru to get hold of it was hardly a difficult feat. Orochimaru's golden, serpentine eyes flickered with a hungry light. Even if the chance of obtaining Uchiha Fyun's body had slipped away, it didn't matter. This was another avenue of research, wasn't it? His immortal pursuit had just acquired yet another fascinating subject. With a new research direction in front of him, and a living example right before his eyes, how could success be far off for someone of Orochimaru's genius? Reflecting on Uchiha Fyun's calm composure from beginning to end, as well as his willingness to reveal so many secrets, Orochimaru was sure of one thing. This boy had long intended to seek his cooperation. How utterly intriguing. Unconsciously, Orochimaru licked his lips once more. "So tell me, how did such powerful and flawless mental cultivators meet their end?" Fyun spread his hands wide. When something reaches its peak, decline is inevitable. What has flourished will eventually fade. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. "And what does that mean?" Seeing Orochimaru's relentless curiosity, Fyun worked his brain, throwing out more fabrications. "Take us, for example. If you and I were to become eternal, reigning above all others, would we not bring the era of shinobi to an end?" He met Orochimaru's golden gaze head-on. "Given how disillusioned we are with the ninja world and our weariness towards fragile life, wouldn't it be inevitable?" A thoughtful look crossed Orochimaru's face. After a brief pause, he nodded. "It's entirely possible. Ninjutsu and shinobi bring nothing to this world but death and suffering, nothing else." The two of them slipped away from the battlefield. By now, the sound of their fight had drawn nearby shinobi, who were heading over to investigate. On the way to Orochimaru's hideout, Fyun took the opportunity to explain in detail the state of his body and the problems with his spiritual power. After all, Fyun still hoped to find a breakthrough with Orochimaru's help. Whether or not he attained immortality didn't matter. All he truly sought was power strong enough to stand above all. Orochimaru listened intently to Fyun's explanation. After a moment's silence, he finally spoke. "Your situation, to be honest, I envy you. Your future achievements may well surpass my own, and you might even find the path to eternity before I do. And judging by the strength of your body and spirit, I'd say you should be able to withstand Hashirama's cells perfectly." At these words, Fyun looked intrigued. Walking alongside Orochimaru, he echoed him, "Hashirama's cells?" Fyun knew that Hashirama's cells were infamous, but he hadn't fully grasped the principles behind them or the extent of their associated risks. Orochimaru nodded, a feverish light in his eyes. "Hashirama's cells are the greatest treasure the shinobi world has to offer. Their vitality even surpasses the power of the progenitor himself, the sage of the six paths. In other words, in many ways, the power of the cells from the first Hokage is even more precious than the chakra of the sage of six paths." Hearing Orochimaru's words, Fyun's eyes lit up with longing. "In that case, Orochimaru, I'll entrust you with the task of transplanting the first Hokage's cells into me." But Orochimaru just let out a sly, low laugh. "Hith. Fyun, while I've cultivated a fair number of those cells, they're still among my most prized possessions. Why should I just give them to you?" Fyun scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling. "I've provided you with some groundbreaking research and data on immortality through spiritual energy. Isn't that enough?" Orochimaru shook his head. "That's your path. Even if I continue my research, it'll ultimately benefit you first. At best, we're just helping each other get what we each want. There it is. Seasoned schemers. Both of them. It really isn't so easy to get your hands on true power. Fyun couldn't help but sigh. The wisdom of the ancients never lied. There really is no such thing as a free lunch. So, what exactly do I have to do for you to help transplant the first Hokage cells into me? Orochimaru didn't answer right away. He quickened his pace, leading the way, his face hidden from Fyun's view. Some time passed before Orochimaru finally spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. It'll depend on what sort of relationship we have from now on. I need to know the kind of person you really are. Hearing those words, Fyun's heart skipped a beat. A wave of goosebumps prickled across his skin. No way. Orochimaru, we're both men. You don't mean it like that, do you? Orochimaru paused for a moment, turning his enigmatic gaze towards Fyun, easily understanding the direction of his thoughts. A wicked grin curved Orochimaru's lips. Actually, I can play the part of a woman, too, you know. Fyun nearly slapped himself right then and there. Why? Oh, why did he have to bring up such a hair-raising topic? We're here, Fyun. After traveling for most of the day, the two finally arrived at a somewhat desolate village. Fyun followed Orochimaru through a gateway, the words village hidden in sound painted above. Sound village? I thought we were heading to your secret base. I didn't expect you'd already founded a ninja village in a land of rice fields, Fyun remarked, taking in the sight of the modest, rather run-down place. This is a village built by companions united by a shared goal, Orochimaru replied, his gaze drifting far into the distance. A shared goal. Fyun echoed, puzzled. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting Orochimaru's long hair. Yes, the land of rice fields has suffered under the heel of the hidden leaf for years, and many ninja here carried deep grudges against the land of fire. That was new to Fyun. He'd never heard that tale before, and his curiosity was piqued. He pressed on. And it seems you really resent the leaf, too. Why is that? Is it just because Hiruzen Sarutobi didn't choose you to be the fourth Hokage? Orochimaru's expression remained calm, but there was a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. The position of fourth Hokage was supposed to go to either me or White Fang of the Leaf. In terms of contributions, even 10 Minatos combined couldn't match ours. Fyun nodded in agreement. He had gone through the relevant records and knew the legendary feats of the two men, especially White Fang, Tsukumo Hitaki. Other than the founding brothers of the village, Tsukumo's accomplishments were truly unparalleled, outshining everyone, past and future alike. White Fang had repeatedly defeated the Sand-Hidden of the Land of Wind, repelled and shattered the offensives of various great nations, and his presence alone deterred Hanzo of the Salamander and the Second Great Ninja War of the Land of Rain, making even that warlord hesitate to make a move. Kakashi's father, his feats were countless, so many that nothing remained for him to be granted. No further honors, no greater awards. In the end, all they could give was half a Hokage's ceremonial robe as recognition. As for the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, though he may not have reached White Fang's height, his record of achievements was still overwhelming. The sheer number of high-level missions he completed was several times that of Minato, and, among ninja, merit is measured by the tally of such missions. Yet in the end, White Fang's mission mysteriously failed, and just as mysteriously, he found himself ruined and subjected to the venom of public outrage, driven to his death by the onslaught of scorn. Through it all, not a single word of defense came from the Hidden Leaf. It was hard to fathom how even the Land of Fire could let such a nation-defining master be driven to ruin. Looking at the events of that time, it seemed impossible that White Fang would fail a mission, unless it was all a setup, an intentionally impossible assignment, perhaps something as outlandish as assassinating a Kage or stealing from the treasury of a great nation. Given the Leaf's utter negligence in defending White Fang, Fyun harbored deep suspicions. The whole affair was an elaborate plot conceived solely to destroy this pillar of the village. And then there was Orochimaru. He dedicated half his life to the Leaf, braved death countless times, and yet when public favor for him was at its height for the fourth Hokage position, he was assigned to the notorious route and made subordinate to Danzo Shimura. That alone led to the tarnishing of Orochimaru's name. In the end, he was passed over for Hokage and, disheartened, began collaborating with Danzo on forbidden jutsu and human experimentation. But what was the outcome? When the truth about the experiments came to light, Orochimaru became infamous as a traitor and rogue ninja. Danzo, meanwhile, faced nothing but a few words of admonishment from the third Hokage. Standing at the gates of the Sound Village, Orochimaru spoke softly. You know, to elevate Minato, they went as far as to shape him into the so-called savior, the hero who single-handedly ended the Great Ninja War. I admit Minato was gifted, but when I recall those grandiose titles, I can't help but laugh. Heh. Fyun chuckled. I feel the same. Some savior ended up dying at the hands of a tailed beast. Orochimaru gave Fyun a grateful look and continued. Do you know why they favor Minato? Why they were so determined to push him into the seat of Hokage? Fyun stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, maybe it's because Minato has a gentle nature. He's easier to manage? Orochimaru's face registered a look of surprise. I didn't expect someone so young to see things so clearly. I find myself growing more and more fond of you. Fyun-kun. I'd rather you didn't like me that way, Fyun replied. Orochimaru seemed to have found a kindred spirit and became unusually talkative. He continued, to be honest, failing to become the fourth Hokage isn't the main reason I hate the Leaf and the third Hokage. Fyun-kun, do you know the real reason? Fyun felt a little exasperated, wanting to say, I'd really rather not know. But seeing how animated Orochimaru had become, he didn't want to kill the mood, so he remained silent. Orochimaru went on, regardless of Fyun's response. It's because I find a Leaf village incredibly dull. Everything about the Leaf is stifling, whether it's the Hokage or the shinobi. All that talk about the will of fire. It's nothing but an endless cycle of killing and death. I've lost count of how many comrades have died around me. Nor can I remember how many enemy ninja I've killed. It's all far, far too much. Fyun chuckled and said, Orochimaru-kun, are you sure it's wise to criticize the Hokage like that? The third let you live, after all. A mocking smirk played on Orochimaru's lips. He's too obsessed with his flawless reputation. Killing me would tarnish him with the stain of murdering his own student. And do you really think he could have killed me? What a joke. All three of his beloved disciples have left the Leaf for years, and none of us are even willing to see him anymore. Especially Tsunade. Her disdain for the third matches my own. Fyun's eyes brightened. Oh, right. Do you think we could persuade Tsunade to join us? Her brother, her lover, even her whole clan perished during all this. Orochimaru shook his head. There's no way we could sway Tsunade's resolve. She may despise all those old men running the Leaf, but deep down, she still loves the village with all her heart. As for Jeriah, what an idiot. Fyun's lips twitched. I didn't ask about Jeriah. Actually, I've been thinking of taking care of him if the chance arises. A thin mist draped the valley as dawn sliced through the fading remnants of night. Orochimaru stood on the newly laid stone steps, his pallid fingertips gliding over mortar that had yet to fully dry. This fledgling village, only just clawing its way into existence, resembled a newborn snake, bare and fragile, curled up in the mountain shadow. This was to be their cradle of rebirth. Laborers carried in experimental equipment smuggled from every corner of the continent. Steel cables creaked under the strain across wooden scaffolding. Defector medical knee knelt in damp cellars, fusing the seams of glass incubation tanks with chakra. A fugitive jonin from Kirigakure crouched over a blank scroll, inscribing barrier techniques, so immersed that fresh ink blotted his sleeves unnoticed. Lord Orochimaru, you've returned. Kabuto Yakushi emerged from the shadows, the cold gleam of his glasses catching the light. Is this Uchiha Fyun? Fyun raised a hand in greeting. Kabuto, right? Hello. Kabuto paused, surprised. How do you know me? I don't think we've ever met. We haven't met before, but you know who I am too, don't you? Just then, the clanking of metal chains echoed from outside the village. Orochimaru, Fyun, and Kabuto all turned their eyes toward the entrance. In the morning mist, three spies, chains threaded through their collarbones, stumbled forward, the other ends of the chains gripped firmly in the hands of the Sound Four. The youngest of the captives suddenly looked up, a pair of eyes burning with the desperation of a dying beast. Quite the gaze you have there, Orochimaru said, his tongue flicking across his lips. From within his sleeve, a small snake darted out, winding itself affectionately around the boy's blood-streaked neck. In unison, the Sound Four knelt and bowed. Lord Orochimaru. A sudden explosion rang out in the distance. Thick black smoke rose from the newly built smelting plant, and several workers screamed as they fled, only to be quickly pinned down in the mud by the patrol. That's the third case of sabotage, Kabuto remarked, adjusting his glasses. It seems the neighboring factions have started to take notice. It doesn't matter, Orochimaru replied calmly, striding toward one of the larger buildings in the village without sparing a glance for the commotion in the distance. Sakan, you and the others go have your fun, but make sure to keep someone alive to send back. Just don't let anyone figure out I'm involved. Fyun knew he'd be spending quite some time here with Orochimaru. The decision to follow Orochimaru served two purposes. First, it was the surest path to greater strength, and second, Orochimaru was about to set his plan for the destruction of Konoha in motion. Bounty hunting had its thrills, getting revenge without dirtying his own hands. But no bounty would ever compare to the satisfaction of personally storming into Konoha and making them taste the edge of his blade. On the third day, Fyun took some time to visit the new gold exchange, reclaiming the body of Sarutobi Konohamaru. As for Orochimaru, he continued his wanderings between the various ninja villages. In his own words, only by endlessly searching for new things and talents can the path of progress continue forward. Yet Fyun knew there was more to it. Orochimaru's true motive was to protect the hidden Sound Village. For if it ever became common knowledge that Orochimaru resided here, it would spell disaster for this village. After all, there were far too many enemies, far too powerful ones, for Orochimaru alone. If, for nothing else, just consider the Akatsuki. If they came seeking blood, could the Sound Village possibly withstand them? This was why Orochimaru made himself a moving target, drawing everyone's attention elsewhere and buying precious time for the Sound Village's growth. With the support of the daimyo of the Land of Fields, Matsuki Saburo, the Sound Village was developing rapidly, and the number of shinobi continued to rise. In the Sound Village, Fyun held a position second only to Orochimaru himself. Having defeated Kimimaro, he had forced those unruly subordinates of Orochimaru to finally reign in their arrogance. Now, whenever someone crossed paths with the proud Uchiha Fyun, they would inevitably drop to one knee and greet him with utmost respect. Lord Fyun. Truth be told, Orochimaru made for an exceptional teacher. It's no wonder he trained so many formidable disciples, many of whom later became figures powerful as village leaders themselves, like Uchiha Sasuke, Kabuto Yakushi, and Kimimaro. In fact, Fyun had barely been here for long, and he'd already mastered the use of the chakra blade, as well as Orochimaru's serpentine summoning jutsu. Even a genius like Orochimaru couldn't help but marvel. The Uchiha clan truly never runs out of prodigies. A few months later, Fyun had just finished taking down a ninja from the Shimura clan. Upon returning to the Sound Village, Orochimaru promptly sought him out. Fyun, come with me for a while, Orochimaru said, smiling slyly with thick hemp rope coiled around his waist. I don't have time. I need to work on my jutsu, and besides, I still have to cash in this bounty. Fyun gestured to the corpse of a Shimura clansman hanging from his back. Arms folded, Orochimaru pressed on. Now, don't say that. You're part of the Sound Village now, you know. He eyed the corpse slung over Fyun's shoulder, then continued. Really, Fyun, you ought to leave these minor errands to your subordinates. Handling everything yourself just takes away from your training. Fyun cracked a half smile. Easy for you to say. Everyone here is your minion. Where am I supposed to get my own? Oh, is someone disobeying orders? Say the word. I'll deal with them myself. All right, you win. With an exasperated wave, Fyun tossed the Shimura ninja's corpse toward Orochimaru. Casually, Orochimaru sidestepped, letting the body drop past him without so much as ruffling his cloak. Tayuya, he called, turning toward the young woman, keeping watch nearby. The girl, Tayuya, hurried over, bowing respectfully. Lord Orochimaru, what would you have me do? Take this corpse from the Shimura clan to the bounty office and collect the reward. Yes, sir. Together, Fyun and Orochimaru hurried toward an underground casino in the Land of Fire. You're actually into this sort of thing? Honestly, I can't stand gambling. For a brief thrill, people end up bringing disaster to their whole family, Fyun said, wrinkling his nose in distaste. It's not that. I'm just here to acquire some supplies. I've been running low on subjects for my experiments, Orochimaru replied, extending his unnaturally long tongue to moisten his lips. The faint yellow of the gas lamps flickered across the low ceiling, twisting shadows into clawed, menacing shapes. The air was heavy and fetid, thick with the stink of cheap tobacco, alcohol, and sweat, occasionally sharpened by the metallic tang of blood. There were no windows in the casino. Here, even the passage of time seemed to fade into nothingness. Money, desire, despair. Here, everything comes with a clearly marked price tag. Beside a roulette table crowded with onlookers, a gaunt man trembles as he places his final chip, his daughter's deed of servitude. The dealer grins, flashing gold teeth that glint coldly beneath the lights. No more bets. The roulette wheel spins, the ivory ball dancing between numbers, ticking with a sound that hounds the soul. The man's pupils shrink, following the ball's frenzied path. His Adam's apple bobs as he gulps down silent prayers. Click. The ball lands on 0. Instantly, the man's face turns ashen. Two enforcers wearing leather masks approach silently, hauling his limp body away. Nearby, a middle-aged man with cloudy eyes, yet brimming with greed, squanders his last borrowed chip, thinking to slip away unnoticed. But the guards block his escape, dragging him off as he pleads for mercy. He's already exceeded the time allowed to bring in more money. Do it by the old rules. The underboss waves a hand with bored indifference. Right hand for interest, left eye for the penalty. From the back room come the dull thuds of bones struck by heavy instruments, quickly drowned out by the rowdy laughter of gamblers. Fyun, following Orochimaru, takes it all in as they wander through the chaos. Soon, the two ascend to the second floor. The private rooms above hang heavy with crimson velvet drapes, harboring even filthier games within. Raise, an exiled ninja from the hidden sound, pushes a vial onto the table, filled with a pale green liquid. A fresh batch of Master Orochimaru's experimental serum. Starting bid, 30 million ryo. Fyun and Orochimaru linger at the doorway, unnoticed by the crowd inside. That ninja, isn't he one of yours? Fyun recognizes the dealer at the table. A sinister smile curls at the edge of Orochimaru's lips. Just a traitor. No one here is leaving alive tonight. After all, I can't risk my secrets getting out. Fyun's gaze is scornful. So, it's just an excuse, really. You brought me to round up fresh lab rats, didn't you? Orochimaru shrugs. Do you really think people in a place like this are worth pitying, Fyun? Fyun laughs softly. No. In fact, I'd love to wipe them all out myself. They're just human vermin. A noble woman wearing a fox mask taps her jeweled nails on the tabletop. I'll need to inspect the product first. The rogue ninja sneers and suddenly grabs the neck of a waiting handmaiden. He forces the serum down her throat. The girl's scream becomes a gurgle. Under her skin, serpent scales bloom. Her right eye fractures open. Her shriek warps into an unnatural howl, and her spine contorts, tearing through her gown. Yet the nobles only lean in, captivated, like imperial dignitaries watching beasts in the arena. At the back entrance of the casino, body bags are carted out daily. A good haul tonight. The thug was counting the goods in his bag. 1 still-warm corpse, 2 usable organs, and 3 vials of fresh spinal fluid. In this fallen paradise, not even death marked the end. At that moment, over a dozen men appeared suddenly, each wearing a forehead protector engraved with a musical note. In a flash of cold light, one thug was silenced with a strike to the throat. The rest, startled and terrified at the sight of ninjas, all dropped to their knees, begging for mercy. A tall sound ninja shouted reproachfully at the one who made the move. Hey, didn't Lord Orochimaru tell us to capture them alive, if possible? Meanwhile, even more sound ninjas arrived, swiftly surrounding the area. Sensing the commotion outside, Orochimaru turned to Uchiha Fyun. Fyun, I'll leave those worms downstairs to you. You're really good at ordering people around, aren't you? Fyun twirled a chip between his fingers, stepped over to the edge of the balcony, and looked down into the hall below. Gathering his chakra, he roared, his voice booming out like thunder. You maggots! His shout echoed like a crack of thunder, shaking the entire hall and drawing every eye upward toward the second floor. Fyun's Sharingan spun to life, its magic radiating across the room as the entire casino was thrown into a blood-red illusion. The gamblers watched in horror as the chips in their hands rotted into severed fingers, their drinks thickened into sticky blood, and their own bodies split and twisted into grotesque monsters. Screams of terror rose up. Most people collapsed to the floor, minds shattered by fright. Yet some managed to hold on, roaring, "It's Jinjutsu!" Fyun sneered, forming hand seals. Earth-style, dance of the stone lances. With a series of heavy thuds, razor-sharp spikes of earth shot up from the ground, skewering the remaining standing ninjas like meat on a spit. Orochimaru whispered, Fyun, please show some mercy to my test subjects. By now, everyone in the second-story VIP box was already bound tightly by Orochimaru's serpents. Seeing that Fyun was ignoring him, Orochimaru quickly performed a jutsu, and a horde of snakes poured out, tightly restraining the people in the hall below, as if afraid the boy might kill them all before he was done. Just then, more sound ninjas rushed in, seizing total control of the scene. Orochimaru looked pitifully at the corpses of a dozen or so who'd been killed, sighing, Fyun, what a waste. All those precious data points. Fyun shrugged helplessly. I just don't have the strength to pull my punches. If you could transplant the cells of Hashirama into me, Lord Orochimaru, this wouldn't happen, would it? And if I get Hashirama's cells, I'll be even more loyal to your cause. Isn't that true? Orochimaru gestured for his men to take the prisoners back to the village, leaving the aftermath behind. Hearing Fyun's words, Orochimaru paused for a moment, then said, So you're still on about those Hashirama cells? Fyun smiled. How could I ever forget something like that? Orochimaru's expression grew serious. Fyun, the reason I won't agree to you transplanting Hashirama cells is actually for your own good. So far, No one has succeeded in such a transplant. The Hashirama cells are certainly powerful, but it's that very strength which makes them impossible to control. No one has been able to withstand their invasion. I've experimented countless times, and everyone who received the transplant has died. Orochimaru lifted his head slightly, his face clouded by reminiscence, and continued. Research into Hashirama cell transplants has been conducted in Konoha for decades. It began with the Senju clan, but every single Senju who participated in the experiments perished. Konoha refused to accept failure and pressed on until the Senju were nearly wiped out. When it became clear that the Senju were on the verge of extinction, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, finally stepped in, acting like the voice of reason and putting an end to the experiments. Later, when I picked up the research myself, I became a rogue ninja, the infamous traitor. Huh. Fyun was astonished. But at that time, the strongest person in Konoha should have been Mito Uzumaki, the perfect Jinchuriki. She was Hashirama's wife. You're telling me she would just stand by while her own husband's clan was being destroyed? A disturbing, low laugh slithered from Orochimaru's mouth, and his damp, long tongue flickered out to lick his lips. Do you really believe that Mito Uzumaki, after watching Konoha sit back and let the Uzumaki clan be annihilated, had no opinion whatsoever? Odds are, she'd already lost her faith in Konoha. She had no desire left to involve herself in their affairs. Fyun nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Konoha's history is full of terrible things like this. The land of whirlpools, Uzushio village, that was the Uzumaki clan's home. They were Konoha's most loyal allies. Many of their direct descendant princesses married into Konoha, and they taught all their sealing techniques to Konoha. In fact, the vast majority of Konoha's sealing jutsu originated from the Uzumaki clan. Countless times, they saved Konoha from disaster, standing shoulder to shoulder with Konoha's ninja armies to defend against their enemies. But in the 41st year of Konoha, the four great nations, lightning, earth, wind, and water, joined forces to invade the land of whirlpools, seeking to seize the clan's sealing techniques. That cataclysmic battle, where the clan faced destruction, dragged on for months. Uzushio village sent out 39 pleas for help to Konoha, the ally they trusted with full conviction. But not once did Konoha send so much as a single troop. They watched as the Uzumaki clan was destroyed. Yet the Uzumaki never blamed Konoha. Their leaders steadfastly believed that help would come. They convinced themselves Konoha's forces must have been held back by enemies, or perhaps forced by some dire circumstance. On that final night, countless red-haired youths waited, gazes fixed stubbornly in Konoha's direction, and died beneath the blades of the enemy coalition. Konoha had once forged the strongest alliance with the land of whirlpools, only to stand by with cold indifference during the clan's annihilation. The village elders and Danzo Shimura insisted, for the sake of Konoha, we must not move rashly. We must protect ourselves first and ensure our own growth. Faced with dozens of pleas for help from Uzushio village, the third Hokage's eyes welled with tears as he gave a sorrowful order. Inform the border troops to remain vigilant, but do not cross the line. The Uzumaki clan believed, even to their dying breath, that Konoha would come to their aid, while the Konoha leadership cared only for their sealing techniques and bloodline. The sole surviving Uzumaki clanswoman was protected by Konoha, in truth, kept under control. Uzumaki Kushina became the next vessel for the Nine Tails. Fyun suddenly interrupted Orochimaru's recollections. Hey, I still want to get Hashirama cells transplanted. You've used so many of them on other test subjects already, why not me? Just treat me like one of your experiments. That way you'll get valuable data too. Orochimaru replied softly. Fyun, the risks are enormous. No one's ever survived the procedure so far. I'd hate to see you die. Fyun couldn't help but think of Yamato, formerly known as Tenzo, and chuckled. Actually, there has been a successful case. After a moment's thought, Fyun continued, Don't think I don't know. You managed to transplant them into yourself, didn't you? Orochimaru turned slightly, his gaze sharp. You're quite frightening. You know so much. However, I've only transplanted a diluted, minimal amount of Hashirama cells into myself. And even then, it's the result of years of research and the loss of many test subjects. Fyun glanced down at the gamblers being escorted away below, then said slowly, Orochimaru, do you realize that long ago? Orochimaru's eyes flashed with impatience as he cut Fyun off coldly. That's enough. Out with it. Stop beating around the bush. Fyun gave an embarrassed tug at the corner of his mouth. Was Orochimaru getting sharper? What I mean is, among cultivators, spiritual practitioners, Hashirama's physique would be called the supreme yang body. Orochimaru shot him a sidelong glance. Supreme yang body? Is that stronger than the sage body? Fyun continued. Whether it's the so-called sage body, the supreme yang physique, or even Tang monk meat, they all possess the extreme yang attribute. In other words, what the shinobi world now calls yang release chakra. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed with uncertainty. And what exactly is Tang monk meat? Also, you say yang release chakra is manifest in medical ninjutsu. Plenty of ninja have yang chakra. Why are Hashirama cells so uniquely active? Fyun gave Orochimaru a disdainful look. Can't believe you can't figure that out. It's because Hashirama is the supreme yang body, of course. A dangerous glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, as if to say, "Kid, are you trying to make a fool of me?" Fyun waved his hand dismissively. Orochimaru, that's all beside the point. What matters is that the Uchiha clan is born with in-attributed chakra. The Sharingan represents the ultimate in in release, and in can suppress yang. That's why you absolutely have to transplant Hashirama cells into me. Orochimaru turned his head to glance at the busy sound ninja. It's not suppression, it's harmonization, an interplay of yin and yang, each complementing the other. But you said it yourself. Hashirama cells are pure yang. The meager yin you possess can't balance that force. Instead, it'll be consumed entirely, leaving nothing but ashes. Fyun clenched his teeth, unwilling to plead any further. Instead, he directly produced research data and records from the cult of the evil god, handing over 7 or 8 scrolls densely packed with writing to Orochimaru. What is this? At first, Orochimaru seemed indifferent, but after glancing at the scrolls, his expression changed dramatically. In an instant, his attention was glued to the records. His hands trembled ever so slightly, sweeping hungrily over those lines of cryptic data and script, completely incomprehensible to Fyun, lost in a trance-like fascination. Splendid. Magnificent. Orochimaru's pale fingers swept across the yellowed scrolls. When his fingertips brushed over runes inscribed in blood, veins beneath his skin twitched involuntarily. His pupils narrowed into fine slits. Golden serpent eyes burned with excitement beneath the shadows, a predator sighting its prey. A low, guttural laugh rumbled from deep in his throat, hoarse and gritty, echoing the rasp of snake scales gliding over stone. His long tongue flicked unconsciously across his lips, while his sharp fangs flashed coldly in the dim light. Here was the very heart of the cult's research, the complete experimental records of the immortality ritual. Page after page, crowded with notations, chronicled the screams, the collapse of countless living sacrifices, the flow of blood along ritual lines, the psychic turbulence as souls were torn asunder. Each sigil seemed to writhe upon the parchment, unveiling to Orochimaru the forbidden threshold between life and death. Perfect, simply perfect. His fingers suddenly clenched tight around the scroll. From his sleeve slid a tiny white snake, which lovingly entwined itself around his wrist, sharing in its master's feverish exhilaration. This isn't merely immortality. This is sacrilege against the realm of gods. It seemed Orochimaru had found a new direction for his research. Though it might not apply to him directly, the invaluable data and unexplored paths offered inspiration, a key to unlock his own quest for eternal life. Fyun extended his hand. Finished reading? If you're done, hand it back to me. But Orochimaru swiftly snatched up the scrolls, tucking them away with a smirk. Don't be so stingy, Fyun-kun. Let me study them a while longer. I'll return them to you in a few days. At this, Fyun gave a wry, exasperated laugh, resolutely holding out his hand. No way. You wouldn't spare even a shred of Hashirama cells for my transplant. Who's the stingy one here? And you want me to just hand over something like this? Orochimaru flicked his tongue over his lips. Fyun-kun, this isn't all the data, is it? I suspect you've got more stashed away. That's none of your business. If you won't grant me the transplant, don't expect anything else from me. With that, Fyun moved forward, ready to snatch back the scrolls by force. I get it. Orochimaru quickly took 2 steps back, dodging Fyun's claws of doom, and hastily straightened the collar of his torn robe. All right then, give me all the research materials from your cult of the evil god, and as soon as I'm back, I'll help you with the transplanting of the Hashirama cells. How's that sound? Fyun smiled, satisfied. Now that's more like it. Here, take them. With that, Fyun produced a scroll imbued with a spatial storage jutsu, and tossed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru caught the scroll in one hand, and, unable to contain his impatience, deftly unlocked the sealing symbols. In an instant, a mountain of experimental data and documents appeared before him. His golden serpent eyes danced over the scattered papers, excitement radiating from him, like a starved spirit of desire enraptured by the presence of a peerless beauty. After watching for a while, Fyun grew impatient and called out, "Hey, Everyone's already gone. How long do you plan to keep staring at those? Reluctantly, Orochimaru gathered up the scrolls and papers littering the floor, only then straightening up slowly. This really is incredible, but just like with Hashirama's cells, I'm afraid no one in the world could ever truly harness this power. It's simply too difficult. Fyun tilted his head. What in this world is ever easy? For ordinary people, just staying alive is a constant struggle. And even if they escape 1,000 hardships, they're still doomed to spend their lives as little more than beasts of burden. If immortality and deathlessness were so easily won, what purpose would you and I serve? Striking the pose of a mystic, Fyun proclaimed with fervor, "Were you and I not born, the path to eternal life would remain shrouded in darkness through all the ages." Orochimaru. Were you and I not born, the path to eternal life would remain shrouded in darkness through all the ages. Orochimaru. The path to eternal life would remain shrouded in darkness through all the ages. Orochimaru. 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 Those thunderous echoes reverberated through the empty gambling hall, so loud that Orochimaru felt his head buzzing. A few startled crows burst into flight, their wings beating furiously as they fled the scene. Expressionless, Orochimaru remarked, "Let me teach you a sound-based jutsu. It's powerful enough that, if mastered, you could end an entire platoon of genin with a single shout." "Oh, really? You possess such a formidable forbidden technique." Fyun's eyes sparkled with interest. They both chuckled softly and, one in front of the other, left the place behind. Fyun followed in Orochimaru's footsteps, glancing around suspiciously. "Aren't we supposed to head back to the hidden sound village? This doesn't look like the way there." Orochimaru let out a quiet laugh. "No rush. Our task this time is to capture enough live specimens, and our collection isn't complete just yet." Before long, Fyun found himself following Orochimaru up to a mountain peak infested with bandits. Both men moved with the swiftness and stealth that only true experts possess. In the blink of an eye, they slipped into the heart of the bandit stronghold, never once being noticed. Halfway up the mountain, a crooked fortress built from rough timber and bones clings precariously to the edge of the cliff. A lantern, hung high above the fortress gate, uses rotting flesh to lure flocks of crows. From a distance, it looks like a one-eyed creature grinning wickedly in the darkness. This place is not part of the human world, but a den of wolves and jackals. The gate banners are made of human skin, held aloft by 2 stripped pine trunks. From the beam above hang several desiccated corpses, merchants, commoners, and the last, heartbreakingly, a child not even 10 years old. Each corpse has the crown of its skull hollowed out and filled with burning pine resin, serving as eternal lamps to light the road into the den. A bandit guarding the gate sits whittling a newly skinned human ear with his dagger, tossing scraps of flesh down to a pack of vicious dogs chained at his feet. The beasts, jaws crunching on bones, nevertheless wag their tails in supplication for their master's favor. Inside an iron cage are travelers captured in raids. Splashed across the stone walls are uneven tally marks, drawn in blood, counting the surviving cargo. Within the cage, over a dozen captives huddle in rags, their ankles' tendons slit to prevent escape. In the corner, several discarded goods are piled. One child's hand still twitches, yet now serves only as a stepping stone for others to trample. Fyun took all of this in, his heart surging with revulsion. He, too, was no stranger to killing, but his blade only claimed his enemies, those he deemed deserving of death. But this perverse pleasure in torturing strangers sparked nothing but deep disgust in Fyun's soul. "Let's do it. My blade has hungered for too long." Fyun turned to the man beside him, Orochimaru, and spoke. Orochimaru shook his head. "No, Fyun-kun, hold the line instead. Just make sure none escape alive." Orochimaru hardly wished to let this hot-headed youth take action again. Last time, the fool had nearly killed every valuable test subject he'd painstakingly collected. What a waste that would be. Receiving his subordinate's chakra signal, Orochimaru realized the team was ready. Without hesitation, he struck, summoning a torrent of giant serpents that poured into the mountainside fortress. "What is that? We're under attack." In an instant, chaos erupted through the entire den. Screams, wails, and the clash of combat echoed across the mountain. Fyun darted behind a bandit who was about to strike down a young girl, and with chakra swirling around his blade, he slashed out. Steel flashed, and the bandit was cleaved in two, blood and viscera splattering the ground. Hot blood sprayed over the cowering girl. She trembled violently, too terrified now even to scream. Fyun lowered his sword and spoke gently. "Don't be afraid. You're safe now." The girl stared blankly at the tall, striking young man before her, shivering uncontrollably. The terror refused to leave her body. Just then, two more bandits charged at Fyun, swinging heavy axes. Damn you! You're the attacker, aren't you? Die, you little punk. Fyun didn't even turn his head, as if he hadn't noticed the vicious bandits attacking from behind. The girl's expression shifted slightly, and her small hands waved frantically in the air, seemingly trying to warn this young man. With a flash of cold steel, two bandit heads were sent flying, spurting fountains of blood from their necks several meters high. Fyun put on what he thought was a friendly smile. Don't be afraid. The girl finally let out a piercing scream before fainting dead away. The smile stiffened awkwardly on Fyun's face. Am I scarier than the bandits? The bandits didn't frighten her, but I did. He gave a little shrug and turned, ready to look for other fights. By now, the sound ninja had swept into the area to finish off the stragglers. Most of the bandits were already restrained by the giant serpent. Orochimaru darted in front of Fyun, giving the corpses strewn on the ground a glance. Fyun, didn't I tell you not to kill them? Fyun's expression was calm. I couldn't help it. Might have overdone it a bit. Orochimaru eyed the bandits, whose bodies had been sliced clean in two. A bit? You call this a bit much? He spoke heavily, his tone almost fatherly. I understand how you feel, but what you did wasn't punishment. You were helping them. I could have made their deaths even more miserable, and they would have been useful to the very end, don't you think? The truth was, Orochimaru didn't care about these lives. For the sake of an experiment or a single piece of new data, he would gladly sacrifice an entire crowd. But that was for research, for testing, for the sake of discovering something new. Even if 1,000 lives were lost for nothing but failed results, it was still worth it in his eyes. Still, when you're just walking over to the bar, it's better to be frugal where you can and spend where you should. With the matter quickly settled, Fyun and Orochimaru returned to the hidden sound village. The moment they arrived, Fyun wasted no time. Orochimaru, hurry up and help me transplant the Hashirama cells. You're not planning to back out, are you? As Orochimaru simply walked toward the laboratory building, Fyun raised his voice. Orochimaru! Waving a hand dismissively, Orochimaru replied, I heard you. I'll do the transplant tomorrow. Surgery needs some preparation, doesn't it? Fyun couldn't shake the feeling he was about to be played. With so much time until tomorrow, Orochimaru could easily copy all of the cult of Jashin experimental data. And if by then, he just handed the materials back and said the deal was done, where would Fyun go to argue? So Fyun hurried after him. What are you up to? If you want to do the transplant today, give me back the materials first. Once the procedure's done, I'll hand them over. Orochimaru sighed, a hint of weary patience in his voice. Fyun, can't there be a little more trust between us? Do I, Orochimaru, seem like someone who would stoop to such petty tricks? You do. Surgery does require time to prepare. I need to get the concentration and dosage of the Hashirama cells ready, right? I also need to inspect and sterilize all the instruments and tools in the operating room, don't I? And beyond that, we'll need to select a suitable test subject to try out the effects first, won't we? Fyun didn't entirely understand, so he could only ask with a touch of doubt, is that so? Of course it is. Just then, Kabuto Yakushi appeared, notebook in hand, moving swiftly. He bowed respectfully. Lord Orochimaru, who is the subject for this experiment? Orochimaru paused in his tracks. It'll be a while before they return. Kabuto, send someone to meet the escort team. Yes, sir. As Kabuto was about to turn and leave, Orochimaru stopped him. Kabuto, go clean out operating room 3. Get it fully prepared for the Hashirama cell transplant. Kabuto was visibly surprised and spoke up. Lord Orochimaru, it isn't yet time for your next procedure. Are you planning to risk it for breakthrough data? Orochimaru replied softly. The transplant isn't for me. Just do as I ask. With that, Orochimaru proceeded into the laboratory building. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and glanced at Uchiha Fyun. If it isn't for Lord Orochimaru, then could it be? Fyun nodded. It's me. Kabuto's face betrayed no surprise. He simply looked serious. Fyun, I have to warn you. The mortality rate for this operation is 100%. Fyun laughed, confident and unshaken. Does that matter? Is that why, despite following Orochimaru all these years, you've never dared to try it yourself? Kabuto froze, his eyes widening in sudden realization. Fyun gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Anyone too afraid to move forward will always stay where they are. If you stop here, you'll only ever reach the rank of a lead jonin. With those words, Fyun turned and walked back toward his quarters, leaving Kabuto standing there, momentarily stunned. Early the next morning, Fyun sought out Orochimaru. Orochimaru was quietly going through some documents in his office. Fyun leaned forward, hands pressed on the desk, eyes fixed intently on him. It'll be ready soon. Just a bit longer, Orochimaru replied unhurriedly. As expected, before long, Kabuto knocked at the door. The three of them made their way together toward the operating room on the other side of the village. As Fyun walked through Otogakure, he spotted the young girl he'd saved the day before. She was at work in the village, helping the Sound Ninja build new homes. "Oh, I always thought Orochimaru treated everyone as test subjects. I didn't expect to see this more human side of you," Fyun remarked, showing a hint of surprise. He clearly remembered how, in the original story, Orochimaru was nothing short of cold-blooded. After spending such a long time together, Fyun gradually discovered that although Orochimaru took lives without a second thought, he never once harmed any of the subordinates from the Hidden Sound. At first, Fyun simply assumed Orochimaru was conserving his strength, preparing for the war he was planning to launch. However, after accompanying him several times to capture experimental subjects, Fyun realized Orochimaru wasn't truly the monster of rumor, preying on innocent villagers. On the contrary, the people Orochimaru targeted as experimental subjects were those who had caused serious trouble or harm in their communities. Looking around, Fyun noticed a number of ordinary people who had been brought back in yesterday's operation. They weren't locked up as test subjects at all. As they walked, Orochimaru spoke up. "Why do you bring this up all of a sudden?" Fyun drew back his gaze, smiling as he replied. "It's nothing, really. I'm just a little surprised. The Orochimaru in the rumors is supposed to be ruthless enough to turn on his own subordinates." Orochimaru nodded. "When it comes to those who harbor treacherous thoughts, or in certain situations, I won't hesitate to act." It was Kabuto who chimed in now. "Lord Orochimaru is a person of true charisma. Otherwise, why would so many people follow him with unwavering loyalty? Do you think everyone here is a fool?" He pushed up his glasses, a smirk playing on his lips, as he continued. "The most absurd things in this world are the tales we hear. In the legends, even Hiruzen Sarutobi is hailed as the greatest Hokage in history." Fyun nodded in wholehearted agreement. "I've learned something new today." The three of them quickly arrived at Operating Room 3. As the doors opened, they were greeted by a pungent wave of chemicals and disinfectant, the room crowded with intricate conduits and precision instruments. Kabuto and Orochimaru immediately got to work, checking and calibrating the equipment. Orochimaru gestured toward the white operating table. "Fyun, please lie down." As soon as Fyun settled onto the table, Kabuto began attaching all sorts of sensors and conduits to his skin. Before long, Fyun was almost entirely covered in a dizzying array of tubes. There must have been over 50 of them. The sight was disturbing, to say the least. Looking down at the dense network of tubes crisscrossing his body, Fyun couldn't help but speak up. "Hey, Kabuto, make sure you double-check those connections. Don't mix any of them up." Kabuto, focused entirely on his task, didn't reply for a while before finally answering. "Don't worry. Trust our skills." "Yeah, right, like I could possibly trust you. With so many tubes, can you really remember where each one is supposed to go?" Images of countless medical mishaps he'd heard about in his previous life suddenly came rushing back, leaving Fyun feeling increasingly uneasy. Why is a transplant surgery turning out to be this complicated? But honestly, Fyun had no idea about these things himself. At this point, he had little choice but to put his faith in Orochimaru and Kabuto. Once Orochimaru had finished calibrating the equipment, he walked over holding a glass of liquor in his hand. "Fyun, drink this. It'll help neutralize the potency of Hashirama's cells." Orochimaru's gaze flickered with a trace of worry. He continued, "Are you certain about transplanting Hashirama's cells? I really can't promise that you'll survive this procedure." Fyun's arms were encumbered by tubes, making it hard for him to move. So he stretched his neck forward, gripped the sake cup in his teeth, and drained it in one gulp. Then, with a fierce shout, he declared, "If I can't finish the wine in my cup, how can I ever vanquish my enemies? Come on, let's begin the transplant." Orochimaru nodded and said, "Last night, I found a ninja with an release constitution similar to your Uchiha clan's. I injected him with a 10% solution of Hashirama cells, but he didn't last even 3 minutes before." Fyun interrupted resolutely. "Inject me with a 100% pure Hashirama cell solution." Orochimaru was visibly stunned by his words, and after a moment's gaze at Fyun, he said nothing more. "Kabuto, prepare the highest concentration of Hashirama cell solution," Orochimaru ordered. Kabuto's eyes widened in disbelief. This is pure madness. Even after all these years of experimentation and refining the procedure to its best possible state, no one has ever survived even a 10% concentration. Having assisted Orochimaru with countless Hashirama cell transplants, Kabuto understood just how terrifying these cells could be. In the early days, they had resorted to crude methods, literally stitching raw flesh. Now, they'd advanced to injectable cell solutions with precise control over dose and concentration. But still, above a 10% concentration, the success rate was a resounding 0. At 100%, the subject would surely be torn apart from within. Even Orochimaru himself only dared attempt small, repeated infusions to gradually blend the Hashirama cells. Just do it. Orochimaru waved his hand dismissively. Seeing both men unwavering in their resolve, Kabuto had no choice but to comply. Understood. Soon, Kabuto returned with a test tube, emitting an eerie glow. Orochimaru took the tube, drawing the thick liquid into a syringe. Kabuto, activate all monitoring and stabilization equipment. Ready the emergency systems as well. Orochimaru and Kabuto sprang into action, the machines and conduits around Fyun coming to life. It's time, Orochimaru announced, holding the strange, glowing syringe as he approached Fyun. Go ahead, Fyun replied quietly, his voice steady. He was no reckless gambler courting death. He had absolute faith in his body. So long as his will endured, no matter what happened to his flesh, he was confident he could recover. There was a sharp hiss as Orochimaru plunged the oversized needle into Fyun's body, and with a firm press of his thumb, injected the 100% pure Hashirama cells into his system. An explosion of power erupted inside Fyun. He felt as if a tailed beast bomb had detonated in his core. Instant paralysis swept through him, wresting away all control. Provoked by the extreme force of Yang-Nature chakra, his Sharingan awakened of its own accord. But it was no match for the encroaching storm, as feeble as a single cup of water against a raging blaze. Orochimaru's eyes were alight with obsession, the corners of his mouth twisting into a crazed grin. What will the outcome be? I can hardly wait to see. Fyun's eyes bulged, blood streaming down his cheeks, and his entire body began to convulse violently. Beneath his skin, it was as if 1,000 insects were scurrying about, rising and falling in a chaotic, frenzied motion. All around them, the various instruments lit up with crimson warnings, alarms blaring through the lab. Kabuto, drenched in sweat, frantically operated the controls. Orochimaru-sama, the subject heart rate is nearing 200. No, it's over 200 and still climbing. Physical reactions are spiking out of control. This is bad. Multiple blood vessels are rupturing. We can't save his organs. Kabuto's shouts grew increasingly frantic, his spectacles flashing with frantic data streams. So, with still a failure in the end? Orochimaru-sama, please step back. He's about to explode. But Orochimaru seemed deaf to Kabuto's desperate cries, his gaze locked on the disintegrating body of Uchiha Fyun. Ecstatic, he reached out with open hands, his eyes gleaming with wild delight. Excellent. So this is what happens a few minutes after injecting at 100% concentration. Ha ha ha. Lost in his rapture, Orochimaru had forgotten all about the emergency procedures he'd prepared, as well as the very concept of success or failure. At this moment, he was utterly absorbed in the myriad responses of the flesh and the logic of the spiraling cells. How did the Hashirama cells tear apart even the most resilient of bodies? How many seconds could the muscle endure? What mutations would reshape the bones? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes glimmered with fevered devotion and madness, locked unwaveringly on the suffering body below. A terrible sound reverberated, an explosion, a wet burst, flesh torn asunder. Fyun's body erupted again and again as countless woody fibers surged outward, rapidly swelling, sprouting green leaves, and even blooming flowers. Still, the growth didn't stop. Kabuto shouted desperately, but even as wooden pillars pierced through Orochimaru's clothes and flesh, Orochimaru seemed not to notice, laughing maniacally in utter ecstasy. Kabuto desperately wanted to flee the sealed chamber. He'd suffered too many close calls like this before, narrow escapes that had nearly cost him his life. The symptoms in this subject were unmistakable, just like before. The Mokuton was on the verge of erupting violently. Yet with Orochimaru refusing to leave, Kabuto dared not retreat himself. He had to stay and assist Orochimaru in recording every shred of data, even up to the final catastrophic second. Kabuto knew, for a true researcher, such invaluable data could be worth more than their very life. Alarms screamed and flashed, a cacophony of urgent signals. Every corner of the operating room was alive with the shuddering protests of overburdened machines. With no other choice, Kabuto hastily formed hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones, one to drag Orochimaru out by force if needed, the other at the ready to unleash defensive jutsu at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, Kabuto's real body buried itself in the data, intensely recording every number, tweaking equipment, and adjusting the flow of neutralizing agents with single-minded focus. At this moment, Uchiha Fyun's body had already been overtaken by wooden fibers, which had grown into tree-like branches, filling half the operating room. As expected of the perfected, innate, sacred body, these are just cells, but they're this incredible. Fyun was well aware of what was happening to his body. Even he was startled. He hadn't expected Hashirama's cells to be so overbearing. Realizing he couldn't regain control of his body, Fyun gave up on using chakra to suppress the Hashirama cells. Instead, he drew on the spiritual energy from within his mind, letting it surge throughout his body. Orochimaru was forced back by the swelling vines and wood, and seeing this, Kabuto hesitated no longer. He put down what he was doing, ready to take Orochimaru away. It's already reached the limit. He's finished for sure. Just as Kabuto was about to move, the expanding branches suddenly stopped. What's this? What's happening? All the data readings just stopped skyrocketing. There's never been anything like this before. Kabuto was momentarily shocked, then came to his senses and dutifully resumed recording the changes in data. After a brief pause, the branches that had swollen so much began to shrink, slowly withdrawing until they completely merged back into Uchiha, Fyun's body. White steam billowed from Fyun's body, and all his wounds began to heal automatically. Orochimaru-sama, all of Uchiha Fyun's vital signs are back to normal. It worked. It really worked, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto called out excitedly. Orochimaru's golden pupils quivered with intensity, his lips parting in astonishment, almost murmuring in a trance. Incredible. Fyun slowly regained control of his body. Now that he had mastered the power of Hashirama's cells, he felt his physical form transcend, as if he had shed his mortal shell. There was a strange and powerful stirring within his eyes. Under Orochimaru's dazed gaze, Fyun slowly rose, rotating his neck and joints. Sharp crackling sounds rippled through his body. Orochimaru stood frozen for a long while before finally snapping back into focus. Overcome with excitement, he rushed over, grabbed Fyun by the shoulders, and, extending his long, damp tongue, attempted to lick Fyun's face. Fyun flinched in surprise, trying to dodge, but his newly transformed body wasn't quite listening to him yet. In an instant, Orochimaru succeeded. What the heck? What are you doing? That's disgusting. Fyun wiped the slime off his face in protest. Sure, I'm handsome, but there's no need for this, right? Let me be clear, no matter if you're a man or a woman, there's absolutely nothing going on between us. Orochimaru paid no mind to Fyun's complaints, instead shaking Fyun's shoulders eagerly. Fyun-kun, tell me, how did you do it? All right. Stop shaking me. I'll tell you, okay? I'll tell you everything. Unable to endure Orochimaru's madness any longer, Fyun continued. It's mental energy. I used the power of my spirit to suppress the cells from Hashirama, forcing them to submit and merge with my body. Fyun had no intention of hiding this from Orochimaru. After all, he still needed him to help analyze the power. Standing behind Orochimaru, Kabuto was so shocked that he was speechless. So that's it. I see, Orochimaru muttered under his breath, then turned to ask, Kabuto, did you manage to record all the data just now? Kabuto snapped back to reality. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. I've recorded everything in full detail. Good. Orochimaru released his grip from Fyun's shoulder and strode toward the door. Come, Fyun. Let's go test your current abilities. Fyun cradled a scroll of wood-style secret techniques, reading and studying it intently as he followed Orochimaru and Kabuto out of the hidden sound village. They soon arrived in a spacious mountain clearing where the three stopped. Mastering wood style isn't something you can do overnight. For now, Fyun, show us what you're capable of, Orochimaru said. Kabuto will be your opponent. A smirk played across Fyun's lips as he stored away the scroll. Wood style, huh? I've already mastered it. With that, Fyun formed hand signs. Beneath the skin of his right arm, wooden patterns surfaced, chakra surged beyond his control, and the earth began to tremble. Wood style. No sooner had he formed the seal than the Hashirama cells inside him lashed out like wild beasts. Sharp wooden spikes burst from his arms, nearly piercing his own shoulder. So it's not as easy as it looks, after all. Adjusting his glasses, Kabuto slipped a chakra scalpel from his sleeve. Do you need my help to adjust things a bit? Fyun gave a cold laugh, his Sharingan spinning with 3 tomo. If you truly want to help, why not use your own body as an example? In the next instant, the wooden spikes withdrew back inside his body. Fyun let out a sharp command. Wood style, wood clone jutsu. 3 clones sprang forth, each one shaped from solid wood. Real and tangible, not just the fleeting images of a typical shadow clone. All 3 clones launched themselves at Kabuto. Kabuto leapt back, his scalpel tracing thin threads of chakra as he tried to sever the connection between the clones and their chakra. But I can't interfere at all. These clones, they're real wood, actual entities? Wood Clone A slapped both palms on the ground, sending a jagged stake of wood shooting up at Kabuto, forcing him into a string of evasive flips. Wood Clone B's arm extended into a massive log, sweeping sideways. Kabuto countered with an Earth-style, Earth-flow wall, but the wooden strike smashed straight through. Wood Clone C darted around behind Kabuto, aiming a wooden spike for his back. TCH, Kabuto barely managed to substitute himself with a log, but even so, the edge of his robe was shredded by the piercing wood. Do bit open his own finger, summoning dozens of venomous snakes from beneath the earth. They sprang up, coiling around the wooden clone and injecting corrosive fluid. The wooden body of the clone began to corrode, but Fyun's true self just grinned. Did you really think wood release could be harmed by poison? In the next instant, the clone's wooden frame suddenly sloughed off on its own, sprouting fresh branches from within that wrapped around Do's limbs in an instant. A pair of sharp cracks rang out. Do gathered chakra into his hands, slicing through the vines that bound him, and launched a counterattack. Oh, so you're finally showing your real skills. Fyun folded his arms across his chest, standing beside Orochimaru as they both watched the fight with interest. Orochimaru spoke softly. Fyun, your rate of growth is honestly terrifying. To think you can fight Do like this using only a clone. Fyun glanced sideways, a faint smile on his lips. What's there to fear? We're comrades, aren't we? Orochimaru let out a low, amused chuckle. The battle raged on for quite some time, intense and overwhelming. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought four Jonin were fighting. Throwing caution aside, Do and the Wood Clone fought in earnest, with Do smashing one of the clones even as he took injuries, then charging at the two remaining Wood Clones. Hidden shadow, Many Snake's hand. Orochimaru cast a jutsu, separating Do from the Wood Clones. Do slipped back, retreating in a blur. That's enough, Do. There's no way for you to find the limits of Fyun's abilities, Orochimaru said coolly. Understood, Do replied. Though unwilling, he knew it was true. He might be confident that he could destroy these clones, but the cost would be grave wounds, or even his life. And Fyun's true body hadn't even moved. Too strong. Fyun withdrew the Wood Clones back into himself, a satisfied smile on his face. He was more than pleased with his current power. Since I'm in such a good mood, Orochimaru, let me gift you something extra, Fyun said cheerfully. Orochimaru glanced over, interested. He'd come to expect only the best from Fyun. Every gift this boy gave was a surprise. What would it be this time? The thought alone made Orochimaru lick his lips in anticipation. Oh, now I'm really curious. Fyun smiled mysteriously and produced a storage scroll, spreading it out on the ground before forming a quick seal with 2 fingers. With a puff of white mist, a massive incubation tank appeared. Inside floated a male body, headless. Orochimaru frowned slightly. And who might this be? Fyun, are you giving me a corpse as a gift? He sounded unhappy. Was this really all he got in return? Who did this kid take him for? Experimental subjects. Orochimaru had more than enough of those. Did Fyun really think he was short on weird, disposable bodies? Fyun just chuckled. Why don't you take a closer look? Orochimaru paused, suspicious. Could there be more to this than met the eye? So he focused his senses carefully on the body in the tank. After a brief moment, Orochimaru spoke with a look of astonishment. Does this body still retain biological activity because there's something special about the nutrients in this solution? Is that why the cells are still alive? Great. Fyun couldn't help but roll his eyes. He dropped all pretenses and directly summoned a container the size of a fish tank, inside which floated the severed head of a gray-haired man. Orochimaru was completely thrown off. Are you serious? Giving me a corpse wasn't enough. Now you're handing me a severed head too. But in the next instant, something happened that left Orochimaru utterly dumbfounded. The dead man's eyes, which had been tightly shut, suddenly snapped wide open. You bastards! I'm going to devour you! Hey, you bunch of idiots! Do you even know who I am? Hidan's head drifted up and down in the solution. The corners of his mouth stretched all the way to his ears in a wicked grin. Just wait until I get my body back. First thing I'll do is offer you all up to Lord Jashin. Orochimaru's breathing grew ragged. He snatched up the container, pulling out the dead man's head in excitement. He pinned down Hidan's frantic, thrashing head, his fingernails digging deep into Hidan's cheek in his exhilaration. Interesting. This is truly fascinating. You bastard. Don't touch my face with your filthy hands, ugh. Hidan suddenly froze because Orochimaru's damp, slippery tongue slithered across his face. Arg, damn you. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you for this. Hidan bellowed in rage, wanting desperately to wipe the disgusting spit off his face. If only he had hands. Under the microscope, Hidan's severed blood vessels squirmed like tiny worms, wriggling to reconnect with nearby muscle tissue. Orochimaru sliced off a bit of Hidan's tongue with a scalpel. Within 3 seconds, it regenerated, good as new. When Orochimaru dropped a bit of Hidan's blood into a dish of special solution, the blood twisted and shaped itself into mysterious runes. Hidan laughed maniacally. Ha ha! Lord Jashin's curse isn't something you mortals can— Wait, why are you holding a chainsaw? Orochimaru promptly mounted Hidan's head onto a puppet body, triggering a fresh burst of cursing. This useless body can't even mutilate itself. Standing aside, Fyun remarked, his immortality seems more reliant on ritual than on the properties of his flesh and blood. Yet Orochimaru, enchanted, stroked Hidan's forehead. No, this is a different kind of immortality altogether. Hidan's face twisted into a vicious grin. You know, Lord Jashin loves nothing more than fools like you. People who think they can control everything. Instead of anger, a delighted smile spread across Orochimaru's face as he licked the sweat from his cheek. Perfect. Now, this is true immortality. Fyun, my friend, thank you. This gift is simply outstanding. With Hidan as our case study, combined with the previous data, Orochimaru stretched his arms wide, lifting them as if to embrace some supreme and exalted presence. He gazed into the void at a 45-degree angle and sighed. If heaven had not given birth to you and me, the eternal way would be as endless and dark as the night. Lord Fyun. Fyun couldn't help but feel embarrassed. How had his own lines been stolen? For a long time afterward, Fyun devoted himself to training inward style and several ninjutsu techniques that Orochimaru had taught him. He challenged Orochimaru multiple times, but Orochimaru always refused, claiming he was too busy with his research to spare any time. Perhaps, deep down, Orochimaru feared losing to Fyun, worried that it would be hard to save face afterward. Of course, Fyun didn't forget to keep updating his bounty listings at the exchange, nor did he neglect his primary task of hunting down the 4 great families of Konoha. After all, no kind of training compares to real combat experience. Nothing boosts strength and skill quite as reliably as the battlefield itself. Back in Konoha, the 3rd Hokage sent people time and again to invite Tsunade back to the village, but each attempt was met with refusal. The situation in Konoha was truly worrying, or to be precise, the situation for the 4 great families was especially grim. No matter how many assassins they caught, more appeared. No matter how much they tightened security, the killers slipped right through. It felt as though danger lurked around every corner. Even ordinary, honest villagers would suddenly reveal themselves as assassins. After all, the size of those bounties was far too tempting for anyone to resist. Just imagine, killing a regular person brought a fortune of 10 million ryo. Who would bother with honest work or toil in the fields when one lucky strike could turn a commoner into a rich man overnight? And so, Uncle Wong the blacksmith, Ergu by the edge of the village, and even the janitor lady at the ninja academy, all of them eventually took the plunge. Money can lead people astray. And since Tsunade simply wasn't coming back, the 3rd Hokage, at his wit's end, had no choice but to issue command after command, begging Jeriah to return to the village. Unable to withstand the 3rd's repeated requests, Jeriah finally gave in and came back to gather inspiration. With one of the Sannin now guarding Konoha, things began to turn around. The would-be assassins found their courage failing them. Jeriah even entered sage mode on several occasions, letting his tremendous sensory abilities sweep over the entire village, rooting out and eliminating several groups of bounty hunters. This kind of terrifying strength, coupled with Konoha's own fervent publicity, finally helped to sober up those who had nearly lost themselves beneath the lure of gold. With Konoha actively countering the situation in every way they could, it soon became increasingly difficult for Fyun to hunt down members of the 4 great families. Konoha now kept a close watch over their every movement, guarding especially those family members with bounties on their heads. It had grown almost impossible to obtain their intel from the bounty exchange anymore. Still, though less efficient than before, Fyun didn't put all his hopes in the bounty exchange for information. Instead, he maintained strong ties with Kabuto, who was handling intelligence work, and thanks to that relationship, he gained plenty of inside information on the 4 great families. Bounty or no, Fyun was not picky. As long as he had the intel, he would act without hesitation. Kabuto harbored nothing but utter hatred for Konoha as well. The painful memories of the orphanage made him wish the entire village would just explode on the spot. Naturally, he was only too glad to help Fyun with his plan. That day, Kabuto approached Fyun, who was practicing ninjutsu. Fyun, there's a big catch today. Fyun put away his chakra blade and turned to ask, a big catch? Tell me more. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, a sly smile playing on his lips. Sarutobi Asuma. He'll be leading his team through Tsunade town on the Wind Country border today. Fyun's eyes lit up, and he grinned. Oh, now that really is a prize worth catching. What's the plan? We move. Of course we move. There's 35 million Ryo on his head, and I'm not letting that slip away. Kabuto nodded, pulling out a scroll. Every detail of his route and related intel is right here on this scroll. Fyun took it, unrolling it for a quick glance. No time to waste. I'll pack up and move out right away. He hadn't even finished his sentence before vanishing from the training ground in a flash. After Fyun left, Orochimaru stepped from the shadows and walked slowly up to Kabuto. Kabuto bowed at once. Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru stared in the direction Fyun had gone, his brow furrowed. I overheard your conversation. The four old men of Konoha are on high alert these days. How could the whereabouts of an elite jonin like Sarutobi Asuma possibly get leaked? Kabuto shuddered at the question and sank to one knee. My intelligence network. Orochimaru replied coolly. An intelligence network is a powerful tool, but sometimes it can cut you as well. What if someone's using it? Feeding you false leads to bait you in. Kabuto said hurriedly. Then I'll go after Fyun right away to bring him back. No. Orochimaru stopped him, the corner of his mouth curling into an unreadable smile. I'd rather like to see what his limits are now. Besides, it's been a while since I've had any fun outside. Tsunade town lay at the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, a small settlement often shrouded in dust storms. That's how it got its name. 3 ninja, each wearing a Konoha forehead protector, entered the town. At their head was Konoha's elite jonin, Sarutobi Asuma, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the smoke dispersed quickly by the swirling dust. On the 3rd floor of a tavern, Fyun, dressed in a windbreaker, didn't so much as glance at Asuma's party as they walked into the town below. He didn't need to look. His spiritual perception worked just as well as eyes. Doesn't seem like there's any ambush. I'm not sensing any significant chakra users nearby, Fyun murmured to himself. Of course, he wasn't a fool. He knew there could be risks lurking beneath the surface. Asuma and his team stopped to rest at a tea house, taking off their wind hats. One of the Konoha, Chunin, grumbled, Mr. Asuma, this journey really has been exhausting. Another special jonin nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. The land of wind is just too harsh. I never want to come here again. Asuma looked around warily, then reached up to take the cigarette from his lips. Let's catch our breath for a bit, then hurry back to Konoha. Before long, the 3-leaf shinobi left the tea house and headed toward the outskirts of the small town. But just as they reached the town's exit, spikes suddenly erupted from the ground beneath Asuma's feet. Asuma leapt back at once, drawing his specially crafted chakra blade. In a single swift motion, the chakra edge shattered the pursuing spikes. The other 2 Konoha ninja dodged aside, quickly widening the distance between themselves and the threat. Who's there? You actually dared to attack Leaf Jonin. A swift silhouette flickered behind Asuma, but he reacted instantly, pouring all his chakra into his special hand blade and slicing the shadow clean in 2, only to discover it was just a wooden clone. The real Fyun emerged from the shadow of a nearby rooftop. Beneath his hood, his Sharingan glimmered with a cold light. The Hokage's son, definitely more interesting than the small fry. Wind style, great breakthrough. Asuma didn't hesitate for a moment. He unleashed a powerful wind release technique. The raging gust tore half the street to pieces, sending panicked townsfolk fleeing. Yet Fyun stood his ground. Wood style, deep forest emergence. A torrent of wooden fibers burst from Fyun's right arm. Giant trees collided with the wind blades, and a blinding spray of wood chips whirled together with sand to create a dense, impenetrable mist. This is that, with style. Asuma was utterly stunned. A sharp bang rang out. Watching Uchiha Fyun stride from the settling dust, Asuma gritted his teeth. You wicked Uchiha. You really are impossible to shake off. Fyun sneered coldly. Seems to me you're the wicked one here. Your jutsu just destroyed a whole lot of civilian homes. Before Asuma could retort, Fyun disappeared in an instant and drew his sword for a slashing attack. Asuma, showing his own prowess, managed to parry the blow. Their chakra blades clashed, sparks flying, the clash of steel echoing nonstop. Yet Asuma's taijutsu was ultimately no match for Fyun. Soon, he was bleeding from multiple wounds, and, at last, a blade pierced through his shoulder. Not bad. You managed to avoid any vital spots. Fyun's voice was icy. But that 35 million Ryo bounty? I'll be taking it now. As Fyun prepared to slash sideways and sever Asuma's shoulder and body together, another Asuma suddenly burst toward him from behind, his whole body plastered with explosive tags, wrapping Fyun in an iron embrace. You little Uchiha brat. Try this on for size. The true Asuma pinned Fyun's sword in place with his dual blades, then broke free and leapt away. So you set up a shadow clone in advance. Fyun's expression barely changed. Boom! The entire street collapsed in a roaring explosion. When the smoke cleared, Fyun stood protected inside a cocoon of wood-style barriers, while Asuma had already used the cover to maneuver into Fyun's blind spot. Fire style, ash pile burning. The scorching flames exploded with a thunderous roar, but in the very next instant, Flycloud's burnt skin sloughed off in flakes of wood, revealing the telltale markings of the Hashirama cells beneath his newly regenerated flesh. A monster, Asuma's pupils contracted sharply. Then he spun on his heel and fled. Flycloud flexed his right hand, clenching and unclenching his fingers. I only wanted to test my body's defense with you. Let's end this. With a rush like a knife drawn from its sheath, Flycloud shot after Asuma at incredible speed. Just as he was about to catch up, a figure lunged in from the side. A mid-level ninja from the leaf. There was a deafening impact as Flycloud was unexpectedly knocked back. The Chunin transformed, revealing himself to be an old man with a single eye. Shimura Danzo. Flycloud somersaulted, steadying himself, and stared at Danzo in surprise. Oh, now it makes sense. You keep your hidden reinforcements close at hand. I did think something fell out of place. You used wood style just now, didn't you? What in the world are you? Danzo demanded, his voice edged with suspicion. Why don't you make a guess? Flycloud shot him a look usually reserved for fools. Danzo's face twisted with spite, his words grinding out through gritted teeth. Uchiha born evil. Let me send you straight to hell. Wind style, vacuum wave. With a cold snort, Flycloud slapped his hands together. Earth style, earth flow wall. The blast was smothered by a rising wall of stone, prompting Danzo to speed through signs once more. Wind style, multiple vacuum waves. The next moment, the earth wall shattered with a loud crash, but Flycloud's hands already danced through new seals. Wood style, nativity of a sea of trees. In the blink of an eye, massive vines erupted from the ground and surged forward, wild as a tsunami, swallowing toward Danzo and Asuma. It really is wood style. Danzo lowered his voice. You have to go. This fight is far beyond you now. Hurry back to Konoha and bring reinforcements. Yes, sir. Clutching his wound, Asuma sped off, vanishing among the trees. Sensing Asuma's escape, Flycloud quickly flashed a seal. 3 wood clones sprang from his body, leaping atop the writhing vines and hurtling in pursuit. You little brat, don't you dare look down on me. I am your opponent. Danzo's furious bellow echoed. Too many of his kin had fallen to Flycloud's hand for him to swallow his rage any longer. Summoning jutsu. A monstrous beast with a long, coiling nose crashed onto the battlefield, smashing vines aside and barring the path of Flycloud's wood clones. Danzo stood atop the creature's head. Your wood style is nothing compared to mine. Flycloud longed to summon a great serpent for battle, but he couldn't bring himself to expose Orochimaru. That would be far too uncharitable. The summoned beast let out a thunderous howl, then opened its massive maw, drawing in everything before it like a living vortex. Flycloud channeled a surge of chakra into his feet to hold his ground, then clasped his hands into a seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sure enough, the beast sucked in all the flames, only to convulse in pain, its howls growing even more agonized. Fire counters wind. Danzo knows this perfectly well, and yet he used that technique anyway, which means Fyun spun around without hesitation, swinging his blade at the advancing Danzo. Their chakra-forged blades clashed with a sharp, resounding impact. Trying to sneak up on me, are you? Heavy thuds echoed through the air. The metallic clang of steel rang out. The two darted back and forth, locked in a fierce struggle, separating only to collide again and again. It's still too difficult for the 3 Tomo Sharingan to truly overcome someone of Kaga-level ability. If that's the case, realizing he couldn't gain the upper hand, Fyun's 3 Tomo Sharingan began to spin, transforming gradually into a gear-like pattern, the Mangekyo Sharingan. On the very day he succeeded in transplanting Hashirama cells, his body had ascended to a higher plane. He had truly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. With a forceful slash, Fyun struck, sending Danzo stumbling back. Danzo's face twisted with shock. That's the Mangekyo Sharingan? Impossible. Without hesitation, Danzo unraveled the bandages from his right arm, revealing a ghastly, pale limbs studded all over with staring Sharingan eyes, a sight both grotesque and terrifying. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. As Fyun unleashed his fire technique, the gear-shaped Mangekyo in his right eye spun fiercely, unleashing a torrent of ocular power that poured into the jutsu itself. Sanctified glory. A deafening explosion érupted. What would have been a mere fireball instantly expanded into an all-consuming inferno, roaring with unimaginable might. Danzo, ready to counter with a defensive jutsu, faltered at the sight of this monstrous wall of flames. He abandoned resistance entirely. So this is the true power of your Mangekyo. Sanctified glory was the ability of Fyun's right Mangekyo, a gift that could magnify the destructive force of his jutsu many times over. Meanwhile, the left Mangekyo had granted Fyun the power of Command Fate, an ocular ability that let him mark a foe and compel their obedience to a single command, absolute, but lasting only a handful of fleeting seconds, and usable just once every 10 minutes. The raging inferno surged, swallowing Danzo whole and reducing him to ashes. But Fyun knew it was already too late. Danzo had already activated a forbidden technique. As expected, Danzo reappeared, launching himself with blinding speed from Fyun's flank. Metal clashed again as Fyun raised his blade, the shockwave sending both fighters skidding backwards. Danzo wore a look of stunned disbelief. You actually reacted in time? No one should have been able to notice my sudden resurrection. Fyun sneered coldly. Just a cheap imitation of Izanagi. What's so difficult about dealing with that? You little brat. How did you figure it out? A cold sweat broke out across Danzo's back. This Uchiha youngster was giving him an eerie sense of dread. Not simply for his strength, but because he was shrouded in too many unknowns. And that sense of the unknown, that was what inspired the greatest fear of all. Fyun kept his composure outwardly, but inwardly he was just as troubled. Attacking Danzo would be pointless. Even if he struck him down, Danzo would revive. This is maddening. He really does deserve his reputation as the Sharingan collector of the shinobi world. Looks like fighting is the only option. In the blink of an eye, Fyun vanished, leaving only swirling gusts of wind and stinging sand in his wake. In the very next instant, his katana was already pressed against Danzo's back, yet what it pierced was nothing more than a substitute wooden log. Suddenly, a sealing array glimmered beneath Fyun's feet. Countless shackles of enchanted chains coiled around his ankles. Danzo emerged from the earth, the kunai in his right hand thrusting straight for Fyun's throat. The vengeful spirits of the Uchiha ought to stay buried in their graves. What business do you have crawling out? But Fyun's right arm, bound fast by curse-sealed chains, abruptly turned to wood. Wild, surging chakra shattered the sealing array with a deafening eruption. Pressing a single hand to the ground, he summoned a forest of razor-sharp stakes that shot up violently from the earth. Wood thorn technique. Wind style, vacuum serial waves. Fyun darted behind Danzo. The gears of his Mangekyo Sharingan turned with a cold gleam. In a flash of blade, he swept his katana down to sever Danzo's head. Yet Danzo's body flickered and dissolved, reappearing whole and unharmed 10 meters away. Pointless, Danzo sneered coldly. I have an entire arm full of Sharingan to squander. You cannot wear me down. Fyun gave no reply. His left eye snapped wide, Mangekyo power surging forth. Command death. Danzo's expression suddenly froze. A jarring sense of dissonance welled up. He felt something was wrong with his very self. Cut off your own head, Fyun intoned, voice chilling. Unbidden, Danzo's chakra flowed into the kunai clutched in his hand. His own hand rose, slashing at his throat. What? With a sickly squelch, Danzo's head fell once more. On his right arm, one Sharingan slowly drifted closed, its light gone forever. And yet, moments later, Danzo's intact body manifested a short distance away, rattled by lingering fear. Is that, too, the power of your Mangekyo? Fyun rushed in again, blade ready. He truly wished to end Danzo. He wasn't sure if this urge was the echo of the body's former master, or simply his own loathing for the shadowy old dog. Futile. I cannot be killed. Danzo, for his part, was just as keen to destroy Fyun, and once more, the two clashed. Thunderous detonations shook the air, and again Danzo was resurrected, while Fyun's wounds knitted shut on their own. With a swift movement, Fyun pressed the attack, sneering, You think you can't die? Don't make me laugh. There was a crash, then the ring of steel. As Danzo landed, Fyun seized the instant, hands forming a seal. Wood style. Dozens of vines erupted from the soil, lashing around Danzo, binding him tighter and tighter, until, within moments, they crushed him outright. But only a short distance away, Danzo reappeared again. He glanced down at his right arm. Already more than half the Sharingan had been spent. He bit his lip in silent frustration. Seeing Fyun charging once more, Danzo no longer tried to confront him head-on. Instead, he dodged relentlessly, fleeing toward the distant shadows. You won't escape. Fyun pursued without pause, forcing Danzo to turn and fight again. Both men, chakra running low, abandoned ninjutsu, relying on taijutsu alone for this deadly bout. Watching Fyun's wounds close on their own, Danzo burned with wild, consuming envy. This is true immortality, the power he had always dreamed of possessing. Fyun's blade pierced through Danzo's heart, falling from above and pinning him to the ground. Danzo roared. The Uchiha will always be a threat to Konoha. With a swift movement, the resurrected Danzo vanished from the spot and fled, wasting not even a second. Fyun gave chase, his brows furrowed in thought. Something's wrong. I haven't gained the upper hand. So why does Danzo keep running away? Catching up at breakneck speed, Fyun raised his blade for another strike. At that moment, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. A heavy blow sent Fyun flying, his legs carving deep trenches through the earth as he skidded to a halt. He steadied himself, gaze sharpening into an icy stare. So that's it. Looks like Danzo was stalling for time, waiting for you to arrive. Fyun fixed his eyes on the man before him, wild white hair streaming in the wind, two frogs perched on his shoulders. His voice rang out, low and cold. Jeriah. Jeriah stood protectively before the gasping Danzo, his white mane dancing in the breeze. His expression was grave as he faced a man whose cloak flapped wildly in the storm. The crimson light of Fyun's Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed, swirling amid clouds of sand. A butcher of his own village, Jeriah said, his tone heavy. How could the Uchiha clan produce monsters like you and Itachi? Fyun let out a cold laugh, lowering his blade so its tip kissed the ground. The legendary Chunin of Konoha, just watchdog for the hypocrites, after all. Jeriah slapped his hands together, and in an instant, his thick white hair transformed, shooting outward as a barrage of gleaming needles. Sage art, needle Jizo. Fyun didn't flinch. He summoned huge wooden walls, shielding himself from the rain of attacks. Jeriah leaped into the air while the two elder toad sages, Fukasaku and Shima, formed hand seals by his side. Sage art Gomen. A catastrophic torrent of fire, oil, and wind engulfed the battlefield, flames soaring as rock melted from the heat. Even as the inferno raged, colossal wooden hands erupted from the scorched earth. Fyun, cloaked in his wooden avatar, stood firm, the charred surface of the giant continually peeling away and regenerating anew. His wood golem's strength wasn't yet at its peak. It rose only a few dozen meters tall. Jeriah's eyes widened in shock. How on earth did you obtain the first Hokage's power? The wood golem spread its enormous hands, revealing Fyun standing inside. Take a guess. Jeriah's face hardened. A Mangekyo Sharingan and would release. You're far too dangerous. Not just your ideals, but your potential as well. Fyun smirked. And what then? Jeriah declared. This is where your rampage ends. I must cut you down right here. Fyun couldn't help but laugh. Dangerous, am I? Are all six of your eyes blind? Didn't you see Danzo and his cronies wipe out my entire clan? Didn't you notice his arm full of Sharingan? Jeriah replied. The Uchiha clan was annihilated by you and Itachi. Fyun sneered, huh? It's not that you don't know the truth. You just refuse to see it, don't you? Fyun crossed his arms over his chest and continued. Why was only Itachi wanted at first? Why was I added to the wanted list later? Why have I only killed members of the 4 great clans? Jeriah, you excel at gathering intelligence. Don't tell me you can't guess the truth? Or is the truth too cruel? And that's why you refuse to believe it? Jeriah let out an icy snort. Save your slippery words. It doesn't matter. Once you come back to Konoha with me, the intelligence division will extract your memories. The truth will come to light soon enough. Fyun was deliberately stalling for time. His left eye's power was almost fully restored. So, he was more than happy to exchange barbs with Jeriah for now. Why don't you extract your own master's memories, or Danzo's, while you're at it? Why play these tricks with me? Damn it. Fyun let out a mocking laugh. That old dog over there, go ahead, try reading his memories. You be in for quite the show. At that moment, Jeriah was busy listening to Danzo recount Fyun's abilities and didn't respond right away. Fyun pressed on, leaving aside all the other Sharingan Danzo has stolen. Consider the kind of heroes Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Shursui were, men who deeply loved Konoha. Weren't they both killed and robbed of their eyes by that same old dog? Have a look at that dog's memories. See how many shinobi clans in Konoha he's wiped out. Heh. Danzo's face flushed with anger. Nonsense. I have toiled fervently for Konoha my entire life. I was the second Hokage's greatest disciple. Jeriah began focusing his chakra for sage mode. Enough empty talk. Right and wrong is not for us to decide. Give yourself up. The Hokage will see to a fair judgment for all of this. Fyun could only reply with a frosty laugh. The killing intent radiating from Jeriah had not wavered for a moment. It was like a mountain, unyielding in his resolve to kill Uchiha Fyun. Fyun knew well enough that there was no persuading the greatest womanizer in the shinobi world. Not that he truly expected to talk his way out. This was simply a tactic to buy himself some time in desperation. If he truly possessed overwhelming power, there would be no need for words, nor would he bother with them. Truth be told, Fyun was still too young. Though his newfound strength was formidable, it yet lacked polish. When facing top-tier veterans who had dominated the shinobi world for decades, his shortcomings were revealed. This was the difference that came from experience, the artistry of war and the art of survival on the battlefield. Sage Jeriah, and the forbidden jutsu son brother. With these two together, it would be enough to intimidate anyone. If, on top of that, they disguised themselves as ordinary Chunin and staged an ambush, even most Kage would fall if they encountered Fyun suddenly, cut off guard by such crafty veterans. Fyun's mind worked at a feverish pace, considering every possible plan and simulating all their likely outcomes. In the end, Fyun had to admit, chances were he would not be able to kill these two. Even if he went all out, at best he might defeat them, but actually killing them would prove exceedingly difficult, if not impossible. Jeriah bit his thumb and slapped the ground. Summoning technique. Food stand annihilation. A giant twin-bladed toad, Gamma Hero, came crashing down from the sky, aiming to pin down Fyun on top of the wooden golem. It had to be said, this toad was leagues above his wooden creation. Fyun swiftly formed intricate hand signs, and a wooden dragon erupted from the earth, coiling tightly around the toad's limbs. Then, the wooden giant surged forward, throwing a mighty punch, but Gamma Hero drew his blades and blocked the attack. A deep boom thundered through the air. A shock wave exploded outward, shaking the world around them. Jeriah summoned Gamabunta once again, bringing both titans of Mount Mayaboku into the fray. Their relentless assault pressed Fyun hard. Yet, weaving the wooden dragon around the golem, he greatly enhanced its defense and offensive might, making it a true match for the onslaught. Wave after wave of tremendous impact sent fierce winds sweeping across the land. In the distant village of Jusha, small houses quaked as if they might collapse at any moment. The villagers huddled in cellars, trembling with fear, silently praying for protection from the gods. Shimura Danzo flashed into view behind a massive boulder, his eyes locked greedily onto the distant battle. A complete pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. What a prize, he muttered, the hunger in his gaze unmistakable. Suddenly, the gigantic wooden dragon's tail swept past, shattering the rock in a spray of debris, forcing Danzo into the open. Such keen senses. Even while battling Jeriah, he's still on guard for me. Fyun's left eye snapped wide open, the Mangekyo's gear-like pattern shot through with crimson veins. Command fate. Jeriah's face flickered with shock. He murmured, "Is this the eye technique Danzo spoke of?" Fyun's voice rang with command. "Jeriah, sever your own head." Jeriah's eyes widened in horror as a chakra-charged hand shot to his own throat under an irresistible compulsion. "Hiraya, no." Sage Ma's eyes sharpened. Channeling powerful sage chakra, his tongue lashed out like a whip, binding Jeriah's hands tightly. Seizing the moment, Fyun flashed atop Gamabunta's head, blade poised to strike at the still-struggling Jeriah. "Enough, brat!" cried Sage Shima in a thundering roar. Sage art, violent water, severing mountain. The surge of water battered Fyun's chakra blade aside, a relentless torrent condensing to a razor-sharp edge, its force growing ever more intense. With a sound like tearing steel, the water morphing into a blade as sharp as light itself, slicing Fyun's chakra weapon clean in two. Sharingan fixed and unwavering, Fyun dodged nimbly, narrowly escaping the water blade's deadly sweep, then continued to weave and dodge as the attack hunted him down. At last, he deliberately drew close to Gamma Hero, who still wrestled with the wooden golem, forcing Sage Ma to withdraw the water blade to avoid friendly fire. "Jeriah, are you all right?" Sage Ma called with concern. Jeriah drew a deep breath. "My body's back under control. It seems as I technique can only forcefully command someone for a few seconds at a time." Sage Ma sucked in a cold breath. A few seconds is terrifying enough. He can seize control directly. Cold sweat trickled down Shima Sage's forehead as she spoke in a low, grave voice. From now on, if little Jeriah ever encounters that man alone, he must escape at once. All three, one man and two toads, fixed their intense gazes on the handsome young man below, their expressions solemn and tense. Fyun's hands moved swiftly through a series of hand seals. Earth style, great upheaval. The ground shook violently, making Gamabunta lose his footing just as he was about to swing his blade. Then, with a thunderous crack, the earth itself split open, and two enormous ridges of rock surged up, slamming forcefully toward Gamabunta from either side. With a tremendous crash, pain ripped from Gamabunta's throat. He cried out, struggled for a moment, and then vanished in a swirl of white mist. The summoning technique had been undone. Sage Art, Giant Rasengan. In a blur, Jeriah appeared directly above Fyun, bringing down a gigantic ball of chakra from overhead. Fyun pressed his palms together, forming a hand sign. Solid wooden planks sprang up to shield him, intercepting the mighty sphere. He locked eyes with Jeriah, and after a brief moment, the corner of his lips curled up in a faint smile. Rasengan, so that's what it is. With another detonation, chakra exploded. Fyun darted forward, launching into close-quarters combat. Their bodies became a blur as fists and feet flew. The clash was direct, raw, bone-shattering. The two fighters became locked in an all-out melee. In Sage mode, Jeriah's taijutsu was overwhelmingly powerful. Strength, speed, reflexes, each driven to their peak. Yet Fyun's physical body was invincible. On top of that, his Mangekyo Sharingan offered uncanny perception and dynamic vision. He matched Jeriah's Sage-enhanced taijutsu blow for blow, without a hint of intimidation. Fire Style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Sage Art, Water Style, Water Bullet. Jutsu after jutsu collided, filling the battleground with explosions as the battle reached its fever pitch. With the power of his right eye's saintly glory, Fyun's ninjutsu was every bit as formidable as Sage Art, perhaps even surpassing Jeriah's. Again and again, they traded blows. By now, Jeriah was injured in many places, while Fyun's wounds healed in an instant. Jeriah nimbly dodged another volley of wooden spikes. Fukasaku Sage whispered under his breath, "He's just too strong. Ninjutsu or taijutsu. Neither is enough to defeat him." "What now?" Jeriah asked, smashing through a bundle of tangled vines as he spoke. Fukasaku Sage continued in a low voice, "We'll have to use Jinjutsu." Jeriah landed a fierce kick, sending Fyun flying, only to be struck by a punch in return, both knockback. "But I'm no good at Jinjutsu," Jeriah protested. "Just buy us some time, little Jeriah. Leave the rest to me and Shima," Fukasaku replied. Shima Sage pulled a face, clearly unwilling. "I don't want to. Isn't Danzo from Konoha still around? Besides, even more Konoha shinobi will be here soon." Fukasaku's expression turned grim and urgent. "Shima, there's no time to argue. This man is far too dangerous for Konoha." But still, Shima refused, reasoning. "The Uchiha are Jinjutsu specialists, and this one wields the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Our Jinjutsu might not even work on him." Jeriah and Fukasaku both fell silent at these words. It was true, which made things worse, as none of them dared hope for respite. That troublesome eye technique could activate again at any moment, making it impossible to fully prepare for what might come next. Summoning Jutsu, Jeriah called forth Gamaken, who appeared wielding a massive shield in one hand and a threatening pitchfork in the other. With a single swing, he blocked the charging wooden dragon. "Hey, what's going on here? Am I really supposed to join a battle this intense?" Driven back by a burst of fire-style jutsu, Jeriah turned and shouted, "Both Gamabunta and Gamakosuk are severely wounded. Just keep those wood-style attacks at bay." A deafening roar erupted as a torrential wave of fire collided head-on with Sage Art water style. Steam sizzled into the air, and the scalding mist spread rapidly, shrouding the entire battlefield in obscurity. Within a radius of several miles, all that remained was a landscape of ruin and desolation. Kneeling on one knee, Jeriah could taste blood at the corner of his mouth. His Sage chakra nearly exhausted, and the relentless barrage of attacks had left him battered. The giant toads from Mount Mayaboku had all retreated, each badly injured. Fukasaku and Shima bore exhausted expressions, clearly spent past their limits. Flying Cloud, perched atop the shattered head of a wooden colossus, still radiated intense spiritual energy. Yet, despite this unwavering will, his body trembled and his eyes throbbed with pain that could not be ignored. Is it because I'm using the Mangekyo Sharingan in battle for the first time? Have I overdone it? The gear-shaped Mangekyo in Flying Cloud's eyes spun for a moment, then faded back to its three-tomo form. The agony in his eyes eased noticeably. Just as he steeled himself to track down Jeriah once more, a dark figure dashed through the thick mist, flashing several times before coming to rest beside him. Flying Cloud. Orochimaru, is it? Orochimaru regarded the young Uchiha, unable to conceal his astonishment. He had witnessed the entire battle through the eyes of his sand snake. Uchiha Flying Cloud's performance had left him deeply shaken. After all, even at his prime, Orochimaru could hardly have managed this much. To say nothing of contending simultaneously with Danzo Shimura, who had Kaga-level support, and Sage Jeriah. Unwilling as he was to admit it, Orochimaru had to accept that if he fought head-to-head, he couldn't defeat Sage Mo Jeriah. He would almost certainly lose. Though he was confident Jeriah couldn't kill him either, his best outcome would merely be to retreat unscathed. Yet Uchiha Flying Cloud not only seemed to have the upper hand, he still looked poised to continue the attack. Could this boy really believe he could finish off both Jeriah and Danzo? Was he truly that powerful? Or was it simply youthful passion, so fixated on vengeance that he gave no thought to the consequences? Suppressing his turbulent thoughts, Orochimaru glanced at Flying Cloud's eyes and noted with some relief that his Mangekyo had faded. "Flying Cloud, are you all right?" Orochimaru asked quietly. Fyun took a deep breath. "I can still hold on." "Orochimaru, you've come at just the right time. Help me kill Danzo and Jeriah. This is the most crucial step in destroying the leaf, isn't it?" Orochimaru's golden, slit-like pupils narrowed sharply. This kid really intends to attempt such an outrageous feat? That's Jeriah the Sannin he's talking about, plus half of Mount Myaboku's might. And let's not forget his own greatest creation, Danzo Shimura, his version of a Six Paths replica. Orochimaru spoke with caution. "Taking those two down won't be easy. They're fighting you now because they aim to destroy you first. If they sense that they can't win and decide to escape, even if you have two of me backing you up, we won't be able to stop them from slipping away." Fyun gritted his teeth. "Most of my abilities and information have already been exposed. If we let them go now, it will only get harder to kill them in the future." Orochimaru tried to reassure him. "There's always another day. You're still young, filled with infinite possibilities. They, on the other hand, are already clinging to their last bit of life." He paused, then continued. "What's more, my scouting snakes have already spotted large groups of leaf ninja rushing towards our location. If we continue, we'll end up besieged on all sides." Fyun, acutely aware of how drained his strength had become and how his body was beginning to falter, had no choice but to nod in reluctant agreement. "Then let Danzo, that old dog, live a little longer for now." Hearing these words, Orochimaru finally let out a sigh of relief. He really had been worried that Uchiha Fyun would forego all caution and fight to the bitter end, which would throw his own plans into complete chaos. After all, Orochimaru could never bring himself to abandon the one person who was his partner in the pursuit of eternity. Yes, at some point, Orochimaru had started to see Uchiha Fyun as a true friend. Orochimaru formed hand seals, weaving his ninjutsu, and the two figures vanished into the mist. Meanwhile, half kneeling on the ground, Jeriah was deep in discussion with the two great toad sages about whether to continue fighting or to retreat. "Jeriah, don't push yourself too hard. You're reaching your limit," Fukasaku said sternly. "But if we don't stop him here?" Jeriah protested stubbornly, coughing up blood as he spoke. Shima's expression was full of worry. "You're too badly wounded already, and that one has Hashirama's regenerative powers. If we keep grinding away at this, you'll die." Just then, Danzo arrived at Jeriah's side. "Jeriah, when the time comes, I'll act as bait and open a window for your attack." "What?" Suddenly, a sharp cry escaped Jeriah as he snapped upright, eyes fixed intently on the swirling mist. Danzo was startled and asked, "What is it?" Clenching his jaw, Jeriah said, "There's a new chakra signature. Someone's taken Uchiha Fyun away." Fukasaku mused. "One of his allies, perhaps?" Danzo demanded, "Who was it?" Jeriah clenched his fists tightly, and after a moment, shook his head. "That person used a secret technique to deliberately conceal their chakra. There's no way to tell who it was." Danzo's heart burned with impatience. He no longer bothered with Jeriah, and without hesitating, moved swiftly in pursuit, vanishing into the lingering mist. Yet no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the slightest trace of the enemy. Danzo inwardly cursed himself for failing to bring a sensory ninja along. After so much effort, after meticulously setting up this deadly trap, he still hadn't managed to take down that inherently evil Uchiha brat. Seething with fury, Danzo nearly lost control. He had wasted so many precious revival coins for nothing. Before long, a large number of Konoha shinobi arrived on the scene. A squad of root operatives was the first to reach him, all dropping to one knee behind Danzo in a show of unwavering loyalty. "Lord Danzo, where is the enemy?" With deliberate care, Danzo refastened the bandages around his right arm, tucked it beneath the folds of his robe, and cradled within it those beloved Sharingan, his cherished collection of big, gleaming eyes. Why did he tuck them close to his chest? There was no special reason, only that it was closer to his heart. The things you treasure most ought to be kept next to your heart. If you love it, keep it with you. Guard it as part of yourself. Danzo's voice was grim as he gave his orders. There may be 2 enemies. Sensory types, form teams, and search in all directions. I want them found. Yes, sir, barked the root operatives in unison, moving out with well-drilled precision. Danzo's gaze darkened further. Muttering to himself, he said, "It's time to pay Itachi a visit. Only the Sharingan can counter the Sharingan." As for the secrets of the Sharingan in his own body, Danzo already had a plausible explanation prepared for Jeriah's inevitable questions. These last few years, the threat from the Uchiha has only grown. In order to protect the village, in order to respond to the Sharingan without sacrificing too many of our own, I, Shimura Danzo, was forced to sacrifice my own body. Resolutely, I had the Sharingan that Konoha has been collecting for decades implanted into myself. All this, every bit of it, is for Konoha. Jeriah's face was still clouded with suspicion. With a weary air, Danzo let out a heavy sigh. If only you younger generations would stay in the village, how much better off we'd be. You and Tsunade have been away from Konoha for years. Everything falls on us old men to keep the village standing. How old do you think we are now? If Tsunade and you dedicated yourselves fully to Konoha, will we still be pushing ourselves, risking our old bones like this? Hiruzen and I are both over 70. Don't you think we want to retire and finally enjoy some peace? But if we step down, who is left to hold up the sky for Konoha? Jeriah, why don't you just stay and take up a post here? Jeriah's face couldn't hide his reluctance. With an awkward wave of his hand, he deflected the suggestion. No, I'm not cut out for that. I'll head off now. Danzo watched Jeriah's retreating, disheveled figure and let out a cold chuckle. Daring to question me? You think I, an old hand at this, can't handle a white-haired brat like you? Meanwhile, in a dimly lit Konoha conference room, flickering candlelight cast the somber faces of 4 elders into shadow. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe had long since gone cold, yet he still clamped it between his teeth, as if unaware, his fingers restlessly drumming the table. Kohyudatane pressed her thin, toothless lips into a taut line, the tea in her cup already icy with neglect. Meanwhile, fresh blood seeped through the bandages wrapped around Shimura Danzo's right arm, his lone eye flashing with barely disguised agitation. The scroll sprawled across the tabletop recorded the latest intelligence. Uchiha Hyun, confirmed to possess, would release, Mangekyo Sharingan, new abilities. Threat level, beyond S-class. Difficulty of elimination, requires activation of the Shadow Annihilation Plan. With a heavy thud, Danzo's fist slammed into the table, sending a wave of tea sloshing over. The liquid spread across the scroll, as uncontrolled as the situation they now faced. We should have listened to me from the start. Danzo rasped, his voice rough. The clan should have been wiped out in full force when we had the chance. Now look, one survivor, and he's about to upend all of Konoha. Mitokado Hamura frowned. What's the point of arguing now? The priority. The priority? Danzo gave a cold, mirthless laugh. Do you still not get it? That brat already managed to face Jeriah head-on and force him back. Next, he'll come storming into the village, nailing each of us to the very stones of the Hokage monument. At last, Sarutobi Hiruzen removed his pipe, his aged hands trembling softly. His Mangekyo abilities. The third Hokage's voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. One lets him seize another's body and actions by force. The other amplifies the power of his ninjutsu. And now he controls the wood release too. A heavy silence crashed over the council room. Each of them was haunted by the same name, Senju Hashirama, the ninja god who had, by his own hand, ended the Warring States era. Is it possible? Hamura's Adam's apple bobbed. Is he to become the next Uchiha Madara? Sarutobi shot to his feet, the chair scraping the floor with a shrill screech. Recall every elite jonin stationed outside the village. Issue the highest state of alert immediately. Seeing the fear and anxiety etched across his old friends' faces, Sarutobi tried to reassure them. Don't lose hope. In the nearly 40 years since, haven't we weathered countless storms? Konoha will endure, just as it always has. And this time, it hasn't been all for nothing. We've secured precious new intel, haven't we? Next time we face him, it will be much easier to plan our attack. All 3 nodded, clinging to this small victory as their only comfort. Danzo's eyes grew darker. Hiruzen, you have to find a way to bring Tsunade back. Konoha stands at a perilous crossroads. How can she, a child of the village, stay away for so many years? It's disgraceful. The other showed no reaction to Danzo's outburst. Who else would know if not them? Old foxes, all of them. There were no secrets between such seasoned conspirators. Why had Tsunade distanced herself from Konoha? Was it not Danzo's under-the-table scheming and their silent complicity that had driven her away? At that time, the Hidden Leaf Village enjoyed a period of relative peace and stability. It was during this era that some exploited Tsunade's psychological wounds, using the deaths of her loved ones to provoke and guide her transformation, turning her indifferent to the affairs of the Land of Fire, making her addicted to gambling, alcohol, and a downward spiral. Much like how they had driven Orochimaru away, for all of them were too independent in thought, too skilled, and too respected. Anyone like that would inevitably threaten the interests of the four great clans. In truth, Tsunade posed an even greater threat than Orochimaru. For Tsunade was the heir of a pure Senju bloodline. She was the most likely candidate to become the next Hokage. And so, Tsunade's resolve was shattered even earlier than Orochimaru's. Her descent into despair came even sooner. Did the third Hokage and the others admire outstanding shinobi? Of course they did. That was the future and hope of the village. For the sake of Konoha's strength, they genuinely nurtured generation after generation, caring deeply for the young. But you are allowed to be excellent, just not more outstanding than me. And if you are more outstanding, at least you must remain obedient. The four of them would often reminisce. When would they see another prodigy like Minato Namikaze? What an exceptional successor, unparalleled in his excellence, yet humble and willing to heed the counsel of old veterans like themselves. So they poured their efforts into training the next generation, protecting them earnestly, hoping that soon, another worthy candidate for Hokage would emerge. After a long silence, Hiruzen Sarutobi relit his pipe. I'll persuade Jeriah to talk to Tsunade. That girl still loves the village. Deep down, I trust her. The others nodded. Now that the power of the four great clans had become firmly rooted, even transferring the Hokage title to Tsunade wouldn't matter much. After all, no one could weaken their influence now. Tsunade, after all, was just one woman. The Senju clan had no one left but her. Everything remained firmly within their grasp. If nothing else could be done, while they were all past 70, how much longer could they really hold on to power? With no one in their clans truly qualified, they had to make advance arrangements. In the end, as long as they cultivated future prodigies, wouldn't the Hokage position inevitably return to the clan anyway? Danzo's eyes narrowed. Jeriah would never accept becoming Hokage. But if we use the threat of succession to pressure him, he'll put everything into bringing Tsunade back. Hiruzen's face darkened with annoyance. He barked, I might be old, but I've still got some fight left. There's no need to be so afraid. No matter how strong Uchiha Fyun may be, he's only one man. We have the support of the entire Leaf Village and the Land of Fire. Danzo scoffed, come now, Hiruzen. Of course we have no intention of actually handing over power. This is all just an excuse to get Tsunade to return. Hiruzen shot a cold, piercing look at Danzo. No, Danzo. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. I'm still the Hokage here. Danzo's single visible eye widened in anger. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. After a round of playful banter, the two went their separate ways. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Koharu and Hamura didn't even lift their eyes the entire time. They were well aware that the matter was now settled, just like that. This scene was all too familiar to them. They had rehearsed it countless times before. Just as in the past, Danzo carried it out alongside them, and the third Hokage opposed it. Then, within the village hidden by sound, after listening to Fyun's explanation, Orochimaru fell into a pensive silence. After a moment, he frowned and spoke. So, are you saying now that your regenerative ability is the result of 60th level spiritual power, or is it due to the power of the cells from Hashirama? Fyun waved his hand dismissively. That's not really important. What I want to know is, how do I use this 60th level spiritual power? Orochimaru's gaze grew solemn. No, this is very important. Every data point must be precise, down to the finest detail. Otherwise, the results could be worlds apart. A faraway look flickered across Orochimaru's face as he reminisced. In a measured tone, he said, I once witnessed the intimidating might of the White Snake Sage. Based on my year-long study of you, your spiritual strength likely rivals that of the White Snake Sage. The ancient spiritual cultivators you mentioned, perhaps you're referring to beings like the White Snake Sage and the Great Toad Sage. As he spoke, Orochimaru's eyes glittered with excitement. If that's the case, then the ancient cultivators you speak of might indeed exist. After all, the White Snake Sage, Great Toad Sage, and Slug Sage have all survived for thousands of years. And the three great sanctuaries, those are the ancient ruins. That's how they've preserved the arts of cultivation. Orochimaru held his hands up, as if presenting a treasure, his eyes brimming with clever insight. So, the so-called cultivators, what they're really practicing is natural energy. Fyun was left a little dumbstruck by these words. He couldn't help but admire Orochimaru's imaginative leaps, making such wild yet plausible connections. And, surprisingly, those guesses actually seemed to make a lot of sense. Though still far from the truth, somehow Orochimaru seemed to be getting at some hidden aspects. Fyun spread his hands and replied, "Spiritual power probably isn't the same as natural energy. There's a connection, yes, but they follow different paths. Natural energy mainly trains the body, while spiritual power is about cultivating the mind. The stronger your body, the more your spiritual power will increase accordingly. But a powerful spiritual force doesn't necessarily mean a strong body. In fact, those who excel in spiritual strength may not even need a physical form at all." He paused, then continued, "But you made a good point. The spiritual power of the three sages must certainly be formidable." Orochimaru nodded. "That's why, Fyun, you don't need to make a special effort to search for methods of using your spiritual power. Aren't you already using it at every moment?" Fyun's face took on a note of puzzlement. "What do you mean?" Orochimaru stared intently at Fyun. "You've made it this far step by step, haven't you, all on the back of your so-called 60th level of mental strength. No matter which path you take, it all leads towards that single, ultimate destiny in the end. What matters is to move forward one solid step at a time, building upwards with determination. As for me, every step I take is built upon a foundation of meticulous data, while you, Fyun, each of your breakthroughs is rooted in the immense strength of your mind." Fyun pulled a bemused face. "So you mean to say that even a lofty tower is built from the ground up, and all greatness comes from one's own hands?" Orochimaru paused for a moment, then smiled. "What a novel way of putting it. I must admit, it fits perfectly. What we need to do is keep seeking out the new, gathering what we discover, and making it our own. When we've amassed enough, then finally, nothing in this world will be beyond our comprehension." Orochimaru grew visibly enthralled. "In the end, we shall become the most exalted beings on earth, unveiling all the mysteries that exist. But to reach that summit would take vast amounts of time. Human lifespans are simply too short, and so I must obtain life eternal." Fyun started feeling dizzy from Orochimaru's words and waved his hand dismissively. I think I need to try transplanting Hashirama cells one more time. My wood release just still feels too weak." Inside, Orochimaru could hardly believe it. Did he really need to show off this much? His achievements were leagues above anyone else, past or present. He slowly closed his eyes and opened them again. "If what you have is called weak, should I even bother living?" Fyun failed to notice Orochimaru's odd tone, and curiously asked, "Oh, right. There's something I've always wondered. Didn't you already transplant Hashirama's cells? Why can't you use the secret techniques of the wood release?" Orochimaru gazed at Fyun with a stone-cold expression, as if turned to marble. An awkward silence filled the room, the tension nearly palpable. Fyun, unfazed, adopted the attitude that if he wasn't embarrassed, any awkwardness fell squarely on Orochimaru. Calmly, he took a sip of tea and waited for him to reply. Only after a long pause did Orochimaru speak, his voice neutral. "First, I've only transplanted a small concentration of Hashirama cells for now. And moreover, who told you simply having his cells would let you wield wood release? That's why I'm seeking your guidance, Orochimaru. After all, you're the most technologically advanced pioneer in the ninja world." Hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but look pleased, a genuine smile finally appearing on his lips. "Say that again." One odd quirk, Fyun thought. He twitched the corner of his mouth. "Orochimaru, you're a pioneer?" Orochimaru tilted back his head, giving a satisfied hum, visibly basking in Fyun's praise. He then smiled and explained, "To utilize wood release, having the cells of Hashirama is only one essential condition. You must also possess a considerable level of yang release chakra, along with strong proficiency in all 5 basic elements." Hearing this, Fyun became even more puzzled. "But I only have earth and fire chakra natures. Why am I able to use it?" Orochimaru pondered for a moment before answering. "You possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, and your Yin release is already at its peak. After fusing with the purest form of Hashirama cells, you gained overwhelming yang release as well. In other words, you've acquired Yin-yang release. And Yin-yang release encompasses all 5 basic elemental natures." "I see. So, it seems Yamato's ability must be some kind of mutation. Either that, or he has secrets of his own." Fyun appeared deep in thought. Suddenly, he shifted the topic and asked, "Orochimaru, you've already crossed blades with Uchiha Itachi, haven't you? What do you think of him?" Orochimaru's face clouded with cold greed. "He's strong, far stronger than me now." Fyun nodded. Then, between the two of us, whom do you think is the stronger? Of course, Orochimaru was well aware Fyun intended to kill Itachi. With a smile, he replied, "If it's purely a contest of ocular jutsu, Itachi outclasses you. In terms of overall strength, however, unless someone deals with his eye techniques first, any other comparison is meaningless. After all, if we only count general strength, I'm also stronger than Itachi on paper, but that in itself makes no difference. I simply can't defeat him." Fyun, though, had his own view. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he analyzed, "Let me guess, you lost to Itachi's Jinjutsu, didn't you?" Orochimaru gave a small nod. "Itachi's illusions are peerless in the entire shinobi world. There's no shame in my defeat. Still, enemy is not so simple." "No." Fyun shook his head, a confident smile on his lips. "Jinjutsu, in the end, is nothing more than a contest of willpower. If the illusionist's mental prowess overwhelms yours, then of course they win with ease. A so-called genius of Jinjutsu is simply a genius of mental strength." Orochimaru's expression grew pensive as he mulled over Fyun's words. Fyun continued, "But you, Orochimaru, your willpower is exceptionally strong. The only way illusions could become your weakness is if you deliberately split your mental power." At these words, Orochimaru's eyes went wide with shock, his demeanor utterly shaken. This was his greatest secret, the very thing that allowed him to roam freely through the ninja world without fear. How had this boy managed to discern something like that? Orochimaru's gaze grew colder, his tongue snaking out to moisten his lips in a reptilian gesture. He had divided his mental energy into 8 parts, each tied to a cursed seal, some of these marks already implanted into his subordinates, others still resting on his own hands. The spiritual energy he had separated from himself was hidden within these curses and seals. Ordinarily, as long as his true self's main consciousness remained alive, those fragments of spiritual force would stay dormant. But if the main body were to die, those sleeping splinters would awaken and become a new dominant consciousness. This was the true secret behind Orochimaru's claim to immortality. Only he knew the full truth. He had never confided in anyone. Yet how did this Uchiha Fyun kid know all this? Sensing the shift in Orochimaru's expression, Fyun smiled and said, "What's wrong? Tempted to kill me to keep your secret?" After a moment's thought, Orochimaru realized that, with this boy's current strength, he was no match for him. Orochimaru suppressed his aura, desperately hoping Fyun hadn't figured out that his scattered spirit resided in the curse marks. "Fyun-kun, how exactly did you come to know such things?" Fyun's smile widened. "Not only do I know that you split up your spirit, I also know your primary pursuit is the art of Yamada no Orochi, not the transmigration of living corpses. That so-called art is merely a tool, a means to help your true Yamada no Orochi essence secure a vessel." A sharp gasp stopped Orochimaru cold. He stood up so abruptly his chair scraped against the floor. Sweat poured down his forehead. "Fyun-kun, Orochimaru was so startled he could barely speak. He'd never known such fear. Not since the day he obtained the forbidden scroll detailing the art of Yamada no Orochi had anyone ever suspected the truth. In fact, Orochimaru was certain that even if someone else had glimpsed that scroll, they would never be able to decipher it. Every forbidden technique, every experiment he ever conducted, all were in pursuit of perfecting the art of Yamada no Orochi. This was his greatest secret. For instance, the cursed mark containing sage body essence existed solely to house the shards of his Yamada consciousness. Or the transmigration of living corpses, as Fyun just exposed, was simply a method for seeking new vessels to safeguard his true serpent body. The art of Yamada no Orochi, that was his path to eternity, his route to immortality. And if he could truly become immortal, then time would mean nothing. He would have infinite years to decipher and lay claim to the world itself. Such was Orochimaru's conviction. In time, he would unravel every mystery and claim all there was to claim. He would become the supreme being. As for fleeting victories and losses, or the vagaries of reputation, morality, right and wrong, they meant nothing to him. Enemies? Go ahead and defeat me if you can. It hardly matters. Even if you dance on my grave today, one day I, Orochimaru, will be there to dance on your grandson's tomb. Sharingan? Rinnegan? Enticing, yes, but it doesn't matter. In the endless tide of ages, he would inevitably unravel even the secrets of the Sage of Six Paths, and in the end, everything would be his. So, for the sake of his undying ambition, Orochimaru never slackened, forever toiling in his endless research. No matter how strong others became, one day, they would all fall before him. Nothing else had meaning. Only eternity held significance. For only he, Orochimaru, was the one and only being of true consequence. But now, Orochimaru was thoroughly panicked. For someone capable of cutting off his path to immortality had appeared. If Fyun could uncover all these secrets, he could also destroy everything Orochimaru had built. He wouldn't even need to strike himself. Simply by making this information public, Orochimaru would find himself in grave danger. Orochimaru stared intently at Uchiha Fyun, his whole body trembling, cold sweat streaming down his face. Fyun cast a glance at Orochimaru, who looked ready to devour him whole, and chuckled softly. Come now, Orochimaru, there's no need to be so tense. Aren't we comrades? Suppressing the unease welling up inside him, Orochimaru had no choice but to sit back down. After all, there was nothing he could do about this boy for the moment. He could only hope that everyone would truly remain on good terms. Fyun, would you be willing to tell me, how did you come by this knowledge? Taking a sip of tea, Fyun replied, my spiritual power has reached the 60th tier. 60th tier of spiritual power? Orochimaru repeated in astonishment. Fyun nodded. Are you familiar with the prophecy of the great toad sage? Orochimaru thought of Jeriah. I've heard bits and pieces. They say the great toad often dreams of future events, and Jeriah sacrificed much of his life in pursuit of such a dream. A rather laughable tale, don't you think? No, it's anything but laughable, Fyun answered quietly. Oh, what do you mean, Fyun? Orochimaru's curiosity was piqued. With calm composure, Fyun continued. Beings whose spiritual power reaches our level can, on occasion, glimpse fragments of the past or future. Seeing Orochimaru momentarily stunned, Fyun chuckled inwardly. Of course, he had no such prophetic abilities. He was simply bluffing, crafting a story to make his knowledge of Orochimaru's secrets seem less abrupt and unnatural. Feigning the demeanor of a wise sage, Fyun tapped his thumb against his other fingers. By piecing together the vision I glimpsed with certain clues at hand, it's not difficult to deduce some of the cause and effect at play. Orochimaru was entirely taken in, adopting the posture of an eager apprentice. Then were these clues? He's still asking? So it's true. Once you tell one lie, you need countless more to sustain it. Maintaining a serene expression, Fyun leisurely finished the last sip of his tea. Though in his mind, he was frantically searching for convincing nonsense to smooth things over. Noticing his empty cup, Orochimaru picked up the teapot and refilled it himself. Fyun nodded in satisfaction, then continued. For instance, the Kusanagi sword in your possession. That's the legendary artifact found within the body of the eight-headed serpent in ancient mythology, isn't it? And then, take your living corpse reincarnation technique. Why do you suppose it's gone centuries without anyone mastering it? Presumably, without transforming into the eight-headed serpent, there's no way to transfer one's soul, right? Fyun hadn't expected that such utter nonsense would actually make Orochimaru's eyes light up, as if everything finally made sense. He kept his composure and quickly changed the subject. Let's get back to the topic of Itachi's Jinjutsu. In my opinion, while his illusions are formidable, they're not enough to defeat me. The only reason he managed to beat you was because you were fighting with just 1/8 of your mental strength. Orochimaru seemed to awaken from a dream, his voice soft and reflective. I've always referred to mental strength as the soul's manifestation, but now that you put it this way, Jinjutsu really is a clash of spiritual force. Fyun grinned in an approving, almost teacherly way. A true master of illusions is, in fact, a master of the mind. So, if my willpower is this strong, shouldn't I just avoid Itachi's sharpest attacks? Orochimaru's snake-like pupils narrowed slightly. That means if you go up against Itachi, you should have at least a 50% chance of winning. So why does it still feel like I can't beat him? Fyun thought to himself, frustration building inside. Orochimaru held up 3 fingers. First, there's the information gap. No one really knows the extent of Itachi's Mangekyo abilities, while your powers have already been exposed. Second, Itachi surpasses you in both combat experience and tactical intelligence. And third, behind him stand both Konoha and the Akatsuki. In terms of potential, Itachi has youth on his side. Fyun rolled his eyes. Honestly, I'd be better off asking myself than asking you. Orochimaru replied softly, take it easy. There's no rush. As long as we can achieve immortality, who's to say we can't dance on their graves 10,000 years from now? Fyun shot back, eyes wide. What are you talking about? 10,000 years is far too long. We must seize the moment. With that, Fyun fell silent, deep in thought about how he could eliminate Itachi, or perhaps those elders of Konoha. Merely making them suffer wasn't enough. He needed a way for them to taste the agony of death. Seeing Fyun lost in contemplation, Orochimaru ventured cautiously. Fyun-kun, about that little matter of mine? Still absorbed in his thoughts, Fyun replied impatiently, what matter? My 8 branches technique. Please, you must never let anyone else know about it. I'm begging you, Fyun, if not for you and me, then for eternal life. Fyun cut him off before he could finish reciting any incantations. All right, I get it. I won't tell. 6 months passed, and now nearly 3 years had gone by since the night the clan was wiped out. One day, Orochimaru once again sought out Uchiha Fyun, who was busy practicing his skills. A gigantic, golden skeletal hand formed of chakra shielded him from a barrage of shuriken raining down like a storm. As the blades collided with the bony hand, they sparked and fell harmlessly away. That battle with Jeriah, more than half a year ago, had made it clear to Fyun that relying solely on wood release and his Mangekyo Sharingan was not enough to overpower the whole of Konoha. Sasuke. Fyun gazed at his own right hand, recalling the ancient records of the Uchiha. The Uchiha's supreme art, the power that turns chakra into fuel and ocular force into fire. The gear-shaped kaleidoscope suddenly whirled to life. With a harsh grinding, golden chakra burst from his body like molten lava, swirling around him and taking shape as a gigantic skeletal hand. Jagged, bony fingers clamped onto the cliff face, crushing the hard stone to powder with barely any effort. Fyun fixed his gaze on the waterfall 100 meters ahead, and with a flex of his will, the immense skeletal hand lashed out. A deafening roar filled the air as the very atmosphere was ripped open, leaving a tunnel of vacuum in its wake. Incredibly, the waterfall was cleaved in two by the force of the strike, suspended, separated, for a full 3 seconds. As the mist cleared, a pitted crater was revealed on the sheer rock wall, spiderweb cracks crawling outward until they fractured the entire mountainside. Still not enough. Fyun murmured to himself. Magnificent, Fyun-kun. Orochimaru entered the gorge, all gleaming in his eyes. This was true power. The golden chakra slowly faded as Fyun let the Susanoo vanish. Tell me, Orochimaru, why do you always spy on other people's training sessions? You've probably stolen every last bit of intel from me by now. Orochimaru smiled slyly. Fyun stretched lazily. So, what is it you want from me? Is the preparation for my third Hashirama cell transplant complete? Orochimaru crossed his arms. No, your body's reached its limit. Any more implants will be meaningless. Your system now breeds Hashirama cells on its own. You're growing stronger, inching ever closer to the power of the original Senju Hashirama himself. Fyun unrolled a scroll and scanned it. Then why are you here? Don't tell me you're planning to send me on another raid, rounding up more test subjects for your experiments? A mysterious grin tugged at Orochimaru's lips. Fyun-kun, I'm going to show you something interesting. Oh, something interesting? Will it make me stronger? Together, they made their way back to the hidden Sound Village, heading for the subterranean base concealed beneath. Orochimaru glided ahead with that unmistakable serpentine slink, a sliver of excitement always curling his lips. Meanwhile, Fyun was secretly wondering whether Orochimaru was male or female at the moment. He even had to stifle the urge to just reach out and check for himself. Oh, asterisk, oh. Asterisk, caret, asterisk. Fyun couldn't hold back anymore and asked, Orochimaru, what exactly is this treasure you're about to show me? Orochimaru glanced back with a sly smile. We're almost there. You'll find out soon enough. The two reached a spacious and vacant secret chamber, where Orochimaru activated a protective barrier. Inside, Kabuto was busily attending to something. Seeing them enter, Kabuto bowed respectfully. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Fyun, all the preparations for the jutsu are complete. Fyun looked toward Orochimaru. A jutsu? What kind of jutsu? Orochimaru let out a low chuckle, his shoulders trembling with emotion. The greatest forbidden technique from the Leaf Village, Edo Tensei, the reanimation jutsu. Well, not impressed. Orochimaru's face was alight with excitement as he continued. Lord Fyun, haven't you always longed for Hashirama's power? Today, we're about to summon that legend himself, the first Hokage of Konoha, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. What do you think? Fyun remained calm, blinking slowly. That's fine, I suppose. Orochimaru's excitement faltered, his hands frozen awkwardly in midair, unsure where to rest them. Why was this kid so unfazed? Wasn't this reaction all wrong? By all reason, who wouldn't be filled with excitement, their heart pounding at the thought of witnessing the god of shinobi himself? Who was Hashirama, after all? Just a drop of his blood, a trace of his saliva. Each was worth more than gold. The undisputed number one in the shinobi world. Oof. You really are hopelessly unsentimental, Orochimaru muttered, stung. He turned away and began preparing. Though Fyun's words were sharp, inside he was honestly quite eager. The reanimation jutsu, a masterpiece, an unparalleled forbidden technique developed by Tobarama Senju, master the forbidden arts. It was a jutsu capable of summoning souls from the pure land. It could revive the dead and make them do your bidding. The process demanded a certain amount of the deceased's flesh or bones, and a living person to serve as the vessel for the summoned soul. Obtaining Hashirama's flesh would never be an issue for Orochimaru. As for sacrificing a living person, that was even less of a problem. If Orochimaru had anything in abundance, it was test subjects of dubious origin. In the shinobi world, human life was cheap. Fyun, having survived the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, understood this more clearly than most. Kabuto Yakushi now pushed a man, visible under a Jinjutsu spell, to the center of the secret chamber and forced him to kneel. From his clothes and demeanor, he was likely a ninja from a Wagakure, his forehead protector already stripped away. Fyun had spotted the man not long before, a rogue ninja Orochimaru's men had captured at a black market. What luck, for you to serve as the god of shinobi's vessel, and to be merged with him. Orochimaru licked his lips in anticipation. Lucky or not, it wouldn't be long before this man became the container for Hashirama's soul. Orochimaru unrolled a scroll, its surface etched with intricate, enigmatic scripting, spreading it across the floor. He then placed a viscous mass at the center of the diagram. As Orochimaru began weaving hand seals, the cryptic characters in blood-red substance bled outward across the scroll, forming a glowing circle around the kneeling sacrifice. Summoning technique. Reanimation jutsu. Planting one palm to the ground, Orochimaru let out a guttural incantation. The glow from the ritual circle intensified. A surge of spiritual energy, laced with dust and decay, rushed from the circle, slowly engulfing the sacrificial man. Within moments, nearly his entire body was wrapped in the supernatural haze. A heart-rending scream tore through the chamber, a scream of pure agony. It was the victim's soul being crushed, annihilated by the invading spirit. This kind of pain, having one's very soul obliterated, was beyond what any mortal could endure. In the blink of an eye, the fragments had completely covered the sacrificial man, and he transformed into none other than Hashirama Senju, clad in the crimson battle armor of the Warring States period. The impure world reincarnation was a success. The first Hokage had returned to the living world. He's here. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the one who ended the Warring States era and founded the hidden village system. Orochimaru's voice trembled with excitement. The summoned Hashirama appeared strikingly lifelike, indistinguishable from the historical records. Yet the cracks running across his body and the pitch-black, lifeless eyes were an undeniable reminder to all present. This was no ordinary human. Orochimaru moved behind Hashirama and embedded a kunai, affixed with a controlling talisman, into the back of his head. A puff of white smoke wafted as Hashirama's soul stirred. He slowly opened his dead man's eyes. Oh, so this is the impure world reincarnation, is it? Honestly, to think the day would come when I'd be summoned by this jutsu. Tobirama, I told you so many times, this technique should have been forbidden. My decision was right all along. Hashirama's habitual ramblings echoed through the underground chamber. He raised his hand and looked at his palm, flexing his 5 fingers. Besides, this technique is useless in real combat. It's a cruel and pointless jutsu, Tobirama. Intrigued, Fyun couldn't help but activate his Sharingan, 3 tomos spinning as he observed. Sensing that familiar surge of chakra, Hashirama finally turned his gaze to the 3 people in the chamber. Oh, the Sharingan. It's been so long since I've seen those eyes. You must be a young Uchiha. How old are you? Have you eaten yet? A warm, refined smile lit up Hashirama's face, genuine concern showing in his features. All 3 of you are Leaf Shinobi, aren't you? Why have you summoned me? Has something happened to the village? It had to be said, Hashirama truly was a warm and radiant soul. Even after being resurrected with the forbidden jutsu, he seemed unconcerned about himself, worrying instead for his summoners and the village he loved. Fyun and Orochimaru exchanged a glance. The former couldn't help but chuckle. Maybe something really extraordinary has happened to Konoha. He paused, then continued. But truth is, we 3 are no longer shinobi from the Leaf. They've given us a new name. Hashirama pursed his lips. A new name? Orochimaru nodded and grinned. Everyone from Konoha now calls us rogue ninjas of the Leaf. Hashirama sighed. It seems the village is not as harmonious as I hoped. So who are you? Uchiha Fyun. Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto. Hashirama looked puzzled. Why would young Uchiha abandon the village? Tobirama may not have liked Madara, but he would never treat the Uchiha unfairly. Fairly? Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, Fyun let out a signature Uchiha-style, wild, echoing laugh. First Hokage, the Uchiha clan has already been wiped out, and I crawled out from the grave. But since Konoha never even built a grave for the Uchiha, it's more like I clawed my way back from hell. The second Hokage may have treated the Uchiha clan decently, but he's long dead. His so-called brilliant disciples really lived up to the name. They dragged Konoha into decades of petty survival. Now, the once great village has become the weakest of the 5 great nations, forced to ally with even the impoverished sand to safeguard itself. Hashirama stared in disbelief. How can that be? Orochimaru spread his hands. Nothing is impossible. Back when Konoha was founded, there were nearly 60 shinobi clans. Now, the majority have vanished. Even your own Senju clan has been wiped out. Only your granddaughter remains. Fyun offered a sly, twisted smile. And in the 16th year of Konoha, more than 40 years after your death, most of that time was consumed by great ninja wars. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and added, the Uzumaki clan? Konoha saw them destroyed too. With so much information flooding in, Hashirama, never the sharpest thinker, stood there dazed, stunned beyond words. What on earth was happening? The mighty Konoha, first among the shinobi villages, once so proud, so dominant, now needing to form an alliance with the sand just to survive? How could the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki, the 3 great clans that once towered over the shinobi world, all be annihilated? Even without myself and Madara, those 3 clans had such powerful foundations. Who on earth could have destroyed them all? Overwhelmed by despair, Hashirama sank into a deep gloom. With a soft chuckle, Fyun said, so what do you say? Want to join us? Let's bring an end to the rotten old Konoha and make something new. Hashirama's eyes grew serious. I can't just take your word for it. I need to uncover the truth for myself. Whoever dares threaten the village, I won't forgive them. Friend, family, or even my own child. Growing impatient, Orochimaru waved his hand. Enough talking. Let's go. Time to test the purity of this impure world reincarnation technique outside. Fyun nodded and, together with Orochimaru, turned to leave, completely ignoring Hashirama's attempt to call out. They never intended to ask for his opinion anyway. They only said so much to see what wisdom this so-called god of shinobi, the first Hokage of Konoha, might bring. But now, it was clear, there was no need for any more conversation. A broken tool needs no explanations. Summoned into this world, he only had to obey. He was nothing more than a puppet. Who cared about his will or his thoughts? Wait, Uchiha boy, Orochimaru, Kabuto. Tell me what Konoha looks like now. Who is the 3rd Hokage? Hashirama reached out, calling after them, but the 3 simply ignored him and continued on their way. With a smile, Orochimaru remarked, I even used this technique to bring back the 2nd Hokage. But for some reason, no matter what I try, I can't seem to revive the 4th. Fyun tilted his head slightly. Oh, I'm curious. Why are you so obsessed with the Hokage? Wouldn't it be more practical to resurrect other strong warriors who are easier to control and perhaps even more useful? Clearly, Fyun was overestimating Orochimaru's abilities. After all, how could Orochimaru be so accomplished? He was not all-seeing, unlike certain people who could view the situation from a godlike vantage. For a blind man climbing a mountain, every one of Orochimaru's steps was a struggle, fraught with trial, error, and failure along the way. The forbidden reanimation jutsu was something Orochimaru had only just managed to put into practical use. How could he possibly know all its nuances and endless possibilities? Right now, he'd only just begun to successfully summon souls. Yet as a pioneer of the shinobi world, he would never show ignorance. Pride in appearance mattered greatly. One could lose one's head, but never let one's hairstyle be ruined. Orochimaru flashed a flamboyant, sly grin. Oh, it's nothing. I simply wish to see the look on the 3rd Hokage's face when he's confronted by every Hokage in history. Heh. Fyun couldn't help but chuckle as well. Hiv. Now that does sound amusing. How did I not think of something so entertaining? Orochimaru, I want to learn this reanimation jutsu too. Teach me. I want to make those old geezers in the leaf face attacks from their own clansmen. Hiv. Hiv. Their sinister laughter echoed back to Hashirama in the rear, who could only stand there, utterly bewildered by what he was hearing. The group soon arrived at the back hills of the hidden sound village. Orochimaru formed a string of hand seals and summoned forth the coffin containing the 1st Hokage. Well then, Fyun, it should be you who faces him. Test the strength of Hashirama's Senju. Fyun didn't refuse. After all, he was more than a little interested in the reanimation jutsu. Hashirama opened his dark eyes once again. What are the 3 of you up to? Fyun stepped forward at a leisurely pace. Want to know? Beat me, and I'll tell you. Hashirama let out a sigh. Seems I have no choice. Well then, young man, let's see what you've got. Show me the power of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. If it's a fight they want, then a fight they shall have. No member of the Senju ever shrank from a challenge. Hashirama took up a fighting stance, smiling warmly. The Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai is the finest in the shinobi world. Their ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu are all top tier. True six-sided warriors, lacking any weaknesses. With a swift, slicing sound, Fyun drew his blade. Chakra flared, his Sharingan blossomed in a three-tomo, and in an instant he flashed to a position right above Hashirama's head. With his hands clasped together, Hashirama unleashed the most powerful technique he could muster at the moment. Would release. Nativity of a sea of trees. Countless sprouts broke through the earth, and, within the blink of an eye, began to grow wildly, enormous vines spreading in every direction. A dense forest appeared out of nowhere. Yet, the attack failed to catch Fyun, nor did it injure anyone. With a crashing sound, Fyun sliced apart the vines and continued his charge toward Hashirama, sneering, "Is that all you've got? How weak. Even my own techniques are better than that." Still, Fyun had no intention of using would release. Instead, he relied on the Sharingan, which now burned with the power of Mangekyo. Hashirama's eyes widened in shock as he beheld those gear-shaped, ominous eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan? Young man, you and I need to have a serious talk. Fyun slipped easily past several lunging vines. Sheathing his sword, golden chakra began to blaze and swirl around him. Talk? Sure, we can talk, but you're not qualified for that just yet. With a thunderous roar, the enormous skeletal figure took form, wielding a golden chakra blade that swept across the battlefield. The surging forest was obliterated, a gale blasting outward in all directions, whipping Orochimaru's long hair into a storm. Kabuto raised his arms to shield himself from the shockwave. Unmoved, Orochimaru's golden serpentine eyes narrowed abruptly. So it's over? I never imagined the Mangekyo would be so overwhelmingly powerful. No. Is it? Senju Hashirama's reanimated body, that's too weak. In a flash, Orochimaru appeared beside the now split-in-half Senju Hashirama, supporting his chin with one hand, deep in thought. This is just too weak. What's the reason? The impure world reincarnation still harbors a fatal flaw. Fyun lounged atop a massive severed vine, tilting his head with a lazy smile. If this is the level of your reanimation, showing it off would be an embarrassment. Even the third Hokage could defeat it with ease. My Fyun, you have quite the tongue. Is this your idea of helping me test things? Bringing out Susanoo right from the start. I couldn't even gather proper data, Orochimaru replied, though not the least bit displeased. After all, he had already collected enough information from this reincarnation, and his mind brimmed with fresh insight. That's the merit of failure. With each setback comes an important step toward eventual success. Kabuto too landed atop the wrecked wood, adjusting his glasses as he asked, Lord Orochimaru, what do you think? Should we recover Senju Hashirama, or abandon this version of the reanimation? Watching as Hashirama's shattered body began to reform, Orochimaru's gaze turned solemn. This reanimation is just too weak. The container is simply unworthy, so the one summoned can't bring out even a fraction of his real power. Record all the data properly, including every detail about the container. Make adjustments according to the issues this time, and next time, try exploring other possibilities. Kabuto replied respectfully, understood. Then, Orochimaru avoided their gaze and quietly wove a series of hand signs. Impure World Reincarnation Release. In an instant, the restored Hashirama Senju's soul ascended, returning to the Pure Land. With the soul's departure, the body created by the forbidden technique began to crumble, bits of lifeless residue, fluttering down, no longer able to cover the sacrificed body beneath. Moments later, only a pile of dust and the ill-fated sacrifice remained on ground. Orochimaru showed no sign of frustration from the failed attempt. Instead, he meticulously reviewed the reasons for failure, thoughtfully analyzing the logic behind it. Fyun clapped his hands together as he got to his feet. Well then, I'll go back to training now. Remember, you promised to teach me that jutsu tomorrow. With that, Fyun vanished from the room in the blink of an eye. Kabuto watched in the direction he left, and after a brief silence, said gravely, This Uchiha Fyun grows stronger by the day. When the time comes, we may not be able to control him. Lord Orochimaru, you mustn't teach him everything. Orochimaru responded with a slight, enigmatic smile. Kabuto, there's far more to controlling others than brute strength. In truth, relying on force alone is the most foolish method. Kabuto's face showed confusion and concern. But he really couldn't understand. If Uchiha Fyun became so powerful that he could utterly overwhelm them, How could they possibly keep someone like that in check? When the time came, even a complete falling out would be the least of their worries. He might even turn the tables, or worse, silence them for good. Orochimaru remained calm, speaking evenly. Friendship, love, family, gratitude, morals, money, reputation, value. These can all be used to guide people. Kabuto, there is still much you have to learn. Fyun is a remarkable young man. If he truly has the potential for eternity, what harm is there in lending him our support? Kabuto bowed deeply, full of respect. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, I understand. The next day, just as expected, Fyun sought out Orochimaru, insisting that he teach him the technique of impure world reincarnation. However, Orochimaru refused him in every way possible, saying the jutsu was far too difficult to learn, that even he had yet to fully master it, and various other excuses to turn down Fyun's request. Orochimaru, if we research together, wouldn't we complete and perfect this technique even faster? Fyun pressed on, following at Orochimaru's heels, relentless in his persuasion. Orochimaru said nothing. He set down the test tube in his hand and turned toward another piece of equipment. Orochimaru. Fyun immediately followed, still trying to talk Orochimaru into it. But Orochimaru merely picked up a data scroll to record the experiment's findings and started reading, paying Fyun no mind. Seeing that he had already exhausted all his tricks, and yet Orochimaru remained unmoved, Fyun couldn't help but grow anxious. You've got a lot of nerve for someone who looks so honest and upright. Orochimaru, I gave you my most valuable possessions, and you can't even teach me a single ninjutsu. Frustrated and flustered, Fyun jabbed a finger at Orochimaru's nose and continued. You really have no sense of honor. And to think, I always regarded you as a true hero of the ninja world. I was really mistaken about you. Ah, how disgraceful. What a petty, small-minded man you are. You'd better put Hidan back together for me, and return everything that's mine. As Fyun unleashed his torrent of complaints, with spittle flying everywhere, Orochimaru's face was soon flecked with droplets. With an exasperated sigh, Orochimaru used a scroll to push aside Fyun's accusatory finger. Fyun-kun, this technique is really still in the experimental stage. I'm still exploring its possibilities myself. How about this? If you want to bring someone back, just preserve a part of their body for now. We can talk again once the jutsu is more perfected. Fyun hardly believed a word of it. He knew full well that Orochimaru simply had no intention of passing along such a world-shaking, forbidden jutsu. After all, this was Orochimaru's trump card for dominating the ninja world in the future. Of course, Orochimaru would never want to share it with anyone else. Fine, have it your way. Just make sure that when you finally do resurrect someone with Edo Tensei, I'll be the one in control. Fyun didn't press the matter further, since it was true that this jutsu was still far from perfected. Orochimaru smiled. Of course, you have my word, Fyun-kun. After all, we are. Fyun waved him off, cutting short Orochimaru's attempt at empty promises. Yeah, I've heard enough. Just tell me, after you perfected it, will you teach me or not? Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. I'll teach it to you. Good, as long as you promised. Honestly, I'm not that keen on using such a morally questionable, forbidden jutsu in the future anyway. Fyun cared far more about strengthening his own abilities. External power is just that, external. Only personal strength is true strength. Just look at Kabuto in the end. Even with the most perfected version of Edo Tensei, he still ended up outmaneuvered by two masters. At these words, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile slightly. To have someone like Uchiha Fyun take this attitude was, for both of them, undoubtedly the best outcome. Rest assured, Fyun-kun, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is also mine. Even the fourth Hokage can't be summoned with this jutsu as it is, but once I refine it. Suddenly, Fyun flashed a wicked smile. I think I might know why you can't bring back the fourth Hokage. Orochimaru's eyes sharpened. Oh, do tell, what's really going on? Seeing Orochimaru's interest piqued, Fyun deliberately began making cryptic gestures, pretending to calculate some great cosmic secret. With that look of his, if he stood out on the street, he could absolutely hang up a fortune-telling sign and start charging people for readings. After a brief pause, Fyun began to speak in a deliberate, serious tone. I believe the soul of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was sealed away somewhere else, not in the Pure Land. That's why you can't summon him. Orochimaru's pupils contracted in shock. He blurted out, Minato supposedly used a sealing technique to seal the Nine Tails before he died. Could it be that there's something wrong with that sealing technique? You had to admit, Orochimaru's mind was truly sharp. He grasped things instantly, making conversations with him a breeze. Fyun appreciated people who were easy to communicate with. It was just a shame he couldn't quite tell what Orochimaru's gender was, which made him a little uncomfortable. It was a sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan, Reaper Death Seal. Fyun explained. Orochimaru thought back carefully, then shook his head. Leaf Village techniques are hardly ever unknown to me, but I've never heard of this Reaper Death Seal. Are you sure, Fyun? Feigning a sage-like air, Fyun nodded solemnly. Yes, that's right. The Reaper Death Seal is a powerful sealing technique that destroys both the user and their enemy. The caster must offer their own soul to the Shinigami. Orochimaru had seen a lot of things in his time, but a technique capable of sealing souls was a first, even for him. Just hearing about it sent a chill down his spine. Yet even more than fear, he felt excitement. For someone dedicated to unraveling all mysteries, the unknown was fatally attractive. Orochimaru's moist, slippery tongue slid back and forth as he gazed on in obsession. The Shinigami. Souls. How fascinating, truly fascinating. Delicious. Fyun shot a disapproving look at the love-struck Orochimaru, then remarked, that's why the fourth soul is sealed in the belly of the Shinigami, making it impossible to summon. So Edo Tensei is out of the question too. And furthermore, Fyun imitated Orochimaru and ran his tongue slowly over his own lips. Furthermore, half of the Nine-Tails chakra was sealed inside the fourth Hokage's soul as well. What did you say? Orochimaru was stunned all over again. But after a moment's thought, he calmed himself. After all, the Nine-Tails was a chakra entity, so being split in two made a certain amount of sense. Are you certain? Orochimaru pressed. I'm absolutely sure. Orochimaru couldn't keep his composure. His moist tongue stretched out again, swaying with anticipation. That was the Nine-Tails after all. If he could only acquire the Nine-Tails power. Fyun crossed his arms over his chest. So, do you see it now? This is the difference between being ordinary and being virtuous. This is what you call true righteousness. The fourth Hokage, the Nine-Tails, hide in the secrets of mental cultivation. These are priceless treasures, yet I share them with you without a second thought, not even blinking an eye. Fyun's face was full of disdain. And look at you, clinging to a broken forbidden jutsu like it's some precious gem, hiding it away and guarding it for yourself. Pah! Orochimaru's face contorted in embarrassment at these words, his blood surging with indignation. Who said that? What are you talking about? Isn't it just Edo Tensei? Fine, I'll teach you right now. Fyun waved dismissively, but his eyes were still colored with contempt. Forget it, I don't want you getting worked up over it. How could Orochimaru take such mockery lying down? Today, he was determined to show Uchiha Fyun what true magnanimity looked like, to let him see the spirit of benevolence and righteousness of the forerunner of the ninja world. And so Orochimaru grabbed Fyun's hand and refused to let go. Come on, you're not leaving until you've learned Edo Tensei. What else do you want to learn? If I have it, it's yours. Anything at all. Reluctantly, at least that's how he acted, Fyun was pulled into the underground lair, where Orochimaru fetched several scrolls of ninjutsu. One of them was the forbidden Edo Tensei scroll itself. The parchment was ancient, its age plain for all to see, definitely a relic from the second Hokage's time. But if all you had was this single scroll, it'd be impossible for anyone to grasp the technique completely. Most people, even if they got their hands on the scroll, would never be able to master it. The knowledge it contained was simply too esoteric, the underlying principles and subtle details far beyond what an ordinary person could understand. Orochimaru, a genius of research, had obtained this forbidden scroll years ago. After countless hours of study, sacrificing hordes of experiments and resources, only recently had he managed to make a little headway. Even so, there were still major flaws. Strictly speaking, Orochimaru could hardly claim to have perfected the technique. The other scrolls, densely filled with writing, were records of Orochimaru's insights, his attempts to break down and explain the jutsu in plain language. Fyun, the key to this jutsu lies in using part of the revived person's physical remains, along with the requirements for the vessel that I only discovered yesterday. But actually, neither of these is the most crucial part. What truly matters is the intricate array that anchors the technique. This formation is extraordinary, one that defies the natural order and connects directly to the Pure Land. You need special ink made from minerals closest to Yomi, the netherworld, and you must carve the array's gates with perfect precision, a margin of error greater than 2.5%, and it all falls apart. If you can't open the door to the realm of the dead, you can't call back the departed soul. First, you'll need to understand the properties of the base materials, and then get familiar with the technique for etching the formation. Orochimaru rattled off his explanation in a flurry of words, then picked up his own handwritten notes and continued teaching. Fyun grew increasingly confused as he listened, but thankfully he had grasped the principles and hand seals behind this forbidden technique. Perhaps it was his immense mental strength, but Fyun always seemed to possess an extraordinary capacity for understanding, no matter what he studied. If this had been back in the day, wouldn't he have effortlessly topped the national exams? Forget just Tsinghua or Beida. Every prestigious university in the world would be fighting to recruit him. Though Fyun's comprehension bordered on the miraculous, this was hardly something one could master overnight. After all, even a genius like Orochimaru had spent many years delving into its secrets. Even standing on Orochimaru's broad shoulders, Fyun would still need time and effort to truly master the technique. With a long, deliberate exhale, Orochimaru concluded his explanation. "Take your time," he said warmly. "With my guidance and a few years of focused study, you should be able to master it." Putting away the forbidden scroll, Orochimaru turned with a smile. "Well then, shall we go remove that sealing technique now? I'd like to have a look at the fourth Hokage and that half of the Nine Tails." Fyun shrugged. "I can't do it." Orochimaru's smile froze. "You?" Fyun nodded. "I can't break that seal." "What the? I want a refund." Orochimaru bemoaned his fate inside. Schemed and plotted all his life, and now he was the one being outsmarted? He had already explained every secret of the forbidden technique. There was no taking it back now. Seized by frustration, Orochimaru lunged at Fyun, his face twisted in a snarl. Fyun quickly dodged the serpent's attack, reappearing on the other side of the secret chamber. "All right, enough. You're getting worked up over nothing. I can't break that seal, but you can." Fyun hurriedly interrupted as Orochimaru prepared to strike again. Orochimaru stopped abruptly, his face filled with surprise. "I can break the seal? What do you mean?" Fyun nodded. "Whether you're retrieving a soul from the Reaper or sealing one away, as long as the technique involves the Shinigami, there's always a price. You must offer up your own soul as a sacrifice. It's the cost of facing the Death God, and it's a necessary prerequisite to retrieve the fourth soul or the Nine Tails." Orochimaru caught the implication. Fyun wasn't unable, he was simply afraid the Shinigami would claim him. "What are you saying? That I should offer up my own soul? How sly you are, Fyun-kun." Fyun's expression grew serious as he explained. "Your abilities allow you to escape the Reaper's judgment. In this entire world of shinobi, only you can bend the Shinigami's rules. Once you've freed the fourth Hokage's soul, you can immediately perform your living corpse reincarnation. Your body will have changed. You'll be an entirely new person, and even the Shinigami will be at a loss." Orochimaru stared at him, momentarily taken aback. "You really dare to dream big, don't you?" Orochimaru had fully processed what was happening now. This kid had planned from the very start to use him for releasing the fourth Hokage and half of the Nine Tails. In other words, whether Orochimaru taught him the Edo Tensei or not, he was going to rely on Orochimaru's power for this just the same. How sly. He'd even gone on about benevolence and righteousness, about virtue, and for a moment there Orochimaru had almost felt touched. But Orochimaru wasn't one to quibble over this kind of thing. After a silent pause, Orochimaru pressed further. "So, how exactly does one summon the Shinigami? Is there anyone in Konoha who even knows this sealing technique?" Fyun smiled. Minato Namake's sealing skills were naturally passed down by Kushina Uzumaki, you know. Minato only got made Hokage because he listened to those old geezers and did as he was told. So, if Minato could learn it, do you really think Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't? Orochimaru gave a cold laugh. "Are you suggesting Minato pass the technique on to the third? But how exactly would we persuade that old man to hand it over willingly?" Fyun shook his head. "To summon the Shinigami, it's not actually necessary to know the dead demon consuming seal." Orochimaru's eyes narrowed in suspicion. "What do you mean? Is there another way?" "There is." Fyun began theatrically tapping his fingers together, playing the part of a mystic. "The Uzumaki clan collected the masks of the Shinigami. All you need do is put one on, and you can summon the god of death. Though be warned, the moment you don the mask, your pact with the Shinigami is sealed. The offering will always die. And that's when, Orochimaru, it's your time to shine, to toy with a god. What could be more fascinating than that?" He broke into a wicked, drawn-out cackle. "This is exactly what those of us who pursue eternity ought to do. Don't you think, Orochimaru?" Fyun's excitement grew as he spread his arms wide, as if upholding the heavens. "If not for the likes of you and me, the pursuit of immortality would be but an empty legend." "Enough, enough." Orochimaru cut off Fyun's performance, entirely unsentimental. "So, are we off to find a Shinigami mask? The land of whirlpools has been wiped off the map. Think we can still get our hands on one?" Even after his speech was interrupted, Fyun wasn't embarrassed in the least. He calmly drew his arms back and replied, "We should be able to find one. Those masks were never considered anything special. No one ever paid them much attention. You actually know about the Shinigami masks? That means you know the Shinigami too? Orochimaru probed, his tone edged with caution. He couldn't help it. Uchiha Fyun really was too enigmatic, almost like a prophet. Orochimaru could never quite put his finger on how Fyun's talk of spiritual power at the 60th level could let him see glimpses of the past and future, but something about it always felt off. Fyun pinched his fingers together once more. What do you think? There's very little in this world that escapes me. Spiritual cultivators of my kind, well, that's a story from a very, very, very long time ago. Orochimaru, seeing that his probing had yielded nothing, decided not to dwell on it any longer and said, Then I'll leave this matter to you, Fyun. Half of the 9 tails, just thinking about it is exciting. Half of the 9 tails does sound. I'm going by myself. Fyun paused halfway through his sentence, realizing something was off. The land of whirlpools is huge, and Uzumaki village isn't exactly small. Just how long am I supposed to search on my own? Besides, I still need to train, and there are lots of ninja from the 4 great clans outside, just waiting for me to deal with. Didn't you say chores like this should be entrusted to your subordinates? Orochimaru smiled. Fyun, first, you're the only one who knows about the existence of the Shinigami mask. Second, this is no trivial matter. It concerns gods, the 9 tails, and the 4th Hokage. Fyun blinked his big, round eyes. You do have a point, but I still feel like something doesn't add up. There's nothing off about it. Fyun, only you can accomplish this. Orochimaru put on a sincere face. I'll be waiting at home to hear your good news. Why does this sound so familiar? Forget it. What Orochimaru said wasn't wrong, and Fyun genuinely cared about this matter. If nothing else, gaining the power of the 9 tails was something he absolutely had to do. After all, it was the ultimate supporting force. And trying to take it from Naruto in the Leaf Village carried huge risks. Not to mention, Fyun actually had a lot of sympathy for Naruto Uzumaki. In some ways, he even pitied him, felt sorry for him. Unless it became absolutely necessary. He didn't want to harm Naruto. The whole Uzumaki clan had suffered enough. Thinking of them reminded Fyun of the red-haired girl Orochimaru had brought back not long ago. Karen. So Fyun spoke up at once. Then I'll go fetch it. As for that girl Karen, let me take her along. She's the last orphan of the Uzumaki clan. Maybe she'll be of some help? Orochimaru's expression changed in astonishment. How do you always sound like some wandering mystic? I've never mentioned anything about Karen's origins to anyone. Did you divine it yourself? Fyun grinned. Oh, come on. Her bright red hair is a dead giveaway. And besides, you've been exceptionally protective of her. Lord Orochimaru, don't underestimate my powers of deduction. Red hair was certainly a signature of the Uzumaki clan, though not the only one. Orochimaru flicked his tongue. You can take her, but take good care of her. The Uzumaki have so few members left. If she were to die, that'd be the end of the line. Where will I find such excellent research candidates in the future? The next morning, a striking young man, standing a good 6 feet tall, set off from the Sound Village with a red-haired girl at his side, heading toward the ruins of the land of whirlpools. Fyun said, Karen, do you know anything about your clan? No, I don't. Before my mother died, all she told me was my name, Karen. The girl had never seen someone so dazzlingly handsome before. His black hair, slightly tousled by the wind. Not too long, not too short, framed a face both delicate and resolute. He was simply breathtaking. This left her somewhat flustered, making her words come out in stutters. Fyun asked, so do you want to know? The girl replied, I don't want to know. After all, father never cared about us anyway. I'm talking about your mother's family. The ruins of the land of whirlpools. Though now, perhaps it should be called the domain of whirlpools. Ever since the kingdom was destroyed, its treasures and resources had been completely plundered. The land of fire then took over, renaming the territory as the domain of whirlpools and marking it as its own land. Along the coast, in what was once the land of whirlpools, lies a desolate, abandoned corner, Uzumaki Tide Village. 2 silhouettes, one tall and one short, stood atop the ruins at the edge of the village, their cloaks and hair stirring in the sea breeze. Softly, Fyun spoke, Karen, this is your homeland, or rather, your mother's homeland. Considering your age, you were born long after this place had already been destroyed. The setting sun stained the fractured walls with the color of blood, and the surf crashed against the broken wharf with a hollow, echoing sound. Once this was the flourishing land of the Uzumaki clan. Now, only weathered stone pillars and half-buried, sand-smudged clan emblems remain. The once vivid crimson spiral, now blurred and faded by time. Fyun's boot crunched over a shard of pottery, the sharp crack shattering the silence. Karen unconsciously clenched the edge of her shirt. The salty sea breeze lifted her fiery red hair, exposing her slightly trembling eyes. A collapsed shrine's beam was thrust askew into the earth, resembling the impaled skeletal remains of a giant. Frayed and faded Shimanoa ropes lay scattered all about, like broken spells escaping after the seal was undone. Mother used to say, wind chimes always hung beneath the eaves at home. Karen's voice broke the quiet, so soft it nearly drowned in the tide. She picked up a rusted, jagged fragment of iron. And now, have even the nails for those chimes rusted away? Fyun said nothing. The once proud spiral marks amid the ruins were now stained dark with old blood. In the distance, a decaying fishing boat rested, stranded in the cracked center of what used to be a busy street. Piled beneath its hull were broken children's teeth and rust-black kunai. Because the Uzumaki clan's destruction was blamed on a curse, ordinary people dared neither settle here nor even approach these haunted remains. And as for who originated those rumors, was it the allied shinobi forces trying to cover up their crimes? Was it the Land of Fire, trying to ease public panic? Or perhaps it was but a self-comforting excuse conjured by Konoha itself. No matter, from the legendary Uzumaki Tide village, glory had vanished. None dared set foot here. Even pirates steered clear. Fyun led Karen through the shattered remnants, searching as they went. Following Karen's directions, Fyun used an earth-style jutsu to break open several ruined spots, only to reveal little more than broken seal stones crumbling in the dust. They finally came to a halt in front of a half-collapsed, abandoned ancestral hall. On the crooked wooden door, the faded characters from Mask Hall could still be vaguely discerned. Fyun's lips curled into a faint smile. The Mask Hall? This must be the place. Stepping inside, they found the cracked walls adorned with all sorts of masks. Fyun couldn't help but knit his brows at the almost countless masks. He'd boasted to Orochimaru that he knew of the death god's mask, but in truth, that had been pure bravado. To someone like Fyun, who had never cared about masks, these jumbled masks all looked the same. It was like people looking at cats and dogs, no real distinction between each one. Likewise, from the perspective of cats and dogs, all humans looked rather alike as well. Just as Fyun was planning to simply take the whole lot, Xianglin pointed to a mask high above, one with two sharp horns on its forehead and a mouth full of fangs. She said, that mask has a very frightening aura. It almost feels alive. Fyun's eyes narrowed as he reached out his arm. Shadow Snake Hand. A python shot forward, coiling around the mask and delivering it to Fyun's hand. The moment his hand closed around the mask, a surge of power that repulsed him seeped greedily into his palm. This is it, without a doubt. Fyun's voice rang out in surprise and delight. He was certain this was the death god's mask. Carefully putting away the mask, Fyun tried touching several of the others, but none gave off any unusual feeling at all. Looks like the rest are just ordinary souvenirs. Fyun turned to Xianglin. We've completed our mission. Do you have anything else on your mind? If not, let's be on our way. Xianglin shook her head. Veuillez know that. All right, let's go. I'll treat you to a good meal. One after another, they left the mask hall, heading beyond the outskirts of Uchiha village. Xianglin sneaked a glance at the tall, handsome figure in front of her. In the Sound Village, she had heard many tales of this man. He was the most powerful ninja in Sound, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lord Orochimaru. The Light of Sound, the immortal hero of the shinobi world. Of course, whether he truly rivaled Orochimaru, nobody could say for sure. As they neared the edge of the Uchiha village ruins, Xianglin suddenly plucked up her courage. Lord Fyun. Yes? What is it, Xianglin? I heard your shuriken skills are unmatched. Could you teach me? My shuriken skills. Fyun paused for a moment, his expression thoughtful. To be honest, he'd never seriously devoted himself to mastering them. But with the dynamic vision granted by his mangekyo, throwing shuriken was barely a challenge. He could direct them with perfect accuracy, deflect blade with blade, strike hidden targets precisely. These techniques would all be easy for him to demonstrate. As Fyun walked, he spoke up. Mastering the art of the shuriken is really all about observation and bodily coordination, and then, of course, plenty of practice. If your shuriken skills aren't up to par, it probably means your movements and thoughts aren't fluent enough, or your mind and body aren't in sync. The trick is to find a way for your actions to follow your thoughts. Xianglin listened intently, murmuring to herself, actions should follow thoughts. At that, she quickly pulled out pen and paper, scribbling notes at lightning speed. Fyun reached out and casually took hold of a shuriken, tossing it with ease. The blade carved a graceful arc, circling the two of them before slicing through the air. Without even glancing at it, Fyun extended his right index finger and caught the returning shuriken with perfect stability, letting it twirl just above his right shoulder with a swift, almost musical spin. Incredible! Lord Fyun, please teach me. Xianglin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Well, it's like this. In your mind, you first plan a simple trajectory, then estimate the strength, wind direction, and angle. After that, you flick your wrist, and there it goes, flying exactly as you intended. Fyun mimicked the motions with both hands, hoping Xianglin would understand. Xianglin's small hands, like plump lotus roots, froze in the midst of her note-taking, her expression turning a bit blank, as if she hadn't quite grasped the concept. It seems she didn't really get it. Take your time, Fyun encouraged. In any case, it's about persistent practice. Whether you're a genius or not, hard work is always the key. Xianglin's eyes brightened, and she exclaimed excitedly, I know that. If I just work hard enough, even an ordinary person can catch up to a genius. Fyun let out a hearty chuckle. Who filled your head with that nonsense? Catch up with what? You think geniuses don't work hard? I'm a genius, and I haven't seen anyone outwork me. Xianglin paused, her expression dimming. That's true, isn't it? Geniuses work hard, perhaps even harder. They have the strength, chakra, and advantage of resources, everything they need to support their efforts. But ordinary people, if they try too hard, their bodies give out, their chakra dries up, and they're always lacking in tools and supplies. It was my mother who told me that. Xianglin's tone softened, her eyes a bit wistful. Fyun was caught off guard by that. After a moment, he straightened up and said, Your mother's not wrong, which is why I just said, no matter what, hard work is always the foundation. A fierce determination flashed in Xianglin's eyes as she nodded vigorously. I understand now, Lord Fyun. The two of them continued on, soon arriving at a bustling little town and stepping into a lively tavern. Fyun picked up the menu and handed it to Xianglin with a hearty laugh. Order whatever you like, Xianglin, don't hold back. We're not short on money. With that, Fyun grabbed the other menu for himself and began making his own selections. He ordered just about everything. Anything that looked delicious or interesting, he put on their tab. After all, every expense on this trip was being charged to Orochimaru's account. Fyun was practically itching to order every delicious dish on the menu, planning to ask the owner for an inflated, tenfold receipt later. Before long, a dazzling array of dishes began arriving at their table. Grilled octopus tentacles, sizzling over charcoal, had their surface brushed with a sweet teriyaki glaze and sprinkled with strips of crispy nori. Xianglin bit in, savoring the crunch of the outside and the springy tenderness within. A wave of fresh, sweet juice burst across her tongue. This is so much better than the rations back in Grass Village, she exclaimed, her mouth still full. Triangular rice balls held tart, salty plums at their center, the outside wrapped tightly with a layer of crisp nori. Silken tofu, pure white and trembling gently, was nestled in a broth of katsu odashi, adorned with finely chopped green onions and a dab of grated ginger. With a gentle nudge of her spoon, Xianglin watched the tofu quiver and part, soft as drifting clouds. There was grilled sanma, its skin blistered and crackling, the flesh beneath still delicate and juicy. Steaming hot yams, mashed into a sticky paste, hid morsels of mushroom, chicken, and chewy rice cake, bubbles of heat rising from their surface. A bowl of sashimi rice was piled high with glistening salmon, salmon roe, and sea urchin, topped with an intricate swirl of radish carved into a flower. Skewers of tricolored mochi glistened under the light, while a glass of amber-colored chilled liquor cradled a green yumi plum at the bottom, droplets of water beating on the glass from the cold. Watching Xianglin eat with such abandon, Fyun suddenly asked, Xianglin, Orochimaru brought you to Sound Village, didn't he? Do you have any thoughts? Anything you'd like to say, or any feelings about it? The Uzumaki clan. For reasons even he couldn't explain, Fyun felt a peculiar empathy toward these people. A lifetime spent toiling without rest, and when rest finally comes, it is to sleep with the mountains. Perhaps that described all the ordinary souls buried in the dust of this world. The most dazzling brilliance is forever hidden, with only a few nearby witnesses lucky enough to see it. Xianglin's chopsticks paused in midair. She lifted her face, cheeks slightly smeared with oil. I don't really know. I just feel that it's much more comfortable than back at Grass Village. Lord Orochimaru. He does look scary sometimes, but at least he doesn't let others bite me. Sometimes he draws my blood, or gives me some injections, but... Fyun sighed, lowering the chicken drumstick in his hand. If I let you leave now, and made sure Sound would never come after you, would you choose to go free, or would you rather return to Sound Village? Xianglin thought seriously for a moment, then replied, I'd rather stay in Sound. Between Lord Orochimaru and all of you, I'm actually more afraid of the world outside. Veuillez know that. It was true. With her bloodline, there was simply nowhere in the shinobi world that she could truly call home. If she left, she'd only wind up in an even worse situation. There were too many people with eyes on the Uzumaki clan's blood. Who could guarantee that her fate beyond grass would be any better? You fight for your village, I fight for mine. Everyone has their own beliefs. But nobody ever fights for the Uzumaki clan. Just like Uchiha Fyun, if he weren't strong enough, never mind the countless other forces lurking about, even Orochimaru would have already picked him as a candidate for his next vessel. Were those other forces, or even Orochimaru, wrong? Not at all. In this world, is there truly right or wrong? Isn't it just that you fight for your sense of justice, while I fight for mine? If Fyun let Karen leave now, would that truly be helping her? Who can say? Once Karen leaves the hidden sound, her fate could well be 10 times more tragic than it is now. To be squeezed dry, dying as her mother did. Sadly, that seems the most likely fate. When a country prospers, the people suffer. When danger comes, the people suffer. No idle land under the heavens. Still the farmer starves to death. A life without a home. How can a common folk bear toiling on? Everything seems to have meaning, yet all meaning fades to emptiness. Oh, the irony of it all. Fyun simply offered a gentle smile, eating and drinking quietly with Karen, saying nothing more on the matter. After they had their fill, the two came to a hot spring inn. The moment they stepped into the mixed bath, Fyun spotted a familiar face, Sarutobi, Asuma. At the time, Asuma was soaking in the hot spring with a beautiful, red-eyed woman. They were chatting and laughing together, oblivious to Fyun's arrival. Karen had already gone to the women's bath. Fyun's lips curled with a hint of a smile as he strolled into the spring, settling down across from Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi. Well, things must be quiet in the Leaf lately, when even the Hokage's son has time for a holiday. Fyun said with a bright, teasing grin. Mist swirled through the air, obscuring faces. Neither Asuma nor Kurenai could make out the stranger's features across the bath. Probably a friend from the Leaf's alliances, Asuma thought, and he smiled back. Things have indeed been peaceful lately in the Land of Fire, so I'm able to take a break. Kurenai, more wary by nature, asked in a pleasant voice. And who might you be? To cross paths here of all places, what a coincidence. Oh, right, I haven't introduced myself. How careless of me, said Fyun, sounding apologetic. He kept on smiling. My name is Uchiha Fyun. I believe the Hidden Leaf's been looking for me. With a single word, it was as if a storm burst through the hot spring, chakra whipping the mist away, leaving the bathhouse bright and clear. Fyun tilted his head slightly, the wind ruffling his jet-black hair. I must say, Asuma, you get so worked up in front of your girlfriend? That'll hardly leave a good impression, you know. Sarutobi Asuma remained silent, muscles taut, eyes locked on the young man across from him. Kurenai Yuhi, finally connecting the dots, her striking figure just visible beneath the water, whispered, Uchiha, Fyun, is this really the rogue ninja who's gone beyond S rank? A look of shock crossed Kurenai Yuhi's face, tinted with a hint of genuine surprise. She hadn't expected that the notorious rogue ninja from countless grim legends would turn out to be so bright and charming in appearance. Handsome and well-mannered, no less. At that moment, no one felt more frustrated than Asuma. He'd finally managed to carve out a little vacation, hoping to take Kurenai on a romantic getaway. If everything went as expected, tonight at the hot spring and would have ignited a night of unforgettable passion. But that's life. Surprises and setbacks are always at odds, and you never really know which one will come first. Asuma's fingers moved subtly, preparing to weave a secret hand sign. Just now, the gust of wind had made a fair bit of noise, but it hadn't really alarmed the other bathers. Most people thought it was nothing more than a passing breeze, which made sense for an open-air hot spring like this. Meanwhile, Fyun leisurely scrubbed his well-defined upper body, his muscles not overly bulky but radiating a dangerous strength beneath the surface. 35 million Rio, sir, there are plenty of innocent people here. Surely you wouldn't pick a fight in a place like this. Fyun's cultured, gentle tone floated out, as if the two of them across the pool scarcely troubled him. Asuma turned his head slightly and whispered to Kurenai. Kurenai, step back for now. I'll keep an eye on him. But Kurenai shook her head. You're no match for him. They say he's already strong enough to drive back Master Jeriah, one of the Sannin. Let's go together. Without letting it show, Asuma shot a sidelong glance toward the bathhouse entrance. Getting to his ninja tools first was crucial. Barehanded, he'd only die faster. With that thought, he gave Kurenai a meaningful look. Just a glance. And Kurenai immediately understood Asuma's intent. Years of fighting side by side had honed their teamwork to perfection, a silent synergy that had taken down countless foes before this one. As the two gathered themselves to act, Fyun lazily looked up. Go on, take your things, run if you like, wait if you must. Either way, I'll be coming for my 35 million Rio in exactly 1 minute. Those words made Kurenai's expression shift ever so slightly. You'll let us leave? Fyun offered a courteous smile. I just told you. There are ordinary people here. I simply prefer not to shed blood in their midst. Do you Leaf Ninja really pay so little heed to civilian lives? Only then did Kurenai and Asuma sweep their gaze around, as if suddenly noticing the other guests in the hot spring for the first time. Despite what Fyun said, if they forced his hand, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. He didn't want innocent blood on his hands, but that didn't mean he'd go out of his way to protect bystanders. If a fight truly broke out, he'd be the most ruthless person in the room. Asuma and Kurenai bolted from the hot spring in at the fastest pace possible, barely stopping to grab their clothes. They pushed their speed to the absolute limit, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Asuma tightened his belt as he hovered in the air, then turned anxiously and said, Kurenai, you go on ahead. I'll hold off Uchiha Fyun. Kurenai Yuhi exclaimed in alarm. How could I possibly abandon you? Let's face this together. Asuma replied in a grave tone. There's nothing you can do by staying here. He's not someone we can handle. If you leave now, you might be able to find help. Staying won't save me, anyway. But Kurenai had a different opinion. She analyzed calmly. We may not be able to defeat him head-on, but if all we want to do is escape, he might not be able to stop both of us either. Don't you think? Suddenly, a volley of kunai whipped through the air from behind, streaking straight for Asuma and Kurenai's backs. He caught up already? The two of them knocked the kunai away, only to be met by an even larger barrage of shuriken flying toward them. They hurriedly leapt aside, dodging the renewed attack. Asuma had just deflected a few shuriken when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a kunai streaking past him. Wrapped around, it was an explosive tag sparking furiously, its blistering energy filling Asuma with a sharp sense of danger. A thunderous series of explosions ripped through the forest, light and fire crackling as thick smoke billowed upward, the shockwave sending nearby trees leaning and crashing in all directions. Then, with a piercing whistle, a blinding red signal flare broke through the billowing smoke, shooting straight up toward the sky. Fyun glanced at the sky, then coolly brought his gaze back and strode purposefully through the lingering smoke. A distress signal, is it? As the haze began to dissipate, the silhouettes of Sarutobi Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi emerged from the other side, unscathed, clearly having used defensive ninjutsu just in time. Asuma chose not to keep running, for he had realized Uchiha Fyun's speed was far beyond theirs, and he certainly possessed powerful sensory abilities as well. In circumstances like these, fleeing would only lead to a swifter death. Kurenai, don't look into his Sharingan eyes. You'll fall under his genjutsu. Asuma gripped his special twin short blades, imbuing them with wind chakra. Without hesitation, Asuma launched himself forward, initiating his most skilled close-quarters assault. But the very chakra blades he so prided himself on were blocked without effort. Fyun swung his katana in a smooth arc, sending Asuma staggering backwards. You're not the only one who can wield a chakra blade, you know. Backpedaling, Asuma hurled his twin blades, and forming hand seals, caught them again in quick succession. Fire-style, burning ash. With a roaring eruption, flames soared skyward, engulfing the area ahead in a tempest of fire. Out from within that conflagration, a gigantic golden skeletal hand suddenly reached out, seizing Asuma in a crushing grip. What is this? Asuma cried out in shock. Fyun's figure strode slowly from the fading smoke. The golden chakra had not yet formed a complete shield around him, but it already crackled in a protective aura at his sides. Kurenai, are you done yet? Asuma shouted urgently. Fyun was momentarily taken aback, his eyes fixing intently on Jeriah. He watched as Jeriah's figure dissolved into strange, shifting lights, and the world around them began to change. Vines sprang up at Fyun's feet, binding him tightly. The vines quickly grew into an enormous, towering tree, leaving him firmly tied against its trunk. Demonic illusion, binding tree death. Jeriah emerged from the massive tree trunk, kunai in hand, and lunged at Fyun's head. Fyun's lips curled into a slight smile. Trying to use illusion on me? You must be underestimating me. In a heartbeat, the illusion reversed. Now, it was Jeriah who was bound in place. Fyun stood before the stunned Jeriah, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning into focus like a set of ominous gears. Jeriah's face went pale at the sight. She squeezed her eyes shut, desperate to protect herself. But it was too late. The ocular jutsu, dominion of fate, had already taken hold. The world snapped back to reality. The Asuma Fyun was gripping suddenly burst apart, shattering into a block of wood with a sharp crack. The real Asuma flickered into view, swinging a kick at Fyun, only for Fyun to block it without effort. However, Asuma had managed to grab the incapacitated Jeriah, and together, they leapt away to safety. Release! Asuma formed a hand seal with 2 raised fingers, shouting as he tried to break the illusion entrapping Jeriah. Fyun looked on with a cold smile and intoned, "Kill Asuma." Jeriah's eyes went blank. Suddenly, she sprang at Asuma, slashing viciously with the blade in her hand. Even though Asuma reacted instantly, he was still gashed across the chest. Blood spurted forth, and the wound was so deep that bone showed. "So, this is the eye technique they warned us about in the intelligence reports?" Asuma gasped, staring at Jeriah in horror. Seeing that Asuma hadn't been killed, Fyun frowned. So the intel wasn't wrong after all. He actually survived by a hair's breadth. By all rights, Asuma should have died just now. No one should have been able to react in time. But against the odds, Asuma survived, likely because he had been wary of Fyun's eyes from the very start. The leak of abilities intelligence is truly a headache for any ninja. No wonder even someone as formidable as Nagato guarded his secrets so fiercely. But now, it was already over. Asuma was grievously wounded, and Jeriah, freed from illusion, ran to him in panic. "Asuma, are you all right?" "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I lost control." Jeriah's voice trembled with panic. Asuma, struggling for breath, replied, "It's not your fault. The wicked Uchiha just wanted to toy with us. He could have beaten us easily." Fyun's smile was full of mockery. "This is a battle where it's do or die. What? Am I not allowed to use every means at my disposal?" With that, Fyun began to walk slowly toward the pair, his chakra blade rising, ready to strike. Seeing this, Asuma shoved Kurenai aside, seized his special short blade, and charged at Fyun, stabbing ferociously. Fyun barely tilted his body and caught the incoming short blade with one hand. In the next moment, he thrust his katana forward. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced straight through Asuma's heart. Blood gushed from Asuma's lips, but with his remaining strength, he clung to the katana with a death grip. "Kurenai, get back!" Asuma roared, unleashing a hidden move. Countless explosive tags surged forth. "You foul Uchiha, you're not escaping. Come to hell with me." Fyun responded with a cold, derisive laugh. "You think just holding my blade is enough to keep me here?" While speaking, Fyun released his grip on Asuma's arm and the hilt, and sprang back, drawing distance between them. He could have used Susanoo to block the attack, but he preferred to mock these futile struggles. Just as expected, watching Fyun retreat, a torrent of unwillingness and fury welled in Asuma's eyes. He dismissed some of the explosive tag's power in his frustration. Explosions tore through the air. Fyun, quick as a shadow, swept away the flames and thick smoke and reappeared beside Asuma's shattered corpse, anxiously checking it. "Please don't let my 35 million Ryo blow up with you." Seeing that Asuma's body, though battered, was still usable for his purposes, Fyun finally let out a sigh of relief. "Asuma." Tears brimmed in Kurenai's eyes. She stood there in disbelief, watching Fyun store Asuma's body in a storage scroll. Yes, 35 million Ryo, finally in hand. After finishing all this, Fyun turned and glanced at Kurenai. "You didn't take the chance to run? Or did you know you'd never make it?" Raising his blade, Fyun advanced on Kurenai. He had no intention of letting her go. Such mercy was not in his nature. Now that they stood on opposite sides, they were enemies, and there was nothing more to say. It was either her life or his. Kurenai snapped out of her daze and activated the technique she had prepared in advance. Fyun's strike sliced Kurenai in two, yet her body dissolved into drifting sakura petals. Genjutsu. With his 3-tomo Sharingan spinning, Fyun slashed at a nearby tree. A crimson spray erupted. Kurenai's form flickered into existence, only to be struck down and dissolve again into petals. Pointless. Against these eyes, you can't hide anywhere. Just as Fyun prepared to strike again at the tall grass, a sudden flash of intuition lit up in his mind. He turned swiftly northeast. He's actually nearby. It made sense. After all, this was the land of fire, within Konoha's sphere of influence. Fyun flicked the blood from his katana and returned it to its sheath. "Luck's on your side today. You get to keep your life." Kana. Before his words had fully faded, Fyun's figure vanished from the scene, leaving behind only a ravaged and devastated forest. Moments later, a man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, sporting a bowl-cut hairstyle, arrived like a bolt of green lightning. Dressed head to toe in a tight green outfit, it was none other than Might Guy. Might Guy found Kurenai Yuhi badly wounded and quickly supported her. "Kurenai, what happened? What on earth happened here?" Kurenai's chest heaved violently as she struggled to speak. It was Uchiha Fyun. He killed the Hokage's son. "Asuma." "What? Asuma is dead? That can't be. We came the moment we saw the signal. How could it all happen so fast?" Shock and rage twisted Might Guy's face. But before he could ask more, Kurenai already slipped into unconsciousness. Just then, three figures finally arrived, appearing behind Guy and Kurenai. That's Kurenai-sensei. Tintin gasped and covered her mouth in disbelief. Guy-sensei, what exactly happened? Lee tightened his fists, his voice trembling as he questioned. With a solemn expression, Guy stood up and said in a low, steady voice, "This mission is over. Now we have a new assignment." The three young ninja grew serious at once. Guy continued, "Lee, Tintin, you two take Kurenai back to the Leaf Village. Niji, you're with me. We're going after the enemy to reclaim Asuma." Lee stepped forward upon hearing this. "Then let me join the chase as well." But Guy firmly refused. "No, even I'm not sure I can defeat this enemy. If it weren't for Niji's Byakugan, he wouldn't be coming with me either." The three could not hide their shock. This foe had already defeated two of the village's top jonin. And now, even Guy-sensei admitted he was uncertain of victory. Just how powerful was their opponent? Could it be someone on the level of the Hokage? Tintin's worry spilled into her words. "If the enemy is truly that strong, perhaps we should gather reinforcements before taking any further action." Guy nodded in approval. "That's why your task is not just to escort Kurenai, but also to bring back vital intelligence. Make sure the Hokage is informed. He'll send additional support." "Yes, sir." The four quickly split up, setting off in different directions. As Guy moved forward, he instructed Niji to use his Byakugan to track the enemy's trail. But little did they know, Fyun's sensory abilities far surpassed those of Niji. Did they really think the Hyuga Byakugan could catch up to Uchiha Fyun? It was simply impossible. Soon, Fyun returned to the Hot Spring Inn, where Karen, already dressed, sat waiting with a sulky look in the lobby. Sorry, I just had to take care of something. Let's get going," Fyun said as he entered, noticing Karen's disgruntled face. Karen said nothing, simply nodding and falling in a step behind Fyun as they headed out. Seeing this, Fyun asked, "What's wrong? Still mad at me?" Xianglin lifted her small face and shook her head. "No, I'm not upset with Lord Fyun." "Oh, then why do you look so unhappy?" Xianglin bit her lip in frustration and said indignantly, "They're all making fun of the bite marks on me." Hearing this, Fyun suddenly understood. He smiled and gently patted her head. "That's nothing. Once you've mastered your skills, if anyone dares to laugh at you, you can just teach them a lesson." "Yes, I'll train hard. I want to become as strong as you, Lord Fyun." "HM, have they found us?" Fyun suddenly turned his head, speaking as he did so. Xianglin asked in confusion, "Lord Fyun, what's wrong? Is someone coming after us?" Fyun smiled and nodded lightly. "It's nothing serious. Their tracking skills are about the same as yours. They're not going to catch us." Still, even as he spoke, Fyun wrapped his arm around Xianglin and took off at incredible speed in another direction. Fyun had indeed entertained the thought of risking everything to take down Might Guy and seize the secrets of the Eight Gates formation technique. But he kept that impulse carefully in check. He had once discussed this forbidden jutsu, the Eight Gates formation, with Orochimaru. Fyun always felt that his immortal body was perfectly suited for such a life-risking forbidden technique. According to their speculation, each of the 8 gates corresponded to a different type of physical energy. In other words, to open any gate, one needed to intensely train their body and cultivate enough strength and stamina to match that level. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu all depended on chakra. In fact, regular ninjutsu and secret techniques manifest the 7 chakra natures. Jinjutsu, on the other hand, represents the tangible power of yin chakra and focuses more on manipulating spiritual energy, like the mind transference techniques of the Yamanaka clan or the shadow techniques of the Nara clan. Taijutsu, meanwhile, is the direct manifestation of chakra and physical vitality, belonging to the realm of yang chakra. Think, for example, of the Akimichi clan's enlargement jutsu, or the sheer monstrous strength of the senju. True sensory ninja, those who develop and wield the power of yin, the spiritual energy, are the best examples of this path. Those who harness the yang aspect and master its application are the medical ninja, capable of mending flesh and healing wounds. To reach the level of body energy and physical strength needed to open all 8 gates would take decades of intense training. Even monsters like Might Guy and Rock Lee needed a lifetime to reach those heights. In fact, even after close to 15 years of training, Rock Lee still hasn't managed to open all 7 gates. With a sigh, Fyun had no choice but to give up his plan to master the 8 gates technique. After all, there was no way he'd be able to pour decades solely into taijutsu. Doing so would leave his other skills far behind. There are countless roads to strength. Why insist on walking the harshest one? Fyun had no desire to spend his days skipping rope 8,000 times, throwing 5,000 straight punches, or doing 3,000 push-ups and countless laps around Hidden Sound Village on his hands. I'll let you off a second time, but there definitely won't be a third. Next time, I'll take you down for sure. Such was Fyun's silent vow. In truth, the two had no real grudge between them, and Fyun had no desire to risk his life fighting someone as stubborn as Might Guy. Otherwise, he could never have tolerated him for this long. Someone like me, the notorious great traitor ninja, should cower before you? Fine, I'll hold back for now. Fyun shrugged off his pursuer with ease, then swiftly changed direction and sped away. Before long, he reached the borderlands of the Land of Fire, where he found the currency exchange branch run by Kane. This discreet exchange was cleverly disguised as a humble public restroom, but inside, it was a different world altogether. Hey there, my nameless friend. It's been ages since you last came to visit your old pal. I missed you so much, I can hardly sleep at night. The moment Fyun slipped through the concealed door, Kane, with his ever-squinting eyes, came rushing over, his face blooming with a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum at the sight of the one he'd been yearning for. In the past year or so, Konoha had taken a series of countermeasures, making it much harder to fulfill the bounty requests of the four great clans. As a result, not only had Fyun stopped taking on those sky-high bounties, he'd even returned quite a few outstanding jobs. Naturally, this led directly to Queenie's downer in business. The glory days were gone, and even his elite Kunoichi secretary had been transferred away by headquarters. Kane glanced down at Karen and frowned. Has my nameless friend fallen so low that he's resorting to selling children? At those words, Karen's eyes widened in shock. She was just a girl in her early teens, but even she knew her bloodline was special, and that made her exceedingly valuable. Besides, the place reeked, and it was clear from one glance this wasn't a reputable establishment. If children went missing here, it wouldn't be a surprise. Could Lord Fyun really intend to sell me? Sensing her fear, Fyun gently ruffled her hair. What are you talking about? I've got money to burn. I only worry you might not be able to earn enough from me. This girl is my companion. How could I ever sell someone on my team? Kane, in our world, reputation and loyalty matter most. You're absolutely right, my friend. Haha. Kane replied, thumb raised in flattery. Seems business has been a little slow for you lately, huh? Well, I brought you a little something to help out. After all, I'm a man of my word and of loyalty. With that, Fyun took out a storage scroll and summoned Asuma's corpse. Kane fetched the bounty posting and related documents, and after verifying everything carefully, stowed the body away. A deal worth 35 million Ryo, respectable earnings, all things considered. But since this was the Hokage's own son, Kane dared not keep the body around for long. He immediately had his subordinates contact headquarters to collect Asuma's remains as soon as possible. After collecting his reward, Fyun counted the coins and asked, and what about the body parts from the four great Konoha clans I requested earlier? Do you have them ready for me? Jianni took out a spatial ninjutsu storage scroll. Everything's inside here, she said. Each piece has been packed in a petri dish, carefully labeled with its owner's name. Fyun accepted the scroll and added another reminder. Don't you dare mix up anyone's identity or try to sneak in some random chunks to make up the numbers. I have a secret technique. I can tell immediately. If anything's off, I'll want my money back. Jianni patted her chest with confidence. Don't worry, my friend. In this line of work, trust and integrity are everything. If there's any problem, just come to me for a refund. No questions asked. Fyun gave a low chuckle, then pulled out several thick stacks of banknotes and placed them on the table. Consider this extra as a treat for tea. With that, he took Xianglin along and strode out of the exchange office, heading straight for the sound-hidden village in the Land of Fields. The next day, as they approached the outskirts of the sound-hidden village, they stumbled right into the aftermath of a ninja battle. By the time Fyun arrived, the fighting had already ended. All around, devastation spread across the battlefield. Smoke billowed thick in the air, weaponry and bodies scattered every which way. And at the very center, a pale-haired youth stood alone amidst the wreckage. All about him, sharp, white bone spurs bristled and gleamed, bones that slowly sank back into his body as he stood there. This was none other than the final heir of the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiya, Kimimaro. Kimimaro glanced once at Fyun, buttoned up his shirt, and silently turned to leave. Well, one of my finest vessels, wouldn't you say? The ultimate defense, the sharpest offense. Orochimaru's voice drifted through the haze, and his figure emerged from the shadows, ghost-like and sudden, not far from Fyun and Xianglin. Fyun didn't even spare Orochimaru a glance. His eyes followed the departing figure of the white-haired youth. He'll never be yours. The smile on Orochimaru's face faltered. He frowned. Now why would you say that? That child's only ambition is to become my vessel. Fyun shook his head. His dream will never come true. He hasn't got long to live. Fyun, must you jinx me like this? He's the container I'm most satisfied with. Orochimaru let out a rare sigh. Fyun always spouted strange predictions. Annoying, but troublesome mostly because they had an uncanny way of proving true. Fyun only shrugged. So what happened here? How did a fight break out on this scale? Is something wrong in the village? No, nothing like that. Orochimaru replied, his tone dismissive. Just some fools trying to bring down the sound hidden. A bunch of clowns, not worth our attention. He paused a moment, then flicked a glance at Xianglin. So, have you found the Shinigami mask you were searching for? Fyun began walking toward the sound-hidden village, answering as he went. Of course. Let's go. You'd better go get the fourth Hokage's cellular tissue ready. A sly grin tugged at the corner of Orochimaru's lips as he readied to follow. Just then, Xianglin timidly piped up. And what about me? Doi. Xianglin, from today onward, you'll be one of the sound ninjas, just like Fyun. This is your Chunin forehead protector. Orochimaru handed Xianglin a forehead protector engraved with a musical note, then continued. You should head back to the village first. Yes, Xianglin responded happily, clutching her new protector and scampering off with joy. In truth, Orochimaru had his eyes on Xianglin and her mother back when they were still residing in the hidden grass. He had originally planned to wait until after his scheme during the Chunin exams to take Xianglin away. But as finding suitable vessels proved more and more difficult, and his attacks on both Itachi and Fyun ended in failure, Orochimaru grew impatient. He hurriedly rounded up all the children he'd been keeping tabs on throughout various villages, including Xianglin. Fyun accompanied Orochimaru down into a hidden chamber beneath the ground. Before long, Kabuto entered, carrying a hefty box in his arms. They were both deeply intrigued by the powers of the Shinigami and the Nine Tails, and their anticipation was palpable. Orochimaru-sama, it's your time to take the stage. Wear this. Fyun produced the Shinigami mask and tossed it to Orochimaru. As soon as Orochimaru's fingers made contact with the mask, his expression shifted dramatically. His eyes flew wide open. So, this is what Shinigami chakra feels like. It's bone-chilling, seeping with dread and death at every turn. He stared down at the mask in his hands, frozen for a moment. Before long, madness and obsession crept into his gaze. Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Orochimaru's serpent-like tongue flickered out, swaying in the air before he ultimately withdrew it. He'd been sorely tempted to taste the mask, but it left him with a sense of unease. Better not. Fyun pressed him. Hurry up and put it on. Once you wear it, you can summon the Shinigami. Just make a cut across your stomach, and you'll be able to release both the fourth Hokage and the Nine Tails. Orochimaru shot Fyun a skeptical glance. Put it on, and risk my own neck for it. What? Fyun looked baffled, but persisted. Just stick to the plan. After you release the fourth Hokage's soul, use your living corpse reincarnation jutsu. Unrolling a scroll, Orochimaru muttered. Do you really think it'll just let us toy with it? This is the Shinigami we're talking about. If I'm careless, my very soul could be consumed. Even so, wouldn't that be just a minor setback? We can always revive you, Fyun replied flippantly, knowing full well he could bring Orochimaru back by reawakening the fragment of his soul embedded in the cursed seal. With Kabuto present, however, Fyun decided to keep that detail to himself. Orochimaru shook his head. I have other, much safer methods. There's no need for self-sacrifice. Besides, my living corpse reincarnation can only be performed once every 3 years. With that, Orochimaru unrolled a scroll inscribed with the symbols of the impure world reincarnation and produced a chunk of decomposed flesh. At the same time, Kabuto tossed a sacrificial offering towards him. Everything was prepared. Impure world reincarnation. As Orochimaru uttered a low command, the grand reincarnation array began to spread and take shape. Amid the sacrificial screams, a man with striking red hair appeared in the hidden chamber. Orochimaru quickly inserted 2 talismans of control. This man was once an elder of the Uzumaki clan. Using him to form a contract with the Shinigami should make success more likely. When dealing with such unknown and dangerous entities, we must remain extremely cautious. Fyun, you still have much to learn. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Fyun immediately understood and had no choice but to give a thumbs up, forcing out 2 words in a raspy voice. Absolutely incredible. To unseal the dead demon-consuming seal, several key points must be met. A connecting medium, the Shinigami mask, a soul as a sacrifice, the person who dons the mask, and of course, a thorough understanding of the principles of sealing techniques. Then comes the matter of surviving a transaction with the Shinigami. It seemed, at first glance, that only Orochimaru met all these conditions. Only his soul was strong enough for the Shinigami standard, and only he could evade the Shinigami's soul-binding contract via his forbidden rebirth technique. And yet, all this was information that Uchiha Fyun had only recently provided to Orochimaru. Fyun had thought that Orochimaru's ability to pull this off was already beyond belief. But he could never have imagined that Orochimaru, given even these scraps of intel, would devise an even craftier move. He was using an Edo Tensei spirit, the soul reanimated by impure world reincarnation, as the bargaining chip with the Shinigami. Using one bug in the system to glitch another. Wasn't that the ultimate trickery? Orochimaru's ingenuity was truly unmatched. When it comes to exploiting loopholes, no one can outdo Orochimaru. The so-called death god. How laughable. But on reflection, it made sense. In the original story, Orochimaru lost the use of his hands, making it impossible for him to perform Edo Tensei. That's why he had to risk himself as the sacrifice in the deal with the Shinigami. Now, under Orochimaru's control, the red-haired man immediately donned the Shinigami mask. In an instant, it was as if some mysterious force had seized him, twisting his body until he took the stance of someone nailed to a wooden frame. Fyun, Orochimaru, and Kabuto, all three could see nothing out of the ordinary, yet a chilling, sinister presence filled the chamber, hovering just behind the red-haired man. Sweat broke out across Kabuto's forehead. Is that the Shinigami? Where is it? Why can't we see it? Fyun answered softly. I suppose only those making a contract with the Shinigami or those being sealed can actually see it. Suddenly, Orochimaru's expression shifted in alarm. He swiftly began to perform hand signs, channeling chakra to assert control over the red-haired man. Kabuto, noticing this, called out urgently, Lord Orochimaru, what's wrong? Orochimaru's hands trembled ever so slightly as he formed the seals. How fascinating. It's trying to seize control of the Edo Tensei. Fortunately, I was prepared for this. Being ready for anything really never hurts. The power of the Reaper is so overwhelming that if an ordinary ninja were to don the mask, their soul would likely be snatched away instantly, leaving them unable to do a thing. Orochimaru turned his head and commanded, Kabuto, bring up the other sacrifice. With that, Orochimaru performed a series of hand seals, manipulating the man from the Uzumaki clan to make the Reaper slice open its own abdomen, releasing a surge of soul energy. At the same time, the man's own belly split open as well. Now's the time. Edo Tensei, reanimation jutsu. Orochimaru slapped the remains of the fourth Hokage's body down onto the markings of the reanimation array. Accompanied by a gut-wrenching, agonized scream, a striking blond young man appeared, draped in the flamboyant robes of the Hokage. Orochimaru let out a cold, sinister laugh. This way, the Reaper likely won't be able to reclaim Minato's soul anymore. Just as expected, once the red-haired man's soul had been taken, that chilling, oppressive aura faded and vanished from the room. Now, only the handsome blonde youth, standing shoulder to shoulder with Fyun for looks, remained in the scene. Though his body still bore the marks of reanimation, Minato Namikaze radiated a bright, resolute energy. Orochimaru, I suppose there's good reason you lost to him. Fyun teased with a cheerful grin. Orochimaru turned slightly, a trace of doubt in his voice. What exactly do you mean, Fyun? Fyun gave Orochimaru a once-over, his tone full of playful mockery. A somber, gloomy old man versus a sunny, dashing young hero. Who do you think the elders would choose? There's really no need to even ask. He was, of course, referring to Orochimaru's defeat by Minato Namikaze in the selection for the Hokage position. Orochimaru huffed, his pride stung as he tossed his head aside. After fitting the control talisman, Orochimaru carefully checked and sensed its effects. Moments later, he exclaimed, excitement in his voice. Just as I thought. Minato's soul still contains a huge amount of the Nine Tails Yin chakra. So it's true, then, that back then Minato must have split the Nine Tails into Yin and Yang halves. The half inside Naruto, only the Yang chakra. Just at that moment, Minato opened his eyes, clearly stunned by his surroundings. Where am I? Orochimaru. Orochimaru answered with a faint smile. Sashi Burita and Minato. This is Edo Tensei. I broke the Reaper's seal and brought you back. Minato stretched out his hands, utterly shocked. That sealing jutsu could actually be broken? Orochimaru, just how did you manage that? Orochimaru put on another prideful look. Don't underestimate me, Minato. Minato quickly regained his composure and glanced calmly around. Who are you people? What is it you want performing these kinds of rituals? Noticing Minato's gaze turning toward him, Fyun stepped forward. I'm Uchiha Fyun. We're about to take out all of Konoha's current leadership. Minato's eyes turned cold. So that's how it is. A rogue ninja from the Uchiha clan, is it? Fyun let out a low chuckle, unwilling to waste words on explanation. Men like Minato Namikaze were no different from Hashirama Senju, their minds consumed by thoughts of the village and the so-called will of fire, ready to destroy any threat without regard for reason or circumstance. I happen to have something interesting to show you, Minato Namikaze. I wonder what you'll think after you've seen it. Oh, and what might that be? Fyun channeled scenes from Naruto's daily life into a genjutsu, and, through the power of his Manjiku Sharingan, projected them directly into Minato's mind. The sunset cast a crimson hue across the Hidden Leaf village, bathing the bustling streets in warm light as laughter echoed all around. Yet, in this lively village, a solitary figure seemed utterly forgotten by the world, Naruto Uzumaki. He lived alone in a cramped, shabby apartment, its walls chipped and furniture sparse. Still, each time he returned to this rundown home, Naruto would put on his brightest smile and cheer. "I'm home," pretending there was someone waiting for him on the other side of the door. The fridge was almost always empty. If he was lucky, he might salvage a few cartons of expired milk and some hard, stale bread. At night, he could only curl up in bed, listening to the distant laughter of families drifting in through the window, hugging himself tightly against the loneliness. Why does everyone hate me? As a small child, he would stand by the swing set, watching the other children leave with their parents, eyes filled with confusion and hurt. Whenever he tried to get closer, he was met with only cold stares from adults and jeers from the other kids. "Stay away. Monster. Don't play with him. He's the demon fox. Your parents died because of you." He didn't understand what a nine-tailed fox was, nor why he'd become the target of such hatred. His only solace was mischief, scribbling graffiti across Hokage Rock, causing uproar in class, shouting in the streets, desperate for even a fleeting moment of attention, believing that anger, scolding, even contempt were better than being invisible. Whenever he entered a shop, the owners would hurry him out or sell him daily necessities and food at several times their normal price. Every fast food meal he managed to get would be mixed, on purpose, with gritty sand, leaving him hunched in a corner, picking pebbles from his food. Any instant noodles or milk he bought inevitably turned out to be expired. It wasn't until much later that a certain father and daughter, owners of a ramen stand, welcomed him without prejudice. Everyone in the village thought Naruto just loved ramen, but few guessed the real reason why. Because for as long as he could remember, that was the only food he'd ever eaten that was fresh, no sourness, no sand, no expiration, no price hike. You could say whatever that father and daughter sold, it would have been Naruto's favorite. It was pure coincidence that they happened to serve ramen. Naruto never knew his own birthday, so he always treated the first day of each year as his special day. On that day, he would order a bowl of ramen to take home and, facing the empty room, smile and say, "Itadakimasu," as if pretending someone was there to celebrate with him. It was as if, through this little ritual, he could create the illusion of companionship. At night, Naruto walked the streets alone, his shadow stretched long under the streetlights. A reanimated body knows no tears, but a father does. 2 glistening drops slid down Minato Namikaze's cracked face. This can't be. I know being a Jinchuriki brings hardship, but with the third Hokage there, Naruto couldn't possibly be living like a stray dog. I specifically asked the third to take care of him. Minato's expression grew cold as he stared at Uchiha Fyun, continuing, "Is this true? Has the third Hokage already passed away? Who is the 5th Hokage now?" Fyun let out a low, humorless chuckle. "This is just a glimpse of Naruto's miserable life. The third has always held power. There was never another Hokage chosen." "That's impossible," Minato growled in disbelief. "The third must have had his reasons, some pressing burden." Fyun's face remained unmoved, choosing silence over further words. Minato's unwillingness to believe came as no surprise. Fyun never expected that merely talking about Naruto's suffering or exposing the third Hokage's faults would sway someone whose bones were steeped in the will of fire. As the others paid him no more mind, Minato pressed on, "I need to check this myself." Fyun folded his arms, tilting his head slightly. "And once you have," jaw clenched, Minato replied, "I'll demand that the third and the others take this issue seriously." Fyun couldn't help but burst into unexpected laughter, a saintly naivety that was nothing short of terrifying. Orochimaru waved his hand impatiently. "Fyun, why bother reasoning with him? He's in no position to act. I've done a quick assessment. This reanimation just isn't up to par, much weaker than he was in life." Fyun nodded, signaling Orochimaru with his eyes. With that, Orochimaru summoned a coffin, and Minato was sealed away inside it. "I'm a bit tired today. I'll take a rest and deal with the nine tails some other time, Fyun said, rolling his neck with a casual stretch. Orochimaru, however, wore a look of crazed excitement, his long tongue flicking out to lick his own face. After all, this was the nine tails they were talking about. That wicked, overwhelming chakra made Orochimaru's blood race, his gaze intoxicated with anticipation. He was desperate to dissect the nine tails, to bring it into his lab for a proper study. How fascinating. After a pause, Orochimaru turned to Kabuto, his voice low and commanding. No one else can know about this. If word gets out, we'll be at a complete disadvantage. Don't forget, the Akatsuki have their eyes fixed on the tailed beasts. Yes, sir. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then decided it still wasn't safe enough, so he continued. Never mind, I'll use a forbidden jutsu to erase some memories for you. This is for your own good. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto replied, his tone still deeply respectful. At this moment, Fyun spoke up. There's really no need for that, let alone the Akatsuki. No one else in this world even knows there's another half of the nine tails. What's more, when we attack the leaf, it'll be not just our mount, but our vanguard general. As he spoke, a searing, murderous glint flashed in Fyun's eyes. Finally, the day to storm Konoha was drawing near. He had never forgotten the humiliation, being slaughtered like livestock, then tossed into a mass grave like a stray dog. Perhaps it was due to inheriting the original Fyun's memories, but seeing so many close friends and family slain had left an unshakable seed of hatred deep within him. Orochimaru, however, wore a grave expression. We must still exercise extreme caution. I have no desire to attract too much attention from those lunatics in Akatsuki. Noticing the flicker of emotion on Fyun's face, Orochimaru's voice softened. Fyun, you're not alone in this. At the very least, you still have me, don't you? Fyun snapped out his trance and snorted, Save it. Suit yourself. Just don't let it mess with our plans to attack Konoha. With a casual wave, Fyun strode out. Days of constant travel had left his body weary. The next morning, Fyun was jolted awake by a violent tremor. It felt as if a massive earthquake had struck. The ground itself seemed to rear up beneath him in a wild convulsion. Fortunately, it lasted only a brief moment. Had it gone on any longer, the village might have been destroyed outright. Leaping up from his splintered bed, Fyun rushed from his room. What happened? Kabuto, meanwhile, was busy keeping Orochimaru's elite subordinates in order, instructing everyone to stay put and, under no circumstances, to leave the village. Hearing Fyun shout, Kabuto swiftly appeared in front of him. I'm not sure what happened either, but Lord Orochimaru has ordered everyone to stay away from the back mountain. Looks like Kabuto really did have some of his memories wiped. Glancing toward the back mountain, Fyun saw an enormous mushroom cloud rising in the distance. Damn it! Fyun's eyes flew wide in shock as he cursed inwardly. That bastard Orochimaru. Clearly he couldn't hold back and has already broken the seal, releasing the nine tails ahead of schedule. No one is to leave the village, and absolutely no one is to go near the back mountain. Shouting this final order, Fyun vanished in a blur, streaking off towards the mountain. Before long, he arrived at a massive crater, where Orochimaru stood face-to-face with a miniaturized nine tails boasting 4 fiery tails. Watching the small nine tails devour a sphere of condensed chakra, Orochimaru grinned with rapturous fascination. Excellent. Simply marvelous, the nine tails. Orochimaru's lips curled into a sickly smile, his pale fingertips breaking the skin with a sharp bite. Suddenly, his chakra erupted. Cold, violet-black energy coiled around his body like venomous serpents, making the ground beneath him tremble and crack. Summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon. In an instant, the earth thundered and shook. 3 colossal demonic gates burst from the ground like mountains, each soaring dozens of meters high. The bronze doors were engraved with grotesque, snarling demon faces, their fangs bared in a twisted snarl. A cataclysmic roar shattered the air as the tailed beast ball's destructive force surged forward. The first gate exploded into fragments at the moment of impact, but the shock had already been blunted by a third. The second gate shuddered violently, splintering with spiderweb cracks. At last, the third gate let out a shrill, metallic screech, but it held firm, blocking this apocalyptic strike through sheer force. All 3 gates dissolved into white mist as the terrain around them was reshaped by the cataclysm. When the smoke settled, Orochimaru's golden, slitted eyes danced with both madness and delight. Wind style, great breakthrough. A fierce wind swept forth. The miniature nine tails dug its claws into the earth, anchoring its body firmly in place. Orochimaru's hands blurred as they raced through hand signs. Summoning jutsu. 3 colossal black serpents erupted from the fading mist, coiling around the Nine Tails, wrapping it layer upon layer, tightening their hold. The Nine Tails let out a mighty roar, its chakra flaring. 2 of the weaker giant snakes burst instantly into clouds of white mist. Orochimaru seized the chance, flashing in front of the Nine Tails and unleashing 2 powerful sealing techniques in rapid succession, barely managing to suppress the beast for the moment. This power is simply magnificent. Ha ha! But his triumphant laughter had barely begun before it caught in his throat. Danger bells screamed in his mind. He leapt back, retreating in haste. A thunderous detonation erupted, another surge of chakra exploding outward. The final giant snake uttered a mournful cry before dissolving as mist. 6 tails already? Orochimaru's golden, slitted eyes bored into the monster veiled in dust. No, the chakra keeps overflowing. The tails are still multiplying. Far off, Fyun didn't move to intervene, simply folding his arms to watch the spectacle. With a sudden rush, the Nine Tails, empowered by the surging chakra, shot straight above Orochimaru, a claw slicing down in a blur. Orochimaru reacted just as quickly, opening his mouth wide. A sword shot outward, stretching at impossible speed, swatting the Nine Tails away, though unable to pierce its hide. The Nine Tails crashed into the forest with a deafening impact, sending up a tremendous cloud of debris, shattered wood, and flying stones. Fyun couldn't help but feel a flicker of awe. This Orochimaru, with both hands intact, was indeed formidable, able to battle a tailed beast in such a state. Orochimaru's brows knit tightly, for deep within the distant forest, the fully manifested Nine Tails had erupted, unleashing an aura of pure terror. It seems things had gone out of control. At this moment, Orochimaru couldn't help but turn his head toward Fyun and said with a laugh, "Fyun-kun, after watching all this action, isn't it about time for you to step in?" Fyun reached out, picked a wild blade of grass, and held it between his teeth, an air of indifference about him. "Now you remember me? Go ahead and act tough. Show us what you've got. Aren't you going to take that fox down?" Orochimaru replied, "Fyun-kun, I was just helping you test the strength of the Nine Tails first. I'm thinking of your safety, since you're my—" "Stop, just stop. Try to be normal for once. You're scaring me." The Nine Tails had already noticed the 2 of them and let out a furious roar in their direction. A violent storm, laced with malevolent chakra, swept through the forest, flattening swathes of trees in its wake. The sheer force was overwhelming. Ordinary shinobi would be lucky to stay on their feet through such a blast. The roar split the heavens, shattering the clouds overhead. Scarlet chakra surged like molten lava, and the 9 massive tails thrashed and swept everything in their path. Standing atop a massive boulder, Fyun seemed almost unaffected. Perhaps it was the Uchiha blood in his veins, but even in the face of the strongest tailed beast, a faint, defiant smile lingered on his lips. "Surrender to me, Nine Tails." With a swift motion, his 3-tomo Sharingan snapped open, unleashing a formidable power from his gaze. For a moment, the Nine Tails froze. But in less than a heartbeat, its pupils constricted, Fox chakra erupted, and the illusion was shattered in an instant. "You dare try and control me with mere Sharingan?" Razor-sharp claws tore into the earth as the Nine Tails bellowed its rage again and again. "Seems the 3-tomo Sharingan still doesn't have enough power," Fyun muttered to himself. Yet for now, he had no intention of using the Mangekyo. He wanted to test things just a bit further. Orochimaru had slipped over to Fyun's side and said with a smile, "It certainly looks angry now. Truly terrifying. No wonder it was able to take down 2 Kage-level opponents." Fyun spared a sideways glance at Orochimaru, who was still locked in a contest with Minato. The Nine Tails is anger incarnate. It's what it does best. "You brats, if you rile me up, you'll pay for it with your lives." The Nine Tails charged at them with lethal intent. It had been far too long since it last appeared in the shinobi world. Had everyone forgotten the terror of the Nine Tails? First that little snake charmer, now an Uchiha man showing up, both acting like he wasn't even worth their attention, joking as if he was nothing. Utterly intolerable. If this could be borne, what couldn't? For the Nine Tails, this crossed every line. The Nine Tails decided then and there to utterly tear these 2 human ants to shreds. "Fyun-kun, it's all yours now." Orochimaru quickly hopped backward to widen the distance, retreating to the safe vantage point of the sidelines. "Nine Tails, let me be the one to collar you." Fyun gave a cold, steely smile. Golden chakra surged from his body and, in the blink of an eye, formed a towering chakra giant, Susanoo. With a thunderous crash, Susanoo's massive fist landed squarely on the Nine Tails' face, forcing the beast to step back. Immediately, a barrage of powerful punches rained down, and the Ninetales refused to back down, lashing out with its sharp claws and tails in fierce retaliation. A savage battle broke out between them. Though he was forced back again and again by the Ninetales' onslaught, Fyun only grew more exhilarated. Excellent. Show me more. Keep entertaining me. Though the Ninetales held the advantage, it sensed that something was wrong. An ominous danger lingered in the air. As the leader of all tailed beasts, with centuries of life and countless epic battles under its belt, it had once danced alongside the mightiest of the Uchiha. The so-called god of the shinobi himself had crowned it, calling its power danger incarnate. With just a flick of a claw, it could end lives of Kaga-level shinobi effortlessly. A single swing of its tails could crush legions of ninja. How tiny and fragile humankind was by comparison. Yet, facing this opponent, a sense of invincibility deserted the beast. An unfamiliar feeling crept over it. The sense that this human could not be defeated so easily. Roaring, the Ninetales swatted Susanu's third form into the distance, shattering an expanse of forest, and began to gather an immense mass of chakra. A tremendous, jet-black sphere of chakra started to form just above its gaping jaws. Fyun glanced around at the fractured remains of Susanu, then looked toward the distant, surging tailed beast ball, a grin spreading across his face. So you're finally bringing out your best move, are you? In a flash, Orochimaru appeared atop the sprawled, golden-hued Susanoo. Looking in on Fyun inside, he called out, "Fyun-kun, are you all right in there? Do you need a hand?" Fyun shot him an annoyed look. "What are you doing here? Aren't you afraid the Ninetales will blast you to smithereens?" Before he could finish, the Ninetales unleashed its tailed beast ball, a streak of destructive energy tearing through everything in its path, gouging grim furrows across the earth. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, dead serious, and he was on the verge of casting a forbidden jutsu to defend himself, when Fyun called him over, pulling him inside Susanu's protective shell. Hands flashing through a series of hand signs, Fyun shouted, "Would release, domineering wall jutsu." A giant wooden barricade with a grimacing demon's face surged upward, but the impact of the tailed beast ball nearly shattered their defense. Yet, shielded by both the power of wood release and Susanu, the tailed beast ball was finally repelled. A thunderous explosion erupted overhead, sending wild waves of energy surging in every direction. Orochimaru gazed around in obsessive awe. Uchiha Fyun's strength, his perfection, was astonishing. This, he thought, was the path he would follow in the future. He was certain, once he fused the powers of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, he would attain this strength, perhaps even surpass it, and become the Six Paths Serpent Sage. Wood release. Advent of the world of trees. Fyun's voice rang out. All at once, colossal vines erupted from the earth, winding furiously toward the Ninetales. The beast fired a second-tailed beast ball, shattering swaths of the gigantic vines, but was eventually swallowed up by the ever-growing mass, so thoroughly, even the force of its explosion was almost completely stifled. The Ninetales' roar echoed defiantly. The Ninetales roared in fury, attempting to shatter the surrounding vines with a blast of chakra. Yet these vines, infused with a vast amount of powerful chakra, were nothing like ordinary trees. They remained unbroken under its onslaught. The Ninetales' explosive force had absolutely no effect. Forced to fight at close quarters against Fyun's wood release, the Ninetales lashed out with claws, tails, and gaping jaws. In moments, the world was thrown into chaos. Shattered wood and storms raged everywhere. Watching the rampaging beast struggling desperately, Orochimaru's expression grew grave. This is getting out of hand. If we go on like this, someone else is bound to notice. He turned to Fyun, who was manipulating the wood release. Let me use forbidden jutsu and sealing techniques to help you. We can't let this battle continue any longer. Fyun shot him a glance. The Ninetales is hardly worth worrying about. I'm just testing my own strength. I haven't even had my fill yet. Orochimaru's concern deepened. But now isn't the time to expose the Ninetales. If outsiders catch wind of this, we'll lose the initiative, and the plan to destroy Konoha might even fail. Fyun exclaimed with vexation. We'll leave it here for today, then. After all, the assault on Konoha was imminent. This was Fyun's most crucial operation. He could not afford any mistakes. He had prepared for this day a long time, dreamed of it even longer. Konoha, it's almost time for you to pay back what you owe. Nearly 1,000 souls of the Uchiha clan still wait in the underworld. At this thought, Fyun dispelled the golden Susanoo. Waves of immense chakra surged from within him. Wood release, wood dragon technique. With a thunderous roar, 10 massive wooden dragons erupted from the sea of vines, winding swiftly around the frenzied nine tails. Even its tails were bound fast. The wooden dragons continued, draining its chakra, their foliage growing to blot out the sky. A sharp metallic ring echoed as the Mangekyo Sharingan, its iris spinning like a gear, flared. The tremendous ocular power of the Mangekyo delivered what would be the Nine Tails' final blow. The beast's struggles ceased entirely. Its great, crimson eyes slowly closed as the demon fox's body was swallowed by the forest. Fyun ventured deep into the woods formed by the wooden dragons, coming to stand atop the Nine Tails' head, where he forcibly sealed a summoning contract. Earth release. Open earth and raise the crack. With everything complete, Fyun cast a strengthened earth release, burying the trussed-up Nine Tails deep within the ground. Incredible, unmatched ocular power would release immortality. Fyun, you've truly surpassed me. Suppressing the urge to rush over and fawn, Orochimaru spoke with genuine admiration. This is me. Orochimaru felt he could already glimpse his own future, dazzling and bright. With such a successful case before him, or rather, someone blazing a trail along the road to eternity ahead, nothing could excite him more. As long as there's a clear direction and solid data, with Orochimaru's brilliance and skill, could success really be far away? You look downright sleazy when you laugh. Fyun shot Orochimaru a look of utter disdain, noting his obsessed expression. Orochimaru didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. He stretched out his damp, snake-like tongue and wiped the dust off his face. The terrain and environment here are far too conspicuous. We'll have to conceal this place properly. Glancing around at the terrifying scars left by battle, Fyun fell into thought as well. You're right. If any top-tier ninja comes by, they'll immediately sense something's off. From there, it wouldn't be hard to trace the tailed beast, or even us. Orochimaru replied softly, "Leave it to me. It's no real trouble. I'll lay down a barrier underground to mask our presence and block off sensing techniques, then use ninjutsu to reshape the surrounding area. That should do the trick." Fyun knew exactly what Orochimaru's plan was. He was surely eyeing the chance to collect some precious samples. No way would he pass up the opportunity to gather a few scraps of the Nine Tails' flesh and hide. After all, for a research-obsessed maniac like Orochimaru, the thought of not studying such an ultimate life form would be more agonizing than death itself. Fyun chuckled. "Just go easy, will you? Don't get carried away and wind up killing yourself." Orochimaru offered a gentle smile. "Oh, Fyun, are you actually concerned about me? I'm just worried that if you die, I won't have anyone left to help me get stronger." Fyun replied gruffly, then turned and started heading back toward the hidden sound village. When it came to cleaning up, he knew Orochimaru would have his own arrangements. There was no need to worry about that. The Nine Tails was already suppressed and sealed, and the summoning contract had been signed. At this point, it wasn't much different from any of Fyun's own summoned beasts. At the edge of the village, Kabuto and a group of Sound Village elites waited anxiously, craning their necks to watch the mountains behind. The earth-shattering commotion from before had shaken everyone, especially that explosion in the sky. It had been blinding, even more dazzling and terrifying than the sun itself. What kind of power was that? What level of battle could create such destruction? Was it a natural disaster or an enemy attack? But with Orochimaru's strict orders, none of them dared disobey. As much as they wanted to go investigate, all they could do was wait. As soon as Fyun appeared, unharmed, Kimimaro hurried forward and bowed. "Lord Fyun, what happened back there? Where's Lord Orochimaru?" Fyun waved a hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just an attack from a demolition ninja squad. We drove them off, Orochimaru and I." Kabuto was startled. "Then why hasn't Lord Orochimaru come back?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Orochimaru is fine. He'll come find you soon enough," Fyun replied as he walked into the village. Kimimaro asked again, "Should we go and assist Lord Orochimaru now?" "Keep waiting. Nobody moves without new orders from Orochimaru." After pausing for a moment, Fyun turned his gaze to Kabuto. "Kabuto, go find me a few death row prisoners. I want to practice some jutsu." "Yes, understood." With a resigned nod, Kabuto flickered away to make the preparations. Here, Uchiha Fyun's current standing was hardly any less than Orochimaru's, so naturally, no one dared defy him. Inside the secret chamber, Fyun stood alone. He laid out the scrolls stenciled with his painstakingly engraved Edo Tensei formation, then looked at the two prisoners bound before him. They were rogue ninja from the Hidden Sound, captured after stealing Orochimaru's experimental medicine and fleeing the village. Fyun slapped two clumps of flesh onto the formation, and his hands flashed through a swift pattern of seals. Edo Tensei, reanimation. The chunks of flesh merged, chakra lines spreading from the markings to circle the two human offerings. A rushing sound filled the air as the seal's ring glowed to life. Loose grave dust and soul energy swirling up, enveloping the sacrificial pair. Their anguished screams tore through the room, their original souls being ravaged and torn apart by the new arrivals, and with them, memories and personalities were obliterated into nothingness. Moments later, a brand new man materialized in the chamber. Fyun looked him over carefully. It was, just as he suspected, the special Jonin from the Suritobi clan whom he'd once slain himself. As for the other offering, the grave dust only covered him to the waist before the process disintegrated, the formation dimming and the freed soul spiraling back. Looks like that one failed. Is there still something wrong with the way I inscribed the seal? Fyun muttered, picking up the failed scroll to study it closely, hunting for the reason behind the flaw. A short while later, he put away the scroll, his mood noticeably improved. At least it worked, didn't it? A 50% success rate on the very first try. With a little more training, Fyun was sure it wouldn't be long before he mastered this technique completely. And when that day came, Konoha was in for quite a surprise. He couldn't help but let out a low, exuberant laugh. Forbidden jutsu, truly invaluable. He absolutely had to master it. A true man must know Edo Tensei. Still, Fyun felt a pang of regret. On the night of the clan massacre, he neither had the time nor the presence of mind to collect any cellular samples from his fellow Uchiha. Not being able to arrange a special treat for his enemies really was a pity. Of course, he hadn't anticipated that he would end up learning Edo Tensei at all. He sighed wistfully to himself. My kin, just wait for me in the Pure Land. I'll be sending your enemies' souls to keep you company soon enough. 3 years after leaving the Leaf, Fyun had once returned to the mass grave of the Uchiha clan. He already knew the fate that befell them. None of their bodies remained. Still, he took some solace in his next thought. At least, when I was collecting Sharingan, I gathered quite a lot of blood. Maybe it'll be enough for a successful summoning. Back then, because his skills were lacking and time was running short, Fyun acted in a panic. When he gouged out the eyes of his own clansmen, blood gushed out in abundance, and all of it was hastily tossed into petri dishes. The memory of gouging out his own eyes in particular was forever etched in his mind. The pain was truly unbearable. Of course, the reason he did all this back then was to prevent those precious Sharingan eyes from falling into the hands of Danzo Shimura. After all, once Obito had finished cleaning up, the next in line would be the Foundation Black Ops, and not a single Sharingan would be allowed to remain. In fact, even the bodies of many young clansmen who had never awakened their eyes were not spared. No doubt the Foundation hoped to experiment, thinking there might be a way to force open the bloodline limit. Now, as Fyun watched the condemned man muttering to himself in the center of the secret chamber, his brows furrowed in confusion. Did the impure world reincarnation just fail? How is the sacrifice still alive? He stepped in closer, trying to make out what the man was mumbling. Abba, 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 abba. Instant compréhension donnée, on fait un espace. So the ritual only half worked. The man's soul had been only half shredded, reducing him to a gibbering fool. Well, my friend, it seems disaster has turned into a blessing for you. So it went. Fyun continued to refine his mastery of ninjutsu through relentless training and, armed with intelligence from the Sound Village and the Exchange House, roamed far and wide, ambushing and hunting down ninjas from the 4 great clans of Konoha to accumulate hands-on experience and sharpen his skills. With his immortal body and the regenerative power of Hashirama's cells, Fyun had a considerable margin for error. To maximize his growth, he often suppressed his true strength and fought to the death against formidable opponents. In short, he lived for the thrill of danger. At last, Fyun understood why Madara Uchiha in his memories was so reckless. When you're untouchable and can heal from any wound, it's nearly impossible to maintain that old caution and proud composure. Perhaps this is the inevitable trade-off, gaining power at the cost of something lost. Another year slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the Sound Village had begun moving in earnest, and the Grand Curtain was rising on Fyun's carefully woven plan of vengeance. Whenever Fyun thought about the feast he had meticulously prepared for the 4 noble clans of Konoha, he couldn't help but feel a ripple of anticipation in his heart. Spies led by Kabuto Yakushi had already started infiltrating Konoha through myriad means, while Orochimaru, with his many schemes, was now secretly contacting Kazekage Raza with growing frequency. Among the 5 great nations, the Land of Wind was the most barren and impoverished, and it stood as the country that most coveted the lush fields of the Land of Fire. For this reason, the Land of Wind had launched countless invasions over the years. Despite never being a match for Konoha, they never gave up on their ambitions. Such desire to conquer is a primal urge, and even if the path is littered with death and the odds of victory slim, the land of wind will forever chase the dream of fertile land. For, should they succeed even once, their descendants might enjoy centuries free from the harsh, unforgiving desert. Impure world reincarnation. Fyun slapped his hand down, and a piercing, wretched scream rang out. In an instant, the 5 murderous bandits were blanketed in the filthy earth, transforming into fallen ones of the 4 great clans. Not bad. It seems I've finally mastered this forbidden technique, Fyun remarked with satisfaction as he surveyed his handiwork. At that very moment, Fyun sensed someone approaching. Without hesitation, he stowed his creations into the wooden coffin and let them sink beneath the ground. Soon after, a senior ninja of the Sound Village flickered into view behind Fyun, dropping to one knee. Lord Fyun, Lord Orochimaru has sent a distress message. Fyun's eyes flashed with surprise as he turned and reached for the letter. What sort of foe could possibly force him into a corner? After scanning the contents, Fyun waved a dismissive hand. You may go now. This is not your concern. Yes, sir. The Sound Ninja accepted the order with deep respect and withdrew. A thin smile curled at Fyun's lips. The Akatsuki, huh? I wonder if I'll get my hands on Uchiha Itachi this time. Heh. Upon the great dunes of the Wind Country, Orochimaru, his waist bound with thick hemp rope, stood face to face with Sasori. Sasori, you really are a persistent specter, aren't you? Arms folded, Orochimaru let out a light chuckle. Above them, a white clay bird hovered in the sky. Daidara's voice drifted down. Hey, old man. Orochimaru called for backup a moment ago, and I've already passed the message along to Akatsuki. Mind your own business. Sasori let out a low, cold snort, then fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. Today is your last day. Traitor Orochimaru, let's see you try to slip away this time. Orochimaru tilted his head ever so slightly, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. You know, I've always wondered, ever since the day we met, you've had a murderous grudge against me, haven't you? But why? It can't just be because I betrayed Akatsuki. Even when I still belonged, you were itching to get rid of me. Sasori's voice rumbled, duskily low. You're right. Men like you belong in the deepest pit of hell. The wind howled, stirring the sands into swirling gold. In the land of wind, the gales rarely rest. Orochimaru let out a dry laugh. I still don't understand. Where does all that hatred for me come from? Sasori replied in his gravelly tone. Because you've desecrated eternity. You've profaned art itself. For that reason alone, I will see you utterly erased. Orochimaru ran his tongue thoughtfully across his lips. My, and what a charge you lay at my feet. I'm no artist. I am but a seeker on the path toward the truth of immortality. With a snort, the sound of clicking joints echoed from Sasori's frame. Your so-called immortality is the greatest insult to eternity. Let me enlighten you. Only by forever freezing life at its most flawless instant does one achieve eternity. Only that is true art. And as for what you call immortality, constantly seizing new bodies, parasitizing, endlessly changing your form and outer appearance, such a grotesque struggle to cling to life is nothing but an insult to the beauty of eternity. So that's how it is. Truly fascinating, Scorpion. Orochimaru spread his hands wide and looked skyward at a 45-degree angle. So, your version of eternity is defined by non-birth, and you look down on my undying existence? But tell me, Scorpion, if you abandon your flesh entirely and transform yourself into a being of machinery, can those lifeless parts really stand against the passage of time? Is the eternity you pursue truly eternal? Won't those puppet limbs rust? Won't your mechanisms wear down eventually? All you've achieved is delaying oblivion, still forced to replace worn-out parts, or even your entire puppet body. Scorpion, your path to eternity has a long way to go. To speak of the everlasting now, you're not worthy. Enough! Like a striking scorpion tail, the stinger lashed out, forcing Orochimaru to retreat. With a swift movement, Orochimaru widened the distance between them, his gaze frosty. This is exactly why I can't stand so-called artists. Knowledge advances through discussion, but you refuse to listen to even a whisper of a differing opinion. Arrogance to the core. I may have my own convictions, but I remain intrigued and curious about your path of non-birth. Scorpion produced a scroll marked with the character 3. That's enough, Orochimaru. There's no place for a counterfeit, inferior creature like you on the road to eternity. A puff of white smoke billowed as a human-shaped puppet shrouded in black garments appeared on the field. Orochimaru gave a wicked grin. Interesting, then let's see what you've got. Summoning jutsu. With a deep rumble, a coffin rose up from the sand at Orochimaru's feet, its lid sliding open. Out stepped a man with flowing hair, and Orochimaru pressed his control talisman onto him. Is that the first Hokage? Recognizing the figure at a glance, Scorpion sneered. Did your last failure with the third Kazekage teach you nothing? And now you parade this fake, eternal body to humiliate yourself again. As he spoke, Scorpion formed a seal, summoning forth a torrent of black iron sand from the very air and earth around him. Iron sand drizzle. A storm of razor-sharp sand rained down on Orochimaru, descending with terrifying speed. A massive wooden shield surged upward, blocking the deadly downpour. Hovering above the chaos, Deidara murmured to himself, "This feels off. That snake freak usually flees at a time like this, so why is he choosing to face us head-on now?" The ground shook violently, and in the heart of the desert, a lush forest suddenly sprang forth. Overgrown vines lashed out, ensnaring two gigantic hammers made of black iron sand. But iron sand can't be restrained so easily. Scorpion's voice echoed eerily, and at the same time, a torrent of chakra surged forth. Iron Sand World Method. Thunderous impacts shook the air. The massive hammer shattered apart, unleashing countless razor-sharp black iron sand particles, linking together as they rained down in a blanket of indiscriminate destruction upon the battlefield. The reach of this assault even surpassed that of the Wood-Style's vast forest. A deafening rumble rolled through the air. From his shattered body, Orochimaru slithered out, his golden serpent eyes sweeping over the broken form of the first Hokage not far away. The impure world reincarnation still has its flaws. The resurrected are shadows of their former strength. Add in the constraints of terrain. Art is the beauty of eternity. Scorpion's voice emanated coldly from Hiriko, echoing with a metallic chill. Your existence is nothing but a mockery of true purpose. Orochimaru's golden, slit-pupiled eyes narrowed, but a sly smirk played at his lips. You seek proof of eternity in vessels of the dead? How ironic, Scorpion. Suddenly, iron sand lances shot forth. Orochimaru's body twisted aside with serpentine grace, narrowly avoiding them. Where he had just stood, the ground was left riddled with deep, honeycomb-like craters. From his sleeve, Orochimaru drew the Kusanagi sword. Isn't it a contradiction? Searching for eternity through the strength of the dead. Scorpion's real body, hidden within Hiriko, answered in a low tone, silence. A parasite like you, forever switching vessels, could never grasp the true essence of eternity. High above, the iron sand coalesced into a colossal shuriken, spinning through the air as it slashed down at Orochimaru. At the same time, Hiriko's tail burst up from underground, its poisoned stinger flashing menacingly. Hidden shadow, snake hands. Orochimaru's arm split into several enormous pythons, one coiled around the iron sand shuriken, while others lunged directly at Hiriko's joints. The poisoned needle grazed Orochimaru's cheek, leaving a bloody scratch. Yet in return, he shattered several joints on Hiriko's frame. Is this your idea of eternity? Orochimaru licked the blood away. For someone with a perfect resistance to toxins, Scorpion's poisons were meaningless. Even your most basic puppets wear down and demand repair. That's still better than your flesh, doomed to rot. Scorpion shouted, as the third Kazekage puppet suddenly manifested dozens of massive iron spears. Orochimaru abruptly pressed himself to the ground, mouth opening wide. Mandara snake formation. A horde of white serpents poured forth, clashing violently with the incoming iron sand. Two colossal serpents struck Hiriko from either side, shattering its shell with their fangs. Got you, Scorpion. Orochimaru's golden pupils locked onto the youth's face, emerging from the ruined shell. Yet suddenly, a flicker of realization came into his eyes. A substitute puppet. The real Scorpion had quietly appeared in the distance, his handsome, red-haired youth, form revealing an open chest from which countless chakra threads extended. Secret red technique. Performance of 100 puppets. Hundreds of puppets of different shapes and forms closed in on Orochimaru from all directions, each armed with lethal weapons. Above the desert, a mass of iron sand and human-shaped puppets gathered together, forming a dark cloud that blocked out the sky and sun. This is my true art, 100 human puppets, each retaining the abilities they had in life. For the first time, a trace of seriousness appeared in Orochimaru's eyes, transforming so many powerful souls into puppets. Truly astonishing, Scorpion. But don't you find such eternity unbearably lonely? And controlling so many at once, surely you don't have the focus left to use their powers? Managing to make all the puppets move effectively is impressive enough. Scorpion faltered for a split second. In that instant, Orochimaru's body suddenly melted, dissolving into countless white snakes that scattered in all directions. From a distant sand dune, his true form began to appear, with the reformed body of the first Hokage now standing by his side as well. Hey, old man, can you really handle this? Or should I use my own art to wipe them out for good? Deidara's voice called down from above. Scorpion snapped, shouting, "Stay out of this. Don't get in my way." Deidara let out a cold laugh. Remembering Scorpion's promise to let him hunt the tailed beasts alone, he curbed his impulsiveness and resisted intervening in Scorpion's fight. The iron sand war hammer solidified once more, swinging down with relentless force. The reanimated first Hokage formed hand signs, and massive vines surged and spread furiously. With a murderous rush, the puppets swarmed over the battlefield. Orochimaru hastily formed hand signs, unleashing new techniques to counter the oncoming wave of puppets. A barrage of jutsu and giant serpents crashed into the overwhelming tide of puppets. A violent impact, followed by a ground-shaking rumble. The great battle raged on for a long time, with waves of jutsu and bursts of energy colliding and exploding without end. The two fought across dozens of miles, leaving behind a scorched and ravaged wasteland in their wake. Once again, Orochimaru slipped out from the fragments of a shattered body, reappearing on the battlefield in flawless form. Scorpion, too, reconstituted himself within a patchwork of puppets, revived once more. The rush of wings echoed overhead as the white clay bird soared above the battlefield. Deidara couldn't help his amazement. These two really are monsters. No matter how much damage they take, they just won't stay down. It's like an endless nightmare. Orochimaru licked his lips, a look of contemplation on his face. Although he had already destroyed many of Scorpion's puppets, Orochimaru knew all too well that Scorpion's strength had not waned. With fewer puppets left, Scorpion's control grew ever more concentrated and precise. Moreover, even the broken puppet pieces scattered around the battlefield could not be underestimated. Even a severed limb could become Scorpion's weapon, ready to strike a fatal blow when least expected. Scorpion gripped a katana, streams of chakra threads spilling from his chest to control a horde of human puppets. Orochimaru, you really are a troublesome one. But how long do you think you can keep this up? And just how many times can you rely on your substitute bodies? Orochimaru smiled and replied, perhaps you should worry about yourself first. Are you sure you don't want that blonde brat to come and help you? Use my die here, you know. Before the words had even faded, the ground erupted as a massive black serpent burst forth, its jaws snapping towards Scorpion. When did this happen? Scorpion was startled for an instant. He swiftly drew a scroll from his back, and just as he was about to be swallowed, a high-pressure stream of water shot out, slicing the giant snake clean in two. Scorpion snorted coldly, twisting his arm. The water stream swept forward, cutting the reanimated first Hokage in half at the waist as he charged, then continued surging toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru darted aside at blinding speed, barely dodging the attack. Suddenly, the torrent of water stopped. Scorpion had been ensnared by a thick vine. In the blink of an eye, the vine contracted violently, crushing his body to pieces. But Scorpion swiftly reassembled himself not far away, forming a new body. He glanced at the reanimating first Hokage and muttered, "What a troublesome jutsu. I'll have to seal you away first." Just as he was about to perform the sealing technique, Orochimaru pressed his fingers into a hand seal. A coffin materialized, drawing the first Hokage within and whisking him away from the battlefield. Then, with hardly a pause, a storm of snowy white paper danced and fluttered through the air. Orochimaru, betraying the organization warrants a death sentence. Paper flakes, gleaming coldly in the setting sun, drifted down like winter snow. Dance of a Shikigami. A clear, icy female voice rang out, and countless slips of white paper gathered into razor-sharp spears, shooting in at Orochimaru from every direction. Oh! Orochimaru twisted aside, narrowly evading the assault, though several paper blades still managed to slice through his robe. He squinted, but the arc of his smile only deepened. Well now, isn't this a pleasant surprise? Conan, even you've come to join the fun? High above, graceful wings of paper unfurled as Conan hovered midair, her icy violet eyes glaring down at Orochimaru. Orochimaru, your actions have crossed Akatsuki's bottom line. Bottom line? Orochimaru chuckled darkly. And what is Akatsuki's bottom line exactly? Is it Pain's will, or your own personal grudges? Scorpion let out another cold snort. Iron sand churned forth from the third Kazekage's puppet, cutting off Orochimaru's escape. Save your breath, Conan. Let's just finish him. Conan gave no answer, but her wings exploded outward, blending countless explosive tags into the sea of paper. The next instant, a rainstorm of explosive talismans fell upon Orochimaru like an unending tempest. Technique of the god's paper. Orochimaru's pupils constricted sharply. A deafening barrage of explosions shook the whole desert, roaring flames consuming everything in their path. My, how extravagant! An aerial bombardment of explosive tags. A burst of laughter rang out. Orochimaru's figure emerged from a patch of sand some distance away. You have to understand, even the cheapest paper bomb is worth thousands of taels. From Orochimaru's perspective, that last barrage of attacks was like burning piles of money. If only that money could be used to buy experimental resources and equipment for him. Orochimaru, how much better it would be. Hey, Lord Sasori, didn't you say no one was allowed to interfere in your fight? Why is she allowed to step in? Deidara's disgruntled voice rang out. Sasori remained silent. So much time had passed without taking down Orochimaru, and he realized things were slipping out of his control. If Conan filed a report to the boss, even if nothing serious happened to him, at least let me save some face. He couldn't afford to keep shouldering the blame for letting Orochimaru get away. Conan's melodious voice floated over. Let's join forces. Today, we absolutely cannot let Orochimaru escape again. Deidara let out an excited shout and pulled out his long-prepared frowny face C3. All right, everyone stand back and witness my art. Yeah. Both Sasori and Conan were startled when they caught sight of the clay, frowny face. As his partners, they knew all too well the power packed in that thing. They instantly leapt away to a safe distance, while Sasori muttered in protest. Are you serious? Pulling out something this big, right off the bat. Orochimaru's gaze shifted almost imperceptibly toward the distance, a subtle smirk playing at his lips. He didn't seem flustered at all. Looks like this is going to be quite a troublesome technique, isn't it? I wonder what'll happen. Seeing that Orochimaru stood his ground, Sasori sneered. That guy's being way too arrogant. He might actually die at Deidara's hands. As Conan continued to retreat, she warned, let's not let our guard down. We need to keep a close eye on Orochimaru's movements. Still, she agreed that Orochimaru was underestimating the situation this time. She thought today might finally be the day he met his downfall. If so, the Akatsuki would at last be rid of a long-standing thorn. After all, Orochimaru knew plenty of Akatsuki's secrets, even though he hadn't leaked them to the major nations yet. As long as he lived, he remained a serious threat. Yet, just as Sasori and Conan were getting ready to watch Orochimaru be blown apart, Deidara suddenly switched directions and came speeding straight toward the two of them. Before they could process their shock and confusion, Deidara lobbed the C3 right at them, and in the blink of an eye, it was directly overhead. What the? Hey, Deidara, what are you doing? Everything happened too fast. No one had expected this twist. Sasori and Conan's eyes went wide, pupils shrinking in disbelief. At that moment, there was no time to run. But, as true Akatsuki members, they calmed their pounding hearts and summoned their chakra with all their might. A deafening explosion erupted. Blinding fire blazed across the sky, followed by a colossal mushroom cloud billowing upward. A fierce blast wave swept up the yellow sands for miles and pushed them far away. This is art. Art is grand as 8 ducks. A loud voice shouted out what was originally Deidara's catchphrase, as Fyun spread his arms wide, as if he were embracing the enormous mushroom cloud before him. Orochimaru's eyes curved into crescent moons. He beamed and said, oh my, that really was a spectacular explosive release technique. Fyun, your timing couldn't have been better. I was almost killed by those guys, he continued, still smiling. Fyun gave a dismissive snort and glanced sideways. You think it's so easy for them to keep you if you want to leave? Admit it, you just want my help dealing with the Akatsuki, don't you? Now, Fyun, you know the Akatsuki are your enemies as well, aren't they? At these words, Fyun didn't bother to argue further with Orochimaru. After all, the Akatsuki did include Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Bito, his sworn enemies locked in a life-or-death grudge. A powerful blast of wind whipped at Fyun's and Orochimaru's robes, making them billow violently, yet the two stood firm as if rooted to the spot, utterly unmoved. Fyun reined in his sensory powers and frowned. Uchiha Itachi isn't here? Then what's the point? I'll leave the rest to you, deal. Orochimaru's smile froze for a moment as he lowered his voice. Fyun, I just fought a long, grueling battle. My chakra is almost gone. Then you'd better teach me a forbidden jutsu, or I'm leaving right now. Alright, fine. While Fyun and Orochimaru bantered with irritating nonchalance, Deidara was already staring wide-eyed, hands trembling. What in the world was that just now? Using the device on his left eye, Deidara locked onto the handsome, tousle-haired young man below, the very one who had caught him off guard. The scene zoomed in. Deidara gritted his teeth hard. So that's it. Is this the power of the Mangekyo, Sharingan? Another one of those arrogant Uchihas flaunting their bloodline. Damn it. Deidara desperately wanted to dive down and show off his art, but worry for Sasori and Konan tugged at him more. He anxiously scanned the blast zone below. After all, if he really killed the two of them with his explosion, the Akatsuki leader would surely have his hide. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the devastation below came into view. A massive black iron shield stood side by side with a wall constructed from countless, chakra-infused paper sheets. At this moment, the paper wall was in tatters, and the iron sand shield was slowly collapsing back into grains. Within the double-layered defenses, the gasping figures of Sasori and Konan emerged. "Hey, Deidara, are you trying to get us killed?" Sasori growled. Would you believe me if I said it wasn't me, boss?" Deidara rode his clay bird up above the two, answering sheepishly. "Idiot!" Sasori nearly launched an attack, manipulating his third Kazekage puppet, ready to strike Deidara. Konan held him back, then turned with a puzzled look. "Deidara, what exactly happened just now?" Deidara wore an expression of frustration. Proud as he was, he couldn't bring himself to admit he had just been manipulated. Yet Deidara also knew that now there was no hiding it. He had to speak up. "It was that Uchiha Fyun from the intel report. Just now, it seemed to use the Mangekyo Sharingan's power to control me." A chill ran through Deidara. The power he had just experienced was truly terrifying. If Uchiha Fyun had ordered him to take his own life, Deidara shuddered at the very thought, his neck prickling with cold dread. With a grave expression, Deidara began racking his brain for ways to counter such a technique. Konan, as head of intelligence, recognized the name Uchiha Fyun at once and quickly pieced the situation together. After all, Uchiha Fyun had long been targeted by Akatsuki as a prime recruit, and the organization had spared no effort gathering every scrap of information about him. Konan's elegant brows knit together. So he really did team up with Orochimaru? That certainly complicates things. An aura of murderous intent burst from Sasori. Whatever. In that case, we'll just eliminate him along with the rest. Well. A calm, clear voice suddenly cut in. "And who are you planning to eliminate?" As the three conversed, a dark-haired, striking young man's voice rang out, instantly startling them. All at once, their eyes snapped toward him. There sat Fyun, at ease atop a battered puppet's back, watching Konan and the others with a look of keen interest. From a distance, Orochimaru sauntered over, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Konan regained her composure swiftly, her voice melodious as she spoke. "Uchiha Fyun, Akatsuki has had its eye on you for some time. Join us. We can help you achieve your goals." Fyun was a little taken aback. Was this a recruitment pitch? He hadn't expected to be scouted by the famed Akatsuki himself. Regaining his composure, Fyun smiled. "I'll admit your group is strong, and your attire is quite stylish. I could join you. However, if you have any demands, just tell us," Konan gently encouraged, her tone warm as it was with all the members of Akatsuki. A sly smile traced Fyun's lips. "However, you'll have to agree to help me eliminate Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara first." "Huh, Itachi must be truly unpopular. His own kin wants him gone." Deidara burst out with a laugh. "Naturally, a man who could wipe out his own clan. Could he have any real friends? But what's with Uchiha Madara?" Sasori chimed in. But Konan felt a chill run down her spine. She was utterly stunned. Uchiha Madara. How could he possibly know about that man's existence? This was far too shocking. By rights, almost no one should possess that information. And why would he want to kill both Itachi and Madara? Wasn't he supposed to be Itachi's accomplice? A sudden, rushing sound filled the air. Sheets of paper spiraled around Konan, her powerful chakra beginning to surge forth. "It seems you share some history with Itachi. But if that's how it is, there's no choice but to fight." Sasori's eyes turned icy. All as it should be. I'll take care of Orochimaru. Deidara, you and Konan bring down this Uchiha brat." Deidara plunged his hands into the ninja pouch at his waist, his face alight with excitement. "I won't fall for your eye tricks again." "Yeah, fire style, grand fireball jutsu." Fyun launched his jutsu instantly, simultaneously strengthening the fireball with his Mangekyo ability, Sanctity. A massive fireball, large enough to blot out the sky, hurtled toward Deidara in midair. What the? How can a jutsu cover such a huge area? Deidara frantically steered his clay bird away at top speed, but the fireball still caught him, disabling his mount. In a desperate move, Deidara detonated the clay bird, using the shockwave of the explosion to propel himself backward through the air. He quickly tossed out another clay bird, formed a two-fingered sign, and activated it. Konan glanced at Deidara, who was escaping in a cloud of smoke with his clothes singed, clearly rattled. Countless paper blades shot out, darting toward Fyun. Yet Fyun seemed utterly unfazed by Conan's assault. Instead, he looked up at the now distant clay bird and spoke with a hint of regret. So that blonde guy survived after all. He's got some tricks. In an instant, countless paper shurikens swept in from every direction, sealing off all of Fyun's paths. Conan's eyes sharpened with determination. But just as Conan thought victory was at hand, a golden skeleton materialized in an instant, shielding Fyun from every paper blade. A volley of crashing blows shook the ground as each impact bit deep into the earth, clouds of dust billowing skyward. Meanwhile, Sasori and Orochimaru resumed their deadly battle, tearing into each other with the ferocity of men with an old, unpayable grudge. The giant skeletal hand brushed aside the last of the paper blades, then shot out at tremendous speed, seizing Conan in its grasp. With a shredding sound, Conan's body unraveled into fluttering sheets of paper that swirled through the air, filling the battlefield and spiraling around Fyun. Fyun, calm as the eye of a storm, slowly crossed his arms. I can sense it. Aside from you three, no one else is here. Nagato didn't come, did he? At these words, the whirling sheets of paper hesitated for a moment. Fyun glanced up at the distant white clay bird soaring high above. At this distance, they can't hear our conversation. After a brief, trembling silence, Conan's voice broke through, shaken. How do you know so much? It was beyond belief. Conan was truly stunned. Even within the Akatsuki, only a handful knew of Nagato's existence. Most only knew of Pain. Even in Hidden Rain Village, people only knew of Lady Angel and Lord Pain. First, he knew about Uchiha Madara's existence, and now he went so far as to say Nagato's name outright. How on earth does this Uchiha Fyun have access to such information? Fyun's Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life as he spoke softly. And I know even more. That Uchiha Madara you've met is nothing but an impostor, a rat skulking in the shadows, nothing more. Conan could no longer keep her composure, her voice dropping to a sharp murmur. You think I'll believe you? Fyun watched as droplets of water trickled from the giant skeletal hand. He realized Conan had layered her technique with water nature chakra, most likely in preparation to counter his fire release. You will believe me. Neither you nor Nagato are fools. Don't tell me you've never harbored any doubts. He paused before continuing. There are many ways to verify something like this. You lead a shinobi village in the Akatsuki. You should have access to more clues than anyone. Fyun was well aware that Nagato didn't fully trust Uchiha Obito's version of Madara. After all, for all these years, Nagato had focused almost solely on raising funds, building the tailed beast weapon, and attempting to suppress the shinobi world by force. Sheets of paper whirled on their own, folding into deadly shuriken and spinning wildly to slice at Fyun's skeletal armor. A relentless search for Susanu's weaknesses. A base attempt at psychological warfare, trying to sow chaos in our ranks. Conan's voice was icy. You'll only meet a grim end for opposing Akatsuki. But if you join us now, it's not too late. Fyun let the paper blades strike him as he went on. Ridiculous. If not for the fact that we share a common enemy, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Though Conan continued her attack, inside her heart, stormy waves crashed with turmoil. Over the years, she and Nagato had tried countless times to test and investigate the masked Madara, but every attempt ended without result. Now, a man of the Uchiha clan spoke words she could not ignore, if only because he knew the absolute secrets of Akatsuki, Nagato, and Uchiha Madara. Her voice echoed from all directions, her true form hidden deep within the sea of paper. Uchiha Fyun, it seems you know quite a lot. If you claim we share a common enemy, then why not cooperate with us? Fyun raised an eyebrow. Oh, why don't you tell me? What kind of cooperation do you mean? Conan's melodious voice drifted through the air. Join Akatsuki. Come back with me to meet our leader. As long as your intelligence checks out, we'll help you. After all, we've never truly walked the same path as Uchiha Madara. A soft chuckle escaped Fyun. What a pity. Akatsuki is in no position to recruit me. Conan's voice grew more forceful. We're not qualified? Do you have any idea how powerful Akatsuki is? Our leader has never suffered defeat. She pressed on. Since you're already working with Orochimaru, you must also know about the Rinnegan and the power of pain, don't you? Let the vast sea of paper whirl and swirl around him, encircling his form. Fyun's Sharingan spun slowly as he cast a glance at the colossal serpent and the massive hammer of sand iron in the distance. Mere borrowed Rinnegan, and the Akatsuki who are no more than puppets under someone's control. None of you can even protect yourselves. Why would I ever choose to join you? He paused for a moment before continuing. If you want an alliance, you'd better firm up your own position first. Right now, you and Nagato are nothing but pawns in Uchiha Madara's game. Conan forced down the doubts bubbling within her heart. She tried to draw out more information, so she pressed on. The power of the Rinnegan is absolute. No one can sway Nagato's will. But Fyun fell silent. The gear-shaped Manjiku spun in his eyes as he searched the ocean of paper, trying to pinpoint Conan's real body. Conan, well aware of the terrors of the Sharingan, kept shifting her true position within the shifting tides of paper. Since persuasion had failed, she made up her mind to capture Uchiha Fyun and bring him back to Amage Cure, planning to extract whatever valuable information he knew at her own pace. The air instantly turned tense and deadly, for Fyun had already noticed a host of explosive tags hidden amidst the paper sea. Damn it, is she really just throwing money at her enemies? As expected of the legendary richest kunoichi in the shinobi world. Taste this. Deidara's voice echoed from the sky, packed with energy as he swooped back, fully prepared. Dozens of swift clay birds darted through the air, merging into the swirling paper sea and joining forces with Conan's explosive tag paper swords, all surging toward Uchiha Fyun at the center. Huh! Deidara's fingers formed a seal, and he let out a thunderous shout. At the same moment, Conan triggered a countless barrage of swirling paper swords to explode. A relentless series of deafening explosions battered the ground, leaving it scarred and ruined. Flames and clouds of black smoke shot up to the heavens. Did we get him? Yeah. Deidara pumped his fist in exhilaration. Conan hovered in midair, ribbons of paper whirling around her. She fixed her gaze on the heart of the explosion. Suddenly, with a sharp whistling sound, a chakra discus in the shape of a magatama burst from the smoke, flying straight toward Deidara's clay mount. What the? Deidara hurriedly maneuvered his clay bird to evade. With a thunderous boom, the smoke was blown away, and a gigantic, golden chakra avatar hurled a second magatama discus from its hand. Susanoo, third stage. Fyun's voice was icy as he declared, "This is called Yasaka Magatama." Deidara barely dodged the second projectile, only for the first to curve back around and collide with it in a stunning display. No! Conan and Deidara shouted in alarm at the same instant. Their battle instinct screamed that when two such massive chakra constructs clashed, nothing good could come out of it. Sure enough, a colossal eruption of fire and energy exploded in the sky above. Even though Deidara reacted instantly, summoning his clay bird to shield himself, he was still blasted away by the explosion. He landed somewhere far off in the desert, his fate uncertain. Fyun, manipulating the Susanoo wreathed in golden chakra and wielding a massive blade, now turned his attention to Conan, who had managed to evade the explosion. Conan quickly formed hand signs. In an instant, a sea of paper and countless paper clones erupted around her, all eyes locked on the towering golden chakra giant. Fyun scanned the scene with a sweeping gaze. You really do live up to the reputation of an Akatsuki member. It's a handful to take you all down. Conan, breathing a little unevenly, demanded, "What is this jutsu? How could it possibly be so powerful? A giant forged from such an immense amount of chakra, possessing terrifying strength and defense." Conan felt a suffocating sense of invincibility. For the first time, she truly wondered if this power could ever be overcome. Fyun asked curiously, "You mean you don't know about Susanoo? Or has Itachi never unveiled it before others?" But then he found that easy to believe. Someone as secretive as Itachi would never show his trump card to outsiders. Crossing his arms, Fyun went on, "You're all just too weak, little more than grains of sand. If you really want to take me down, you'd better send Nagato. Only he could actually pique my interest." "Can you tell me?" Conan asked, unfazed by Fyun's forceful presence, her own hidden trump cards giving her confidence. "How you even know about Nagato's existence?" Fyun, never intending for this to be a battle to the death, did not rush to attack. Instead, he replied, "Let me share some intelligence with you. Back when Hanzo captured you and Jujo and Defo led the Akatsuki to your rescue." At those words, Conan's gaze darkened. That was a memory from so many years ago. Yet this Uchiha, Fyun, knew even that? Fyun stared directly at the real Conan. "They died. But do you know how they died?" Conan clenched her fists. "It was Hanzo and Danzo. They killed them." "No." Fyun shook his head. Puzzlement clouded Conan's face. She couldn't imagine any other possibility and could only wait for the Uchiha's answer. Fyun continued, "That's the intel I wanted to give you. All your former comrades, all of them, were killed by that so-called Uchiha Madara and Zetsu." "What? That can't be." Conan's beautiful eyes flew wide open, her whole body trembling with disbelief. There was no reason. Why would they do such a thing? Those comrades had meant everything to her. Among them were boys who loved her, dear friends, and comrades in arms with whom she had faced life and death. Even after all these years, every face was still vivid in her mind. Their voices, always so familiar, never fading. At night, Conan often dreamed of those bright, happy days. From that time onward, she had never smiled again. After the deaths of Yahiko, Daibutsu, Jusuk, Kuneha, and Gao Fei, what remained in Conan's heart was nothing but a cold emptiness. The gentle girl who once loved origami and often smiled died on that day, leaving behind only an angel who carried out the will of a god. Conan was far from foolish. In fact, she was a very clever woman. As the memories surged back, many things that had once confused her gradually became clear. Fyun spoke softly. Why? Because they would have disrupted the bond of life and death between Nagato and all of you. They would have hindered Nagato's growth. This was a trap for Nagato all along. The masked man must have made contact with Nagato a long time ago, right? Conan still found it hard to believe, but she knew this Uchiha Fyun certainly possessed many secrets. So she resolved to seize Fyun at all costs. If she could capture him, she could use Pain's abilities to extract every scrap of information from his mind. Sensing the lethal intent radiating from Conan, Fyun lost his patience as well. Enough. I'll deal with them my own way. And if you won't listen to reason, then you can die here. Fyun's gaze turned icy, and an overwhelming surge of chakra swelled within him. Just as the two sides braced to strike, both Conan and the battling Sasori suddenly paused. They had just received the leader's order to withdraw. Conan gritted her teeth. Uchiha Fyun, I will investigate what you just said. Seeing Conan preparing to retreat, Fyun called out, If you want to confirm the truth of my claim, it's simple. Bring your comrades' deceased bodies here. I'll use the impure world reincarnation to bring them back. Then you'll have your answers, won't you? Conan glanced back briefly, then transformed into a flurry of paper butterflies that scattered and soared away. Sasori grabbed the wide-eyed, fainted Deidara in one swift motion and quickly caught up with Conan, leaving together. Orochimaru, mark my words, I'll finish you off next time. Oh, should we give chase, Fyun-kun? Orochimaru approached, stopping not far from Fyun, and asked the question. Dismissing the massive Susanoo, Fyun followed Orochimaru's gaze, watching the Akatsuki members as they retreated. Why don't you go after them, then? At that, Orochimaru's straight posture bent a little as he coughed. My chakra is almost gone. Fyun cast him a sidelong glance. You said your chakra was running low before, yet you fought Sasori with such vigor. Well, now I'm really spent. I'm on the verge of exhaustion. Their objectives had both been more or less accomplished, so their moods eased and grew relaxed. Orochimaru had grown tired of Akatsuki's constant threats, far more annoying than any bounty issued by the great nations. So with Fyun's power, he had taught Akatsuki not to underestimate him. From now on, things should be much quieter. As for Fyun, his original plan was to take down Uchiha Itachi, but he also learned firsthand the formidable strength of Akatsuki. So Fyun decided to change tactics, to see if he could sow discord within Akatsuki and get them to turn on each other. If the plan succeeded, the chances of taking down Uchiha Bido and Uchiha Itachi would increase dramatically. Even if he couldn't destroy them outright, at the very least, he could make their lives a whole lot harder. Couldn't he? Fyun wasn't worried that Nagato and Conan wouldn't believe what he said, nor did he expect them to switch sides immediately. How they speculated, whether or not they trusted him, it all didn't matter to Fyun. As long as he could plant the seed of doubt in their hearts, they would inevitably start digging for clues, and eventually, they'd come to him seeking answers. Fyun gazed at the direction where Conan's paper butterflies had disappeared, a cold, mocking smile curling at his lips. How intriguing. I wonder how Akatsuki's fate will turn out, he murmured softly. In his eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly faded away, returning to an ordinary, inky black. Orochimaru stood to one side, his golden snake eyes glimmering with interest, his hoarse voice tinged with amusement. Fyun-kun, it seems you know much more about Akatsuki than I'd imagined. Fyun shot him a sidelong smile. You're not bad yourself. You've figured out every quirk of Sasori. Orochimaru chuckled lowly. Well, we were comrades once, after all. Fyun didn't respond, instead lifting his head to gaze at the sky, as if lost in thought. After a pause, he spoke. They retreated a bit too suddenly. Pain, no, Nagato's orders, were likely more than just telling them to leave. Orochimaru crossed his arms. And what do you mean by that? Fyun narrowed his eyes slightly. I suspect Nagato wants to use us to strike against or weaken the leaf. After all, the village hidden in the leaves is their greatest hatred. The pain of Amage cure comes mostly from them. A sly smile played at Orochimaru's lips. So the enemy of my enemy is my friend. How interesting. He licked his lips, a cold gleam in his gaze. Seems we should pick up the pace with our own plans. Fyun gave no reply. Instead, he simply turned around and started walking off into the distance. Orochimaru arched a brow. You're not going after them? No need, Fyun answered without looking back. Conan said she'd investigate. She absolutely will. And if she really tries to resurrect the fallen. He paused mid-step, that cold, sharp smirk deepening. That's when the real show begins. Curiosity flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He was dying to know what Fyun had whispered to Conan earlier. So he slithered after, step for step. What interesting little game are you cooking up? Care to share? Fyun shot back with a hint of irritation. Why do you care about this mess? The joint Chunin exams are about to start, aren't they? You'd better get ready for that. Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his handsome face. Everything is in place. We're just waiting for the stage to be set. Oh, you've already convinced the Kazekage? The Sand-Hidden Village has agreed to the alliance. The Sand-Hidden Village and the daimyo of the Land of Wind have always dreamed of toppling the Leaf and carving up the Land of Fire. With an opportunity like this, there's no way they'd let it slip by. Orochimaru paused for a moment, then flashed a sinister grin. Once we have the Sand's one tail and our own 9 tails in hand, tossing them into the Leaf, the chaos that'll cause. A peal of laughter burst forth. Their eerie, twisted cackles filled the air as they pictured the spectacle that would unfold when they returned to their homeland. For this day, Fyun had clawed his way out of the grave, fought battle after battle, starting as a Chunin, enduring wounds beyond count. He had waited for this moment for years. Yet Orochimaru laughed even louder, for he had waited longer still. Orochimaru had spent far too long preparing for this day. To defeat the Hokage, to destroy the village hidden in the leaves. This wasn't about proving his worth. It was about sending a message to all, especially those ancient relics skulking in the shadows. Everything Orochimaru lost, he would shatter with his own hands. These 2 infamous renegade shinobi of a leaf, maligned for years, were almost ready to return home. Land of Wind, Sand-Hidden Village. Inside the Kazekage's mansion, Raza, the Kazekage, had just dismissed a jonin from the intelligence division come to request extra funds. A headache throbbed behind his eyes. Raza glanced toward the nearby Kazekage, hat adorned with the Wind character. This was already the 6th time this month the intelligence division had come asking for money. Beside him lay a thick stack of Sand Village financial reports, each one as heavy upon his spirit as a stone. It was another quarter awash in red ink. Raza felt numb. It was as if he'd aged a decade overnight. At that moment, an ANBU ninja materialized from the shadows. Asuma, a reply from the daimyo's mansion. The ANBU dropped to one knee, presenting a scroll. Sweat had dampened the edge of the parchment. Raza unrolled the scroll, and his pupils contracted sharply. The document bore a bold vermilion stamp decreeing a 30% budget cut. It was as if a fresh wound had been slashed across the paper. He snapped the scroll shut. Without a sound, golden sand flowed restlessly around his sleeve. What suffocated him even more was the knowledge that the Stone Village diplomatic mission would arrive tomorrow. Those envoys, clad in their fine silks, would comfort Sand's impoverished citizens as though observing curious creatures, then speak of joint Chunin exam budget allocations in the patronizing tone of benefactors. Raza pressed his hand to his throbbing temple. Bring me the deployment plans for the Magnet Release Corps. His voice was colder than the desert's midnight wind. And have the medical unit dilute the saline rations by another 20%. When the ANBU hesitated without replying, the sand beneath the Kazekage's robe surged suddenly, smashing a spiderweb of cracks across the wall. Move! Now! Once the office returned to silence, Raza reached into the depths of his drawer and pulled out a yellowed photograph. In that photo, 3 generations of Kazekage were smiling as they pointed to the blueprint of the oasis. Yet now, that very area was nothing but a forest of withered poplars. Suddenly, Raza understood why every Kazekage before him had teetered on the edge of madness. It was clearly the weakest of the great nations, had never once known true victory, yet time and again they'd launched themselves headlong into war without pause or regret. On this land, where even hope erodes into dust, perhaps a touch of insanity is the only way to stay sane. Looking back on the history of Tsunade, it seemed the village had never shaken off the curse known as poverty. Although the Land of Wind sprawled vast and wide, it was nearly all barren desert, making it hard for any industry to take root. As a result, the daimyo's estate was the poorest among the 5 great nations, so the funds allocated to Tsunade were, naturally, pitifully small. Year after year, this condemned the village to have the weakest overall strength among all the shinobi villages. If it hadn't been for the emergence of a Kazekage who could manipulate gold dust and thus patch a gaping hole in the budget, Tsunade might have fallen apart completely right after the third Kazekage disappeared. And so Raza became the busiest leader in the village's history. Raza's parents had died early on. After he became Kazekage, he was swamped with endless paperwork by day, and whenever he could spare a moment at night, he had to dash into the desert to mine for gold with his own abilities. Even as he worked tirelessly day and night, Raza's efforts were but a drop in the ocean. He could never save the vast Tsunade in a land of wind from the grip of poverty. It's not enough. It's nowhere near enough. The medical division, puppet division, the ANBU, the ninja academy, compensation for the fallen, city maintenance, village infrastructure, the sandstorm barrier reinforcement. Raza stared at the mountain of funding requests piling up on his desk. He was exhausted. The weight of it all was suffocating. He felt himself on the verge of breaking. He'd finally married, only for his wife to die in childbirth. Too many pressures had closed in on Raza. So many times, he felt the temptation to simply end it all. A knock sounded at the door. At once, Raza straightened and put on a stern, unsmiling expression. As Kazekage, he could never let his true emotions show. If ordinary shinobi glimpsed his gloom and worries, panic might quickly spread through the whole village. Come in. A senior Tsunade Jonin rushed in, flustered and breathless. Kazekage-sama, Shikaku has gone berserk. Raza ground out. What happened? It's Lord Gaara. He accidentally fell asleep. Shikaku seized the chance to break free, and now it's rampaging through the village. Raza slammed his hand against the desk, rage and frustration boiling over. Useless. In the end, I see he still can't be relied on. Great. Now there'd be even more compensation to pay. Tsunade's sealing techniques were frankly atrocious. Not only did they pale in comparison to Konoha's Uzumaki clan, but they could barely match any great nation at all. The sealing techniques of the Sand Village were terribly limited. The Jinchuriki had to stay alert at all times. If their consciousness slipped for even a moment, Shikaku would seize control of their body, triggering an uncontrollable rampage. Raza wished he could slap Gaara, this unfilial son of his, to death. Not only had Gaara caused his wife's death, but now he was bringing disaster upon his own father. It's only been a decade or so without sleep. Was that really too much to bear? At his age, this was the time to fight and strive. How could he possibly sleep peacefully? Raza quickly gathered up the documents, locked them away, and with a flash of movement, rushed out of the Kazekage building to stop the tailed beast outbreak. Damn it, this is just a tailed beast, every time I suppress it, and yet it never gives up trying to break loose for a bit of chaos. To the southeast of the Sand Village, Shikaku's massive sandy body kept expanding, laying waste to buildings all around. A shrill, excited cry burst out from Shikaku. Daddy's little boy. Ha! Finally, the great Shikaku is free again. A thunderous roar erupted as clouds of golden sand surged skyward. Raza, arms folded across his chest, stood atop the golden sand. Hey Shikaku, what do you think you're doing? With a guttural screech, Shikaku tried to break through the encirclement. But this was the Sand Village, Kazekage territory. It didn't take long for the fourth Kazekage Raza, working alongside elite Jonin from the barrier squad, to suppress Shikaku once again and seal him away. Raza frowned at the swath of destruction that now marred the village, letting out a sigh under his breath. The gold dust slowly sank beneath the earth. It wasn't real gold and needed extensive refinement, which rarely yielded much in the end. Ultimately, its value was quite limited. It made a better weapon than a commodity. But given the state of the village, Raza would have to refine more of the gold dust for repairs. Kazekage-sama, you called for me? The elite Jonin, Baki, approached with a respectful bow, his face half-shrouded and expression reserved. Standing at the high tower's edge, Raza gazed at the dust-laden village below. Baki, we have to break out of this deadlock. Baki's features tightened. Are you considering an alliance with Sound? But they're just a minor nation. Do you think it's too risky? Raza shook his head. They may lack numbers, but they possess top-level strength. With Sand's situation as it is, even if it's dangerous, we have to try. Baki bowed deeply. Whatever your decision, Kazekage-sama, we will follow to the end, no matter the cost. A gentle breeze fluttered the Kazekage's cloak as Raza looked up at the sky. Gather your men and go to the land of rice fields. Discuss the details of the alliance directly with Orochimaru. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, in the Sound Village, land of rice fields, Orochimaru found Fyun in the middle of training. Fyun, Baki, the Sand's elite Jonin and head of their guard, is here for negotiations about the attack on the Leaf. Shall we meet him together? Fyun put away his chakra blade and pulled out a scroll to study. It's not even the Kazekage coming himself, just a mere Baki, and you expect me to meet him in person? That's so beneath us, Orochimaru, don't you think? Orochimaru simply laughed, unconcerned. It's all our operation regardless. I'll be leading Odo's ninjas, and I will be in charge of Suna's forces as well. Hearing this, Fyun finally looked up. Oh, that's right. You're planning to get rid of the 4th Kazekage, aren't you? Orochimaru, betraying an ally like that is pretty heartless, don't you think? But I like it. Ha ha ha. Fyun's curiosity was genuine. In his memories, the death of the 4th Kazekage had always seemed awfully suspicious. The truth had come out long ago, and the culprit had admitted it. Orochimaru had led his men to do the deed. But even so, it just didn't add up. The 4th Kazekage was no pushover. He was a man who could repeatedly quell rampaging tailed beasts. Without a doubt, Raza was a model among the Kage, certainly not the type anyone could take down easily. So Fyun was genuinely intrigued as to how Orochimaru managed to finish off the 4th Kazekage. Could it be that the 4th simply dropped his guard that easily? Orochimaru paused, surprised by Fyun's words. Tell me, Fyun, how is it you even know what's going on in my mind? Are we really? Stop, don't flatter yourself. Level 60 mental strength here. Do you think this is just idle chatter? Haven't you seen that old toad who can predict the future? Fyun quickly cut off Orochimaru's spell casting and sheathed his blade. Come on, let's see what this is all about. Meanwhile, Baki, leading 2 squads of Jonin, followed behind a pair of Odonin as they made their way into the hidden Sound Village. There really aren't many ninjas in the Sound Village, are there? Can these people even pull off a plot with us? One Tsunade Jonin, a puppeteer, said with a deep frown. He deliberately raised his voice so all the surrounding ninjas could hear him. The Odonin were clearly angered but cowed into silence by the intimidating presence of so many Tsunade Jonin. Baki stepped into the Odo conference room in his Tsuna-issued ninja boots, the soles scratching against the floor with a harsh, gritty sound. Behind him, 8 Tsunade Jonin fanned out like blades, headbands glinting coldly in the dim light. Summoning his resolve, one of the Odonin leading the way spoke up. The operation against Konoha has already begun. We've sent many of our best ninjas to the land of fire and Konoha itself. A cold laugh sounded from among the Tsunanin, impossible to mistake for anything but disdain. Such a feeble excuse would only make them look even more pathetic. So this is how the Sound Village receives its guests. Baki's fingertips flicked wind blades against the conference table, sending a shower of wood shavings drifting to the floor. Baki's gaze swept the room and settled on a quaking Odonin in the corner, whose hands shook so badly the teacups on his tray rattled together with a hard, brittle clink. Suddenly, a heavy thud sounded just outside the conference room. Sorry. A flustered hidden sound Chunin hurriedly helped up his companion, who had just stumbled over a sand puppet master's foot. Can't you even manage basic taijutsu? With skills like that, can we really pull off a joint operation? Before the deputy beside Maki could finish his sentence, an eerie hush fell over the entire conference room. A suffocating oppression pressed down on everyone's hearts, tightening like an invisible net. Suddenly, from the seams in the beams and ceiling, thick, sticky liquid began to drip down, and dozens of pale-scaled serpents slithered into the room. Their forked tongues flickered as they wove themselves into a throne made of writhing snakes. Sorry to keep you waiting. Orochimaru emerged from within the mass of serpents, his pale fingers gliding along the jawbone of a giant snake. It seems our esteemed guests from Tsunade take issue with my precious children, is that right? The force unleashed by his chakra was like a physical pressure, causing all the sand ninja to involuntarily lean back. With a sharp crack, tiny fractures appeared on Maki's forehead protector, and to his alarm, he realized his hands had subconsciously formed the sigils for a defensive jutsu. Orochimaru-sama. The sound ninja, who'd been trembling earlier, suddenly straightened up, as if possessed by some wild fanatic spirit. The bizarre shift unsettled the Tsunade shinobi. It was only now they remembered. This man before them was a name that sent chills throughout the ninja world. Enough! Maki forced down his pounding heart and was about to speak when the office doors suddenly swung open wide. A greater menace swept into the room as Fyun strode in, every step etching shallow footprints into the cement floor. I heard. Fyun's right Sharingan whirled slowly, and whichever sand ninja met his gaze burst into spontaneous flames. Does someone here think sound isn't worthy enough? Screams echoed through the room. What do you hidden sound want? Someone shouted, panic-stricken. Maki's pupils shrank. Stay calm. It's just Jinjutsu. Wind chakra roared out as Maki pressed his fingers together in a hand sign, shouting, release. Sweat poured down his forehead. Behind Fyun, the translucent, golden outline of a ribcage emerged, and as every mote of dust floating in the air touched its energy, it vaporized instantly. The oppression was more suffocating than even when Shikaku went on a rampage. Now then, Orochimaru's serpent eyes glimmered gold from within shadows. Shall we finally discuss the matter of Konoha? Suddenly, the youngest puppet master from the Sand ranks dropped to one knee. At some point, his chakra threads had been severed. Now his 10 fingers twisted at grotesque angles, as if beyond his own control. It was only now that everyone realized a barrier had surrounded the entire conference room, and every Sand ninja felt a rising terror gripping their chest. Even with 9 Jonin from Tsunade present, none of them felt confident. If it came to a fight, not many would survive. This was pure instinct talking. Maki's throat bobbed as the truth hit him. This was why the 4th Kazekage had insisted on joining hands with Sound. These 2 monsters had no need for armies. They alone were war machines. Though the Sound village was indeed weak overall, it certainly did not lack top-tier fighting strength. After all, as a Jonin from a great nation, Baki quickly calmed himself and managed a faint smile. True enough, with talents like yours, the Sound village is all we need. Together, we're more than capable of working toward our common goals. Orochimaru nodded politely. So what is Sand Village's plan? You can count on us to help you seize victory in this war with everything we've got. Baki's expression grew stern. Our Kazekage has agreed to your terms. Sand Village will give its all, even releasing the tailed beast into the battle. But, he paused, fixing Orochimaru with a single eye. This war must be led by Sand Village. The major decisions and operational plans will be ours to make. And as for the spoils, Sand Village must take the lion's share. After all, we're the main fighting force. The Sound Village needs to fully cooperate with us. With an air of gravity, Baki laid out these demands and then waited for Orochimaru's response. Years of diplomatic wrangling had taught him one thing. The other side would never accept so easily. But, as always, such terms were up for negotiation. Baki was already prepared with a host of counterarguments and was ready for a fierce debate. He anticipated a heated exchange of words and an intense contest over the division of the spoils. Yet, to the surprise of every Sand Village shinobi present, Orochimaru and Uchiha Fyun, both figures who had entered in such commanding fashion, responded with startling indifference. With a lazy sweep of his dark bangs from his eyes, Orochimaru said, "Fine, let's proceed as you propose." As for Fyun, he didn't even bother to reply, simply crossing his arms and strolling leisurely to stand by the window. Well then, Baki found himself briefly at a loss. Still, whether it was the Sound Village's weakness or simply Orochimaru's lack of ambition, if they were willing to let Sand Village take charge and reap the greater rewards, there was no reason for Sand not to agree. With this in mind, Baki steadied his nerves, brought out the prepared contract, and placed it on the desk. In that case, have a look at this draft. If there are no objections, let's seal the deal. He glanced at Uchiha Fyun. Fyun merely shrugged. Doesn't matter to me. Let Orochimaru decide. Orochimaru picked up the pen, made a show of skimming through the document, then signed his name and pressed his seal with practiced ease. You two are men of remarkable character. The Kazekage was right about you. I believe we'll make fine allies and swiftly take down the Leaf Village. Baki lifted up the alliance contract, eyes shining, and offered his compliments with a broad smile. Afterward, the group dove into discussion of operational details and deployment. No matter what requests Sand put forward, Orochimaru readily agreed. The Sand Jonin, who had been wary and tense, now found themselves relaxing and even adopting a more polite manner. Had they known the Sound Village would be so accommodating, they might have spared themselves the trouble of all those little tricks. Indeed, any demand from the Sand Village, Orochimaru would, without fail, accept. In Orochimaru's eyes, it made no difference whether it was the Hidden Sound or Hidden Sand, they would all ultimately obey his commands. Which of the 2 villages took the lead in this upcoming war hardly mattered at all. It was all part of a plan laid out long in advance. Meanwhile, the Hidden Leaf sent invitations for a joint Chunin exam to ninja villages, large and small, across every land. The pretext was noble, to promote friendship among nations and safeguard peace in the shinobi world. But everyone saw through it. These Chunin exams, hosted in turn by the great nations, were always about flexing power and sizing up the next generation of talent in rival villages. Konoha's invitations were delivered by ninja hawks to every major shinobi village, the Hokage seal burning a rich, dark red under the sunlight. In offices throughout the land, that golden embossed document was carefully unfurled atop each village's desk. In a Wagakure, the old Sasuke and Noki half closed his weary eyes. Trust Konoha to pick their moment. Barely a few years since the Uchiha Massacre, and that crafty old monkey is already eager to host a joint Chunin exam. Does he hope to intimidate us? Or is he just hunting for the new talents in each village? Nearby, Karatsuchi muttered under her breath, Lord Sasuke, should we? Anoki's reply was a cold chuckle. No need to pay it too much mind. Just take the chance to send a few squads to gather intel. That's enough. The Hidden Cloud village rejected the invitation outright, citing the journey is too far as their flimsy excuse. In the Hidden Mist village, joint Chunin exam, Yagura's voice was as light as a breeze, as if discussing something trivial. So Konoha wants to gauge the depths of the village of the bloody mist. His gaze was hollow, the chakra of the three tails stirring restlessly within. How should we respond? Lord Fourth Mizukage, one of the village's Jonin asked, brows furrowed. We go. Yagura's voice was icy and distant. Since they want a spectacle, let's give them one. They'll see firsthand that mist ninja aren't delicate flowers raised in a greenhouse. Over in the hidden rain, Pain's deep, magnetic voice filled the air. Konoha never learns. Always so fond of these little games. Is this supposed to display the prosperity of the leaf? Ridiculous. Conan, what do you make of it? I suspect it's just the same worn-out trick. They're trying to probe the strength of each country. Nothing more. She paused before continuing. Still, it might be a good chance to collect more information on Uchiha Madara. As she spoke, Conan shot a wary glance toward the door. Devapath Pain spoke quietly, his tone calm, yet absolute. Don't worry. No one steps into the rain unnoticed. Not on my watch. Conan's gaze betrayed concern. What Uchiha Fyun said last time, it's worth taking seriously. That masked man we've been suspecting may really be an imposter. Not the real Madara. He may well be the one behind all the killings. Pain fell silent. Years ago, he and his companions had agreed to follow Madara's Moon's Eye plan. But Nagato had never once paid any heed to that man who cowered before Uchiha Itachi's intimidation. In Nagato's eyes, no matter what schemes he might have, none of them could stand a chance against these Rinnegan eyes of his. With the Rinnegan, he was a god. A solitary, invincible god. All these years, Nagato and Conan had never fully trusted Uchiha Madara and Zetsu. After a moment, the voice of Tendo Pain echoed. Then send a few teams to handle it. For now, we still can't let outsiders know about Amage-Kyure's true situation. We need them to keep believing that Hanzo the Salamander is alive and well. Conan's eyes grew intense. I want to go to Konoha in person. This is a perfect opportunity, one we can't afford to miss to gather intelligence. No, Tendo Pain's answer was unyielding. Just let the others handle it. You're to remain in Amage-Kyure. Nagato, you must realize we have to get to the bottom of what happened back then. Yahiko and the others' deaths may not be as simple as they seemed. Pain closed his eyes. At most, I can let a paper clone of you go to Konoha. With a resigned nod, Conan replied, Understood. Ever since Yahiko died, Nagato, using his own frail health as an excuse, had asked Conan to stay by his side to care for him, never letting her take risks in person. At most, he allowed her to send paper clones. But in truth, Nagato was only afraid that Conan might die. She was, after all, the one Yahiko had entrusted to his care, the only family Nagato had left in this world. Was Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan, truly so physically limited? Setting aside the countless summoned creatures that could carry him to the skies or the depths of the six paths of pain, wasn't any one of them capable of taking him wherever he wished to go? Nagato only needed to control a single path and it could bring him anywhere, yet he still insisted on keeping Conan close. Last time, when supporting Sasori and Deidara, Conan left only a paper clone behind while her real self slipped away unseen. In Nagato's heart, all that remained now was peace and Conan. He was afraid, truly afraid. If Conan were to die, would this so-called peace mean anything at all? If he was the only one left in the world, what difference would it make? Peace or destruction? Would it matter to him anymore? Controlling Tendo Pain, Nagato spoke calmly. The intel on Uchiha Madara isn't as vital as you think. Sooner or later, he and I will have to face off. There can only be one savior. Haven't we already made peace with that? Through the never-ending curtain of rain, Tendo Pain gazed outside. He and I, our relationship is nothing but mutual use. That's all there is to it. Morning mist still lingered, but Konoha village was already lively and bustling. Naruto Uzumaki strolled down the gradually awakening streets, hands tucked comfortably behind his head, taking in the lively scene as the village woke to life. His blue eyes reflected the glow of the rising sun, and his blonde hair looked especially radiant in the morning light. Today was a special day, the last day to sign up for the Chunin exams. Under the guidance of Jonin leaders, genin from all nations would soon gather in the Hidden Leaf. Merchants and traders, sensing a business opportunity, flocked to Konoha in droves. Wow, this is way too lively. Unbelievable. Naruto gaped in amazement at the crowd, the usually busy street now packed with several times as many people as normal. Shops had opened their doors early. The weapons store owner was busy arranging the newest kunai and shuriken on display, while long lines had already formed before food stalls, the air brimming with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat and miso soup. "You giant simpleton, don't just stand around gawking like a country bumpkin." Sasuke walked up from behind, casting Naruto an exasperated glance, though there was a flicker of wonder in his dark eyes as well. Sakura followed behind them, her pink hair fluttering gently in the morning breeze as she gazed around with curiosity. "Sasuke, look over there." Sakura suddenly pointed toward the village gate. The three of them turned where she indicated and saw a steady stream of unfamiliar ninja teams entering through Konoha's front gates. They wore headbands of every kind, carried a wild array of weapons, spoke in different accents, yet all shared that same keen, sharp look in their eyes. "Are those people from the Sand Village? They look awesome, believe it." Naruto's face lit up as he spotted a squad of ninja dressed in drab yellow. At the front was a red-haired boy with a massive gourd slung over his back. His cold gaze swept over the street, pausing briefly when it passed Naruto and the others, and then moving on. In that moment, Konoha's streets looked like a vibrant river, the costumes of the visiting ninja painting it with a riot of color. These colors intertwined, sketching out a map of the ninja world on the grand canvas of the Hidden Leaf. "It's truly a spectacular sight," came Kakashi's voice from behind them. Appearing so quietly, it was as if he materialized out of thin air. His silver hair shimmered in the sunlight, his lone visible eye curving into a half-moon. "The finest genin from every nation are here." The faces of the four great Hokage gazed down from the mountainside, as if they too bore witness to this momentous occasion. Konoha's prosperity was on full display at this moment. Lining the wide avenues, shops stood shoulder to shoulder. The crackle and thud of ninja training echoed from the practice fields. Tea houses bustled with ninja exchanging intelligence over steaming cups. "Hey, all you look at that." Naruto suddenly bounced up with excitement, pointing toward an Ichiraku ramen stand. Even old man Ichiraku opened a new branch. Truly, with the sudden surge of customers, Konoha's merchants were pulling out all the stops. The weapon shop offered special exam bundles for the Chunin hopefuls, and hung signs touting ninja discounts. "All nations welcome." And even the usually quiet Konoha Ninja History Museum was now drawing long lines out the door. "I heard that there will be a lot of genin participating in this exam," Sakura said as she flipped through the freshly purchased Chunin exam guide. "Elite ninjas from different villages, huh? That does make things interesting." Sasuke Uchiha had his hands in his pockets, giving off an air of nonchalance, yet his sharp gaze was meticulously taking in every passing ninja. "Don't be fooled by appearances. All these people are our rivals, maybe even our enemies." His words made both Naruto and Sakura fall silent for a moment. Indeed, beneath the surface buzz of prosperity, undercurrents were surging quietly. Though the ninjas from various nations exchanged words politely, their eyes held only scrutiny and calculation. Behind the merchants' enthusiastic hospitality was the subtle business of gathering and trading information. Even the ordinary villagers of Konoha, while curious, couldn't help but watch with a guarded suspicion. "Lighten up, will you?" Kakashi patted Sasuke on the shoulder. "This is also a chance for Konoha to show its true strength. Look over there." Following Kakashi's gaze, the group saw the third Hokage standing on the balcony of the Hokage Tower, looking down over the village. Behind him, members of the ANBU stood silently at attention, ready for any sign of trouble. Konoha's security was visibly tighter now. Squads of Chunin patrolled the streets at regular intervals. As one of the great 5 hidden villages, Konoha not only has the strength, but the responsibility to host such a grand gathering. There was pride in Kakashi's voice. "You three, make sure to give your best out there." Naruto puffed out his chest. "You bet. I'll show everyone just how awesome Konoha's ninjas really are. Believe it." Just then, a commotion erupted at the end of the street. A team of ninjas in unusual attire strode slowly by, each wearing a Mist Village forehead protector. They were tall, with wild, piercing eyes that spoke of untamed strength. "Those are from the Hidden Mist," Sasuke murmured. "Rumor is, they're experts in water style and kinjutsu." The leading Mist Genin seemed to notice he was being watched. His gaze swept across them, sharp as a blade. The moment his eyes locked with Sasuke's, the air itself seemed to crackle with invisible sparks. Sakura instinctively took a half-step back. Such intense pressure. Naruto, however, waved eagerly. "Hey, you guys here for the exams too?" The Mist ninjas paused, then the one in front broke into a feral grin. "You Konoha brats, huh? Hope you won't end up bawling during the test." "What did you say?" Naruto rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight, but Kakashi grabbed him by the collar to hold him back. Save your energy. The exams haven't even started yet. Kakashi sounded resigned, then nodded politely at the Mist team's leader. Welcome to Konoha. The Mist Genin walked off with laughter, their voices drawing more curious stares in their wake. As the sun climbed higher, both the heat and the bustle in Konoha continued to rise. The training grounds were crowded with Genin warming up. Some practiced their shuriken techniques. Others formed hand seals to perform ninjutsu, while others sparred in bouts of taijutsu. We should go sign up first, Sakura said with a gentle smile. The three of them made their way toward the registration area for the Chunin exams, passing through the central square of Konoha along the way. A temporary stage had been set up here. Performers were enacting a traditional ninja play, telling the tale of the first Hokage and the founding of Konoha. Ninja from all nations sat scattered among the audience. Some watched intently. Others seemed unimpressed, while a few observed the crowd with secretive eyes. A long line waited at the registration desk. In it stood puppet masters from the hidden sand, water-style specialists from a mist, earth-style experts from stone. Each wore a look of confidence, as if victory was already in their grasp. Name? The Chunin at the desk asked, not even bothering to look up. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha. Sakura Haruno. Only then did the Chunin glance up at the three. Ah, Team Kakashi is it? Best of luck to you all. After registering, the three walked back toward the training grounds. Suddenly, Naruto stopped, looking around him. Every street in Konoha was packed. A chorus of different languages filled the air, the clang of ninja tools, the calls of merchants, and the constant low hum of ninja conversations. Hey Sasuke. Sakura. Naruto said, uncharacteristically serious. Konoha really is amazing, isn't it? Sasuke gave a slight, dismissive snort, but said nothing to disagree. Sakura nodded with a warm smile. Of course it is. Being born and raised here, it's truly wonderful. Far off, on the roof of the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched the bustling ninja city below, his old pipe in hand. Standing beside him, the Hokage's advisor, Koharu Udatane, spoke in a low voice. For this exam, every major power is sending their elites. Even the Kazekage from a hidden sand accepted the invitation. He'll be coming in person. Konoha will demonstrate the dignity it's known for, the third said calmly. Let the world see what a true ninja village looks like. The blistering sun scorched every grain of sand in the desert of death, windstorms sweeping relentlessly through the land. Kazekage Raza, accompanied by his guards, pressed on through this harsh landscape. Their destination, Konoha, to attend the Chunin exam as honored guests. Elsewhere, Fyun and Orochimaru stood concealed behind the shimmering veil of a hidden barrier, waiting for something or someone. Fyun, aren't you going to make a move? Taking down the Kazekage is a key part of the plan to bring down Konoha. Orochimaru asked again, his tone puzzled. He couldn't make sense of Fyun. Wasn't this the sort of battle the boy relished? Why was he passing up such a rare chance to take on the Kazekage? Not interested. Fyun, though speaking so, wore an expression filled with anticipation. He held back from taking action purely out of curiosity. How exactly did the fourth Kazekage meet his end? This was still a mystery yet to be solved. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, the lenses flashing with a cold glint. The four violet flames formation is ready. Kimimaro, how are things on your end? A muffled reply came from beneath the layers of sand, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, Orochimaru's eyes sharpened. Our prey has arrived. As Raza and his guards stepped into the canyon, a purple barrier soared up towards the sky. In the very next instant, the sand shinobi guards dropped to the ground without a sound. That was a clean sweep, Kabuto. Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, his golden-slit pupils locking onto Raza, who watched cautiously. By now, the Kazekage's golden sand had swirled up around him, forming a tight vortex. Orochimaru, what's the meaning of this? Raza's eyes were icy and cold. He was well aware that Orochimaru truly intended to carry out the plan to destroy Konoha, which was why he'd chosen to trust and cooperate with him. Raza had even revealed the details of his schedule, all for the sake of perfecting their collaboration. But now, he simply couldn't understand. With a shared enemy and common goal, why would Orochimaru betray him? You would actually betray Tsunade here? Are you no longer planning to attack Konoha? Orochimaru let out a soft, sinister chuckle. The Konoha destruction plan will continue as promised. Sound and sand will still join forces, but now everything will be under my command. Raza's gaze grew frostier. You think you alone can kill me? Alone? Orochimaru replied with a playful smile. You really do underestimate me. Summoning jutsu, reanimation. Two coffins surged up from the ground, their heavy lids crashing open. Karura, Kanki. The composure Raza had managed to maintain vanished in an instant, as if he had just laid eyes on the most impossible sight in the world. Standing before him were his wife and child, both of whom had died years ago. Kabuto shrewdly noticed a brief lapse in the flow of Raza's golden sand defense, just long enough for a top-tier ninja to exploit a weakness. Karura, Kanki. For a moment, the hardened Kazekage's voice trembled. He sounded like a lost child. Silently, Kabuto slid into the perfect position. Chakra scalpels flared between his hands as he slashed down, but Raza slipped aside just in time. As expected of the Kazekage, not so easy takedown, HM? But beneath the sand, Kimamaro's chakra began to surge wildly. Countless massive bone spikes burst forth, hemming Raza in on every side. Sweat beading on his brow, Raza hurriedly summoned his golden sand for defense. In a battle between masters, even the blink of an eye can decide the outcome. That single, fleeting moment of distraction had already cost Raza the advantage. Driven into a desperate situation by the onslaught of bone, his muscles and tendons were severed in two places by Kabuto, who seized the opening in a flash. "Dad! Hurry!" the reanimated Kinkichi cried out hoarsely, unleashing a wind-style jutsu, while his mother, Karura, choked back tears as she summoned a cascading wave of sand. Raza's golden sand wavered with hesitation. He dodged his wife and son's attacks, unable to strike back at them. In that instant, he exposed an opening on his right rear flank. "Now!" Kabuto gave sharp command. The ground exploded with a tremendous crash, and Kimamaro shot forth like a streak of white lightning, his bones protruding outward to form a fearsome suit of armor. Dance of the early fern. Countless bone spikes erupted from the earth, forcing Raza to leap into the air to evade. Simultaneously, Kabuto sprang up, his chakra scalpel slicing precisely toward the chakra pathways in Raza's wrist. Raza grunted, the flow of chakra in his right hand notably sluggish. But he was the Kazekage after all. With a sweep of his left hand, his gold sand rose and crashed forward like a surging tide, slamming toward the terrifying human weapon, Kimamaro. Earth-style, earth-flow wall. Kabuto formed hand seals in a flash, summoning a protective barrier, while calling out to Kimamaro. It was clear Kimamaro was the true spearhead of this assault. Kimamaro gave no response. His skin had already begun to flush a feverish red, the telltale sign of his inherited bloodline disease. But even so, he pressed on without hesitation, unleashing his deadliest form. Dance of the Bone Forest. Massive bone cages surged up from the ground, temporarily trapping Raza. At that very moment, the reanimated Karura and Kankichi attacked once more, forcing Raza to split his attention to defend against them. Each time he faced the attacks from his wife and child, Raza faltered, thrown into confusion. The gourd of highly concentrated gold sand at his waist, his greatest weapon and shield, had been snatched away by his wife. "Kimamaro, your condition," Kabuto frowned as he noticed blood seeping from his comrade's lips. "It's nothing." Kimamaro wiped away the blood, his long white hair whipping wildly in the wind. "For Lord Orochimaru." He pressed his hands together, veins bulging at his temples, forcing himself to maintain his second state and the ultimate power of his bloodline limit. But Kabuto understood all too well. Each use of this form only pushed Kimamaro closer to death. "Go!" Kabuto injected a potent stimulant into Kimamaro's neck. Kimamaro shot out like a cannonball, bone wings slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Raza had just broken free from the bone prison, only to be met with a hail of bone shards. Magnet-style, gold dust defense. A thick wall of gold sand rose up to meet the assault, yet Kimamaro's bone spear drove forward, inch by relentless inch, piercing through. "Useless!" Kimamaro's voice was warped with pain. "My bones are harder than diamond. Damn it! If only my gold sand hadn't been taken by Karura." Raza had to channel even more chakra just to maintain his defense. And that was precisely the trap. From behind, the reanimated Karura struck with her sand-binding coffin, immobilizing the Kazekage for the moment. "Now, well done, Kabuto." Orochimaru, observing the hunt with delight, formed a seal with 2 fingers as the reanimated Kankichi lunged at Raza. Raza unleashed a surge of powerful chakra, shattering Karura's sand-binding coffin. Yet, the gold sand halted its assault, for his son stood in its path. But Kimamaro seized that fleeting opportunity. 10-finger drilling bullets. His 10-finger bones shot out like bullets, piercing Raza's limbs. The Kazekage, Raza, staggered beneath the impact but refused to fall. Kimamaro gasped for breath, blood continuously trickling from the corner of his mouth. He had reached his limit, yet the fanatic light in his eyes did not dim in the slightest. One last attack for Lord Orochimaru. He drew out his own spine, turning it into a pale, spear-like lance. Dance of the Iron Thread Flower, Shikatsumiyaku. The spear ran clear through Raza's chest, but in the final moment, the Kazekage twisted aside, narrowly avoiding his heart. The golden sand moved as if alive, coiling around Kimamaro's body and beginning to squeeze tight. A sharp crack rang out as Kimamaro's ribs snapped, but he laughed through the pain. You've been tricked. Kabuto's chakra scalpel shot up from below the earth, severing the tendons in Raza's ankles with surgical precision. The Kazekage fell to his knees, and in that instant, Orochimaru finally made his move. Like a viper striking, the Kusanagi sword flicked from Orochimaru's mouth, heading straight for Raza's heart. In that critical instant, Raza's eyes flashed with fierce resolve, and a thin wall of golden sand sprang up in defense. But Kimamaro, with the last of his strength, drove a blossom of bone through the crack in Raza's golden barricade. With a sickening squelch, the Kusanagi blade pierced Raza's heart, and Orochimaru narrowed his eyes in delight. The Kazekage's pupils contracted. Even in his final moments, Raza's gaze lingered on his controlled wife and son. Orochimaru, we have no enmity. Why do you do this? No enmity? Ha! Orochimaru's smile brimmed with mockery, directed at no one in particular. So many have died. How many times has Tsunade invaded the land of fire? How many Konoha shinobi have been slain? His eyes grew distant, voice tinged with reminiscence. I can't even keep track anymore. Familiar companions, close friends, students, subordinates. Too many have died, and I have killed too many myself. Whether it's Konoha or Tsunade, it all seems so tedious. That's why Orochimaru paused. He realized Raza's life had already faded. Only his lifeless eyes remained, still watching toward Karura. Release. Orochimaru withdrew the Kusanagi sword, then dispelled the impure world reincarnation with a careless wave, watching as Karura and Kenkichi turned to dust. Seeing your devotion, I'll release the souls of your wife and child for you. He let Raza's corpse fall onto the sands, while Kabuto tossed the bodies of two sand ninja guards aside. Mission accomplished. Time for me to head back to the Leaf. I'm a genin of Konoha now, after all. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and turned toward Kimamaro. You! Kimamaro dropped to one knee. Cracks split his skin. Bright blood stained the white sands. Yet he maintained his guard stance until he was certain Raza was dead. Only then did he collapse to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. What a pity, such a fine vessel. You've been through a lot, Kimamaro. Orochimaru cast a glance at the dying boy, his tone utterly devoid of regret. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, Kimamaro murmured as he lay prone on the ground. A flicker of complicated emotion passed through Kabuto's eyes. As he administered a painkiller, the white-haired youth summoned his last shred of strength to clutch Kabuto's wrist. Lord Orochimaru, are you satisfied? Kabuto glanced at Orochimaru, who was examining Raza's corpse, and whispered gently, You've done very well. With a look of satisfaction, Kimamaro closed his eyes. The desert wind lifted pale grains of sand, softly covering his pallid face. Have him disperse the barrier. Just leave a hidden one behind, Orochimaru ordered, gazing into the distance. Konoha and Tsunade will soon witness a most astonishing surprise during the Chunin exams. Far in the distance, vultures began to circle overhead, as the desert of death claimed a few more nameless corpses. A slow, deliberate clap echoed through the air. Fyun strolled over astonished. Impressive. So that's how the Kazekage met his end? Still, something feels off. Was Raza's magnetic release not at full power? Did he hesitate because he couldn't bring himself to harm his own wife and child? Orochimaru folded his arms and smiled. I had already studied Raza's character thoroughly. He loved his wife dearly, and his village just as much. That's why, before they made a move, I quietly incited Shikaku to go on a rampage. Not long ago, the chieftains of Sound Village, being their allies, had been well aware of the chaos Shikaku had caused. Fyun, familiar with the incident, still showed some doubt. So, Shikaku's rampage was your doing as well? But what difference did that make to the plan? Orochimaru looked down at Raza's body. A rampaging Shikaku would inevitably destroy countless civilian homes. Tsunade would then have to compensate its people with vast sums of money, but the village was already heavily in debt, add in preparation for a major war. And where could they possibly get the funds? He paused before continuing. That left Raza with no choice but to harvest his own refined gold dust to make up the shortfall, expending tremendous effort and chakra to do so. Enlightenment dawned on Fyun. I see. So you whittled the Kazekage down, both in body and spirit, and when you threw the reanimated bodies of his wife and children into the mix, the pressure was crushing on every front. Cunning as ever. Orochimaru-kun, Anyone who ends up your enemy is truly unfortunate. Orochimaru shrugged. Don't blame me. It was his own weakness that doomed him. In this world, there's no place for sympathy toward the weak. Fyun laughed, a dark humor in his voice. Quite true. The heavens show the least mercy of all. Orochimaru crouched down and, using a kunai, sliced off Raza's face, then carefully placed it over his own. After a flurry of practiced movements, he became the spitting image of the fourth Kazekage. Every feature, even air about him, was identical. He picked up the Kazekage's signature hat, slipped into the regal, ceremonial robe, and, standing in place, twisted his body with a flamboyant flourish. How about this? Orochimaru purred. With this getup, no one should suspect I'm not actually Raza. Wouldn't you agree? Fyun rubbed his chin thoughtfully and offered his critique. Not cold enough. The real Kazekage is known for being aloof and reserved. You're a bit too playful. Still, your jutsu is flawless for disguise. Orochimaru gave a low chuckle, clearly pleased. The technique of dissolving faces. I once handed this technique over to the Akatsuki. It was universally acclaimed. After tidying up every detail, Orochimaru turned to Fyun. Fyun-kun, the Chunin exams will last quite some time. I need to hurry to Konoha. There are many things waiting for me. What about you? What will you do? Fyun mulled it over for a moment, then replied. I'll use that Sound Village Genin identity you gave me to get into Konoha. But don't think for a second I'll wait for you. I plan to act early. Shake things up for those 4 noble clans before the main event. Fyun had no intention of waiting around for over a month to strike alongside Sound and Sand. By then, they'd only end up slaughtering fodder, while the true members of the 4 clans would vanish in a flash. They were experts at escape, after all. Once war broke out, those important targets would go to ground. Tracking them down afterward would be nearly impossible. So, Fyun planned to silently seize control of key individuals ahead of time. When the real drama unfolded, he put on a show for Konoha's old guard. Perhaps on the spot, he could sour the blood of a few elders with rage. Orochimaru frowned slightly. If the Leaf suspects something early, won't that jeopardize our whole plan? Fyun waved off the concern. Don't worry. When the time comes, everyone's attention will be fixed on the tournament. We'll be fine. And even if they do get suspicious, what of it? Are we supposed to be scared of them? Orochimaru nodded slowly. You have a point, but it's best to stay cautious. According to my intel, Konoha has already begun recalling large numbers of shinobi to safeguard the exams. That even includes Jeriah and Tsunade, I hear. The whole village is on high alert, just because of you, Fyun-kun. A dark curve crept up the corner of Fyun's mouth. Perfect. If they come home, all the better. Let them feel the searing force of a tailed beast bomb right up close. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, had died, a silent, unnoticed death, his fall sending nary a ripple through the ninja world. The world was unchanged. Days marched on as always, with the sun rising in the east. Orochimaru, now wearing Raza's face, led the Sand Village onward to Konoha. Konoha, in turn, welcomed Orochimaru with open arms, escorting him through the village gates in a grand reception befitting a Kage. The festivities even included the legendary full leaf banquet, a culinary spectacle of 181 dishes prepared as the highest honor. Fyun couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Among all the shinobi villages, Tsunade had launched the most attacks against the Land of Fire. Konoha's current actions perfectly encapsulated the idea of meek and humble in dealings with outsiders, yet bold and spirited within. It was a performance in extremes, through and through. Tsunade's desire to crush Konoha was a fact so well known, it needed no telling. Did the elders of Konoha honestly not know? But it didn't matter. If outsiders hurl mud at me, I'd just use it to make pizza. However, if someone inside Konoha dared to disobey, even if you bore the name Senju or Uchiha, extermination awaited your entire clan. Fyun entered through Konoha's main gate as well. But because his identity was that of an Hokage shinobi, he was subject to a meticulous inspection before being allowed inside. Though he wore a mask prepared by Orochimaru and disguised his appearance and demeanor with a special transformation technique, Fyun was still a bit anxious lest something gave him away. He adjusted his Sound Village forehead protector, making sure it was tilted at just the right angle, casually enough to seem careless, and yet it covered the upper part of his face. Next, a Konoha shinobi stationed at the gate, sunglasses covering his eyes, shouted sharply. Because the Chunin exams were just around the corner, the inspection at Konoha's gates was many times stricter than usual. Lines stretched long with teams from every minor shinobi village, all waiting for a detailed interrogation and a thorough check of their documents. One sunglasses-wearing ninja glared fiercely, examining every single entrant with hawk-like scrutiny. His Konoha forehead protector gleamed in the sunlight, and a savage scar slashed across his right cheek. Maruno Ibiki, the head of Konoha's interrogation division. Name, Shinobi Village, and the purpose of your visit to Konoha. Ibiki's voice rasped out, coarse and rough as sandpaper. Odo Kibatori, Genin from Odo Geikure. I'm here to participate in the Chunin exams. Fyun deliberately made his voice sound raw, letting it tremble slightly as he handed over his pass and the Odo Geikure recommendation letter. Ibiki took the papers, his sharp gaze sliding up and down Fyun behind those dark lenses. Fyun could feel Ibiki's chakra reaching out like invisible tentacles, probing for the smallest hint of hesitation. A cold, sarcastic snort. Tell me about a landmark building in Odo Geikure. A test, plain and simple. Luckily, Fyun truly was from Odo Geikure. In the center of our village stands a clock tower built by the village head. Its bell rings at sunset every day, and the entire village hears it. And there's the training ground to the south, its ground turned purple from all the jutsu practice over the years. Ibiki's gaze remained unmoved, his face revealing nothing as he compared the answers to intel in his files. When was the last time you saw your village head? 3 months ago, at the last Chunin selection. All details Orochimaru had carefully provided. Facts he broadcast to the outside world about Odo Geikure. Konoha's entry inspection was unforgiving, and after passing Murno Ibiki, 2 more of Konoha's legendary gatekeepers waited ahead. They meticulously examined the authenticity of the ninja identification, only letting the holder proceed once they were sure it hadn't been forged. Then, they carefully checked the individual's appearance and features to ensure they matched the details on the ID. They even scrutinized for signs of transformation jutsu or other disguises. Fortunately, the face-obscuring technique was sophisticated enough that it wasn't detected. No problem, you're clear. Go on in. Welcome to Konoha. Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane exchanged a glance and nodded to each other. Once they confirmed everything was in order, they let Fyun enter the village and went back to checking the next ninja in line. As he stepped through the gates, the afternoon sunlight forced Fyun to squint. Konoha was truly bustling, broad streets flanked by rows of shops, while the stern faces carved into the distant Hokage rock seemed to survey the entire village with dignity and authority. It had to be said, Orochimaru really knew what he was doing. All these years, his effort in building Hidden Sound Village might have looked arduous with little payoff, but at this very moment, Fyun realized what a masterstroke it was. Having an official front was crucial. Without it, how else could such a large group of so-called terrorists stroll into Konoha with ease and legitimacy? Once inside, Fyun didn't make his way to the inn reserved for sound ninjas. He had more pressing matters to attend to. First, he happened to pass by the former Uchiha compound, now thoroughly transformed into a Konoha ninja training ground. A faint chuckle escaped him. He didn't go any closer, just shot at a distant glance before moving on. He wandered the streets of Konoha in an apparently aimless fashion, but in truth, he was already marking his interest in the Sarutobi, Shimura, Akimichi, and Mito-Kato clan compounds. Of course, this was just the initial phase of his plan. To stage a flawless, breathtaking performance for Konoha, there was still much groundwork to lay. Scouting such a vast place would never be done in a day or two. Fyun needed a detailed understanding of clan distributions and even their movement routines. After all, he didn't intend to just take down Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and a handful of nobodies. No, if possible, Fyun wanted the 4 great clans to meet their end in front of their decrepit elders, together and unbroken. Killing them outright would be letting them off too easily. Yet Shimura Danzo, that sly old fox, had recently grown even more cautious and elusive. Days of reconnaissance, even after using the Sharingan to control several people, yielded not a single trace of Danzo. Instead, Fyun unexpectedly unearthed a piece of valuable intel. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, had actually returned. Fyun quietly relayed this information to Kabuto, since he couldn't get in touch with Orochimaru either. Orochimaru, like Fyun, was constantly on the move. Not only did he have to lead the sound, but he often had to switch identities to issue orders to the sand, and even pose as a low-level ninja in order to get close to and assess his precious vessel, Uchiha Sasuke. Even Fyun couldn't help but admire Orochimaru. He truly was a master of time management. Originally, Fyun had planned to get rid of Sasuke, but Orochimaru absolutely refused, insisting that Sasuke be saved for him. The moment was near when he would seize everything Sasuke had. Fyun didn't mind waiting. For all he cared, Uchiha Sasuke would not be alive past 13. That was the deadline he had given Orochimaru. With his pressure bearing down on Orochimaru, he would no longer waste time waiting for Sasuke to slowly grow and join him of his own accord. Most likely, after this battle, he would steal away his precious new vessel. Everyone's busy these days, Fyun sighed, watching Yakushi Kabuto's retreating figure. He had just asked Kabuto to send some people to help him catch someone, only to be turned down. Not enough hands to spare, Kabuto said. But Fyun wasn't particularly bothered. If it came to it, he'd just send more of his clones out to round up the heads of the 4 great clans, and execute them all in public, one by one. Inside a family-owned dango shop in Konoha, Fyun sat quietly. He was peering intently through the gap in the Norin curtains, eyes locked onto the blonde-haired boy wandering past outside. That was Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. Suppressing the urge to seize Naruto right there and then, Fyun continued eating his 3-color dango. It wasn't that he didn't want to claim the other half of the 9 Tails. Rather, his sharpened senses told him that there were quite a few masters hidden nearby. Must be ANBU, he mused. Sure enough, with the 9 Tails in the village, Konoha keeps relentless watch. He sensed, too, that Kakashi Hatake was lingering nearby, book in hand, always within sight of Uzumaki Naruto. Clearly, in these tense times, Konoha was on high alert. If he were to go after Naruto now, it would draw out every top shinobi in the village, exposing his plans prematurely. And even if he captured Naruto, undoing the seal, unleashing, and controlling the 9 Tails would all take time. Time Konoha would never allow him, as their elites would attack one after another. Forget it. Guess I'm just too soft-hearted, Fyun sighed to himself. After all, he had no real grudge with Naruto. Even Orochimaru, who hated Naruto's father, could manage to leave the boy alone. Would the proud Uchiha Fyun really prove less magnanimous than Orochimaru? Of course, Fyun also didn't want to disrupt his main goal, dealing with the 4 great clans. As the Chunin exams in Konoha roared on in full swing, a major, secret event unfolded elsewhere in the shinobi world. In the land of water, within the hidden mist village, Yagura Karatachi, freed from Jinjutsu, teetered on the brink of madness. Though the 3 Tails inside him remained trapped in illusion, Yagura himself had no mind to dispel it. Surrounded by a ring of mist village elites, he stood motionless. Yagura stared blankly down his own hands, muttering under his breath over and over, "What have I done? What have I done?" His voice was so hoarse, it hardly sounded like his own. What is this? Memories spanning over a decade surged like a tide into his mind, each frame edged with sharpness, slicing into his nerves. Blood. So much blood. The blood spilled as children slaughtered each other during graduation exams. The blood from the purge of the bloodline limit clans. The blood of the ninjas who dared question the Mizuki's decrees and were executed for it. Yagura's hands began to tremble, his knuckles turning white. He looked down at those hands, the same hands that had formed countless hand signs. Yet now, all he could see were the blood-stained palms of an executioner. No, this isn't me. This isn't my will. His murmurs were abruptly cut off by a piercing headache. Fragments of memory continued to fall into place. That man in the swirling mask standing before him, the crimson Sharingan in his right eye slowly spinning. Every time their eyes met, every so-called policy discussion, every cruel order he issued, all of it had been controlled by those eyes. Jinjutsu. I've been. Yagura staggered to his feet. The Mizuki's hat slipped from his head and rolled across the floor. He lurched toward the mirror on the wall, staring intently into his own eyes. Where once there had been resolve and determination, now there remained only boundless fear and regret. With trembling fingers, Yagura reached out to touch the cold glass, as though trying to confirm that the gaunt-faced man reflected back truly was himself. Ao stood nearby, veins bulging around his right eye, the mark of his Byakugan. It was thanks to this ability that he had detected and dispelled the illusion cast upon the Mizuki. Lord Forth, are you truly awake at last? There was a subtle hint of wariness in Ao's voice. Ao, tell me. All these years, Yagura's voice was raw and ragged. Those policies, all that slaughter. Ao's expression turned grave. He stepped forward cautiously, hand resting on his ninja pouch. Recently, we uncovered evidence that you were under the control of a Jinjutsu. The entire hidden mist leadership has been quietly investigating for months. Everything done during your rule was not of your own will. Not my will. Yagura let out a wrenching laugh, which quickly devolved into sobs. But it was my hand that signed those orders, my voice that declared those policies, my chakra that killed those people. The memories grew ever more vivid. He remembered the little red-haired girl from the Terumi clan, glancing back at him in terror as she fled for her life. He remembered the bewildered look in Hozuki Mangetsu's eyes in the moments before his death. And he remembered the cries of children, supposed to be the future of the village, forced to kill their classmates in the graduation exam. Yagura's knees gave out, slamming heavily onto the floor. Gripping his own hair, he released a wail of despair, one that hardly sounded human. I have failed the entire village. Ching hurried forward, but stopped just 2 steps away from Yagura. Lord Fourth, this is not the time for self-reproach. The real culprit may still be nearby. What we need from you is... What do you need from me? Yagura lifted his head, tears snaking down the lines of his weathered face. To keep being a puppet? A failure who can't even control his own will. Thunder crashed and rolled high above the mist village. With unsteady steps, Yagura stood up. Through the curtain of rain, he could just make out the silhouette of Kirigakure, the village he had vowed to protect, now battered and scarred because of him. So many prodigies gone, either dead or turned traitor, countless clans erased from the land. Kirigakure now had surely become the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages. Ching, he grew suddenly calm, his voice barely more than a whisper. Tell me the truth. All these years, how many have died because of me? Ching was silent for a moment. There's no way to know for sure, but at least 1,000. Standing beside him, Madarumi led over a dozen elite jonin. She said nothing, but her gaze was cold as ice. Yagura closed his eyes. 1,000 lives. 1,000 families. He once believed he was leading Kirigakure to glory. Yet in truth, he had only been breaking its foundations apart with his own hands. Lord Fourth, please, you must pull yourself together. The village needs a true leader now. No, Yagura cut him off. What Kirigakure needs is reckoning. It needs the truth. As for me, he looked down at his own hands. I must answer for my crimes. A realization flashed across Ching's face, and he lunged forward. Lord Fourth, don't. But it was too late. Yagura's hands moved in a swift sequence of seals, and chakra from Isabu, the 3 tails within him, surged to life. A colossal orb of water appeared out of thin air, enveloping him entirely. It was the ultimate water release, heavenly prison of tears, a jutsu only a perfect Jinchuriki could perform. The jutsu created an unbreakable prison of water, draining the very life out of whoever was caught inside. Lord Fourth, Ching's fist slammed against the sphere's surface, but he couldn't break through. Please, in the jutsu, this isn't your burden alone. Inside the water prison, Yagura shook his head slowly. His lips moved, the words distorted by the swirling water. Apologize to the village for me. Tell them, Yagura of the Citrus clan has paid for his crimes with his life. Ching's fingers flew through hand signs, desperately trying to undo the jutsu. But the prison, fused with the 3 tails' power, was unyielding, unbreakable. All he could do was watch, helpless, as Yagura's struggles ceased and the sharp light in his eyes faded away. At the very last, a faint smile of relief touched Yagura's lips. Before his consciousness was swallowed by darkness, what he saw was not the Sharingan, but a distant memory, himself, not long after becoming Mizukage, standing in the sunlight and promising the villagers he would protect Kirigakure. With a sudden burst, the water sphere exploded, and Yagura's body slowly collapsed to the ground. Ao caught him, feeling the frail life ebbing away from that small, thin body. Forgive me. That was the last thing Kagura Yagura said. Rain poured down on Kirigakure, as if the very skies were weeping for its Mizukage. Or perhaps they were celebrating for the countless, unjust souls who had perished. High atop a mountain beside the village, Zetsu let out a cold, disdainful snort and slowly sank into the earth. Deep in the woods far from Kirigakure, Zetsu's figure emerged once more. White Zetsu spoke in a lilting voice. Such a colossal event. Aren't you going to tell Obito? Black Zetsu suppressed his anger, his voice gruff. What's the point of telling that fool? What would it change? Now, don't be so harsh. He's a good kid. You always liked him, didn't you? Black Zetsu answered coolly. Lord Madara entrusted everything to him, but look at what he's done. How many years has it been? He hasn't managed to capture even a single-tailed beast. He just keeps stirring up trouble in Konoha and Kirigakure. He claims it's all part of some grand plan to weaken their power. But isn't it really about avenging that girl and venting the bitterness swirling in his heart? White Zetsu, cautious of Black Zetsu's anger, continued carefully. Well, the plan's still moving along, right? Akatsuki's building up their strength, and Obito really has weakened the 2 great nations. Black Zetsu snorted in frustration. He was defeated by the 4th Hokage in Konoha, almost got his cover blown, and now he's badly beaten in Kirigakure. Damn it, I truly wonder if Lord Madara was right to put his faith in this fool. Inwardly, Black Zetsu howled in despair. Nearly 15 years had passed since Madara entrusted them with everything. 15 years, and the plan had barely advanced. Obito just kept making messes, nearly getting himself killed more than once. He was supposed to guide Nagato's growth, But look at the mess he's made of that. Nagato's only interested in hoarding wealth and influence now, treating the capture of the tailed beasts as an afterthought. If Madara could see how useless the man he chose had turned out to be, would he kick open his coffin in rage and come do things himself? White Zetsu chimed in, but isn't this actually going in our favor? Kirigakure's all but ruined now. Most of their talents have been wiped out, and the Mizukage is dead. No. Black Zetsu grew angrier with every word, finally roaring. The Mizukage is dead. Do you have any idea what that means? Well, answer me. Doesn't it just mean Kirigakure is even weaker now? Black Zetsu could barely restrain his urge to tear White Zetsu off his body and give him a thorough beating. This means the plan has to be delayed for years again. The Three Tails died together with its Jinchuriki, and while we wait for the Three Tails to revive, the Akatsuki can't do a thing. What useless bunch. Absolutely, spectacularly useless. Black Zetsu's teeth ground with fury, but he still had no choice except to return and assist that useless fool. But on the bright side, Nagato's not bad. He's already more or less prepared the Akatsuki's fighting force and funds, so we should be able to begin the operation soon and push forward Lord Madara's plan. With that thought, Black Zetsu's mood finally lifted a little. Let's go. White Zetsu asked, so, who are we going to look for? No one. We'll keep gathering intel on the Jinchuriki. As for Kirigakure's situation, he'll sense it himself. Man, oh man, more recon work, huh? Are we supposed to work ourselves to death? White Zetsu complained. In an underground room somewhere in Konoha, one of Fyun's shadow clones tossed in a captive from the Sarutobi clan. This basement had originally belonged to a Sarutobi jonin, but Fyun had secretly seized control and made it his temporary base. The place was now guarded by a legion of Fyun's clones. With his immense chakra reserves these days, splitting off this many clones barely weakened his strength at all. He'd already captured over 100 members of the 4 great clans, men, women, young, and old, all of them close relatives of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Kofur and Hamura Mitokado. The final round of the tournament starts tomorrow, doesn't it? All the great and powerful will be out in force to watch. I can hardly wait, the real Fyun mused, sweeping his gaze over the trembling prisoners. But the 4 great clans seem to have started to sense that something's wrong, and they're getting wary. Though the kidnappings had only just begun, the sudden wave of disappearances among clan members had already caught the attention of the Hokage's faction. Still, Fyun wasn't worried. If it got difficult, he could stop capturing people for the time being. He had backup plans in place. There were already more than enough people here for the coming performance. He certainly didn't intend for Hiruzen Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, to fall in a blaze of glory. Leaving the basement behind, Fyun set out for a predetermined location where 2 very important guests were waiting for him. If you asked what Konoha produced in abundance, Fyun's first answer would be dirty old men, from the art of the telescope jutsu to X-ray-style techniques and the village's foremost intelligence experts. Konoha's ladies truly had it rough. No wonder Tsunade took her boyfriend's niece and left the village for over a decade, never looking back. It really was far too dangerous. Fyun knew well. When it came to a master like Jeriah, peeping was a game best not played up close. Ever since that time, he'd conducted a close-range material investigation, only to be punched by Tsunade so hard he spent months in the hospital. He'd attained true enlightenment. Peeping, in truth, is a battle of intelligence. The true art lies in gathering information materials from a safer distance, with greater efficiency. This was the lesson his teacher once imparted to him. The 3rd, a true master of the craft, spent decades refining his technique, growing thin as a rake, and so diminutive in stature, yet never once was he caught in the act. That is what a true master looks like. That is the model Jeriah aspires to emulate. Of course, it depends on the material. If it's someone of Tsunade's caliber, a truly top-tier subject, Jeriah would throw caution and even his life to the wind just to get as close as possible to admire. No, to gather reference. And so, here he was, sprawled atop the roof of a tall building, his rear sticking out, peering intently through his trusty binoculars as he carried out his research. This spot was a perfect vantage point. The view was broad and unobstructed. From here, the scenic delights of several Konoha hot springs lay fully exposed to the eye. Oh, he. Jeriah wiped away the drool from the corner of his mouth, occasionally emitting odd bursts of laughter. Konoha's landscape was as beautiful and enchanting as ever. The sight filled him with nostalgia and joy. Lost in the scenery, inspiration for his writing surged forth childishly. He felt he might just finish the next volume of Make Out Paradise right here and now. Jeriah. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. Jeriah didn't even bother turning around, continuing to take in the sights through his binoculars. Old man, I've only been away for a little over a year, and you've already summoned me back in a hurry. Is something going on? There's trouble, of course. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag from his old pipe. Jeriah's presence in the village brought him a certain reassurance. If only the boy didn't run off every day, making himself impossible to track down. Such frivolity. Sarutobi couldn't help but be disappointed. Did being a master and leader of the village really mean less to Jeriah than the allure of beauty? If he hadn't been using his crystal ball to monitor the area moments ago, he might never have found Jeriah perched up here on the rooftop. Sarutobi's expression grew more serious. Lately, things in Konoha have grown a bit precarious. I sense a storm brewing on the horizon. At this, Jeriah finally straightened up, asking, a storm? What do you mean? Sarutobi slowly exhaled a long plume of smoke. According to intel from Anko Mitarashi, it's very likely that Orochimaru has returned to the village. A shadow of reminiscence softened Jeriah's face. Orochimaru, huh? Jeriah. Sarutobi cut off Jeriah's nostalgia with a stern tone. We've also received reports that over these years, Uchiha Fyun has probably been in league with Orochimaru. There's every chance that the demon has come to Konoha as well. You understand, don't you, Jeriah? With those two, both incredibly dangerous, returning to Konoha now, the village could be in real danger. Hiruzen Sarutobi knew very well that both Orochimaru and Uchiha Fyun were most likely coming after him, the third Hokage. In a one-on-one confrontation, Hiruzen was confident and determined enough to take on any one of them. But when faced with two masters of such caliber at once, things became much more complicated. Jeriah gave a slight nod. So, what do you plan to do? Hiruzen looked out toward the bustling Konoha village, letting out a quiet sigh. I'm old now. I doubt I could handle opponents of that caliber alone. I'll need your help, and Tsunade's too. He had never wanted to admit it, but deep down, Hiruzen knew that he had grown truly old, and his strength was no longer what it once had been. Ever since the deaths of his grandson Konohamaru and his son Asuma, Hiruzen's heart had grown heavy with despair. He could already feel the urge to bring his shinobi life to an honorable close. Now, there was no one else he could truly rely on. Only Jeriah and Tsunade remained. As for those old comrades, Hiruzen knew them too well. Danzo had long since hidden himself away, and Hiruzen suspected that even Orochimaru's return must have had something to do with Danzo's manipulations. Help from him was out of the question. And as for Koharu and Hamura, well, what was there to say? Not only were they even weaker and more aged than himself, but after decades away from the battlefield, how much strength could they possibly muster? On the surface, Hiruzen hadn't done anything wrong, but in the end, all consequences would fall to him alone. Such was the burden of Sarutobi Hiruzen. As Hokage, he understood this was simply inevitable. Outsiders may not realize it, but those who had suffered knew very well. They knew who was to blame. It would be no surprise for those with grievances to come hunting for Sarutobi Hiruzen. This, he thought grimly, is the price of leaving old wounds untreated. Jeriah pondered for a while before finally nodding. All right, if war breaks out, I'll give you my all. There was no other way. Now that his teacher had asked him personally, and since this was all for the sake of the village, Jeriah could hardly refuse. Hiruzen took a few steps forward and approached the edge of the building. I've heard rumors these past days. Many members of the ninja clans have already gone missing. It's likely they've made their move. He didn't specify which clans were involved. Jeriah didn't need to know that much. After a short pause, Hiruzen continued. Jeriah summoned both of the sages to Konoha ahead of time. You never know when war might erupt. Jeriah's brows knitted together in concern. Would Orochimaru really dare to launch an attack on Konoha? After all, we have the sand as our allies. Hiruzen's Hokage robes billowed in the wind. You know Orochimaru well. There's very little in this world that he wouldn't dare to attempt. Still, the thought of Konoha's alliance with the village hidden in the sand brought Hiruzen some measure of reassurance. One of the few reasons he could maintain his composure at a time like this. In his mind, Konoha's own strength was sufficient to face any crisis. With the sand support as well, should Orochimaru and Uchiha Fyun dare make a move, they would find victory very hard to come by. Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed inwardly, thinking to himself, people in the village often say I curry favor with outsiders, and behind my back, they've called me a dog more times than I can count. But who truly understands the bitter intentions behind my actions? Without our allies, would the village have weathered this crisis so easily? All these years, I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, have worked tirelessly to defend the village from threats within and without. Why? People may never understand the pain I've endured, all for the sake of Konoha. Oh, is that Naruto Uzumaki over there? Jeriah's voice broke through Hiruzen's thoughts. Following Jeriah's gaze, Hiruzen spotted a brash, blonde-haired boy striding down the street without a care in the world. Yes, that's Naruto. Hiruzen nodded. Wow, I never imagined a fourth Hokage's son would grow up so quickly. He really does look just like Minato. After exchanging a few words with Hiruzen, Jeriah headed straight for Naruto. Taking the opportunity, Hiruzen asked Jeriah to keep an eye on the Nine Tails, since things in Konoha were truly chaotic at the moment. Under Jiraiya's guidance, he and Naruto had a fateful encounter. When Naruto discovered how powerful Jeriah was, he started pestering him to become his teacher. At first, Jeriah refused outright, but when Naruto unleashed his signature, sexy jutsu, Jiraiya's resistance crumbled with pleasure. Seeing Jeriah about to lay a hand on him, Naruto hurriedly dispelled his transformation. Jeriah awkwardly wiped away the crimson trickle from his nose, secretly marveling. Truly the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. The allure comes as natural as breathing. And with that, Naruto set foot upon the path his mother had feared most. He was not about to leave Jiraiya's side. Meanwhile, Sasuke Uchiha, marked by Orochimaru's curse seal, was growing more and more unstable. Fearing he might lose his beloved student to Orochimaru, Kakashi Hatake resorted to his ultimate technique, the Chidori. He began special training with Sasuke, determined to show him the true meaning of power. Kakashi hoped Sasuke would see that there was more to him than met the eye, and in doing so, keep the young man from straying. But Sasuke's mind was consumed only by hatred toward his brother and Uchiha Fyun. There was no room for any other thoughts. To Sasuke Uchiha, there was nothing but power and vengeance. Sasuke was relentless. In just a few days, he was already on the verge of mastering the notoriously difficult Chidori. That thrilled him. He had already started fantasizing about driving the technique straight through his enemy's heart. All the while, Uchiha Fyun continued his full preparations for his grand execution stage performance. Fyun lifted his gaze to the exam arena of the Konoha Chunin exams, where the crowd buzzed with excitement. He had originally planned to strike early, but found himself waiting to join forces with Orochimaru after all. In the end, an operation of this scale was a complex endeavor, and countless factors meant that every step demanded careful timing. Orochimaru must have anticipated this long ago. That's why he never seemed concerned that Fyun's actions might ruin the plan. It should be about to begin, right? I'd better hurry. Wouldn't want to miss the grand stage at Konoha. Fyun murmured to himself as he slipped through a window into the building where Konoha's advisors worked. The advisor's office was shrouded in an eerie, blood-red mist. More than 20 corpses lay scattered across the courtyard in grotesquely twisted poses, each throat precisely slit. The blood that had sprayed from them had condensed into tiny crimson beads, suspended eerily in the fog, requesting rain for. The voice of the communications ninja was abruptly cut short as his head spun around a full circle. The snap of his neck breaking sounded unnaturally loud in the silent courtyard. Fyun's silhouette slowly emerged behind him. It wasn't until the main doors to the advisor's office were violently kicked open with a thunderous crash that the people inside realized something was terribly wrong outside. Well, hello, esteemed advisors. Fyun slipped in unnoticed, entirely confident that no one had detected his infiltration, for the simple reason that everyone capable of doing so was already dead. Kohor Yudatane's teacup had barely reached her lips when a tremor made the brown liquid slosh out, spilling across the confidential documents on her desk. You're Uchiha? Fyun. Hamura Kato shot to his feet, his aging fingers already forming half of a defensive hand sign. Fyun had torn away his disguise, and in that instant, both advisors recognized the infamous traitor of Konoha. He walked forward, boots splashing through the pool of blood, leaving sticky prints across the polished floor with every step. Outside, the last remaining guard was driving a kunai into his own eye, forced into the act by the hypnotic power of the Sharingan, a puppet compelled to end himself. Protect the advisors. 3 elite Umbu bodyguards leapt down from the ceiling. Without even glancing up, Fyun's right hand clamped tightly around the hilt of his katana. A barely perceptible flash of silver swept through the air. The first Umbu, charging ahead, was suddenly sliced to pieces mid-leap, arms, legs, torso, and head all severed with chilling precision. Blood and viscera splattered audibly across the floor. So, this is all Konoha has to offer? Pathetic. Fyun cocked his head, giving a casual flick of his left hand. Waves of golden chakra surged forth, and the chest of the second Umbu caved in as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. The last Umbu managed to reach Fyun, kunai only inches from his eye, but the Sharingan's power paralyzed him on the spot. With a casual swing, Fyun cleaved down the final Umbu. Come now, there's no need for this. I simply wanted to invite you both to witness a little show. Best not to resist, unless you'd rather suffer. Someone, seize the traitor. Koharu barked with fierce authority. There's no one left to answer your call, Fyun replied coldly. Everyone else is already dead. Fyun spat on the ground, then in a flash appeared right before Mito Menin. The old man tried to retreat swiftly, but with a sickening crack, his left arm was severed at the shoulder. The dismembered limb still clung to an unfinished hand seal. Mito Menin collapsed to his knees, his aged face twisted with agony. Fyun ground the severed arm beneath his boot. The grating of tendon and bone scraping together made one's teeth ache. Do you remember how you treated all the sacrifices the Uchiha made? You called it a necessary sacrifice, didn't you? With a flick of his toe, Fyun sent the severed arm flying into a corner, discarded like trash. How do you feel now? Suddenly, Koharu Yudatane's sealing scroll unfurled, unleashing a swarm of chained incantations that whipped toward Fyun. Sealing art. Adamantine lock, she shrieked. But the moment the chains reached Fyun, a golden skeletal structure erupted to block them. Overwhelmed by its immense power, the enchanted chains crumbled apart, raining fragments to the ground. Old crone, your sealing jutsu can't even graze a whisker from the nine tails. Fyun seized Koharu's white hair, lifting her bodily off the ground. The old woman whimpered in pain, her face drawn tight with the agony of her scalp being pulled. With a dull thud, Mito Menin, clutching his remaining hand, drew a kunai, only for Fyun to send him flying with a brutal kick to the chest. The old man heard his own ribs cracking. The splintered bone, stabbing into his lung, sent up a bitter flood of blood and bile that he coughed onto the floor. When you voted to execute the Uchiha clan, weren't you all so full of resolve and courage? Fyun dragged Koharu by the hair, pulling her across the ground. Her kimono was soon filthy with blood and dust. Fyun crouched down, and with a blood-soaked finger, traced a gory X across Mito Menin's forehead. Taking down the entire advisory council was far easier than Fyun had expected. After all, these two old relics were said to be on par with Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. How could they be so feeble now? Perhaps decades of easy living had long since dulled their ability to fight. Relax. I won't let you die so quickly. Fyun's smile vanished. His gaze turned cold as ice. He planted his foot on Mito Menin's knee, slowly increasing the pressure. The snap of shattering bone and the old man's anguished screams echoed through the empty halls of the advisor's chamber. By the time Fyun dragged the two barely breathing elder advisors out the main door, the uproar from the distant examination grounds grew louder than ever. He used Koharu Yudatane's hairpin to scrawl a line of blood across the wall. The will of fire? What a joke. As the last drop of blood slid down, the alarm whistles finally wailed out in the distance. Fyun glanced back at the mangled remains littering the advisor's chamber, hefted the two blood-soaked, broken elders, and vanished, humming a badly out-of-tune tune as he disappeared into the night. If you were to ask who Konoha's Fyun hated most in this world, it would undoubtedly be these two old relics now in his hands. They seemed particularly revolting, like two parasitic worms clinging to the great tree of Konoha, sucking its lifeblood for decades. And yet they simply refused to die, shamelessly relying on their age and flaunting their seniority. Even by the era of the 9th Hokage, they're still alive. It's as if they plan to linger for 100 years, being disgusting for a full century. Fyun found Danzo Shimura almost lovable by comparison. At least that man truly dared to act, fighting for his own ideals. Most importantly, Danzo had actually died, rather than shamelessly hanging on to life. Thinking of Danzo, Fyun finally realized that there had been no sign of him at all up until now. So Fyun decided to use the Jinjutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan to interrogate the two old advisors. To his surprise, not even the two Hokage advisors knew Danzo's whereabouts. Fyun couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for these old foxes of the ninja world. They truly were cunning to the bone, practically like demons. He had specifically eliminated several members of Root before, but those operatives knew nothing about their boss's location. All they ever knew was that the meeting places for missions were always different. As Fyun approached the entrance to the basement, a ninja from the Sound Village emerged from the shadows. Lord Fyun, Lord Orochimaru sent me to notify you. The plan is about to begin. Veuillez know that. Just as he was about to step into the basement, an enormous purple barrier suddenly shot up from the rooftop above the exam hall. The four violet flames formation. Fyun was startled. Were they really starting this quickly? Shikaku hadn't even appeared yet. Had something gone wrong with Gaara? But now that war had erupted, no one had time to worry about Shikaku. Without delay, Fyun slipped into the basement, tossing the two advisors into the midst of the crowd. He then produced even more wood clone jutsu, surrounding the 100 or so people in the center. All of his clones linked hands and formed the same hand seals. This was the flying thunder god technique Fyun had secretly learned from the fourth Hokage. But even with his talent, he could only manage the formation version that required many to use together. And he couldn't teleport very far. If the distance was too great, he risked failing the spatial jump. Luckily, the distance to the exam hall wasn't far, and the formation could easily be activated. Uchiha saw that many of her own relatives were among the crowd, and she couldn't help bursting out in fury. "You demon! What are you planning to do?" Fyun stepped out from encirclement of his clones and sneered. "No need to panic. You'll find out soon enough." With a flash, over 100 people vanished from the scene. The world spun before their eyes, and the next instant, they found themselves on a vast rooftop, surrounded on all sides by the purple barrier. Not far from them, the fourth Kazekage was holding the third Hokage in a tight grip atop the roof. The third Hokage withdrew his gaze from the battlefield below, his eyes wide with astonishment at the sudden appearance of more than 100 people. In no time, he recognized among them many members of the Sarutobi clan, men and women, elders and children alike. "Uchiha Fyun, what are you doing? Leave the innocents out of this. If you have a quarrel, take it up with me." Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice thundered, his fury barely contained. Fyun glanced over the chaotic scene below. Countless shinobi dashed and clashed in combat, while ordinary citizens had all been hypnotized by powerful jinjutsu. The fourth Kazekage chuckled lightly, saying, "That doesn't sound like something you would say." The third's eyes darkened, his tone cold. "Are you declaring war, Lord Kazekage?" "Yes. The war has already begun. We can resolve this through negotiation. There's truly no need to escalate to violence. This will only leave us both wounded." Sarutobi Hiruzen tried hard to steady his voice, hoping to keep the sand village at bay, willing to pay a price if it meant stability for the moment. For Konoha was besieged by too many enemies already. There was Orochimaru, Uchiha Fyun, and now the sand as well. The third Hokage worried that Konoha might not withstand another blow. Too many ants can kill even an elephant. Even if they defeated the sand, Konoha would be left battered and worn. And then what would they have left to fight the two most dangerous traitors ever born of their own village? Sarutobi Hiruzen was already considering offering billions in wealth to the Kazekage, if only to buy time and peace, so that he could focus his might on eradicating the traitors within his own home. A low, amused laugh interrupted him. "Heh, you've really grown senile, haven't you, sensei?" Orochimaru's voice slipped back into its familiar, mocking cadence. "You, once the pride and strength of the ninja world. When would you ever have tolerated an invasion of your own village? How disappointing you are now. Sensei, you've grown so feeble." That voice made Hiruzen's eyes fly wide. That voice. Is it you, Orochimaru? While the old teacher and his former student rekindled their faded connection, Fyun pressed his hands together. Summoning jutsu, reanimation. A thunderous rumble split the air as over 30 coffins erupted from ground. Their lids creaked open, and the dead of the four great clans returned to stand among the living. Stunned, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his two advisors stared. These were their own loved ones, brought back from the grave. Konoha Maru, Asuma. Tears rolled down Hiruzen's aged cheeks. Koharu uttered a string of curses, while Hamura could only stare blankly as he recognized the faces of his kin. A contemptuous laugh echoed out. Such touching family bonds, all of them brought back by my reanimation. Though the numbers are plenty, their quality is sorely lacking. Little more than shadows, with hardly any power to fight. Fyun paused, then continued. But to kill those of you who cannot fight back, they'll be more than sufficient. By now, Orochimaru had let go of Hiruzen, sliding the kunai from his hand. He knew that mere hostage-taking wouldn't be enough to harm this Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already formed hand seals before being taken hostage. "Stop!" Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted at the top of his lungs. "Uchiha Fyun, your feud is with us old men. If you seek vengeance, take it out on us, not on innocent families." Again with that speech? Out of words already. Fyun sneered, then continued. "You talk about sparing families? When you wiped out the Uchiha clan, did that principle ever cross your mind? I'm only following your example." Gritting his teeth, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. "The Uchiha wanted to launch a coup. There was no other way. If we hadn't acted in time, Konoha would have been doomed. We all did it for the village." A low chuckle escaped Fyun, who found their shamelessness almost admirable. Here he was, the one who suffered most, and yet Hiruzen could still say such things right to his face. Surely, he didn't expect everyone to be as easy to manipulate as Uchiha Itachi, did he? Since the founding of Konoha, how many Uchihas have been allowed to die peacefully with both eyes intact? As for pinning the massacre of the entire clan on him and sending people to hunt him down, Fyun couldn't even be bothered to ask anymore. the answer would inevitably come down to, for the good of Konoha. But Fyun wasn't angry in the slightest. With a faint chuckle, he said, "Old man, I'll give you a choice. If you confess to all your crimes before the people and lead the Sarutobi clan to commit seppuku here in Konoha, I'll stop. How about that?" A hush fell over the raucous scene. Everyone from the other three clans, including Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Kado, fixed their gaze on the third Hokage. No one wants to die, after all. Who would choose it with the hope of survival still lingering? Seeing everyone's silence, Fyun shrugged and said, "Why don't you try persuading Lord Hokage? After all, this is for the sake of Konoha, isn't it? Why drag everyone down with you?" Koharu exchanged a look with Hamura. Then, in a hushed tone, she began, "Hiruzen, things have come to this." "Absolutely not. What crimes have we committed? We dedicated our entire lives to Konoha. How dare you, an evil demon, condemn us?" Hiruzen's voice was firm and deep, refusing to yield. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Uchiha Fyun was only toying with him. "Oh, in that case, there's nothing else to be done. When you reach the depths of hell, remember, it was Sarutobi Hiruzen who brought this upon you, not me." Fyun laughed coldly, then waved his hand. "Do it. Kill them all." Responding to his order, the reanimated shinobi accepted the blades passed to them by Fyun's clones and drew them swiftly across the throats of those from the four great clans, each bound and helpless. "Uncle, I'm sorry, I can't control my body. Konohamaru, what are you doing? I'm your cousin." "No, please don't." Orochimaru and Fyun's mightiest clone blocked Hiruzen, who tried desperately to intervene, pushing him back again and again. "Arg, damn it." Hiruzen Sarutobi boiled with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he bit his finger and began forming hand signs. "So, you're finally getting serious?" Orochimaru scoffed, then pressed his palms together and shouted, summoning Jutsu, Edo Tensei. With a thunderous crash, 3 coffins erupted from the ground, and 3 figures stepped onto the battlefield. The third Hokage stood beside Enma, the summoned Monkey King, and when he caught sight of those 3 familiar faces, his expression changed dramatically. "Those are the Hokages of ages past." Orochimaru let out a cold, sinister laugh. "Well, Sarutobi-sensei, what do you think? This is a special gift I prepared just for you. They're nothing like that pathetic Fyun you dealt with earlier." "Hiruzen, do something!" Koharu Uchiha screamed. She watched as member after member of her clan was slaughtered by their own kin, her sanity teetering at the brink. "Please, just agree to his terms. We accept our fate. Just make it stop." Hamura Kado's voice was hoarse with grief. Hiruzen gritted his teeth in silence, his gaze darting anxiously around the scene. In the end, everyone had been slaughtered. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi, Koharu Uchiha, and Hamura Kado remained. 2 ninjas from their clans advanced, bloody blades in hand, ready to kill the 2 advisors. "I am Sora. I can't control myself." "No, don't kill me." Fyun gazed at the 2 advisors, their faces now a mess of tears and snot, and shook his head. "Pathetic. Can't you sacrifice yourselves for the sake of a leaf? I gave you a chance. You're the ones who provoked this war." Hiruzen's eyes snapped open, and with 2 fingers forming a seal, he shouted, "Now, Jeriah, do it!" With an explosive crash, a toad burst through the roof tiles, Jeriah springing from its mouth in a flash. In a heartbeat, he obliterated the Edo Tensei zombies and rescued the 2 advisors. Jeriah glanced around, frowning at the sea of blood and corpses. "What in the world happened here? Old man, why didn't you summon me sooner with the space toad?" Fyun's gaze sharpened as he realized Jeriah had entered sage mode, the 2 great sages perched on his shoulders. Orochimaru immediately drew the revived Hokage to shield him, looking ready for battle. "Hey, you got to be kidding me. This is getting out of hand. Fyun, I'll leave Jeriah to you, all right?" Jeriah lunged like a tiger unleashed. In a blur, he destroyed all of Fyun's clones, then with steely sage eyes, fixed Orochimaru in his sights. "Orochimaru, has it really come to this for you?" Stung by the words, Orochimaru bristled. Even though Jiraiya's sage mode made him uneasy, as one of the legendary Sannin, his pride would not let him show weakness. Straightening up, Orochimaru assumed a haughty air. "Jeriah, you really haven't changed, still as naive as ever." Jeriah gritted his teeth. "If that's how it has to be, then right here I'll just have to kill you, my dearest friend." A low, mocking laugh followed. "Ha, do you really think you can do it?" As he spoke, Orochimaru, ever so sly, surreptitiously nudged Fyun at his side. Fyun took 2 steps forward, about to speak, when suddenly his vision blurred. Without warning, he was blasted away. A Rasengan in the blink of an eye sent him tumbling over 20 meters. With a thunderous crash, Orochimaru swiftly darted back, putting distance between them. He turned, eyes wide in shock, staring at Uchiha, Fyun's body, now crumpled on the ground. And there, where Fyun had fallen, his body thrashed wildly like a carp out of water, spasming on the ground. But then, it went utterly limp, only to dissolve into a mess of grisly wooden fibers. A wood-release clone, Jeriah sounded stunned. Orochimaru's eyes glazed over, disbelief etched across his face. No way. How could that have been a clone? Where's the real Fyun? Surely they're not expecting me to fight two at once? Hiruzen Sarutobi, wielding his adamantine staff, moved into position with Jeriah to form a pincering formation, trapping Orochimaru in between. Realizing escape was impossible, Orochimaru wasted no more thought on it. He commanded the three resurrected Hokage to launch their coordinated attack at his side. One had to admit, these past years working with Fyun, Orochimaru had greatly improved his impure world reincarnation. The Edo Tensei Hokage were far stronger than before. Though they still had only half their living strength, with the three working together, their power now rivaled even Kage-level shinobi, and perhaps they'd even gained the upper hand. Yet, Jiraiya's Sage Mode was simply overwhelming. Orochimaru was battered relentlessly, left scrambling and desperately relying on the Edo Tensei Hokage to attack Hiruzen with full force. His only hope was to settle things with the third Hokage quickly, so he could focus all his strength on battling Jeriah. A deafening rumble cracked the air. First Hokages would release techniques, covered the entire barrier, while all manner of dazzling jutsu from the Hokage clashed with violent force. Amidst the chaos, a chilling scream pierced the battleground. Orochimaru was sent flying by a mighty blow from Jeriah, crashing hard against the confines of the barrier. Only quick thinking and a last-ditch self-regurgitation technique saved him from utter devastation. Lord Orochimaru. From nearby, Sakan watched his boss taking a beating, unable to hold back a cry of alarm. Orochimaru's serpentine agility carried him in a twisting, weaving dash, narrowly dodging Jeriah's pursuit. Too strong. This age Jeriah was far too overwhelming. Even the third, old as he was, still held his ground stubbornly. If this continued, things would only spiral further out of control. As Orochimaru readied the order to dispel the barrier and retreat, the battered and burning village of Konoha was rocked anew. Suddenly, a monstrous beast, 9 tails lashing in the chaos, descended upon the fray. With another earth-shaking roar, the 9 tails bellow flattened entire swathes of buildings, leaving nothing but wreckage and bodies in its wake. What? Is that the 9 tails? That can't be. Naruto just left the village to pursue the Sand Ninja. Watching from the stadium, Kakashi and the others were struck dumb with shock, lost as to what could possibly be happening. Leaping atop a giant vine, Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes bulged with grief and rage as he cried out, "That's the Sarutobi clan's ancestral grounds." Cobra Utatane hit along the edge of the barrier and shouted loudly, "It must be Uchiha Fyun. He hasn't shown up in person." Hiruzen Sarutobi seethed with frustration, wishing he could strike down these two useless aides. Why hadn't they revealed such crucial information earlier? He burned with anxiety, desperate to rush to the clan grounds and save his people immediately. Although the Sarutobi clan was large and had many members and shinobi living outside the village, those within Konoha were his immediate kin. Their safety mattered above all. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi flustered and unsettled, Orochimaru curled his lips into a smirk, no longer in any rush to dispel the barrier. Hiruzen fixed Orochimaru with a furious glare. "Orochimaru, lift the barrier at once. Otherwise, today will be your last." Orochimaru let out a slow, contemptuous chuckle. "Heh, old man, if you think you can, then show me what you've got. Isn't it the Reaper Death Seal you want to use? By all means, try it if you dare." "Ow! How do you know about that technique?" Hiruzen's composure evaporated. This forbidden jutsu was his trump card against Orochimaru, the one technique he'd saved for this moment. Now that his enemy knew of it, the odds of success plummeted. For shinobi, war is a war of intelligence. Once a forbidden jutsu secret is revealed, it loses much of its power to inspire fear. Orochimaru's cold laughter continued. "You see, old man, you always underestimated me. That's exactly why you're doomed to failure." With a substitution jutsu, Orochimaru slipped away from Jiraiya's sage art attack and emerged from the earth with a sinister grace. "Just stay here and watch the destruction of Konoha. Taste a little of the pain you've always inflicted upon others." Jeriah stared into the burning distance, where flames and smoke were consuming the hidden leaf village, sound and sand shinobi having already forced their way in. Clenching his fists, Jeriah steeled himself. "Prepare yourself, Orochimaru. This time, I truly mean to kill you." A thunderous crash split the air. Fyun stood atop the Nine-Tails' head, watching as a tailed beast bomb detonated in the distant sky, its roaring shockwaves rolling outward. These tailed beast bombs are still so hard to control, Fyun murmured to himself. The wind-up takes too long. It's too easy for someone to interfere. Just now, the bomb he'd launched at the Shimura clan grounds was hurled up into the sky by someone clever enough to raise the earth beneath it. After mulling it over, Fyun decided against forming an even larger tailed beast bomb. The charge up took too long, and the surrounding area was already swarming with Konoha shinobi. He could too easily be attacked and interrupted. Smaller bombs charged faster, but their destructive power was limited. In fact, just having the Nine-Tails rampage through the streets did more damage. Surveying the devastated wasteland beneath his feet, Fyun sneered. Almost all of the Sarutobi clan's people are done for. Time to move on to the next hunting ground. With a thunderous bound, the Nine-Tails crashed forward, hammering into the Uchiha clan's territory. With a sweep of all nine tails, a swath of clansmen fell instantly. The relentless destruction continued. Thunder roared, the night quaked. The rampaging Nine-Tails was finally overtaken by hundreds of shinobi. Shouts of will of fire echoed as the legion of ninja launched their assault. Fyun showed no mercy. He steered the Nine-Tails to hunt down the fleeing Aburame clan members, all while fending off the relentless attacks of Konoha shinobi. There's someone on the demon fox's head. He's the one controlling the Nine-Tails. Take him out. For Konoha, for our children, kill him. More and more ninja surged forward, fearless in the face of death. Fyun soon noticed that each shinobi bore a slug on their shoulders, shielding them from harm. What a troublesome jutsu. Is Tsunade herself taking action? He muttered, frowning. Group healing ninjutsu like this was truly annoying, making them not only harder to kill, but also able to replenish their chakra reserves mid-battle. With the appearance of the slugs, Fyun's attacks grew even more ruthless. Whenever possible, he struck to kill on the spot. Better that than allowing those slug medics to snatch them back from the brink. Once most of the Aburame had been slaughtered, Fyun had the Nine-Tails gather its chakra into a tailed beast bomb. Just as he launched it, the ground beneath shook with violent tremors. A massive group of ninja had unleashed earth release techniques, throwing the Nine-Tails off balance. The tailed beast bomb veered wildly off its mark. In that moment, a squad of elite Umbu flashed toward Fyun, seizing the opportunity to strike. The gears in Fyun's Mangekyo Sharingan world. Instantly, a colossal, golden skeletal warrior sprang forth, its massive palm sweeping the Umbu away like leaves in a storm. I'm done playing around with you. The Nine-Tails surged onward once more, obliterating everything in its path, barreling toward the Shimura clan compound. A horde of Konoha shinobi scrambled in pursuit, desperate to halt its advance. Fyun never parted from the Nine-Tails, opting to ride astride the beast. His Susanoo was only in its third form, far less ferocious than the rampaging beast he controlled. Stop him. He cannot be allowed another step further. Dozens of Konoha ninja sprang from the rooftops on either side, a hailstorm of shuriken and explosive tags raining down. Fyun let out a cold laugh. The Nine-Tails' 9 enormous tails lashed out, unleashing a savage tornado of chakra. The thrown weapons were crushed to dust in midair. The 3 Jonin, leading the charge, were smashed to pulp by a sweep of its tails, their blood fanning across the walls in scarlet arcs. Fire release, great fire dragon. Wind release, great breakthrough. A combined barrage surged forth, a roaring dragon of fire and gale. A flicker of impatience crossed Fyun's eyes. The Nine-Tails opened its massive jaws, rapidly gathering a dark red-tailed beast bomb within its maw. With a thunderous blast, the tailed beast bomb annihilated a watchtower ahead, sending more than 20 ninja to their doom in an instant. Before long, the Nine-Tails crashed through the Shimura clan grounds and thundered onward toward the Shimura estate. Another thunderous blast. This time the estate's protective barrier caught the charging Nine-Tails. Dozens of Shimura clan ninja poured chakra into the barrier, straining together to hold it in place. Fyun's eyes were bloodshot, and his laughter sounded as if it came from the depths of the underworld. Aha! Your dying struggle is useless. It's time to pay your debt with your blood. Boom! With several heavy collisions, the barrier was shattered. The Nine-Tails swept its enormous paw down, crushing a large swath of Shimura clan ninja, then surged forward into the clan compound to continue the slaughter. Seeing that over 100 Konoha ninja were still doggedly following behind him, Fyun couldn't help but knit his brows. While driving the Nine-Tails to hunt the terrified Shimura, he shouted in a ringing voice, "How utterly foolish can you be? Are you rushing to your deaths? Can't you see it's only you charging in?" Where are the ninja from the other clans? Who's standing up for the Shimura? Has even a single ninja gone to check on the third Hokage? Fyun was honestly bewildered by such recklessness. Were these blockheads just eager to throw their lives away, handing themselves over to him one by one? Didn't they see the other clan's ninja just going through the motions, only picking a few sound or sand ninja to fight as a show? The elite Jonin of Konoha seemed content to leisurely pick off low-level fighters. All this time, not one person had even gone to look in on the third Hokage. Did they really not know where Lord Hokage was? Impossible. That massive 4 violet flames barrier. No one in Konoha could miss it. After all these years of power games, the great clans harbored deep grudges against the Hokage's faction. Perhaps, in their hearts, they were secretly hoping this was the perfect chance to be rid of them once and for all. Especially the Hyuga and Aburame clans. The Hyuga only cleared out ninja who got too close to their own compound, while the Aburame were even more extreme, practically sleepwalking through the chaos, none of their ninja making a move at all. Damn it, the Uchiha, evil by birth. Don't underestimate our will of fire. Attack. For Konoha. A bestial roar. Fyun, naturally, had no thought of mercy. He drove the 9 tails onward, harvesting heads like a reaper amidst the carnage. Yet he hadn't expected Shimura Danzo to be so slippery, not showing his face, even as the clan compound fell into utter ruin. Inside the 4 violet flames barrier, Orochimaru once more unhinged his monstrous jaws and sprouted snake tails in place of legs, writhing with serpentine agility as he circled Jeriah. Jeriah frowned deeply. He could keep Orochimaru at bay, but actually killing him was a daunting task. Sarutobi Hiruzen, swinging his staff with aged but desperate strength, sent the 4th Hokage flying. Tears welled in his weary eyes as he surveyed the devastation of the clan compound. Jeriah, help me. I'm taking them all with me. Sarutobi roared, his voice hoarse with fury and grief. Old man. Jeriah bit his lip, then gave a hard nod. Boss, the old man's in your hands. Both Fukasaku and Shima, the elder Toad sages, sensed the urgency of the situation. Without another word, they unleashed the sage chakra they had painstakingly gathered. Sage art, Toad chant. A chorus of croaking rose, sharp and shrill, growing ever louder and more penetrating, an eerie, disorienting sound that echoed across the battlefield. Open the barrier. Sensing the sudden flood of Senjutsu chakra, Orochimaru shrieked without hesitation. Orochimaru had already been beaten to the point of utter exhaustion. He knew he couldn't continue fighting. If he pressed on, he would truly die here. A sudden swish rang out as the barrier was lifted. Orochimaru commanded the 2nd Hokage to perform the darkness technique, but he was still a step too slow. His body was frozen in place by an overwhelming sound-based illusion, unable to break free. Damn it, the golden binding illusion, is it? Orochimaru withdrew instantly, hands working with precision, but was nonetheless trapped by the powerful sage art, immobilized and helpless. Not too far away, Tayuya quickly activated her cursed seal level 2, her flute's notes weaving through the air in a desperate attempt to disrupt the Jinjutsu. With a thunderous explosion, the darkness that had engulfed the battlefield was shattered. The 3rd Hokage's shadow clones had already seized Tobirama Senju, and the other 2 clones simultaneously restrained Hashirama Senju and Minato Namikaze. Under the harsh grip of force control, the legendary Hokage could barely tap into their power. Escaping with an advanced technique like the Flying Thunder God was utterly impossible. And the moment the Shinigami locked onto their souls, there was no escape. Orochimaru shivered as he felt that cold, abyssal presence, a chill that had haunted him when he'd previously summoned the 4th Hokage. He couldn't see it, but he knew with certainty. The Shinigami had arrived. Death itself. Just as Uchiha Fyun had warned him, Hiruzen Sarutobi truly wielded such a dreadful sealing technique. Fear overtook Orochimaru, his body trembling as he shouted, Kidamaru, get me out of here now. Kidamaru, still outside the reach of the illusion, wasted no time. Thin threads of spider silk shot forward, wrapping tightly around Orochimaru and yanking him away at lightning speed. Release! With a fierce slap to Orochimaru's shoulder, Kidamaru channeled a surge of cursed chakra into him. Having regained his sight, Jeriah didn't rush to pursue. Instead, he glanced in the direction the 3rd Hokage had disappeared and roared, Old man. Without turning back, the 3rd Hokage called out, Jeriah, from here on out, I leave everything to you. As the former Hokage crumbled into dust, the resolve in Jeriah's eyes grew steely. He fixed his gaze on the breathless Orochimaru and shouted, Is this what you wanted? To force Sensei to his death? To torment the souls of the departed? Orochimaru gave a cold, mirthless laugh. Was I the one who drove him to his end? Wasn't it that so-called will of fire? A man who spent his life on the stage, but can't find his way off. Enough. Jeriah's eyes blazed. Orochimaru, you've fallen farther than I ever imagined. You trample on the title of Hokage. You mock the will of fire. Today, you will die by my hand. A deafening boom echoed through the battlefield. Time was running out for the third Hokage, but he fought with even greater ferocity, as if burning through the last traces of life's brilliance in a final flare. The adamantine staff struck the ground and shot out, whipping through the chaos with blinding speed, carrying him straight toward the rampaging Nine Tails. Once prosperous Konoha had become a living nightmare. The streets collapsed, flames roaring as they devoured homes. The cries of terrified villagers mingled with a thunderous crash of falling buildings, chaos reigning with every passing moment. A massive explosion tore through the air, shaking the village to its very core. 9 massive tails swept across the land like mountains, every strike shaking the earth to its core. A pitch-black sphere of energy began to condense, and then a thunderous explosion shattered the air, sending shockwaves rolling in all directions. A mushroom cloud soared into the sky as countless shinobi and civilians were reduced to ash in an instant. Kunai, shuriken, even the most formidable jutsu, were effortlessly batted aside by a single swipe of the Nine Tails' claw. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Several elite jonin banded together, raising a mighty stone barrier, desperate to halt the Nine Tails' advance. But, with a deafening roar, the Nine Tails lashed out. The earth wall crumbled like paper under its claws. The shockwave hurled the shinobi through the air, smashing them into the blazing ruins. Perched atop the beast's head, Fyun's gaze hardened. His eyes swiveled towards Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was racing toward him with astonishing speed. In that moment, Hiruzen's eyes blazed with fury. His face twisted in anguish, whether from pain or rage. It was impossible to say. Yet, that very sight brought Fyun a quiet satisfaction. A contented smile tugged at his lips. It seemed the performance had quite satisfied the old men watching the show. But then, a familiar sensation washed over Fyun. Icy, hopeless, chilling to the bone. The taste of death itself. He's about to put everything on the line. Quickly, Fyun sent all 9 tails hurtling toward Hiruzen Sarutobi in a frenzied barrage. Crashing and smashing, the massive beast's tails devastated huge swathes of the battlefield, but Hiruzen evaded with uncanny agility. Leaping and weaving like a nimble monkey, Hiruzen glided through the storm of destruction, closing the distance between himself, the 9 tails, and Fyun. Desperation mounting, Fyun struck again and again while maneuvering the 9 tails to retreat. Damn it! Shouldn't you be sealing Orochimaru instead of coming after me? Blood streaming down his face, Hiruzen bellowed. Evil little demon, die! Fueled by his resolve, Hiruzen's speed surged, almost leaving afterimages in his wake, ferocious and relentless. It was hard not to wonder why during the first 9 tails outbreak had he been so slow? Why had his attacks taken an age to prepare, showing all the signs before he struck? After all, the 4th Hokage had circled the village several times before Hiruzen had even arrived. But now, Hiruzen's focus was unbreakable. Get close. Grab hold. With just one touch, he'd fulfill his destiny, a noble sacrifice for the Leaf, capping a brilliant life. The legend of the strongest Hokage in history would echo through Konoha forever, thanks to the Third's ultimate sacrifice. Sarutobi, aid me, Hiruzen roared. In a burst, the adamantine staff transformed into a mighty humanoid form, its unbreakable frame slamming the 9 tails' tails aside, buying precious seconds. Fyun's lips curled into a knowing smirk. Heh, I'm not giving you the chance. I'm done playing with you. 9 tails, get away, full speed. Even before the words left his mouth, Fyun had already leapt from the beast's head, racing toward where the 4 violet flames formation had once stood. Under his control, the 9 tails thundered off, the ground trembling in its wake. This also owes much to its master. Otherwise, given the proud nature of the tailed beasts, they would rather fight to the death than flee in front of insignificant humans. They would only ever fight head-on to the bitter end. Damn it, if you got the guts, stop running. A low, sinister laugh followed. Run? I haven't finished wiping out the Sarutobi clan yet. Rest assured, every Sarutobi ninja stationed at the other strongholds, I won't spare any of them either. Fyun and the 9 tails had split up, caught between them. Hiruzen Sarutobi's composure crumbled all at once. Suddenly, he realized the Grim Reaper was already preparing to take his soul. Knowing he didn't have time for a drawn-out battle, Hiruzen pulled his gaze away, hesitated not a moment, and rushed after the Ninetales. He had no choice. In comparison, the Ninetales was easier to catch, and such a massive target was hard to lose. A sudden, ragged gasp tore from Hiruzen Sarutobi as he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. Was it from his wounds, too severe to bear, or sheer fury and despair? With a swish, Fyun sped to the rooftop overlooking the fighting grounds, casting a quick glance around. Only 2 advisors remained, Kohor Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, both rendered immobile. Their hollow eyes were filled with sorrow, faces etched with anguish, as they stared blankly in the direction of their clan's homes. Amazing! Not a single soul has come to save you. Has their honorable advisors? Fyun mocked with a sneer. With one swift motion, he drew his blade, slicing them both in half. Blood arced through the air. A scream of agony rang out, sharp and piercing. Lie here and die slowly, both of you. Fyun's strikes were calculated, enough to leave them beyond saving, but not enough for a swift release. He glanced over at the ragtag group of Edo Tensei reanimated bystanders, mostly members of the 4 great families. Since they posed little threat, neither Jeriah nor the 3rd Hokage had bothered about them before. Fyun decided to make use of the useless, issuing a single command: destroy the hidden leaf. From his vantage point, Fyun looked down upon Konoha, now engulfed in chaos and fire. The sunset was deep and blood-red, casting its glow over the entire village. With the Shikaku failing to show and the Kazekage still nowhere in sight, Sand Village's shinobi began to sense something was wrong. They were already making a full retreat. As the sand retreated, the Sound Village, far weaker, stood no chance against Konoha. Word of Orochimaru's flight spread, sparking their own withdrawal as well. No wonder Konoha stands tall, a true powerhouse among shinobi nations. No small country could ever hope to compete with the numbers and skill of its ninja, Fyun murmured to himself. Of course, none of this would be possible without Jeriah's overwhelming strength and Tsunade, the unrivaled medical ninja, whose presence greatly boosted Konoha's fighting power. From the north, a giant as massive as the Ninetales strode into the battle. The Nara clan head, Shikaka Nara, perched on its left shoulder. On the right, kneeling halfway down, was the Yamanaka clan leader, Inoichi Yamanaka. A mighty Hyuga clan air palm howled through the sky, while the Aburame clan unleashed a vast and endless swarm of insects. A great force of Konoha shinobi surged into the battle, taking control of the battlefield as untold numbers of Katsu's clones crawled and wriggled through the village, working tirelessly to heal the wounded. What a hassle! Seeing a large group of leaf ninjas closing in, Fyun darted away from the spot. His main goal had been accomplished, and he had no interest in fighting thousands of elite ninjas. Didn't they see that even Orochimaru had already slipped away? Fyun felt sorely disappointed with the Sand and Sound villages. They couldn't last, even half a day. Inside the arena, Might Guy caught sight of Uchiha Fyun's swiftly moving figure and immediately set off in pursuit. Guy, don't be reckless. That's a Kage-level opponent. Kakashi reached out with his hand, shouting at the top of his lungs. For the sake of Konoha, I must go and stop this terrifying enemy. Without hesitation, Might Guy unleashed the Sixth Gate, and in the blink of an eye, he had already dashed out of the arena. Konoha right now. Kakashi's words trailed off, for Guy had already gone far enough not to hear him. Fyun sped away from Konoha at lightning pace, when suddenly his eyes narrowed, and he glanced over his shoulder. That idiot again. Fyun clenched his teeth in frustration. He had fully intended to leave things as they were. Whether or not the Ninetales was sealed didn't really matter. If Fyun wanted, he could simply use the impure world reincarnation and have Orochimaru summon Hiruzen Sarutobi once more. By then, wouldn't the Ninetales still end up in his hands? He absently patted the forbidden Uchiha Jutsu scroll he'd acquired during his time in Konoha and let out a cold snort. They say 3rd time's the charm, but I suppose I'm forgiving enough to tolerate you a 3rd time. Fyun felt confident that he could take down Might Guy, but after weighing his options, he decided to let it slide. If he let Guy stall him here, he'd end up trapped in a never-ending struggle. This wasn't like dealing with those old men. If they fought now, everyone from Konoha would rush to Guy's aid. Besides, Fyun still hoped Guy might be useful against the Akatsuki. Maybe he could help take out a few enemies. But although Fyun wasn't looking for a fight, Might Guy thought otherwise. Granny Lee, knock on the door, 7th gate. Gate of shock. Open. A thunderous burst echoed as Might Guy's speed soared once again, closing the distance in an instant. Damn it! Fyun's eyelid twitched, and he quickly locked onto Orochimaru's chakra signature and pushed his speed to the limit. Chakra surged through his feet, shattering earth and ancient trees with every step. Guy's speed was terrifying. Before long, he was within 100 meters. A resounding clash rang out as a golden skeletal frame blocked Guy's fist and sent him flying. Fyun wasted no time lingering and continued his desperate dash to escape. Damn it, being born a commoner really puts me at a disadvantage. If only I'd had a clan leader for a father and could learn the Uchiha clan's forbidden jutsu, would I really have to retreat like this? Once more, Fyun touched the forbidden scroll he'd recently acquired, regretting that he hadn't mastered its techniques yet. If only he had Izanagi in his arsenal, Fyun was certain he could dance circles around even the Eight Gates guy. However, this forbidden technique was a privilege reserved only for the clan leader of the Uchiha, and apart from the clan leader's own son, Uchiha Itachi, no one else would ever be given such access. If it had been anyone else, possessing the power of Fyun would certainly have given them the confidence to stand up to Guy in his seventh gate. But more likely, they would have even looked down on him. But Fyun knew better. True monstrosity only began after the seventh gate. Therefore, even as he blocked Guy again and again, sending him flying back, Fyun never stopped but pressed on at full speed. At the very least, I need to lure him far enough away. Fyun tried to use his eye technique, but Guy's speed was simply too overwhelming, and he never once made eye contact. This was the result of Guy's many years battling against Sharingan users. A deafening crash erupted. A gigantic black serpent was blasted back by wild, raging energy. It let out a guttural cry before it crashed to the ground, its enormous body crushing a vast swath of the forest. Orochimaru, panting heavily, stared at Jeriah, who had two frogs perched upon his shoulders. Damn it, if only I'd mastered natural energy as well. Jeriah bent his head, listening intently. Nestled in his arms, a slug twitched its antennae as if straining to catch the faintest sound. The four-sound ninja quickly activated their second states and darted to surround Orochimaru, joined by Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto's forehead was beaded with cold sweat. I can hardly believe it. Jeriah is this powerful. So this is the strength of someone rivaled only by Lord Orochimaru. Damn it. If that Uchiha hadn't abandoned Lord Orochimaru to confront the Hokage and the legendary Sannin alone, none of this would have gone wrong, Taiya cursed, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. No. There was a deep glint in Orochimaru's eyes. The plan hasn't failed. Konoha, once a rotten tree long thought dead, has felt the wind stir its branches. The windmill has begun to spin. Ha! Jeriah lifted his head, his gaze burning as he stared down his old friend. Orochimaru, the third Hokage is dead, and most of Konoha lies in ruins. Are you satisfied? Is this what you wanted? Orochimaru's face was calm, serene as a still pond. Is that so? Good, they're dead. Had they lived, Konoha would have continued rotting away. Ha! You should be grateful to me. Jeriah's eyes grew colder. So you really have become someone completely different. You're nothing but a heartless demon now. A sudden, thunderous explosion echoed in the distance as chakra, energy, burst forth. A golden figure, wrapped in blazing chakra, raced toward the battlefield. All eyes turned in shock to witness the ferocious arrival of Uchiha Fyun. Even Jeriah couldn't hide his surprise. Orochimaru, meanwhile, allowed himself a sly smirk. Oh my, looks like I'm the lucky one today, Jeriah. But before he could finish, a blur of sapphire light streaked out, too fast for the eye to follow. Andy Lau, daytime tiger. The world shook with a titanic roar. A fierce surge of ashen-white energy exploded outwards, like the detonation of a tailed beast bomb, engulfing a vast swath of land, robbing even the heavens and earth of their color. The golden Susanoo took the blow head-on and was hurled away like a cannonball, gouging a deep trench in the ground as it crashed down. A thunderous crash resounded. The gigantic Susanoo skidded a great distance before finally coming to a halt, not far from the hidden sound ninja. Lord Fyun? You. Orochimaru stared at Fyun, sheltered within Susanoo, in utter disbelief. Another explosion reverberated as the lingering shockwaves from the daytime tiger attack swept forward, wild and unrelenting. Fyun emerged from the deep crater with a casual smile. Relax, there's no need to worry. I'm fine, completely unscathed. Orochimaru exhaled quietly, more to himself. Is that really what I'm worried about? What I want to ask is, are you here to help me or to get me killed? He had thought that powerful allies had come to reinforce his side, only to discover an opponent even more ferocious hot on their heels. You might as well have stayed away. As the roaring energy from the daytime tiger subsided, everyone turned their gaze toward Jeriah and Might Guy, who had regrouped not far away. Fyun's Mangekyo Sharingan gleamed. So, how about we finally put the death gate of the 8 inner gates to the test today? Orochimaru turned slightly, then spoke in a low voice. Since you know the Death Gate, you should also be aware it grants a power dozens of times stronger than a Hokage's. Opening it means certain death. He paused, raising his voice. Do you really intend to keep fighting? We won't hesitate to march back to Konoha and battle you all to the bitter end. Might Guy's anger was barely contained as he thundered. You were born of Konoha, just like us. No matter what has happened. Wasn't that village once your home too? How can you be so heartless? Jeriah's sage visage was stern, his voice somber. It's true that injustices occurred with the Uchiha, but the Hokage is only human. He can't attend to everything. And the villagers, most of them are blameless. Fyun's laugh was cold, and Susanu's chakra surged, golden flames writhing around him. Blameless? Jeriah, those innocents you speak of, they're nothing more than apathetic accomplices. Peace in Konoha was built on scheming and bloodshed, and those people. He raised his hand, pointing accusatorily toward the distant skyline of Konoha, a glimmer of scorn in his eyes. They bask in their illusion of peace, all the while turning a blind eye to the darkness and violence that sustains their village. Orochimaru's tongue flicked over his lips, his voice rough and laced with menace. You say we're monstrous, Guy? Yet how many ninja has Konoha sacrificed over decades just to patch the holes in its peace? How many promising shinobi eliminated quietly by the elder's hands? He spread his arms slowly, a chilling smile spreading across his face. We're simply doing the same, except our way tears the veil away for all to see. Jeriah's brow furrowed deeply. So, in the end, you choose destruction to justify yourselves? Orochimaru's long black hair danced in the air. Destruction? No, this is rebirth. Only when the very foundations of the old order are burned away can new rules arise from the ashes. It's like a snake painfully shedding its old skin. It hurts, but it's necessary. My Guy's chakra erupted in a thunderous surge. The blue, sweat-like steam of the 8 gates began to seep out from within him. Absurd. A rebirth, won through the sacrifice of others, is nothing but a demon's twisted logic. Orochimaru let out a low chuckle. A demon? Perhaps. But Guy. His pupils suddenly constricted into thin, vertical slits. Do you really know how many demons hide beneath the sunlight of Konoha? Guy was just about to unleash an attack, but as he glanced at the two figures standing resolutely opposite him, then at the silent Jeriah, he hesitated for a moment. His mind might be simple, but he wasn't a fool. When the upper echelon of the Hokage faction was facing a life-or-death crisis, why had Kakashi urged him to stand down and even offer to have some silly competition instead? Where had all the other ninja clans gone? Why had Danzo Shimura never shown up? Was he really out on a mission, or was it just a pretense? Might Guy involuntarily clench his fists? Could it be that rotten sickness truly plagued Konoha itself? Fyun crossed his arms over his chest and spoke up. If killing the 4 great clans makes me a demon, then what about the Konoha leadership over the nearly 40 years of the 3rd Hokage's reign? The Senju clan, the Uchiha, the Uzumaki Kitama, Kushan, Nekaba, Kitsuka, Tonglin Zikeo, so many clans destroyed or erased. Does that not make them demons too? These weren't all the 3rd Lord's doing. His family already did everything they could. A wild, echoing laughter burst from Fyun, as if Uchiha Madara himself had returned, cutting Guy off before he could finish. After a while, Fyun shouted, he gave his all, did he? While Konoha sent countless 6-year-olds to war, how many clans perished in the name of the will of fire? Just look, there are now thousands in the armies of the 4 great clans. They hold not only Konoha's golden lands, but the key fortresses, the great towns, the cities across the land of fire. It's all in their hands. But Might Guy, whose heart overflowed with the will of fire, refused to heed these words. He gritted his teeth. How could the fate of an entire clan be decided by one man? The 3rd Lord's own wife, sons, and daughters-in-law all gave their lives for Konoha. Orochimaru's eyes shimmered with a trace of pity, a sympathy reserved for those utterly manipulated by others. Why did Buwako Saratobi die? She was nothing but a watchdog for the 9 tails they valued so much. As for the 3rd son, that's enough. Fyun cut off Orochimaru sharply, golden Susanoo aura flaring violently. Words are useless now. If you wish to fight, then come. Ignite your death gate with your will of fire. Let's see what you're truly capable of. Fyun, after being chased by Guy 3 times, had completely lost his patience. Did they really think he, of all people, would just take this lying down? Immortal Shima frowned slightly. Young Jeriah is already wounded, and Konoha has suffered a devastating blow. Its defenses must be reinforced at once. Fukasaku added softly. Besides, these opponents are not so easily dealt with. Even if you fight to the bitter end here, victory is far from assured. Konoha, cannot afford to lose two of its top fighters now. Jeriah slowly closed his eyes. Fall back, guy. The power of twin Mangekyo Sharingan was simply overwhelming. Jeriah had no choice but to reconsider the stakes. What's more, Konoha's enemies weren't limited to the Sound and Sand Shinobi in front of them. Other great nations, and even the smaller surrounding ones, were watching hungrily, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. If they kept pushing for a decisive clash, then even if they miraculously won, Konoha might be left too weak to weather the storms that followed, eventually facing true destruction. And besides, there was no guarantee they would win at all. Might Guy's eyes went wide, blazing with intensity as he shouted, "But they're too dangerous. If we let them go, who knows when they'll strike again? Protecting the village comes first. Our lives should be spent in its defense, not in a quest for vengeance." Jeriah's gaze was steely as he locked eyes with Guy. The will of fire means to protect. Jeriah forced out these words through clenched teeth. Guy froze, a mixture of recognition and reluctance on his face. Of course he understood. No one knew better what the first Hokage's will of fire truly meant. "We're leaving." Jeriah gave a subtle signal. Fukasaku instantly shot out his long tongue, wrapped it around Guy, and in a flash, the two disappeared from the scene. Not until Jeriah and Guy had vanished over the horizon did Orochimaru relax at all, glancing sidelong at Uchiha Fyun every now and then. He was genuinely worried that Fyun wouldn't let them go, and would insist on forcing the battle to its bitter conclusion. For all Orochimaru's bravado and indomitable front, he was really just holding himself together by will alone. Only once the last traces of Jeriah and Guy's chakra had faded did Orochimaru finally let his facade drop. With a wrenching cough, he spat out a gush of blood and collapsed to his knees. "Orochimaru-sama." Kabuto rushed to his side, hands glowing as he began to heal Orochimaru with medical ninjutsu. Fyun withdrew his golden Susanoo, turning with a cheerful grin. "As expected of you, Orochimaru. Honestly, I thought your old friends and teacher might finish you off together. You really know how to push it, don't you?" Though obviously at his limits, Orochimaru still struggled to muster a strongman smile. "But it's also thanks to you and the Nine Tails for luring off the third Hokage. Otherwise, I might truly have died there." After a moment to catch his breath, Orochimaru lowered his head, voice grave. "Fyun, is it true? Has Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, truly died?" Fyun brushed the dust from his clothes. "Why do you think I came back to Konoha?" he said. "If it weren't for that old dog Danzo Shimura and his stubborn survival, none of those four old relics would have lived." "Danzo, huh? That old fox is sly as ever." Orochimaru let out a soft chuckle. "No need to hurry. Sooner or later, he'll show himself. Unless he truly gives up his ambitions and disappears without a trace," Fyun said, gazing off in the direction of Konoha. "But then, he wouldn't be Danzo anymore, would he?" Orochimaru nodded in agreement. "He and I are the same kind of people. For the sake of our dreams, or should I say, our ambitions, we'll risk everything." As he tended to Orochimaru's wounds, Kabuto's voice trembled with worry. "My lords, what should we do now?" Neither answered immediately. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring their hair and brushing softly against their robes. Fyun opened his eyes wide. "Konoha has dispatched a lot of ninjas. Looks like they're looking to pursue us." Orochimaru raised his head, his golden, slit-pupiled eyes gleaming with cunning intelligence. "With new leadership rising, of course they'll waste no time taking action." After a pause, he turned to Fyun. "Fyun, what will you do next?" Fyun stroked his chin thoughtfully before shaking his head. "They're just expendable pawns set up to die. It's too much trouble. I'd rather keep hunting down members of the four great clans who aren't in Konoha." "In that case," Orochimaru whispered, "we should fall back to our base on the border and regroup. This mess won't blow over so easily." In the desert of death, the wind swept in with the stench of blood, lifting the yellow sand and the tattered robe of the defeated fourth Kazekage. A crowd of sand ninja stood there, faces frozen in shock as they gazed at the devastation below. With a dull thud, Baki fell to his knees in the sand, fingers digging in so hard the knuckles turned pale. Before him was the body of the fourth Kazekage, a shriveled husk drained of blood, skin as gray as deadwood. His face was unrecognizable, nothing left but ragged tissue. The skin itself seemed to have vanished. Beside him were two more corpses, the Kazekage's bodyguards, who had decayed badly, reeking with a sour stench as swarms of flies buzzed feverishly in the air. It was clear they'd been dead a long time. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of the sand ninja, and some ground their teeth so hard it seemed they might shatter. So then, who had really been the fourth Kazekage in the Hidden Leaf Village all this time? Is this really Lord Kazekage? How can it be? Behind Baki, one of the sand shinobi quavered, barely able to stand. This can't be. What's going on? What happened here? One by one, the sand ninja were overcome with shock and dread, unable to accept what they were seeing. Baki's throat tightened, but he forced himself to remain calm. Clenching his teeth, eyes shut against the horror, he pushed himself to his feet. His voice came out low and hoarse. It was Orochimaru. What? The others turned to him, horror etched onto their faces. That's Orochimaru's face-stealing technique. With this jutsu, he can perfectly disguise himself using someone else's face. It seems that the one leading us all this time was never the Kazekage to begin with. Orochimaru pretended to form an alliance, but he betrayed Tsunade long ago and murdered Lord Kazekage in secret. This battle has brought heavy losses to our village. Our Kazekage has even fallen. Maki's voice sped up, his sharp gaze sweeping over every sand ninja present. Now, Konoha will surely regard us as enemies, and the other great nations will seize this opportunity to pressure us. Tsunade is teetering on the edge of a precipice. One of the Tsunade Jonin burst out in grief and anger. That damn Orochimaru! How dare he toy with us like this? Another ninja, voice trembling with anxiety, chimed in. We were already the weakest among the 5 great nations, and now we've completely antagonized Konoha, and our Kazekage is dead. What are we supposed to do? We need to do something fast. Should we contact the daimyo first? Tsunade is really in deep trouble now. We'd better prepare for the worst. Konoha, they've suffered through the Nine-Tails rampage and the Uchiha massacre, so why are they still so strong? Is this the end for our land of wind? One by one, cold sweat broke out on everyone's faces as anxiety, despair, and fear crept into the hearts of all the sand shinobi. The land of wind's harsh geography, with its unending droughts and barren resources, had already condemned their economy to being the weakest among the 5 great nations. Because of this, the quantity and quality of Tsunade's ninja paled in comparison to the other great nations. Their weapons and equipment were also inferior. What's more, owing to the first Kazekage's decision, the land of wind's tailed beasts, like Konoha's, counted only 1, while all the other great nations each had 2. It had to be said, the first Kazekage choosing money and turning down Hashirama Senju's offer of more tailed beasts was a short-sighted move, and now his descendants have paid for it, sliding back into poverty and weakness. They had hoped to strike at a weakened Konoha and use this chance to seize the land of fire's abundant resources, feeding their own growth. No one expected it would end like this. They felt as if the sky itself was collapsing. The fate of Tsunade, worn by wind and rain, now truly hung by a thread. Just as panic was reaching a climax, Maki's eyes hardened and he called out in a commanding voice, "Everyone, silence. Tsunade has not fallen. For now, I will take full command. There is still hope." The sand shinobi all looked up at Maki, and in the depths of their despair, it was as if they caught a glimpse of dawn. Their fighting spirit flickered to life once more. Maki glanced at the decaying body of the 4th Kazekage, then turned toward Konoha's direction, his mind racing through countless possibilities. Taking a deep breath, he jammed his fist into his palm with conviction. We must seize the initiative, send envoys immediately, bring rich gifts and reparations, beg Konoha for peace, and propose a new alliance ourselves. En alliance. But we've only just. Precisely because of that, this is what we must do. Maki cut in sharply. We have to stand firm on one point. Tsunade is a victim too. It was Orochimaru who deceived us, who murdered Lord Kazekage, and even manipulated us into starting this war. Remember, it was Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage who led Tsunade. All of Tsunade was tricked by him. Konoha has just suffered an attack. They're just as weakened, just as pressed by the other great nations. They need allies too, to stabilize the situation. As long as we show genuine sincerity, they won't turn us away. Maki spun around and pointed at several of the elite sand shinobi. You, escort Lord Kazekage's body back to the village immediately. Bury him in secret. No one must know the horror of his death. And the rest of you, gather all of our village's secret technique scrolls and rare minerals to serve as compensation. And you, Maki fixed his gaze on a jonin skilled in diplomacy. Depart for Konoha at once. Offer Tsunade's deepest apologies and request an alliance, using the highest formality. Everyone, remember this. Everything was caused by Orochimaru. Tsunade is a victim, deceived by Orochimaru. The sand shinobi exchanged glances, and then, clenching their teeth, nodded resolutely. Understood. Maki turned to the remainder of the sand shinobi, and said in a low voice, mobilize every Tsunade ninja we can contact nearby. Go at once to support Temari and Kankuro. You must bring Gaara safely back to the village. Gaara is vital. Our village cannot afford to lose Shikaku. Do you understand? Yes. The sand shinobi responded loudly and sprang straight into action. Maki gazed at the distant horizon, the wind and sand muting everything in sight. He knew that Tsunade had reached a dead end, but at least, in the face of despair, they had seized this last, flickering thread of hope. Over the following month, Tsunade's leaders urgently convened repeated large-scale meetings to discuss remedies and paths to salvation. In the end, the upper echelons reluctantly agreed to Maki's proposal. Tsunade would offer compensation, apologize sincerely to Konoha, and show their good faith by supporting Konoha's military operations. Batch after batch of precious resources was shipped from Tsunade to Konoha. In time and again, Tsunade envoys made the journey, bearing heavy gifts and heartfelt apologies for having been manipulated by Orochimaru. Elite shinobi were dispatched in droves. Whenever Konoha called, the Sand would be there by their side, no hesitation. Even Iwagakure and Kyomogakure, who had been stirring restlessly at the borders, found themselves re-evaluating the situation when they saw two villages so united. Konoha, moved by Tsunade's sincerity, though mostly compelled by its own looming dangers, finally agreed. The two villages drafted a strategic alliance treaty. But this was no mere pact, no everyday alliance of handshakes and paper promises. This was something much deeper, far more binding than a piece of paper could ever be. A strategic alliance means that the two ninja villages must stand together through thick and thin, weathering coming storms, and even war, side by side. To demonstrate their sincerity, the Sand Village has even sent out squads of genin to assist the Leaf. With Konoha grievously wounded, enemies and rivals from other nations have leapt at the opportunity, their animosity barely contained, eager to see the Leaf Village devoured whole. After all, who could blame them? Konoha and the Land of Fire occupy the most fertile, pleasant lands in the entire shinobi world, a true heartland. Now, each nation eyes this chance, hoping to stake their claim for dominance in the center. And so, the Sand Village is presented with endless opportunities to prove themselves, throwing their full support behind Konoha's every action. On one occasion, the Cloud Village dispatched a massive force of ninja to the Land of Fire's border, under the pretense of conducting a ninja survival exercise. The Sand responded without hesitation, mobilizing nearly 2,000 shinobi, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Konoha's ninja at the border, watching Cloud's exercise unfold. Granted, many of them might have been mere actors in the spectacle. Yet the Cloud believed it was real. Left with no choice, they ended their exercise, hastily, and returned home, frustrated. These demonstrations, of course, sparked no small amount of resentment among the Sand's own ranks. But Maki and the others held firm to this policy. The Sand's leadership understood only too well that if war broke out, it was uncertain whether Konoha would fall, but the Sand would surely be destroyed first. For now, the Sand could not even produce a Kazekage, and their elite jonin were few and far between. Naturally, such truths could never be revealed to other nations. Outwardly, they maintained a bold front, insisting they were stronger than ever. As for the death of the Kazekage Raza, it would take years for the other nations to be absolutely sure. Even if Orochimaru publicly declared that the Kazekage was gone, the major powers would require time to verify it. And, thanks to the Sand's skillful maneuvering, that window could be stretched out for a long while yet. After a lengthy period of muscle flexing, grandstanding, and intelligent skirmishes, Konoha gradually regained its footing, bolstered by the Fire Daimyo and support from the Sand. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurtobi, was finally located in the wilderness. On his abdomen was a swirling, spiral-shaped sealing array. After an extended effort to rescue and study the situation, the official announcement came at last. He had passed away. Villagers and ninja alike wept bitterly, overcome with grief. Of course, there were those who secretly felt a surge of joy, barely able to suppress the smiles tugging at their lips. Not least among them, Danzo Shimura, hidden away in an underground base beneath Konoha's mountainside, protected by layers of anti-detection barriers. Konoha held a grand funeral, commemorating all who had perished in the Great War. Dressed in black, the people of Konoha gathered in dense ranks before the tombstones, a heavy, somber air hanging over the cemetery. Intensifies surveillance en Uzumaki Naruto. We can't let him leave the village under any circumstances, Danzo murmured quietly to his trusted subordinate. Yes, sir, came the whispered reply from the agent of the route. As the funeral drew to a close, it was clear that several graves in the cemetery had recently been disturbed, such as the one Kakashi visited so often, but the gathered mourners paid little heed. After all, During that battle, over 80% of Konoha was touched by the flames of war. It's only natural that there would be some ruins here and there. Danzo cast a glance at the memorial portraits of his old friends, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kohyutatane, and Hamura Mitokado, then slowly turned around. His face was steeped in sorrow. Gripping his cane, his hands trembled slightly. He finally spoke. So many of our comrades have fallen in this tragedy. My heart aches deeply. My only regret is that I was leading a vital mission away from the village at the time. How many families have been torn apart? How many children are now orphans? Even my old friends, Hiruzen and the other advisors. With great theatrics, Danzo stamped his foot and beat his chest, pouring all his emotion into his voice as though truly caught in immense grief. As he spoke, his body swayed, threatening to topple, yet try as he might, not a single tear would come to his eyes. His confidant hurried to his side to support the quivering Danzo, her voice soft and mournful as she wept, whispering, "Lord Danzo, your tears are so unconvincing. Oh, my dearest friends, my loyal clansmen." Danzo howled in agony. Yet, under his breath, only audible to the two of them, he muttered, "How the hell am I supposed to cry when all I want to do is laugh?" He stole a covert glance around and saw that the crowd was indeed moved, many wiping away tears. Finally, he allowed himself a measure of relief. Danzo wiped at his eyes, brushing away imaginary tears, and said with genuine-sounding grief, "As soon as I received the news, I personally led the best of the Foundation into battle. Through bitter struggle, we finally destroyed the Sound Village just days ago." What? The Sound Village was defeated? That's incredible. No one lives up to the title of Hokage's chief advisor like Lord Danzo. They had it coming. Absolutely. This is the fate of those who dare threaten Konoha. Lord Danzo is a paragon of strength. Lord Danzo sees the bigger picture. Truly impressive. The crowd erupted in chatter, prompted by certain special individuals in the assembly. A chorus of praise for Danzo quickly spread throughout the shinobi. Yet among the elite jonin, there was only calm silence. No one could tell what thoughts were stirring behind their composed faces. With a modest wave of his hand, Danzo spoke, "This is just my duty. I wouldn't even have mentioned it, but given Konoha's current plight, we need good news like this to lift everyone's spirits. What we urgently need now is a new Hokage, someone who can lead Konoha out of this crisis and back to greatness. This person must possess the experience and capability we desperately require." At this, Danzo puffed out his chest, making sure that all eyes were on him. He was all but announcing, "Yes, that person is me. Is there anyone left in Konoha who outranks me in seniority? Anyone more capable than I? There is no one. I, Shimura Danzo, have devoted my entire life to the village, beloved disciple of the second Hokage, advisor to the third Hokage for almost 40 years. He was the one who single-handedly established the Root Division, toiling in the shadows for decades for the flourishing of the great tree that is Konoha. It was Root, silently drawing nourishment beneath the earth, that allowed Konoha to thrive with such abundant branches and lush leaves. Now, returning triumphant after a sweeping victory over the enemy, who in all of Konoha could claim to be more deserving of the Hokage's seat than I, Danzo Shimura? Just then, Might Guy stepped forward, his expression utterly serious. "Lord Danzo, I've heard there's more to the story behind the Uchiha clan massacre, and wasn't that Uchiha Fyun not the true?" Guy didn't finish his words. Kakashi had placed an arm around his shoulder. Kakashi stared into Guy's eyes with unwavering intensity. Guy had never seen such a look on Kakashi's face, and for a moment, he was at a loss for how to react. With a sigh, Kakashi turned away and spoke softly. "I've heard similar rumors myself. They're spreading widely throughout Konoha." It couldn't be helped. Kakashi had spent more than 10 years in the Umbu, and he knew all too well the darkness at Konoha's core. For the sake of Konoha, both the Umbu and Root would often eliminate their own comrades. All he could do now was say this, offering his friend a little cover from unwanted attention. Danzo's single eye locked onto Might Guy, but then he broke into a benevolent smile. "Might Guy, I know you well. Your father was once one of the most promising young men I ever mentored. He was a true hero of Konoha. Not only did he save the children of our village, but he defeated the notorious 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist single-handedly." Guy's heart trembled at these words. His mouth quivered, and tears welled up in his eyes. From that day on, his father, Might Guy, had always been his guiding hero, yet so few in the village remembered him. Now, for Danzo to honor his father in public, nothing could have struck a deeper chord in Guy's heart. Danzo maintained his kindly smile, though inwardly he pondered Might Guy's earlier question with utmost caution. He was on the verge of rising to power. From this moment forward, He couldn't afford even the slightest blemish. What a headache. Danzo couldn't help but feel a grudging respect for Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had barely begun to step into the light and already found public relations to be so arduous. And yet Sarutobi had managed to maintain an unblemished reputation for decades, his name praised far and wide. Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Suddenly, inspiration flashed through Danzo's mind, and an almost imperceptible curve appeared at the corner of his lips. Hiruzen, old friend, I've borne the burden of your secrets all my life. Now, it's your turn to carry the weight for a while. He couldn't help but emit a low, sinister chuckle, soft and chilling, as if echoing in the shadows. Danzo heaved a heavy sigh. As for the Uchiha incident, Hiruzen wouldn't allow me to get involved. There's not much I know, but whether it's Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Fyun, their past no longer matters. The crimes they committed can never be atoned for, not even in 100 deaths. Upon hearing these words, more than half the ninjas present nodded in agreement, including Might Guy himself. No matter what, those two are the most heinous criminals in the history of Konoha. The killings they committed are utterly appalling. That alone is reason enough. All of Konoha is duty-bound to eliminate these two demons. Once the funeral was over, Danzo returned to the root headquarters and issued more than a dozen orders in quick succession. Every one of them was designed to polish his own image and promote Danzo Shimura's name throughout the village. He was determined to forge a towering persona for himself in Konoha, whether that meant manipulating public opinion or using cunning schemes. Anything would do. After all, to become Hokage, he would need the votes of both the daimyo and the elders, as well as the elite jonin. Danzo deployed every trick he had, both subtle and forceful. He had to pull every possible string to secure the votes. Konoha was shrouded in mourning, as the villagers spontaneously held memorial ceremonies for the third Hokage. Meanwhile, in a shadowy underground chamber, a sudden peal of laughter rang out. Danzo leapt from his chair, nearly sending his cane flying. Hiruzen's reign is finally over. Now the seat of Hokage belongs to me. Sensei, I've done it. Filled with excitement, he spun around inside the hidden chamber, his single eye gleaming with a strange light. Quick, bring out my Hokage robes. The very ones I secretly had tailored for 20 years. A root ninja with a dog mask timidly raised his hand. Danzo-sama, we're still in the mourning period. Silence. I can't wait any longer. With a swift kick, Danzo sent a flower vase sprawling. I've waited over 40 years. Since the time of the second Hokage, and I've lost all my hair waiting. He suddenly struck a dashing pose. Tell me, how should I start my inauguration address as Hokage? How about, fellow people of Konoha, your true sun has finally risen? Dog mask ninja. Cat mask ninja. Danzo was utterly lost in his own fantasy. When my face is carved onto the Hokage rock, it must look impressively cool. I need to bring out my air of brooding charisma. Oh, and Sarutobi's face. Make it a little smaller. At that moment, a root ninja in a demon mask rushed in. Report. The Council of Elders has added Lady Tsunade to the list of candidates for 5th Hokage, and Lord Jeriah is also among the nominees. What? Danzo was petrified on the spot. The Hokage hat he'd been clutching dropped to the floor with a dull thud. No way. Absolutely impossible. That lecherous old man who spent his days writing trashy novels. On what grounds? Silently, Danzo picked up the cane he'd sent flying earlier and gradually regained his composure. I know what Jeriah is like. He would never accept the role of Hokage. As for Tsunade, he pondered for a moment, then whirled around. Gather every scrap of information we have on Tsunade from her childhood onward. Dig up her darkest secrets, and spread them far and wide among the people. At the border of the land of fire, deep in the mountains, the ground began to tremble, sending a low, thrumming vibration through the earth. Beneath a rocky crag, several monstrous serpents, covered head to tail in razor-sharp scales, writhed and coiled around each other, ceaselessly boring through the earth and carving out a maze of underground tunnels. 3 figures strode along one such passage, the steady rhythm of their footsteps echoing through the stone corridors. Fyun glanced at the endless array of identical tunnels, their walls cobbled from irregular stones, and at last, a long-standing puzzle in his heart unraveled. No wonder your bases always look like this. I used to think you transformed into a giant snake and dug them out yourself. Turns out you actually breed specialized creatures for building your hideouts. Orochimaru turned slightly and gave a faint smile. These creatures are mutants that I developed by combining the genes of countless snakes with Yugo's cells. Their lifespans are short, they're disposable. Months had passed since the war with Konoha, and Fyun and his group had already switched bases several times. There was no other choice. Now, Not only were Konoha and Tsunade pursuing them, but even the Akatsuki seemed to be on the hunt, lurking nearby more and more often. Whether they'd been hired or driven by the Ninetales incident, no one could say. Astonishing as always, Orochimaru. You're quite the innovator, Fyun remarked, a touch of admiration in his voice. He then turned and asked, by the way, about my mental energy, you've been researching it for quite a while now. Any breakthroughs? Orochimaru strode deeper into the base, deep in thought. Your chakra's growth is extraordinary, not merely a matter of quantity, but of a fundamentally different quality, he mused. As for your mental energy, what you call your 60th level mental power, if we visualize it as a staircase of thresholds, I have labeled it 60th level mental force. For comparison, if you serve as the benchmark, then I would be at the 40th level, an average shinobi would reach the 20th, and an ordinary civilian would barely make it to the 10th. In all my experience, among humans, no one can compare to you. The mightiest Uchiha Itachi, for instance, might have reached just above the 50th tier. Fyun's eyes sparked with excitement. So, does this mean I'm unrivaled beneath the heavens? Orochimaru laughed softly and shook his head. Raw numbers alone don't determine true strength. Take the tailed beasts, for example. Their chakra is beyond what humans could ever hope to amass. Yet among true masters, their power is little more than brute force. All they really have is overwhelming destructive potential. Fyun had to agree. If not for the need to protect the village, even tailed beasts would have little means to contend with top-tier shinobi. Orochimaru continued. Still, from what I've seen, there are entities out there whose mental power rivals yours. Fyun frowned. Entities? Orochimaru nodded. The reason I call them entities and not creatures is because, frankly, I can't determine if they're even alive in the conventional sense. Upon hearing this, both Fyun and Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help but exchange curious glances. Orochimaru continued. Take the Shinigami, for example. Judging from that overwhelming pressure, their spiritual strength is undoubtedly on par with yours. Or the so-called evil god, and the grotesque statue within Akatsuki exudes a similarly daunting aura. Then there's the White Snake Sage I've encountered myself. The legendary Toad Sage and Slug Sage, who stand as her equals, must also be formidable in terms of spiritual power. At this point, Orochimaru's lips curled into a fascinated smile. Perhaps this truly is the road to immortality, or even eternity. After all, these figures have survived for centuries, some for millennia. And as for you, Fyun, though it's not yet fully apparent, your immortal body already speaks volumes. Fyun cast Orochimaru a sidelong glance. After all that talk, I don't think you've answered my question, have you? Over the years, Fyun had participated in numerous experiments and studies with Orochimaru's cooperation. Orochimaru, somewhat embarrassed, restrained his smile. Through Jinjutsu, specifically the Naraka vision technique, we've discovered that when subjected to mental shocks, your consciousness naturally shifts to a higher-tiered spiritual barrier, rather than collapsing or being overwhelmed. Comparing this to the Uchiha clan, their resistance to illusion comes from the Sharingan counteracting the force. But your defense works more like a seamless stepping up that disregards the attack altogether. Then there's the symbiotic relationship between mind and flesh. In extreme conditions, Fyun's cells exhibit an explosive surge in activity, and his spiritual power directly influences the speed of physical regeneration. This reminds me of the healing arts of the Shikatsu Forest and Hashirama Senju's regenerative sage techniques. But the energy source here isn't natural chakra. It's pure, manifest spiritual force. In Experiment 0404, for instance, after severing Fyun's left arm and suppressing his spiritual power, cell division at the wound accelerated by 470%, and the regenerating tissue displayed characteristics similar to Hashirama cells. But once Fyun unleashed his full spiritual strength, the rate of cellular division reached nearly 2,000%. That's practically bordering on indestructibility. In other words, spiritual energy may point to a latent path not only for physical evolution, but the evolution of life itself. However, I tried a variety of approaches to duplicate this phenomenon. For example, by using curse mark grafting to mimic your spiritual structure, but every test subject's brain tissue dissolved as they tried to ascend the ladder. The sole survivor, known as Zero Snake, exhibited fleeting multiple personality symptoms, proving that forcibly advancing along this path shatters the minds of ordinary humans. I also discovered a mysterious crystalline substance in Fyun's pineal gland, but its form is almost intangible. It might be a naturally occurring anchor for spiritual power. If it were possible to isolate and transfer controllable spirit power to the 60th tier, perhaps we could achieve immortality of consciousness, When the physical body ages, the core consciousness could leap into a higher-tier spiritual vessel, shedding the old form like a snake casting off its skin. The current dilemma lies in whether this 60th-tier spirit power actually exists, or if it's merely an illusion. As Fyun listened to Orochimaru's rapid-fire theorizing, his head spun with confusion. Are you even hearing yourself right now? Who could even understand a word of this stuff? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. I'm already explaining it in the simplest way possible. I haven't even used any technical jargon or data. Fyun let out a deep sigh, his expression growing wary. Orochimaru, you'd better not try anything reckless. Anything beyond the 60th tier, that's not territory meant for humans to meddle with. Deep down, Fyun was genuinely worried this mad scientist would end up destroying himself on a whim. Then who would Fyun have left to collaborate with on his own ambitions? Seeing the caution in Fyun's eyes only made Orochimaru more animated. He couldn't resist flicking out his long tongue to wet his face in a burst of excitement. Your existence, Fyun-kun, might very well point to a new path in human evolution, one that seeks transcendence through the mind, breaking free from the limits of flesh. As for those shadowy higher beings you always refuse to discuss, well, don't you agree? Evolution and immortality both demand a taste for danger, wouldn't you say? If fate hadn't given us you and me. Enough. Do whatever you want, Fyun interrupted hastily, putting a stop to Orochimaru's incantation. The three of them made their way into a vast subterranean chamber beneath the base, when Fyun suddenly spoke up. By the way, what are you planning to do with that Uchiha Sasuke? Orochimaru gave a couple of dry coughs. This body of mine is nearing its limit. I've already sent someone to invite Sasuke. Soon, everything he has will be mine. After a pause, Orochimaru turned to Kabuto. Kabuto, assign the rest of our men to the new bases. Move all crucial equipment and experimental subjects as well. Yes, sir, Kabuto replied, vanishing at once. Fyun found himself a stone step to sit on and said softly, let me remind you once again, Sasuke is likely one man beyond your grasp. Orochimaru, hands weaving through seals as he began to reinforce the base with ninjutsu, looked over in surprise. Fyun-kun, this isn't the first time you've said such things. Just what do you know? A tremor ran through Orochimaru's heart. He couldn't claim Itachi. Fyun, too, slipped through his fingers, and now even the youngest Uchiha was apparently beyond his reach. A legendary Sannin like himself, and he can't obtain anything he sets his mind to? Is there no justice left in the world? Had it come from anyone else, Orochimaru would have brushed off such talk without a second thought. But when it came from Uchiha Fyun, the enigmatic sorcerer, his words were always so eerie, so outlandish that it bordered on the absurd. And yet, time and again, reality would prove him right. Fyun turned to look at Orochimaru. After a moment's thought, he said, Uchiha Sasuke, his mental power, or perhaps it should be called his soul force. In any case, regardless of his skills and potential, his spiritual strength is no less than Itachi's. And as for your reincarnation ritual, you may not have explained everything, but I know it's all about seizing another's will and spirit. There's a high chance you'll lose to Sasuke. Orochimaru's hands paused ever so slightly, then continued as if nothing had happened. That's my domain. In there, I have absolute confidence in my own willpower, an irresistible force, enough to subdue even the strongest. In truth, Fyun was not certain who would win in a contest of willpower between Orochimaru and Sasuke, as things currently stood. After all, Sasuke was only 13 or so, still too weak perhaps? But then again, matters of spirit and soul are never easy to gauge. Who can say for sure? Fyun didn't dare speak too definitively. With a sigh, he went on, have you ever heard of Indra and Ashura? Aren't they the ancestors of the ninja? The two sons of the sage of six paths? Fyun nodded. They spent their entire lives at odds, and even after death, they refused to let go. Their souls have been locked in cycles of reincarnation ever since. Orochimaru's voice sounded doubtful. How could that be? Isn't that just immortality? Whether it counts as immortality is hard to say. After all, if there's no memory left, can you truly call yourself the same person anymore? He paused, then continued. Besides, nothing is impossible at that level. What's so strange about them living forever? The sages of the three great sanctuaries have all survived from the Sage of Six Paths era until now. Haven't they? Orochimaru turned around slowly, as if some realization had struck him. His pupils suddenly contracted. The Uchiha are, beyond doubt, descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Are you suggesting? Yes. Uchiha Sasuke is the current era's reincarnation of Indra. How can that be? If you'd said Uchiha Itachi, or even yourself, I might have believed it. But Sasuke? That boy is quite ordinary. He's a prodigy, sure, but he's nowhere near as gifted as Itachi or you. A faint chuckle escaped Fyun. Innate talent, compared to bloodline, it means nothing. Did you know that the Sage of Six Paths awakened his Sharingan at nearly 20? Uchiha Madara only opened his eyes at 15. Ashura, from birth to adulthood, was always called the underachiever. But in the end, did any so-called genius ever reach the heights that they did? Orochimaru was left momentarily speechless by these revelations. It was the first time he'd ever heard such things. Still, he didn't bother to ask where Fyun got all this knowledge. He suspected he'd only get some mystical, cryptic answer. A fierce aura of pride radiated from Orochimaru, that unwavering confidence unique to geniuses. After all, someone without an absolute will to win would never be called a true genius. All the paths in this world are carved out by people themselves. If heaven will not grant me destiny, I shall seize it with my own hands. Who is truly born noble in this world? Orochimaru spread his arms, gazing up at the void at a 45-degree angle. Beneath the golden crown, there is nothing more than mortal flesh and bone. If heaven truly had eyes to see, why shouldn't I, too, soar above the dragons? And if fate is already decreed, then I shall cleave it open myself. The swan is not meant to perch in the eaves, and how could a tiger ever be trapped within a cage? One great ruler follows another. So who says status is fated by the heavens? Don't say that the humble shall never rise. Just watch what storms they can conjure when the winds of change arrive. This world has always belonged to those with the strength to claim it. Holy crap, that was exhilarating. Fyun couldn't help but stare, momentarily dumbfounded, then burst out laughing. If you really believe in this path, then go for it. But, Sasuke, I'm not letting him go. You'd better explain, in detail, your resurrection backup plan. Don't kill yourself on a whim and ruin everything. Once you're dead, all your dreams are no more than hollow echoes. Orochimaru flicked out his tongue to lick his lips. Fyun-kun, you've always cared so much about me. I just don't want you to die and throw my plans into chaos. Fyun cut Orochimaru off sharply. Fyun didn't say more. After all, in this world, unless someone tries for themselves, no amount of advice will make them give up their obsessions. Only by crashing headfirst into pain and failure will they finally awaken to reality. And it was just as Orochimaru often said, failure is a good thing. Only through failure will you understand why you failed, and only then draw closer to true success. Orochimaru understood this perfectly. All his data and achievements rested atop lessons learned from countless failures. There's nothing else to handle here for now. Let's leave them to convert this place into a suitable base for living and running experiments, Orochimaru said, surveying the area. Next, let's pay a quick visit to the Hidden Sound Village. Fyun stood up, dusting off his clothes. Hidden Sound Village? Didn't you say Konoha already has their eyes on it? Orochimaru nodded. There are still some things I need to retrieve, things that would be useless to anyone else. Fyun didn't mind. After all, he had no qualms about running into Konoha's ninja. If it came down to a fight, he was ready. Besides, on the border with the Land of Fire, word had it that some members of the Sarutobi clan had moved in. Fyun had planned to greet them anyway. There was no denying it. The efficiency between operating with an organized team and going solo was worlds apart. During this stretch of time, thanks to Orochimaru's intelligence network, Fyun had managed to eliminate scores of ninjas from the four great clans working outside their homelands. If he'd acted alone, or even partnered up with mercenaries from the black market, he couldn't imagine how much time, energy, and money this great purge would have cost. Joining forces with Orochimaru had truly been a wise decision. If he'd instead joined one of the major ninja villages, or attached himself to the Akatsuki, he would have been tied down by endless rules and restrictions. Where else could you find such an easy, comfortable atmosphere, or such efficiency? The land of fields, the village hidden in sound, a village only a few years in the making, had already faded from existence. Wind swept over the shattered spire, sighing through its emptiness. The sunset dyed the broken walls a deep crimson, while a shattered forehead protector, bearing the mark of the sound, lay half-buried in scorched earth and caught the last gleam of light. Orochimaru stood before the collapsed watchtower, his golden, serpentine eyes reflecting nothing but devastation. He reached out to stroke the pillar engraved with serpent patterns. Traces of fire ninjutsu scars lingered on the wood, and at his touch, the rotted beam crumbled instantly into powder. The evening breeze wandered through buildings riddled with wounds, letting out hollow laments, the sound evoking the grieving of lost souls. Behind him, Fly Cloud stood 3 paces away, the fragments of ruin flickering in his Sharingan's reflection. Beneath his feet was someone's lost kunai, its blade bent in a strange arc. What an ugly ending! Orochimaru chuckled suddenly, his hoarse voice mingling with the dry wind, startling a crow that had settled on a broken gravestone. He stepped across shattered glass tubes. The purple solution inside had long since seeped into the earth, giving rise to grotesque, glowing mushrooms. Cloud advanced slowly, gazing toward the old training field. Once, bundles of straw targets had hung there for testing ninja tools. Now, only a few charred wooden stakes remained, crooked fingers pointing skyward. He recalled a blond-haired boy with a habit of sneaking soldier pills, believing, as only the young can, that they'd make him stronger. The boy was probably lying somewhere under the ruins now. A tattered scrap of music notation was caught by the wind, dancing between the two of them. Orochimaru's hand shot out and caught it. The paper was yellowed, and the melody of the Sound Village anthem survived for just half a bar. His fingernail pierced the staff lines, but in the instant he meant to tear it apart, his hand loosened and let it fall. Flycloud's Sharingan glimmered faintly in the dusk, catching sight of Orochimaru's lowered sleeve, and there, that arrogant little snake that always flaunted itself was now biting down hard on its master's cuff, desperately holding on to something that could never truly be held. At the edge of the ruins, a new moon crept up behind the jagged silhouette of shredded clouds. Flycloud stepped across scorched earth. The sole of his boot met with something sticky and cold. Was it blood? Or rainwater from the heavens? He couldn't tell. Within the Sharingan, the sound ninja who had once trained here remained only as lingering chakra afterimages, endlessly and silently repeating the motions they made in life. Night fog thickened, swallowing the last traces of sunset. They stood side by side, but neither spoke. Only the wind moved among the broken stones, sometimes lifting a scrap of paper, like the stubborn longing of souls who cannot leave. So be it, perhaps this is the fate of a small nation after all, Orochimaru murmured as he accepted a scroll brought to him by a python, freshly retrieved from the ruins. The two of them vanished into the darkness. On the fallen monument of the village behind them, the character for sound was missing half its strokes, like a broken sword, wedged into the earth, reflecting moonlight. Fyun, in a rare moment, refrained from mocking Orochimaru. He understood all of Orochimaru's ambition and madness. How, in the end, they had crumbled before a sharper blade. The two of them moved quietly beneath the cover of night. Orochimaru spoke softly. Fyun, you've already dealt with the Sarutobi clan. What's your next move? A faint, knowing smile curled at the corner of Fyun's lips. There's a place called Luyuan Town on the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. Danzo has settled a number of people from the Shimura clan there. Luyuan Town, you say? That's quite a journey. It is far, but it's much closer to hell, Fyun answered, his tone cold as steel. At those words, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He ran his tongue across his lips with anticipation. After all, I am the leader of the Hidden Sound. I suppose it's only fair I repay the favor, he said, letting out a low, chilling laugh. Orochimaru's intel network was impressive. He knew all too well that the Hidden Sound had been wiped out by Danzo's organization. Night pooled deep and thick. In the distance, the lights of Luyuan Town danced faintly. Two figures stood tall on the outskirts of town, gazing down at the small cluster of lanterns. From atop a high cliff, Orochimaru's golden, serpentine eyes gleamed cold in the darkness. A cruel grin tugged at his mouth. How will you deal with these rats, Fyun? Orochimaru asked in a low, rough whisper, a thrill barely contained beneath his words. Danzo had relocated many ninjas and civilians of the Shimura clan here, driving off or subjugating the original inhabitants. The details of his secretive transfer had still, by accident, slipped out from Konoha, picked up by one of Orochimaru's carefully placed pawns. Fyun gave no reply. He merely watched the distant town lights with icy detachment. Suddenly, Mangekyo's Sharingan flared in his eyes. The deep red whorls slowly began to spin in the darkness. With a rush, Fyun's form vanished into the shadows. Orochimaru's long tongue flickered as he, too, moved towards the town. A heartbeat later, the guards at the town's entrance went rigid, their pupils contracting in terror before they crumpled soundlessly to the ground. No screams, no desperate struggle. Only death sweeping through like the night wind. Orochimaru let out a low, delighted chuckle. Forming a series of seals with his hands, he called forth a seething tide of venomous snakes, which slithered from the darkness and slipped through cracks in doors into the homes beyond. Soon, faint noises began to rise from within the town. Muffled groans, desperate gasps for breath, the subtle, sickening crunch of bones breaking in the tight coil of snakes. Fyun walked slowly through the town, his Sharingan scanning every shuttered window and barred door. He could see it all inside, the faces twisted in fear, the bodies trembling, silent pleas flickering in the dark. Who's there? This is Konoha territory. A member of the Shimura clan made to draw his blade. But the instant he saw those blood-red eyes, he froze where he stood. In his vision burned a hellish scene. His loved ones collapsing one after another. And with his own hands, blade trembling, he plunged the steel into the chests of his wife and child. No, no. The member of the Shimura clan screamed in utter despair, yet was powerless to stop his own hands. Orochimaru leaned against the doorway, relishing the nightmare unfolding before him, and murmured softly, "What a beautiful wail of grief. Don't you agree?" Fyun gave no reply, simply continuing forward. Behind him, flames ignited soundlessly, consuming every corpse, every building. The firelight reflected on his face, making it appear cold and unflinching. Orochimaru ran his tongue across his lips, a tiny snake in his sleeve writhing with excitement. A roar erupted as a column of fire shot toward the sky, reducing the entire town to rubble. Every member of this branch of the Shimura clan perished here. Their dream of building a paradise here had only just begun, and in the blink of an eye, it was over. "What now?" Orochimaru asked, eyes fixed on the rising flames. At last, Fyun spoke, his voice echoing deep and hollow as an abyss. "Let Danzo know this is only the beginning. He cannot run. Not a single Shimura will escape." A sudden gust swept up ashes into the night air, twisting skyward like the cries of 1,000 wandering souls. A wicked smile crept across Orochimaru's lips. "That's quite an idea. I'll put my intelligence network to work and make sure the whole world hears of the Shimura clan's tragic fate, properly publicized. I wonder if Danzo can handle such a blow? After all, it looks like his campaign for Hokage is doomed once again." Fyun turned his head slightly. "That old cur, it's been the pain of his life." "Huh." The flames writhed and leapt over the ruins of Luyuan town, stretching Fyun's shadow into a figure more demon than man. He raised a hand to catch a drifting cinder. In the depths of his Sharingan, the embers still smoldered with unspent fire. "The Shimura blood will flow, all under Danzo's leadership," Fyun murmured, crushing the ash in his palm, his scarlet eyes swirling with formidable power. From afar, the crash of collapsing beams echoed, sending flocks of night crows into startled flight. Out of the shadows slithered Orochimaru's python, its tongue flicking around a jade pendant engraved with Danzo's family crest. Orochimaru held it aloft, a crooked smirk playing at his lips. Ambition meets its avenger. How delightful. In Konoha village, scarlet candlelight flickered within a secret chamber, casting Danzo's brooding face in the image of a devil. He sat alone in the corner, heavily bandaged right arm trembling, his knuckles blanched with the force of his grip. Just now the Umbu had brought urgent news. Luyuan town was slaughtered, the Shimura clan utterly wiped out. "My lord Danzo, are you all right?" Aburame Ryoma noticed the change in his demeanor and asked in a low voice. Danzo didn't answer, but only glared at the scroll on the table, the blackened fingerprint pressed on its surface mocking his helplessness. "Uchiha Fyun, Orochimaru," he screamed inwardly, murderous rage threatening to claw its way through his restraint. But for now, he had to endure. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had already arrived in the Hidden Leaf Village, and the grand assembly to elect the next Hokage was about to begin. Although Danzo longed to use his ocular powers to manipulate the daimyo, he dared not make the attempt. Not only were there many outstanding sensory ninjas in the village, but even among the daimyo's own entourage were formidable experts. While the Hidden Leaf Village formed the military backbone of the Land of Fire, the forces under the daimyo's direct command were not to be underestimated, either. In recent days, Danzo had worked tirelessly on all fronts, winning over many jonin and several ninja clans to his side. Yet an underlying sense of unease remained. Too many in the village still supported Tsunade, and this unsettled Danzo deeply. The next day at noon, the sun blazed in a clear sky. After months of reconstruction, new life had returned to the Hidden Leaf in many ways. In the village's grand hall, the council finally convened. The elders of the Leaf and the leaders of the various ninja clans all gathered together. Seated at the head was Fujiwara Massacre, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, a lean-faced man in his late 50s or early 60s, dressed in a long formal crown with hanging jade tassels, holding an elegant folding fan in his hand. The daimyo gently waved his fan, maintaining a constant, inscrutable smile. In truth, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was the country's true master, holding supreme authority over its politics and finances. By contrast, the Hidden Leaf Ninja Village was responsible for military defense, creating a structure of separation between government and military in a closely tied partnership. There was, in fact, an equal contractual relationship between the daimyo's office and the Hidden Leaf. It was not one of command and subordination. The daimyo held considerable, but not absolute, sway over the election of the Hokage. All this was part of why Danzo dared not cross him. Firstly, the risks were simply too great. If Danzo angered the daimyo, his ambitions would crumble right then and there. Secondly, even with the daimyo's recommendation, Danzo's ascension to Hokage was hardly guaranteed. It seems almost everyone is here, yes? Then, let us formally begin the assembly. Fujiwara Masaaki intoned, his voice thin and wavering as he fanned himself gently. I am Sarutobi Kikuwa, the new head of the Sarutobi clan. Allow me to offer a few words to start, said a middle-aged man, rising to his feet. He cast his gaze around the hall, then continued. The Leaf is recovering from devastation. Now, more than ever, we need a Hokage of great strength and vision to lead us forward. I nominate Lord Danzo, who has devoted his life to the Hidden Leaf. Not only does he possess tremendous ability and bold leadership, but he is also a powerful ninja. He fought in both the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, earning countless achievements for the village. Later, he assisted the Third Hokage in commanding forces during the Third Great War, and for years has handled the village's most difficult and sensitive problems. He paused, voice ringing with conviction, and concluded, that is why I believe Lord Danzo is the best possible candidate for Hokage in these times. Indeed, Lord Danzo's capabilities and experience are beyond question. Well said. I'm in favor. Several elders nodded and raised their hands in agreement right away. Danzo silently assessed the atmosphere in the room, noting with sinking heart that only a handful of his own people had spoken up. His lone eye swept toward those he had courted in advance, such as Shikaka Nara and Shibi Aburame. Yet, as if oblivious to Danzo's glance, the others simply sipped their tea with calm composure. Sarutobi clan leader. At that moment, a cool, clear voice rang out. You're just a branch member of the Sarutobi clan who spent years away from the village. Now that you've only just returned to Konoha, why are you so impatient? You. Sarutobi Kunihiro flushed with anger, but dared not erupt. The Sarutobi clan, its elite members now nearly all gone, no longer had the strength to challenge Konoha's great ninja clans. Danzo watched Kunihiro swallow his rage and couldn't stop a silent curse. Useless fool. His gaze then fell sharply upon the elder who had spoken up, Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi met Danzo's look without a trace of fear, even nodding at him with a subtle, confident smile. In the past, Hayashi never dared utter a word in front of the four great families aligned with the Hokage's faction. But now, with the strength of those families reduced to a shadow of their former selves, what did he have to fear? Who said Konoha's strongest clan was just an empty boast? The Hyuga's Byakugan was nearly universal. All it took was dedication, and 7 out of 10 Hyuga could awaken the eye, unlike the Uchiha's far stricter requirements. Any member who unlocked the Byakugan was no weakling. After years of training, even the most average could reach the level of a Chunin. That was why the Hyuga produced the most Jonin in the Land of Fire. Some called them Konoha's strongest, suspecting exaggeration, but in truth, it was no empty claim. They might lack top-tier individuals, but what they lacked in peak force, they more than made up in the sheer number of their elite. Assembling a squad of Jonin was never a problem. If it weren't for certain considerations, Hayashi was half tempted to flip the table and sweep away the remnants of the four great families right then and there. He had not forgotten the disgrace of when the Hokage faction forced the entire Hyuga clan into the mud. Not to mention, his brother Hisashi's body was still held hostage in Cloud. Everyone, Jeriah stood before the council table, surveying the room with a powerful voice. Now that the third Hokage has fallen, the village needs a new leader. In terms of strength, reputation, and mastery of medical ninjutsu, Lady Tsunade is without question the best candidate. I agree. Hayashi Hyuga spoke gravely. The medical system that Lady Tsunade has established can dramatically improve Konoha's survival odds. With the threat of war looming over us at any moment, her value is irreplaceable. I support her too, Choza Akimichi added with a nod. Tsunade's strength of 100 seal could even change the outcome of an entire war. Inoichi Yamanaka nodded as well. During the catastrophe a few months ago, thanks to Lady Tsunade's protection, Konoha lost at least 80% fewer people than we might have. One by one, everyone turned their gaze to Tsunade. She herself, however, sat at the edge of the conference table, legs crossed, impatience written all over her face. She swirled a cup of clear tea in her hand, her golden eyes sweeping over the gathered crowd. With a derisive laugh, she said, have you all forgotten? I never wanted to be Hokage in the first place. How pointless. Tsunade. Jeriah suddenly slammed his hand on the table, cutting her off. This is no time for stubbornness. Konoha needs you. The meeting room sank into a brief, chilling silence. Danzo's lone eye narrowed ever so slightly, his heart sneering coldly. Yes, just like this. Refuse, Tsunade. As long as you refuse, the position of Hokage is still mine. The very air in the meeting hall seemed to freeze. Danzo's single eye narrowed once more as his fingertips traced the tabletop in utter silence. He had already laid his plans in the shadows, drawing the various clans to his side, even resorting to deals of benefit, secret threats, and countless manipulations, just for the hope of seizing the Hokage's seat today. Yet now, the situation was beginning to slip from his grasp. Tsunade kept her legs crossed, her golden eyes glancing coldly across the room, the corner of her mouth curled in disdain. Just as Tsunade was about to speak again, a voice rang out from the doorway, aged but commanding. Tsunade, this is the village your grandfather founded. Everyone turned to look. An elderly noblewoman walked in at a measured pace, flanked by a few imposing shinobi bodyguards. She looked well past 70. Oh, mother, you've arrived. The daimyo at the head of the table greeted her with respectful deference. Tsunade paused, instantly shedding her careless attitude. Aunt. This was Fujiwara Uchiha, a member of the Senju clan who had married outside for the sake of strengthening the bonds between Konoha and the daimyo's household. She'd once become the wife of the previous daimyo. Strictly speaking, she was no longer part of the Senju, but to Tsunade, she was a true elder, even as Tsunade had barely met her before in her life. The noblewoman locked eyes with Tsunade, her tone brooking no dissent. The will of the first Hokage must not end with you. Tsunade's face froze for an instant, her teacup halting midair. Danzo's fingers clenched suddenly, his knuckles pale. This old hag still hasn't died. Tsunade let out a snort, though a glimmer of doubt flickered in her eyes. Jeriah, his gaze solemn, spoke in a low voice. Naruto, the one you believe in, he's watching too. Everyone in Konoha hopes you will guide the village. And to end the mistakes of the old era. Hasn't that always been what you wanted? Jeriah fixed Tsunade with a serious look. She hesitated for a moment, then suddenly set her teacup down hard. A few drops splashed onto the table. Understand, but let me make it clear. I won't govern this village by your relic's outdated rules. The entire room instantly burst into an uproar at her declaration. Danzo's eyes contracted, and it felt as if an invisible hand had clenched tight around his heart. His breath nearly stopped, the only thing left in his ears the thunderous rush of blood. Is this the moment of failure? Years of planning, countless secret maneuvers from the shadows, even sacrificing some of the Shimura clan's interests as bargaining chips. Was all of it destined to vanish into thin air at this very moment? Well then, as per tradition, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Fujiwara Massacre, slowly unfolded his paper fan, covering half his face, leaving only a pair of smiling eyes visible. Since Lady Tsunade is willing to assume the position, then... Hold it! Danzo shot to his feet, his voice rough and low. Everyone's gaze instantly locked onto him. Honorable daimyo, esteemed clan leaders. He forced down the storm of anger churning within him, his tone icy yet restrained. Tsunade has been away from the village for many years. She isn't familiar with the current state of Konoha. As for me, Danzo, Tsunade cut him off. Her striking eyes stared straight at him, open mockery gleaming in their depths. You mean to say you understand Konoha better than I do? She rose to her feet, leaning slightly over the table, her hands braced against its surface. Her voice was low, edged with danger. Or is it that you think you're stronger than I am? The very air seemed to freeze. Danzo's single eye locked onto Tsunade, the glow of the Sharingan faintly visible beneath his bandages. He was on the verge of losing control, murderous intent threatening to erupt. But in the end, he only slowly sat back down, forcing a stiff smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm simply stating the facts. The decision isn't up to me, is it? With a crisp snap, the daimyo closed his fan and cheerfully announced, in that case, Lady Tsunade shall assume the position of Hokage. Let the voting begin. The chamber fell utterly silent. Hayashi Hyuga was the first to rise, giving a slight nod. The Hyuga clan supports Lady Tsunade. The Nara clan seconds that. The Akimichi clan seconds that. The Yamanaka clan seconds that. The Aburame clan seconds that. The Inazuka clan seconds that. One clan after another voiced their support, the echoes of their pledges resounding through the hall. Nearly everyone raised their hands in agreement, including Daimyo Fujiwara Masaaki himself, who brandished his paper fan in approval. There was no more need for a Jounin vote. With more than 80% of the clans in agreement, it meant at least half the Jounin would be on board as well. Sitting in the corner, Danzo's bandaged arm trembled ever so slightly, his nails digging deep into his palm. His era had ended before it ever began. After the meeting, Danzo walked alone through the dim corridors, his shadow stretched long behind him like a dying beast. Aburame Ryoma followed in silence, leaning in to whisper, "Lord Danzo, what shall we?" "Enough." Danzo's voice was cold as ice. "Back to route." His single eye gazed out the window, where the last rays of sunset spilled across the Hokage rock, illuminating the faces of the first, second, third, fourth Hokage, and the soon-to-be carved fifth. "One day," he roared silently in his heart, "one day, I'll make Konoha understand who it truly needs." Asterisk, caret, caret, asterisk. I was actually planning to take a break today, but here I am, pushing through the pain to write thousands of words at my desk. Thank you all, sincerely, for your support and your gifts. I truly appreciate every single spark of encouragement. I see each one, and hold it close in my heart. Here, I want to respond to a number of questions readers have raised. 1. About the setting. Honestly, I'm not too keen on addressing this, because as everyone knows, the original author, AB, left a mountain of plot holes. Getting bogged down in the sort of details even the original series never clarified doesn't make much sense in fan works. Still, readers come first, so let me briefly explain. I've consulted the data book, the character book, as well as every setting laid out in the original work. All settings in this story come directly from canon. I don't add anything of my own. Here are a few of the points that get the most criticism. First, not disposing of corpses is idiotic because memories can supposedly be extracted, leading to exposure. Let's be clear, not just Konoha, but the entire shinobi world does not possess any jutsu that reads memories from corpses. There are 4 instances in the original series of memory extraction, and in every case, the subject was alive. Aoba Ishiro from the Intelligence Division, an expert in memory-reading jutsu, explicitly says, to acquire intelligence from memories, you must capture the target alive. From a scene where Guy tries to intervene as Kisame attempts suicide, and Aoba protests. Whether it's AMBU or intelligence-protecting shinobi, the job is always to kill, not to destroy the body afterward. Just look at how Kisame killed countless comrades to protect secrets, or how Maki killed Hade, or how Orochimaru killed the Kazekage, or the Grass Mystery Ninja in Konoha who fell to Orochimaru. In all these cases, nobody disposed of the bodies. There's so many more examples, but I'll leave it at that. So all I want to say is, if Konoha truly had the power to extract memories from corpses, then there would be no secrets left in the shinobi world. Akatsuki's privacy would have already been completely exposed. The second Hokage once said that a ninja's corpse was a treasure trove of intelligence. What he meant was that the body of a powerful ninja contains valuable information about their physical constitution and abilities. For instance, by studying Madara Uchiha's corpse, the second Hokage came to understand the Uchiha more deeply, making it easier to counter opponents with similar capabilities. Second, many people have commented that the protagonist is too weak. Compared to Obito, he's nothing special. First of all, in the early chapters, around chapter 30-something, he had only just awakened his eye. His combat power wasn't overpowered yet. He hadn't learned Susanoo, and his wood release was nowhere near Hashirama's level. The fact that he could fight evenly with 2 veteran ninjas with Kaga-level strength was already thanks to his own undying body. As for comparing anyone to Obito, that's simply out of the question. Obito inherited everything from Madara, yet just by using somewhat style and his Mangekyo against a group of nobodies, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. So much so that Black Zetsu even asked if he was all right. Reference when taking down the Akatsuki members who were assisting Yahiko and Nagato. By the final chapters, even fighting Konin nearly cost him his life right then and there. Who did Obito dare to face in the early days? Did he ever challenge Jeriah? Or take on Danzo? He skulked in the shadows for 18 years, too afraid to make a move. He only showed courage once, and nearly got killed by the 4th Hokage for his trouble. At Fyun's insistent urging, Orochimaru reluctantly proceeded with a 3rd transplantation of Hashirama cells. Yet, just as Orochimaru had warned, the results were minute. The newly injected Hashirama cells were immediately devoured by even stronger cells already inside his body. There was no 1 + 1 = 2 amplification effect at all. Orochimaru watched as Fyun sat up from the operating table and asked, "Fyun-kun, how do you feel?" Fyun opened his eyes and shook his head. "Seems like there really aren't any shortcuts. I'll have to rely on my own hard work after all." Arms crossed, Orochimaru smiled. "You've already surpassed everyone else. There's no need to be impatient. Given time, your path is boundless." Fyun sighed. He didn't share Orochimaru's attitude of gradual, unhurried development. He understood all too well how terrifying the crises looming in the future could be, and he knew that none of them had much time left to grow. First and foremost, the enemy Fyun would soon face, Uchiha Obito, was far more dangerous than he appeared on the surface. The force behind him was colossal. If Fyun wanted to eliminate Obito, he feared it wouldn't be just the Akatsuki standing in his way. More powerful foes would surely be drawn into the fray. Stripping off his white gloves, Orochimaru turned away to put down his notes. I plan to visit Ryuchi Cave. Fyun-kun, would you care to join me? Fyun snapped out of his thoughts and replied gently. I'm going to analyze all the current data and develop a new technique, so I'll sit this one out. Although he was quite interested in the Chunin mode that utilized natural energy, Fyun felt that, for now, mastering the use of spiritual energy was even more crucial. Besides, Fyun didn't believe Chunin mode was all that difficult. Even without visiting any of the 3 great holy sites with the intelligence he possessed, he was confident that he could master it given a bit of time. After some thought, he glanced over at the busy Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto, you've never been to Ryuchi Cave, have you? Kabuto turned, a bit surprised. He looked at Fyun, then over to Orochimaru. No, I haven't. Orochimaru was puzzled, unsure why Fyun had brought this up out of the blue. Fyun spoke up. Kabuto's a rather promising candidate. You could take him along. You never know. There may be some unexpected surprises. In a hidden underground facility, candlelight stretched Fyun's shadow long across the floor. Before him, on the operating table, a ninja from the Shimura clan was restrained by special chakra chains, his forehead plastered with numerous recording talismans. The 39th soul frequency measurement began. Fyun formed a seal with both hands, a flash of violet light flickering in his eyes. His chakra, entwined with spiritual energy, wove itself like an intricate web, slowly seeping into the subject's inner world. The Shimura ninja let out an inhuman cry of agony. His body convulsed violently, yet not a ripple crossed Fyun's expression. As expected, water nature chakra can better assist with infiltration. Initiate soul matter structure analysis. As the chakra delved deeper, Fyun witnessed a scene beyond the reach of ordinary perception. A soul's essence, composed of countless tiny particles, each glimmering faintly in the spiritual depths. These soul particles vibrated at unique, subtle frequencies, like the most exquisite instruments in the cosmos. So it's true. A hint of a smile tugged at Fyun's lips. The soul is not an indivisible whole. Suddenly, blood streamed from the subject's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His body jerked straight as if struck by lightning, then collapsed in utter weakness. Fyun frowned, retracting his chakra. Another line was added to the scroll, a record of failure. Collapsed again. It seems ordinary ninja souls simply can't endure direct observation. He pulled off his bloodstained gloves and walked toward a bookshelf at the far end of the lab. I'll need a stronger binding technique. The calendar on the wall was marked with a thick pattern of red crosses, tracing the forbidden experiment's relentless duration. Prominently displayed on the highest shelf stood a volume, The Analysis of the Corpse-Sealing Grimoire, a record of arts exploring the Reaper's dominion over souls. Beside it lay Fyun's own handwritten Soul Essence Theory manuscript. 3 months later, Fyun's laboratory had expanded to 3 times its former size. At its heart, a complex pentagram array stretched across the floor. At every point, a different colored flame burned, each signifying one of the 5 basic chakra natures. According to my theory of soul matter, to utterly destroy a soul, I must disrupt all its frequencies simultaneously. And it is my formidable, transcendent spirit that is key to driving this process. Alone in the echoing laboratory, Fyun muttered to himself, his fingers sketching intricate chakra circuits in the air. A single element can only inflict temporary damage, but if all chakra natures resonate together. In his right palm, a miniature chakra sphere began to coalesce. Within, the 5 chakra natures blended in perfect harmony, forming a stable polyhedral shape. This was a technique Fyun had spent countless hours mastering, complete, harmonious fusion of all chakra properties. Still not enough. Fyun dismissed the chakra sphere with a shake of his head. I need an assault on the spiritual level as well. He crossed to the deepest chamber of the lab and pushed open the door. 60 soul lanterns spiraled inward, glowing softly. At the center sat a meditation cushion. This was Fyun's specially crafted spirit enhancement chamber, a place designed to push the boundaries of his mental strength to their utmost limits. After sitting cross-legged, Fyun began his daily release of spiritual power. His consciousness gradually ascended, passing through layer upon layer of mental barriers, until he finally reached a world of pure white, a realm known as the Void Clarity, accessible only to those whose spiritual power had reached a certain level of mastery. At the center of the laboratory, within an iron cage, sat a Shimura ninja with a unique constitution. His soul was twice as strong as that of an ordinary ninja. Fyun stood at the center of a pentagram array, with 5 orbs of chakra hovering around him. All attributes, chakra fusion, commence. Fyun's hands moved with astonishing speed, forming intricate seals, and the 5 chakra spheres began to drift closer to one another. A harsh, vibrating hum filled the air as the laboratory's glass vessels shattered one after another. As the 5 chakra attributes fully merged, an energy mass radiant with prismatic light appeared before Fyun. Spiritual link established. Injecting mental force. Fyun's eyes turned completely purple, while complex patterns emerged across his forehead. His spiritual power surged palpably toward the rainbow-hued energy, causing countless microscopic whirlpools of chakra to form within it. Suddenly, the test subject began to struggle violently, as if sensing the doom that was about to befall him. His eyes widened to their limit, the dark pupils reflecting Fyun's icy expression. Sous sévère technique activate. The multicolored energy transformed into a brilliant streak, diving straight into the subject's forehead. In an instant, the laboratory was swallowed by absolute silence. Even the flames atop the soul lanterns seemed frozen in time. Fyun's consciousness followed the energy beam, entering the mindscape of the experimental subject. There, he beheld a galaxy composed of countless points of light. This was the soul, given form at last. Frequency analysis complete. Initiate soul matter dissolution. The rainbow energy erupted in dazzling brilliance, unraveling into innumerable chakra filaments, finer than a hair, each targeting a particle of the soul with surgical precision. These filaments vibrated at specific frequencies, resonating perfectly with the natural frequencies of the soul stuff. One by one, the points of light within the subject's soul began to fade, like stars vanishing from a midnight sky. Cracks, like a spider's web, spread across the fabric of this entire spiritual world as it began to collapse. No, don't! The remnants of the subject's consciousness pleaded in desperation. I beg you. This was annihilation at the soul level, a terror many times greater than mere death. Fyun showed not a trace of hesitation, channeling even more spiritual power into the attack. The frequency of the rainbow threads surged, quickening the soul's disintegration tenfold. When the final particle of soul matter vanished, the experimental subject's body in the real world gave a single violent tremor, then fell utterly still. Unlike an ordinary death, there was no fading of life in his eyes. It was as if this body had never possessed a soul to begin with, no different than flowers, grass, trees, flowing water, or stone. Fyun withdrew his chakra, and suddenly a searing pain shot through his eyes. He staggered, clutching at the lab table, as twin streams of blood-tinged tears slid from the corners of his eyes. Is this damage to my spiritual core? Wiping away the bloody tears, Fyun looked at his reflection in the mirror. Fine cracks had appeared in what were once pitch-black pupils. He turned his attention back to the test subject, methodically inspecting it with his sensory jutsu. There was no trace of a soul, no lingering chakra, not even the faintest soul mark that remained even after the Reaper Death seal. Nothing at all. It worked, Fyun murmured under his breath. Yet the thrill of victory was soon overshadowed by a deeper unease. Looking at his trembling hands, he realized that he may have opened a door that could never again be closed. The soul annihilation technique had succeeded, but what was the price? Outside the laboratory, the gentle sunlight of early spring rose as usual, and birds sang atop the branches. No one knew that on this seemingly ordinary day, the history of the shinobi world had been changed forever. The next day, Fyun demonstrated his soul-severing technique, again, this time in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru examined the vanished test subject in astonishment and pored over Fyun's data logs several times. An entire hour passed before Orochimaru finally shook his head and exclaimed in amazement, "Fyun-kun, do you intend to become the next Shinigami?" Excitement shone in Orochimaru's eyes. He felt as if he'd glimpsed the path of the gods themselves. If a god leaves its mark on the world, then surely it is not mere myth. Who's to say that, centuries from now, there won't emerge a being remembered by posterity as a god? Fyun's soul felt as though it were being pierced by needles. Leaning on the test bench, he spoke, "I keep thinking there are so many flaws in this jutsu. It's hard to use in real battle, and the harm it causes the user is far too great. It's really not practical." Orochimaru set the records aside, and after pondering a moment, said, "Your elemental fusion is still far too rudimentary. It can barely be called fusion at all, more like you're simply kneading the elements together at the surface level. Perhaps that's the greatest flaw of the jutsu right now. After a pause, Orochimaru asked with a hint of puzzlement, "It looks like a very powerful technique, a peak form of destruction, but is it really necessary?" Fyun turned slightly. "What do you mean?" Orochimaru spoke softly. "I mean, there are countless effective ways to kill your enemy. A single well-placed slash is enough to end a life, so why resort to a technique of this magnitude?" Fyun understood what Orochimaru meant. He was saying that if you use a D-rank jutsu cleverly, it can be just as deadly as an S-rank technique. Both are capable of defeating an enemy. In fact, sometimes a simple D-rank jutsu could prove even more effective than an S-rank. "You wouldn't understand," Fyun retorted. "Some foes disregard ninjutsu entirely. Some even are unfazed by the destruction of their physical bodies." He paused, pushing himself up, and continued. "For you and me, it might be best to keep to the shadows. If we stand out too soon, the moment we reach a certain level, trouble beyond anything the ninja world has ever known is bound to find us." Orochimaru flicked out his long tongue, running it across his lips. "Fascinating, isn't it, Fyun?" Fyun frowned and asked, "Orochimaru, do you know how to perfectly fuse all the chakra natures?" Orochimaru stroked his chin thoughtfully. I've never heard of anyone who could achieve such a thing. Combining 2 chakra natures grants you a Kekkei Genkai. Infusing 3 together creates a Kekkei Toda, which is said to be 10 times more powerful than even a Kekkei Genkai. By all accounts, only 2 have ever appeared throughout history. As for merging every nature, legend has it the Sage of 6 Paths managed it. But the truth behind the tale remains shrouded in mystery. No one can say for certain. A light sparked in Fyun's eyes as he blurted out, "The truth-seeking orbs." That's right. How could he have forgotten something so critical? Sometimes it truly takes an outside perspective to see what's right before your eyes. The ultimate combination of all chakra natures. Wasn't that precisely the secret behind the creation of the truth-seeking orbs? Orochimaru's expression grew puzzled. Truth-seeking orbs? Fyun nodded. They're the embodiment of 6 Paths power. A truth-seeking orb is forged from yin-yang release, fused with all 7 chakra natures, fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang, to form the ultimate ninja technique. It is only through the union of yin and yang energies that the core of the truth-seeking orbs arises, granting them both creative and destructive potential in equal measure. But beyond yin and yang, one must perfectly balance all 5 of the fundamental elements, fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth, to attain the final form known as the bloodline web. This represents the pinnacle of chakra manipulation, the height once reached by the Sage of 6 Paths himself. It is the power to shape all of creation. Orochimaru's face was frozen in awe. He muttered, "So that's how it is." This explains so many of the riddles and mysteries of the past. A slight, confident smile crept across Fyun's lips. "I now possess every chakra nature. If I can master and harmonize them, that power could be mine." Yet, even as he said this, Fyun understood just how formidable a challenge lay ahead. It would not be easily accomplished. Besides, his potential and ambition did not end at simply reaching the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. The secrets of yin-yang release technique. An image flashed through Fyun's mind, a man with a swirling mask. A cold smile spread across Fyun's face. If the opportunity arises, it's about time to settle accounts with Brother Tsunade. Orochimaru collected his thoughts and looked at Fyun. "Fyun-kun, what's so funny?" "Oh, it's nothing." Fyun clapped his hands lightly. "I've been lying low long enough. It's about time I went to settle some old scores with a few old friends." A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Then, "Who will you be looking for?" Instead of answering, Fyun turned and asked, "By the way, I heard Sasuke has arrived at your place, hasn't he? Why haven't you made a move yet? If you don't act, I just might." Orochimaru's expression froze for a second. Then he replied hurriedly, "Soon. Very soon." Deep in the rear mountains of the Hidden Leaf Village, a shadowy valley lay enveloped in dense foliage, teeming with venomous insects. Normally, no one willingly set foot here. Even the most skilled ninja weren't eager to linger in this place. A sudden volley of rapid footsteps broke the silence. A squad of over 20 people marched through the forest. Their eyes were dark, their movements eerily mechanical, and their skin was webbed with cracks. These were the infamous reanimated beings from the impure world Reincarnation. Any experienced shinobi from the Leaf would have recognized them instantly. They were all members of the Shimura clan. Fyun set aside the scroll in his hands, a dossier from Orochimaru, marking out the likely locations of the route base. He swept his gaze across the winding peaks, blending his spirit into his sensory abilities, extending his awareness for dozens of miles all around. After a short while, he opened his eyes and zeroed in on an unremarkable peak far off in the distance. Could it be that one? Fyun's finely honed senses picked up something odd about that mountain, a ripple of soul energy, distinctly human in its strength. Credit where credit's due. Root's concealment techniques were superb. Their sensory barriers must be formidable. If it weren't for Fyun's current abilities, tracking down Root's stronghold would have been nearly impossible. With a flicker, Fyun's figure disappeared, and before long, he stood at the base of the mountain. As he traced a hand over the intricate barriers set all around, he muttered, "Typical Danzo, ever so cautious. Layers upon layers of protection." His eyes shifted, the tomo spinning before transforming into the gear-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan in an instant. A surge of golden chakra unfurled from him. The third form of Susanoo emerged in full, its giant blade slashing down toward the mountain. With a thunderous crash, barrier after barrier shattered in a heartbeat, and the mountain itself began to tremble violently. Is that the place? Fyun's gaze fixed upon a dark passage leading straight down into the earth. In the next instant, dozens of masked Root operatives appeared, surrounding him on all sides. "Who are you? How dare you attack Root? Let's talk business, shall we?" Fyun crossed his arms and spoke with icy calm. "Speak," barked the ninja who appeared to be the squad leader, drawing his short blade with a cold warning. Fyun didn't even lift his eyelids as he spoke in a calm, distant tone. "It's simple. You get out of my way, and I'll spare your lives. Attack." The captain of the Root gave a direct command with a wave of his hand. Instantly, all the Root ninja nearby drew their weapons and charged in to kill. Fyun shook his head, a hint of weariness in his voice. "What a pointless thing to say. You're even more like machines than the Konoha ninja, completely unyielding in the face of death." "Well then, this works out. I'm running low on sacrifices, and there are still many members of the Shimura clan left to resurrect." With that, Fyun finally looked up, raising his hands to form a series of seals. Wood release, deep forest emergence. A thunderous crash exploded as countless massive vines burst through the earth, surging and growing at a frenzied pace, spreading in every direction like a tidal wave. "What? It can't be. Wood release. He's the infamous rogue ninja, Uchiha Fyun. Hurry, report to Lord Danzo." Cries of alarm rang out all around, but none of them could move faster than the rampaging vines. In the blink of an eye, some were slain on the spot, while others were quickly ensnared and bound. Fyun then dragged the 20-some captives toward himself, using his wood release, arranging a host of scrolls inscribed with Edo Tensei ritual patterns before him. Carefully, he placed chunks of flesh onto the diagrams. Forming another sequence of seals, Fyun struck the center of the ritual pattern with his palm. Summoning technique, reanimation jutsu. Agonized, soul-wrenching screams echoed, a piercing chorus of torment. In their wake, over 20 members of the Shimura clan materialized within the ritual circle. The earlier reanimated corpses also flashed to Fyun's side. Glancing down at the underground passage, his lips curled into a frosty smile. Begin, death bringers of the Uchiha. With a bloodthirsty fervor, the entire reanimated legion surged into the underground tunnels, bringing the carnage straight into the heart of the Root base. Deep within the base, Danzo emerged from a hidden chamber. What is happening? Two Root ninja darted before him, both dropping to one knee. "Lord Danzo, we're under attack." Danzo's single eye widened, incredulous. "Attack? How can anyone locate the Root base, let alone dare attack it? Who is it?" A flurry of questions spilled from Danzo all at once. One of the Root answered with deep respect. "It appears to be all Shimura clansmen, sir. They were dead, but somehow they're here alive." Danzo's gaze darkened, and he ground out, "Reanimation jutsu? Is it Orochimaru or Uchiha Fyun?" But he knew this was no time to get lost in questions. Striding toward the operations room, he barked, "Send a distress signal to the Leaf." "Yes, sir." In the mountains behind Konoha, deep within the heart of the Root base, a devastating roar thundered as the mountain collapsed. Boulders and twisted steel rained down in a violent deluge. Fyun stood before the smoldering ruins, his Sharingan glaring down at the shattered barrier beneath his feet. Cracks spread across the skin of the reanimated Shimura clan shinobi, while a look of clarity and pain flickered in their eyes. "Lord Danzo," whispered Shimura Sasuke, once Danzo's swordsmanship instructor, now standing upon this battlefield in the guise of the dead. He lowered his gaze to his hands, marred with fractures, and his voice was hoarse. "We have returned." Deep underground, in the command room, with a thunderous crash, Danzo slammed his fist through the surveillance screen, shards slicing into his palm as fresh blood dripped to the floor. His single eye was locked onto the last image before it vanished. Those familiar faces, the kin he once cherished above all, now twisted into weapons in the hands of his enemy. Shimura Sasuke, the sword master he respected most. Shimura Aya, the nursemaid who had cared for him since he was a child. Shimura Taiken, the foster son he regarded as his own. One face after another, the faces of those he had once known so well. Uchiha Fyun. His voice was low, a beast growl full of fury and disbelief. You dare use their souls against me? Damn it. The bandages on his right arm tore apart, 10 Sharingan eyes spinning madly as chakra roared through the room like a tempest. All units, listen up, he barked, his tones slicing through the chaos. At any cost, destroy every reanimated foe. Yes, sir. Everyone answered in unison, surging out to join the battle beyond. A kunai sliced the air, and a member of the Foundation drove it straight through the heart of a reanimated shinobi. Yet the enemy merely glanced down at the blade protruding from his chest, then slowly lifted his head. Taiken. The Foundation ninja's voice trembled. That was his old comrade, Shimura Taiken, dead 3 years past in a so-called mission accident. I'm sorry, muttered reanimated Taiken softly, but his short blade pierced mercilessly through the man's throat. I cannot disobey the summoner's command. Blood spattered the corridor as the battle between the living and the dead erupted in the narrow underground passage. The Foundation shinobi fought fearlessly, but the reanimated could not die. Even beheaded, torn apart, they would rise from the dust, whole once more. Worse yet, they retained all the jutsu they had wielded in life. A few senior Foundation members recoiled in terror. Reanimated Sasuke formed hand seals, his deep voice echoing along the hall. Wind release, vacuum serial waves. A hurricane was unleashed, flesh and bone torn asunder. Back in the command room, Danzo stood at the center, his breath coming in sharp, uneven gasps. Danzo, you think this is your victory? Fyun's mocking voice reverberated within the base, shaking every listener to their core. Whenever he encountered the powerful Foundation shinobi, he struck them down himself. Otherwise, the reanimated Shimura elite would be crushed by Danzo's men. Danzo's lone eye blazed red, his words rasping with fury. So it was you? Uchiha Fyun, what is it you want? But Fyun did not appear, nor did he answer. He simply raised his hand in the shadows. All the reanimated members of the Shimura clan ceased their actions, turning slowly to face Danzo. Their eyes brimmed with pain and inner turmoil, unable to defy the caster's will. Lord Danzo, clan leader. Father, uncle clan leader. Grandpa Danzo. One heart-rending call after another pierced Danzo's heart like icy daggers. Fyun's voice was cold as frost. These are the people you treasured most, aren't they? And now, here they stand, about to kill you with their own hands. Danzo's pupils contracted violently. In the next instant, fire style, great fire dragon technique. Lightning style, flash strike. Wind style, vacuum sphere. Dozens of ninjutsu erupted at once, and the entire command room collapsed under the deafening onslaught. Lord Danzo. The root ninjas cried out in alarm. Danzo's face contorted with fury, but he remained perfectly still, like an old hound unmoved by chaos, his figure engulfed by blazing fire. Suddenly, Danzo reappeared nearby in a flash, ripping off the bandages from the right side of his face, revealing the Sharingan beneath. He swept his glare around and roared, "Coward! If you got the guts, come out and face me." A scream rang out, the brutal sound of a trusted subordinate falling, assassinated, collapsing in a pool of blood. If you refuse to use the power of my Uchiha clan, then let's fight one-on-one. Huh. Danzo was seething with rage and humiliation. Uchiha Fyun's strength was overwhelming, making Danzo reluctant to ever deactivate his Izanagi technique. But keeping it active forever was no solution. Meanwhile, his opponent showed no impatience at all, only systematically slaughtering his subordinates and confidants one by one. These were the very foundation of Danzo Shimura's decades of scheming. They were his true inner circle, even more crucial to him than the Shimura clan itself. His standing in Konoha, even the entire ninja world, rested upon Root. Without Root's support, he could never hope to become Hokage. Now that Tsunade had seized power and begun suppressing the darkness, Root's prospect for growth had dwindled. Every elite member was irreplaceable. Each death was a crippling loss. Danzo's eyes bulged as he took in the blood-soaked floor, his voice thunderous. Stay vigilant against enemy ambushes. Reanimated bodies aren't so strong. Seal them with binding techniques. Yes, sir. 2 root ninjas clutched their sealing scrolls and took a few steps forward. only to be silenced in an instant, throats cut by a flash of the blade. At the same time, over a dozen clansmen loyal to Danzo charged at him, blades gleaming with cold intent. "Get out of my way!" Danzo, enraged beyond measure, unleashed a devastating wind-style jutsu, blasting his own relatives to shreds. Sealing technique. Outer four-symbol seal. Giving no time for their regeneration, Danzo launched a vengeful sealing jutsu, binding more than a dozen of his kin in an instant. My, old dog Danzo, you're truly ruthless. No mercy at all for your own kin. Fyun's mocking voice drifted in from every direction, laced with biting sarcasm. Blood and tears streamed from Danzo's right eye. Thanks to Uchiha Fyun, he had almost no loved ones left. Now, to suffer such humiliation, his hatred was about to drive him mad. Danzo forcefully suppressed his fury, his chest heaving violently. He had his own plans. No matter what, he would take Uchiha Fyun down today. Unless Uchiha Fyun died, Danzo wouldn't get a wink of sleep. Looking at the root members gradually closing in and taking control of the situation, Danzo couldn't help but breathe a silent sigh of relief. Given the current circumstances, so be it. All he needed to do was wait for Konoha's reinforcements to arrive. The air resonated with the sounds of battle. Thuds of impact, the ringing of blades. Sparks from clashing weapons flickered in the dim light of the underground base. Everywhere he looked, members of the Shimura clan and root ninjas were fiercely locked in combat. Shimura Danzo swept his gaze around, gritting his teeth as he spat. How could there be so many reanimated corpses? This jutsu requires living sacrifices. Just how far are you willing to go in your cruelty? Cruelty? Fyun's mocking voice cut through the chaos. And you the one to talk? The number of people you, Shimura Danzo, have killed, both the god of death and the evil god would hang their heads in shock and disbelief. Compared to you, Danzo, the rest of us look like saints. Oof. Everything I've done is for the sake of Konoha. When have I ever wantonly slaughtered the innocent? Uchiha, you're evil by nature. Get out here. Danzo barked coldly. A quiet chuckle slipped from Fyun's lips. Relax. I have no intention of killing the innocent. Most of these sacrifices are your own men. Danzo's pupils shrank, his voice trembling. What? With a crash, Danzo darted forward and struck down one of the reanimated, sealing them with precise hand signs. In a swift slash, Fyun wasn't about to fall behind. He brought down a root squad captain with a single stroke. There you are. Danzo's voice was icy as he appeared right before Fyun in a flash, driving his kunai with deadly force. Steel met golden bone with a sharp clang. The kunai snapped clean in two against the brilliant Susanoo ribcage. In a blur of golden light, Susanoo's massive hand closed around Danzo, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Fyun looked up at the struggling Danzo in the grip of the bone hand, lips curled in a cold sneer. So you found me, what now? Do you really think you can beat me? With a subtle twist of Fyun's hand, the skeletal fingers tightened, deforming Danzo's body as pain twisted his features. A pitiful sound escaped Danzo's lips as he was slowly crushed into a mass of meat and blood. In an instant, Danzo, unharmed, reappeared not far away, glaring at Fyun. For a split second, as their gazes locked, the storm of Fyun's Mangekyo power surged outward. Command life. Fyun's voice was cold as frost. Danzo, deactivate Izanagi. Shock flashed across Danzo's face. Though he fought it, his hands moved automatically to form the seal, the sign to dispel Izanagi. Black sealing marks began to spread across his body. Just as the final hand seal was about to be completed, inky black patterns crept across Danzo's entire body, binding him tightly and leaving him unable to move. The release failed. Fyun's eyes sharpened. In a flash, his blade struck several times, hacking Danzo into more than a dozen pieces. He reached out and seized Danzo's severed right arm with a vice-like grip. Yet moments later, the bloody chunks of Danzo on the ground vanished, and even the right arm that Fyun had sealed slipped away like smoke, as if none of it had ever existed. A curse mark that binds its own caster. Is it? Fyun looked up and spoke. Danzo's figure appeared above him in the corridor. Exactly. This is an activation type forbidden jutsu I devised along with Izanagi. If I ever attempt to undo the seal of Izanagi, this technique activates on its own to restrain me. If you want to kill me, you have to order me to release Izanagi. And to release Izanagi, you must first break the curse mark. But your eye technique can only command one action, can it? Which means you can't kill me. Oh, you think I can't? Why don't you check how many eyes you've got left on your arm? Fyun let out a mocking laugh and went on. Old dog, I won't let you die so easily. The slaughter of the Shimura clan is only the beginning. Danzo's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. Don't patronize me. Just who do you take me for? Wind style, vacuum great sphere. A howling vortex of wind style, chakra, crashed down at them. Fyun chuckled softly, commanding Susanoo to raise an armored hand and shield itself from the devastating blast. Now, assist Lord Danzo and take down the enemy. The root ninja around them immediately unleashed a barrage of jutsu, hurling explosive tags and a torrent of attacks directed at Susanoo. A series of violent explosions shook the air, shockwaves hurling debris in every direction. Before the smoke cleared, Danzo channeled wind-style chakra into his blade, dashing forth into the haze. Don't let up. Charge in with me. Overwhelm him. A flash of motion. The root soldiers rushed forward as one, blades gleaming, converging on where Fyun had stood. With a thunderous roar, a mighty shockwave swept the haze aside. In the center of the field, a towering golden giant of chakra stood revealed, radiant and imposing. The chakra colossus brandished two swords of pure light in a sweeping arc, its overwhelming power sending enemies flying in all directions. Some were cut down where they stood, bodies torn asunder. No trace left behind. Danzo twisted his body at the last moment with wind-style chakra, barely dodging the fatal strike. Gritting his teeth, he spat, How can he be this strong? We must capture Uchiha Fyun at all costs. He's the monster who destroyed Konoha not long ago. If we can take him down, there's still a chance. With his capture comes not only a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, but also immortal glory. Danzo's eyes were twisted with malice and madness. As long as he could defeat Uchiha Fyun here, every sacrifice would be justified. This would be his best chance to turn the tables. With such overwhelming power, he might even be able to seize the Hokage's seat once more. He glanced at his right arm. Only 3 Sharingan eyes remained open. Everyone attack. Wipe out the inherently evil Uchiha. Danzo growled in a low, harsh voice. At his command, even more root ninja flickered into the fray, launching a frenzied assault on Fyun. Wave after wave of violent energy crashed towards Susanoo, while Fyun's Sharingan spun rapidly. He wielded Susanoo, defending deftly while slashing back with its sword. Each strike from Susanoo sent blood spraying, and the air was filled with wave after wave of agonized screams, echoing through the underground stronghold mingled with deafening explosions. With a heavy crash, Fyun pummeled a group of root ninja charging at him, his eyes sweeping the chaos. Danzo had vanished. Fyun frowned. The old hound is sacrificing his own men and taking the chance to slip away. But Fyun wasn't worried. He would never let Danzo escape. Without hesitation, he spread out his senses. Moments later, his pupils narrowed as he muttered, He's heading deeper into the base. That chakra. He wasted no more time. Controlling Susanoo, he burst forth in a relentless assault, unleashing a barrage of chakra blades and Yasaka Magatama, laying waste to all the root ninja around him, leaving none fit to fight or breathe. Forming quick hand signs, Fyun summoned a flurry of wood-style clones, sending them out to break the seals on those revived by Edo Tensei. Cleanse this base in blood. Leave no one alive. With these words, Fyun's true self flickered and vanished from the scene. Many in Root did not come from the 4 great clans, but they were pure instruments of mission and obedience, each with bloodstained hands. They heard nothing but commands and never feared death. There was no room left for mercy or retreat. Once Danzo fell, Konoha would settle accounts with them all. Whether these Root agents were hidden in the village or out on missions, Fyun no longer gave them a second thought. Deep within the base, Danzo rushed into a secret chamber, stopping before a wall to form a string of hand seals. With a thunderous crack, the wall split open, revealing a hidden inner vault. Danzo slipped inside. The chamber's walls were lined with culture vessels, each labeled and containing a single Sharingan suspended in liquid. Hundreds upon hundreds of these vessels crowded the walls, an astonishing sight. Most, however, contained only single or double tomo eyes. Danzo hurriedly grabbed several vessels, reaching in to pull out the Sharingan, preparing to replace those in his right arm. Danzo extended a finger, gathering wind nature chakra, and sliced the ruined Sharingan cleanly out. He then pressed the freshly removed, bloody new eye into the gory hollow. Yet this was no simple task. It was a delicate transplant surgery that took time and care. After quite a while, Danzo finally managed to install one eye onto the back of his right hand. Just as he finished affixing the second 3-tomo Sharingan onto his right arm, several flashes of sword light shattered the chamber walls. Fyun strode calmly inside, his gaze sweeping the room, eyes cold as frost as he spoke. Danzo, you wretched old dog. Your sins have caught up with you. Now face Uchiha's curse. The moment Danzo sensed Fyun's arrival, he formed a seal and activated his Anaji, glaring fiercely at Uchiha Fyun. What does this have to do with me? It was all Uchiha Itachi's doing. Huh? Do you even believe your own words? Or just trying to fool yourself? Fyun remained calm. He knew Danzo would lose his chance to revive once Izanagi's time ran out. In a blink, Fyun closed the distance and pinned Danzo against the wall with Susanu's skeletal hand. Meanwhile, a clone split off from Fyun, retrieving a spatial ninjutsu scroll and moving to collect the Sharingan embedded in the walls. Danzo spat out a mouthful of blood, yet a mocking smirk curled on his lips. Do you have any idea where you are right now? You think you could just take my things? Oof. Your things? Don't flatter yourself. Fyun replied coldly. You've fallen for it. I've lured you here on purpose. Danzo's face twisted with malice, forming a two-fingered seal. This entire chamber is rigged with nearly 1,000 explosive tags. Suddenly, the entire room crackled with blinding white light. The burning hiss of explosive tags filled the air. Fyun turned, his eyes slowly widening, lips parting in awe as countless flames danced in the reflection of his Mangekyo Sharingan. A deafening explosion tore through everything. Sheer force ripped the mountain's base asunder, sending rubble flying. The blast soared skyward. Konoha's shinobi, who had just gathered atop the cliff, all turned in alarm at the sound. Tsunade, feeling the tremor underfoot, her sharp gaze focused. Everyone, there's no time to wait. Move out now. As a precaution, Chunin and Jinin, lead the villagers to safety first. Yes, came the chorus of voices, and one by one, shinobi hoisted slug companions and sprang into action. Kakashi. Tsunade called out to Hatake Kakashi just as he was about to depart. Kakashi turned. Lady Hokage, what is it? Tsunade's twin golden ponytails fluttered as she spoke. Have you reached Jeriah yet? Kakashi spoke softly. We've tried every means of contact. Lord Jeriah should be on his way back. Tsunade nodded, then said, You stay here in the leaf. Protect Naruto. After all, our enemy is someone who wields the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi glanced anxiously in the direction the others had left, his eyes solemn with worry. He feared that Might Guy might do something reckless. Tsunade noticed his concern and reassured him, Don't worry. I'll handle things over there myself. Kakashi understood that both the village and Naruto were equally important, so he could only comply for now. Meanwhile, a gray and white toad streaked swiftly along the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf village. Within the root base, a vast underground stronghold built over decades. Everything now lay in ruins, corpses strewn everywhere, devastation all around. Danzo appeared without warning at the top of a ruined corridor, panting lightly. So many precious Sharingan. What a waste, but a crooked smile tugged at Danzo's lips. As long as he could obtain Uchiha Fyun's Mangekyo, everything would be worth it. Suddenly, a massive, golden blade of chakra tore through the smoke, hurtling straight toward Danzo. He jerked his head up, eyes wide with disbelief as the deadly attack was nearly upon him, roaring, Impossible! A tantôt explosion érupted. Danzo was sliced clean in two, his mangled remains consumed wholly in the blast that followed. As the dust cleared, Fyun emerged slowly from the wreckage, fresh wounds smoldering on his body, white steam curling from them as they sealed shut in an instant. So that's how it is. I nearly forgot you have that damned immortality. Danzo's figure reappeared unharmed at a distance. A cold laugh escaped Fyun's lips. Immortality? To deal with an old mutt like you, I don't need that kind of power. Don't flatter yourself. Without hesitation, Fyun summoned Susanoo, launching a relentless assault on Danzo. Raw, violent energy erupted, utterly annihilating what remained of the unstable underground base. In its place, a gigantic pit yawned in the earth. Whole mountain vanished without a trace. Danzo fixed his gaze on the last remaining Sharingan embedded in his right arm, cursing inwardly. Where are the leaf reinforcements? Could it be that Tsunade actually plans to sit by and see Root destroyed? Chest heaving, Danzo knew his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. He wouldn't last much longer. With this grim thought, he glanced once more at Uchiha Fyun charging at him and roared, All units, retreat to the Leaf Village, now. Most of Root's ninjas were already dead, but their organization was vast. Many powerful shinobi were still struggling against Fyun's clones and his army of reanimated corpses. Yes, the surviving Root ninja responded without a hint of hesitation upon hearing the command, weaving swiftly through the ruins and leaping down towards the ground. By now, most of the surface had already collapsed, exposing the entire underground base to the sunlight above. Root's shinobi follow orders, whatever they may be it to die or to flee. For them, there's no difference. All that matters is the completion of the command. Naturally, Danzo now wanted to retreat. He couldn't afford to lose all his subordinates. After all, they were the foundation of his power. Of course, Fyun could see straight through his intentions. Forming seals in a flash, Fyun created even more shadow clones, then spoke in a voice as icy as frost. Don't let a single one escape. Wind release. Vacuum serial waves. Danzo unleashed his full power, sending a torrent of wind howling toward Fyun, using its force to blast himself up and out of the base. A thunderous crash rang out. Susanoo swept its massive chakra blade, slicing the wind release attack apart in a single stroke and then hurtling after Danzo. Fyun's manjiki slowly spun. Do you still think you can escape? Susanoo hurled the fully formed Yasaka Magatama, which tore straight through Danzo's chest. Seizing the moment, Fyun used the skeleton's support to flash at incredible speed above Danzo. His katana plunged ruthlessly into Danzo's heart, knocking him from the air and pinning him against a massive stone. As the last Sharingan on Danzo's right arm slowly closed, Fyun lifted his gaze. One last time. So, where will you show up next? A soft pop sounded behind him. Fyun whirled around, but all he saw was a scroll appearing amidst a swirl of white mist. An illusion? Fyun's eyes widened as he realized he'd been tricked. He quickly turned towards Danzo, who was now dangerously close. A flicker of surprise flashed through Fyun's eyes, his pupils shrinking. Fyun wasn't frightened, just completely caught off guard by Danzo's move. He'd been thinking only about chasing after Danzo's revived form. In Fyun's mind, Danzo would have used Izanagi to flee before, and now, without Izanagi, he should be running for his life even faster. It simply never occurred to him that Danzo, who had always stalled for time or run away, would suddenly act so boldly. No more Sharingan, no means of resurrection, and yet Danzo dares to strike? For a brief moment, the two locked eyes, a confrontation charged with intensity and emotion. With a sharp whoosh, Danzo's right eye snapped open, the blood-red, four-pointed shuriken pattern spinning wildly, and the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan surged forth. Konoha Tsukimi. Danzo bellowed. The brilliance of the ultimate Genjutsu erupted in the dim underground chamber, lancing straight for Fyun's eyes. A cold, triumphant smile curled at Danzo's lips. With this glance, victory was within his grasp. He could rewrite reality itself. He knew all too well the terror that was Konoha Tsukimi, the technique capable of altering the deepest recesses of a person's subconscious. It's frighteningly easy to alter a person's worldview and convictions, to control another's will, as if they were simply a marionette on strings. And yet, those whose minds have been manipulated or reshaped are utterly unaware of what's been done to them. But then, a sudden, deafening blast of mental energy erupted in the air, an invisible storm that seemed to crackle and roar. Fyun's kaleidoscopic Mangekyo lit up with a dazzling, blinding brilliance. The pressure of his 60-level spiritual power surged like golden tidal waves, slamming powerfully into the radiance of the Konoha Tsukimi. What? Danzo stumbled backward, blood streaming from his right eye. Fyun's eyes blazed like twin suns, grinding the radiance of the Konoha Tsukimi into dust. You really thought to use the eyes of the Uchiha against me? Danzo, have you finally lost your mind? Danzo staggered, his voice trembling. This can't be. That's supposed to be the most powerful Genjutsu. How is this possible? Fyun's aura soared sky high, his form within Danzo's awestruck vision expanding taller and taller until he seemed to stand level with the very heavens. With the poise of a god, Fyun declared, in the end, Genjutsu is nothing more than a contest of spiritual strength. Ninja battles are fought with chakra. But battles of illusion, those are contests of will. My chakra, my spirit, both stand high above yours. That's all there is to it. Danzo's mind was forcibly dragged into the realm of Fyun's spirit. A harsh, metallic grinding echoed all around. Here, there was neither earth nor sky, only countless endless golden gears, whirling madly. Each gear crackled with terrifying chakra energy. Welcome, Fyun's voice resounded from all directions, to my psychic prison. Panic-stricken, Danzo realized that the power of his Konoha Tsukimi was being shredded, piece by piece, devoured by the spinning gears. No, this can't be. Danzo collapsed to his knees in the endless void. That's sure sway Uchiha's. Suddenly, an apparition of Uchiha, Fyun materialized before him, gently tapping his brow with a finger. You make far too much noise. There was a sharp crack. The Mangekyo pattern in Danzo's right eye shattered into fragments. Back in the real world, the underground base was plunged into utter silence. Every last root ninja watched, stunned, as their once invincible Lord Danzo fell to his knees, clutching his blood-gushing right eye, while the demon Uchiha lifted him easily by the throat. Now, Fyun murmured softly into Danzo's ear, "Let's settle all our scores." Ugh, ah! Danzo's agonized screams pierced the hush as Fyun ruthlessly gouged out the transplanted Mangekyo Sharingan. Fyun toyed with the blood-soaked eyeball. So this is the legendary Shursui Uchihas. A guttural gasp escaped Danzo as he spat up a mouthful of blood, his remaining eye gleaming with venom. With a blur, he dragged a kunai from who knows where, gripping it in his left hand and driving it furiously toward Fyun's eyes. A dying man's desperate struggle. Fyun tilted his head just slightly to dodge the kunai. With a flash of steel, Danzo's entire left arm was sliced into several pieces and fell to the ground. Blood spurted wildly, accompanied by Danzo's piercing, agonized screams. "Ah! Curse you, someone help!" Danzo howled in pain, yelling for his subordinates to come to his rescue. But around them, almost all the root ninja had already been slaughtered. Only a scant few remained, desperately struggling to hold off Fyun's wood-style clones. Fyun thrust his katana into Danzo's mouth and twisted the hilt with a savage force, mangling Danzo's tongue and shattering his teeth. "Why are you screaming? You're splitting my head with that racket." With that, Fyun tossed the utterly devastated Danzo to the ground and stomped brutally on his knee. The bones snapped audibly under the pressure. Danzo's leg warped into a grotesque, unnatural shape. His pallid foot bones jutted out into the air, and blood streamed down in torrents. Danzo reached out with his right hand, trying to struggle, but Fyun pinned it to the ground with his blade, leaving him unable to move. Danzo glared furiously at Fyun, his mouth opening and closing, clearly cursing him. But with his tongue and teeth shredded and his mouth a torn mess, he couldn't utter a word. Only bloody sputters mixed with bits of flesh poured from his lips again and again. Fyun pressed down on Danzo's other leg and gradually increased the pressure, grinding the bones with deliberate cruelty. "Ha! Old dog Shimura, rest assured, I won't strike your vitals. You want to activate the reverse 4-symbol seal and take me down with you? Don't even think about it." A cold, mocking smile curled at the corner of Fyun's mouth. He knew full well that Danzo had a sealing technique in place, one rigged to trigger automatically at the moment of death. But Fyun was utterly unfazed. Even if he hadn't known Danzo's secrets, so what? Who'd be scared of Danzo's precious sealing bridge jutsu anyway? Hearing this, Danzo was visibly shaken. His solitary remaining eye looked as if it would burst from its socket. How could this Uchiha Fyun possibly know about such things? This was meant to be his last resort technique, a move to ensure mutual destruction with his enemy. He was supposed to catch the victor off guard with it, right when their guard was lowered in the flush of victory to deal the fatal blow. But now Fyun had seen straight through him. How could it possibly work? Looking down at the broken, unrecognizable figure of Danzo, so full of fury and desperate unwillingness, Fyun's eyes gleamed with scorn. "You've got Hashirama's cells grafted in. Wounds like these shouldn't be enough to kill you, right?" At that moment, several figures darted in at lightning speed, rushing to the aid of the last few root ninja. They drove back Fyun's wood-style clones, and the reanimated Zetsu corpses were shattered in an instant. At the same time, a figure clad in green appeared in front of Fyun's true body. Leaf-style rock-crushing strike. A loud impact followed, but in a flash a massive golden skeletal chakra hand appeared, swatting the attacker away in an instant. The root ninja who had just been rescued showed not a moment's hesitation. Without a backward glance, they charged straight for Fyun, each clutching a fistful of explosive tags. Their intentions couldn't be clearer. They were determined to rescue Shimura Danzo. A barrage of deafening explosions erupted, flames and thick smoke engulfed Susanoo, and the powerful shockwaves forced the Konoha shinobi to halt their advance. By now, the root base was fully exposed, forming a gaping sinkhole atop the earth, with the Konoha shinobi assembled at its edge. Taking in the sheer scale of the battlefield and the extent of the devastation, all who looked on couldn't help but gasp in horror. Had this chaos broken out within Konoha itself, it would surely have spelled catastrophe. So this is Root. Root, is it truly wiped out? Yes, it seems so. There are corpses and blood everywhere. Tsunade's figure appeared at the front of the group. She glanced down at Mike Guy, her brows knitted in concern. "Guy, don't act on your own. Fall back now." Guy, who had been watching the center of the blasts, tensed in readiness. Hearing Tsunade's command, he turned back in confusion. "Lady Hokage? Follow orders." Tsunade raised her voice. "Yes, ma'am." With a powerful leap, Guy rejoined his fellow Konoha ninja, his gaze still locked on the chaotic battlefield below. A rustling sound echoed in the air as countless fragments slowly drifted together, gathering around broken bodies. Dozens of reanimated corpses were beginning to restore themselves. having sealed away many such reanimated ninja in the last war. The Konoha Jonin present were no strangers to this horrifying sight. Nara Shikaku turned to Tsunade and spoke in a low voice. Lady Tsunade, this is the impure world reincarnation technique. Most of these summoned dead are members of the Shimura clan. The one behind this is almost certainly Uchiha Fyun. Every shinobi present was a Konoha Jonin, privy to certain secrets. All knew that only Uchiha Fyun, whose reputation had soared in recent years, could harbor such bitter hatred for the Shimura clan. Complex emotions flickered in many eyes. After all that had come to light about the Uchiha and their deeds, even ordinary Jonin now had a decent grasp of the truth behind their story. Footsteps echoed, sharp and clear, through the desolate ruins of the base. Fyun strode from the smoke and flames, gripping his blade in one hand and dragging Shimura Danzo, battered and broken far beyond the wretchedness of a dying dog, with the other. His figure was the very image of a demon come to life. Danzo, the Konoha shinobi, stared down at the lone figure who had decimated Root, each face grave and somber. Yet, few showed much concern for Danzo's fate. Some even revealed a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. Tsunade fixed her gaze on Fyun and shouted, Uchiha Fyun, you've gone too far. Fyun's eyes were cold and unmoved. He slid his blade into a ninja tool scroll and grabbed Danzo's hair in a firm grip. A sickening tearing sound rang out. A sickening, bone-chilling sound tore through the air as flesh was violently ripped apart. Fyun yanked a clump of Danzo's hair straight off, scalp and all. Danzo let out a muffled, guttural roar, his head a gruesome mess of blood and ruined flesh. With a ruthless motion, Fyun stuffed the bloody, dripping scalp into Danzo's mouth. Quiet. Not another word. Only after this did Fyun bother to lift his gaze towards Tsunade above him, the corner of his mouth lifting in a taunting smirk. Well then, come down here and punish me. Damn it. Let Lord Danzo go. Kai activated the Gate of View in a flash, unleashing a surge of overwhelming energy. Fyun's Manjikyu Sharingan spun slowly in his eyes as he chuckled derisively. If you're so tough, open all 8 gates and show me. With your half-hearted effort, you'd barely keep me awake. Bastard. Guy ground his teeth, his face set in fierce hatred for injustice. But just then, Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hayashi appeared at his sides, each gripping a shoulder to hold him back. Tsunade, too, raised her left arm decisively, signaling for everyone to stay put. Through the haze of smoke and dust, Fyun's scarlet Sharingan gleamed brilliantly in the darkness. One-handed, he dragged the barely breathing Danzo along, as casually as if he were hauling a sack of rags through the rubble. Danzo's ruined body left a long smear of blood on the ground, and with every step Fyun took, a wounded whimper escaped the broken man's throat. Stop this at once. Tsunade's voice rang out across the battlefield, her golden twin ponytails swirling violently with the surge of chakra. The markings of the 100 Healings jutsu had already spread across her face, the very picture of her fury. Fyun halted, a cold, merciless smile tugging at his lips. Oh, so now the great tree of Konoha is standing up for its rotting root? No matter what Danzo has done, it is up to Konoha to judge him. Tsunade's voice was sharp as a blade, her hand behind her back signaling A and BU to ready themselves. Judge him? Fyun erupted in harsh laughter, his voice thick with mockery. You mean the way you judged the Uchiha clan all those years ago? With a sudden motion, Fyun hoisted Danzo up, the mangled body swaying in midair. Take a good look at your roots, leader. For power, he used any means. How many Uchiha did he massacre? In Danzo's lone, surviving eye, a flash of dread appeared. He struggled, desperate to speak, but could only cough up blood and shattered teeth. That's enough. Tsunade roared. Stop twisting the truth. Konoha bears its own share of sorrow. Fyun fell silent, his gaze drilling into the assembled Konoha Jonin, unwavering and cold. In that moment, he understood, with painful clarity, what pain must have felt all those years ago. If he had the Rinnegan now, and heard Tsunade's words, surely he would have unleashed destruction beyond imagination. Tsunade's beautiful eyes grew grave and resolute. Hand Danzo over to Konoha. Let's all sit down and talk. But her words broke off in an instant, because Fyun's hand was already pressed to Danzo's scalp, golden chakra flaring like fire, a storm of mental energy building. You want to see judgment? Then watch closely. I'll show you what judgment truly means. Memory projection. In an instant, countless images unfolded in the air. A young Danzo, clutching a kunai, stabbed at a sleeping Kagami Uchiha. In a secret laboratory, he transplanted the Sharingan eyes of his comrades. His face, cold and unfeeling, as he ordered the slaughter of infants. In the wood release laboratory, the Senju clan members fell by the dozens, victims of grisly experiments. Danzo conspiring with Itachi Uchiha and Madara Uchiha, laying out the plan for the Uchiha clan's annihilation, leading the hunt for Shursui Uchiha, silencing any ninja in the village who posed a threat to him. One bloody event after another, ugly truth after ugly truth, each was exposed for everyone to see. No, Danzo descended into madness, thrashing desperately, struggling to stop his memories from being stolen. For someone who had painstakingly wove his schemes for decades, having his deeds laid bare was a torment far crueler than death itself. The people of Konoha stared in utter disbelief, and already some ninjas were shouting curses at him. It's time to put an end to this. Fyun's voice, suddenly, turned cold as ice. His palm clenched tight, preparing to crush Danzo's skull then and there. But just then, a violent tremor ran through Danzo's body, and the forbidden seal on his chest blazed alive. Fyun's gaze sharpened. You're triggering the reverse 4 symbols, sealing yourself? Danzo's pale right arm, already healed by the power of Hashirama's cells, seized Fyun's arm in a death grip, refusing to let go. With a swift, cold slash, Fyun severed Danzo's only remaining arm. He leapt backwards, sending a horde of reanimated Shimura clan members surging toward Danzo. Fyun's mocking laughter rang out. Seal your own friends and family, if you must. Someone like you is destined for nothing. In Konoha, anyone has a shot at becoming Hokage, but a pathetic schemer like you never had a chance. Not from the very beginning. Danzo's face contorted into a demonic grimace, all consumed by unwillingness, hatred, and pain. Stop. At that perilous moment, a green blur shot into view. Morning Peacock. Might Guy's fist erupted with blazing flames, forcing Fyun to retreat even farther. But it was too late. A thunderous eruption followed, and a giant sphere of darkness expanded in the blink of an eye, devouring all within a 100-meter radius. When the black orb finally receded, it left behind a vast crater. Everything within it had vanished without a trace. Kai! Tsunade shouted anxiously. Right here. I'm okay. Guy emerged from the rubble, his face a mix of shock and relief. Good thing I was fast enough. What on earth was that forbidden jutsu? Tsunade pressed a weary hand to her forehead. If only she had brought Kakashi instead, and left Guy to watch over the village. However, the reason Kai had just rushed in to intervene wasn't out of concern for Danzo. He wasn't foolish. After learning so much of the truth, he knew that Danzo was a man burdened with enormous crimes. What Kai truly wanted was to save Danzo and hand him over to Konoha. Perhaps that way, they could discover even more secrets. In the distance, Uchiha Fyun remained standing tall upon the battlefield. What a pitiful ending. Fyun gazed down at the deep pit before him. Even in death, he drags others with him. What an utterly sinister man. Tsunade, a slug draped over her shoulder, stepped forward and called out, Uchiha Fyun, now that everything is clear, Konoha will revoke the bounty on your head and deliver true justice to the Uchiha clan. Come, let's sit down and talk. Both Konoha and the Uchiha deserve a better future, don't you agree? Fyun shook his head. The Uchiha need no justice, nor do I need your sense of fairness. A dry laugh flickered in Fyun's heart. Over 1,000 Uchiha lives, and not even their bones remain. Who could possibly care about justice now? Even if Konoha truly meant every word Tsunade said, it would only be because he, Uchiha Fyun, possessed such overwhelming power. If he didn't have the strength to make the whole of Konoha tremble, he was certain they would never even bother to negotiate. There would be only one ending for him, Uchiha Fyun, death. Tsunade's voice softened, gentle but resolute. The end of hatred is only an abyss. There are still so many things in this world worth living for, aren't there? Konoha's best qualities have always been inherited by its finest people. No! Fyun stood upon the ruins, his crimson Mangekyo, Sharingan, sweeping coldly over the crowd from Konoha. The Uchiha have nothing left. If there's anything to inherit, it can only be hatred. Though his Susanoo had vanished, suffocating waves of chakra still rippled from his body. Tsunade stepped closer, her golden ponytail tossing in the wind, the mark of the strength of 100 seal still shining on her brow. Her voice was low but unwavering. Uchiha Fyun, enough. Danzo is dead, and Konoha is ready to look back and re-examine the fate of the Uchiha. Fyun's lips curled, but there wasn't a hint of a smile in his eyes. Re-examine? Tsunade, do you really believe that a simple promise to re-examine can erase the massacre of the Uchiha by Konoha? Shikaku Nara narrowed his eyes, analyzing the situation calmly. He spoke in a measured tone. If we continue to fight, there will only be mutual destruction. Your aim is vengeance, but after that, Do you want Konoha to fall completely, to give the other ninja villages an opportunity to strike? There was a flicker of hesitation in Fyun's eyes, but it quickly vanished, replaced once more by icy resolve. Whether Konoha lives or dies, what does that matter to me? Hayashi Hyuga's Byakugan locked onto Fyun, his tone grave. Your chakra is nearly spent. If you push this any further, you might not walk away alive. Fyun let out a cold laugh. Do you really think you lot are enough to keep me here? My guy's entire body was wreathed in blue steam. The strain from opening the seventh gate made every breath heavy, but his gaze remained razor-sharp. Push me and I'll open the eighth gate. If that happens, your death is certain. The air seemed to freeze in an instant. Fyun's eyes slowly shifted to Guy, the Tomo in his Sharingan spinning almost imperceptibly, as if weighing the threat this man posed. The 8 gates really are troublesome, he said after a pause. Then, with a flicker of mockery in his eyes, Fyun's lips curled into a scornful smile. But do you truly dare to open it? You may die without question, but me? My fate wouldn't be so certain. Guy's fists clenched tight, muscles trembling with the boiling chakra within him. Tsunade snapped, her tone sharp and urgent. Guy, don't act recklessly. Fyun's gaze returned to Tsunade. Tsunade stood her ground, defiant. It's not fear that holds me back. I just won't let innocent Leaf Shinobi perish for nothing. From the Aburame clan, Shibi stepped forward. His eyes, cloaked by dark glasses, fixed on Fyun. Uchiha Fyun, hatred creates only more hatred. No one understands that better than you. The Uchiha were once part of the Leaf too. There was careful deliberation in the people Tsunade had brought here. Most of them were clans with no bitter history against the Uchiha. Some had even been on friendly terms. These clans, in one way or another, had also suffered from the exploitation of Danzo and his ilk. Tsunade believed this gathering might help resolve things more peacefully. That's why many of the Jonin here, in truth, couldn't care less about Danzo or Root's fate. In fact, some likely celebrated their downfall deep in their hearts. Fyun, too, had noticed this. His eyes swept once over the assembled shinobi, but he kept his silence. Suddenly, a figure burst out from the depths of the ruined base, landing heavily before Fyun. Tsunade's gaze sharpened, and she murmured to herself, a clone. The newcomer was indeed a would-release clone of Fyun himself. It handed 2 space-time ninjutsu scrolls to its original before dissolving, merging back into Fyun's body in a swirl of wooden fibers. As Fyun examined the scrolls, a faint smirk tugged at his lips. This had been his plan all along, to send out a clone dedicated to hunting down whatever was valuable. Tsunade's fists tightened as she glared at the scrolls in Fyun's grasp. She knew that in those forbidden scrolls must lie the legacy of Danzo and Root. Decades of Root's clandestine operations. Who could fathom the power and secrets accumulated? The experiment records and forbidden techniques within those scrolls must be staggering. Fyun tucked the scrolls away, glancing at Tsunade. Are you Leaf Shinobi going to fight or not? If not, I'll just take my leave. At his words, the Konoha shinobi fell silent. Could Uchiha Fyun truly be so confident? Did he really intend to face down all of Konoha in his current state? Or did he have some trump card they hadn't noticed? Fyun gave them no more time to answer. In a blur, he flashed out of the crater and disappeared, swiftly vanishing into the distance. Without glancing back at the people of Konoha, he strode away, indifferent. If anyone from Konoha dared to pursue him, he would not hesitate to kill them all. Even if it were the 8 gates guy, Fyun now felt fully confident he could handle him. All fears ultimately stem from a lack of strength. As long as one is powerful enough, there is nothing to be afraid of. As Uchiha Fyun vanished from sight, Inoichi turned to Tsunade and asked, Hokage, shall we intercept him, or send a sensor team to tail him? Tsunade's fists were tightly clenched, caught in deep internal conflict. She didn't want to let such a dangerous man simply leave, nor did she want Konoha's legacy to slip away. But in the end, she shook her head and said, let's return to the village. We need to call a proper meeting to discuss how we'll handle what follows. There was no other way. Tsunade understood all too well how powerful Uchiha Fyun had become. This man had already surpassed every other ninja in Konoha. The long-shelved issue of the Uchiha clan would now have to be brought up once more and handled anew. Though nothing could truly make up for what had happened, Tsunade knew she still had to take a stand. If for nothing else, then perhaps to ease the strained relationship between Uchiha Fyun and Konoha. This was something Tsunade had to try. As for the matter of tarnished reputations, or whose name might be stained, such concerns no longer mattered. History is written by the victors. The outcome determines what is considered right or wrong. The truth, in the end, was hardly important to anyone. No matter what fine words people used, everyone knew they had to quietly abide by this unspoken rule. If the Uchiha really had been annihilated, Fyun had truly died with his clan, then even if Tsunade and the Jonin learned the truth, none would say a word about it. People see only what's to be gained or lost, weighing every consequence. Not one person would stand up for the dead and challenge the 4 great clans that remained. But now, circumstances were reversed. Most of the 4 great clans' power had been crushed, their upper ranks nearly wiped out, and a peerless Uchiha had emerged in all his glory. Even if they were unwilling, Tsunade and the others had no choice but to consider Konoha's safety and interests. Exposing the truth and finally revealing who was truly behind the Uchiha massacre was now necessary. On one hand, it would make Konoha's position clear. On the other, the blame could fall where it belonged. Addressing both fronts, perhaps they could even avoid another war. Collecting her thoughts and steeling herself, Tsunade continued, "We must also be prepared. Konoha will never fear any enemy." "Yes, ma'am." Everyone responded in unison. "For now, let's take care of what's left here. Search the base in pairs and classify everything you find as top secret." Tsunade had long wanted to completely overhaul the Root organization, but until now, she hadn't had the strength to do so. Root and Konoha are like bone and tendon, deeply intertwined. Even a Hokage cannot simply tear it out at will. Although it seemed that the Hidden Leaf had once again suffered a devastating blow, Tsunade believed that this might not be such a bad thing after all. The village was like a patient who had undergone major surgery. There was piercing pain in the short term. But looking to the future, with the timeline stretched out, the root of the illness had been removed. Given time to recover, the Hidden Leaf was certain to embrace a different future. Night settled in, thick as ink. Cold wind swept up dead leaves as Fyun's silhouette landed soundlessly at the entrance to Orochimaru's secret lair. His Sharingan glimmered faintly in the darkness before fading away. This was one of the few places where he could truly let his guard down. Almost a month had passed since Fyun had set out from the base and now, at last, returned. Following the trace of Orochimaru's chakra, he made his way to a laboratory door. Fyun pushed it open. A familiar fragrance of herbs, tinged with the faint scent of blood, greeted him at once. Orochimaru stood with his back to him, bent over some mysterious concoction, his pale fingers moving deftly among the test tubes. "Back already?" Orochimaru's raspy voice sounded, still facing away. "How did things go with Danzo?" Fyun walked over to the workbench and tossed his blood-stained gloves into the incinerator without ceremony. "It's done." Went smoother than expected. After a short pause, Fyun continued, "I've brought you the Sharingan sample you wanted." He slid a test tube across the counter to Orochimaru, inside of which floated a 3-tomo Sharingan. Orochimaru finally turned around, his golden serpent eyes flashing with satisfaction. "As expected of you, Fyun, your efficiency never disappoints." Fyun merely curled his lips in a small, non-committal smile. Over the years, their partnership had long since gone beyond a simple exchange of interests. Orochimaru provided experimental data and forbidden jutsu, while Fyun retrieved all manner of rare specimens for him. For Orochimaru, Fyun himself was arguably the most valuable sample of all. In a strange sense, this cold-blooded scientist was actually the ally Fyun trusted most. "Your injury?" Orochimaru suddenly reached out, his cold fingertips grazing a bloody scratch on Fyun's neck. Fyun instinctively tried to pull away, but Orochimaru's grip on his shoulder held him fast. "Don't move." "How curious. With your constitution, Fyun, how could you be left with a wound?" Fyun frowned. He didn't even remember having an injury on his neck. But after a fierce battle, maybe he'd fallen prey to some tricky, secret technique. Unable to see for himself, he couldn't be sure. There was a soft clink of test tubes as Orochimaru skillfully mixed a potion. Fyun relaxed and let him tend to the injury. A trust like this was a rare luxury in the ninja world, but Fyun knew that Orochimaru wouldn't try any tricks at a time like this. Their alliance was built on mutual need. For now, they were both still useful to each other. "What's the response from Konoha?" Orochimaru asked as he wrapped his wounds, his breath almost brushing against Fyun's ear. Fyun let out a cold laugh. "Tsunade wants to negotiate with me." Honestly, before he could finish, a sudden searing pain pierced his back. "Well, this turned out to be easier than I expected." Fyun's pupils contracted. Instinctively, his Sharingan flared open, and he watched in horror as Orochimaru's face melted away like wax, revealing the icy visage of Uchiha Sasuke underneath. Those once black eyes were now slitted, shining with the golden hue of serpent, and deep within the pupils, 3-tomo whirled with deadly intent. "You!" The Kusanagi sword drove straight through his chest from behind, puncturing a vital organ. Fyun coughed up a mouthful of blood. In disbelief, he looked down to see the tip of the blade wrapped in a bizarre purple chakra. It was Orochimaru's curse mark energy mixed with something unfamiliar. Sasuke leaned close, his voice cold and alien. "You were far too careless, Fyun-senpai." Suddenly, the lights in the laboratory snapped off, plunging everything into darkness. Only two pairs of glowing eyes locked fiercely on each other. One belonged to Fyun's violently trembling Sharingan, the other to Sasuke's eerie, serpent-like gaze, now fused with Orochimaru's power. Fyun's fingers twitched, only to discover his entire chakra system was being sealed by a foreign force. The realization hit him at last. Forcing out a few strained words, he said, "Did you turn the reincarnation ritual against him?" Sasuke offered no answer, only twisting his sword with deliberate slowness. "Uchiha revenge will be fulfilled by me. First, it's you, and then Uchiha Itachi." He sneered, voice still icy. "Ha, kid, who do you think you are? A grain of sand, not even worth half of me." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "It's useless. I've pierced your vital point and set a seal." A blast of golden chakra erupted, flinging Sasuke back. The seal shattered in mere seconds. A golden Susanoo skeleton surged up around Fyun, its aura raging and immense. Fyun reached behind and slowly drew the Kusanagi sword from his back. "You sneaky brat. Just like your brother Itachi, always such a fox. How is this possible?" Sasuke now stood revealed in his own form, his three-tomo Sharingan fixed on the man before him with deadly focus. "I crushed your vital point, sealed your chakra. You should be dead." Regret began to settle in his heart. Just a week ago, Orochimaru had begun the reincarnation ritual with him. But somehow, Sasuke had managed to turn the tables and destroy Orochimaru. Since then, Sasuke had used the transformation techniques taught by Orochimaru, along with his body and chakra, to perfectly impersonate him, fooling everyone. He'd stayed hidden here, waiting for the moment to assassinate Uchiha Fyun. His revenge required him to kill Itachi and Fyun, those two monsters who had left him in a living hell for years. Yes, Sasuke still believed it was Fyun and Itachi who had slaughtered his entire clan. After all, Itachi had confessed to it himself. Yet after defeating Orochimaru in the realm of the mind, Sasuke had grown arrogant, convinced of his own power. Now, a wave of terror swept over Sasuke, deeper than anything he'd felt even before Itachi. Fyun let out a soft chuckle. Having taken everything from Orochimaru, this would have been the time to run, lie low and grow stronger for a few years. Who knows? Maybe you'd have amounted to something. But now, Fyun's gaze turned icy. "Right now, you're nothing to me. Even those eyes of yours, they can't even amuse me." Sasuke forced himself to rally, straining to break through the fear Fyun inspired. He gritted his teeth and retorted coldly, "You talk as if you weren't almost beaten just now. Still so arrogant." Fyun gave a low laugh as the golden bones of his Susanoo slowly dissolved into nothing. He carelessly tossed his Kusanagi sword to the ground, where it landed with a bright, metallic clang. "Sasuke, do you realize? You've made a fatal mistake." Sasuke's pupils tightened, the three tomos spinning in his Sharingan. "Drop the act." Throwing his hands into a rapid series of signs, he unleashed, fire style, majestic flame, dragon, jutsu. Mighty dragons of fire roared forth, but just a meter from Fyun, a wall of wood sprang up to block the flames. Fyun hadn't moved an inch. He simply regarded Sasuke with those deep, unfathomable Sharingan eyes. This, impossible. Cold sweat beaded on Sasuke's brow. Even after absorbing some of Orochimaru's power, the sense of powerlessness was overwhelming. "Do you know why Orochimaru chose you?" Fyun advanced, each step ratcheting up the pressure on Sasuke. "Did you really think taking over his body would be so easy?" Sasuke stumbled half a step back, but forced himself to stand his ground. "Shut up. I'm going to kill you. Then I'll kill that man." Fyun suddenly stopped, muttering as if to himself. "So Itachi really told you nothing. Did he think I'd be so easy to deal with?" Sasuke roared, forming hand seals once more, this time for Chidori. Searing lightning flashed through the gloom. Sasuke lunged at Fyun, only for Fyun to twist aside at the very last moment. Fyun sighed. "Looks like you still need a lesson." In a blink, he vanished, reappearing right in front of Sasuke. His Mangekyo Sharingan flared, dragging Sasuke straight into a Jinjutsu. The world spun wildly. Suddenly, everything around Sasuke changed. He saw his younger self, relived that night drenched in blood, glimpsed the Hokage council room, the masked stranger, and finally, the truth itself. "No, this can't be real." Sasuke collapsed to his knees, the three tomo in his eyes spinning madly as he struggled to break free from the illusion. This is just one of your tricks. Fyun looked down at him from above. The truth is often harder to accept than any lie, don't you think? Sasuke's breathing grew more and more ragged, memories flooding his mind like the tide. Danzo's conspiracies, the decisions made by those in power, Itachi's ultimate sacrifice. All the truths that had been deliberately hidden were now laid bare before him. Why? Why are you making me see all of this? Sasuke's voice trembled. Fyun withdrew his chakra, and the illusion lifted. The laboratory reappeared around them, but the world Sasuke saw was already utterly changed. Fyun's expression was indifferent. He remained silent. He didn't immediately make a move to finish off Sasuke. He had his own calculations. He wanted to see if there was still a chance to help Orochimaru reclaim Sasuke's body. Kabuto's figure appeared in the room. When he took in the scene before him, he cried out in shock, "Sasuke!" How could Kabuto not understand what had just transpired? If someone was fighting Uchiha Fyun, it was almost certainly not Lord Orochimaru. But there was something he truly couldn't comprehend. How could the reincarnation ritual possibly have failed? "Kabuto, stand down," Fyun said, not even bothering to turn his head. Kabuto clenched his fists. Orochimaru was dead? In that moment, he felt his purpose in life had been ripped away, his beliefs and goals shattered, leaving him utterly lost. The laboratory lights flickered erratically, casting harsh shadows across Sasuke's face twisted by rage. "You really think a cheap illusion like that could shake me?" Sasuke let out a cold laugh, his right hand suddenly gathering a searing charge. Chidori. Crackling lightning exploded to life, and Sasuke shot forward in a flash of speed. Fyun's gaze hardened. His own right hand gathered a swirling orb of rapidly spinning chakra. Rasengan. That Rasengan, a technique he had stolen and copied from Jeriah using a Sharingan. A thunderous roar filled the air as Chidori clashed violently with Rasengan, the burst of wild energy shattering every glass vessel in the lab. Bottles imploding, liquid chemicals spraying everywhere. With a deafening crash, both were blasted several paces apart. Yet Sasuke recovered faster, his hands moving in a blur of seals. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. A blazing fire dragon roared forth, but Fyun only snorted in disdain, sweeping his arm with a single hand sign. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. The wind stoked the fire, the dragon swelling to monstrous size, but Fyun's form vanished mysteriously into the flames. An earth-shaking explosion erupted, blowing the laboratory ceiling wide open. The ground trembled under a cloud of swirling dust, exposing the underground base to the bright sunlight above. Up there, Sasuke snapped his gaze upward, only to see Fyun diving down like a specter from the sky, Rasengan coalescing in his palm once more. Too slow, Sasuke sneered, his Sharingan with 3 tomo precisely tracking Fyun's movement. With a swift motion, he countered with Chidori. A violent collision of energy erupted, shaking the air. The floor of the laboratory gave way, and Sasuke plunged into the level below. In the haze of dust, Sasuke got to his feet, breath ragged, only to find Fyun's presence had vanished once more. Hiding like a rat, calling yourself a Uchiha shinobi? Sasuke roared, his Sharingan scanning every shadow around him. Suddenly, the ground beneath him split apart. Fyun burst through the debris with a swirling Rasengan, driving it straight into Sasuke's abdomen. A spray of blood escaped Sasuke's lips, but a twisted smile tugged at his mouth. "Got you," he barked. In an instant, his body unraveled into countless white serpents, all coiling tightly around Fyun's arms. Orochimaru's body replacement technique. Fyun's eyes widened in shock. Lightning style, Chidori current. Searing bolts of lightning crackled from every direction, engulfing Fyun in a thrashing storm of blue-white energy. Yet, there was a tremendous roar. The golden ribcage of Susanoo snapped into place around Fyun, shouldering the full force of the Chidori current without yielding. Standing behind Susanoo's shield, the intricate pattern of the Mangekyo turned slowly in Fyun's eyes. "A clever tactic, but you're still far from victory," he taunted. Sasuke clenched his teeth, eyes burning with frustration as he gazed at Fyun, trapped by snakes and lightning. That chakra skeleton. What on earth is that thing? Its defense is unreal. Unmoved, Fyun folded his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. "So, this is the choice you've made, now that you know the truth?" Sasuke formed a hand sign, instantly creating a shadow clone. "The truth? After I've killed you and Itachi, I'll find the truth for myself." Cracks began to spiderweb across Sasuke's skin as dark purple curse marks snaked across his whole body like living things. His back convulsed, Muscles writhing as bones snapped, and a pair of blood-veined flesh wings tore through his shirt, snapping open with a visceral surge. Chakra blazed around him, transforming into a swirling, purple-black inferno. The crimson Sharingan eyes narrowed, now vertical and bestial. He let out a guttural roar, raw and filled with agony. His fingernails lengthened into razor-sharp talons, demonic horn-like patterns emerging on his brow. The curse mark's second stage surged through his veins like molten lava, swelling every muscle to the brink of its power. The ground cracked and buckled under the fury of his chakra, loose stones floating upwards, defying gravity. This is power! The words rasped from Sasuke's throat, echoing like a demon crawling out of the abyss. His lips twisted into an inhuman grin. Let's see how your vaunted defenses hold up against me. In a blur, both Sasuke's, one real, one clone, flashed to either side of Fyun. Their hands flew through hand signs as a piercing, electric cacophony swelled, like 1,000 shrill birds screeching at once. A roar of pure fury tore from their lips, resounding through the shattered stones, an unrestrained, primal challenge. Sasuke's cursed mark burst forth in full fury. The purple-black chakra blazed like fire as fleshly wings snapped wide, sending a violent shockwave surging through the air. His gaze locked unflinchingly onto Fyun, the three tomo of his Sharingan spinning wildly, nearly merging into a single, unbroken ring. Break for me! Lightning release crackled violently in Sasuke's palm. The cry of the Chidori rang out, sharper than shattered glass, while the purple-black curse-marked chakra wrapped around it, forming a fierce and twisted blade of lightning. Chidori! At the same time, another Sasuke unleashed his own Chidori, and both rushed at Fyun, who was ensnared by the white serpent. Bolts of lightning speared through Susanu's skeleton like lances, tearing through its golden barriers by sheer force. Fyun's Susanu ribs shattered, splintering into fragments of chakra that disappeared into the air. Sasuke didn't stop. In a blink, he closed in on Fyun, his right hand erupting with lightning once more. This is the end. The Chidori burst through Fyun's chest, blood splattering in its wake. But then, Fyun's form began to distort. Flesh turned to etched wood, his whole body shifting until he became nothing more than a wooden figure. Oh, its style clone? Sasuke's pupils shrank in shock. A crisp applause echoed from above. Sasuke jerked his head up and saw Fyun standing atop the broken wall, gazing down with cool indifference. All this time, he'd been fighting only a clone? Cold sweat trickled down Sasuke's neck. If just a single clone was this powerful, how could he possibly win? Fyun's voice came, appraising and measured. An impressive attack. What a pity. Suddenly, three figures flashed around Sasuke, surrounding him. Three identical Fyuns, each emanating waves of intense chakra. Sasuke panted, feeling the cursed power ebbing, but his eyes remained fierce. Even if there are three more of you, I'll cut you all down just the same. The real Fyun stood high above, arms crossed, his Mangekyo Sharingan revolving slowly. Then show me, Sasuke. Show me where your limits truly lie. Sasuke breathed heavily, the curse-marked patterns flickering across his skin, the purple-black chakra swaying like a dying flame. Drawing a deep breath, he steeled himself, Sharingan focused on the threat before him. The three Fyun clones shifted into a triangular formation, each assuming a different battle stance to close off his escape. What now? Is that all you've got? Sneered the Fyun facing him, his grass cutter sword flashing with a cold, deadly gleam. Sasuke clenched his teeth, nails digging so deep in his palm that blood beaded out between his fingers. The pain only sharpened his senses. Save your breath. An explosion of chakra erupted as Sasuke once again unleashed all his power. The wings on his back unfurled to their full span, razor-sharp bone spines jutting from their joints. His skin transformed completely, turning ashen black, with shifting black markings writhing like living things across his body. The most astonishing thing was that the three-tomo Sharingan in his eyes surged with power, amplified by the strength of the cursed seal. What is that? The flying cloud clone on the left side narrowed his eyes in shock. Sasuke's right hand suddenly flared with blinding light. Purple-black chakra intertwined with crackling lightning to form a massive lightning blade, 3 meters long. Chidori, sharp spear. With a fierce stomp, he launched himself forward. The ground beneath him shattered in a web of cracks from the force of his movement. There was a razor-sharp whoosh as the enormous lightning blade swept sideways. The clone facing him hurriedly raised the Kusanagi sword to block. A metallic clang rang out, harsh and ear-piercing. The blade of the Kusanagi sword was sliced clean in half. The current from the lightning blade didn't fade. It sliced straight through the clone, cutting it in two at the waist. The first one. Sasuke growled. Suddenly, the flying cloud clone on the right slammed both hands onto the ground. Countless thorny vines burst from the earth. Sasuke's winged flesh vibrated rapidly as he twisted nimbly in midair, but his left leg was still snared by the vines. Sharp wooden spikes stabbed into his flesh, blood quickly soaking his trouser leg. Got you, the clone sneered coldly. But Sasuke only curled his lips into a subtle smirk. You fell right into my trap. He took a sharp breath, his chest rising, then unleashed a blazing white dragon of fire. This wasn't just any ordinary flame. It was powered up, intensified by the chakra of the cursed seal. The fire dragon surged along the vines, racing in the blink of an eye right up to the clone. What? The clone frantically severed his chakra link to the vines, but it was too late. The blinding white flames engulfed him completely, and amid a piercing shriek, he was reduced to charred remains. That's the second one. The last clone's Mangekyo eyes spun slowly. Fire style, great fireball technique. But this time, Sasuke didn't dodge. It won't work. He charged straight into the inferno. One large, wing-like appendage shielded his body, the purple-black chakra of the cursed seal convening into a protective layer over his skin, letting him withstand the searing flames by sheer force. With every step, the protection peeled away bit by bit, yet his speed only increased. Are you insane? The clone finally gasped, panic breaking through. Chidori. Lightning sparked fiercely in Sasuke's right hand once more. With a visceral burst, the Chidori pierced straight through the last clone's chest. The clone stared down at the gaping hole in utter disbelief. Impossible. With a heavy crash, the wooden body collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. The third one. Sasuke wheezed, withdrawing his arm. Just then, a round of applause echoed from the shadows. Brilliant. The true flying cloud stepped forward, Mangekyo eyes spinning slowly. Despair welled up inside Sasuke. For behind Flying Cloud, 5 brand-new wood-style clones stepped out, ready for battle. But did you think that was the end? I underestimated you. Turns out your strength is quite remarkable. That's why this time, all 5 of my clones can use the Susanoo. Susanoo? Is that the one with the chakra skeleton? Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. His chakra was nearly spent. The curse mark had begun its backlash, and every muscle in his body screamed in protest. Sasuke forced himself to stay calm. He sensed Uchiha Fyun must be suffering a heavy drain as well. And it seemed Uchiha Fyun was getting careless. If Sasuke could seize the right moment, there was still a chance to turn the tables and defeat Uchiha Fyun against all odds. In a land of snow, amidst a mountain range blanketed in white, the second son of the Snow Clan's elder patriarch was leading a troop of followers, just departed from the capital and journeying into the distance. As for their destination, even Shiryu Daoxing wasn't sure. All that mattered was leaving the land of snow behind. He had lost the struggle for succession against his younger brother, Shiryu Daolan. With nowhere left for him in the land of snow, he was forced into exile. Yet Shiryu Daoxing felt no panic. He still commanded substantial strength and connections. With careful planning and time, he believed he could one day reclaim all he had lost. And even in defeat, he doubted there was anyone in the land of snow who would dare move against him, making his departure calm and unhurried. Seated in his palanquin, deep in thought, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Who's there? State your business. Do you know who we are? Out of our way. Shiryu Daoxing frowned and asked, What's happening out there? A subordinate standing by the palanquin hurried over and whispered, My lord, there's a strange man blocking our path. A strange man? Never mind. Tell him to get lost. If he doesn't, toss him aside, came the impatient reply from inside the palanquin. Standing ahead of the group was a man with a shark-like face. His skin, tinged with a cold gray hue, closely resembled fish scales. His sharp, jagged teeth flashed menacingly when he grinned, and his tall, powerful frame exuded overwhelming strength. He wore a long, black cloak adorned with red clouds. Billowing in the mountain wind, it gave him an air of mystery and chilling authority. A broad black belt cinched his waist. On the ring finger of his left hand, he wore a ring engraved with the kanji for South Star, and strapped across his back was a massive sword, bound tightly in bandages. Looks like there's a crowd. If I want to accomplish my mission, I'll have to take out every last one of them. Any ninja present would instantly recognize him. The infamous rogue of Kirigakure, Kisame Hoshigaki. Kisame tilted his head slightly, addressing the empty air beside him. Seriously, am I doing this alone again? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, unable to understand why this strange man spoke to himself. He was clearly alone, yet always seemed to be conversing with someone at his side. After he finished, Kisame appeared to be listening to something unheard. A moment later, he reached for the hilt of the massive sword on his back. You make a good point. Well then, I guess it's time for me to start. I won't be holding back. At that moment, a few armed guards could no longer stand Kisame's mutterings and charged at him first. Is he crazy? If you won't get out of the way, then die. Kisame grinned, baring his teeth. In a flash, he drew his sword and swung it downwards with tremendous force. The blow crushed 3 guards at once. Then he lunged toward the palanquin. Protect the young master. The squad leader realized something was terribly wrong and shouted at the top of his lungs. But all was in vain. Within moments, the palanquin was hacked apart, along with the young master inside. A large expanse of mountainside was transformed into a lake, filled with swirling water. Corpses and shattered wood floated on the surface. At last, the mission's done. What a relief, Mr. Itachi. Kisame walked off into the distance, leaving a single line of lonely footprints in the snow. He continued his conversation with the empty air beside him. Attendre au boom érupted à colossale explosion. Orochimaru's hideout was utterly destroyed, leaving nothing but a gaping crater and ruins all around. Sasuke, battered from head to toe, was flung against a massive boulder. 5 colossal golden chakra giants began to close in, step by step. Sasuke spat out blood, struggling to speak through trembling lips. How can they be this strong? Damn it! Seeing the thunderclouds closing in, Sasuke tried to stand and form signs, roaring in defiance. But barely had he risen before he collapsed to his knees, unable to continue. Coughing up blood, gasping desperately for breath, the tomo faded from his eyes, leaving only hollow, pitch-black pupils. Panic washed over Sasuke's face. He knew he no longer had enough chakra to sustain the Sharingan. With 2 massive chakra sword about to cleave him apart, Sasuke hurriedly forced what little chakra remained into his feet and used body flicker, barely dodging the strike in the nick of time. A desperate cry escaped him as a powerful blast of wind sent him flying, skidding across the ground. From a distance, Fyun watched the scene unfold, his true self standing apart as 5 glowing doppelgangers pummeled Sasuke relentlessly. That should do it, he's out of chakra. As Fyun's words hung in the air, a purple mark appeared on Sasuke's left cheek, stretching to the bridge of his nose. His irises turned a fierce gold, his pupils narrowing to slits. This, the visage of Orochimaru. Fyun grinned, satisfied, just as he'd hoped. By pushing Sasuke to the very edge, so weak and depleted, he'd finally broken the restraints and let Orochimaru surge forth. Sasuke clutched his left shoulder, a guttural, agonized scream bursting from deep within him. A glaring red light burst from the cursed seal of heaven above his left shoulder, and the skin around the mark split open with jagged lines. Flesh rose and bulged beneath, as if something monstrous was struggling to break free from within. Ugh! Aya! With Sasuke's agonized screams echoing through the air, an enormous snow-white serpent burst forth from his body. In the blink of an eye, the serpent's massive coils engulfed Sasuke, swallowing his entire form. Seemingly thrilled by its newfound freedom, the white snake let out a chilling, satisfied hiss and then opened its gaping, bloody jaws. From the serpent's maw, a long-haired man, bare-chested and drenched in slick, glistening slime, slowly emerged. Asterisk cough cough. Ha! Ha ha! Asterisk. Orochimaru's laughter rang out manically, but every raspy chuckle was mixed with frail coughs, a sign of either his lingering weakness or the suffocating time spent confined within. At last, I'm free. You little brat. Quite impressive. But, now, you finally belong to me. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru glanced at Fyun, who was retrieving his wood-style clones in the distance, a sly smile playing on his lips. Fyun-kun, I owe you my thanks. If not for you weakening Sasuke, he wouldn't have lost the strength to suppress me. Though Orochimaru had been trapped inside Sasuke, he could still sense the general flow of events in his surroundings. He was well aware of everything Uchiha Fyun had done. If Fyun had truly wanted Sasuke dead, he wouldn't have bothered with such elaborate measures. With his abilities, he could have effortlessly defeated or killed Sasuke outright, rather than accompanying him in battle for so long. But that would have doomed Orochimaru along with Sasuke. Orochimaru understood. Fyun's actions were a deliberate effort to aid him. The white serpent hefted Sasuke's body upward until his silhouette was visible against the creature's belly. The snake's flesh squirmed and pulsed, writhing toward Sasuke like a tangle of living blood vessels. A young, perfect vessel. Orochimaru ran his long tongue across his face, his excitement unmistakable. And so, Sasuke is finally mine. At last, I'll have complete control over this boy's body, and possess everything that belongs to the Uchiha. Fyun absorbed the last of his wood-style clones back into himself. then looked up at Orochimaru, who wore an expression of near-mad obsession. Are you really planning to continue down this path? Do you remember what I told you before? Uchiha Sasuke is not someone you can ever truly claim. Even now, though you have managed to subdue him for the moment, it won't be long before he turns against you once more. Fyun had never intended for Sasuke to survive. His restraint during their earlier encounters had a single purpose: to first rescue Orochimaru. Let's not forget, Sasuke had already tried to kill him twice that very day. The first time by setting a trap and launching a sneak attack, and again after learning the truth, when he still chose to end Fyun's life. As for what choice Sasuke will make, Fyun simply doesn't care, so there's nothing for him to be angry about. No adult would seriously argue with a child, just as an immortal being would never waste anger on the dead. Even if Sasuke doesn't come looking for trouble with him, Fyun would certainly seek him out anyway. Sasuke's utter lack of morals is, in Fyun's eyes, almost a boon. After all, the opportunity was offered to you. If you chose to throw it away, who can you blame? Though, whether that opportunity was truly a chance is another question entirely. Orochimaru clenched his jaw in silence. Fyun-kun, do you truly intend to kill Sasuke? Fyun's eyes were cold and indifferent. Of course. I told you before, but you wouldn't listen. I even gave you a chance. Now, whether you believe me or not, I don't care anymore. Orochimaru could feel Fyun's killing intent, and he suddenly recalled the strange power lurking within Sasuke's spirit. For a moment, he was caught, torn between his desires. Orochimaru's golden, snake-like pupils narrowed dangerously, and his long tongue flicked over his lips without him realizing it. He glanced down at Sasuke, who lay coiled by the pale serpent, the youth's face still etched in agony. Fyun-kun. Orochimaru's voice dropped to a low, hoarse whisper. You're right, there's something truly unusual about this child. But it pains me to give up such a perfect vessel. Fyun sighed softly. Then this is where our shared path ends. Whether it's the path to eternity or the road of comradeship, from now on, we have only death or life between us. A tumult of emotions passed over Orochimaru's face, and he hurriedly protested. Fyun-kun, you've misunderstood. You know what kind of person Orochimaru is. Have I ever hidden it from you? Fyun was already gathering chakra and drawing his blade. The blood on the scrolls of forbidden jutsu is still warm. Each walks his own road. Each sharpens his sword for a different cause. You defend your path, numb to warmth and cold. I watch over the mountain snows, haunted by the souls of 1,000. Don't ask who suffers more when we meet again. The rivers and lakes echo with night rain, and 10 years of lamplight burn in vain. You wield the Kusanagi, I bear my blade. Orochimaru, say no more. Fight as you will, and let there be no regrets between life and death. Fyun stood, sword in hand, obsidian hair and the edges of his robe fluttering in the wind. In that moment, his poise and elegance reached their peak. Orochimaru paused for a heartbeat, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. What style? Elegance never goes out of fashion. But Orochimaru knew well how determined Fyun was. Others might not understand. But the line, I watch over the mountain snows, haunted by the souls of 1,000, meant more than poetry. Orochimaru knew it was Fyun's burden. The countless lives of the Uchiha clan weighed on his shoulders. Orochimaru's gaze turned resolute. Through gritted teeth, he declared, Fine. If you insist, Fyun-kun, then I shall stand by your side. What is a mere body compared to our quest for eternity or our friendship? With those words, Orochimaru formed a series of hand seals, and several giant pythons struck downward towards Sasuke, seeking to crush him. A violent crash echoed through the room. At that critical moment, a crimson figure suddenly appeared at the center of the battlefield. Stop! A cool, clear voice rang out, as a gorge-shaped spiritual weapon spewed forth a chakra blade, glowing with red light. Before Orochimaru could even react, a flash of the blade pierced straight through his chest. It's you, Itachi. Orochimaru stared in disbelief at the sword now embedded in his chest. How could you be here? Is that the sword of Totsuka? Uchiha Itachi, draped in a black cloak patterned with red clouds, stood within the blazing red armor of Susanoo. His face was expressionless as he fixed his gaze on Orochimaru. Don't even think about it. A gruesome sound of flesh being pierced filled the air. In the blink of an eye, Fyun flashed before Sasuke and drove a blade straight through Sasuke's heart. The blade entered white and came out red. No! Itachi's eyes widened with agony, and his roar was filled with the anguish of a wounded soul. With a thunderous crash, the sword of Totsuka released its hold on the half-sealed Orochimaru and swept horizontally toward Fyun. Fyun hastily vanished from his spot. He barely regained his footing before the blinding light of the sword of Totsuka tore through the dust, racing toward him at breakneck speed. With a dismissive snort, Fyun activated his own Susanoo, raising a colossal energy blade to deflect the mighty sword. Itachi's desperate attempt to target Fyun left Orochimaru just enough of his white snake form to slither away from the seal. The snake wriggled furiously, and Orochimaru reappeared with ragged breath behind Fyun. Yasaka Magatama. Fyun let loose a storm of massive chakra Magatama, hurling them toward the Scarlet Susanoo. A deafening explosion shattered the battlefield, gouging a trench several feet deep into the earth for hundreds of meters around. Orochimaru, shaken and pale, gritted his teeth. I never imagined. Itachi actually wields the legendary sword of Totsuka. Did he succeed? Fyun's Mangekyo Sharingan spun like interlocking gears as he stared at the gigantic shadow looming in the smoke. No, not yet. As the haze slowly faded, the imposing red chakra form took shape. Orochimaru's pupils contracted in shock. That's the Yata mirror? Two enormous chakra giants stared each other down, one of blazing red and the other of gleaming gold. Inside his crimson Susanoo, Itachi cradled Sasuke as the flicker of life was fading from his brother's body, his own Mangekyo eyes trembling with deep regret. Within, Itachi was racked with guilt. He had only just arrived after the battle was well underway. He believed Orochimaru posed the greatest threat to Sasuke, thinking Fyun must have already exhausted himself. So, from the onset, Itachi struck Orochimaru down instantly with a killing blow aimed at Sasuke's attacker, intending to focus his full strength on Fyun afterward. But he never imagined Fyun would act with such ruthless precision, ignoring Orochimaru entirely to target Sasuke in the very first moment. With his heart pierced, black-red blood streamed from Sasuke's lips. He glared fixedly at Itachi, eyes wide and wild, reaching desperately toward his brother, muttering, "Kill, kill, I'll kill you." But Sasuke's strength was already spent, his life at its end. He could not harm his brother at all. Helplessly, he could only leave one bloody handprint after another on Itachi's body. At last, Sasuke's eyes slipped closed, drained of all life, and his arms fell limp at his sides. Itachi's pupils contracted violently, blood streaming in twin lines down his cheeks as he let Sasuke's blood soak through his robes. "I am sorry. Don't die. Please don't die." A stifling aura churned between heaven and earth. Itachi's Susanoo stood firm upon the ground, shrouded in a scarlet chakra that towered like a crimson fortress, exuding a terrifying pressure. A cry of despair tore through the silence, raw, guttural, and echoing. Itachi's hands trembled as he cradled Sasuke's body, which was growing cold in his arms. Sharpened by grief, his Sharingan eyes stared ahead, unblinking. Fyun. Itachi's voice was low and cold, as though it hailed from the depths of hell, each word thundering in the air like a heavy hammer. What's with all the shouting? Fyun's Susanoo was no less imposing, radiating a golden brilliance like some ancient beast, ready to devour anything in its path. With a casual flick, Fyun cast the blood off his blade and replied coolly, "Don't be so upset. I'll bring Sasuke back with the reanimation jutsu and send him to attack Konoha. How about this, Itachi? Why don't you just die as well? I'll make sure you two brothers are reunited, so you can take part in the grand destruction of the Leaf Village together." Itachi's teeth were clenched so hard they might shatter. His voice broke as he forced out his words. "Whatever hatred you carry, take it out on me. What fault is Sasuke's? He's just a child, he knows nothing." A wild, unhinged laugh erupted, handed down through generations, startling Orochimaru nearby and cutting off Itachi's words. Fyun's lips twisted in a disdainful smirk as he answered in a booming voice. Of the Uchiha clan, 189 were ninja. The other, 819, were civilians. What did any of them know? Answer me. My little sister, what did she know? My mother, what did she know? They didn't even understand the world of ninja. In our clan, were toothless elders really a threat to the rulers? Or were infants at the breast truly vying for power in the village? Answer me. Itachi's face was streaked with blood and tears. All you ever talk about is the clan, narrow-minded and short-sighted. You have no idea how to look beyond yourselves. You don't see the village, you don't see the nation, and you certainly can't see the entire shinobi world. For the sake of Konoha, there are things that have to be done. Standing amid the burning ruins, the three-bladed pinwheel of the Sharingan spun in Itachi's eyes. He wiped the half-dried blood tears from his cheeks, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. The clan. Itachi's voice was so low it seemed to rise from the depths of the underworld. He looked possessed, almost no longer himself. You narrow-minded ants, forever trapped by the limitations of this laughable clan crest. Look at this land. Itachi suddenly swung his sword, slicing apart the burning beams overhead. Sparks burst like a shower of blood. The sand is mining with puppetry techniques. The cloud is researching chakra cannons. The mist is developing new bloodline limits, while all of you're still bickering about who becomes the clan head, still obsessed with the clan meeting's seating order. Itachi tilted his head back, his figure swaying slightly. I just wanted to use these eyes to show them what true power really is. Fyun sneered inwardly. This Uchiha Itachi really was a fool, arrogant and presumptuous. The dilemma the sage of six paths couldn't solve in 1,000 years. The bloody legacy left by Hashirama's thinking that haunted generations. Itachi has only taken it further, twisting it to the extreme. Concession never brings peace. Even a child understands that. There have been many who destroyed their own clans throughout history. But someone foolish enough to wipe out their own family with his own hands? Perhaps this is the first and only time. Fyun's eyes brimmed with contempt. Itachi, do you know? You treat everyone else like fools, but in truth, the only fool here is you. Sacrificing comrades for the sake of peace. Your elders did it so many times. But compared to you, maybe you really should be the Hokage. That way, Konoha would surely fall even faster. Itachi cast a final, wistful glance at Sasuke, lying on the ground. His vacant eyes gradually sharpened with resolve. For the sake of the village, at the very least, I have to destroy you right here. The words had barely left his lips before Itachi struck first. Susanu's colossal arm swept out, and the Totsuka blade sliced through the air. With a piercing whistle, it shot forth like a bolt of crimson lightning, aiming straight for Fyun. Itachi's voice was cold and unyielding, suffused with an overwhelming killing intent. Fyun met him head-on. Susanoo raised its long sword aloft, its tip gleaming with a lethal glint. Come on, Fyun roared, commanding Susanoo to hurl the massive blade. A resounding crash rang out. The golden sword and the Totsuka blade collided with earth-shattering force, unleashing a blinding flash and a cataclysmic explosion. A shockwave erupted from the point of impact, tearing across the land. The ground split open in jagged lines, trees uprooted and flung high into the air. Without hesitation, Fyun's Susanoo charged forward with powerful strides, a frenzied behemoth bearing down upon Itachi's Susanoo. Fyun's Susanoo towered over his opponent, 2 legs, with height and mass dwarfing Itachi's incarnation. Fall before me. Fyun howled. Susanoo's colossal fist rose high, descending with unstoppable force straight at Itachi. Itachi's eyes sharpened, a glint of steel cutting through his earlier sorrow. The weight of Fyun's might roused him to his senses. A crimson Susanoo swiftly gathered chakra, and an indestructible shield appeared before him. Fyun's fist crashed heavily into the shield, producing a thunderous roar. The tremendous force pushed Itachi's Susanoo back ever so slightly. With perfect control, Itachi manipulated Susanoo. In an instant, the other hand flew through a rapid series of hand signs. Yasaka Magatama. At his calm command, several luminous Magatama shot from Susanoo's hand, pouring towards Fyun like volleys of cannon fire. Seeing this, Fyun's expression shifted for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Mere child's play. He controlled his own Susanoo, wielding the long sword in a sweeping arc, spinning it so quickly that it became a sturdy defensive barrier, deflecting every Yasaka Magatama that came his way. At that very moment, seizing the slightest opening, Fyun's Susanoo leapt high, launching itself from above in another savage assault. The long sword descended, swift as a dragon surging from the sea, aiming for Itachi's Susanoo with unstoppable force. Amaterasu. Itachi's command was low and terse, and the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan surged fiercely from his right eye. In a flash, a sea of black flames swept toward Fyun's Susanoo. Fyun glanced at the black fire spreading over his Susanoo, but barely gave it a second thought. He pressed the assault against Itachi, unleashing an unrelenting attack. A thunderous explosion rang out. Itachi's Susanoo continued to give ground under the furious onslaught, yet still managed to weather every blow Fyun delivered. Fyun's gaze fixed on the crimson, circular chakra shield, and he murmured, "The Yata mirror, what a nuisance." Itachi's Yata mirror could adjust and expand freely with every Susanoo movement. If one's speed and reflexes were great enough, it could provide seamless, all-around defense with no weak spot. As the black flames crept perilously close, Fyun slipped away from the Susanoo wreathed in Amaterasu's blaze. Now's my chance. Once Susanoo is dismissed, it can't be summoned again right away. It's over. Itachi's voice rang out, cold as ice. The Totsuka blade burst through every obstacle with astonishing speed, striking straight at Fyun just as he landed. This was the moment Itachi had been waiting for. He had accounted for everything, and even this scenario had been perfectly planned out in advance. Yet with the Totsuka blade racing toward him, Fyun showed not a hint of panic. In a blink, he clasped his hands together, and from within him, a colossal tree erupted, violently forcing the attack's trajectory aside. Mokutan, advent of a world of trees. His chakra surged wildly. Massive vines whipped and burgeoned, swelling and surging forth. In the blink of an eye, they swallowed everything around them, a tidal wave of wood blotting out the sky. A tremendous crash filled the air. The entire battlefield disappeared beneath towering, sky-darkening vines and trees. Orochimaru, coiling around Sasuke, slipped deftly through a gap in the wood and appeared at the edge of the chaos. That was close. We almost got swept up in that. Has Fyun's would release really grown this powerful? Orochimaru glanced back at the endless forest, cold sweat breaking out across his brow. Cough, cough. Beneath the scarlet yata mirror hanging under the vine-covered trees, Uchiha Itachi coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. He had just taken a heavy blow and failed to defend himself completely. With a thunderous crash, he smashed through the wooden branches above, maneuvering his Susanoo down to what now passed for ground. But the earth itself had been transformed. Beneath him stretched only a vast, interlocking latticework of wood. Fyun stared at the gasping Itachi, golden chakra surging as he summoned forth his Susanoo once again. You actually managed to block that strike. Itachi gritted his teeth. Just how much chakra do you have? Fyun ignored the question, commanding his Susanoo to attack without hesitation. The world seemed to tremble as their Susanoo avatars, one golden, one scarlet, clashed fiercely atop the fractured, wooden ground. Fyun's golden Susanoo gripped both swords with a warrior's resolve, their edges wreathed in overwhelming chakra. Wherever those sword lights flashed, the very air seemed to twist, and the fabric of space itself threatened to split. Itachi, how many more times can your Yata mirror withstand this? Fyun sneered coldly. In the next instant, his golden Susanoo accelerated, its blade transformed into a bolt of golden lightning striking straight down. With a tremendous impact, the surface of the Yata mirror quaked violently. Itachi's Susanoo staggered backward under the immense force, his feet gouging deep trenches into the ground as he struggled to remain upright. The golden Susanoo sprang skyward, twin swords crossing as torrents of chakra gathered frantically at the blade's tips. Twin celestial severance. Two arcs of golden sword energy intersected in the air, slashing downward and obliterating everything in their path. Itachi's Susanoo crossed its arms, and in that instant, the Yata mirror's surface expanded to its utmost, unfurling into a colossal shield that blotted out the sun. A tremendous, world-shaking clash followed as sword energy collided with the mirrored shield. A shockwave of terrifying power ripped through the battlefield, sending timber and debris flying while the ground caved in beneath them. One arm of Itachi's Susanoo was severed, scarlet chakra spraying forth like blood. It's over, Itachi. From above, Fyun's golden Susanoo loomed with its blade poised at Itachi's throat. Yet, at that decisive moment, a resolute smile curled at the corner of Itachi's lips. You're wrong, Uchiha Fyun. Unbeknownst to Fyun, a jet-black crow had perched upon Itachi's left shoulder. As its eyes twisted, a manjuku pattern spun within, its kaleidoscopic power igniting in a wild frenzy. Konoha Tsukimi, the supreme illusion, an ultimate ocular jutsu capable of rewriting a person's will without leaving a trace. In an instant, Fyun's golden Susanoo froze, its sword suspended just short of Itachi's throat, unable to advance a fraction further. What? Fyun stared in shock as an overwhelming force invaded his mind, as if an invisible hand was forcibly wrenching his very thoughts, bending his will against himself. This was far stronger than anything Danzo had ever accomplished with the same technique. Itachi rose slowly to his feet, blood streaming from his eyes, though his voice remained unnaturally calm and steady. From the very start of this battle, Shirsue's left, I was preparing this. Uchiha Fyun, your hatred ends here. Fyun's pupils constricted violently, his consciousness being rewritten, his emotions, anger, hatred, and all his beliefs were being forcibly erased. Fyun fought back. Golden chakra surged out of his Susanoo, spiraling out of control as the mighty construct began to unravel. Yet the power of Konoha Tsukimi continued to seep in. At that very moment, Fyun-kun, a streak of white flashed across the battlefield. Orochimaru, hands forming seals, summoned 8 enormous white serpents that lashed out into the fray. Itachi gritted his teeth. Orochimaru's 8 branches technique. Seeing the giant snakes bearing down on them, Itachi didn't retreat. Instead, he darted forward into the fractured golden Susanoo. He drew a kunai and lunged at Fyun with deadly speed. Break free! With a furious roar, Fyun's mental strength exploded forth, shattering the shackles of the illusion and regaining control. A sharp sound split the air. Fyun twisted aside, just as the blade that was meant for his neck instead slashed across his left chest, blood spraying forth. Itachi's eyes trembled. Mid-air, he changed the kunai's trajectory with gritted determination and drove it straight into Fyun's heart. It's over. But Fyun, regaining full awareness, endured the searing pain, and with a powerful kick, sent Itachi hurtling backward. What makes you think it's over? Fyun ripped the kunai from his chest and strode toward the slowly rising Itachi. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun with a chilling resolve. Control fate. Itachi Uchiha, gouge out your own eyes. Itachi froze, his expression blank as his arm jerked up uncontrollably, 2 fingers reaching towards his own eyes. Yet just as his fingertips neared his eyeball, his hand came to a dead stop. From nearby, Orochimaru's voice rang out. It's Itachi's transcription seal. He set a jinjutsu on himself. Fyun shot toward Itachi, swinging a punch at his face. Itachi snapped out of it in time to catch Fyun's fist and countered with a swift reverse thrust of his kunai. Fyun let the kunai pierce his body. Itachi's eyes widened in shock. You! With a violent crash, Fyun's fist struck Itachi's face, sending a tooth flying. Without pause, Fyun lifted his leg for another attack, but Itachi reacted instantly. The two kicked at each other in perfect synchronization. There was a thunderous exchange as both were blasted backwards, Itachi coughing up blood, while the wounds on Fyun's body began to heal by themselves, wisps of white smoke rising from the injuries. Fyun looked at the gasping Itachi, a thread of apprehension tightening in his heart. It was only now, after battling Itachi, that Fyun understood just how terrifying his opponent truly was. It wasn't that Itachi possessed overwhelming strength or boundless chakra, but his battle intelligence and experience were simply beyond compare. Fyun clearly held the advantage in power, yet time and again he had come perilously close to death at Itachi's hands. Take, for instance, the transcription seal just now. Fyun knew there had to be some hidden trigger, some condition, some rule, that would set off this forbidden technique. How exactly did you anticipate that I would use my ocular jutsu to make you gouge out your own eyes? Fyun's gaze grew icy and sharp. He realized that Itachi had foreseen, long in advance, the very command his fate manipulation would deliver. And not just moments ahead, Itachi had predicted it far ahead of time. This was the danger of having one's abilities exposed. No matter how powerful, once the enemy knows your hand, trouble's sure to follow. Itachi wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, his breath ragged. Because I know you wouldn't let me die so easily. Fyun's eyes hardened with new wariness. He could no longer afford carelessness. Too cunning, too dangerous. A moment's lapse could be fatal. Fyun could hardly believe that, with only limited intelligence, Itachi had managed to analyze him. A complete stranger, to such a degree. It was clear now, based on Fyun's previous battles and choices, Itachi had deduced his personality and psychology. By combining information on Fyun's actions with intelligence on his abilities, Itachi concluded Fyun would aim to take his eyes, rather than order his outright death. And so, Itachi had set his transcription sealing jutsu to trigger precisely when his own eyes were threatened. Itachi was certain, if Fyun wanted to cripple him, he'd have to take out these Mangekyo Sharingan first. If you just used that brilliant mind on the right path, the Uchiha clan and the Leaf Village would have no end of strength. The golden Susanoo took form once more, surging forward in an instant. The massive radiant sword swung down toward Itachi. A thunderous crash erupted. Shards of wood exploded into the air, and a fierce shockwave rippled outwards. With a blur of movement, Itachi sprang away, reappearing not far off, chest heaving, his eyes fixed on Fyun. Fyun's gaze locked onto him, eyeing the battered and breathless Itachi. So you've hit your limit? Can't use Mangekyo or Susanoo anymore. So what? Itachi shot back. I know all too well the flaws of Susanoo, as long as my speed is great enough. He gripped the ragged edge of his tattered red and black cloak and, in a swift motion, tore it free, revealing a compact combat outfit beneath. Do you truly believe I could be slower than you? A chilling voice echoed from behind. Fyun appeared at Itachi's back, a blood-slick blade thrusting clean through his chest. Itachi's eyes widened in shock as he stared dumbly at the fading golden Susanoo before him. It was just a wood clone. At the moment the dust and confusion first filled the air, Fyun had hidden his real body and handed Susanu's control to the clone. A violent cough erupted from Itachi. He spat a mouthful of blood and desperately clutched the blade piercing his chest. Fyun, his expression unreadable, began twisting the knife slowly. A sound of tearing flesh filled the silence. But Itachi did not utter a single cry of pain. Finding this dull, Fyun placed his left palm flat against Itachi's back, preparing to unleash a jutsu. Suddenly, the stillness was shattered by a flurry of caws. Itachi's body dissolved into a flock of crows, scattering and vanishing in all directions. What? Fyun's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head swiftly, the gear-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan fixing its gaze on Itachi, who had just appeared not far away. A giant golden chakra blade flashed into existence, blasting the area where Itachi stood into shards and rubble. I know full well the weakness of Susanoo, as long as I'm fast enough. In a blink, Itachi appeared on the other side. With a quick motion, he pulled off his tattered cloak, revealing the close-fitting battle-wear beneath. Fyun's pupils shrank, a tremor running through his mind. This scene feels so familiar. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Fyun clenched his teeth and growled, "So that's it. Uchiha's forbidden jutsu. Izanami is it?" He stopped moving recklessly, his mind whirred at lightning speed. If he fell to this jutsu, his real body in the outside world might be completely paralyzed. Now wasn't the time to ponder how to break free. No matter what he tried, cracking Izanami would need time. There was no time for hesitation because Itachi would surely seize this chance to destroy him. In the space of a heartbeat, Fyun made his decision. The golden Susanoo blazed forth at full force. Even if mind and body no longer resonated at the same frequency, chakra remained the bridge between them. This way, Itachi shouldn't be able to harm my real body. At least not easily. Not for now, Fyun muttered coldly to himself. Fyun stopped his actions for a while. In the distance, Itachi dissolved wordlessly into a flock of crows that scattered to the wind. In a blink, Itachi's figure reappeared in another spot. As he pulled off his fractured cloak, he repeated, "I know full well the weakness of Susanoo, as long as I'm fast enough." Even as Fyun stood motionless, the scene kept replaying, with Itachi endlessly circling, repeating the same words and the same actions, an incessant and noisy loop. Fyun knew full well it was all an illusion. He ignored Itachi and instead thought rapidly, trying to find a way out of this trap, for he feared what might become of his real self if he delayed. Yet Fyun's fears proved a little excessive, and he was giving Uchiha Itachi too much credit. On the real battlefield, Itachi clutched at a wound that wouldn't stop bleeding. He sank to his knees, gasping for breath. Right now, he couldn't even dream of breaking through Fyun's defense. He could barely stay upright at all. "Af!" Itachi let out a tortured cry, desperately pressing his nearly blind eyes. The fierce pain surged through his nerves, his features contorting. These were the after-effects of overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Slowly, Itachi raised his head toward the distance. His vision was blurry now. All he could make out was an enormous golden silhouette radiating light. He knew exactly what that was. But seeing his opponent standing immobile, Itachi finally allowed himself a small sigh of relief. He pulled out a vial, poured its contents into his palm, mixed it with his own blood, and swallowed it in one desperate gulp. If Izanami can just recover a little strength and chakra, then I'll be able to use the Tatsuka blade and finish him off. Itachi murmured to himself. He knew that ordinary attacks were useless against Fyun. Only the Tatsuka blade, wielded at full power, would do. But to unleash the Tatsuka blade, he had to activate the perfect Susanoo. In his current state, activating Susanoo was out of the question. He could barely manage even a basic fire jutsu. Suddenly, a figure flashed by, a blur of movement, and Orochimaru appeared atop a high ledge. Golden, slit-pupil eyes fixed on the radiant Susanoo below, and he called out, his voice echoing, "Fyun, what's happened to you?" "Hey!" Itachi straightened, his black hair flowing with the wind. He forced himself to appear steady, projecting the illusion of strength. "He's not waking up again?" "Orochimaru, we didn't run. Yet here you are. Do you really think this is a fight you can meddle in?" Orochimaru watched with wary eyes, his senses on high alert. "Don't underestimate me, Itachi. I'd say you're close to your limit, aren't you? And besides, how could he not wake up? This is just a Jinjutsu." Orochimaru strode beside the golden Susanoo, unleashing a surge of chakra toward Fyun. Then his fingers formed a quick seal, and he shouted, "Release!" But Fyun showed no reaction whatsoever, standing motionless inside Susanoo's form. How is this possible? Sweat beaded on Orochimaru's brow. An illusion that can't be broken? He was well-traveled and learned. An illusion beyond any remedy was something even he had never encountered. Itachi, what have you done to him? Itachi was silent for a moment, then spoke. Orochimaru, I know you took Sasuke with you. How about we make a deal? Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. A deal? You help me save Sasuke. I know you have the means. In return, I'll help you claim Uchiha Fyun's body. A sly smile curled at the edge of Itachi's mouth. Fyun's body is far more valuable and powerful than ours. Imagine what you could accomplish with it. Orochimaru responded only with a cold, mocking laugh, as if he didn't see through Itachi's intentions, a ploy to bring him in as an accomplice against Uchiha Fyun. But truth be told, even together, they couldn't hope to defeat Fyun. Fyun was not so easily dealt with. Orochimaru suspected that even if they destroyed Fyun's body completely, he'd crawl back from hell itself. He'd done as much before. Decades of research and countless encounters had shown Orochimaru one thing. Fyun was a demigod walking among mortals. Itachi pressed on. So, with my power and your abilities, it can be done. This is the perfect vessel, the ultimate body. Itachi's demeanor was calm and unshaken. He knew Orochimaru's greed and ambition, as one who could never resist such temptation. Orochimaru only shook his head. I refuse. Itachi, you don't need to pretend. I know you've already reached your limit. I have to say, Itachi, you are truly clever. When it comes to scheming, no one can outmaneuver you. You deliberately left Sasuke there, calculating that I would make a move, didn't you? You know you have no way back from the brink of death. But as for me, Orochimaru, I just might. Seeing Itachi remain silent, Orochimaru continued. But to be honest, even I can't save Sasuke. He's already gone. With a strangled gasp, Itachi coughed up a mouthful of blood. Whether it was his injuries flaring up or a surge of bitter rage, it was hard to tell. Itachi's gaze hardened, shadowed with malice. Someone like you would never pass up a chance like this. Why are you really refusing? Orochimaru smiled, wicked and enigmatic. Who knows? Maybe it's because of the deep bond between Lord Fyun and me. Suddenly, a shockwave of mental energy burst from the golden Susanoo. Fyun's ghostly voice echoed out. Exactly. The loyalty and friendship we share. How could a clown like you ever hope to drive a wedge between us? Oh, so you're finally awake? Orochimaru extended a slick, glistening tongue and wiped down his face. What? This can't be. Itachi's expression changed drastically, a sharp wind forcing him to stagger back. This soul power, no, this spiritual force. How can it be so overwhelming? Who are you really? First, he shattered the effects of Konoha Tsukumi, built on years of Shursue's skill, and now he even broke the ultimate forbidden technique, Izanami. Itachi could hardly fathom just how powerful this Uchiha Fyun had become. How could such an overwhelming soul and spiritual force exist in this world? Orochimaru chuckled softly. I just remembered something Fyun once told me. I should walk my own unique path. I am Orochimaru, one of a kind. I won't be obsessed with the Uchiha's power any longer. Fyun cast Orochimaru a scornful glance, thinking to himself, if you're really over your obsession, why did you take Uchiha Sasuke's body? Abruptly, an odd feeling flickered in his mind. Fyun glanced at Uchiha Itachi with suspicion, stretching his senses outward. Orochimaru, did you just sense any strange fluctuations? Orochimaru's smile faded. He looked puzzled. Fluctuations? Nothing on my end. Unless it's Akatsuki's reinforcements arriving. Fyun glanced to the horizon, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. They're almost here, which means, let's resume our showdown. Itachi, for you, I've prepared quite a spectacle. As he spoke, Fyun's hands flashed through a sequence of hand signs. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. A searing fireball burst from Fyun's mouth, racing toward Itachi in a heartbeat. With a heavy impact, Itachi barely managed to dodge, but tongues of flame still licked across his skin, burning wide swaths. Even his long, black hair was singed in places. With a sharp whoosh, the battle pressed on. Fyun flashed in front of Itachi, launching a fierce kick that sent him flying, slamming him hard against a massive vine-covered tree. Itachi collapsed helplessly to the ground, coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, murmuring softly to himself, as I thought, he's reached his limit. Fortunately, I wasn't intimidated by him. Fyun strode step by step toward Itachi, furrowing his brow as he spoke. The use of Izanami must always cost an eye, but you still have both of yours. So that means it was Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan you just used, wasn't it? Gazing at Itachi's two lifeless, ashen eyes, Fyun let out a short laugh of scorn and mocked him. Your eyes are nearly blind, aren't they? With someone as worthless as you, What gives you the right to speak of vision or ambition? Do you really think you're capable? With a sickening crack, Fyun shattered the bones in Itachi's right hand with a single strike. Sacrificing your own clan for peace. A vicious slash severed Itachi's lower leg. Weren't the village and its people supposed to be there to protect the children and loved ones? Finally, Fyun drove his blade through Itachi's shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Was the safety of the village truly built on the piled bones of your own comrades? Itachi gritted his teeth, suppressing the agony and refusing to give the satisfaction of a scream. After a long, torturous pause, Itachi slowly opened his eyes and whispered, "Let all the hatred fall upon me. It was all my doing. Kill me, just let the others go. Don't drag anyone else into this." Fyun let out a chilling laugh. "Oh, you think it's that easy to die? No, Itachi. Even if you died 1,000 deaths, you could never atone for your crimes." Fyun stepped back, raising his hands in a familiar sequence of seals. Reanimation jutsu. With a thunderous rumble, 12 coffins erupted from the ground, and a dozen shadowy figures appeared before them. These are the fruits of my years of painstaking effort. With Orochimaru's help, and countless experiments, I finally gathered cells from 12 of your victims, and now, they have returned through my reanimation jutsu. Fyun's gaze was cold as ice. Every one of these is a clan member you murdered. Now, your judgment has just begun. Someday, I'll find a way to storm the Pure Land itself, so the whole clan can judge every last one of your family together. Itachi stared in terror at the people before him. Young and old, men and women. No longer bound by the jutsu's control, they shook off their confusion and, hearing Fyun's words, soon grasped the truth. They remembered their deaths. A 3-year-old girl looked down at her ashen, cracked hands, then up at Itachi, her voice trembling. "Brother Itachi, why did you cut little Ching-Ching's throat?" A woman's face twisted with rage. "Itachi, I have never wronged the clan or the clan head. Why did you slaughter me and my family? I was only old and unable to serve the clan any longer. Was that a reason? Itachi, give me back my wife and child. Was it a clan leader's order? What exactly did we do wrong?" One after another, the voices broke out. Questions, accusations, and the wails of grief and fury rang through the air. Itachi slaughtered the entire clan. Not just you, all of them are dead. Not even their bodies were left behind. Every single pair of eyes was gouged out. You and these 11 are the only Uchiha who still have cells or traces remaining. Fyun's crimson eyes glowed with a chilling light, his voice echoing behind the crowd. "What? The whole clan? Itachi, you are the young clan head." For a moment, everyone stood frozen, disbelief etched across their faces. But soon their eyes turned venomous. 12 pairs of eyes, summoned back from the dead, locked onto Uchiha Itachi. Their stares burned with resentment, hatred, and despair, each like a dagger, stabbing mercilessly into his heart. Itachi's pupils contracted violently, like startled birds, and a ragged breath caught in his throat, trembling with fear and agitation. He couldn't control the trembling of his fingers, as if he were back on that night, the blade slicing into flesh, the anguished screams of his kin, his mother's final call, his father's silent gaze. The images he had forced into the darkest corners of memory now surged forth like a tidal wave, every frame searingly clear. The faces of the family he once cut down appear before him, distorting and flickering. Scenes he had witnessed countless times in nightmares flickered again before his eyes, one after another like ghastly slides. All those bloody, pleading faces, the home he'd known for 13 years, seemed to tighten around him like a malevolent curse, haunting every silent night. And now, these nightmare images materialized before Itachi's wide, unfocused eyes. The master of illusions, Uchiha Itachi, found himself unable, even for a moment, to tell if this was illusion or reality. Xiao Qingqing's neck gaped open in a gruesome wound, oozing gray-black rot with every word she uttered, filling the air with a sickening stench. In the elder's clouded pupils, his trembling figure was reflected. That burning stare seemed to set his very soul aflame. Itachi's lips parted to defend himself, but the metallic taste of blood-soaked memories clotted in his throat, choking off every syllable. On that night, the moonlight had been stained a dark, ominous red by the pool of his clansman's blood, an entire world awash in crimson. The sensation of his blade, slicing through the kin, now, standing before him, still lingered in his fingertips. Even to remember, it was to reopen a festering wound. "No, I did it for the village," for Itachi's voice was hoarse, the words scraped out with great pain. Yet his feeble explanation, buried beneath his family's furious roars, flickered as faintly as a candle in the wind, ready to snuff out at any instant. "Monster!" A shrill, heart-piercing scream tore through the room. One of the reanimated women lunged, her withered hands clutching Itachi's throat like a vulture's talons. With a violent crash, the struggle erupted. Itachi's back slammed hard against the entwined vines, a dull thud echoing in the air. Under the woman's palm, his throat struggled for every swallow, each breath igniting a fresh surge of agony. Memories he had tried so desperately to bury, fragments he dared not touch, now came crashing down like a raging tide, completely unstoppable. The wailing of children, the fury of uncles, countless trembling and terrified eyes stared back at him. And then, his younger cousin's desperate cry. "Big brother, help me." That childish, hopeless voice seemed to still ring faintly in his ears. His mother, reaching out to grasp the hem of his sleeve with the last of her strength as she lay in a pool of blood, her eyes filled with sorrow and longing. And his father, in that final moment, looking at Itachi with a resignation and understanding that pierced his heart like a blade. No, it wasn't like this. Itachi's breathing grew increasingly rapid. The world before him began to twist and blur. Fyun stood with arms folded across his chest. Behind him, the golden Susanoo unfurled, a gigantic spectral form that all but blotted out the sky. This was a psychological illusion. Fyun hadn't even used his chakra. It was pure force of will spilling outward, a pressure so immense it gave rise to visions. Not far away, Orochimaru stared in shock, murmuring to himself, "Is this because he just pushed his mental energy too far to control? I never imagined it would be so terrifying." Fyun's growth. Fyun now spoke, his voice chill and drenched in scorn. "Itachi, do you see it now? Is this the justice you talked about? Why is your body trembling? Where is that stoic logic of the Hokage? What is it you're so afraid of?" 12 reanimated Uchiha corpses advanced slowly, every one of their eyes locked on Itachi, each gaze radiating endless resentment. Every one of them has the right to ask you why. And you'll never be able to answer. Agony erupted inside him like a tidal wave, racking every fiber of Itachi's body. He looked down to see countless black curse marks, snaking along his wounds like vipers, burning with unbearable pain wherever they spread. Xiao Qingqing stumbled toward him, her smile innocent and sweet. Yet to Itachi, it was an icy mockery straight from the depths of hell. "Itachi, your eyes are so beautiful. Can you dig one out for Qingqing too?" No, don't come any closer." Despite the childlike voice, it became a devil's whisper that finally broke him. Hot blood-bound tears streamed uncontrollably down his pallid cheeks, dripping onto the earth. But the vengeful clan would not let him go. Again and again they tore at the helpless Uchiha Itachi, mercilessly demanding an answer he could never give. And Itachi's vision plunged into a boundless illusion, where endless versions of himself kept slaughtering the Uchiha again and again. The swirling patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan spun madly in Itachi's eyes, yet even that couldn't tear apart this living nightmare. In his memories, his father's dying sigh exploded in his mind. The protection you believe in is nothing but a script written by someone else. Tormented both in body and soul by this hell without end, Itachi finally broke down with a hoarse, anguished roar. "Enough! Kill me! Just kill me already!" His voice was filled with utter despair, regret, and agony, as if threatening to rip his very soul apart. Orochimaru licked his lips with eager anticipation, a thrill gleaming in his eyes. How fascinating. So this is what it feels like to bear the weight of such sins. Looking toward Fyun, Orochimaru understood. This was Fyun amplifying every dark emotion in Itachi's heart with Jin Jutsu, a technique that shattered the will even more mercilessly than Tsukuyomi. From the distance, footsteps began to sound, each beat like a drum, inexorably closing in. Orochimaru turned, cat-like golden pupils narrowing, and called out urgently, "Fyun, someone's coming." Yet Fyun remained unfazed. He leaned closer to Itachi's ear, his voice as cold as a winter wind. "Remember, this is only the beginning." As Fyun stepped back, the attacks from the 12 reanimated Uchiha grew even more ferocious, their eyes burning with hatred that threatened to consume Itachi whole. Sinking deeper into agony and terror, Itachi was dragged ever downward. The curses of his clansmen, the innocent yet chilling questions of little Qingqing, Fyun's icy threats, all stabbed into his mind like countless steel needles. Itachi's consciousness began to fade, but that searing pain and endless fear clung to him like a pestilence, pulling him into darkness ever deeper, with no hope of release. This war and reckoning of the Uchiha raged on for what felt like ages. The night grew deep, and a silver moon hung high, illuminating the shattered earth below. At last, Fyun released the Edo Tensei, and 12 souls rose heavenward in peace. Konan made her way step by step to the top of a massive vinewood perch, calmly gazing down at the scene below. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on her, his tongue flicking out as if tasting the air. "So it's you, Konan. Did you come alone?" Konan gave Orochimaru a brief glance, then turned her eyes to Fyun. "Uchiha Fyun, our leader sent me to speak with you. So you'll just ignore me, hmm?" Orochimaru gave a low, wry laugh. Fyun stood with his back to the new arrivals, not even turning his head, as if he hadn't noticed anyone's approach. He took 2 steps forward, crouching beside Itachi's corpse without a word. With practiced movements, Fyun carefully removed Itachi's eyes, examining them closely before dropping them into a prepared culture dish. In a flash, Orochimaru appeared at Fyun's side, a hint of longing in his voice. "Fyun, why not leave Itachi's body with me for my research?" Fyun paused in thought, then nodded. "Everything I wanted, I've already taken. He's of no further use to me." Orochimaru asked with confusion, "What did you gain? Those Sharingan eyes?" But a faint smile played at the corner of Fyun's lips. "I must admit, being the clan leader's son is a wonderful thing. You have access to all the forbidden techniques. But when you think about it, aren't forbidden arts just techniques that those in power forbid others from using?" Bathed in the silver moonlight, countless white paper sheets drifted gracefully down like snowfall. "Is it really proper to ignore your guests like this?" A cool, clear female voice rang out, and the drifting paper gathered to form a figure. She had long, blue-violet hair, pale purple eyes, and unfolded wings of paper behind her that fluttered gently like those of an angel. Konan, the angel of the Akatsuki, was suspended in midair, her icy gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Orochimaru summoned a giant serpent to wrap up Uchiha, Itachi's body, then crouched down to deal with the blood on the ground. "Fyun, what should we do next?" Fyun flicked the blood from his katana and slipped it back into a spatial scroll hidden in his sleeve. "Head to base 3 and wait for me there. I'll handle our papery visitor up above." Orochimaru put away a test tube filled with bloodstains and gave Fyun a worried glance. Akatsuki's numbers here were unknown, and Fyun had been fighting nonstop for a long while. Though Fyun showed no vulnerabilities, Orochimaru knew full well his reserves must be running low. His chakra, most likely, wouldn't last through another intense bout. Sensing Fyun's calm expression, Orochimaru decided not to press further. He just nodded and used a jutsu to vanish from the scene. After a moment's wait, Konan looked around, then finally spoke. "It's just the 2 of us now. Can we talk?" Fyun dusted off his hands and turned toward Konan, who had descended to the ground. "Just the 2 of us? Are you sure you've shaken off Zetsu and Madara's surveillance?" Konan's gaze was frosty. "I'm sure." Withdrawing his sensory abilities, Fyun quickly formed seals and then waved his hand to erect a barrier of isolation. True enough, they only have absolute surveillance over Nagato. Coming here alone was a wise choice. Konan's pupils contracted. "Absolute surveillance over Nagato? What do you mean by that?" Fyun fell silent for a moment, then spoke softly. "If you're willing to let Itachi die here, that confirms you no longer trust the masked man, does it not?" Konan nodded. "We never trusted him in the first place. Neither Itachi nor Kisame was ever on our side." But sensing she was being led on, Konan abruptly changed direction. "You still haven't answered my question." Fyun glanced up at the bright, round moon above. "I've told you before, Nagato's Rinnegan eyes weren't truly his, but borrowed from another. If he was willing to so casually lend an unrivaled treasure like the Rinnegan to Nagato, how could he not have left some kind of contingency either on Nagato himself or on the Rinnegan?" Konan spoke through gritted teeth, her expression somber. "We've never been able to truly believe that the Rinnegan belonged to someone else. Such an idea is just too far-fetched. There are some things we can be certain of, but plenty more we have to investigate further." Fyun replied with great patience, spreading his hands. "When you've ruled out all the impossibilities, whatever remains, no matter how absurd, must be the truth. You know this all too well. That's precisely why Nagato sent you here, isn't it?" Seeing the intricate look on Konan's face as she sank into thought, Fyun could not help but smile inwardly. Of course he knew that Konan had been secretly watching this base for quite some time. She probably hadn't dared to show herself, simply for fear that she'd be eliminated on the spot. It was only after Fyun and Orochimaru had undergone a significant upheaval, both left weakened, that she saw her moment, daring to emerge and negotiate. Konan fixed her gaze on Fyun for a long moment, but he did not press further. A gentle breeze swept over the shattered battlefield, making their robes billow and flutter. Konan reached a hand into her cloak, causing Fyun's eyes to sharpen in alert. With a smooth motion, she withdrew her pale hand, holding up 2 lumps of unidentified tissue. These are cells from Chuju and Daibutsu. I need you to help summon them back using the reanimation jutsu. As she spoke, Konan produced a scroll with her other hand. Here's a payment, 100 million ryo. Fyun raised an eyebrow and, in a flash, appeared before Konan to take the storage scroll. After inspecting its contents, a faint smile appeared on his lips. The reanimation jutsu requires living sacrifices, and there are some preparations to be made as well. That said, Fyun tucked the 100 million ryo away and started making his way out of the battlefield. Come with me to the base. This isn't the place for such matters. Seeing Konan hesitate, Fyun called over his shoulder, not looking back. What are you afraid of? If I wanted to kill you, I'd have done it already. Konan stared at Fyun's back, determination flickering in her eyes, then stepped forward to follow. The two hurried through the mountains and forests, weaving between trees and shadows. Konan's paper butterflies danced gracefully among the hills, while Fyun's perception swept out, sensing everything within several kilometers. With a quiet thud, Fyun landed lightly atop a huge branch. Relax. There's no one following us. Konan walked at his side, stealing a curious glance at this man whose name had swept through the shinobi world like wildfire. A survivor of the Uchiha clan, the destroyer of Konoha, the man who wiped out all of Konoha's former ruling elite, master of the Nine Tails, the Undying One, wielder of Wood Release, and an awakened Mangekyo user. This young man carried far too many dazzling titles. At last, Konan broke the silence. With all that power, what is it that you truly seek? Hearing these words, Fyun paused for a moment, then shook his head. Revenge, immortality, power. Is it the ultimate destruction of life, annihilation, or perhaps rebirth and peace? He gazed up at the silvery moon hanging in the sky, his black hair whipped wildly by the fierce wind. Muttering to himself, he said, "Who can say, in a world so riddled with decay, what can even the strongest accomplish? First things first, let's just survive." Fyun led Konan into an underground base hidden within the desert, making his way steadily deeper inside. Konan glanced around at the monotonous, endless hallways and asked with curiosity, why are all Orochimaru's bases like this? Did he burrow them out himself, slithering underground like a snake? Konan, you really do have a way with jokes. A deep voice echoed through the corridor. Orochimaru emerged from around a corner ahead, fixing his gaze on the two newcomers. The moment she saw Orochimaru, a surge of murderous intent rose within Konan. Fyun glanced at her sideways, thinking to himself, looks like the Akatsuki really do bear a heavy grudge against Orochimaru. But he couldn't blame them. After all, in the entire Akatsuki, Orochimaru was the only one daring enough to defect, and even they hadn't been able to kill him. Well, Konan, do you still have a bone to pick with me? Draped in her black robe adorned with red clouds, Konan suppressed the killing intent, her voice pleasant and composed. Let's put the past behind us. It doesn't matter anymore. After all, she had come here with a request. She dared not overstep. As she spoke, she even gave Orochimaru a subtle nod. Fyun chuckled. You sly snake. You're a traitor to their side. And you're this shameless about it. Orochimaru spread his hands and feigned innocence. I've never leaked any of Akatsuki's secrets. Frankly, I've treated them better than they deserved. But speaking of which, Fyun, do you really have a nerve to talk? Didn't you say you'd send her away? Why'd you bring her back? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to this lovely lady. Fyun stroked his chin, taking a slow look up and down at Konan. Hard to say. She's always wrapped up in that black cloak. How's anyone supposed to judge her looks? Caught between these two notorious rogue ninja, Konan's gaze was clear and steady. She replied calmly and unflustered. Enough with the banter, both of you. I'm counting on you this time. Konan appeared wholly at ease. Since she was already in the snake's den, she might as well settle in. Whatever came, she could face it. This matter? Orochimaru asked, looking puzzled. Fyun waved his hand to cut the topic short. He didn't want Orochimaru scheming his way into a share of the money. Enough chat. Let's go, Konan. Time to focus on business. With that, Fyun pressed onward, while Konan followed silently at his side. Seeing Orochimaru trailing behind as well, Fyun called back. Aren't you supposed to be dissecting Uchiha Itachi's corpse? Why are you tagging along with us? Orochimaru licked his lips. I'd like to see what interesting thing you have in mind. Fyun let out a cold snort before saying, then go fetch me 2 condemned prisoners as sacrifices for the impure world reincarnation. The 3 of them made their way into a hidden chamber. With a grand gesture from Orochimaru, the oil lamps on the walls flared to life, bathing the room in light. Before long, a giant serpent slithered into the chamber. Once it reached the center, it opened its gaping maw and spat out two mountain bandits. From beneath Orochimaru's pant legs, two small snakes darted out, swiftly binding the unconscious men. Fyun frowned. Why do you have to take care of everything yourself nowadays? What happened to all your henchmen? Expressionless, Orochimaru replied. This is all thanks to you three, the Uchiha legends. Now, even Kabuto likely thinks I'm dead. Fyun nodded in understanding. He supposed it made sense. The previous battle at that base had leveled the entire facility. And with Sasuke, who should have been Orochimaru's next vessel, unexpectedly showing up, word of the boss's demise must have spread quickly throughout the Orochimaru syndicate. Even if Orochimaru sent out messages or orders now, no one would dare believe it was truly him. After all, they'd all been fooled for so long by Sasuke's impersonation. But these things, in time, Orochimaru would surely take care of himself. Fyun decided not to dwell on it. He took out the two clusters of cells Konan had given him and spoke softly. So then, Orochimaru, would you now show us the impure world reincarnation? Orochimaru glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. Why ask me? Don't you know this forbidden jutsu yourself? For a couple of seconds, Fyun held Orochimaru's gaze before clearing his throat. After the last big battle, I'm running low on chakra, and besides, no one knows this jutsu better than you do, Orochimaru. Orochimaru nearly wanted to retort. I'm the one who's worn out. I was the one hit by the sword of Totsuka. But, after a moment, he said no more. Instead, he began carving two intricate arrays into the ground, carefully placing the cell samples at their centers. Konan's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Orochimaru's every move, studying his technique in hopes of unraveling the secrets of this forbidden art. But neither Orochimaru nor Fyun paid her much attention. Without Orochimaru's expertise and instruction, no outsider stood a chance of mastering the impure world reincarnation. Once the preparations were complete, Orochimaru gave no sign of weaving hand seals. With a sudden motion, he pressed his palm firmly to the ground and pronounced in a low voice, "Impure world reincarnation." In an instant, complicated, mysterious patterns began streaming from the cell clusters, swiftly encircling the two mountain bandits and weaving a formation beneath their feet. Decayed fragments started engulfing the sacrifices from the ground up, while a strange spiritual force surged into their bodies. As the sacrificial victim let out a tortured cry, the soul that had been summoned forcefully squeezed into the body of the original owner, erasing the original soul completely. The entire process was swift. Barely had the screams begun before everything was over. Two strangers appeared in the room. One was a boyish-looking ninja, and the other, a tall man dressed as a monk. Upon seeing these two familiar faces, Konan's eyes slowly widened, and for the first time in a long while, ripples of emotion disturbed her usually serene expression. Her pupils trembled ever so slightly as memories long sealed away flooded back, moments from years ago returning sharp and distant, yet feeling as though they had happened only yesterday. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as Konan couldn't help but call out softly, "Daibutsu, Jozu." For clarity, Daibutsu and Jozu were founding members of the Akatsuki organization. What? Where are we? Jozu? Daibutsu was the first to regain his senses. Turning and catching sight of his companion, he couldn't suppress an exclamation. Something about the boy's appearance was instantly, unmistakably not that of the living. Then, he looked at the unfamiliar woman who had called his name. Purple hair, a black cloak with red clouds. Daibutsu's eyes went wide in disbelief as he asked, Are you Konan?" It was no wonder he could hardly recognize her. Over 16 years had passed, and Konan's appearance and aura had changed so much. There's no doubt. She really is Konan. By now, Jozu had come to, clenching his fists in anxiety. I don't know what's happening, but, Konan, you must tell Yahiko and the others to run. We Akatsuki have been betrayed. A hush fell over the room. Shimmering tears flickered in Konan's eyes as she looked at the boy who once harbored a secret crush on her. Jozu, Yahiko is dead. He died the same day you did. 16 years have passed since then. What? How could it be? Jozu and Daibutsu stared at Konan, their faces contorted in shock. Their leader Yahiko, dead? And so many years had gone by? Daibutsu clenched his jaw and closed his eyes. So, it all came to pass after all? I remember now. On that day, all of us died. Jozu lifted his cracked, ashen hands and stared down at them in a daze. Is this hell? Does that mean, Konan, you've also died? A low, mirthful chuckle floated through the room. Orochimaru's voice. No, my friends, the only dead ones here are you two. You've been revived by a forbidden technique of the second Hokage. Daibutsu's gaze sharpened. Revived? What does that mean? Konan spoke, her voice steady. It's the reanimation jutsu. But let's set that aside for now. Daibutsu, Jozu, please tell me, what happened that day? Who was it that killed you? The great Buddha looked at Konan. That day, when we realized something was wrong, everyone set out together to support Yahiko and Nagato. But midway, we were stopped by two people. Two people. Konan's eyes grew cold and sharp, her killing intent tangible. Who were they? The great Buddha exchanged glances with Kyusuke, who shook his head. We didn't recognize them, but one was a strange creature, half black and half white. The other wore a white spiral-patterned mask that only revealed a single eye hole. With a sudden, explosive surge of chakra, blinding white sheets of paper whirled wildly throughout the secret chamber. Konan was consumed by fury. So it was them after all? Fyun looked to the side, giving her a penetrating stare before speaking. Konan, do you believe me now? Konan nodded softly, a maze of emotions flickering in her eyes, her face shifting between anger and murderous rage. Remorse and hatred twisted together inside her and would not release her. It was only after a long, tense silence that Konan regained some composure. She spoke in a subdued voice. I want to take them outside to see the world. Would that be all right? Orochimaru looked utterly unconcerned, turning instead to Fyun. Fyun waved his hand dismissively. Do as you like. Just don't do anything that would harm us again, or I might have no choice but to treat Akatsuki as an enemy. Thank you, Konan whispered. The next instant, her paper sheets swept through the air, wrapping up the two resurrected by Edo Tensei and soaring out of the base. In the blink of an eye, she and her companions were gone. Orochimaru folded his arms, withdrawing his gaze from where Konan had vanished. Fyun-kun, are you planning to work with Akatsuki? Fyun considered for a moment, then nodded, only to shake his head immediately. There are no eternal enemies, nor everlasting friends. Who can say for sure? Orochimaru's gaze grew serious. Do you know why I left Akatsuki in the first place? Fyun eyed Orochimaru sideways. Wasn't it because you lost to Itachi? That's partly true, but it was my unwillingness to remain among them that truly drove me to act as I did. A faint, sinister smile curled Orochimaru's lips as he continued. The Akatsuki leader is a madman. Their goal is to collect all the tailed beasts. That means declaring war on the 5 great nations, even the entire shinobi world. They're doomed. Mark my words, the shinobi world will crush them in the end. Fyun seemed a little surprised. Akatsuki is still incredibly strong. And with the Rinnegan, do you really think they'll fail? Orochimaru chuckled lightly. Strong, yes, but what's the use of overwhelming individual power? How many can the Rinnegan kill? 10,000? 100,000 shinobi? It's pointless. The strength of the great nations lies in their endless armies, and in the resources that keep those armies moving. Orochimaru spread his hands. Power and wealth sustain the strength of the shinobi armies, and in turn, that strength shields the powerful and privileged. The ninja world is a vast network of power. When there's no external threat, all these forces clash and contend with one another, but the moment danger arises, they band together as one. Fyun gave a thoughtful nod. The 9-tailed beasts are exactly that kind of threat. Whoever can control them becomes the ultimate threat among threats. Orochimaru smiled. That's why I don't think they'll fail. In fact, I believe there's a good chance of their success. That's why I've left. The fate of the Akatsuki is clear. They'll either conquer the world or be obliterated by the world itself. And to me, the latter is far more likely. On a mountain peak outside the base, the silver moon still hung quietly overhead. Sister Konan. That familiar voice made Konan's eyelashes tremble faintly. Her paper wings rustled softly as she slowly turned to look upon the two figures summoned from Forbidden Earth. The orange-haired boy scratched the back of his head awkwardly, that stubborn cowlick on his forehead just as unruly as ever. Beside him, the tall monk pressed his palms together in a gesture of prayer. Kyusuke, Daibutsu. Konan's voice was rougher than she expected. 16 years had locked so much inside her chest. Now, the friend she had once laid to rest with her own hands stood only steps away, their clothes seemingly still carrying the scent of battlefield smoke from her memories. Moonlight bathed Konan, making her seem more radiant and ethereal than ever. Kyusuke's eyes widened slightly, and he instinctively took half a step forward before stopping himself. Still, just as beautiful as always. The boy gave a sheepish grin, no different than when he would shyly give her wildflowers all those years ago. Daibutsu's hand, which had been turning his prayer beads, paused for a moment. On the skin visible at the collar of his robe, the marks of his unnatural resurrection crisscrossed into a haunting web. When Yahiko passed, was it painful? Daibutsu's voice was calm, but his question brought every paper butterfly in the air to a frozen standstill. Konan's fingernails dug deeply into her palm. She remembered the last time she saw Daibutsu, a man who always said, "If I don't go to hell, who will?" His body torn apart by wooden stakes. "Do you hate me?" Paper pieces flickered restlessly around Conan. "For turning your dreams into what they are now." A sudden laugh escaped Kyusuk as he bent down to pluck a dying wildflower from between the stones, every motion painfully reminiscent of the boy she once knew. "Back then, I even in Nagato rewrite my love letter 3 times before I dare to give it to you." A petal drifted off into the tangled wind. "How could I hate you?" Daibutsu's sigh blended with the distant patter of rain as he removed his prayer beads and gently slipped them onto Conan's wrist. "I just made these with chakra." It was only when the smooth sandalwood beads touched her skin that Conan realized she was crying. "The ones who should apologize are us." The monk's broad, gentle palm hovered above her hair, just as he had comforted the homesick girl all those years ago. "We let you walk this road alone for so long. 16 years. Life must have been so harsh for you, hasn't it?" Moonlight poured from the sky, weaving a gauzy curtain between the three of them. Conan looked upon their lifeless bodies, and suddenly she remembered a sunlit afternoon from long ago. Back then, Yahiko was covertly watching her in profile, the great Buddha was dozing off while tapping his wooden fish, and Nagato was secretly dividing up hidden candies among everyone. Paper butterflies cradled a withered wildflower. As moonbeams showered down, tears glistened. At last, she wept like the girl who had once lost everything. When Fyun appeared nearby, his eyes caught the sight of a woman beneath the moon, her cheeks shimmering with tears. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he saw the moonlight drape the paper-winged woman in silver, a trace of tears still lingering, glinting like the morning dew nestled on violets. Sensing someone's approach, Conan instantly swept away every hint of frailty. Her damp eyes dried in a heartbeat, the flush around them cooled, and it was as if, moments before, she had never shed a single tear. Her display of composure was nothing short of extraordinary. The three spoke at length, but in the end, the autumn wind remains ever bleak, while all things silently change with the passing years. In a gentle voice, Conan asked, "Would you choose to remain in the ninja world, trapped in these tainted vessels?" Yahiko shook his head. He, too, had come to understand much. He knew his own strength could offer little help, and Akatsuki was no longer what it once was. "It's better not. I always feel this body and this world are out of step like an ill-fitting mask. Besides, I don't want to keep looking at you, knowing my touch has lost all warmth." "Yahiko." Conan gazed at the young man who had once loved her from afar and closed her eyes, heavy with sorrow. A moment later, she looked up at the great Buddha. With a single hand, the Buddha made a gesture of blessing. All things made by hand and heart are but dreams and illusions, as fleeting as dew, as brief as a flash of lightning. This body is but foam gathering on water. It cannot be grasped, nor can it hold together for long. With difficulty, Conan nodded, respecting the choice of her old friends. She turned her gaze to Fyun, not far away. "Please, help me release their souls." Fyun glanced down at Orochimaru at the foot of the mountain, signaling to him that it was time to end the forbidden resurrection. "What a waste of precious resources," Orochimaru muttered, turning back towards the base. "I'll be off to mind my own affairs." With a swift flourish, as Orochimaru disappeared into the base, the resurrection ended in an instant, and the two souls departed. Conan stood frozen, gazing upwards into the night. Purple hair lifted on the wind. "Tell me, what do you think the Pure Land is like? Is there truly a place without conflict, without the burdens of humanity? It must be beautiful, don't you think?" Fyun stepped forward at a measured pace, his tone calm and certain. "Without darkness, there can be no light. Without suffering, there is no such thing as joy. As I see it, the Pure Land might not be such a wonderful place after all." Conan's expression grew stiff as she heard Fyun's words, but she didn't linger on such elusive, philosophical topics for long. She drew back her gaze, slowly turning to face Fyun. "Thank you for everything you've done for us this time." Fyun nodded in acknowledgement. "Now that you know the truth, what are you planning to do? What will Nagato choose?" Conan's eyes grew cold as ice. "Naturally, we'll kill Madara and Zetsu. Those two fiends have crossed the line for the last time." Fyun met her gaze and spoke seriously. "To take them down, it might be more than you and Nagato can handle alone." Around Orochimaru's base, they had set up a defensive barrier, and with both of them being highly skilled at sensing others, there was little fear of being discovered. Fyun knew that Nagato and Conan had long been suspicious of the masked man and Zetsu. Over the years, they had surely carried out their own secret investigations and taken precautions. Just as with Conan seeking out Uchiha Fyun alone this time, it was proof enough they were not in the dark. They probably realized that if Nagato came in person, it would undoubtedly give him away. If the Rinnegan was indeed, as Fyun said, implanted in Nagato by someone else, then the means to track him must also be in someone else's grasp. Nagato's growth, his every associate, even his simplest daily necessities, were likely being watched from the shadows. In a quiet voice, Conan replied, Nagato has become much stronger now. Aimgakure has been entirely secured by us. Not even the masked man can find Nagato's real body. With the power of the Rinnegan, do you really think we still can't defeat them? Fyun shook his head, regretful but firm. I told you before, if Uchiha Madara was willing to hand the Rinnegan to Nagato, he would never do so without a backup plan. Conan's brows drew together in a deep frown. Are you certain that the Rinnegan wasn't awakened by Nagato himself? To be honest, both Nagato and I find that hard to believe. It was no wonder Nagato and Conan doubted it. Anyone would hesitate to accept such a thing. Who in the world could arrange something so intricate over so many years? Besides, Nagato's growth for over 2 decades had always left traces to follow. Who could possibly imagine that more than 20 years of their own life were manipulated by another? It all felt as absurd and surreal as a dream, something no one could easily accept, especially since Madara in the mask and Black Zetsu had only appeared a decade or so ago. Fyun glanced up at the star-filled sky and murmured, If you don't believe it, well, some truths can only be found through action. Why not test it and see for yourselves? Conan's eyes sparkled with sudden clarity. If Uchiha, Fyun knew so much, he must surely know how to break the deadlock. She stepped forward quickly, her voice resolute. What exactly should we do? After pondering for a moment, Fyun spoke. This sort of thing, you could have figured out yourselves with a bit of time. The Rinnegan, without question, it's the most precious thing there is. Since Uchiha Madara dared to place it in Nagato, he would have ensured the most stringent defenses. No matter who tries, that pair of eyes can't be harmed. That includes Nagato himself. If I'm not mistaken, Nagato probably isn't even capable of ending his own life. Shonen was utterly stunned by these words. All these years, they had cautiously tested and investigated both Madara and Zetsu, yet never found solid leads. Because they had never imagined that even Nagato himself might be compromised. They merely assumed Madara's motives were impure, that he was simply using Nagato as a pawn. But now, piecing together countless memories from over the years, those things that once seemed inexplicable began to come into focus for Shonen. A deafening silence enveloped them. 20 years of nagging doubts suddenly threaded together in this moment. It seems you might really be telling the truth, she finally admitted. Pausing, Xiaonan's gaze grew nostalgic as she went on. No wonder Madara understands the Rinnegan so well. So many of the techniques Nagato mastered came directly from his guidance. Fyun took out a sealing talisman and handed it to her. I've imbued this with my technique. With it, I can contact you whenever needed. Hesitating briefly, Xiaonan eventually accepted the talisman. A purple paper butterfly, brimming with chakra, fluttered over and landed on her fingertip, vivid, lifelike. Xiaonan extended her delicate hand, presenting the purple butterfly to Fyun. I'll keep in touch. With this, our messages will always reach each other with precision. The violet butterfly circled the two of them twice, then settled in Fyun's palm. Thank you, he said. With that, the gentle rustle of paper wings broke the stillness of the night. Xiaonan's figure disappeared into the darkness, swept away with the whirling paper scraps. Darkness. In the frigid stone chamber, Uchiha Itachi's corpse lay motionless upon the experimental table. His skin was pale as parchment, with the remnants of dried blood at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, the Mangekyo Sharingan, previously plucked out by Fyun, miraculously flickered open once more. But now, one eye had lost all color and light, fading into utter grayness. Izanagi. This was the final safeguard Itachi had left behind when Fyun broke through his enemy, the moment he knew death was assured. A sudden cough burst from his chest as a mouthful of clotted blood forced its way out. With a jerk, Itachi opened his remaining Sharingan. His pupil shrank furiously as his breath came rapid and ragged. Izanagi had rewritten his fate, returning him from death, but it couldn't erase the dire wounds and exhaustion that weighed on his body. Did it work? He breathed. Itachi struggled to prop himself up, his fingers trembling as they reached for his blinded right eye. He had rewritten his own death with the price of a Mangekyo Sharingan. But his body remained so weak that even gathering chakra was nearly impossible. His muscles felt completely drained of strength, making standing itself a challenge. He looked around cautiously, taking in his surroundings and analyzing his predicament. I have to get out of here. Itachi clenched his teeth, forcing himself to remain calm. He quickly formed hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. There was a muffled burst. A corpse, identical to Itachi, appeared and slumped onto the lab table. Meanwhile, the real Itachi, battered and barely holding on, slid into the shadows as silently as a whisper. Orochimaru's base was a labyrinth, riddled with alarms and traps. Pressing against the cold wall, Itachi moved forward with utmost caution at every step. His Sharingan was dim, barely glowing, but still able to pick up the faint threads of chakra winding through the air. There are detection seals in the corridor to the left. Holding his breath, Itachi gathered the faintest glimmer of chakra at his fingertips and gently nudged the mechanism's node, disabling it for a brief moment. He dared not be careless. If he were discovered, it would all be over. But as long as he could escape, hope remained. A faint click sounded as he disabled the trap, and Itachi's form slipped through the corridor like a wraith, heading for the exit of the base. The steady beat of careful footsteps echoed in the gloom. Yet, just as he was about to reach the exit, from the shadows, a slow, deliberate clapping broke the silence. Itachi's pupils contracted sharply, his steps freezing mid-stride. How impressive, Itachi! Fyun's figure took shape in the mouth of the tunnel, those crimson Mangekyo eyes gleaming with wicked amusement as he looked down at Itachi. Using Izanagi for false death and then a shadow clone to cover your escape. Truly genius of the Uchiha. Itachi's breath caught. Despair and anguish painted his face. You saw through me all along? Fyun chuckled quietly, stepping closer. From the moment you died, I knew what game you were playing. Itachi's voice quivered. Uchiha Fyun, what do you want? In a blink, Fyun was by his side. With a swift motion, he severed Itachi's left arm just as it was weaving a secret seal behind his back, feigning despair and fear to buy time, while secretly preparing another trick. He grabbed Itachi by the chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. Did you really think you could still fool me? Itachi stared fixedly at him with his remaining eye, refusing to flinch. Turns out you're even more dangerous than I thought. Fyun's expression turned ice cold. Too bad you realized it far too late. A sharp crack reverberated through the silent chamber, the sound of bones shattering, as Fyun crushed Itachi's jaw, teeth splintering and blood blooming into a grisly mess. Fyun had no intention of letting Itachi say another word, nor did he want to give him the chance to use any jutsu. In truth, Fyun had not seen through Itachi's ploy. During that battle, the strange fluctuation he detected was, in fact, Itachi's use of Izanagi. Fyun was able to sense Itachi's moves so quickly because, at that time, he happened to be in the base researching Itachi's eyes. When Izanagi was triggered, the pair of Mangekyo in Fyun's hands vanished like a mirage. Once Fyun grasped the situation, he extended his senses, making every subtle movement of Itachi impossible to escape his formidable spiritual perception. The Uchiha clan should feel ashamed to have someone like you. With one hand, Fyun hoisted Itachi high into the air. The clan's forbidden techniques, Shirsue's eyes, the hopes of so many. How did it all end up with a worthless coward like you? He let out a cold chuckle. I truly wonder, if Shirsue knew what you've done, what would the look on his face be? Fyun's fingers became as sharp as blades, and with a sudden thrust, there was a wet, cruel sound, as he pierced Itachi's chest, clenching his heart in a relentless grip and slowly tightening. A strangled whimper escaped Itachi's shattered lips, blood pouring forth as his whole body trembled with pain. For the village. Suddenly, Itachi's gaze grew sharp and fierce, and he forced out broken words through the agony. Fyun laughed softly. It's useless. You can't use any. He never finished his sentence. The words caught in his throat as he stared, wide-eyed, at the black curse marks snaking across Itachi's body. Another jutsu set up in advance. Fyun let out a cold snort, intending to retreat. But Itachi, with the last of his strength, clamped his hand around Fyun's arm and refused to let go. From within the curse marks, a torrent of black flames erupted, instantly engulfing everything around them. Orochimaru flashed into view not far off. Upon seeing the two figures swallowed by the inky fire, he cried out in alarm, Fyun-kun! In a hurry, Orochimaru snatched out a scroll and shouted, Fyun-kun, hold on. I'll try to seal away the black flames. Amaterasu. Itachi's single eye suddenly bulged, nearly rupturing from the strain, and the force of the black fire surged, sweeping greedily toward Orochimaru. A thunderous blast tore through the area, leaving behind a grotesque pit wreathed in sinister black flames, gaping wide beneath the open sky. Orochimaru was a split second too slow. The fire caught his leg, and no matter what desperate measures he used, the flames would not go out. They only blazed higher and fiercer, racing up to his waist in a heartbeat. Orochimaru's serpentine pupils shrank, for within those flames floated countless ghostly Sharingan, each one weeping bloody tears, a sign that Itachi was burning away every last ounce of his ocular power. With a shriek of terror, Orochimaru wrenched his jaws open and spewed out a perfect copy of himself, darting 100 meters away, thoroughly frightened and unwilling to come any closer. This is the technique of mutual destruction. Itachi's body was being consumed by the black flames, yet his gaze remained resolute, his heart fixed on only one thing: eliminating Uchiha Fyun. So that's it. This is Amaterasu, huh? The temperature truly is terrifying. Fyun's voice rang out, piercingly clear amidst the sea of fire, his Sharingan reflecting the sky filled with black flames. Even as Amaterasu's black fire cloaked him, he showed no panic. He simply raised his hand to study the fierce, sinister flames dancing upon his palm. A cold laugh escaped Fyun. Itachi, don't think you're the only one with a mind. I've been prepared for Amaterasu for quite some time. Did you really think I wouldn't come up with a countermeasure? In the next instant, to Itachi's shock and bitterness, Fyun tore off Itachi's only remaining arm. A mass of wooden fibers surged from Fyun's body, peeling away a layer of his skin like shedding an old shell. Would release, fission. Itachi could only watch, filled with disbelief and despair, as the black flames clung to Fyun's cast-off body but fell away with the discarded tissue. A sudden crash resounded around them as the black flames surged, seeking to latch onto Fyun once more, but were blocked by the golden Susanoo skeleton that shielded him. This is a brand new technique I developed just for you, Itachi. Well, are you impressed? Fyun's Mangekyo Sharingan spun like a cold gear, his gaze chilling as ice as he stared at Itachi. Hell is a journey you'll make alone. Sasuke's still waiting for you down below. Don't keep your dear little brother waiting. Itachi's face contorted in agony. Whether from the searing pain or from Fyun's merciless words was impossible to say. A thunderous bang erupted. Just as Fyun reached to take Itachi's eyes, black flames exploded from within them, consuming Itachi's body until even ash was all that remained. Fyun glanced down at the scorched ashes, then flickered across the battlefield, appearing not far from Orochimaru. Orochimaru was startled at the sudden appearance of a mass both golden and black. Hey, fire! Something's burning. Another explosive burst of golden chakra swept the battlefield, scattering the clinging black flames and shattering the skeletal Susanoo. Orochimaru darted away in a serpentine dance, narrowly evading the shards of black flame that rained down. Fyun frowned. Why are you so scared of Amaterasu? Worst case, you just use that substitution body of yours to dodge the flames, don't you? Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you think I can shed my skin forever? Both of them turned to look at the nearby crater, which had become a burning furnace, except the fire raging within was an unnatural black blaze. Orochimaru's pupils quivered. Itachi, this time he's really dead, isn't he? Now, a wave of fear washed over him. Only now did he realize how ridiculous his plan to claim Itachi's body had been. Had Uchiha Fyun not been here, even Itachi's corpse might have been enough to end the life of Orochimaru the snake. Fyun spoke softly. He's dead. I didn't give him a chance to make any last moves. But what? Orochimaru felt a wave of relief wash over him when he heard the first half of Fyun's sentence. But as Fyun continued, his wariness returned at once. Fyun glanced at Orochimaru, whose face was tense with anxiety. I just mean, it's such a shame about Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. It's unfortunate we couldn't preserve it. Cold sweat beaded on Orochimaru's forehead. At this point, he lost all interest in anything that belonged to Itachi. Let burn, he thought. Out of sight, out of mind. Orochimaru stepped forward, gazing up at the black flames leaping to the sky. This place has been compromised. We'll have to abandon it and find another base. Fyun frowned. You have so many bases. Can't we just head to any one of them? Orochimaru shook his head. I intend to lay low for a while. There are things I need to attend to. If you're interested, Fyun, I'll leave those other bases to you. Fyun considered this for a moment, then replied, that works for me. I happen to have some training I need to focus on, anyway. He had gained numerous forbidden techniques from Itachi, and with the jutsu he'd obtained in Konoha, Fyun's collection of advanced ninja art was now vast. With his formidable mental strength, Fyun easily accessed the memories of Danzo, Itachi, and others. All the knowledge and forbidden techniques in their minds had become his. From his battle with Itachi, Fyun had come to realize his own shortcomings. Gaps in battle experience and jutsu reserves could prove fatal. There were many techniques one might never use, but one had to know them regardless. Only then could he truly prepare against any adversary. Staring into the roaring black flames, a slight smile played at Fyun's lips. Crisis after crisis had failed to break his spirit, He was confident he would surpass them all. All that held him back was what he'd lacked. No teacher like Madara Uchiha, and none of the privileges of being a clan leader's son, as Itachi was. They had access to the most formidable forbidden arts and received the most precise instruction and indoctrination. Fyun had nothing. The Uchiha's forbidden jutsu, let alone learning them, he'd never even seen. Several hours passed. That afternoon, a dozen figures moved swiftly through the border forests. At the head of the group, Kakashi suddenly raised his hand, and every Konoha ninja instantly dropped into a defensive crouch. Not far ahead, a scorched crater 100 meters across was still smoldering, wisps of smoke rising from its charred surface. At the bottom, black flames flickered, dyeing the air above them an eerie shade of purplish gray. That's Amaterasu. Kakashi's exposed eye narrowed sharply. What's Amaterasu? Naruto blurted out in alarm. And where's Sasuke? He started to dash forward in search, but Kakashi caught him by the shoulder. Amaterasu is the technique of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. It's not ordinary fire. These black flames won't go out until their target is utterly reduced to ash. At that instant, several more figures hurried up from behind. Kakashi and the others turned. Lady Hokage, Tsunade had arrived, accompanied by Jeriah and others. Suddenly, the black flames at the center of the crater surged violently, flaring even higher. A raven, its body burned down to a mere skeleton, soared from the flames, its hollow eye sockets fixed intently on the Konoha shinobi. Is this the residue of one of Itachi's techniques? Just as an AMBU operative was about to step forward and collect a sample, Tsunade yanked him back without warning. Suddenly, the skeletal raven exploded with a thunderous crack, scattering countless embers that swirled in the air to form the unmistakable three-tomo pattern. Tsunade's strength of 100 seal appeared instantly on her forehead. So, there's a genjutsu hidden within the flames? As if to echo her words, the embers gathered and solidified into a spectral image of Itachi himself. I see. Kakashi Sharingan spawn. Itachi is sending us a message this way. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the apparition abruptly turned to the east, toward the direction of the Hidden Rain village. A sudden, resounding burst. Before anyone could react, the specter of Itachi shattered under an overwhelming surge of ocular power, and the black flames, deprived of chakra and purpose, gradually snuffed out. So that's where Orochimaru's base must be, isn't it? The dying black flames carved spiderweb-like marks into the ground. Without hesitation, Naruto charged into the dim passageway, his orange-clad silhouette unmistakable amidst the ruins. Sasuke, Naruto, don't just go rushing in alone. Seeing this, Kakashi prepared to pursue, but Tsunade called him back sharply, then turned to issue orders. Kakashi, Jeriah, you two stay here. The rest of you, search every corner of this base, and make sure to protect Naruto. Yes, ma'am. With a unified cry, the Leaf Shinobi surged into the underground stronghold. Noticing Kakashi's worried expression, Jeriah folded his arms, trying to reassure him. Calm down, Kakashi. Whatever happened here, these battles are all long over. Itachi is dead, and anyone else involved has likely moved on by now. Yes. Kakashi gazed at the yawning crater before them. I wonder, has Sasuke learned the truth about Uchiha Itachi? Tsunade's features grew somber. Regardless, those things are part of Konoha's past now. We need to find a way to put old grudges to rest. The village can't afford to bleed any longer. Hearing this, both Kakashi and Jeriah were visibly shaken. For Tsunade, the fifth Hokage herself, to say such words, there was immense weight behind them. After all, every one of the old guard among Konoha's leadership was gone. Nowadays, if Tsunade spoke, no one dared contradict her unless it was truly outrageous. Jeriah's expression gradually shifted, turning grave. Tsunade, are you suggesting we make peace with those two notorious rogues? Tsunade's pale, golden twin tails rippled in the wind as she squared her shoulders, her resolve unshakable. Do we truly have a better choice? Keep chasing them down forever? Let's be serious. Orochimaru is one thing, but as for that Uchiha Fyun, he's not someone we can take down so easily anymore. Tsunade grit her teeth, turning to face Jeriah. You know better than I do the tangled resentment between the old council and the clans. If we keep going after Uchiha Fyun, all we'll do is rekindle the very hatreds that could have been extinguished. Whether it was those old-timers or Itachi, Uchiha. They're all dead now, taken by their own hands. We have no reason to let the rest of Konoha's shinobi pay the price for the mistaken paths they chose. Kakashi keenly noticed Tsunade's fingertips tightening ever so slightly. Uchiha Fyun's power has already surpassed the realm of ordinary ninja. Jeriah gave a cold snort. And what? We just let things run wild. No. Tsunade lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp as blades. It means choosing a smarter way forward. The wind whipped over the scorched earth. Kakashi fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. You intend to redefine what we mean by enemy. Instead of answering directly, Tsunade looked into the distance. After the third Hokage died, Danzo met his end, and the elder advisors were wiped out. The Konoha we see today no longer needs to pay for the errors of the past. Jeriah's pupils contracted. You're challenging the decisions the leadership made back then? I'm only protecting the village. Tsunade spun around abruptly, her robe billowing. What point is there in hunting down the last of the Uchiha? Aside from fueling more hatred and throwing more lives into the fire, what can the village possibly gain? Her words rang with conviction, so much so that even Kakashi instinctively held his breath. Jeriah rubbed his forehead, letting out a rueful chuckle. But if they end up killing Sasuke, Naruto will never accept this so-called compromise. That's why he needs your guidance. When she mentioned Naruto, Tsunade's tone softened just a little. For now, what matters most is figuring out Uchiha Fyun's true intentions. Kakashi looked thoughtful. You suspect Uchiha Fyun doesn't actually bear a death wish toward Konoha. A man who can endure for years, striking back with such precision. He's not one to lash out blindly, Tsunade said softly. Besides, if he truly wanted to destroy Konoha, he'd have made his move during the chaos long ago. With the collapse of the four great clans, much of the intelligence and many truths had at last come to light. As one of Konoha's elite jonin, Kakashi was naturally aware of all this. These days, there were precious few shinobi left in the village still willing to fight Uchiha Fyun to the bitter end. Of course, this wasn't because anyone in the village had become particularly virtuous. Rather, it was simply that Uchiha Fyun had grown far too powerful. No one was keen to martyr themselves for wavering ideas of justice by going up against someone who was practically a living-tailed beast. With an excuse to back down and the intimidating presence of Uchiha Fyun, most simply went along with the changing tides. Few were willing to risk their lives for the now tainted reputation of the four great clans. After all, this generation of shinobi are still fighting for Konoha. In their own way, Kakashi glanced toward the underground base entrance, frowning slightly. With Naruto's attachment to Sasuke, can we really just leave Sasuke's fate to chance? Tsunade closed her eyes and bit her lip, then spoke softly after a moment. Let's do all we can. A Jinchuriki can be replaced, but the village cannot. Kakashi was still worried. I doubt Naruto will give up so easily on this opportunity to find Sasuke. What should we do? Should we keep searching for Orochimaru and Uchiha Fyun? Jeriah clenched his teeth. Letting him continue training with me is the better choice. For the Nine Tails to come into contact with a Mangekyo Sharingan, that's far too risky. No. Tsunade suddenly cut in. According to our intel, Uchiha Fyun and Orochimaru are both in an extremely weakened state. You saw the last battlefield for yourselves. And there's news that Orochimaru has been killed by Uchiha Sasuke's own hand. After a brief pause, Tsunade went on. Right now is the best time to approach them and gather information. Jeriah was taken aback by Tsunade's boldness, his eyes wide. But Tsunade's gaze turned sharp as she fixed it on Jeriah. Jeriah, I'm assigning you as leader for this mission. With you there, even if the worst happens, I know you'll be able to get everyone out safely. Don't even think about shirking. You're the one who insisted I become Hokage in the first place. Jeriah replied with a wry face. I get it, but at least let me take a few elite shinobi with me. All right. Winky face. There will be another update later tonight. This is the second of 3 for the day. Earlier, I didn't dare make a sound, worried about backlash. If you've made it this far, you must be a genuinely good person, smiley face. Please, I'm begging for 5 stars and a follow. Please, 5 stars and a follow. Please, 5 stars and a follow. Clasping hands, kneeling on one knee. The book's rating is way too low. Handsome gentlemen and lovely ladies, would you kindly take a second to click those 5 hearts? Please, I'm really counting on you, oh. In a dimly lit training chamber, 7 candles hung suspended in the air, each one representing the 7 great attributes: fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang. Seated in the center in deep meditation was Fyun, chakra surging around him in tidal waves, sometimes wild as thunder, other times gentle as water. The 5 elements overcome and give rise to one another. Yin and yang stand in opposition, yet rotate in harmony. He formed seals with both hands, and his chakra began to split. Fire transformed into a crimson blaze coiling around his right arm. Water gathered into a deep blue whirlpool, encircling his left wrist. Wind howled, forming invisible blades spinning about him. Lightning raced through his meridians like a purple dragon. Earth solidified into heavy, stone armor sheathing his body. Yin energy condensed as deep black mist in his left eye, while Yang energy ignited a dazzling white light in his right. Though the seven forces collided with one another, under Fyun's formidable willpower, they barely managed to coexist in a state of balance. Still not enough. Suddenly, Fyun's eyes shot open. Pressing his palms together, he muttered in a low, resonant voice, "Five elements cycle, generation." As the flames burned out, the ashes drew together, forming even sturdier stone armor over his body. Brilliant lightning bursts forth from the armor of stone. Thunder surges, saturating the air with a haze of condensed mist. Nourished by the mist, vital energy blooms, painting emerald patterns across the skin. As this life force blazes, flames rise once more. Thus the five elements cycle on, ceaseless and eternal. Yet bang! Chakra spins out of control, exploding in a torrent of wild energy. In an instant, the training chamber collapses. Caught by the shockwave, Fyun is hurled through the air, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But his eyes are lit with excitement. Even though I failed, I finally touched the threshold. Calming his breath, Fyun tries again. This time, he doesn't force the fusion. Instead, he guides it, letting Yin release serve as the lead and Yang release form the base, allowing the five elements to converge of their own accord. Yin release, the power of the mind, becomes an invisible hand, smoothing the turbulent flow of chakra. Yang release, the force of vitality, repairs wounds and stabilizes the energy structure. Gradually, the five elemental chakras stop clashing. They swirl together, a spiraling convergence, and at last, in Fyun's core, gather into a single vortex of pulsing chaos. The five elements, chaos. An extraordinary pressure radiates outward. In the corner, Orochimaru, tasked with recording the data, freezes in disbelief. For a moment, he feels as if Fyun now stands on an entirely different plane of existence from himself. But the sensation vanishes as quickly as it came. Watching Fyun step forward, Orochimaru hesitates, then asks, "Did you succeed?" Fyun gives a small shake of his head, then suddenly clamps his hand to his temple, face contorted with pain, his body swaying unsteadily. Orochimaru immediately rushes to steady him, frowning. "What's wrong?" Breathing heavily, Fyun answers, "It's probably all the recent chakra depletion and the constant strain of using the Mangekyo's power." Orochimaru helps him into a nearby chair, pouring him a cup of tea. "You push yourself too hard. You took down both Root and Danzo, then fought the Uchiha brothers without rest." He pauses, then looks at Fyun with a touch of gravity. "Don't forget, the Hashirama body isn't invincible. Even Hashirama himself died under mysterious circumstances. It's all right, I just need a little rest." Fyun lets out a long, heavy breath. "I know my limits. Besides, the sage body of Hashirama is not my endpoint." "Oh." Orochimaru's eyes narrow suddenly, a vivid image flickering through his mind. A team of 8 ninja, led by a man with white hair, all turning to face him. Fyun rubs his temples gently and says in a soft voice, "What's wrong?" Orochimaru licks his lips, a hint of excitement in his tone. "An old friend has come to visit, Jeriah and the squad with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki." With a swift rustle, several shadowy figures land in the forest behind Jeriah. A Hyuga Jonin, seeing the black serpent pinned to a tree trunk, lets out a quiet sigh of relief. "Thank goodness. We got it." Jeriah pressed his palms together, the light between his hands growing ever brighter. He shook his head softly. "It's not the Snake King's eye technique. The moment it saw us, we were already exposed." Kakashi spoke in a low voice. "Is this some kind of surveillance ninjutsu that transmits information directly?" Naruto took 2 steps forward, focusing on the concealed entrance ahead. "So it's over there, isn't it? Why overthink it? We should just go in and settle things." Kakashi reached out and placed a steadying hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Naruto, I know you're worried about Sasuke, but don't forget, the most important principle for a ninja." Naruto clenched his fists tightly. "Yeah, I know, teamwork comes first." Kakashi gave a small nod. "And there's one more thing I have to say in advance. Sasuke is, without a doubt, a rogue ninja from the Leaf. For his sake, more than one of you have nearly lost your lives. But Sasuke was tricked by Orochimaru. I'll bring him back, no matter what." Naruto's eyes blazed with conviction. Kakashi sighed quietly. "I understand. I feel the same way. I want to bring him back too. But we need to be prepared. Sasuke himself has already made his choice, hasn't he?" Summoning jutsu. Just then, Jiraiya's voice rang out. In an instant, 2 elderly toads appeared side by side on the ground. In the blink of an eye, The toads leapt up onto Jeriah's shoulders. Fukasaku glanced around warily. Where is this place? Little Jeriah, have you gotten yourself into trouble again? Shima began merging her chakra, muttering, honestly, things have been so turbulent in the leaf these past years. Jeriah shot a glance at Naruto and spoke gently. I must trouble you too. This time, we need to negotiate with Uchiha Fyun. For everyone's safety, let's enter sage mode first. Following Jiraiya's gaze, Fukasaku soon spotted Naruto and frowned. Wait, isn't that Naruto? You two are really stirring up a commotion. Naruto had signed the summoning contract with Mount Myaboku, but he didn't yet know these two great sages. He narrowed his eyes. Hey, pervy sage, you went through all that effort just to summon two little frogs? What about the chief toad? Rubbing his chin, Naruto went on. And why does he call you little Jeriah? Fukasaku's white eyebrows shot up in annoyance. What are you saying? I'm little Jeriah's teacher. Huh? Teacher? Naruto exchanged a startled glance with Sakura, their faces filled with doubt. But Sakura said urgently, Naruto, finding Sasuke is what matters now. Just then, the two jonin in charge of sensing, one from the Aburame clan, the other from the Hyuga, both stiffened, their faces changing. Lord Jeriah, Captain Kakashi. They're here. A sharp, rhythmic sound echoed, footsteps approaching with purpose. Clear footsteps echoed from the entrance to the base, ringing in the ears of everyone from the hidden leaf. A lone figure emerged from the shadows at the doorway. Tension filled the air as all eyes fixed on the silhouette. Naruto couldn't help but swallow, baring his teeth in nervous anticipation. Sasuke. The figure finally stepped out, his face revealed at last. Oh, Uchiha Fyun, it really is him. Kakashi's voice was low and serious, his gaze sharp. Fyun's eyes were calm. Truth be told, he hadn't wanted to be the first one out there. He and Orochimaru had argued quite a while. Fyun insisted he wasn't in any condition, his chakra and Sharingan energy nearly spent. But Orochimaru countered. The hidden leaf had likely come for Sasuke. If he showed himself, that would give away the secret that Sasuke was already dead and Fyun was still alive. Besides, Orochimaru claimed he was in even worse shape than Fyun, among other excuses. In the end, Fyun lost that argument, and so he was forced to go out and face the group from the leaf. Fyun swept his indifferent gaze over the assembled crowd. The lineup was impressive, an entire Jonin squad, plus Kakashi's special team. His eyes settled on Jeriah. So, it's you again, the relic of a bygone age. Come on, let's get this over with. Kakashi raised both hands to his chest, signaling peace. We have no intention of fighting. Fyun cut him off. Oh, no intention of fighting? Then why sneak on my territory? Why kill my snake? Jeriah caught the crucial detail in those words, frowning. Your snake? Where's Orochimaru? Fyun let out a cold laugh. Why the hell should I answer your question? You, Jeriah, sir? Kakashi turned and gave Jeriah a long, sober look, his eyes full of warning. Before they'd set out, the group had agreed. Kakashi would do the talking, while Jeriah would simply lend his presence. After all, Jeriah had clashed many times with Uchiha Fyun, so a meaningful conversation was unlikely between the two. But just as Kakashi managed to hold Jeriah back, Naruto burst out, unable to contain himself. Hey, where's Sasuke? Where is he? A faint chuckle escaped Fyun, as the gears of his Mangekyo Sharingan spun into focus. So many questions. If you want answers, try asking me with your strength. Wait. Kakashi quickly stepped forward, reaching out to block Naruto, his gaze fierce as he stopped him from charging in. Kakashi felt a headache coming on. This team was truly a handful, each one harder to wrangle than the last. At that very moment, Orochimaru, watching the scene unfold from inside the base, felt just as exasperated. Wasn't Fyun supposed to be exhausted? Then why did he look like he was ready to take on the world at any moment? Kakashi stepped forward again, his lone eye fixed firmly on Uchiha Fyun. Earlier, we mistook it for a wild beast and ended up killing your snake. We apologize, and we're willing to offer compensation. 30 million Ryo, Fyun replied flatly, naming his price. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, and the faces of those around him grew visibly grim. Wasn't this just looking for trouble on purpose? Kakashi turned to glance at the snake pinned to the tree trunk. Under normal circumstances, he would have acted already. When had the Leaf Village ever let itself be robbed by outsiders? Yet, mindful of Uchiha Fyun's unique position and the Hokage's instructions, Kakashi still spoke up. It's true that we were in the wrong here. I'll report the matter of compensation to Lady Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. I'm sure she'll offer a satisfying answer. Fyun slowly folded his arms across his chest. Fine, but for now, you'll have to pay a deposit of 10 million Ryo. Kakashi fell silent, thinking hard about how to respond. You must be kidding. Naruto was the first to leap up, anger flaring in his blue eyes. There's no way that stupid snake is worth that much. Just tell me where Sasuke is. A chilling smirk curled at the edge of Fyun's lips as the gear pattern in his Mangekyo Sharingan began to turn. He raised his right hand, and his index finger pointed slowly at Naruto. Say one more word, and I'll make sure you're silenced forever. The air seemed to freeze. Naruto felt a chill shoot down his spine, as if invisible hands were tightening around his throat. Sakura hurried to grab Naruto's arm, her nails digging into his flesh. Calm down, Naruto, she warned him in a hushed, tremulous voice, sweat beading on her forehead. This man could destroy both root and the leaf itself. Even the mere pressure of his presence was more than she could bear. Kakashi stepped forward, placing himself protectively between Naruto and Fyun. Fyun, we truly mean no offense. If you're willing to share any information about Sasuke, the leaf is prepared to pay reasonable compensation. Please forgive Naruto's recklessness. Sasuke is Naruto's most important companion, and a missing nin of the leaf. We have every right to pursue his whereabouts. A cold, hollow laugh escaped Fyun, sharp enough to chill the bone. Uchiha Sasuke is a member of my clan. Is the leaf planning to continue meddling in Uchiha business? Jeriah could finally hold back no longer. His white hair seemed to bristle as if caught by an unseen wind. Uchiha Fyun, the leaf has already restored the Uchiha name and lifted any criminal or missing nin charges against you. All this is a gesture of goodwill, an earnest effort for peace. Don't you feel even a trace of it? Fyun turned his gaze upon Jeriah, the gears in his eyes suddenly spinning faster. I feel nothing at all. All of this is only because my power has made you cautious. If I weren't this strong, I'd already have been killed by your hands. It's nothing but compromise after you've weighed the pros and cons. What does that have to do with me? Absurd. You don't really expect me to be grateful, do you? As he spoke, a powerful aura surged from Fyun, sweeping out in all directions. Kakashi sensed something was wrong and quickly formed a sequence of hand signs. Everyone be careful. Don't look him in the eyes. But the warning came too late. Fyun's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly flared with a strange, sinister red light, and the space around them began to distort. Kakashi's vision blurred for a second. All of his companions vanished, replaced by a haze-filled void that stretched endlessly in every direction. Jinjutsu? When did? He realized instantly that he had fallen into a trap, and drew on his chakra to try to break free. It's useless, Kakashi. Fyun's voice echoed from everywhere at once. This is an illusion of the Mangekyo. Kakashi's Sharingan spun furiously, but no matter what he did, he couldn't break free from this world of illusions. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and the images around him began to change once more. Now he stood on the streets of Konoha, beneath a sky as heavy and foreboding as lead. In the distance, screams and explosions rang out, while thick smoke spiraled up into the sky. Is this the night of the Nine-Tails attack? Kakashi stared around in shock, the sight achingly familiar. A small figure darted past him, golden hair whipping in the wind. Naruto, still only a child. On instinct, Kakashi reached out to catch him, only for his hand to pass straight through Naruto's body. Of course, Naruto was only just born that night. This is just an illusion. Kakashi forced himself to stay calm. Fyun appeared at his side, eyes glinting with mockery. But for you, isn't this more real than reality itself? Whoosh, the scene changed yet again. Now, they were up in the mountains behind the village. A black-cloaked, masked man, his hands bound by steel chains, was locked in fierce combat with a blond man clad in the robes of the Hokage. At the sight of the blond man, Kakashi's eyes went wide. Sensei Minato. That's the second stage of Flying Thunder God. Bang! A Rasengan landed squarely on the masked man's face, shattering his strangely sturdy mask with a deafening crack. When the mask fell away, and the mysterious attacker's true face was revealed, Kakashi's pupils trembled violently. Obito, the scene shifted again. Minato and Kushina lay dead on the ground, blood and viscera pooling around them. Kakashi dropped to his knees, breathing raggedly. No, it can't be. This is an illusion. He squeezed his eyes shut. Enough. Release the illusion. As you wish. Kakashi jerked his eyes open. Suddenly, he found himself back in the real world. He was kneeling on the ground, gasping for air, cold sweat soaking his brow. Everyone else was looking at him in horror, as if he'd only stood motionless for a brief moment. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura rushed over, helping to steady him. Are you all right? Kakashi struggled to lift his head, fixing his gaze on Fyun. Fyun still stood exactly where he had been, the gears of his eyes spinning slowly, a ghost of a smile curling at the corner of his lips. What did you do to Kakashi-sensei? Naruto demanded angrily, the chakra of the nine tails beginning to surge from his body. Fyun glanced at him dismissively. Save your energy, kid. If even your elite Jonin couldn't withstand my Jinjutsu, what hope do you have? Naruto's expression faltered. The chakra of the nine tails instantly vanished, and he dropped to one knee, clearly in great pain. Jeriah's eyes narrowed, his thoughts racing. He suppressed the nine tails' power with just a single look. The Konoha shinobi shifted into combat stances, chakra flaring as they prepared to fight. Wait. Kakashi spoke urgently, then slowly rose to his feet. He didn't do anything excessive to me. No one act rashly. As he spoke, Kakashi fixed his gaze on Fyun. The fifth Hokage wishes to end this cycle of hatred. The village deeply regrets what happened to the Uchiha clan. Konoha sympathizes with what the Uchiha suffered and respects the choices the clan made. The price for the past, we've already acknowledged and accepted it. He exhaled slowly, then continued. What we want to know is, Uchiha Fyun, where do you stand with the village now? Fyun looked at Kakashi, his eyes settling on Kakashi's left eye. That Uchiha eye, I want it back. Kakashi shook his head, resolute. That's impossible. It was entrusted to me by a hero of Konoha, a dear friend. Seeing Kakashi falter, Fyun's lips curled ever so slightly. His true aim had been achieved. In truth, Fyun never expected it would be so easy. Taking the Mangekyo Sharingan from Hitaki Kakashi would be no less difficult than going up against Itachi. Kakashi was backed by all of Konoha, and together with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, they formed the village's greatest strength. Their whereabouts were always strictly protected. Even on missions, no one ever knew the team's exact destination. Given the current state of things, the importance placed on the Nine Tails squad by Konoha would only become greater. All in all, trying to take down Kakashi would mean facing immense difficulty and risk. However, now that parts of the truth were revealed to Konoha, perhaps the village itself would become a sharp blade for Fyun to use against his enemies. Kakashi commanded his team to gather up a sum of money, which he handed to Fyun. The rest, we'll report to the Hokage and negotiate with you further. Fyun tucked the money into a spatial ninjutsu scroll, eyes never leaving Kakashi. Kakashi, with deliberate calm, lowered his forehead protector to conceal the Sharingan in his left eye, then turned toward the Konoha group. Let's go. Naruto's eyes went wide. Clenching his fist, he protested. But, we still haven't found Sasuke. Kakashi responded with grave authority. I'm in command of this mission. My order stands, everyone fall back. Seeing the unwillingness written all over Naruto's face, Kakashi slowly closed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. We couldn't sense Sasuke's chakra. And Uchiha Fyun is not someone we can interrogate. Do you understand that? Naruto's fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked, his nails digging deep into his palms. He glared fiercely in Fyun's direction, and once again, the chakra of the Nine Tails surged uncontrollably, forming a crimson cloak upon his skin. I just want to know where Sasuke is. His roar scattered the birds in the forest, sending them flapping away in panic. What does your curiosity have to do with me? Fyun narrowed his eyes ever so slightly, the gear-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes suddenly spinning faster. Naruto, don't look in his eyes. Kakashi shouted urgently, but it was already too late. Naruto's body went rigid all at once, the slit pupils of the Nine Tails shrinking sharply in his eyes. Within an illusion unseen by outsiders, he found himself confronted by a horrifying vision. Sasuke, ensnared and devoured by countless venomous snakes. No, Sasuke! Naruto dropped to his knees, clutching his head in agony. Sakura rushed forward, positioning herself between Naruto and Fyun, chakra flowing rapidly between her hands. Release, she called out. She tried to cut the illusion's hold, only to discover she too was being pulled into the illusionary realm. Fyun let out a cold chuckle. How reckless. Just then, Kakashi suddenly whisked up his forehead protector, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning at speed. He formed a seal with 2 fingers. Release. The clash of ocular power filled the air with a piercing, resonant hum. Arching an eyebrow in mild surprise, Fyun remarked, Oh, you can actually disrupt my Jinjutsu. Kakashi's breathing was labored. He forced out his words. Fyun, that's enough. We have no quarrel with you. Fyun's gaze lingered on Kakashi's left eye for a moment, a curious, meaningful smile flickering on his lips. Interesting. In a firm, commanding tone, Kakashi ordered, We're leaving. Wait. Naruto called out, his head bowed. Naruto, understand. His body trembling, Naruto slowly straightened up and raised clear blue eyes to Uchiha Fyun. If there's any price that has to be paid for Sasuke, then take it from me. I'm willing to share his burden. Fyun, who had remained distant and dispassionate until now, was momentarily moved by the utter sincerity in Naruto's expression. It was the look of someone truly willing to die for a friend. No, no, that's not right. Fyun snapped out of it, his gaze sharpening. So that's it. The art of talk no jutsu really is the most formidable jutsu in the ninja world, unrivaled. He almost fell for it himself. Share the burden. Fyun's voice suddenly turned icy cold. Do you think this is a child's game? He took a step forward, the ground beneath his foot cracking in a web of fractures. In an instant, Kakashi and Jeriah stood in front of Naruto, shielding him from Fyun. But Naruto stubbornly pushed away Kakashi and Jiraiya's hands, facing Fyun directly. I don't know what the Uchiha clan has been through, but Sasuke is a victim as well. He's been living with pain all these years. Sasuke once said we're all ninja walking alone in the darkness. I understand the agony of bearing everything by myself, so I'm willing to take on the hatred of the Uchiha, or your hatred, if that's what it takes. A gentle breeze rustled through the forest. Fyun offered no reply, as if the words had simply vanished, unheard. The scene fell into an uncanny, tense silence. After a moment, Fyun frowned and turned to the Konoha group. Are you planning to leave, or are you looking for a fight? In a flurry of movement, the Konoha squad darted through the mountain woods, moving swiftly ahead. One of the Akimichi clan's Jonin glanced at Kakashi, voicing his confusion. Captain Kakashi, didn't the Hokage ask us to determine Uchiha Fyun's attitude towards the village? Are we heading back without completing the mission? Jiraiya's voice cut in. No, our mission is already complete. Everyone exchanged bewildered looks, momentarily at a loss. Without looking back, Kakashi spoke softly. He took our payment without attacking us. That alone reveals his intentions. Naruto and I were meant to be the bait, to test their reactions. A Jonin seemed to realize. So that's it. That was dangerous just now. If Uchiha Fyun had acted without restraint. No. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who trailed behind with slumped shoulders. Since our goal was negotiation and reconnaissance, we were well prepared. Even if talks broke down, with Jeriah here, we could have made a safe retreat. Sitting on Jiraiya's shoulder, Fukasaku the sage, Toad, opened his eyes. No trouble. No one's tailing us. But Jeriah boy, the great Toad sage, has been muttering to himself more than usual lately. Jiraiya's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, did the great Toad sage have another dream? Fukasaku nodded gravely. Apparently so. And from what he's saying, it has something to do with a ninja whose eyes harbor immense power. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. Right now, he wanted to say that, at this moment, the only living ninja with powerful ocular abilities was likely Uchiha Fyun. But catching sight of Naruto, he couldn't bring himself to voice it, and instead changed his words. Uchiha Fyun, is it? If he keeps growing, he really might possess the power to shake the entire ninja world. Fukasaku shook his head. I can't say for sure who the great Toad Sage was dreaming about. Could be another ninja, or something else entirely. Jeriah let out a sigh. Got it. If you hear anything more, let me know immediately. Fukasaku nodded. Well, I'll be heading back now. Oh, thank you for all your help. Inside the secret chamber of the base, Fyun lay slumped in a chair, weariness etched across his face. Orochimaru tinkered with the test tube in his hand, a slight chuckle in his voice. You certainly are something, you know. Clearly not in top shape, yet you managed to act so tough just now. What if someone from Konoha made a move? With Jeriah there, they're not easily handled. Fyun gave no reply, choosing instead to close his eyes and rest, looking for all the world like he had drifted off to sleep. Orochimaru raised the test tube, violet liquid shimmering gently inside, and walked over to Fyun, extending the vial toward him. This is a potion to counterbalance your depleted Yin energy. It should help with your current condition. Fyun cracked open his eyes and glanced at the test tube before him. What is this stuff? Why does it feel like you're trying to feed me some kind of shady medicine? Shady medicine? Orochimaru's gaze was puzzled. Is your injury that serious your mind's getting muddled? As he spoke, Orochimaru reached out his pale hand toward Fyun's forehead. Startled, Fyun snatched the potion away. I'm fine. No need to get handsy. Seeing Fyun tip his head back and down the potion in one go, Orochimaru crossed his arms, withdrawing his hand. Fyun, you're not actually worried I'd poison you, are you? Really now? After all we've been through, do you still not trust me? That's a bit hurtful. Fyun waved dismissively, cutting Orochimaru off. Enough, didn't you just see me drink it all at once? With an amused smile, Orochimaru strolled to the desk and began leafing through an ancient tome. After all these years studying the Mangekyo Sharingan, I've managed to gather a trove of valuable data, thanks in no small part to you, Fyun. My research suggests that the damage the Mangekyo does to the eyes is the result of an incredibly sophisticated collapse within the biological chakra system. What do you mean? Fyun slowly opened his eyes, his interest peaked. After all, for now, he still had to rely on these eyes. Orochimaru explained, unhurried. When a Mangekyo is activated, the chakra conduction rate within the ocular neuron spikes to 17.8 times that of an ordinary Sharingan. This causes a microscopic level circuit burnout. Mitochondria in the eye cells break down ADP at a rate far beyond normal to sustain the abilities, producing a deluge of free radicals. According to my experiments, every time you use the Mangekyo, oxidative stress markers in your corneal epithelial cells rise by 400%. And this may be the root of your clan's so-called cursed bloodline. The unique ocular jutsu protein encoded in the Uchiha genes, when overstimulated, begins to attack healthy optic nerve cells, much like an autoimmune disease. Fyun frowned. According to the ancient Uchiha records, the curse of the Mangekyo is that the more you use it, the more you'll be sealed away by its power, until you ultimately lose your sight forever. Only by transplanting the eyes of a close blood relative can this curse truly be broken. Orochimaru nodded. You can't walk that path anymore, but there's no need to worry. The power of Hashirama cells has already greatly reduced the side effects of the Mangekyo. Fyun nodded in agreement. With the extraordinary regenerative abilities of Hashirama cells, even the cells themselves can be reborn. Naturally, the damage caused by the Mangekyo is lessened. And I possess more than just the power of Hashirama cells. A subtle smirk tugged at the corner of Fyun's mouth. As long as I can obtain the power of the Sage of Six Paths, or even surpass it, none of these issues will matter anymore. Orochimaru regarded Fyun intently. Still, let me remind you, don't overestimate the power of Hashirama cells. Some injuries are truly irreversible. As I've said before, if you push things too far, not even Hashirama himself could survive it. Half a month later, in the land of rain, within Amagakure, iron bones decayed under the relentless rain. Towering pipes arched like the spines of giant beasts, sprawling among clusters of darkened buildings, their rusted surfaces crawling with slate-gray patches of mold. These pipes formed a vast drainage system, countless channels snaking throughout Amagakure, woven into every corner to keep the village from drowning under the constant deluge. In Amagakure, the rain never stopped, not for a single day. It wore away every sharp edge, melting them into blurred silhouettes, as if the sky itself was slowly digesting the village. The ceaseless rain stitched the heavens into a cocoon of leaden gray, and the iron colossus of the village seemed to be sinking, ever so slowly, into the belly of the storm. Mist hissed from the drainage outlets, its breath thick with blood-damp rust and decay, swirling through the alleys as pale, wandering phantoms. Along stone-paved roads, puddles pooled in every uneven nook, their oily, murky surfaces holding no reflection of the sky above. Most windows gaped empty in the faceless buildings. Now and then, a dim yellow light flickered behind the rain, looking isolated and unreachable, a world apart. Higher still, the spire of a church pierced the rain clouds, its rust-stained cross tilting toward the sky, as if questioning it, or perhaps cursing it in silence. Here, rain ruled supreme, not with a gentle patter, but with a muffled, suffocating thud, like countless tiny corpses drumming ceaselessly on metal and stone. No birdsong, no crickets, nothing lived in this rain, only the sound of water falling, falling forever, dissolving all that was once vibrant into a uniform shade of gray. At the highest peak of this ruined landscape, a lone figure stood, silently watching it all. His eyes captured the image of a world being slowly buried beneath the rain. Inside a tall tower of Amagakure, Konan pored intently over a scroll of secret intelligence. After a moment, she put it away, troubled lines furrowing her brow. Based on our investigation, she said quietly, all intelligence points to one conclusion. The masked Madara may not be Uchiha Madara at all. On the other side, Tendo stood still and upright, his gaze cold and solemn. Tell me more. Shounen spoke softly. From all the information we have, Uchiha Madara is an extremely proud and unrestrained man. Even if his appearance was completely changed, someone like him would never hide his face behind a mask. Nagato. It seems that what Uchiha Fyun said is very likely true. At this, Shounen suddenly paused and turned to look outside. Tendo Pain glanced aside. Shounen, is something wrong? Xiaonan's eyes grew cold and sharp. They're here. My clone just spotted them. What a troublesome ability. If we hadn't set up multiple advanced sensory barriers, they could track us down almost any time they pleased. Tendo Pain's deep, magnetic voice resonated. They've always been very familiar with the setups in Amagakure. Enough. Bring them in. If we delay, we might arouse suspicion and alert them. All right, Chunin gave a slight nod. Moments later, as a flock of paper butterflies fluttered up to the tower's peak, a swirling vortex of space formed in the room, and a bizarre figure with a great aloe, half black and half white, emerged from the floor. The man in the spiral mask slipped out from the vortex, surveying the room before fixing his gaze on Tendo and Chunin. What's this? Weren't you supposed to take me to Nagato's real body? Why do we end up here? Chunin's expression remained calm, the high collar of her black cloak hiding half her face. Nagato's true body isn't in a convenient state today. He won't meet with anyone. From behind the mask, Madara's voice grew darker. Not convenient? I don't recall Nagato ever acting like a shy little girl before. Chunin replied softly. Meeting here is no different. Pain is Nagato. Suddenly, the strange half-black, half-white Zetsu piped up, his voice oddly playful. Oh my, we've both come here in person, but you greet us only with a puppet. Isn't that rather rude? Ha ha. Enough. Tendo opened his eyes, those Rinnegan orbs glowing with a faint lavender light, his tone both commanding and commanding. Yahiko is no puppet. He is Tendo, the leader of the Akatsuki. Huh, bold words. He's obviously. Silence. Black Zetsu barked sharply. The man with the mask turned towards Pain. Fair enough. Let's talk here then. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze on Zetsu, prompting Black Zetsu to say, over these years, we've gathered detailed intelligence on all the Jinchuriki, and the chakra signature of the Three Tails has already been detected. It shouldn't be long before it's revived. The masked man reached out his left hand, gloved in black. Akatsuki's forces have all assembled as well. It's time to move our plan forward in earnest. Kakuzu Kisame, Sasori Deidara, Hidan. After a brief pause, the masked man continued. And that includes the four of us, Nagato, Konan, myself, and Zetsu. Preparations are complete, and I believe victory is within our grasp. There was a moment of silence before Pain spoke in a calm voice. Kakuzu and Kisame have already gone to the hidden waterfall village. They should succeed soon. Zetsu's voice rumbled low. The Seven Tails Jinchuriki, Fu, is a ninja from the small land of waterfalls. Capturing her ahead of time won't stir much of a commotion. The masked man turned to Pain. Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails from the Hidden Stone Village, has been away from his village for years. Nagato, the capture is in your charge. How goes it? Konan spoke softly. The Five Tails has been secured. It's being held in the Rain Village's dungeon now. The masked man nodded. So, once Kisame and the others succeed, we'll seal the Five Tails and Seven Tails together. Pain spoke up. Didn't you say the tailed beasts need to be sealed in order, from one tail to 9 tails? Yes and no. The masked man's voice was hoarse and deliberate as he explained. There's no absolute need to seal the tailed beasts strictly in the order of 1 through 9. Only the 1 tail and 9 tails are unique. The 1 tail functions as a key to awaken the Geto statue, making it the first that must be sealed. The 9 tails is the final beast to be sealed. As for the 2 through 8 tails, their order isn't so critical. Konan frowned. So, if we don't seal the 1 tail first, can we still seal the 7 and 5 tails? The masked man explained patiently. They can be sealed, but only stored for now. The Geto statue's power can't be unlocked until the 1 tail is sealed. Only after sealing the 1 tail can its powers gradually be activated. The 1 tail is the key that unlocks the Geto statue's strength. When all 8 beasts are gathered, the 9 tails will be the final step for its true revival. We can't overlook the power of any of the 9 beasts. As he spoke, the masked man spread his hands wide. That will be the moment we have all worked toward. The time our wish is finally fulfilled. The world will be united, and real peace will descend upon the shinobi world. I understand, Pain responded, his voice resonant and firm. Drawing his hands back, the masked man continued coldly. As leader Nagato, you must keep Akatsuki aligned. The world is unstable, and new forces have emerged that threaten our plans. Who are they? Uchiha Fyun and Orochimaru. From behind the mask's holes, a subtle red light glimmered. The Sharingan spun slowly. Orochimaru hasn't just betrayed us. They, along with Fyun, eliminated Itachi. That has weakened Akatsuki. They won't stop there, and I fear they'll strike again. Warn everyone to be vigilant against those two. If there's a chance, take them out. Pain remained calm and answered, understood. Well then, everyone, split up and begin your tasks. Zetsu, continue monitoring the movements and information of the Jinchuriki. Pay special attention to Shikaku, the 1 tail, since he's next. As for that side, let Sasori, who knows Tsunade well, take Deidara with him. As he finished speaking, a swirling vortex of space slowly formed, absorbing the masked man's figure into nothingness. "Yes, Lord Madara," Zetsu responded, and then he, too, began to sink slowly into the earth. Moments later, only Konan and Tendo Pain remained inside the tower. Outside, the rain fell incessantly, drumming its endless song upon the rooftops. After a while, Tendo Pain opened his eyes slowly. "I sensed it. They've already left Amigakure." Konan spoke softly. "I'll use my technique to watch over the village. With the two of us in control, no one in Amigakure would be able to slip by unnoticed." With these words, Konan's form transformed, scattering into countless paper butterflies that fluttered out of the tower. "My real body's touched by oil. There's no need to stop the rain tiger's art." The paper butterflies drifted silently through the rain, each one coated with oil so that not a drop of water could soak them. They moved without a sound, slipping through every corner of the village, ensuring that not a single eye could spy upon the secrets hidden within the tower. At the window, Tendo Pain stood, the Rinnegan reflected in his eyes, mirroring the leaden sky above. Deep within Amigakure, in a secret room shrouded by barriers, shadows crept down from the ceiling, swallowing every trace of light as if alive. From the depths of this darkness, a gaunt silhouette came slowly into focus. A pair of pale violet, ringed eyes opened quietly. He hovered within an enormous mobile frame, his dark red hair hanging like dried blood, sunken skin revealing bruised veins beneath its surface. Jet-black chakra receivers pierced his back, so that he appeared crucified upon an invisible scaffold. A martyr's form, skeletal and hunched, radiating an intimidating sense of oppression. But it was his eyes that truly chilled the soul, the ripple-patterned Rinnegan glowing faintly in the gloom, every ring seeming to crack open a doorway to another world. When those eyes slid open, even the air seemed to tremble in their presence. His voice scraped through the silence, harsh and frigid. "They're gone. There's no need for such concern. Here in Amigakure, no one can escape my notice." From every direction, the paper butterflies streamed into the chamber, converging on a single point, coalescing as Konan reformed her body, paper folding in upon itself like living matter. "Nagato." Her gaze was icy. Black Zetsu's mayfly technique lets him slip beneath the ground. White Zetsu's spores can parasitize anyone, and that Madara. She paused, then continued. "His space-time jutsu is even trickier to counter. We'll have to be twice as vigilant." Nagato said nothing, falling silent, as if deep in thought. Chunin took out a towel, tending to Nagato's wounds as she checked his body, carefully wiping away the deep, menacing scars. This had become her daily routine through so many years. Nagato lifted his unsettling face slightly and spoke. "Based on the intelligence we've gathered over the years, there's one thing I'm certain of. I truly am a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki, their constitution is unique. Their vitality and chakra are both extraordinarily powerful," Chunin said, continuing to gently clean Nagato's injuries. "Thinking about it now, that person called Madara, there are so many suspicious points, so many flaws," she added. "They claim to have no power, yet could control the Nine Tails and manipulate Yagura, the perfect Jinchuriki of the Mist Village, creating more than 10 years of bloodshed." Nagato drew a long, heavy breath. "We knew from the start there was something off about him. But, regardless of who he is or what he's concealed, does it really matter? As long as he can help us realize our wish, does it matter who he is?" But, if what Uchiha Fyun said is true, as he spoke, Nagato's voice turned cold as ice, his face twisted with anger. "Then our companions, Yahiko, and my parents, they all died at the hands of Uchiha Madara." Chunin's hand paused for a brief moment, the towel trembling between her fingers. Grief shaded her eyes. She slowly bowed her head, biting down hard on her lip. After a long silence, Chunin resumed her actions. "Nagato, what are you planning to do?" Nagato replied in a hoarse whisper. "Let's confirm the information first." With that, Nagato slowly pulled his hands free from the apparatus attached to him. The sight startled Chunin. "Nagato, are you really going to go through with this?" Uchiha Fyun's words can't all be trusted. There's barely any trust between Akatsuki and him. So what's the harm in trying? Nagato's gaze grew resolute. "Chunin, stand back just a little." Worry clouded Chunin's face. She knew Nagato intended to harm his own eyes, to test the truth of Uchiha Fyun's claims. But to do that, he'd have to truly harm those remarkable eyes of his. Mere probing or half-hearted actions wouldn't activate any hidden traps. Chunin stood frozen, not knowing what the right thing to do was. If this was a trap set by Uchiha Fyun, she would be the one to blame. She'd be the one pushing Akatsuki and Amigakure into the abyss. Yet Nagato's determination left no room for debate. Helplessly, Chunin stepped back, anxiety written all over her face as she watched him intently. Nagato raised his right hand and placed 3 fingers against the socket of his right eye, slowly increasing the pressure. That powerful, mysterious Rinnegan began to protrude from its socket under the intense pain. Open! At the very moment when Nagato was about to go all out and dig out the Rinnegan once and for all, his right hand suddenly lost all sensation, as if it had been locked in place by a binding spell. It hung suspended in midair, utterly immobilized. An overwhelming sense of wrongness washed over him. His right hand felt as if it no longer belonged to him, an unfamiliar, alien thing. Nagato trembled slightly in shock. No matter how hard Nagato focused, no matter what tricks he tried, his right hand simply would not respond. After a long stretch of futile attempts, Nagato finally despaired and gave up the idea of gouging out his right eye. Yet the instant he relinquished his efforts, all the feeling in his right hand returned at once. Nagato stared blankly down at his hands, his confusion quickly swept away by frustration, despair, and pain. A piercing, anguished howl erupted from the depths of Nagato's throat, rumbling through the secret chamber like muffled thunder, making the walls and very air quake with its force. Seeing Nagato in such torment and helpless fury, Konan couldn't help but call out to him softly, "Nagato." After his scream, Nagato was racked by a violent coughing fit. He took a long time to regain his breath before finally lifting his head again. "Konan, attack my eyes." Cold sweat broke out all over Konan. Her face had gone ghostly pale. She hadn't really believed what Uchiha Fyun had said, but now, reality struck her like a brutal blow to the heart. Nagato had clearly been restrained by some unknown force just moments ago. It was a vicious and powerful forbidden technique, an absolute safeguard laid down to protect those eyes. Everything had happened exactly as Uchiha Fyun had predicted. Nagato could not harm the eyes that had the power to change the shinobi world, perhaps not even take his own life. "Nagato, calm down. Let's do it," Nagato snapped, cutting Konan off with a growl. Konan bit her lip, summoned a spear of folded paper, and slowly stepped up in front of Nagato. "Wait!" Nagato spoke again, halting Konan's action. After a moment's thought, he added, "Use a paper clone, Konan. The clone will act with perfect logic, and you won't get hurt." Seeing Konan hesitate, Nagato took a deep breath and tried to reassure her. "It's all right. It's just an eye. I won't die. Have your real body step out of the room. You have to attack with the determination to completely destroy the Rinnegan, or you won't trigger the countermeasures on my body." Konan steadied herself, her eyes resolute. With a flutter of paper, she conjured a paper clone armed with a short blade, while her real body withdrew from the chamber. Once he was sure her true self was gone, Nagato shouted, "Now!" Instantly, the paper clone hurled the short blade straight towards Nagato's right eye with lethal speed. At the very instant the short blade was about to blind the Rinnegan, Nagato's chakra surged out on its own, sweeping across the chamber. "Shinra Tensei!" A thunderous blast echoed. The power of the Rinnegan broke free of Nagato's control, its ability erupting of its own accord. An overwhelming repulsive force burst outward from Nagato, instantly obliterating Konan's paper clone and the hidden chamber, shattering even the roof of the entire structure. Nagato's true body was left exposed to the pouring rain. Konan had kept a safe distance and managed to pull back in time, narrowly avoiding that devastating wave. She flew back from midair, gazing with shock at the devastation all around her. "Nagato!" Nagato remained in a daze for a long moment before gradually regaining his senses. His eyes were filled with murderous rage, his twisted face forcing out each word through gritted teeth. "Uchiha Madara." A fit of violent coughing seized him, and a trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth, gone in an instant, washed away by the rain. Konan was swept up in a tide of terror, her heart drowning in despair and grief. Everything Uchiha Fyun had warned them about had come to pass. There could be no other explanation for what had just occurred. This scheme had surpassed the limits of her understanding. Even Nagato himself had failed to sense anything amiss, not even after more than 20 years. One thing was certain. This was without doubt an arcane safeguard placed for the Rinnegan, a forbidden means to ensure Nagato, that pawn, remained under their control. Rain or tears. Konan could no longer tell which was streaming down her face. She had once thought the suffering and desperation they all endured had reached its peak, only to discover a far harsher truth hidden behind it all. Gnashing her teeth, Konan forced herself to push her emotions aside and began forming hand seals. Countless sheets of paper spun out, wrapping around Nagato and lifting him up. She quickly whisked his body away to another cluster of fortified buildings. After twisting through a maze of passageways, they arrived in a new secret chamber. Without a word, Konan settled Nagato in and immediately set about erecting a protective barrier. Nagato's racking cough echoed again, fresh blood staining his lips. Nagato, try to stay calm. It's not too late. We need to think of your health first. Konan urged anxiously. A broken laugh escaped Nagato, his voice trembling with self-mockery. Savior? God? Or Farsa? I'm nothing but useless. A pawn on board. Konan shook her head fiercely and answered softly. No. Nagato, you're the hope of the Hidden Rain. The one Yahiko and I trust, the leader of Akatsuki. You saved this village. You saved me. Please, don't lose heart. Half an hour passed before Nagato finally raised his face, hair dripping wet, and spoke. I know. No matter what happens, I will never give up on Yahiko's dream. There's still so much we haven't accomplished, so many debts left unsettled. Seeing that Nagato was gradually calming down, Konan began to gently wipe the moisture from his face as she spoke. Before our opportunity arrives, we must make sure that neither Madara nor Zetsu notice anything unusual. They're still unaware of what we now know. That's our advantage. Nagato listened in silence as Konan went on. Right now, the forces we can rely on are Amage Cure and our subordinates stationed all over. Among Akatsuki's members, both Sasori and Kakuzu are on our side. Kisame, Zetsu, and that guy Kazuma are most likely loyal to Madara. As for Deidara, he's an unpredictable element. Nagato spoke softly. I'll have Sasori handle Deidara. The kid gets along with him pretty well. Konan nodded thoughtfully, then asked, So what's your next move? Nagato thought for a moment and replied, For now, we keep cooperating with them on the tailed beast capture plan. After all, this is a path we have to walk as well, and that power is essential. In the shadows, we look for openings and study their weaknesses. We will win, I'm sure of it. He paused, then turned to Konan and continued. Uchiha Fyun is not a simple man. He can be very useful to us. You'll be in charge of secretly reaching out to him and building a relationship. Konan's expression grew solemn. There's one thing we must make clear. Uchiha Fyun and Orochimaru. In truth, they only want to use us to defeat Madara. Nagato coughed softly a few times. It doesn't matter if we're being used or by whom. What matters is achieving our goals. They hope to use us against Madara, but aren't we also making use of their value in return? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That principle never changes. Off the coast, at the border between the land of fire and the land of bears, there was a solitary island. From afar, it seemed nothing more than a slab of ochre basalt, battered by storms, its jagged rocks draped in barnacles and ghostly seaweed, like the remains of some ancient sea monster rising from the waves. A temporary base had been set up here as well. Inside the base, Fyun and Orochimaru were examining a series of scrolls spread out across the table. Fyun chuckled softly. Orochimaru, do you see? This is what comes of collaborating with Akatsuki. Orochimaru's eyes stayed fixed on the scroll's contents. It's just as I suspected. The Akatsuki leader does indeed know some yin-yang release techniques. But I truly didn't expect him to entrust us with something so vital. Fyun traced his finger over the script on the scroll. Nothing is impossible. He knows just how dire his situation is now. He has no choice but to prepare for every contingency. Orochimaru had also gleaned plenty of information from Fyun, though he hardly cared about those matters. In the end, the only thing that truly mattered to Orochimaru was the pursuit of his own immortality. Everything else was fleeting and insubstantial to him. The scroll before them was a gift from Konan, containing Nagato's insights and applications concerning yin-yang release. Fyun sighed. Nagato's mastery isn't profound. I suspect even this much was taught to him by that Uchiha Madara. Still, for where we're at now, it'll suffice for our cultivation. In the days that followed, the two of them began training together on the island. Orochimaru soon gave up. His body simply wasn't suited to using yin-yang release to achieve any real breakthroughs. Nevertheless, he managed to greatly improve his techniques related to yin and yang properties, like jinjutsu and his regenerative abilities. Eventually, Orochimaru abandoned his own training altogether, redirecting his focus to observing and studying Fyun instead. In the hollow of his palm, darkness collapsed inward. Uchiha Fyun sat cross-legged atop the island's stone hill. Suspended above his right hand was a swirl of chaotic gray mist, while at his left fingertips blazed a dazzling white light. This was the most primal separation of yin and yang, like the very first rift between pure and impure energies at the dawn of creation. Yin release shapes form. Yang release bestows vitality. Fyun's voice echoed along the rocky walls as tiny fragments of stone floated up around him, twirling in the air to form chaotic images. But true creation requires one to first understand nothingness. Inside the Manjikyu Sharingan, the gears began to spin in reverse. At the microscopic level, Fyun's chakra fractured into its most fundamental units. The Yin-based chakra appeared as deep violet particles, sketching out the outline of a kunai in empty space, while the Yang-based chakra transformed into golden streams, flowing along the imagined edge of the blade. As the two forces approached each other, there came a sudden bang. Black flames materialized out of thin air, engulfing the half-formed creation. Fyun squeezed his eyes shut as snakescale cracks spread across his skin, though these injuries were nothing to him and vanished in the blink of an eye. Ninth failure, he muttered. Orochimaru stepped from the shadows, standing at the base of the rocky hill. Fyun-kun, do you know where the flaw lies? Fyun slowly opened his eyes, gazing intently at his charred palm, murmuring to himself, before you can believe that it exists, you must first understand that it cannot exist. Orochimaru wove signs with both hands and intoned softly, darkness walking technique. A shroud of darkness settled over the small stone peak, and Orochimaru's voice sounded through the blackness. The range of this jutsu is limited. I can only use it for training purposes. Now create the light. In the depths of darkness, Fyun formed the sign of the serpent. There was no chakra flow, no ninjutsu framework, only the purest form of cognitive reconstruction. The moment he envisioned, there should be light here. A glimmer of silver suddenly pierced through the darkness. That light cast its glow upon a chilling truth. This so-called darkness was, in fact, a space woven from countless tiny white snakes, each one endlessly repeating the cycle of devouring and being devoured. I see. Within the illumination, Fyun raised his hand. A white snake slithered into his palm, then seemed to melt away, and little by little, a pitch-black, jagged iron rod began to form in his grasp. Yin-yang release isn't just a technique. It's the authority to alter the very fabric of the world. As the darkness receded, the black iron rod in Fyun's palm shimmered intermittently between reality and illusion. Orochimaru ran his long tongue over his lips. That depends on just how broad that authority is. If it's only at your current level, Fyun-kun, it might not even rival the power of ordinary ninjutsu. There was no denying it. Orochimaru was, without doubt, the most suitable mentor the shinobi world could offer. There were many things he could not do himself, but his understanding far surpassed those who possessed the capability. Orochimaru folded his arms. In release is the materialization of imagination, the act of conjuring something from nothing. Think Jinjutsu, the Sharingan, or the Nara clan shadow techniques. All require formidable mental energy. As for Yang release, it breathes life into creation, transforming the inanimate into the animate, enforcing rules upon reality. This governs medical ninjutsu, the superhuman strength and regeneration of the Senju, the Akimichi clan's ability to enlarge their bodies. All demand immense physical energy. Fyun nodded lightly. Spiritual energy is intangible, physical energy tangible. The intangible may become tangible, the tangible may fade into intangibility. Between reality and illusion, the two flow freely. There is no dividing line. And that is yin-yang release. A slight arc curled Fyun's lips. The scroll Conan had sent him had been of tremendous help to his training, providing crucial insights for both his future growth and the creation of new techniques. Orochimaru watched as Fyun leaped down from the rocky outcrop and approached. So how is it? Are you able to master it skillfully? Fyun clapped his hands together. It's not that simple. Whether it's Nagato or me now, neither of us has truly mastered yin-yang release. We've only scratched the surface. The real thing is a power at the level of the sage of 6 paths. But sooner or later, I'll reach that height. And I'm convinced yin-yang release isn't the end for me, nor is it my ultimate goal. A hint of confusion flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. After all this training, you've only gotten a taste? Then why do you look so pleased? Of course Fyun was pleased, for even though he hadn't mastered yin-yang release yet, his strength had increased significantly. To say nothing else, Fyun could already feel that the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan had grown even greater. This was the fruit of his deepened understanding of how to wield in-nature chakra. Fyun chuckled and said, I wouldn't want to be looked down upon by someone as clueless as you. Orochimaru. As he spoke, Fyun tossed the black rod he'd crafted into the air. Can you make a big black rod like this? See. Hey, Orochimaru, where are you going? I haven't finished talking yet. Fyun called out to Orochimaru, who was heading toward the entrance of the base. But Orochimaru didn't stop. He strode straight into the base, leaving only a message behind. Get ready. We need to leave. We're about to make our move. More than 4 months passed, and once again, Orochimaru and Fyun set foot in the land of fire. Amidst the dense jungle, the two of them walked side by side. The presence they carried now was far stronger than before. Orochimaru had managed to reclaim most of his dispersed soul and strength from the cursed seal, and his Yamada no Orochi form was gradually recovering as well. As they walked, Fyun remarked, "So, you actually managed to get your scattered power back? Aren't you afraid of dying anymore?" "Reclaiming it is just for a better split in the future," Orochimaru replied with a grave expression. "Besides, I had no choice. After being struck by Itachi's Totsuka blade, my injuries were too severe. Without regaining my power, who knows how long it would have taken me to recover." During these days, the two had traveled far and wide across the shinobi world, to every major and minor nation. In Fyun's words, they had read 10,000 books, traveled 10,000 miles. Through their journey, Fyun had gained entirely new insights into both the world of shinobi and his own strength. On the surface, the ninja world seemed peaceful and tranquil, but beneath it, powerful undercurrents surged, like a calm sea that could be whipped into wild storms by a sudden gust. Each hidden village was quietly gathering strength, nurturing forces and talents, or developing new weapons and forbidden techniques. Some villages had even begun secretly building up military might with their feudal lords. The shinobi provided manpower, the daimyo supplied the funds. Their ambitions were written plain as day. After learning what happened in Konoha, no fewer than 2 separate parties had already approached Uchiha Fyun, inviting him to join their own villages and offering generous promises. Orochimaru, however, had long grown accustomed to such things. Decades of life as a ninja had shown him countless brushes with death and the shadows people lurked in. Fyun had also come to realize just how fragile and illusory the so-called peace truly was. After all, the history of ninja was, at its core, a history of war. Across ages past, how many heroes had shouted bold words from their hearts? How many mighty warriors had struggled for peace all their lives, including greats like the Sage of Six Paths or Hashirama Senju? Yet even after 1,000 years, conflict among shinobi never ceased. The village system Hashirama established brought little more than a fleeting decade of peace. So-called peace? It was just a brief pause between 2 wars. Naturally, Fyun had little interest in submitting himself to the rules of a single village and living out a dull life as a ninja under their control. Soft footsteps echoed. The sound of their footsteps echoed through the jungle. Orochimaru glanced toward the exit ahead. "We've arrived." They stood on the edge of a primeval forest, a place rarely touched by human presence. At this moment, Orochimaru and Fyun found themselves at the base of a hill, where a hidden entrance revealed itself. A slender snake slithered out from the entrance, winding its way up Orochimaru's pant leg and settling on his shoulder, its tongue flicking in and out with silent precision. After a moment, a sly smile touched Orochimaru's lips. "That child truly is impressive. I've been missing for half a year, yet she's continued to guard this base with unwavering dedication." The two of them made their way into the base. They hadn't gone far before a young woman appeared before them, her attire minimal in the humid air, a girl with striking red hair. The girl's hair burned with the color of fire, standing out vividly in the gloom of the base. The tips curled slightly, like embers still smoldering from a dying flame. Her skin was porcelain pale, and a pair of round glasses perched on the bridge of her nose. The lenses caught the light, obscuring the sharpness in her eyes. A thin crack marred the right lens, an old scar from when an experiment spiraled out of control. She'd never gotten it replaced, as if the fracture served as a warning, a reminder of the world's fragility. Her neck, collarbone, and wrists bore the faint marks of old bites, now faded into pale scars. These wounds looked almost like humiliating brands, yet strangely had become proofs of her strength. The red-haired girl's face shifted in shock the moment she recognized the visitors. Lord Fyun and Lord Orochimaru. Fyun smiled warmly. "Hello, Karen. It's been some time, hasn't it?" Karen's face lit up with joy, but when her gaze flicked to Orochimaru, she grew cautious and warned. "Lord Fyun, is that really Lord Orochimaru at your side? I heard he had already died." Orochimaru arched an eyebrow and let out a soft chuckle. "If that's what you believe, why have you continued guarding the base I left in your hands?" Without waiting for a reply, he strode further into the base. Karen focused her sensing abilities, confirming their true identities at last, and hurried after them with quick, light steps. Muttering under her breath, Karen said, "I knew it. Orochimaru could never die so easily." Thanks to Orochimaru spiriting her away from the hidden grass village early, Karen hadn't taken part in Konoha's Chunin exams, nor did she know Sasuke. Fyun came to her side and gave her shoulder a gentle pat. Looking at the poised young woman before him, He marveled aloud. You've grown so tall. You've really grown up. A blush crept on Karen's cheeks. Lord Fyun, I'm so glad you're safe. She turned slowly. Fyun stood just behind her, his figure under the black cloak taller than she remembered, but his eyes remained as deep as ever. Yet now, instead of their former icy remoteness, there was something new in his gaze, a hint of wistfulness she had never seen before. Xiangling's breath caught for a moment. She suddenly realized that she no longer needed to look up at him as she used to. Instead, now she could meet his eyes at a slight angle. Ahead, Orochimaru tilted his head and glanced back at the two of them, his golden, slit pupils glimmering in the shadows. Ah, youth, it really is something to reminisce about. After making a round through the base's dungeon, Orochimaru looked at Xiangling and spoke. Xiangling, where's Yugo? Xiangling, who had been following closely behind Fyun and sneaking glances at him, hurriedly pushed her glasses up upon hearing Orochimaru's question. Kimimaro is gone, and all the countermeasures you set up, Lord Orochimaru, have long been exhausted. That madman is beyond my control. Orochimaru frowned slightly. I'm asking you, where did he go? He was taken away by Kabuto. Pausing a moment, Xiangling continued. About half a year ago, when the news came out that Lord Orochimaru had been defeated by Uchiha Sasuke, Kabuto arrived here. He took away all the data records and samples. He took Yugo with him. Worried that Orochimaru might blame her, Xiangling half hid herself behind Fyun. Ever since both Lord Orochimaru and Lord Fyun disappeared, Kabuto has been the most powerful person left in the base. I couldn't possibly defy him. Fyun chuckled softly. Don't worry, no one's blaming you. But, Xiangling, your bloodline is very strong. You should have more confidence in yourself. Orochimaru glanced at Xiangling's increasingly vibrant crimson hair and licked his lips. This does remind me. The power of her bloodline has begun to awaken. Seeing the look on Orochimaru's face, Xiangling was so frightened she pulled a face, as if the next moment she might get eaten by a snake. Instinctively, she grabbed onto Fyun's clothes and arm. Fyun shot Orochimaru a pointed look. Look at you, playing the creepy uncle. No wonder you make little girls cry. With a faint smile, Orochimaru turned and made his way toward the main hall. Xiangling, organize all the intel we've gathered these past days and bring it to me. Fyun followed after him. Aren't you going to send someone to retrieve Kabuto Yakushi? Orochimaru shook his head. That would take too long. I'll go after him myself. I can vaguely sense something. After losing me, I suspect that boy has done quite a few astonishing things. In the dimness of the base, Kabuto huddled in the corner of the lab, surging chakra and cellular power bulging and collapsing beneath his skin. His expression twisted with mania, ambition raging inside him like a storm. How ironic, this body. His fingertips brushed over the graft site on his left arm where Kimimaro's cells had been implanted. The skin there was beginning to split, revealing the pale bone spikes beneath. Pain? He had long since grown numb to it. It was the same numbness he felt back in the orphanage when a matron would strike his palms with a ruler and he'd distract himself by counting cracks in the tiles. A surge of chakra brought on hallucinations. You'll never become Lord Orochimaru. Shut up. Suddenly, his left eye, a golden slit, began to burn. Orochimaru's cells were devouring his body, and the chakra was invading his mind. Kabuto let out a furious roar. No, it's still not enough. How ridiculous. These so-called prodigies possess treasures from birth, while he had to rely on scalpels and painkillers just to keep up. But at least this way, he could see the truth. Kabuto yanked out the 4-tube and walked over to a mirror. Who was that monster staring back at him? Under his pale skin, Yugo's sage powers writhed. Genetic strand from the sound, for were embedded in his spine. Even his saliva was laced with neurotoxins. But why? Why still wasn't enough? What am I, really? A violent crack. Kabuto suddenly lashed out, shattering the incubation pod. The specimen inside stared with hollow, sightless eyes. He remembered Orochimaru's words. If you want to know yourself, if you seek all the answers, then absorb everything and break it down. He also recalled what Fyun had said. If you don't defy fate, the highest you'll ever reach is a top-level ninja. Why should it be this way? Prodigies gain everything without effort. But I, Kabuto Yakushi, can recite 1,300 secret medical formulas from memory, and I can perfectly recreate Lord Orochimaru's modifications. No, that's the wrong path. It's not about stacking more on. I need to transcend. Lord Orochimaru pursues truth, but what I truly want is... Kabuto suddenly convulsed and collapsed, his skin beginning to shed like a snake's. So cold, just like that snowy night, abandoned beside the memorial stone. No. Kabuto's eyes snapped open. An overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from within, forcing the chaos of alien cells and borrowed powers to heal at last. Lord Orochimaru, you're wrong. I don't wish to become you. I will turn you into just another specimen for my experiments. A flurry of shadows flickered onto a low mountain, each sporting a leaf village forehead protector. Yamato scanned the area, his gaze fixing on a hidden entrance 100 meters away. Is it there? Kakashi nodded. According to intel, Kabuto should be active in this area. He's linked to the recent wave of disappearances. This time, everyone, we have to bring him in. Naruto clenched his fists. If we catch him, we can find out where Sasuke is, right? Shikamaru gave a sideways shrug. Hey Naruto, don't forget our mission. The others also turned their gazes to Naruto, for Kabuto was no weakling. They feared Naruto might act recklessly and jeopardize the mission. The legendary trio, Ino, Shiko, and Choji, were all present. Under Yamato's lead, the three had formed Team 10, with Yamato himself having just recently transitioned from the ANBU to an official squad leader. After leaving the ANBU, Kakashi, too, was now in charge of Team 7. But at the moment, his team was missing one member. Stay calm. We'll only find our answers once Kabuto is in our grasp, Kakashi said in a hushed voice. Suddenly, Yamato's gaze sharpened. Kakashi-senpai, he's coming out. Everyone grew tense. They crouched low, eyes fixed on the entrance of the base. The morning mists of the dense forest twisted in spirals, caught and scattered by the mountain winds. Kabuto, cloaked entirely in black, moved silently. The hem of his robe, soaked with dew, left winding trails across the brittle branches. All at once, he stopped. He adjusted his glinting round spectacles, the lenses reflecting the triangle formation of leaf shinobi who had surrounded him in silence. Well, what a pleasant surprise. It's you leaf people again. Kabuto's tongue darted out, disturbingly long. Kakashi and his eyes lingered on Naruto's face. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Kakashi's Sharingan spun slowly as his brows knitted together. That chakra of yours, it's like someone toppled a rack of experiment vials. How did it become so disturbingly chaotic? Hiv hiv. The fight erupted amidst the startled flight of birds overhead. Kabuto's 10 fingers suddenly burst forth with the pale, deadly bone spikes of the Kagaya clan. Yet in a heartbeat, Yamato's would stake sprouted and crushed them to dust. Oh, Mokutan, I didn't know the leaf had someone like you hiding in its ranks. Pointless, Yamato retorted, hands flashing with wood-patterned seals. Every tree here is an extension of me. You're already in my domain. You're quite bold, but... Kabuto unleashed his chakra, turning his hands into gleaming blades and shattering the incoming wooden stakes with ease. Now's my chance. Kakashi seized the opening, darting behind Kabuto. In his grasp, lightning crackled, deadly and controlled, as he aimed to strike, careful to avoid any vital organs. A burst, the sound sharp and raw as thunder. His Chidori pierced Kabuto's chest, but to Kakashi's shock, the sensation was like sinking his hand into sticky gel. Do you see? You've gathered countless talents, countless powers. Kabuto's body, impaled and writhing, began to liquefy and reform. Then, with a sudden kick, he smashed Kakashi away. Rasengan! Naruto charged in at blinding speed, the spinning chakra sphere in his hand roaring with power. Kabuto sneered, preparing to counter, then realized with shock that his body could not move. What? His eyes darted downward, and, to his horror, he saw his own shadow had been chained by an inky darkness. The Rasengan crashed forth, launching Kabuto through the air and slamming him against the rock face with a thunderous impact, sending up clouds of dust. Surrounded by the Konoha shinobi, Kabuto slowly rose to his feet. Naruto's voice came out as a thunderous growl. Tell me, where's Sasuke? Kabuto's black cloak fell away, his face emerging from shadow, now covered in grotesque serpent scales, monstrous and inhuman. That's... Kakashi's eyes narrowed sharply. Kabuto broke into manic laughter. Ha ha ha. Ah, that's right. I've obtained Lord Orochimaru's power. His voice began to split, mingling with Orochimaru's characteristic, raspy tone. Suddenly, the trees shook violently. Beneath Kabuto's skin, ghostly pale markings surged to the surface as a storm of chakra swept up fallen leaves in all directions, turning them into a deadly rain. His grin twisted into a grotesque mask. Just as everyone went on high alert, his rampage ground to a sudden halt. Kabuto's mutated limbs began to consume each other, while the chakra around his waist tore mercilessly at his right leg's liquefied jutsu. He collapsed to his knees, eyelids crawling with glistening serpent scales. Yamato stepped forward, his voice ice cold. Give up and surrender. But before Yamato could even finish, the entire forest was swallowed by absolute silence. A suffocating pressure settled over everyone present. Orochimaru suddenly materialized beside Kabuto, his golden eyes reflecting the crumbling figure before him. Orochimaru, Lord! Kabuto, wheezing and panting, stared in disbelief at the figure before him. No, is this another illusion? Orochimaru's face remained unreadable, though inside he felt a twist of emotion. Kabuto had poured all of their shared research, all of Orochimaru's life's work, recklessly into his own body. Even for Orochimaru himself, such madness would have been unthinkable in so short a span. Orochimaru flicked out his long tongue to moisten his lips. Kabuto, in you, I believe I see the very limit of this path. Meanwhile, all of the Konoha shinobi stood stunned. Orochimaru's appearance could mean only one thing. Uchiha Sasuke might truly be dead, or worse, have become Orochimaru's vessel. Suddenly, an explosive surge of crimson chakra burst out from within Naruto, hurling everyone back. Kakashi grabbed Sakura, flashing to Yamato and the other side. A wall of wood release sprang up, shielding them from the raging tempest. Naruto, Sakura cried out. Kakashi's eyes quivered with alarm. Lowering his voice, he commanded, Ino, Choji, fall back to a safe distance. Choji, secure Ino and use your clan's secret arts to relay a report to the village. Call for reinforcements. Yamato gritted his teeth. Sakura, go with them. We'll handle things here. Yes. Ino and Choji quickly replied. But Sakura clenched her fist, unwillingness etched on her face. I want to stay. Follow orders. Kakashi's gaze was stern. Seeing Sakura's pain, his tone softened just a little. Sakura, trust your comrades, trust in Naruto. Ino will also need your strength on her side. Understood. Orochimaru's eyes wandered almost idly to Naruto, who now radiated that demonic red chakra. So, this is the Nine-Tails chakra. Naruto's eyes had become crimson, slit-pupiled. Fangs flashed at the edge of his lips as he roared. Give Sasuke back, letting the rush of chakra crash against him. His long hair and flowing robe whipped into the air. Orochimaru stood firm, unmoved. Why do you say that? Sasuke came to me of his own accord. You lured him here. Naruto roared, his powerful chakra splitting the ground beneath his feet with deep, jagged cracks. Orochimaru spared a fleeting glance at the departing leaf ninja, showing little concern, and utterly ignored Naruto. Kabuto, it seems my situation has stirred you deeply. These days, you've stopped all intelligence work, Orochimaru murmured softly. He knew Kabuto must have been absorbed in fusing various powers lately, cut off from any useful news from the outside world. After all, Kabuto was once the master of intelligence gathering. How could he suddenly be so oblivious to external affairs? Kabuto was unwilling to accept it. With the disappearance of the one he worshipped like faith, he desperately wanted to carry that faith forward himself. And Kabuto had both the ability and the means to do so. Every single one of Orochimaru's research findings, all the forbidden jutsu, had been passed on to him. In other words, what Orochimaru knew, Kabuto basically knew as well. Back when Orochimaru was around, Kabuto was content to play the part of his right hand, eager to witness the truth of all things united together. But after Orochimaru was absorbed by Sasuke, Kabuto lost his sense of direction, lost his very purpose. Now, he could only become his own meaning, becoming the one who knows all. I told you, give Sasuke back to me. Naruto, seething with rage, struck the ground with a tremendous crash, instantly appearing before Orochimaru, hand raised with 5 razor-sharp claws ready to strike. Oomph! With a cold snort, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spat out the Kusanagi sword, which pierced straight into Naruto's chest. Suddenly, the blade shot out, growing longer and launching Naruto backwards. With a tremendous impact, blood spurted from Naruto's chest as he crashed into the depths of the forest, toppling a swath of trees in his wake. Naruto! Kakashi turned his gaze away, fixing his eyes on Orochimaru in the near distance. Orochimaru, our mission target is Yakushi Kabuto. Can I ask you to please step aside? Retracting the Kusanagi sword, Orochimaru replied coldly. I'm afraid not. Kabuto is mine, after all. A bead of cold sweat slid down Shikamaru's forehead. What a hassle. That's one of the legendary Sannin. Yet Kakashi and Yamato both stood their ground, facing Orochimaru without a hint of retreat. The aura of elite Jonin radiated from them, impossible to ignore. Orochimaru's gaze landed on Yamato, the corner of his lips quirking into a knowing smile. Wood style? You must be the child Lord Fyun once mentioned? I never thought a survivor would truly exist. At the mention of that name, Kakashi's face fell, tension sparking in his voice. Is Uchiha Fyun here, too? Orochimaru ignored him, eyes still locked on Yamato. I'll have to take you back. A thundering explosion split the air. At that very moment, a wild and furious power surged through the forest. A shockwave uprooted countless trees and sent them flying. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto slowly rose from the ground, his chakra settling into a steady flow. You really have returned? That's right. So now, Kabuto, what will you choose to do? At the base of Kabuto's spine, flesh writhed and gradually sprouted a white snake. The chaotic forces within him slowly grew silent. The glare flashing off Kabuto's glasses was dazzling. There's no turning back for me now. I must either defeat you or be consumed, dissolved to ashes. Orochimaru smashed apart a massive tree, flung toward him by the storm, maintaining an impassive face as though he were still listening intently. Kabuto lifted his head, revealing golden slit pupils and a wash of purple eyeshadow, eyes just like Orochimaru's. I choose to defeat you. A faint smile touched the corners of Orochimaru's lips. Very well, then see it done. With a sudden crash, a crimson blur plummeted into their midst. Four tails of chakra lashed and whipped through the air, sending a chilling, icy energy through the clearing. That's... Yamato stared at the beast, its body entirely wreathed in nine tails chakra, and his face hardened. Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi's Sharingan spun as he spoke gravely. Yes, that's Naruto. I never expected things would come to this. What? That's Naruto. Shikamaru was dumbstruck, staring frozen at the terrifying creature. What now? Should we try to help Naruto suppress the nine tails chakra? Yamato looked to Kakashi for guidance. Kakashi thought for a moment, glancing at Orochimaru and Kabuto standing off against Naruto. No, we can't be sure if Naruto still has any consciousness in this state. Getting close would be far too dangerous, and besides, Orochimaru and Kabuto are waiting for any opening. But at least he still knows who his enemy is. Our best bet is to assist Naruto in taking them down first. Orochimaru's long black hair billowed in the fierce wind. Nothing serves as a better catalyst than real combat. A berserk Jinchuriki makes for an intriguing opponent, wouldn't you say, Kabuto? Kabuto formed a hand seal, drawing on Yugo's Sage Chakra. I was thinking the exact same thing. Orochimaru licked his lips. Sage Chakra mode. That's a power even I never managed to master. Kabuto stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Naruto as he transformed, the Nine Tails features overtaking him. Naruto, you know, don't you? Sasuke is already dead. A furious roar shattered the air. The miniature Nine Tails appeared instantly in front of Kabuto, its massive fist crashing down with unstoppable force. What speed? Kabuto's snake-like pupils contracted, the red fist looming ever larger in his sight. A deafening impact rocked the earth, sending tremors through the ground and clouds of dust billowing skyward. With a sharp rush, the world filled with motion. Kabuto's figure appeared beside the enormous crater, half a man's body protruding from his abdomen as he formed hand seals. Earth-style, rock prison jutsu. The ground all around began to surge and churn. Thick earth walls sprang up sky-high, rising to enclose both the crater and Naruto within, quickly forming a mound. A violent explosion shattered the mound as an enormous, deep red tail of chakra burst through, lashing out at Kabuto with blinding speed. As Kabuto darted and twisted to evade the attack, his hands flashed through more seals. Summoning jutsu. 3 giant white serpents materialized, slithering forward at lightning speed. In an instant, they coiled tightly around both the massive chakra tail and Naruto's own body, binding him. Kabuto's hands shifted again. Suddenly, Kimamaro's torso emerged, and countless towering bone spikes erupted from the earth, clamping down on the Nine Tails Naruto, pinning him in place. But the razor-sharp bone spikes couldn't pierce the dense cloak of chakra draped around the Nine Tails. They only drove Naruto into howls of pain. Watching Naruto caught and snared, Kabuto chuckled darkly. Is his chakra so concentrated? His defenses are incredible. A savage roar shattered the air as the Nine Tails Naruto erupted. The deep red chakra swelled and exploded outward, grinding the white snakes and bone spikes to dust in an instant. A gigantic chakra hand burst up from beneath the earth, catching Kabuto by surprise and imprisoning him in its grip. The sheer heat of the concentrated chakra began to dissolve Kabuto's body at the touch. So this is what happens when such immense chakra becomes too concentrated. Its power turns monstrous. Kabuto's mouth split open in an unnatural, gaping arc. A pale hand reached out from within and grabbed hold of his glasses. In the next heartbeat, A new Kabuto emerged, sliding out completely. With a flicker, Kabuto darted back and adjusted his glasses with a practiced hand, glancing at the charred, discarded shell of his former body lying nearby. Naruto, still shrouded in the Nine-Tails' raging chakra, drew back the giant hand and charged straight for Kabuto. Rather than retreat, Kabuto advanced, channeling a surge of sage chakra through his arms. His fists warped, swelling to monstrous size and strength. Seizing the moment, Kabuto unleashed a devastating blow squarely against Naruto's face, snapping his head to the side as spit flew from his mouth. A metallic clang rang out as, from Naruto's back, another version of himself clawed forth. With a single strike, he drove Kabuto backward. In the blink of an eye, Kabuto pressed in again, plunging into a furious close-quarters brawl with Naruto. Sage chakra clashed against the might of the Nine-Tails, each impact unleashing shockwaves that swallowed everything in their path, slicing a layer clean off the earth itself. Atop a towering tree in the distance, Kakashi, Yamato, and Shikamaru watched in stunned silence as the battle raged. Much of the forest and hillside had been laid to waste, riddled with massive craters everywhere. Once again, Naruto ripped Kabuto's body in two, and once again, an unharmed Kabuto emerged from within. Shikamaru stared dumbfounded. Hey, are we sure these guys are even human anymore? At this moment, Shikamaru desperately wanted to leave and head over to where Sakura and Ino were. What use was a mere Chunin like him in a battle of this scale? Yamato gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Orochimaru, who was watching the battle from the sidelines. Kakashi-senpai, it seems we're not going to be able to assist Naruto this time. Kakashi's brow furrowed deeply, the tomo of his Sharingan spinning in his left eye. I never imagined. This is incredible. Is this the chakra mode Lord Jeriah described? A deafening explosion shattered the air as Kabuto's sage chakra collided with the Nine-Tails' scarlet energy, the shockwave tearing up the ground for hundreds of meters around them. Forced to retreat once again, Kakashi and the others fell back as even Orochimaru narrowed his snake-like eyes in apprehension. In his rampaging state, Naruto was ferocious beyond compare, each blow carrying unstoppable force, leaving Kabuto reeling in peril. With a guttural roar, the miniaturized version of a Nine-Tails Naruto burst forward in a blur, tearing through Kabuto's ninjutsu in the blink of an eye and shredding Kabuto's left arm with his razor claws. Here! But from the stump of Kabuto's arm, a bony snake spine erupted, stabbing directly into a weak point in Naruto's chakra cloak. Sage chakra flooded in through the wound. At once, Naruto's beastly chakra cloak began to harden, its surface slowly turning to stone. With another thunderous blast, a pillar of blood-red chakra shot skyward. The powerful shockwave forced Kabuto back several paces. He only managed to steady himself by mustering a massive amount of chakra at his feet. Behind Naruto, the fifth tail burst forth in its entirety, and that chakra quickly formed into a skeletal frame. The very air seemed to thrum with pure, malicious energy. Another savage roar ripped the air. In his five tails form, Naruto's speed was now almost imperceptible to the naked eye. He flickered a living blur, and with a single punch, slammed Kabuto into the mountainside. Kabuto, unable to rise in time, immediately formed hand seals with both hands. For a brief moment, Naruto's petrifying right leg slowed his movements, temporarily restraining him, the effects of sage chakra beginning to take hold. From his shattered body, Kabuto wormed free, putting on his glasses from a body he'd just shed. My body is still incomplete, and my sage mode isn't perfect. It looks like I'm no match for Naruto in this berserk state. Kabuto fixed his eyes on Orochimaru, a faint smile appearing on his lips, like a student presenting his proudest achievement to his teacher. A chilling chuckle escaped Orochimaru's lips as he suddenly bit into his finger, pressing it to the ground. Summoning jutsu, formation of myriad snake rows. Countless black serpents poured forth, each one clasping a sharp blade in its jaws, leaving utter devastation in their wake. The tide of snakes grew, thousands upon thousands forming a writhing, ever-rising wall, cresting in the blink of an eye like a 100-meter tsunami blotting out the sky. Yet the serpents, instead of surging toward Naruto, thundered straight for Kabuto. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto's face twisted in shock, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. An exceptional test subject should be analyzed at the moment of their peak. Orochimaru's golden, slit pupils were icy cold. I'm taking your sage art data for myself. Before the tidal wave of snakes, Kabuto's body looked as insignificant as an ant, swallowed up in an instant. A deafening explosion erupted from within the sea of snakes as Kabuto used a forbidden technique he had embedded in his body ahead of time to escape. He burst forth from the shattered serpent horde, gasping, "So in the end, you really do want to kill me?" Seeing the remaining snakes surge forward to attack, Kabuto gritted his teeth, reversed his hands into a seal. Sage art. Inorganic reincarnation. The earth seemed to come alive, its shape warping and twisting. From the ruined battlefield, countless sharp spikes erupted, shattering tens of thousands of ferocious snakes and even impaling Orochimaru's body. "Incredible!" Orochimaru exclaimed, even as a pristine new body emerged from his own mouth. Kabuto coughed up blood, then, with a flicker, vanished into the distance. He knew his current state was unstable, and after back-to-back injuries, he was no match for either Orochimaru or the Nine Tails. Orochimaru chuckled. "Kabuto, weren't you seeking power? Why are you running away now?" Kabuto's snake-scaled skin peeled off in sheets, exposing bare, gleaming bone beneath. Laughing madly, he shouted, "What I've been pursuing was never power. It's existence itself." Watching Kabuto disappear, Orochimaru allowed a barely perceptible look of satisfaction to cross his face. "At last, he stepped out of my shadow. That child." Orochimaru glanced at Kakashi's left eye, which had fractured in the Mangekyo Sharingan, then looked toward where Sakura and the others had retreated, and finally raced after Kabuto. "I can't stay on the sidelines any longer." Kakashi's Sharingan blazed, bloodshot and intense. "Yamato, now's your chance." Yamato quickly formed hand seals. Wood-style, deep forest emergence. The earth shook violently. Countless massive trees burst from the ground, their trunks thick and twisting, coiling around Naruto's frenzied, beast-like form. The moment Wood-style met the Nine Tails chakra, there was a harsh, sizzling screech, like water clashing violently with fire. Naruto let out a feral, inhuman roar. The chakra cloak and the Wood-style battled fiercely. The great trees withered and splintered, only to have new branches immediately surge in to reinforce them. Sweat beaded on Yamato's forehead. He could feel his chakra draining at an alarming rate. Kakashi turned and called out, "Shikamaru!" Shikamaru dropped to one knee, forming a hand seal. Shadow imitation technique. Instantly, pitch-black shadows shot forward, ensnaring Naruto's beastly shadow. The connection had barely formed when Shikamaru felt a crushing pressure. He hurriedly changed seals, shouting, "Shadow possession jutsu. This isn't enough. We have to restrain him further." Yamato clenched his teeth, sustaining his Wood-style with one hand, while his other hand quickly formed seals. Wood-style, adamantine binding trees. Several massive trunks, glimmering with a metallic sheen, burst forth from the earth below. They wrapped tightly around Naruto's limbs like chains, pinning him deep into the ground and holding him firmly in place. The chakra of the Nine Tails raged violently within, struggling to break free, but this time the Wood-style's restraining power was clearly stronger. The crimson energy was forcefully pushed back, partially compressed and suppressed. Kamui, a distortion in space locked onto the petrified section of Naruto's right leg. He was about to strip away the natural energy. "Kakashi-senpai, buy me a few seconds." With a furious roar, Yamato leapt into the air. His right hand stretched wide, the jet-black character for seat, in his palm, suddenly blazed with a piercing light. A guttural howl tore from Naruto as the frenzied energy sensed a looming threat. His five tails swelled and then converged as a nascent-tailed beast bomb began to form in his mouth. Not a chance. Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto the threat. His Kamui twisted the space at the tip of the tailed beast bomb, banishing it into another dimension. In that fleeting moment, Yamato shot through the storm of chakra like an arrow and slammed his glowing palm down onto Naruto's forehead. Wood-style, Hokage barrier. A resonant hum filled the air. Centered around the character in Yamato's palm, countless wooden seal markings raced across Naruto's entire body. Yamato instantly sprang backwards, pulling a stream of pale blue chakra from within Naruto with his outstretched hand. The Nine Tails chakra shrank rapidly, as if clutched by an invisible giant hand. Beneath the fading shroud, Naruto's battered body slowly resurfaced, twisted with agony. With the beast's power sealed, Naruto regained a shred of clarity, and the five tails began to retract back into his body. Naruto's anguished screams echoed out as the Nine Tails chakra was wholly suppressed, revealing his true form once more. Yet now, his skin had been peeled raw by the force of the beast's energy, leaving his entire body battered and bloodied. With the sealing complete, Naruto slumped unconscious to the ground. Kakashi, clutching his left eye and panting heavily, spoke through gritted teeth, We shouldn't stay here any longer. Let's get out of here now. Eyes scanning the surroundings, Kakashi remained vigilant, as if wary of a lurking threat ready to appear at any moment. Yamato hoisted the unconscious Naruto onto his back and leapt to Kakashi's side. Kakashi-senpai, let's go. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector back into place. First, let's regroup with the others. Did you finish the covert line? Yamato replied in a low voice. It was done, but after that battle, my chakra seeds have dropped off. I see. That can't be helped. It means the mission is a failure, then. Kakashi nodded, signaling to Shikamaru in the distance, and the four of them vanished from the area. Before long, Kakashi and the others reached Sakura and her team. They ran into each other halfway, as Sakura, Ino, and Choji were hurrying along with Jeriah. Thus, their groups united on the road. Jeriah looked at the battered and unrecognizable Naruto and couldn't help but frown. What on earth happened? Why has Naruto ended up like this? Kakashi's steps were unsteady, and seeing this, Sakura hurried forward to support him. Letting out a small breath, Kakashi said, Orochimaru has resurfaced. Sasuke may already be. Hearing these words, Sakura, though she had braced herself for this possibility, couldn't hold back her grief. Tears welled up, filling her eyes. Jeriah let out a sigh. I see. So Naruto was pushed past his limits, and in his overwhelming rage, the chakra of the Nine Tails surged forth and went out of control. Kakashi spoke softly. In any case, we need to get out of here. First, we have to stabilize Naruto's seal and treat his wounds. Inside a cave, Sakura was tending to Naruto's injuries with medical ninjutsu. Suddenly, black curse marks began to surface on Naruto's bare chest. This presence. Is this Orochimaru's technique? Jeriah exclaimed in shock, then gritted his teeth. No wonder Naruto lost control like that. Orochimaru must have triggered the seal. At once, Jeriah unfurled a sealing scroll, his hands forming signs with practiced speed, drawing Orochimaru's chakra out into the sealing array. Kakashi, sitting nearby, spoke up. It must be a trick Orochimaru set up when he stabbed Naruto with the Kusanagi sword. I suspect his real aim was to push Naruto even further over the edge. Yamato looked puzzled. But why would Orochimaru do that? Wouldn't that put them all in grave danger as well? Kakashi fixed his gaze on Naruto. He might have wanted to use Naruto to test Kabuto. Shikamaru, hands in his pockets, chimed in, Honestly, I think that guy just wanted to test Naruto's power. I saw a kind of obsession in the way he looked at Naruto. Having finished the sealing, Jeriah put away the scroll, then double-checked the seal on Naruto's abdomen. Whatever the case, we all need to be wary of Orochimaru. He's still marked as a rogue ninja. Make no mistake about that. Once everyone had left, only the devastated battlefield remained. Scattered stones and broken timber surrounded the deep craters. Scorched earth and dark smoke billowed across the ground, as if some divine hand had left the earth covered in the marks of fire. Amidst the ruins, a lifeless and shriveled body lay sprawled atop the rubble in a grotesque posture. It was the husk Orochimaru had shed after falling under Kabuto's sage art. From within the remains of Orochimaru's former body, beneath the ruined flesh, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly flashed open. There were two layers of barriers here, one isolating all presence and perception, and another sealing off the space itself. They're all gone. It's been hours already. Within the barrier, Fyun's voice sounded. He glanced in the direction where the Konoha group had left, then turned to look toward the path Kabuto had taken to escape. In fact, Fyun had arrived together with Orochimaru. However, he did not choose to target Kakashi's Sharingan, nor did he go after Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, because he had more important things to do. According to the intel, they should have shown up by now. Why has there been no sign of them for so long? Fyun couldn't help but feel suspicious. It was largely thanks to Conan's abundant intelligence that he was able to plan this grand battle, combining the information from the Akatsuki and Orochimaru's forces. The sun was about to set. More than half a day had already passed. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of space opened up at the edge of a massive crater, and two figures appeared there without making a sound. They were both clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, their nails painted a striking, sinister shade. Each wore a ring on their index finger, one inscribed with vermilion, the other with 3. The newcomers were the man in the Uzumaki mask and a gray-white-haired man who radiated the air of seasoned uncle. So this is the place? The masked man swept his gaze over the gaping crater beneath their feet and spoke in a low voice, humph. As expected of the power of the Nine Tails, the level of destruction is as overwhelming as ever. The older, gray-haired man shut his eyes, sensing the world around him. No doubt about it. There's still a huge amount of residual Nine Tails chakra lingering nearby. In that case, Hema, start gathering the scattered nine tails chakra right away. After a pause, the masked man continued. Right now is not the time to strike at the leaf. That would tip off the major villages too soon and throw Akatsuki's entire plan into disarray. I understand. Hema produced a tin staff, gripping it with both hands as he formed a sequence of unusual hand signs. On cue, an invisible barrier fanned out from the staff, probing and locking onto the surrounding energy. Gradually, threads of crimson chakra, hidden from ordinary eyes, crept slowly toward the center. The masked man watched intently as the faint traces of chakra took shape. This was his first time witnessing such a technique. Fascinating, this shinobi world truly never fails to amaze. No wonder you could create a false Jinchuriki. Just how many years have you spent collecting fragments of the nine tails chakra in secret? Hema's face remained calm as he spoke softly. In order to destroy Konoha and secure absolute power for the daimyo, I began laying my plans years ago. But really, I owe the success of the fake Jinchuriki to you, Lord Madara. Back during that riot with the nine tails in Konoha, I seized the chaos to collect a vast amount of chakra that spilled out. A cold smile curled Hema's lips. Come to think of it, it's almost ironic. If the leaf hadn't ordered the entire Uchiha clan to stand down back then, I never could have pulled it off. Heh. The masked man spoke in a gravelly tone, so that's how it is. I never imagined that while I was locked in battle with Konoha, someone like you was lurking in the shadows, reaping your own gains. He didn't doubt Hema's words at all. After all, collecting the nine tails chakra with the current method, while an awe-inspiring technique, would take decades to gather enough chakra for any meaningful purpose. Only when the nine tails went completely berserk more than 10 years ago did such immense quantities of chakra spill out into the world. During that battle, chaos engulfed Konoha. The third and fourth Hokage were preoccupied dealing with the crisis, and the Uchiha clan, under suspicion, was placed under guard. A confluence of circumstances created the perfect opportunity for Hema to act. As a result, Hema collected a large amount of nine tails chakra. He then compressed and cultivated it with sealing techniques, and finally sealed it into the body of his son, Sora. Thus was born a false Jinchuriki of the nine tails. Yet this was something only Hema could achieve. No one else could even accomplish the first step of gathering the scattered chakra. Over the next decade or so, Hema secretly collected fragments of the nine tails chakra again and again, returning each time to seal it into Sora's body and continuously perfecting the seals. Gradually, the foundation of a pseudo-Jinchuriki was established. Maintaining the jutsu, Hema spoke. Lord Madara, I hope you will honor our agreement to strip Konoha of its absolute military control over the Land of Fire, and to spare my son Sora's life. Before the masked man from the Uzumaki clan could respond, a sly voice drifted out from the forest shadow. Well, I really have stumbled upon something remarkable, and most intriguing. P.S. Since the plotlines involving the pseudo-Jinchuriki and the 12 Guardian Ninja aren't especially popular, many readers might not be familiar with them. However, Hema and Sora are not imaginary characters. They actually exist in the original work, and the pseudo-Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is also a creation straight from the canon. Sora, the false Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, is a young boy adopted by the Fire Temple. Hema is the leader of the Hokage faction among the 12 Guardian Ninja, and Sora's father, a wandering monk. In the original story, even the Akatsuki targeted the Fire Temple for the Nine Tails chakra. Specifically, Kakuzu and Hidan attacked the Fire Temple. But the Akatsuki arrived a step too late. Naruto had already reclaimed the Nine Tails chakra that was within Sora. Original story. Episodes 277 to 291. Who's there? Hema's expression turned grim, and he looked cautiously toward the shadowy forest. The masked Uzumaki man also turned slowly, focusing on where the voice had come from. Hema, keep gathering the Nine Tails chakra. Leave this one to me. Stepping out of the trees, swirling earrings dancing on the wind, Orochimaru emerged from the shadows. And who might you two be? As far as I recall, you're not part of the Akatsuki. A soft, sinister chuckle escaped his lips. The masked man let out a low, menacing laugh. You traitor to Akatsuki. What gives you the right to question us? The nerve to show your face here, good. I'll deal with this traitor today. As he spoke, the masked man bolted toward Orochimaru at incredible speed. Orochimaru licked his lips, then flicked out his left arm. Hidden shadow, snake hands. 6 thick serpents surged forward with terrifying force, jaws wide open, snapping fiercely at their enemy. But the giant snakes struck nothing but empty air, passing straight through the masked man's body. He seemed to be nothing more than a phantom, a ghost without substance, darting ever closer to Orochimaru. What? Orochimaru's pupils constricted in shock, disturbed by this bizarre sight. The masked man had no intention of giving Orochimaru a chance to react. In the blink of an eye, he was suddenly right in front of him. Orochimaru opened his mouth and spat out a gleaming blade, sending it lunging straight for the orange, swirling mask. But it too passed right through, hitting nothing at all. With a sidestep, the masked man's raised arm seized Orochimaru's hand just as he tried to form signs. "I've won, it's over." A vortex swirled into existence. In Orochimaru's stunned gaze, a powerful force began to drag at his body, pulling him in. At that moment, Orochimaru's lips curled into a wicked smile. In an instant, countless explosive tags appeared, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye. The masked man's single eye narrowed, and as he saw the sizzling tags, he immediately abandoned absorbing Orochimaru, turning the absorption on himself instead. A thunderous series of explosions ripped through the air. Fiery blasts shot skyward and smoke billowed all around. Orochimaru's true form emerged from the ground, watching the wildfire rise. Did all those high-grade explosive tags really go off together? What do you think? A deep voice sounded suddenly by Orochimaru's ear. He whipped around, swinging the Kusanagi sword in his mouth in a sharp horizontal slash. The blade sliced through the masked man's mask and head, but the masked man neither dodged nor blocked, allowing the sword to pass right through. At the same moment, he reached out with a gloved black hand toward Orochimaru's face. Wind style, great breakthrough. At the critical moment, Orochimaru unleashed a powerful ninjutsu attack, scattering damage in every direction. A torrent of chakra exploded outward, shattering the earth and splintering the trees for dozens of meters around. Orochimaru took advantage of the chaos, flickering away to perch on a distant tree branch. He felt an eerie chill from the masked man's strange ability. Even though the masked man hadn't shown any destructive power, simply reaching out as if to pluck someone's life, Orochimaru couldn't shake the feeling that his life was in constant, imminent danger. A sense of crisis unlike anything he had felt, even when facing the Nine Tails. Seeing the masked man slowly step out from within his own wind release, Orochimaru bit his finger, formed hand seals with both hands, and then slapped his palm onto the tree trunk. Summoning jutsu. A thunderous boom echoed. A massive serpent materialized within the forest, lunging at the masked man, its enormous body thrashing the surrounding trees into chaos. This was his attempt to launch a full-scale, all-encompassing assault with a wide-range attack. Perched atop the giant snake's head, Orochimaru watched his surroundings with wary eyes. "You really are a troublesome foe. Next time, I'll absorb you even faster." The masked man's voice echoed from every direction, elusive and mocking. A flurry of sharp whistles sliced through the air. Several giant shuriken pierced through the snake's body, and moments later, even more massive shuriken hurtled after Orochimaru himself. With another loud crash, the giant snake let out a mournful cry before dissolving into a plume of white smoke, disappearing from the scene. Orochimaru darted backward to the ground, his legs morphing into a serpentine tail as he slithered nimbly about, weaving through the onslaught of enormous shuriken. But their numbers seemed endless, relentless, and overwhelming. In the end, Orochimaru was caught, sliced cleanly in two. It was a gruesome rip. From both halves of Orochimaru's body, countless tiny snakes emerged and intertwined, swiftly reassembling his form. The masked man drew a colossal shuriken from the ground, one taller than a person, and gripped it tightly, his gaze locked onto Orochimaru. "I have to give it to you, one of the legendary three. You're really hard to deal with." Orochimaru spun his upper body a full 180 degrees and flicked out his long tongue to lick his lips. "As for me, I'd say you're even harder to handle. What exactly is your ability?" The masked man rolled his neck with a low, ominous crackling sound. "Who knows?" Orochimaru drew his Kusanagi sword. "Well, even if you don't say it, I have my guesses. Something along the lines of space-time, isn't it?" Seeing the masked man remain silent, Orochimaru continued. "Looks like I hit the mark. Popping in and out like that, and you can absorb and shift your body." A cold scoff slipped from the masked man's lips. "If, after all this, you still can't figure out your opponent's abilities, you might as well be an idiot." But a sharp snap resounded. At that moment, a black hand landed silently on Orochimaru's shoulder. The masked man appeared behind Orochimaru, his voice calm and chilling. "But I know as well. This is your real body." Orochimaru's eyes widened as the masked man standing opposite him began to morph into what fibers would clone. A sudden whoosh, space twisted instantly into a swirling vortex, and Orochimaru barely had time to react, let alone cast any ninjutsu or defenses. "Arg, this is bad." Just as Orochimaru was on the verge of being absorbed, a golden blade of chakra streaked in at blinding speed. What? The masked man cried out in alarm, turning to face the incoming chakra sword. A thunderous impact exploded at close range. The golden chakra blade tore up a vast stretch of ground, sending splintered wood and shattered stones flying in all directions, as a thick cloud of dust billowed outward. Orochimaru narrowly escaped being sucked into the spatial void, flickering into view beside the golden Susanu's ribcage, his tone edged with lingering fear. Why didn't you wait until I was dead to make your move? Fyun's Mangekyo, its gears whirring in his eyes, stayed locked on the battlefield. Without looking away, he replied, Who told you to come back and join the chaos? Weren't you chasing after Kabuto? Orochimaru was momentarily speechless. That actually made sense. But didn't I come back because I was worried about you, Lord Fyun? Not only did I come to help and get no thanks, but now I'm standing here nearly getting hit. With a sigh, Orochimaru turned his gaze to the swirling cloud of dust not far away. Did that do it? Fyun's expression remained calm, his eyes cold and distant. Just missed. It didn't work. Out on the treetops in the distance, only half of Zetsu's face was visible as he cried out in shock. How is this possible? Where did he come from? Black Zetsu was utterly stunned. He had been lurking in the shadows, sensing everything in the surroundings. If anyone had tried to approach, he would have noticed them miles away, let alone sneaking right under his nose and suddenly appearing here. He thought there was no way he'd miss it. Yet it had happened. The masked man burst from the cloud of smoke and landed atop a massive tree. The red-clouded black cloak he wore was torn, with a ghastly wound running across his right chest, almost splitting him in two. Drawing a couple of ragged breaths, the masked man spoke softly. You call that not working? You've got guts, Uchiha Fyun. Fyun's eyes were unreadable. That kind of wound, does it really matter to you? If I couldn't kill you, then it didn't work, as far as I'm concerned. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the wound in the masked man's chest visibly began to heal itself with remarkable speed. Orochimaru retreated behind Fyun, speaking in a low voice. His powers are troubling. Physical attacks seem entirely useless. I know, Fyun replied curtly. Casting a glance toward Heima in the distance, Fyun continued. Lord Orochimaru, that man also possesses all sorts of fascinating forbidden techniques, even some Earth-style ones that let him summon the dead. Orochimaru turned, eyes glinting with curiosity, and gave a sly smile. I see. In that case, I won't interfere with your fight. With that, Orochimaru darted off, streaking toward Heima. The masked man turned to track Orochimaru, but before he could act, the golden chakra blade was already swinging toward him. Your opponent is me, Uchiha Bito. Inside the hollows of the mask, the Sharingan trembled with rage. A thunderous shockwave roared out from beneath the chakra blade, obliterating the place where the masked man had stood. Fyun knew that his strike hadn't landed on Uchiha Bito, so he sheathed his sword at once, ready to attack again. Yet the masked man had already closed in, ignoring both Fyun's chakra blade and the Susanoo. His body slipped straight through, entering the Susanoo's interior as if no barriers existed, reaching out toward Fyun himself. Fyun stood rooted to the spot, his calm expression never wavering as he watched the masked man approach. Fyun's composure made the masked man's eyes grow colder, a sense of unease gnawing at him, but he didn't let up. As long as he got hold of his enemy's body, victory would be his. Just as the masked man's hand was about to touch Fyun's face, his movement came to a sudden halt. Fyun narrowed his eyes, command of fate. Taking advantage of the masked man's immobility, Fyun drew his katana and slashed at the masked man's waist. The blade swept through from left to right, but none of the anticipated blood and carnage appeared. The masked man remained completely unharmed. Fyun's brows tightened. Cautious as ever. You didn't even materialize? Still, even if your real body isn't here, as long as you've been caught by the Mangekyo Sharingan's Shinjutsu, you're still within my grasp. Realizing his attack was ineffective, Fyun's Mangekyo Sharingan spun as he commanded. Take off your own head. Ugh. The masked man reached up, gripping his own neck, about to twist it, but just then his body froze again, an invisible force holding him fast. It's useless. I've long known about your Mangekyo's abilities. Fyun snorted coldly. And so what? I know all about yours as well. Moments later, the masked man broke free, flashing away from inside Fyun's Susanoo. A series of heavy blows resounded as Fyun gave chase, his relentless attacks falling one after another. Yet every strike met nothing but empty air. But he didn't let up. Susanoo, swordplay, taijutsu. Fyun threw everything at his foe. With the dynamic vision of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the masked man stood little chance of seizing the initiative. Uchiha Bito, why don't you take off that fake mask already? Fyun spun his blade and taunted as he attacked. The masked man stared intently at Fyun's movements, his voice low and icy. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a new member of Akatsuki, Toby. Suddenly, his Sharingan flashed. Taking advantage of an opening, the masked man grabbed Fyun's right hand, the one holding the sword that had just sliced through his intangible neck. But before he could unleash his power and absorb Fyun, a golden Susanoo bone fist came crashing down, forcing him to dematerialize once again to evade. Having failed, Fyun retracted the Susanoo's skeletal form and pressed on with his sword assault. Seeing this, the masked man chuckled softly. Trying to conserve your chakra? What's the point? The masked man dodged Fyun's slash, his body instantly sinking beneath the earth. Earth release, earth uprising. With his hands forming seals, Fyun slammed them hard against the ground. The earth split wide open, cracking apart to both sides, leaving the masked man with nowhere left to hide. As he fended off the assault, the masked man spoke. I truly acknowledge your strength. You're someone who's been hurt by the village and its leaders too. You must know just how deceitful this world is, don't you? So what do you say? Why not join us? Together, we can change this corrupted shinobi world. A cold smirk curled at Fyun's lips. This world is indeed full of lies, but the illusionary world you want to create is no less empty. And I'm sure you know that too. So, in that case, why not just die? I can grant you a final release. The masked man sprang out from underground, but as soon as he landed, an enormous, golden skeletal fist shot out from the pit after him. A thunderous impact resounded. Phasing into intangibility, he narrowly escaped the deadly blow, whipping a black rod into his hand. His heart pounded with shock. This Uchiha Fyun seemed to understand his abilities far too well. No matter how he tried to make sense of it, the man couldn't figure out how this young opponent grasped the full extent of his powers, his true identity, or even that ultimate plan. On the surface, it seemed the other hadn't threatened him yet, but the masked man knew the truth. His chakra and ocular power were being drained at a staggering pace. And once those eyes burned out, his end would surely come. He hadn't secured control of the demonic statue yet, and without drawing on its strength, neither his chakra nor his eyesight would last forever. The masked man slipped through Fyun's body, drawing out a strike from Susanoo, and then darted back. Why fight like this? We're the same kind, you and I. I know you wish for a different world too. No, Fyun pursued relentlessly, his voice cold as ice. I have little interest in this world. My only goal right now is to destroy you. There are plenty of tormented souls waiting for you in hell. Uchiha Bito. The masked man evaded the slash and threw his black rod. Another fool with a heart consumed by hatred. Is that it? Still, what grudge do you have against me? I don't recall ever offending you. And how could you possibly say that with a straight face? Fyun knocked the rod aside with Susanoo's skeletal arm and countered with a fierce blow. A loser devoured by hatred and used by others. Do you really think you can lecture me? Another resounding collision rang out. The masked man phased through again, letting out a cold, mocking laugh. Hilarious. Fyun said no more. He sheathed his blade, withdrew his chakra aura, and his Sharingan eyes shifted, crystallizing into 3 tomo. Suddenly, he formed a hand seal with both hands and uttered in a low voice, summoning jutsu. Reanimation. With a deep, echoing rumble, a brown coffin appeared between the masked man and Fyun. The heavy coffin lid crashed open. As the girl emerged from within, the masked man, who had been tense and on guard, began trembling violently. Behind the swirling design of the mask, his Sharingan flooded with blood and widened in shock. The brown casket creaked open, and dust drifted in the sunlight. Within, a young girl stood silently. Her short brown hair swayed gently in the breeze, the ends curling up, as if forever carrying the exuberance of youth. Her delicate face was etched with gentle confusion, and 2 purple marks stretched down her cheeks, on either side. The forehead protector glinted faintly, as though it still held the lingering warmth of that fateful day steeped in blood and tears. Where am I? The girl murmured softly, her voice carrying an otherworldly, wavering echo. The masked man's body went rigid. His pupils shrank to pinpricks, breath nearly halted beneath the mask. Rin. His voice trembled uncontrollably, as if some invisible force had seized his throat, leaving him nearly unable to breathe. Rin Noera, a name long since consigned to death, now returned to slice through his heart like a blade. The dust floated on the wind, rendering Rin's figure dreamlike and heartbreakingly fragile. Her eyes remained clear as ever, yet now shaded by the distant haze of the departed. She gazed at the masked man, brow furrowing slightly, searching her memories for a connection. Do I know you? Fyun emerged from behind Rin, stepping to the side, his gaze cold as he watched Obito's reaction. Well, Uchiha Obito, is this gift to your satisfaction? Obito didn't answer. He had no strength left to feign indifference or denial. His eyes stayed locked on Rin, as if the entire world had shrunk to just this single person. Hearing Fyun's words, Rin slowly lifted her head, her unfocused gaze wandering around the scene. At last, her eyes rested on the masked man. Where's Obito? Who are you? Her voice stayed gentle, yet carried a distant unfamiliarity. Obito's breath faltered, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood that trickled through his fingers. She doesn't recognize me. Of course, this mask, this appearance. How could she possibly know who I am? But still. His throat bobbed, but he could not force out a word. A war raged inside him. His reason insisted that this was nothing more than a reanimated puppet, a tool Fyun used to disrupt and torment him. But his emotions surged like flooding waters, threatening to overwhelm any grasp on control he had left. Fyun stood to the side and spoke coldly. Rin, don't you recognize him? He's Uchiha Obito, the one who was crushed by a boulder while trying to save you all. Lin's pupils shrank suddenly. Obito? Her voice trembled, as fragile as leaves swept away by the wind. But, Obito, died? Fyun sneered. No, he didn't die. He survived. And then, with his own hands, he brought about the death of your sensei Minato, brought about the death of your sensei's wife, killed countless innocent people, wiped out clans, and razed villages. Lin's body swayed slightly, as if an invisible blade had pierced her through. No, that can't be. She shook her head, disbelief and pain welling up in her eyes. Obito, he would never do such a thing. Obito's fingers dug so deeply into his palm that blood began to drip between them. She doesn't believe it. She's still believing in me. Lin, Obito's voice was hoarse, almost terrifying. You shouldn't have been disturbed like this. Lin tilted her head, visibly confused by his reaction. Are you really? Obito. Obito didn't answer. Instead, he whipped his head around to glare at Fyun, the Tomo and his Sharingan spinning so wildly they seemed about to bleed. How dare you use her against me? Fyun let out a cold laugh. Why? Weren't you always trying to create a world with Lin in it? Now she's standing right in front of you, and suddenly you don't have the courage to face her. Obito's breath came hard and fast. He stared Fyun down, murderously intent, the air heavy with the weight of his malice. I'll make you regret this. Regret? Fyun gave a scornful snort. The one who should really regret is you, Uchiha Obito. How many lives have you taken? How many have suffered because of you? And now, don't tell me you lack even the courage to face her. Fyun's words echoed through the silent forest like the tolling of a judgment bell. Obito, do you dare to tell her yourself? Tell her, in your own words, how you used the Nine Tails to attack the Leaf, how you were responsible for the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife. What? Lin suddenly looked up, tears shimmering in her eyes. Obito, was it really you? Her voice broke so completely it was barely recognizable. Why would you do such a thing? Obito's whole body trembled violently, his face behind the mask twisting into a shadow of agony. His voice was so strained, it was almost inaudible. What? Lin's cry rose, filled with a depth of despair she had never known. Sensei Minato and Lady Kushina, they were so kind, they trusted you so much. And all those innocent people in the village, what did they ever do to deserve this? Obito squeezed his eyes tightly shut, as if he could hide from her gaze if he just stopped looking. Don't look at me. Don't look at me with those eyes. Answer me. Lin's voice was thick with tears. Obito, you were always the kindest one. Didn't you say you wanted to become Hokage, that you wanted to protect everyone? Obito's chest heaved, as if tightened by invisible chains. Lin's gaze shifted between the two, as if she had sensed something. Are you fighting? She asked softly. Obito's body jolted violently. Her voice was still the same as before, still so gentle, full of concern for him. But, Obito's eyes flew open as he forcefully suppressed the turmoil in his heart. Lin, you shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be defiled like this. Lin's brows drew together slightly. Defiled? But it seems I'm already dead, isn't that right? Obito's heart felt as if it were being mercilessly crushed. You died. His voice was so low it was almost inaudible. You died right in front of me. Lin was momentarily taken aback, then gave a faint smile. So that's how it is. No wonder I feel no pain. Her smile remained gentle, yet it tortured Obito, as if each word cut into his heart. Fyun watched Obito coldly, then spoke in a slow, deliberate tone. Uchiha Obito, you've been living in an illusion all this time. But here and now, the real Lin stands before you. Not a Jinjutsu, not a dream. Do you dare tell her what you've done all these years? Obito began to tremble, his face twisted in agony beneath the mask. Tell Lin that I caused Sensei's death, that I unleashed chaos and bloodshed, that I cast countless people into suffering and death. No, I can't do it. Lin seemed to sense his anguish and delicately reached out as if wanting to touch him. Are you crying? Obito recoiled a step, as if her fingertips were searing with deadly flame. Don't touch me, he cried, his voice choked with desperate struggle. Lin's hand hung in the air, a flicker of sadness passing through her eyes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Fyun continued to watch with icy detachment, then slowly raised his hand. Obito, your plan is nothing but a pitiful self-deception. Now, face reality. His fingers twitched slightly, and beyond her control, Lin's hand lifted, chakra swirling and gathering in her palm. Lin, Obito's voice quaked with disbelief and terror. I'm sorry. Lin sobbed, tears streaming down her face. My body, it's not listening to me. No, please no. Obito's body instinctively threatened to slip into intangibility to avoid the blow, but from somewhere deep inside, another impulse rooted him to the spot. If I died by her hand like this, would that count as a kind of release? A sickening thud rang out, and a splash of blood suddenly stained the air as Rin's palm drove into the masked man's abdomen. The masked man stood frozen, head bowed, eyes trembling within the holes of his mask as he looked at the girl before him. He could have easily evaded the blow, but he hadn't. Deep down, he could never refuse her embrace. Fyun's eyes narrowed, surprised at how easily success had fallen into his lap. After all, this girl resurrected by Edo Tensei possessed no real power. How could Fyun let such an opportunity slip by? With a swift whoosh, his figure flickered, and, in a flash, he drew his blade. In an instant, he vanished behind Rin Noara and brought his sword down with ruthless force. The target, the pair who now seemed to cling to each other before him. His intent was clear, to cut them both down in one stroke. Don't even think about it. The masked man's eyes hardened as he swept the girl into his arms and tried to retreat in a flash. But he was a heartbeat too slow. Rin was sliced completely through, her body severed at the chest. The masked man managed to take away only her upper half, and yet a deep gash now marred his own body as well. Rin, staring down at the broken girl in his arms, the masked man's voice trembled with panic and fear. Twin blade blossom slash. Seizing the advantage, Fyun unleashed Susanoo, both swords descending together in a devastating sweep. A violent explosion of chakra thundered through the forest, scouring the land and laying the ancient trees flat. Bathed in the golden skeletal armor of Susanoo, Fyun gazed into the swirling dust clouds ahead. Did I succeed? Gradually, the smoky haze cleared, revealing the masked man standing in the depths of a vast crater. He staggered to his feet, chest heaving, his eyes sweeping frantically around. Rin! A cold laugh slipped from Fyun's lips. So you phased through the attack in the end? His gaze grew icier. Useless weakling. Wouldn't it be better to just die, quietly? Why keep struggling? The masked man roared. You. Chi. Huh. Fyun. What are you shouting for? Edo Tensei can't truly die. Suddenly, the masked man whipped his head to the side. Not far away, clumps of Edo Tensei ash had begun to swirl together, slowly reforming into a girl's body. He rushed forward in alarm, crying out, Rin. Before long, the girl opened her eyes anew. As her lips trembled and she softly whispered, Obito. There was the faintest glimpse of an upper canine, a small feature that, once upon a time, Obito had thought unbearably adorable. The dust lingering in the air floated dreamily around her, like an unending snowfall settling on shoulders that would never truly be warm again. She studied her own hands, then looked up at the masked man across from her. Why? Haven't I disappeared yet? Obito, why are you doing all of this? A cold voice cut through the air. Fyun again. Why? Because he did it for you. Silence. The masked man's roar drowned out Fyun's reply. Because this world is nothing but a lie. His voice was low and heavy. Everyone lives shackled by deception. Only the world of the infinite Tsukuyomi can bring true peace. Peace. Rin's eyes shimmered with pain and sorrow, but not a single tear could fall. What kind of peace is it if it's built on slaughter? Her voice cut through Obito's heart like a sharpened blade, driving deep into his soul. Obito, you've changed. You've become someone I can hardly recognize. Obito's body lurched, as if struck by a heavy hammer. She said she can't recognize me. She said I've changed. But, he slowly raised his hand, fingertips brushing the edge of his mask, as if trying to remove it. Yet he hesitated, paralyzed by fear. If she saw me now, what look would she have? Disgust? Fear? Or utter despair? Fyun observed coldly, his eyes void of pity. Obito, you're nothing but a pitiful coward. Obito's breath caught in his throat. The next instant, a thunderous crash, his fist slammed down onto the earth, splitting the ground as shards and rubble shot through the air. Shut up, he roared, his voice raw, anguished, like a wild beast forced to the brink. Rin recoiled a step, startled by his outburst, her gaze filling with a profound sorrow. Obito, what have you gone through? Obito's whole body shook violently. Beneath his mask, tears mixed with blood, dripping to the ground below. What did I go through? I watched you die by Kakashi's hand. I saw this world grind our dreams to dust. I watched everyone rot away beneath the surface of this so-called peace. Yet not a single word of this could he force past his lips, because now he was no longer worthy to stand before her. Rin reached out her hand slowly, as if wanting to touch his mask. Obito, come back. Her voice was soft, no more than a sigh. Please, don't hurt anyone else. Obito retreated suddenly, as if her touch could shatter him completely. Don't touch me. His voice was hoarse, desperate. There's no going back for me. Rin's hand hung in the air, frozen. As an Edo tensei, she could not weep. Otherwise her face would already be streaked with tears. Why? Why does it have to come to this? Obito didn't reply. He couldn't, for his answer was already stained scarlet by blood. Some distance away, Fyun schemed, pondering how to be rid of this dangerous foe. Rin lifted her head, her gaze empty, searching for someone. Kakashi, where is he? Is he all right? As Obito's wounds began to mend before their eyes, Fyun pressed his fingers together in a seal, preparing a jutsu. Suddenly, a strange look flashed across Rin's face. Her expression went dull, and she charged forward once again, launching an attack. Yet the masked man stood there motionless, making no effort to evade. He allowed her kunai to pierce his chest, then quickly formed a hand seal. With a sudden whoosh, a swirling vortex of space appeared, ready to whisk Rin away in an instant. Fyun's eyes widened, and, with a shout, he leapt into action. Channeling the power of Susanoo, he brought down the blade in a sweeping arc. Don't even think about it. Fyun realized he had been careless. This masked man actually meant to claim Rin no era. He wanted to take away such an important card from him. Arc. The masked man let out a thunderous roar. Would release. Hell's rampage. A rumbling explosion erupted. Thick, monstrous brambles burst from the ground, lashing out like maddened pythons, coiling around the golden skeleton of Susanoo. Fyun's sword strike was forcibly derailed. His chakra blade skimmed the very edge of the swirling space vortex, carving a 100-meter furrow in the earth. Don't even think. You'll never take her from me again. The masked man's voice was ragged with a pain that seemed to tear him apart. The vortex spun ever faster. Rin's reanimated body was being drawn, piece by piece, into that foreign space. Fyun's eyes blazed, the three tomo spinning wildly. Suddenly, he formed a reverse summoning seal. Release. With a sharp burst, before Rin's body could be completely consumed by Kimui's space, she shattered into a shower of paper, scattering in the wind. Obito's hands, still sustaining the wood release, froze mid-air. The drifting paper slipped through his fingers, as ungraspable as trickling sand. You really think? Fyun guided Susanoo to swell even larger, the two massive blades unfolding in armored hands. I'd just let you get your way. With a relentless crash, Susanoo's swords danced in a frenzy, shredding the giant brambles all around. If it comes to it, I'll just summon Rin no era again, however many times it takes. That's enough. The mask cracked under the surge of chakra, revealing a glimpse of a blood-red Mangekyo eye beneath. Zetsu's half-body emerged from a tree trunk, surveying the distant battlefield. In a low, rumbling voice, Black Zetsu muttered, Obito, is he truly unbeatable? White Zetsu, ever irreverent, laughed heartily. Impossible with space-time ninjutsu. Our Tobi is invincible. But Black Zetsu glared, his ringed eyes full of suspicion. Not so optimistic. After all, the opponent was no ordinary ninja, but a dangerous wielder of dual Mangekyo. A deafening roar rocked the land. A mushroom cloud mushroomed above the mountains, the ground shaking violently. Orochimaru, in the midst of battling the resurrected dead summoned by Heima, turned his head in astonishment. Now that's quite the commotion. Heima stood firm, for the 12 guardian ninja shielding him, his worried gaze cast toward the distant chaos. Orochimaru turned back, a wicked smile twisting his lips as he extended a long tongue to lick them. Your techniques are still quite immature, but the path you've chosen is promising for research. What do you say? Join me. With my expertise, I can help you perfect your flawed jutsu. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Heima retorted, "On the contrary, it's you who should join me. Help rid the land of fire of Konoha's Hokage system. True peace comes only when power is concentrated in the hands of the daimyo." Orochimaru laughed, a low, chilling sound. Orochimaru let out a light chuckle. "It seems I've overestimated you. With all that talent, you're still content to be the rich and powerful slapdog? How dull." Heima frowned. "I'm not doing this just for the daimyo. I want peace in a land of fire, so that everyone—" Summoning jutsu, reanimation. Uninterested in further talk, Orochimaru cut him off and unleashed a forbidden technique. 3 coffins erupted from the ground. Dusk was falling, and a full moon floated high above the heavens. As the dust finally settled, the masked man took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on Fyun inside the Susanoo. "Impressive, those eyes of yours." Fyun, watching the masked man's breathing grow steady again, replied, "You recovered this quickly?" With a curt grunt, the masked man answered, "I possess the perfect power of Hashirama. I also command every Uchiha technique. Yes, even the force of the 6 paths." "No, that's not what I mean." Fyun calmly withdrew the Susanoo's skeletal frame and approached, sword in hand. "I mean, you bounced back so quickly from the mind games that Leaf Village Ghost pulled on you." The masked man fell silent. Now, the only sounds on the battlefield were the crackling flames consuming the giant trees and the furious wind howling through. A gentle breeze stirred the ashes between them, lifting them high into the night sky. The masked man tilted his head toward the bright moon, murmuring, "Rin is gone. This world is a mirage. All of it is false. I've rejected everything already. Tobi, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito, who I am doesn't matter. I feel nothing for this false, and soon-to-vanish world." Suddenly, shadows devoured the moonlight. The masked man froze where he stood, his gaze locked upward. It wasn't the moon at all. Fyun had silently appeared overhead, his blade driving straight through the masked man's crown. It was no more than a phantom blow, passing through harmlessly as they slipped past each other. The masked man whipped out an obsidian staff and pivoted swiftly, launching a counterattack. A metallic clang rang out. The staff in the masked man's hand was deflected by another identical rod. His single eye widened as he saw Feiyun's jet-black staff. "You, how do you know Yin-Yang release?" Feiyun gave a quiet laugh. "This hardly qualifies as Yin-Yang release. It's just a taste of it, nothing more." The masked man was shaken to the core. Even if this technique was still in its infancy, it revealed more than enough. This man's talent and potential were clear. For the masked man, he now felt a massive threat, an obstacle to ending this world. In that instant, the threat level of Uchiha Fyun soared beyond compare. Blade rang against blade, steel clashed, and sparks flew beneath the moonlight. With focused eyes, Fyun found his moment and drove his sword straight through the masked man's body. Just as he thought he would pierce through, a strange sensation stopped him short. That feeling, a blade had struck something real. A sudden rush of energy twisted the air. A spatial vortex opened. Fyun chuckled lightly. "So that's how it is. Even at the risk of severe injury, you're determined to catch me?" However, wood-style, deep forest emergence. A torrent of chakra erupted from Feiyun's body as massive vines surged forth, rapidly expanding in every direction, overwhelming the landscape. The masked man leapt back. He prepared the hand signs in advance. With a thunderous crash, the scale and speed of the jutsu were overwhelming. The masked man couldn't dodge. He had no choice but to keep draining his ocular power to phase out of reality. An explosive shockwave tore across the mountainside, giant trees and vines smothering everything, transforming the very terrain into a latticework of wood and fiber. He gritted his teeth. "I can't keep this up. I have to seize the chance to pull him into my dimension." Frustration tightened his chest. The fact that his abilities were exposed was why he'd been forced into this vulnerable position. For ninja, battle is always a battle of information. To ensure the secret of his Mangekyo's power was never revealed, he'd spent over a decade keeping to the shadows, making rare appearances. Who leaked the secrets of my ability? His thoughts turned to the Akatsuki. Among them, only Nagato, Konan, and Zetsu knew of his presence. And Zetsu would never betray him. But Nagato and Konan had never fought him directly. Their knowledge of his power was vague at best. How, then, had the secret gotten out? Emerging from the ground, the masked man forced the question from his mind. His condition was already dire. He needed to end this quickly. With a swift burst, Fyun flashed forward, blade slicing downward. A sharp clang echoed as the masked man raised his black staff to block. Once again, their figures collided, weaving and flickering, sparks dancing from clashing weapons as they moved across the moonlit terrain. Dodging a barrage of scorching flames, the masked man taunted. Looks like you're nearing your limit, too. Not using Susanoo. Are you trying to conserve chakra? Steel rang under the night sky as, in a twist, the black staff transformed into chains, quickly ensnaring Fyun's sword. Fyun's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath him, then all at once hurled skyward. His body floated upward, out of his control. At last, the masked man's breath rasped, voice distorted. I've caught you. But in midair, Fyun's hands formed a sign. Both the chain sword and Fyun himself exploded in a puff of white smoke, a shadow clone. From below, the real blade burst from the earth, driving straight for the masked man's throat. The blade bit 3 inches into flesh and would go no further. The masked man caught the edge with a single hand, blood streaming between his fingers. Futile. It's far too late for her. His words broke off, suspended in the thickening tension. He was shocked to discover that the hand gripping his blade was turning lifeless. The masked man hurriedly absorbed Fyun into the community dimension, then wrenched off his own right arm. Sur Séverine technique. Fyun's true form stepped out from among the shadows of the trees. Did you really think I used a shadow clone just to lure you in? Now, you can't even form hand signs, can you? So he only absorbed a clone. The masked man, panting, exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of jutsu was that just now? He was genuinely frightened. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he felt he would have been utterly erased by that force. That's right. Not simply killed, but completely wiped from existence. But in Fyun's heart, deep disappointment lingered. On his first attempt with this technique, the outcome was clearly unsatisfactory. He realized that, even if the masked man hadn't sacrificed his arm, the move would still have been incapable of killing him outright. It could only destroy his arm. A cold chuckle slipped from Fyun's lips. This is power destined to surpass even the sage of 6 paths. And you, fixated on the 6 paths, do you really think you can ever rival me? Your vision and ambition are in a world far below mine. The masked man straightened up. Oomph. Such arrogance, what utter nonsense. You really think? A sudden, wet tearing sound. A black hand burst through Fyun's chest, blood spurting outward. The masked man appeared behind him. Did you think you were the only one who could use clones? In the distance, the other masked man's body transformed back into a wooden form and collapsed. What-style clone? Fyun clamped his hand tightly around the arm protruding from his chest and turned his head to lock eyes with the masked man, their 3 eyes meeting. Kamui. Command of fate. Their roars exploded almost simultaneously. The spatial vortex barely formed before it dissipated. The power failed to manifest, but the hand Fyun had seized passed right through his body. Cease your ocular jutsu and materialize your body. Fyun commanded in an icy voice. Even as he spoke, Fyun spun and planted his palm on a masked man's swirling mask, his grip so powerful that cracks splintered across its surface. Confirming the man had become corporeal, Fyun produced a kunai, channeling wind-released chakra into it. The blade became dangerously sharp. Just as Fyun brought the blade down, his movement stopped abruptly. A web of sealing marks surged over his body, binding him in place. Did you really think I hadn't anticipated your tricks? The masked man spoke with a cold sneer, the deadly blade just inches from his face. Fyun's grip on the masked man's mask didn't falter, but his body refused to budge. It's over. The masked man formed hand signs. He wasn't planning to absorb Uchiha Fyun. He intended to finish him off here and now, while he was paralyzed. A sinister grin curled at the corner of Fyun's lips. The masked man had just finished forming his first seal when the 3 tomo in Fyun's right eye began to spin, morphing into the pinwheel shape of the Mangekyo. What? That's... The masked man's voice trembled with shock. Konoha. A surge of formidable ocular power exploded forth, rushing out in torrents. Bolstered by Fyun's immense mental strength, the force of the Konoha utterly eclipsed what Danzo had ever unleashed, a magnitude greater by far. The world fell still. In an instant, Obito's consciousness was dragged into an endless spiritual domain. He found himself standing in a pristine, white world. Below his feet, a mirror-like surface of water reflected his shattered mask and his body covered in wounds. This is nothing but an illusion, he growled, struggling to break free, only to discover that his chakra, his will, even his hatred, were all being washed away by a mysterious, supreme force. No, this is the sanctuary of souls. Fyun's voice resounded from all directions. Here, your obsessions will be rewritten. Obito's head shot up, pupils shrinking. Rin Noera stood there before him, smiling gently with her hand outstretched. Not a puppet of Edo Tensei, nor a fantasy conjured by the moon's eye, but the true Rin? Obito, stop hurting yourself, she said, her voice as gentle as before, her fingertip grazing the edge of his mask. Rin. Obito's voice quivered, tears streaming down beneath the mask. No, this can't be. You're already. I am indeed gone, Rin replied softly, but your heart is still trapped on that day. Suddenly, ripples disturbed the waters at his feet, and countless scenes began to surface. Kakashi's lightning blade piercing through Rin's chest. The Knight of the Nine Tails, as he manipulated the beast to devastate Konoha. The Uchiha clan massacre, cutting down one clan member after another with his blade. Pairs of blood-soaked Sharingan eyes, torn from their sockets, stared at him with chilling accusation. The Akatsuki's shadowy deeds, the countless souls lost because of him. Each vision seared into his mind, each memory suffocating. These are all my sins. Obito fell to his knees, his voice hoarse and broken. Yes, Kakashi and the Minato couple appeared at his side. But what Konoha Tsukimi offers you is not damnation, but salvation. Rin's hand pressed gently upon his chest. Obito, it's time to wake up. Stop. Black Zetsu's furious roar echoed out, but Fyun had already broken free, blade raised high, and with a swift strike, cut the stunned masked man into 3 pieces. The spiral masked head rolled to a stop at Black Zetsu's feet. Black Zetsu looked down at the blood-soaked head, his whole being trembling with wrath. You brat! The ground swelled, and all around, countless white monstrosities surged up, closing in to encircle Fyun. Fyun stood calmly where he was, reaching up to extract Shursue's eye from his right socket. Then, unhurriedly, he fit his own eye back into place. In the blink of an eye, his powerful regenerative ability repaired the nerves and cells around the eye socket, and his visual prowess returned. Long before this moment, Fyun had secretly replaced his own right eye with Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan. Shursue's eye. It'll probably be more than a decade before I can use Konoha Tsukimi again. Fyun looked at the Sharingan in his hand with a sigh of regret. Attack! Black Zetsu, seeing that Uchiha Fyun completely ignored him, gave the order, and a legion of white Zetsu rushed forward. Fyun raised his chakra blade, his figure flickering through the battlefield, knocking down every one of them. Summoning Jutsu. Fyun smeared his palm with blood and slapped the ground with one hand. In an instant, dozens of giant serpents appeared, coiling around and restraining the white Zetsu. But more and more kept surging toward him. Fyun formed new hand seals, employing would release to immobilize a large number of white Zetsu. In a flash, Fyun dashed toward Zetsu's true body at lightning speed. Oomph. Black Zetsu let out a cold grunt, then unleashed would release. Massive vines surged forward in a furious tide. With a thunderous crash, a giant golden Susanoo sprang forth, sweeping its blade and shattering all the vines in its path. In a heartbeat, Fyun was right before Zetsu. Desperately, Zetsu used would release to shield himself while retreating fast. You want to take me down? It's not that easy. Fyun controlled Susanoo to cleave twice, smashing the surrounding vines, but then paused, ceasing pursuit. Bending down, Fyun calmly picked up a severed head from the ground and chuckled softly. All I want is to claim my spoils of war. You bastard. Black Zetsu, realizing he'd been tricked, cursed furiously. He glanced at the bound and immobilized white Zetsu all around and instantly understood. His opponent was collecting the bodies of the white Zetsu. Fyun ignored Black Zetsu. He reached up, pried open the swirling mask, and was just about to take the Mangekyo Sharingan from inside when his eyes widened in shock. His fingers froze atop the mask, his pupils contracting sharply, as the left eye beneath the mask suddenly flashed with a bewitching red glow, the tomo of a 3-tomo Sharingan. Fyun began to gasp, feigning exhaustion. His knees buckled, and he half knelt to the ground. The severed head in his hand gradually turned insubstantial, and even the fresh blood smeared across his fingers started to vanish. Black Zetsu, who had just been on the verge of attacking, suddenly sensed something, surprise filling his voice. Is that? A puzzled white Zetsu asked, What is it? Black Zetsu didn't answer, his eyes locked onto the battlefield. Before their eyes, the masked man's head and ravaged remains faded away, and even the bloodstains on the ground disappeared without a trace. A burst of sound swept across the field. The masked man's figure appeared not far away, his chest heaving violently as a jet-black iron staff in his hand slowly extended. So it really is Izanagi, huh? Black Zetsu's voice rang out, an excited tremor in his tone. You set up a failsafe in advance? You scare me half to death. Seeing the masked man still poised for battle, Zetsu darted to his side and urged anxiously. Enough. Let's retreat for now. You're nearly at your limit. No. The masked man's gaze was fierce and unwavering as he locked eyes with Uchiha Fyun, who was kneeling on one knee. He's not faring much better. If we don't take this chance to finish him, he'll become endless trouble. Black Zetsu paused, almost stomping his foot in frustration. Are you serious? Do you actually think you're going to win? That feeble look on Uchiha Fyun's face. It's obviously just an act. Inwardly, Black Zetsu cursed Obito's ancestors up and down the line. How do they end up spawning someone like this? Madara's original plan was to complete several critical steps over the span of a few years. Nurture Nagato, capture the tail beasts, and finally resurrect Madara. But Obito spent his days recklessly stirring up chaos in the ninja world, throwing all those plans to the wind. First, he controlled the Nine Tails to destroy the Leaf Village, nearly getting killed by the fourth Hokage. Then he tormented the fourth Mizukage and Three Tails for over a decade, eventually leading to the Three Tails' death and putting the whole plan on hold. 3 years passed, then another 3. 17 years in total. Does anyone even know what I've been through these past 17 years? He's trained Nagato to within an inch of his life, barely hanging on, and only now have the hunts for the tailed beasts just begun. As for resurrecting Madara, that's nowhere in sight. Black Zetsu couldn't help but think. If Madara knew how utterly useless his chosen successor was, he'd probably smash open his own coffin and come out to do the job himself. And now you want to court death again? If he kept letting this kid have his way, there was no question Obito would get himself killed this time. It wasn't as though Black Zetsu genuinely cared about Obito. The boy was simply an essential piece of the plan, Madara's most important chess piece. If Obito were to die, the entire plan would veer off course in a disastrous way. Mind racing, Black Zetsu spoke in a grave tone. The Sharingan can see chakra. You do realize that feebleness he's showing is all just for show, don't you? Fyun slowly rose to his feet, his gaze icy as he fixed it on the duo. Quite impressive, your mastery of forbidden jutsu. The masked man's chest was still heaving as his wounds, though healed by Hashirama's cells, had left him utterly drained. Weakness doesn't always mean you're out of chakra. Sometimes it's about overusing your ocular power. Black Zetsu's ringed eyes stared blankly at the masked man. Isn't it you who's drained your Sharingan to the brink? With a serious expression, Black Zetsu continued. Orochimaru has already taken care of Hama. The plan comes first. The masked man ignored him, his eyes fixed directly on Uchiha Fyun. A rough, rasping cough echoed through the tense air. Suddenly, the masked man could not hold back a violent cough, blood trickling from beneath his mask. All the while keeping a wary eye on Fyun, Black Zetsu continued to persuade him. Orochimaru has been lurking in the shadows for quite some time. Let's go. Once we obtain true power, no one will be able to stop us. The masked man replied softly. It seems there's no other way. Yet despite his words, he remained rooted to the spot, unmoving. Black Zetsu glanced at him, instantly realizing this fellow had reached his limit. Even in such a state, he still wanted to fight, no doubt, because of that girl who appeared earlier. Black Zetsu chuckled coldly to himself. What a fool, this human. Suddenly, his viscous, slime-like body broke free, transforming into a shadowy mass that enveloped the masked man. A simple merging, and at once, the frail masked man was granted a surge of strength. Still, he did not press the attack. As white Zetsu sank beneath the ground, the black Zetsu-wrapped masked man swiftly retreated into the distance. Fyun straightened up slowly, all traces of weakness vanishing from his gaze. Once he put a safe distance between them, Black Zetsu's liquid form churned violently, dragging Toby rapidly down into the earth. Uchiha Fyun, we'll meet again. Try to escape? Fyun's hands formed signs in a blur, his right eye's Mangekyo spinning sharply. Earth release, rising ground rift. A deep thunder shook the land. Empowered by the divine eye, the earth release technique unleashed terrifying might. A vast stretch of ground erupted upward. Countless fierce, jagged cracks tore open, rending the earth as if by some monstrous hand. In a flash, Fyun darted into the widening fissures, golden chakra flaring brilliantly. The underground world was bathed in gold, as though hidden treasures sparkled beneath the earth. Rays of golden light shot upward from the depths below. Then, the ground heaved and quaked in a violent tremor. With a shattering roar, raw energy burst forth, sending entire swaths of earth flying. Flames roared skyward, lighting the land for miles around as if it were midday. A colossal mushroom cloud billowed up, the shockwave of power washing outward. Fyun stood at the center of a gaping crater. Beneath him, Susanu's massive feet grinding to dust nothing more than a few scraps of white residue. He frowned slightly. So they used white Zetsu as a decoy. This black Zetsu's combat experience easily surpasses both mine and Uchiha Obito's. Black Zetsu had planted a white Zetsu clone below ground, infused with the masked man's and his own chakra, gaining those precious seconds needed for their escape. With their mastery over space and time, those few seconds were more than enough to slip away safely. From afar came Orochimaru's horse, lilting laughter. Ha, ha. What a splendid performance, Fyun-kun. It seems your enemies aren't so easily dealt with after all. Fyun turned to see Orochimaru, holding the unconscious Hama by the collar. Draped from his sleeve was half a torn, white Zetsu corpse. Should we give chase? I've gained quite a bit here, Orochimaru asked in a soft voice. There's no need. Fyun gazed up at the full moon in the sky, his eyes distant. Since we failed to keep him here, with his space-time abilities, he's already beyond our reach. With a few swift movements, Fyun leapt up to the edge of the massive crater and started walking toward Orochimaru. Sensing Fyun's somber mood, Orochimaru tried to console him. There's no need to be disheartened, Fyun. Your strength is already unrivaled. Now that you've surpassed even Hokage, defeating your opponents is no longer hard. But to restrain or kill them, that's rarely possible. It's especially so for a Hokage-level fighter determined to escape. To truly kill someone like that is nearly impossible. Seeing Fyun remain silent, Orochimaru continued. Take the third Hokage, for example. If he were to abandon Konoha and flee for his life, there's nothing we could do to stop him. It was the same with Shimura Danzo. If he had simply abandoned route and any hope of turning the tables, choosing instead to run, you couldn't have killed him, either. Fyun shook his head. It looks like we've won, but I don't actually feel victorious. Orochimaru looked slightly surprised. Why do you say that? Fyun bent down and picked up the sword lying nearby. I even used Shurisue's Konoha Mitsukumi, and all I got in return was a Sharingan with 3 tomo. Orochimaru asked, puzzled. Didn't Konoha Mitsukumi rewrite his will? Fyun shook his head. He not only resisted having his mind rewritten, he even twisted the fate meant to change his will. I was careless. My experience still isn't enough. The two of them stood amidst the ruins of the battlefield, the landscape around them utterly transformed. Orochimaru glanced down at the sword in his hand and smiled. It's not as though we came away empty-handed, after all. Turning, Fyun looked toward the dozens of Zetsu bound nearby, the corners of his lips curving in a knowing smile. On the contrary, our gains are extraordinary. Following Fyun's gaze, Orochimaru frowned in slight confusion. Those white creatures? Their fighting prowess is ordinary. Are they really worth anything? No. Fyun walked slowly toward the bound Zetsu, bluish chakra flames flickering at his fingertips. These are priceless resources, especially for you, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's golden, slit-pupiled eyes narrowed as he stepped after Fyun. Oh, it seems you've discovered something interesting. Fyun stopped in front of a bloated Zetsu, examining it closely. This is the spawn of the 10 Tails, a mutated human. While their combat ability is mediocre at the moment, they're the perfect vessels. Orochimaru experienced several shocks in the span of just a few seconds. Spawn of the 10 Tails, mutated humans, a perfect vessel. Orochimaru was well-versed in such matters. With just a handful of key words, his mind raced, connecting threads and arriving at some astonishing conclusions. His excitement was palpable. He nearly forgot about the skewer in his hand, tossing it aside with a sharp smack. Lord Fyun, does this mean? The perfect vessel for Hashirama's cells, Fyun replied, crouching down and channeling chakra into the body of a white Zetsu. Far more stable than any of your experimental subjects. Suddenly, the white Zetsu convulsed violently. Wooden patterns crept across its skin. Even stranger, its face began to morph, imitating Fyun's own features. I see, Orochimaru exclaimed, his tongue flicking out in excitement. These creatures are spawned from the divine tree itself. No wonder they're compatible with wood release. Together, Orochimaru and Fyun had unraveled many secrets unknown to the world over the years. Much of this forbidden lore had been whispered by the enigmatic charlatan Fyun to Orochimaru, and, in turn, Orochimaru had provided Fyun with many crucial insights thanks to his own vast knowledge. But that's not all. Fyun's right eye gleamed, the Mangekyo swirling ominously. They can perfectly replicate chakra, with a little modification. Orochimaru was beside himself, running his hand in awe across the Zetsu's body. Magnificent! This way, I'll finally obtain the perfect Hashirama body myself. And a wild, feverish light burned in Orochimaru's eyes. He could barely contain his eagerness to plunge into a new round of experiments. Watching him, Fyun reminded in a low voice, don't be hasty. The worth of these white Zetsu goes far beyond this. He stood, surveying the captive Zetsu surrounding them, and went on. Their unique structure allows them to house any chakra and flawlessly imitate anyone's appearance and presence, which means we could use them for covert infiltration or create perfect decoys. Orochimaru nodded approvingly. Indeed, if we fully master this technique, our operations will become much more covert and efficient. First, though, we must thoroughly study their makeup and capabilities. You never cease to surprise me, Fyun. With these specimens, my research will leap ahead. Fyun's gaze shifted to the man on the ground. And him, Homa. What do you plan to do with him? Orochimaru glanced lazily at Homa, a sly smile curling on his lips. He still has some value. As a former member of the Guardian 12 Ninja, he knows much about the Land of Fire, and his forbidden jutsu, Soil of the Dead, is rather intriguing. With that, Orochimaru summoned a giant serpent, which swiftly bundled up all the restrained Zetsu. Fyun made no move to stop him. There were things he himself could not do, nor could the masked man or black Zetsu, some things only Orochimaru was fit for. So, in fact, from the very beginning, Fyun planned to capture these white Zetsu and hand them over to Orochimaru. Orochimaru was now cultivating Hashirama cells, and with perfect vessels in hand, countless forbidden techniques would soon leap to a whole new level. Naturally, both their strengths would rise with the tide. Orochimaru was in excellent spirits, his long tongue swaying as he noticed the serious look on Fyun's face, assuming he was still brooding over an unclaimed victory. Fyun-kun, there will always be another chance. Characters like that aren't so easily. Fyun interrupted Orochimaru's consoling words. I know all that. That's precisely why I pretended to be weary earlier, so he believed he still had a chance to fight. A top-tier ninja determined to escape is nearly impossible to pin down. Unless, of course, you lay the perfect trap, cutting off every retreat. Or you grasp their weakness, like the mission or companions, forcing them to fight to the death for duty or friendship. Orochimaru glanced at the night sky, the evening wind as restless as ever. We should head out soon. With all this commotion, plenty of shinobi will soon be on their way to check things out. He turned to Fyun. What's the next move? Fyun raised his gaze toward the direction of Konoha. It's about time to fetch a few things from the village. Then, he turned to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, if you truly wish to rise further still, wouldn't you have to make a trip yourself? Orochimaru nodded, his eyes suddenly sharp. With Tsunade there, arguably the finest medic in the shinobi world, and Jeriah alongside her, and all those powerful clans rallied together, their might is nothing to take lightly. Fyun's brows drew together. Orochimaru, are you getting cold feet? That's not it. It's just, Konoha's foundations run deep. It's not nearly as straightforward as it looks on the surface. Fyun glanced down at Hema, lying motionless, and folded his arms across his chest. Orochimaru, it almost seems like you still have feelings for Konoha. Last time, your so-called plan to destroy Konoha felt more like a radical treatment to cure its chronic illness. And go to such lengths to eliminate one of Konoha's enemies. Could it be that you're actually trying to protect it? Orochimaru was caught off guard, meeting Fyun's gaze for a long, tense moment. The atmosphere tightened, a subtle tension lingering between them. After a long pause, Orochimaru spoke softly. Who's to say? Maybe. But tell me, Fyun, are you truly set on destroying Konoha? Caught between memories, Orochimaru found those old emotions, love, loyalty, hazy and distant. He fancied himself far beyond such things now. To him, people were little more than data points, himself included. The only things that truly piqued Orochimaru's interest were the world's unknowns, the shifting rules that governed everything, and the powerful, strange winds that foretold change. What will this wind bring after the death of the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage? What would happen if Kabuto continued down his path? How far can he and Lord Fyun go on their road together? He desperately wanted to know. That's why he would take action, why he would set the windmill spinning. In the past, he believed he was the wind itself, but now he had discovered other currents as well. Fyun's cold, stern expression softened. I suppose you're forthright. If you try to deny it, or lie to yourself and me, then I'd have to reassess what I think of you. A gentle breeze floated by, stirring both of their clothes and hair. Fyun raised his gaze and looked into the distance. As for Konoha, in my eyes, the current Konoha is no different from any other village. If it stand in my way, then so be it, it will be wiped out. Orochimaru spoke up. Konoha isn't as simple as it appears. To destroy it, you need more than just razing the village to the ground. If that was all it took, Konoha would have been destroyed long ago. After a pause, Orochimaru continued. More than half of Konoha's ninjas are never in the village. They're either on missions elsewhere or posted to secure key points throughout the Land of Fire. Even if Konoha was flattened, its wealth and manpower would allow the nation to rebuild the village and replenish its ninja ranks at astonishing speed. That's the strength of a nation, not just the might of a single village. Fyun let out a soft laugh. So what? Are you saying Lord Orochimaru is afraid? Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked his lips. You have a point. Fyun waved his hand nonchalantly. Relax. If Konoha is wise, perhaps there won't even be a battle. Orochimaru sighed. He knew peace was an illusion. There was no village, Konoha included, that would ever sit quietly and allow invaders to trespass without resistance. Death may come, but never disgrace. Still, Orochimaru realized he had no choice but to embark on this mission. In that case, let's go back and make preparations. The two of us alone, it's far too risky. We must carefully refine our techniques. They know that this wasn't something that could be rushed, and research into breeding the white Zetsu creatures would take time. At present, Orochimaru's organization had lost nearly all its elites, and Kabuto's whereabouts were unknown. The power in their hands was far less than before. Amage Cure. The ceaseless rain shrouded every inch of land. Inside the tallest tower in the village, Pain and Konan stood facing each other at the summit. Konan tucked away the intelligence scroll in her hand, lifted her gaze, and spoke. Uchiha Fyun has failed. Though he was severely wounded, Madara and Black Zetsu managed to escape. Pain's magnetic voice resonated through the room. That man's true talent is survival and escape. Even I could not guarantee his death. Turning and walking to the wall, gazing out at the curtain of rain, Tendo Pain continued. However, obtaining precise intelligence on his abilities this time is a significant gain for us. Conan's delicate brows drew together in a slight frown. Space-time abilities. What a troublesome and unreasonable power to deal with. She paused, worry clouding her expression. After this incident, do you think they'll suspect us? They might come looking for us any moment now. No, Tendo Pain replied in a calm, cool voice. That guy was badly hurt. Given how cautious he is, he won't dare show himself again for a while. Konan spoke softly, relief in her tone. At least we managed to take out Heima this time. That's weakened his side. By now, it was crystal clear. This mask-wearing maniac who claimed to be Uchiha Madara was nothing but an imposter. Nagato and Konan had harbored their doubts right from the beginning. Just throwing on a cloak and a bizarre mask and declaring himself Madara? Years ago, Konan had pointed out repeatedly that the masked man's fearful, shadowy demeanor was nothing like the fierce and relentless Madara of legend. Still, none of this put their minds at ease. On the contrary, their wariness only grew, because it could only mean that an even more terrifying foe lurked in the shadows behind it all. Nagato felt deeply weary at heart. He once believed himself a god, destined to rule the world with the power of the Rinnegan and the tailed beasts, striking awe into all who heard his name. Yet reality had proved harsh. He couldn't even control his own fate. Konan looked over at Tendo Pain, who still stared into the rain, and asked softly, "What shall we do next?" Outside the tower, the rain kept falling as ever, streaming across the windows and drumming against the ground. After a moment of silence, Tendo Pain spoke with quiet resolve. Let's first probe their current situation. Gather everyone with the illusionary projection technique. Within the dim interim base of the Akatsuki, a floor hearth flickered with flames, casting a pale glow through the darkness. The crackle of electricity filled the room as one after another, spectral figures began to gather, encircling the hearth. Nagato notified them via his technique, using the Rinnegan's power, the illusionary projection technique, to summon everyone there. From the day each member joined Akatsuki, they donned a ring that could never be taken off. Inside each ring, needles sank into their flesh, letting them receive chakra from Nagato's Rinnegan for communication and commands. Pressure's on, isn't it? Kisame glanced around and was the first to speak. We've lost another comrade. What was his name again? Deidara also swept his gaze around, stroking his chin in thought. I think it was Kakuma? No, Heima. Kakuzu's eyes grew cold as he glared at Deidara. Watch yourself, or I'll kill you. Before Deidara could retort, Sasori's deep voice cut in. Kazuma. I've said all along he looked like someone doomed to die early. He never was that strong. Either we really shouldn't have brought in that kind of deadweight. Kisame chuckled. I actually thought he was pretty tough. First Itachi, and now another one gone. Seriously, what's going on? We Akatsuki have always operated from the shadows. The major nations shouldn't even be aware of us yet, right? Deidara spread his hands. Even that new guy, Tobi, is fine, and somehow Kazuma got himself killed. In the end, he was just too weak. Standing beside the foremost figure, Pain, Konan spoke up. Kazuma had a secret technique that could harvest the scattered chakra of the tailed beasts. He really was a talent. Pain slowly opened his eyes. The ripple-patterned gaze radiated such powerful energy that even this unruly group fell quiet for a moment. Pain's attention was now fixed on Zetsu and the masked Tobi. His magnetic voice resonated. "Tobi, Zetsu, what exactly happened?" That. Tobi was startled, rubbing the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "Speak." Sasori's impatience flared, his voice sharp. "Why, yes." Feigning a start, Tobi snapped to attention. "It was Uchiha Fyun and Orochimaru. We were collecting tailed beast chakra when they ambushed us." Deidara's eyes widened. "That guy again? Word is he's the same one who took down Itachi." Battle lust gleamed in Deidara's expression. Since Itachi's death, he had set his sights on this arrogant bloodline user. And just like with Itachi, that Uchiha Fyun had greeted him with a blast of ocular jutsu the moment they met, shredding Deidara's pride and reputation as an artist of the ninja world. Pain's face betrayed no emotion as he surveyed the room, his thoughts unreadable. Zetsu slowly turned his head, and Black Zetsu's chilling voice echoed out. "So, what did you summon us for, leader?" Everyone's gaze shifted to the figure at the front, Pain. With a measured detachment, Pain spoke. "Funds have nearly been gathered. The time for Akatsuki's operation has come. Once we move, we could become the public enemy of all 5 great nations at any moment. We must act swiftly." Conan immediately added, "The tailed beasts are the trump card for each great village. If Akatsuki intends to capture them, we'll have to step into the light, and that will place us all in grave danger." Pain continued, his tone grave but unwavering. "Risk and reward go hand in hand. Before long, Akatsuki will rule the world, conquer it." Other than Tobi, everyone present was already a veteran. They'd long known Akatsuki's true intentions, and so not a single voice objected. Everyone was at ease, listening to the leader's address and following the orders given by the Rinnegan, yet doing so without losing their composure. As long as the basic principles weren't violated, the Akatsuki was a rather loose-knit organization. Most members had the attitude of heaven first, earth second, and me third. When it came down to it, the tailed beast weapon plan was really just the leader's vision and guiding principle. The leader wanted Akatsuki to become the justice that ruled over the shinobi world. However, the majority didn't really care whether the plan would succeed or not. If it succeeded, then they would rule the world together. And if it failed, and they ended up being hunted by the entire shinobi world, so what? At worst, they'd just part ways and go back to their own freewheeling lives outside of the Akatsuki. Of course, aside from Conan and Nagato, who cared deeply about the plan, Black Zetsu was actually just as invested, if not the most anxious of them all. Suddenly, the fire in the hearth flared up violently, causing the shadows on the walls to twist and flicker, morphing the gathering into something out of a nightmare. Kisame flashed his shark-like teeth as he spoke. "So it's finally starting? I heard that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki lately." Silence. Scorpion's puppet head spun 180 degrees, the stinger on Hiriko's tail glinting in and out of sight. "Wait until the leader is finished." Kisame answered with a low chuckle. "Come on, we're all projections now. Your poison's not going to do a thing." Deva Path Pain raised a hand, and the ripples of the Rinnegan seemed to swallow all the light from the room. "The Nine-Tails is our final target. I now announce the updated teams. Deidara and Sasori will remain partners. Kisame and Kakuzu, you'll form a pair." "What?" Tobi leapt up dramatically. "What about me? Where do I fit in?" Half of Zetsu's face curled into a sly smile. "Naturally, you'll team up with me. Newcomers need some extra supervision." Black Zetsu went on. "As long as we can collect all the tailed beasts quickly, then even if every shinobi joined together, they wouldn't be able to stop us." Deva Path Pain ignored the theatrics, turning to Sasori and Deidara with a keen gaze. "How is your progress? When will you be able to capture the One-Tails Jinchuriki?" Sasori replied in a low voice, "It's almost time. My arrangements are complete. The operation will begin soon." Deidara exclaimed with excitement. "The One-Tail? Huh? Now that's a challenge. Leave it to me to haul in the Jinchuriki. I'll use my art, yeah. Move as soon as possible." With these words, Deva Path Pain's projection was the first to fade from the room, followed in quick succession by Conan's shadow. In the secret chamber, Conan lowered her hands from the sign, opening her eyes to meet the gaze of Deva Path Pain, who had also finished the technique. "Well, did you notice anything?" Conan asked softly. Pain of the Heavenly Path narrowed his Rinnegan eyes slightly. "Though he hides it well, I can sense that something is wrong with his body. It seems everything Uchiha Fyun said was true. He really has suffered grave injuries," Conan replied, her gaze serious and sharp. "This completely proves Uchiha Fyun's reliability. So what should we do next? Should we continue to follow his plan, Keep collecting the tailed beasts? She asked. We must collect the tailed beasts, no matter what. Pain's tone was cold and resolute. We're not obeying his will. This is Akatsuki's will, Yahiko's dream entrusted to me. The dream of peace. Konan could feel the unwavering determination in Nagato's heart. And of course, she chose to support Nagato unconditionally. Akatsuki had paid far too much. Their path was paved with the bodies of the fallen. They had no other choice but to press forward with unswerving resolve. This was the last faith left keeping them going. Konan stepped forward, walking to the doorway. But shouldn't we prepare a few contingency plans? After all, if we lose to Uchiha Madara, I will never lose. Pain interjected, his voice slicing through the rain. A blinding flash of lightning split the darkness outside, painting Conan's pale face ghostly white, like a paper doll illuminated by stormlight. Konan said nothing more. Neither did Pain. For a while, silence hung between them. At last, Pain spoke quietly. Do you have any suggestions? Konan nodded. We could place a wager on Uchiha Fyun and Orochimaru. Pain responded coolly. And how do we make that wager? Konan turned to face him. That Uchiha Fyun seems to know our secret moves all too well. He's familiar with the Rinnegan and knows much about the Gedomazo too. If the Rinnegan truly comes from Uchiha Madara, then chances are the Gedomazo was never ours to truly control. I worry that one day, all our efforts might go to waste, she said, worry threading her words. Pain's eyes sharpened. But that power is essential for achieving our goals. It's also my trump card for defeating our enemies. We can't risk giving away the Gedomazo, no matter what. As long as there's still the faintest hope, I won't abandon Akatsuki or Yahiko's dream. Listening to Pain's steely conviction, Konan spoke softly. I'm not saying we hand over the Gedomazo. We could perhaps pass a portion of its limbs to Uchiha Fyun, quietly. Limbs? Pain asked, confused. Konan nodded slightly. Uchiha Fyun mentioned this to me not long ago. Pain's voice tightened. Something this important. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Konan explained. Uchiha Fyun asked for the sealed limbs of the Gedomazo that contain a fraction of the tailed beast chakra. I didn't agree, because I didn't want to reveal whether those tailed beasts are still in our possession. And in any case, it couldn't be done. That's why I never brought it up to you. Pain spoke, his voice resolute. Let's leave it for another time. There's one more thing. Konan, we have to be clear in our minds. Uchiha Fyun and Orochimaru are only our temporary allies, because we share a common enemy right now. Konan's expression was calm and silent. I understand. She kept her true thoughts to herself, despite Nagato's unwavering confidence. Yet Konan knew their situation was far less promising than Nagato believed. In truth, Konan was well aware of how frail Nagato's body had become, even with the Uzumaki clan's remarkable vitality. She attended to Nagato's needs for more than 10 years. Nobody knew Nagato's health better than she did. With every battle, he was burning through what little life force he had left. She feared that Nagato might not last. And even more, she dreaded losing him altogether. Konan's form dissolved, her body scattering into fluttering sheets of paper. The soft rustle of paper filled the air as countless sheets folded themselves into paper discs, dancing gracefully all around. I'll go to where your real body is first. With those parting words, the paper discs soared away, vanishing into the curtain of rain. Underline. Author's note. I saw some comments asking why the protagonist never uses the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques, but he's always the one being shown up by them. Honestly, I thought everyone would get it, so I didn't elaborate in the story. After all, too much explaining gets called filler. Asterisk. But let's talk about it now. The Uchiha have two major forbidden techniques, Izanagi and Izanami. First, take Izanagi. None of the opponents the protagonist has faced so far have warranted its use. Neither Itachi nor the masked man could even overcome his immortality, so there was no need for a forbidden technique. As for Izanami, that's a forbidden Jinjutsu developed only recently by the most gifted illusionist in the shinobi world, Uchiha Jili, the first genius in Jinjutsu. The only other person to master it is another Jinjutsu prodigy, Uchiha Itachi. Honestly, with how cunning Itachi is, it's not something the protagonist could get his hands on. Even if he got hold of it, it's not something you can learn overnight. And even if he did master it, you don't just use it casually. The cost is way too great. You have to sacrifice your Mangekyo Sharingan. So, in summary, neither forbidden technique is really usable right now. It's like how impure world reincarnation is a hack for most people. But for someone like Hashirama Senju, it's actually a downgrade. Hashirama's chakra reserves are so massive, he doesn't need the blue buff from Edo Tensei. And with his sage body, he's virtually unkillable. Edo's immortality means nothing to him. Lastly, Please, I humbly beg for 5-star reviews and some support. I'm begging you. Oh. 2 months later, in the dim light of the underground laboratory, dozens of white Zetsu bodies floated in their nutrient tanks, their forms stirring ever so slightly. Wooden patterns began to emerge across their skin. Embedded in each chest was a crystalline core, specially crafted by Orochimaru. Both the intricate patterns and crystals slowly melted away, being gradually absorbed and assimilated. What remarkable adaptability, someone observed, marveling at the scene. Orochimaru's golden, slit-pupiled eyes glimmered under the fluorescent lights as his fingertips trailed across a Zetsu writhing mid-mutation. The Hashirama cell acceptance rate has reached an unfathomable level, far beyond anything any previous subjects managed. Standing at the center control console, Fyun's right Mangekyo Sharingan glimmered faintly. He raised a hand and wove a sign, and suddenly, the Zetsu on the table convulsed violently, thick, Nadimo Katan branches bursting out across its skin. But that's not all, Fyun smiled. Their potential compatibility offers so many more possibilities. With a fresh surge of ocular power from Fyun, the Zetsu's face began to twist and shift, molding into an uncanny likeness of Fyun himself. Even the golden chakra of Susanoo flickered faintly across its body. A tremendous psychic force burst forth, forcing the rampant Mokutan branches and swirling chakra to compress back into the Zetsu on the table. Fyun stared intently at the test subject before him. This was their 6th attempt under Orochimaru's guidance. The previous 5 had all failed. Orochimaru leaned in as well, eyes locked on the experiment. Yin-yang and 5-element attributes are stabilizing. Just as I thought, Yugo's save cells really do have a balancing effect. As he spoke, Orochimaru's hands flew over the controls, adjusting the injection levels of each reagent with meticulous precision. He watched every subtle change without blinking, analysis and calculation racing through his mind, hands moving swiftly in tandem with his thoughts. Nearly half an hour passed before Orochimaru's eyes narrowed sharply. He suddenly shouted, "Now, Fyun-kun, withdraw your suppression." At his command, Fyun withdrew the suppressive force shrouding the subject. The moment the pressure lifted, the Zetsu's body swelled rapidly, growing larger and larger. Fyun's chakra surged through him, poised to contain whatever destructive blast might follow. Are we still not there? But Orochimaru's eyes never left the table, brimming with excitement. No, this time is different. The Zetsu was now a swollen ball of flesh, threatening to burst at any second. Fyun remained calm, letting his Susanoo unfold and shield the entire experiment. All at once, at the peak of its expansion, the grotesque mass contracted with astonishing speed, fluid, efficient, condensing into a perfect human form, powerful and muscular, towering but not monstrous. A fine ripple of energy shimmered out from its body, as if to announce its arrival into the world. Fyun's voice was soft, almost incredulous. "Did we do it?" Orochimaru broke into wild, triumphant laughter. "We did it. We truly did it. The perfect vessel, sage body, all chakra natures, fused with Uchiha power. Aha!" Fyun shot him a withering look as the man cackled in glee. "Can't you show a little composure for once? Honestly, learn to act your age." Orochimaru lunged onto white Zetsu, running his hands obsessively over its body. Ripe squelch. After days of careful observation and cultivation, they had discovered many things and reached a few conclusions. Inside a spacious hall, Fyun and Orochimaru stood watching as the white Zetsu played with mud. Fyun frowned. It truly is a flawless body. If it were a ninja, its talent might surpass 99% of the shinobi world. But its intelligence seems far too lacking, doesn't it? Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue, wiping his own face. That worked in my favor. After all, it's meant to be my vessel. Too much intelligence would only hamper my control, like before, when it took ages to adapt before I could completely master a new body. The more Orochimaru looked, the fonder he became. He couldn't suppress the delighted curve at the corner of his lips. Because White Zetsu's form had integrated both Fyun's chakra and cells, its features bore a faint resemblance to Fyun. Yet there was also a touch of Orochimaru in its appearance, a delicate shadow of eyeliner beneath the eyes. 2 more days passed. In the deepest chamber of the underground base, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement as he licked his lips. Suspended in a special nutrient solution was the pale body of a young white Zetsu, in all its surreal stillness. The face mirrored Orochimaru's own for the most part. To perfect the fusion, Orochimaru had molded it more and more in his own image. "Fyun, it's thanks to the white Zetsu base you provided," Orochimaru whispered, pressing his palm against the container's glass, his hoarse voice quivering with excitement. This body can withstand every backlash from my forbidden jutsu, without fail. Fyun stood quietly to the side, saying nothing. From within Orochimaru's sleeve, a thick python slithered out, unwinding the lid and lifting the pale youth out, setting him gently upon the ground. A low, husky chuckle escaped him. Abruptly, Orochimaru tore open his old shell, just as a snake sheds its skin, and slipped into the new vessel. When his eyes opened again, pupils now gleamed with the vertical slits of a dragon serpent. A whirlwind of tangible, violet chakra coiled around his form. "How would you feel?" Fyun asked, arms crossed. Orochimaru flexed his new fingers. Suddenly, from within his sleeves, 10 massive serpents surged out, each wreathed in the energy of sage chakra. "So perfect, it's enough to make one tremble with awe." His voice caught suddenly. The pure golden irises constricted. Orochimaru dropped to one knee. "Still need some time to adjust, but this is already more perfect and more powerful than any previous attempt." He drew a few unsteady breaths, a sly smile twisting his lips. He could sense the bright future ahead for this new vessel, wide open, like a sunlit avenue. Even if someone were to offer him Uchiha Sasuke's body now, he wouldn't want it. Fyun turned and strode toward the door. "Let's go. Time for the next phase." "Wait for me, Fyun." Orochimaru recovered and, with a flicker, instantly appeared at Fyun's side. Fyun stepped back a couple of paces, his face filled with astonishment. "Hey, don't be like that, all right? If you have something to say, just say it clearly. Why do you have to end every sentence with ma? And that white Zetsu body you're using, it's supposed to be male, isn't it?" Orochimaru's face took on an incredibly youthful look, cheeks plump with collagen. Anyone who didn't know better would assume she had just turned 18 this year. "Oh, don't say things like that. White Zetsu doesn't even have a gender. Try acting normal for once." Fyun's eyes flashed a stern warning. A heavy, muffled thud echoed up from the bottom floor of the laboratory. In neat rows rested 12 coffins etched with intricate runes. In the past, Edo Tensei always had two major flaws. Orochimaru formed a seal and pressed a palm to the ground. First, the quality of the sacrifice limited the resulting strength. Second, if a soul resisted, the summoned body was harder to control. But now, by using white Zetsu, whose cells are infused with Hashirama's power, with a resounding crash, the lids of the coffins blew off. The figures that emerged made the entire lab fall abruptly silent. Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, stepped forth in his shimmering blue battle armor, so vivid it seemed almost real. The third Raikage's form radiated raw power, every inch of his body exuding explosive force. A youthful, sure-sway Uchiha walked out, both eyes intact, with the fabled Mangekyo pattern clearly visible. Beside them were Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, the third Hokage, and Itachi Uchiha. But the most astonishing was the figure from the central coffin, Hashirama Senju himself, wreathed in a formidable, overwhelming aura. The patterns in Fyun's Mangekyo Sharingan narrowed slightly. They're close to their true strength in life. How intriguing. Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh. Everyone's been mistaken all along. Fyun-kun, you're destined to become the one undefeated and unstoppable force in the shinobi world. Fyun gazed at the newly summoned Edo Tensei, his attention lingering on the Hokage's faces, deep in thought. "Orochimaru, these people are strong, that much is clear, but I doubt anyone could truly control them." Orochimaru's smile faded and his eyes grew serious. "These days, both of us possess top-tier physiques, and with the boost from Hashirama's cells, our control has increased immensely compared to before. No, that's still too risky. Never overestimate yourself, or you'll end up playing with fire." Noticing Orochimaru's silence, Fyun continued, "Take Hashirama, for instance. Are we really going to use Hashirama's own cells to try and control him? Just thinking about it sounds absurd." Orochimaru's gaze drifted to Hashirama, clad in his crimson Sengokura armor, and he spoke quietly. "I've thought of that as well. For now, Hashirama Senju will be kept in reserve. There might be special situations when his power could come in handy." Fyun shook his head and sighed. "It's not just Hashirama. None of the Hokage should be used recklessly. And, sure sway Uchiha. His eye techniques are another wild card. We need to be extremely, extremely careful." Those words gave Orochimaru pause. "The Hokage? With our combined strength, surely they're within our control." Fyun's gaze swept across the faces of the 12 formidable figures. These were once the pinnacles of the ninja world. Yet times have changed. Those former kings are now nothing more than relics of a bygone era. Fyun finally began to understand why Orochimaru would forsake some measure of immediate power, chasing after immortality at all costs. No matter how strong one might be, a few decades later, they all end up as nothing but a handful of dust, stories from an age that has faded into legend. Fyun's lips curled in a subtle smile, and he chuckled softly. Immortality, huh? It does sound rather tempting. Orochimaru, his attention on the Hokage, half turned at Fyun's murmured words. What did you just say, Fyun-kun? Fyun looked up and smiled. The Hokage, especially the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, surely they all know the hand seal for the impure world reincarnation technique. If they know the seals, there's always the risk they could instantly break our control. At the end of the day, impure world reincarnation is still bound by the laws of ninjutsu. Orochimaru protested, unwilling to accept it. Can't we just keep them completely under our control? Fyun turned to face Orochimaru, his gaze calm and unwavering, simply watching him. A subtle field of mental energy settled over Orochimaru, helping him regain his composure and bringing his thoughts back to crystalline clarity. Fyun did not do this deliberately. It was simply the effect of his natural, invisible aura of willpower. Sensing Fyun's quiet confidence, and realizing how obsessed he had become with external power, Orochimaru felt an unaccustomed twinge of shame. After a long pause, Fyun finally spoke. Confidence is good, but confidence carried too far becomes a catastrophe. Who can guarantee our ability to keep our pawns under perfect control forever? It doesn't take much. A moment's slip, a few seconds at most, and they might break free from the bonds of impure world reincarnation, turning from weapons into enemies. When that moment comes, the sharper we've honed our weapons, the more dangerous they'll be when they turn on us. Orochimaru's eyes went wide as cold sweat beaded on his brow. He knew Fyun was right. If the Hokage knew the seals for this forbidden jutsu, there shouldn't be a single instant they could let their guard down. After all, to masters of this caliber, a single instant is all it would take to unravel the jutsu. Orochimaru spoke quietly. You have a point. Fyun withdrew his gaze. I've always believed true strength comes from one's own power. Relying on and becoming obsessed with power that is not your own is a shallow path. Dance on the edge of an abyss for long enough, and the abyss will devour you. Puzzled, Orochimaru mulled this over for a while before he couldn't hold back his question. Then why did you have me use precious white Zetsu bodies to resurrect all these old legends? He was genuinely perplexed. Those white Zetsu bodies were treasures, hard-won and invaluable. In order to cultivate these white Zetsu, Orochimaru had nearly exhausted all the Hashirama cells he'd nurtured over the past 20 years. Fyun let out a light chuckle. I never said you shouldn't rely on them, just that you don't want to be dependent. Besides, even if you never intend to use this kind of power, you should still keep it firmly in your own hands. Who knows, it might try to use it against you. Orochimaru's mind flashed to Kabuto. After all, he'd never kept his forbidden techniques secret from Kabuto. Whatever Orochimaru knew, Kabuto was well aware of as well. You're talking about Kabuto? Fyun nodded, then shook his head. Not just Kabuto. Even Konoha could get involved. This is, after all, originally Konoha's forbidden technique. Usually, basking in the glory of righteousness, Konoha would never dare to research something like this. But who's to say, when a village faces destruction and annihilation, what kind of monsters and demons might crawl out of the woodwork? A confident smile flickered across Orochimaru's lips. There's no one in Konoha who could use it. From the time the second Hokage developed it, and the first Hokage sealed it away, the impure world reincarnation technique was never a finished jutsu. His gaze fixed on the white-haired man clad in blue armor. It was only I, Orochimaru, after relentless effort, who perfected it. Even if Konoha tries to use Edo Tensei, they'll still be working with an incomplete version. Any strong souls they summon will be a shadow of their true strength. Even if their summoned warriors aren't at full power, even if Konoha merely summons but doesn't use them, doesn't that still mean those souls are being claimed, taken from the world of the strong? Orochimaru fell silent, lost for words, stymied by Fyun's logic. Fyun turned to look at the gathered powerhouses, holding back words he dared not speak aloud. For he knew, some truths should never be voiced. Though no one knew of this hidden base, and no chakra senses probed its depths, Fyun, his spiritual perception vastly superior, understood that some entities required no sensing at all. Their awareness spanned the whole world. The three great sages, the legendary sage of 6 paths. When a mind reaches a certain height, even glimpses of distant futures or long-buried pasts are not out of reach. People at different heights contemplate different issues. For those like Fyun and Orochimaru, whose ambitions soar so high, it's inevitable that, sooner or later, their paths will collide with those greater beings. Yet at this moment, Fyun could not yet divine the past, nor could he foresee the future. Still, a vague intuition, a certain clarity, had begun to form within him. What truly is the evil god? Why is it that, despite never stepping foot in the mortal world, tales of such a being are passed down through the ages? Why does the power of such an entity linger, influencing those still living? Why is it that the Shinigami, so powerful that even its shadow could consume the mightiest ninja or tailed beast, is confined to the form of a mere sealing technique? And how, after thousands of years have passed since his death, does the Sage of Six Paths remain, his consciousness undispersed, his soul unbroken? In a ninja world, where the appearance of might makes right seems unchallengeable, how many hidden watchers are there, truly? Are the masterminds really limited to the Akatsuki clan and those few ancient sages who have lived for thousands of years? Year 63 of the Konoha era within the Hidden Leaf Village. More than 2 years have passed since the last Great War. Over this time, Konoha has nursed its wounds, and now vitality pulses through the village once again. Though many ninja and high-ranking officials fell during the conflict, it proved the old saying true: sometimes destruction is the prelude to rebirth. Today, Konoha's military strength is greater than it has been for almost 40 years. At the heart of this resurgence stands a leader beloved by her people, the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. After her ascension, Tsunade ruled with decisive strength. With the Uchiha clan, third Hokage Tsunade, Danzo Shimura, and other pillars of Konoha's past now gone, the great nations, and even some of the smaller ones, began to stir, each eyeing the Land of Fire's bountiful heartland as ripe for the taking. They all believed this was the perfect chance to seize the most fertile lands of the Fire Country in a single move. Thus, with Kimagakure and Iwagakure leading the charge, the major powers, supported by their feudal lords, put their plans into motion. But the height of this probing tension, Tsunade herself arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Iron. In an awe-inspiring display, she summoned an enormous slug and proclaimed with utter resolve that she was ready to carry the fight all the way to Kimagakure's doorstep. Anyone who dares to set foot across the Fire Country's border will be met head-on. No need to report, just declare war. With thousands of Konoha and Tsunade ninja, each handed their own slug power bank, a confident surge spread through them, a sense that together, they could each fell 10 foes. They roared their approval, their spirits ignited. This sent shockwaves through the ranks of the Kimagakure shinobi, who had planned to press deeper into the Land of Fire. Terrified, they withdrew from the border that very night. There was simply no way around it. Konoha's supreme medical master was not one to be underestimated. In terms of influence over warfare, Tsunade's impact was even greater than several Kage-level shinobi combined. If they fought to the bitter end, sheer numbers alone would not guarantee victory. Even if they did win, the price would be so high that both the Reikage and the Tsuchikage hesitated at the thought. Everyone knew that Konoha's fate hinged on this fifth Hokage, which led to Tsunade facing many assassination attempts. Yet assassination was what Tsunade feared the least. With her immense power, not to mention her nearly immortal 100 healings technique, there was virtually no one in the ninja world capable of killing her. Internally, Tsunade was generous with praise and delegated authority widely. The major ninja clans, led by the likes of Shikaka Nara and Hayashi Hyuga, all held key positions. The great ninja houses worked in unison, facing outwards together, and the number of jonin in Konoha outstripped what it had been prior to the collapse plot. Veterans from clans like the Hyuga, Aburame, Akimichi, many who used to find excuses to retire, returned to active service. The village's strength surpassed that of previous years. After all, the old leaf had been like a pile of loose sand, disunited, strength wasted for nothing. The 3 legendary Sannin all left. The great clans cooperated only on the surface, and even when Uchiha Fyun and Orochimaru brought disaster to their very doorstep, the leadership did little more than go through the motions. Inside the Hokage Tower, in a conference room, the clan leaders of every major ninja family and the village elders had gathered. They whispered among themselves, deep in discussion about something important. A heavy and solemn atmosphere hung over the room. Sitting at the head of the table, Tsunade opened her eyes, cleared her throat, and began to speak. "Is everyone here? In that case." "Tsunade-sama," came Shizun's gentle interruption from nearby. "Kakashi-senpai hasn't arrived yet." Sorry. At that moment, Kakashi entered, his spiky silver hair unmistakable, with only one eye showing from behind his mask. "I was just caught up coaching Naruto on his new technique." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "That's enough. If you're here, take your seat quickly." Kakashi, You're at least an honorary elder of Konoha now. Try to be a bit more punctual. Yes, ma'am. Kakashi gave a brief bow and found an empty seat. Tsunade glanced around the room with a stern expression. The reason I've called everyone here today is because there's an issue that demands collective discussion. Konoha belongs to all of us. I won't allow decisions to be made behind closed doors by just a few people. With that, Tsunade nodded for Shizen, who handed out printed documents to everyone present. As soon as the contents were read, the room erupted in chaos. Everyone's faces registered disbelief, and many turned to Kakashi and Tsunade, voices rising in protest. This is outrageous. Unbelievable. Completely unacceptable. There's no way this can happen. They've gone too far. Just what does Uchiha Fyun want from us now? Emotions ran high, anger swelling in the room. Yet a few people remained silent, though their brows were knit in deep concern. Kakashi set the paper down and let out a quiet sigh. So, they wanted to give up my left eye. My guy clenched his fist. Kakashi, don't give in so easily. That I never truly belonged to anyone. It was entrusted to you by a comrade, wasn't it? Inoichi Yamanaka spoke as well. Even Uchiha Fugaku, the former head of the Uchiha clan, acknowledged that you had the right to possess that eye. Kakashi absently brushed his fingers over his eye patch, his visible right eye growing dark and unreadable. Might Guy placed a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder, determination blazing in his eyes. Kakashi, I won't let you face this alone. Not this time. Quiet. Tsunade's voice rang out, rising above the commotion. Once the room fell silent, she turned to Kakashi and continued. Kakashi, I want to hear your thoughts. Kakashi sat quiet for a time. One hand pressed his forehead protector. Then, in a low voice, said, To be honest, this eye drains my chakra tremendously. But it's the only relic left from the Minato team. I have no intention of handing it over to anyone outside of Konoha. Kakashi struggled for a moment, but in the end, he still couldn't bring himself to reveal what Uchiha Fyun had told him back in that illusionary world. After all, Kakashi could not bring himself to trust a man capable of such senseless slaughter. And if he were to speak out, it would mean turning his dearest friend from a hero of Konoha into an infamous traitor. Seeing this, Tsunade turned to Nara Shikaku, who had remained silent all this time. Advisor Shikaku, what's your opinion on this letter? Shikaku tapped his fingers on the table. After a brief pause, he spoke up with a grave look in his eyes. I hope we can all look at this incident from a broader perspective, considering its many implications and possible consequences. He paused, then nodded at Kakashi. Of course, I am not saying that Konoha should bow its head to anyone. No matter what decision the vote brings, the Nara clan will always stand together with Konoha, through thick and thin. At this point, Shikaku was regarded as the most influential person in Konoha, second only to the Hokage himself. Both his position and intellect commanded widespread respect. Hearing his words, everyone grew more solemn. Seeing that everyone had become pensive, Shikaku stood up and braced both hands against the table. Even if we choose to reject him, it must not be out of anger. We should try to talk with him to minimize the damage. He paused again, scanning the crowd with a stern gaze. There's no need to go out of our way to provoke that man. Uchiha Fyun is not someone who fears Konoha. At those words, a heavy silence fell across the room. Indeed, no amount of force or intimidation would work on Uchiha Fyun. Ultimately, it all came down to one thing: their opponent's sheer power. Moreover, Fyun stood utterly alone, with no ties to bind him, no weaknesses anyone could exploit. An opponent like that was truly terrifying. He had already destroyed the 4 great ninja clans of the Sandame's faction. Among all those present, who would dare make an enemy of someone so unhinged? Yet, Konoha was still Konoha. There was simply no way to compromise on this matter. No matter how dangerous it was, they could only grit their teeth and confront it head-on. After all, this was about Konoha's honor and dignity. If they caved in, handing over whatever was demanded like cowards, word would quickly spread. Konoha's reputation would suffer immense damage, and their credibility would take a serious blow. Would Konoha's shinobi really be so timid and gutless? If things reached that point, who would ever entrust Konoha with a commission again? And so, after more than an hour of heated discussion and voting, Konoha decided to refuse Uchiha Fyun's request. Afterwards, Tsunade kept Shikaku, Hayashi Hyuga, Kakashi, and a few others behind to further discuss how they would respond to the incoming crisis. A month passed. A deafening boom echoed across the mountains. In a distant valley, an entire mountain crumbled and collapsed. Orochimaru strolled over to Fyun, who was calmly dismissing his Susanoo. Sensing the overwhelming, abyss-like presence radiating from Fyun and casting a glance at the fallen mountains, Orochimaru let out a soft chuckle. Fyun, your growth is truly astonishing. Fyun dismissed his chakra. In his eyes, the gears of the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly spun back into a simpler, three-tomo form, and then faded into a pair of pitch-black pupils. Still not enough. Orochimaru stepped closer, gazing intently at Fyun. You never hold back, do you? If this still isn't strong enough, then what exactly does it mean to be strong? A mountain breeze swept through, and the searing sunlight spilled down. Fyun brushed aside the black fringe hanging over his forehead and looked up at the blazing sun in the heavens. The two stood atop a low mountain. Below, valleys, grasslands, and rivers unfolded like a painted scroll. Fyun looked at his outstretched hand. For 3,000 years, the world has seen countless heroes, so many ambitious souls, geniuses, and mighty figures as plentiful as grain in a field. Which of them didn't harbor lofty ambitions, hoping to reshape the world? And yet, how many of those heroes from ancient times until now have fallen like shooting stars, burning bright for a moment, only to be lost to the river of time? Orochimaru was briefly taken aback, black hair billowing in the wind, the Magatama earrings at his ears swaying gently. Folding his arms, Orochimaru moved to stand beside Fyun. All these powerful ones, after climbing 90,000 miles on the path of cultivation, what have they truly sought if not a fleeting fame and honor? Be it for themselves or for the sake of peace, most end up just yearning for simple happiness, the comfort of home, a loving family. Fyun withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Orochimaru. Aren't you supposed to be poring over your research? What brings you to me instead? Orochimaru produced a letter and offered it forward. This is Konoha's reply to you. They say that Kakashi's Sharingan is a symbol of their village's dignity. They hope to talk things over with you. Fyun glanced at the letter pressing up against his face and casually brushed away Orochimaru's serpentine hand. When did I ever send Konoha a letter? Orochimaru gave an awkward laugh. Well, I wrote it on your behalf, instructed them to hand over what we need. You really are something. But Fyun didn't seem to mind Orochimaru's little ploy. Whether Konoha was informed or not, it didn't make any real difference. Fyun snatched the letter and unfolded it. The gist of it was just what he expected, appealing to reason and emotion alike, offering various excuses for refusal and lamenting the tangled history between the two sides and Konoha. Every line brimmed with genuine sentiment and a calm, earnest tone. For any other faction, faced with such sincerity from Konoha, it would have been almost impossible not to be swayed. Fyun skimmed through the letter and let out a light laugh. Old teammate, you're not just mountain-sized. You've got quite a brain, too. With writing like this, I bet you could out-earn Jeriah as a novelist. Orochimaru smiled and said, how could something like this possibly be written by Tsunade? You can tell at a glance it's Nara Shikaku's handiwork. She's decent at drinking and gambling, but writing this sort of correspondence? I'd be better at it myself. So then, Fyun, how do you plan to respond? With a casual flick of his wrist, Fyun's fire chakra incinerated the letter in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing but ash. No response. I'll just go to Konoha and take it myself. It's about time I set out anyway. Orochimaru licked his lips. In that case, I'll gather my subordinates to accompany us. No, Fyun cut Orochimaru off mid-sentence. The two of us are enough. Having others along would only get in my way. Orochimaru was clearly startled by this. Just the two of us going to Konoha? Fyun grinned. What? If you're scared, you don't have to come. Either way, it makes no difference to me. Orochimaru's tongue slid out and circled his lips again, a hint of excitement glinting in his eyes. How could I miss out on such an interesting spectacle? Once back at their base, the two made their way deeper inside. Orochimaru took a moment to issue orders, then quickly caught up with Fyun. So then, Fyun, when do we move out? We go now. Since you've already negotiated with Konoha, if anything leaks, it could lead to complications. In a hidden chamber, Fyun changed into a loose-fitting top and secured the spatial scroll with care. With a crisp metallic sound, the katana slid into its sheath, entwined in the thick hemp rope at his waist. In the dim light, his three-tomo Sharingan flared to life. Well then, Orochimaru, let's get started. Orochimaru was already running through scenarios in his mind. What strategies to use in Konoha, how to negotiate, and if talks broke down, how and when to fight, and what precautions to take afterward. Suddenly, Fyun's voice pulled him from his thoughts. He turned, just in time to see Fyun sharp and full of combative spirit, ready for action. Orochimaru couldn't help but twitch his lips. Fyun, we're still a long way from Konoha. Is it really necessary to get this worked up already? Fyun ignored Orochimaru's teasing and quickly formed hand signs. In an instant, 6 shadow clones appeared, surrounding him in a protective circle. Enough talk. Konoha's practically beneath our feet. As he spoke, the clones shifted position, enclosing the original Fyun at the center. Stop standing there. It's flying thunder god. Hurry over here. Orochimaru snapped out of it, raising a skeptical eyebrow. Wait, I thought you couldn't use the flying thunder god formation for long-distance travel. Orochimaru was truly taken aback. He'd never seen Fyun show any progress with this technique before. Fyun answered coolly. While you've been slacking off, someone else has been quietly working hard. Until one day, their talent takes everyone by surprise. Orochimaru chuckled softly, not denying it, and strode forward to join him. At that moment, Karen, her red hair blazing, rushed into the secret chamber. Clenching her fists, she declared, Lord Fyun, Lord Orochimaru, I want to go too. I can heal you. Fyun turned his head to look at Karen, standing in the doorway, and shook his head. We don't need healing. Karen tightened her fists, gathering her courage to say, but I want to go too, to see that village that turned its back on the Uzumaki clan and left them to die. Orochimaru frowned. Didn't I tell you and Girin to guard the base? Just do your. Fyun gently raised his hand, stopping Orochimaru mid-sentence. After a moment's silence, he spoke. Karen, you don't have to shoulder the burden of an Uzumaki clan you've never even known, nor do you need to harbor hatred for Konoha on their behalf. The Konoha that betrayed the Uzumaki clan was destroyed long ago. Fyun said this not to absolve Konoha, but simply because he didn't want to see Karen get caught up in this kind of heavy, tangled grudge. He knew what it was to carry such a weight on his back, and Karen didn't need to. She had never even lived in Yuzushio village, nor did she know anyone from the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan, and those responsible for its downfall, had already faded into the dust of history. Yet, Fyun had no idea that Karen simply worried about someone's safety, and nothing more. Swish! Hand in hand, the clones formed seals in pairs. In an instant, everyone in the secret chamber vanished from sight. In Konoha village, the sun shone gently, enveloping the peaceful village in warm light. Atop a tall building, a small, inconspicuous seal began to stir. Swish! 8 figures flickered into existence out of thin air, steadying themselves on the rooftop. Orochimaru glanced around, then lowered his eyes to gaze at the flying thunder god seal beneath his feet. So that's it. Was this left behind during the last great battle? Fyun released his shadow clones, allowing their chakra to return to his main body. He slowly walked toward the edge of the rooftop. Taking in the endless sprawl of buildings stretching from his feet to the horizon, Fyun couldn't help but sigh. A great nation is a great nation. So much wealth. It seems you were right, Orochimaru. They really do have the resources to quickly establish another ninja village elsewhere. Orochimaru moved to stand beside Fyun, gazing at the familiar yet changed village before him. After all, the daimyo's mansion would never let Konoha fall. The two fell silent, standing in striking and composed poses on the rooftop, as if lost in remembrance, their gaze lingering on something long past. In the hush, a gentle breeze lifted their robes, making them billow quietly. Just by their posture alone, it was clear they were staggeringly powerful. Invisible waves of sensory power rippled out, blanketing the whole of Konoha. After a moment, Fyun slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing despite himself. Orochimaru glanced sideways and asked, How is it? Have you located the target? Fyun shook his head. No, I haven't sensed them. There are many barriers in the village, and quite a few are designed to block sensory abilities. Orochimaru spoke in a low voice. It seems the mistake was mine. Knowing what we're after, they must have hidden them away in advance. What should we do now? After a brief silence, the 3-tomo pattern of Fyun's jet-black Sharingan appeared in his eyes. It doesn't matter. Even if you hadn't sent that letter, the situation wouldn't have changed much. He glanced around, the corners of his mouth lifting into a sly smile. Konoha's sensory network is impressive. They found us sooner than I expected. In that instant, dozens of figures flickered into view, and suddenly the pair were surrounded by Konoha shinobi wearing their forehead protectors. Some stood on neighboring rooftops, others hung from eaves and clung to walls, completely encircling Fyun and Orochimaru where they stood. Directly ahead, on a rooftop nearby, the heads of the Inoshikacho clans had already positioned themselves. Yamanaka, Inoichi's eyes narrowed as he called out, So it really is Uchiha Fyun and Orochimaru. What's going on here? How did you get into Konoha unnoticed by the barrier core? Fyun and Orochimaru remained unruffled, standing their ground without the slightest trace of worry. Out of the corner of his eye, Orochimaru caught sight of a man on the street below and chuckled softly. I see. The Hyuga clan is on alert duty, Narashikaku raised his voice. Uchiha Fyun, let's talk things through. The Hokage truly wishes to resolve this with goodwill. Orochimaru extended his long tongue. licking his lips with a twisted smile. I have no interest in negotiation. Fyun ignored Shikaku and turned instead to Orochimaru. Go find what you're after on your own. Don't get in my way. Very well. With that, Orochimaru's body dissolved, splitting into dozens of pale snakes that darted away at lightning speed, vanishing into the surrounding buildings in the blink of an eye. Wait, Orochimaru. Shikaku quickly turned to Hyuga Hayashi and gave him a nod. Understanding his intent, Hayashi led the Hyuga clan's Jonin after Orochimaru, swift as shadows. Shikaku turned back to Fyun, calling out, Uchiha Fyun, let's sit down and talk this over. You know we aren't your enemies. Fyun scanned the evacuating civilians and the segmented slugs beginning to writhe through Konoha's chaotic streets and alleys. Slowly, he raised his hands and formed a seal. With a thunderous roar, a surge of chakra erupted outward. The overwhelming blast buffeted the nearby ninja, an oppressive force pressing down on everyone's hearts and stealing their breath. This immense chakra, this feeling, this is someone more powerful than I've ever seen. Shikaku. Choza Akimichi, standing nearby, broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling with shock. In response, Shikaku and the others had already assumed defensive stances, their faces grim as they fixed their eyes on the young man at the heart of the storm. The overwhelming chakra shook the entire building, making it tremble as cracks spidered out across the weaker parts of the walls. Downstairs, the residents scrambled out in terror, fleeing as far as they could. Those unaware of the true situation simply thought it was an earthquake. Wait! At that moment, a figure landed swiftly in front of Shikaku and his companions. Her golden twin ponytails flew like banners, and with her back straight and proud, Tsunade radiated an unyielding majesty that commanded respect across the entire shinobi world. Fyun, didn't we already send our message to your contact point? With a furrowed brow and a stern gaze, Tsunade continued. Konoha is making every effort to atone for past regrets and mistakes. There's room for negotiation. There's no need for us to fight. Fyun responded, his eyes cold and detached. There's nothing left to discuss. I already gave you your chance. Since you refused to act, I have no choice but to act myself. With a thunderous report, a golden skeletal structure formed in an instant. A towering chakra titan materialized in the middle of the village, shaking the very ground and reducing the houses beneath its feet to rubble. The opportunity Fyun mentioned, of course, was revealing Uchiha Obito's identity to the people of Konoha. He had already informed Kakashi of the truth through Jinjutsu a long while ago, but Konoha hadn't moved at all, much less acted on Fyun's hopes and struck down the masked man. Fyun was deeply disappointed. He had expected that, even if Konoha couldn't eliminate the masked man, they'd at least make Obito sweat and keep him off balance. But in reality, Konoha had made no progress at all. Staring up at the fearsome chakra giant that had appeared in their midst, Konoha's ninjas couldn't help but feel a chill of terror. The kunai gripped in their hands felt suddenly insignificant. Tsunade and her companions looked bewildered, completely unable to follow what Uchiha Fyun was trying to say. She called out loudly, "Is there really no way to stop this? Kakashi's Sharingan was given with the full consent of your Uchiha clan." By now, the chaos had spread throughout the surrounding streets. People ran in panic, fleeing in all directions. Atop the golden Susanu's brow, Fyun stood high above, looking down on the assembled leaf shinobi. "I won't explain myself again. Either hand over Kakashi's left eye, or I'll come and take it myself." Although Fyun couldn't sense Kakashi's precise location, his powerful intuition told him Kakashi was definitely somewhere in the village. Tsunade clenched her fists, gritting her teeth as she spoke. "Kakashi isn't even in the Leaf Village. Stop looking for excuses to start a war. Konoha has endured enough suffering already." Her words abruptly broke off, for Susanoo had already raised its gigantic chakra sword. With a resounding crash, Susanoo's blade came cleaving down. The building where Tsunade and her companion stood was reduced to rubble in an instant. Tsunade-sama. Fifth Hokage. Shikaku and the other Jonin appeared in a flash not far away, their voices urgent with worry. Without hesitation, Tsunade vaulted to the side. Her eyes blazed with fury as she swept her hand in command, her voice ringing out. "Proceed as planned. Evacuate the civilians. All ninja Chunin and above, prepare for battle." The wail of the village's highest alert siren rose up, a deep, echoing warning shuddering through every corner of Konoha. People darted through alleys and avenues. Every soul was roused to action. Susanu's golden form grew, rising to nearly 30 meters tall, sprouting legs, and striding forward in measured, thunderous steps. "Pass it on. Civilian evacuation is top priority. All Jonin prepare to fight. Protect the village at all costs." Tsunade's voice cut through the din of chaos. We'll hold the line here. Yes, came the resolute shout from all sides. Fyun called out loudly. Come at me if you dare. I won't show mercy to those who block my path. Tsunade roared. How dare you? With actions like these, do you leave us any room to retreat? Fyun offered no answer. He drove Susanu's fist in a sweeping arc, sending several umbu flying, their bodies crashing through walls as giant slugs slithered in to help. At that moment, a slender figure burst forth, charging straight towards the golden Susanu, a wrathful woman's voice cutting through the chaos. Uchiha Fyun, I'll have my revenge. Klapava to die. Kurina! Shikaku gasped in alarm at the sight of the rushing woman. Fyun didn't even glance her way. With a flick of his sword, he unleashed a strike, its edge flashing straight at the airborne Kurina Yuhi. A spray of red split the air, but no body fell from the sky. In a blur of vibrant green, a figure whisked across the battlefield, catching the grievously injured Kurinai and whisking her to safety. Shikaku's face brightened with relief. Guy, thank goodness, she's safe. But Fyun didn't pause. Susanoo strode ahead, relentless. Suddenly, with a ground-shaking crash, a massive figure appeared. Choza Akimichi, in giant form, brandished an equally gigantic staff and brought it crashing down onto Susanoo. Interesting, Fyun murmured, taking in the giant that loomed over 100 meters high. At last, true Kage-level might. Choza's enormous club struck Susanoo's head, unleashing a deafening shockwave that thundered through the city. Yet the golden giant didn't budge, not an inch. Twin chakra swords locked in a defensive cross, holding the monstrous staff at bay. Another eruption tore through the ground at Susanoo's feet, shattering earth and toppling buildings all around. Luka glanced at Yamanaka Haichi nearby and whispered, Now's the time. He can't move. I know. Yamanaka Haichi shaped his hands into a square, aiming straight at Fyun inside Susanoo. A surge of mental energy shot forth. Fyun turned his gaze, only sparing Yamanaka Haichi the smallest glance. With a sudden cry, Yamanaka Haichi spat out a mouthful of dark blood and collapsed stiffly onto the ground. Luka was horrified by the sight and hastened to catch his companion. What's happening? How could this be? The Ino Shikacho trio had worked together for years, their teamwork always reliable without fail. Luka had never seen the Yamanaka clan's secret technique fail so disastrously. But Yamanaka Haichi had already slipped into total unconsciousness, leaving Luka without any answers. The intense shockwave raging between the two sides made it impossible for anyone to get close. Meanwhile, Tsunade both commanded her team and gathered chakra into her fist. Well done, Choza. Keep restraining him. Don't let up. Fyun broke his gaze away. In his right eye, the Mangekyo spun as his hands formed seals. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. A mighty, roaring firestorm burst forth, sweeping straight for Akimichi Choza. The sheer scale of the attack left everyone reeling. Ow, how is this possible? Can that even be called a fire-style technique? Luka's eyes sharpened. His jet-black shadow shot out at lightning speed, linking up with the gigantic Choza and yanking him aside just in time to dodge. Tsunade bellowed, defend. A dozen jonin moved as one, weaving their hand seals. A massive wall of earth erupted from the ground, blocking the firestorm, at least for the moment. A violent blast swept across the battlefield, thick with smoke and the smell of battle. Thunderous footsteps echoed, one after another. Suddenly, a flash of golden light. With a single sweep, Susanoo scattered the choking smoke with one powerful arm. That's enough, stand down. Tsunade sprang in front of the towering Susanoo, her long-prepared right fist lashing out with all her strength. With a tremendous crash, the golden Susanoo was smashed to the ground. The surface where fist met armor fractured with web-like cracks. Raising his head, Luku called out, All civilians have been evacuated. Pour everything you have into stopping the enemy here. Lady 5th Hokage, please step back. Might Guy, bristling with adrenaline, darted onto the scene, both fists clenched tight. Tsunade clenched her teeth, frustrated by her inability to break through her opponent's defense. So this is Susanoo? The defense is unbelievable. In a blur, she dodged Susanoo's massive sword, retreating dozens of meters away. No sooner had Susanoo begun to rise than Might Guy soared above, assuming a distinctive stance. Morning Peacock! With a fierce roar, Guy unleashed a hail of punches, each one faster than the last. His fists flashed so quickly, friction with the air set off blazes of fire, raining down fiery fists in a relentless storm. Fyun stood inside Susanoo, looking up at the relentless flames raining down on him. Truly a beast of the Leaf Village. Water style, water formation wall. With a burst of chakra-fueled prowess, A jet of water shot skyward, forming a barrier that deflected the barrage of fiery fists. Without hesitation, Fyun swiftly formed another set of seals. Water-style, water dragon bullet. With a mighty roar, a colossal dragon of water coalesced and surged forward, throwing itself at Might Guy's peacocks. Water and fire collided, crashing against one another and dissolving in a haze of steam. The magnificent battle unfolding in midair drew countless eyes, all watching in awe. Far down the street, Lee's face was frozen in shock. Master God! Tintin reached out and grabbed Lee as he made to dash forward, her voice sharp and commanding. Lee, follow orders. Our mission is to protect and organize the evacuation of the civilians. Lee clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles popped, shouting in frustration, but Niji and Master Guy are already fighting. How can I just stand by and do nothing? Tintin, exasperated, tried to reason with him again. Come on, Niji's already been promoted to a special jonin. He's not the same as us. A thunderous roar split the air as clouds of steam billowed out, shrouding the battlefield. The force of the blast sent Might Guy staggering back, forced to retreat. Everyone quickly regrouped, each person now carrying a slug on their shoulder. The wounded had recovered, thanks to the renewed vigor of their healer. Since they weren't protecting the entire village, the slug's chakra reserves were enough. There was no need for Tsunade to share the chakra of her strength of 100 seal. Hundreds of Konoha's elite ninja streamed onto the field. At the forefront stood Choza Akimichi, his body towering over 100 meters tall, wielding a massive club. With each resounding footstep, Susanoo strode into the fray. Fyun's face remained expressionless. Even in the face of hundreds of elite foes, there wasn't a hint of fear in him. Tsunade's gamble, cloak whipped in the wind as she called out in a booming voice. Enough. There are thousands more Leaf Ninja gathering. This isn't a fight you want. Fyun pressed forward without pause, his reply cold. Then hand over Kakashi's left eye. Are you out of your mind? There's nothing left to discuss. Fight then. Do you really understand the situation here? The furious shouts of the Konoha shinobi echoed all around. To be attacked right at their stronghold, and to be met with such arrogance, pride and fury surged within them, igniting a thirst for battle. Situation? Fyun swept his gaze in a slow circle, surrounded by Leaf Ninja on all sides. The giant Akimichi, Might Guy steaming with battle lust, Tsunade exuding a commanding presence, and a formidable gathering of elite jonin. A low, sneering chuckle escaped Fyun. You don't honestly believe you have the upper hand, do you? Don't make me laugh. With that, he fixed his eyes on Tsunade. There are only a handful of places in your village that can't be sensed. Kakashi must be hidden in one of them, isn't he? You. Before Tsunade could respond, Fyun formed hand seals with both hands, and 25 wood-style clones burst forth from his body. Let's have a little fun, shall we? Now, then, it's my turn to ask a question. He gestured to the wooden clones around him, a sly smile curving at his lips. Can these, Fyun referred to his clones, use Susanoo? Hearing this, the Konoha crowd was completely baffled. Before Tsunade could reply, Fyun's voice resounded once again. The answer is, yes, they can. A sharp, grinding sound echoed through the air. Barely had he finished speaking, when all 25 identical Fyuns gathered the skeletal framework of Susanoo around them, golden chakra surging forth in torrents. In the blink of an eye, 25 towering Susanoo figures, each nearly 30 meters tall and bearing twin legs, filled the battlefield. A menacing, overwhelming pressure swept over the Konoha shinobi. The ninja who had been boasting a moment ago broke out in a cold sweat, falling utterly silent. Staring at this legion of chakra giants, just as formidable as before, Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? The chilling sound of 25 golden Susanoo, simultaneously forging chakra, swords sliced through the air, sending shivers down every spine like the whisper of the Shinigami, sharpening their blades. Konoha's ninja gazed up at the monstrous chakra titans, unable to keep their kunai from trembling in their hands. This must be some kind of sick joke, murmured a seasoned jonin of the Aburame clan under his breath. There are actually 25 of these monsters. An ANBU squad leader staggered backward, voice filled with dread. The veins around Niji Hyuga's Byakugan bulged as he rasped. Each one's got a real body. That chakra, it's unreal. Fyun's true self stood within the central Susanoo. All 25 Susanoo spoke at once, their voices booming with chakra resonance, like thunder from the heavens. Now, does anyone still believe the advantage is yours? Damn it, don't you dare look down on us. Might Guy roared, his body erupting in a storm of blue steam. Seventh gate, gate of shock, open. A surge of blue energy burst outwards, driving the nearby ninja back, as Guy's awe-inspiring presence made all eyes turn to him. With a cold, emotionless expression, Fyun replied, "Only the seventh gate? How very underwhelming." Before Tsunade could utter a word, Guy shot forward in an instant. Daytime Tiger! With a deafening blast, a torrent of pale gray punches shattered 3 Susanoo. Though as Guy's fist struck the fourth, its golden blade split the blast apart. Even more terrifying, the destroyed Susanoo were rapidly reconstituting before everyone's eyes. A thunderous boom erupted. A powerful shockwave rolled across the battlefield, sending countless ninja flying. Only the swift defense by the elite Jonin prevented further damage from the devastating aftershock. The recoil from his own attack sent Guy hurtling back, but he landed safely in the outstretched arms of Slug. Tsunade shouted at the top of her lungs, "Barrier squad, keep the aftershocks under control. Don't let the village get caught in the crossfire." Her roar was swallowed up by the raging storm of chakra, golden ponytail whipping wildly in the gale. Watching as buildings toppled one after another, at last a flicker of pain flashed through her eyes. "It's pointless," Fyun's voice echoed from all directions. "These Susanoo share my ocular power. As long as I still stand, then we'll bring you down." The clan head of the Aburame clan, Shibi Aburame, led dozens of sunglass-clad clan members, all launching their secret techniques together. An immense swarm of black insects surged forth like a living tide. At the same time, Shikaka Nara's voice rang out across the battlefield, loud and clear. "Everyone listen up. Shadow possession technique. Get ready." Dozens of shadows suddenly shot up from the ground, reaching out to connect with every Susanoo simultaneously. Fyun raised his brows at this impressive tactical coordination, then let out a soft, unhurried laugh. A fine attempt at teamwork. A dozen Susanoo soared into the sky at once, immense swords slashing down with gales of force that carved deep trenches into the earth. On the ground, the remaining Susanoo charged in unison, launching coordinated assaults that laid swathes of ninja low, crashing through their defenses. Meanwhile, the great slug squirmed swiftly across the field, enveloping severely wounded ninja, tending their injuries as it ferried the immobile to safety. Explosions thundered through the chaos as the Konoha forces fought with desperate fury, powerful jutsu and secret arts raining destruction everywhere. Dozens of Akimichi clan ninja conjured massive fists and feet, battering down one of Fyun's clones with relentless blows, hammering at Susanoo's defenses, trying to break through. Wide swathes of shadow entwined Fyun's avatars, while Aburame insects swarmed over Susanoo, gnawing away at their chakra shields. The clash raged on, wild and frenzied. Though Konoha suffered heavy casualties, more and more ninja arrived to reinforce the front lines. Fyun himself stood at the center of the battlefield, arms folded calmly across his chest, unmoving, as if simply watching a spectacle. Then, suddenly, a vast shadow loomed overhead, blotting out the sky. Fyun looked up, and his pupils involuntarily widened. He saw Choza Akimichi swinging down a colossal staff. Atop his shoulder stood Shikakanara, with Tsunade following close behind, the markings of the strength of 100 seal blooming across her forehead. "Looking to break through our lines with a spearhead assault, are you?" With a tremendous crash, the giant staff smashed down, uprooting a section of ground, an explosive shockwave rippling out as if the very air had turned solid. Shikaku flew through hand seals, splitting his black shadow into dozens of tendrils that dove deep into the ruined ground below. Tsunade landed squarely on Choza's other shoulder, eyes locked onto the devastation below. "Did we do it?" Another impact shook the air as the massive staff was slowly lifted. Down below, golden light erupted in dazzling intensity. Shikaku lifted his head in alarm, scanning the battlefield. All around him, dozens of Susanoo avatars faded slowly from sight. "Tsunade-sama, he's preparing something," Shikaku cried out, voice sharp with urgency. Choza gripped the staff with both hands, his expression growing more and more strained under the effort. Tsunade let out a cold snort, leaping onto the massive staff. With a fierce punch, she slammed down, forcing the staff a few more inches toward the ground. But it lasted only a moment. A flash of golden light erupted, and Choza Akimichi was sent flying along with the staff, hurtling back over 100 meters in a single instant. With each step he landed, the ruins beneath Choza's feet caved in and crumbled with a thunderous crash. Tsunade and the others were stunned, eyes fixed straight ahead in disbelief. There a colossal mass of chakra stood, easily towering over 100 meters high, radiating an aura so terrifying, even the most seasoned jonin felt a chill run down their spine. Fyun's eyes, their irises spinning with the pattern of the Mangekyo, narrowed as he gave a low command. Freeze! In that instant, the overwhelming chakra surged and gathered, shaping itself into golden armor and wings of energy. Moments later, a golden-hued giant, nearly 200 meters tall, rose up in the heart of Konoha, as if an ancient god had descended to earth once more. Wah! The entire village of Konoha stood dumbfounded, jaws dropping, many nearly losing grip on their weapons. How can anyone fight this? And even if they managed to win, how many people from Konoha would still be alive at the end? Sweat poured down Tsunade's forehead in thick drops, her gaze vacant. Is this a war god? As that enormous, fully manifested Susanoo rose, 200 meters tall, the entire village of Konoha trembled to its core. The golden armor forged from chakra shimmered in the sunlight like molten metal, while the giant wings unfurled, whipping the air into a hurricane that threatened to tear buildings apart within a radius of a kilometer. The Konoha shinobi stared up at that towering golden deity, kunai slipping from numb fingers to clatter against the trembling earth. So this is the true might of the Uchiha? Shibi Aburame's sunglasses reflected the apocalyptic sight, while the insects within his sleeves stirred restlessly. As the head of Konoha's clan of insect handlers, he was privy to certain secret records, tales that claimed the highest Uchiha could rival the heavens themselves. He had always suspected those old texts were exaggerated. Only now did he realize that this was truly the power to bring peace to a fractured age. Tsunade shouted with all her might. Uchiha Fyun, what is this? What are you trying to do? Suspended within a diamond-shaped crystal at Susanoo's brow, Fyun looked down on the villagers of Konoha, tiny as ants, Mangekyo spinning, the gears in his gaze turning. This is the highest form of ocular power made manifest. Perfect Susanoo. What am I trying to do? If you don't need your ears, feel free to cut them off. I've said it over and over, hand over. Kakashi's left eye. As he spoke, Susanoo's enormous hand reached for the chakra-forged hilt at its waist and slowly drew its blade. The resonance of the unsheathing blade made everyone's eardrums ring painfully. The instant the chakra blade was unsheathed, it split the air with a piercing, electrifying hum. The blade was wreathed in tangible golden chakra, and even the stray bursts of energy were enough to shatter every window within 100 meters. Choza Akimichi positioned his massive staff defensively in front of himself, eyes fixed nervously on the colossal chakra giant that dwarfed even him. What do we do? He asked, anxiety lacing his voice. Tsunade clenched her jaw tightly and replied in a low, determined voice. No matter what, we have to stop him here. Shikakanara opened his eyes and spoke softly. The sealing squad is in position. Tsunade nodded, her expression resolute. Let's go. We must create an opening for the sealing team. As she spoke, the mark of the strength of 100 blossomed on her forehead, casting an eerie, supernatural glow. A blazing mantle of chakra enveloped her body, flickering like living fire. Taking her cue, Choza's gaze hardened. He locked his eyes on the golden Susanoo's massive blade. Without hesitation, Choza charged at blinding speed, swinging his weapon with full force, trying desperately to halt Fyun's advance. Foolish, Fyun's lips curled into a mocking smirk. In a burst of dazzling light, the giant chakra blade cleaved through the air, arcing straight toward the enlarged Choza Akimichi. A deafening crash rang out as the enormous staff was severed cleanly, along with Choza's entire arm. Blood spurted forth, and Choza howled in agony. Fyun frowned. A split-second intervention by Shikakanara had diverted the movement of Choza's body just enough for Fyun's strike to miss its fatal mark. In a flashing motion, Fyun had Susanoo draw back, readying to slash again at Choza as he shrank back to his normal size. Dad! Choji's voice rang out as he charged forward, having swallowed a special pill. His body swelled to match his father's gargantuan size, enormous wings of chakra bursting from his back as he hurled himself at Susanoo with all his might. At the same moment, Susanoo's gigantic frame staggered, the result of Tsunade's lightning-fast punch connecting squarely with its shin. Fyun's gaze sharpened, and the enormous chakra blade swung once more, this time aiming for Choji. Just then, Might Guy, now recovered, appeared in a blur atop Choji's enormous shoulder. With a powerful forward punch, his legendary daytime tiger, he unleashed an unstoppable blast. The force sent Susanoo's blade flying aside. Taking the opening, the gigantic Choji slammed into Susanoo's chest, forcing the behemoth backwards several steps. Now, rescue the wounded! Tsunade shouted, seizing the moment. Ninjas from all sides sprang into action, swiftly carrying away the injured, including the groaning Choza Akimichi. Feiyun's eyes narrowed. Susanoo steadied itself with a thundering step, then lashed out with a punishing kick, sending Choji hurtling through the air. Ugh! Choji, still gigantic, skidded violently across the ground, flattening everything in his path before vanishing in a puff of white smoke. The butterfly mode had given Choji immense power, but ultimately, so much depended on who exactly his opponent was. In front of Feiyun, he still seemed utterly defenseless. To the north of the Hidden Leaf Village, Orochimaru slowly withdrew his hand from Anko Mitarashi's neck. The Heaven's Curse mark, which had followed her for nearly 20 years, vanished without a trace. Surrounding them, over 20 elite members of the Hyuga clan glared intently with their Byakugan, standing ready in gentle fist stances, their gazes locked on Orochimaru, who was encircled at the center. Hayashi Hyuga stepped forward at a measured pace. Orochimaru, release the Jonin from the leaf, or my clan, the strongest in the village, will end you right here, right now. Orochimaru responded with a polite smile. Just you? Hayashi raised a questioning hand. Me, and the dozens of Hyuga Jonin behind me. The enormous serpent coiled around Anko slowly unwrapped itself, and she collapsed on the ground, gasping desperately for breath. Orochimaru let slip another smile. Anko is my dear disciple. I never intended to kill you. Suddenly, a tremendous roar shook the earth. The ground trembled violently. Startled, Orochimaru and the gathered Hyuga turned in shock toward the direction of the tremor. All eyes widened in disbelief. A colossal giant, towering 200 meters high, rose from within the Hidden Leaf Village, its golden radiance outshining even the sun above. No, this is bad. What is that? Even the Akimichi clan's two super expansion experts, the village's strongest destruction force, couldn't withstand a single blow. Orochimaru's golden, serpentine pupils shrank suddenly. Then he smiled as if seeing the truth at last. No wonder he dismissed the power of reanimated warriors. With such strength, who would need to hide in the shadows and pull strings like a puppet master? In a flash, Orochimaru reached out and gently patted Anko's head. Although she longed to take down the traitor, Orochimaru surreptitiously drew the deadly snake venom from her body. While Anko shared some of Orochimaru's resistance to toxins, this particular poison was beyond her ability to endure. Anko had been his student before he defected from the village. Everything Orochimaru knew, he had passed on to her, nurturing high hopes for her future. Later, he had tried to subtly probe whether Anko would follow him into exile, but he discovered that she was, through and through, a true inheritor of the will of fire. Thus, Orochimaru played the part of the villain and left the village without taking Anko with him. Now, as he reclaimed the Heaven's Curse mark, Orochimaru realized this would likely be the last time he ever touched his beloved student. From here on, their bond as master and disciple was truly severed. Any meeting henceforth would mean a fight to the death. As he ruffled Anko's hair one final time, Orochimaru whispered softly, "Gana." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving the stunned Hyuga elites behind, still reeling in shock. "Chieftain, Orochimaru has fled. Should we pursue?" A Hyuga Jonin spoke up, reminding him. Hayashi Hyuga pondered for a few seconds, then shook his head. "Take Anko to the medical unit. The rest of you, come with me to support the Hokage." Boom! 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 Countless jutsu crashed against the Susanoo, but Feiyun couldn't even be bothered to dodge them. They couldn't so much as shake the outer layer of his Susanoo. Feiyun manipulated the Susanoo, raising its massive chakra blade high, aiming at a spot that couldn't be sensed, and brought it down with a tremendous swing. Whoosh! The moment the golden chakra blade fell, it was as if the entire sky split in two. Even before the blade struck, the furious pressure from its swing tore a ravine dozens of meters deep into the earth. A deafening explosion followed. With that single blow, the earth was rent apart. The sensory barrier was sliced through like tofu, and the surge of sword energy shot out past the Hidden Leaf Village, carving a chasm through the mountain behind. The entire Hokage rock barely avoided collapse. Feiyun's rampaging strike left a scar over a kilometer long across the land. Ninjas hiding from the blast stared dumbfounded at the devastation, terror creeping into their hearts and extinguishing their will to fight. "Not there, huh?" Feiyun withdrew his sensing ability and turned toward the next place he couldn't detect. Thunder rumbled. The ground quaked under the golden giant's feet. With every stride Feiyun took, dozens of ninjas were swept away by the storm of chakra. He guided Susanoo to raise its blade, aiming due south of the Leaf Village. "Stop!" A blue figure suddenly burst through the lingering smoke. Might Guy, with a gait of shock flaring, was wreathed in surging blue energy. His right leg became a blur as he struck at Susanu's colossal foot. The impact sent a shower of sparks blazing against the golden armor. The shock jarred the giant's balance, causing even Susanu's fully powered slash to veer slightly off course. The sword's energy grazed the southern sector of the village, flattening the entire forest training grounds beyond it. Fyun appraised the taijutsu user. A taijutsu that can repel Susanu. What a monster! Susanu drew its second chakra sword, and both blades swept down simultaneously. Daytime Tiger. A white tiger-shaped shockwave roared toward the twin chakra blades, and the crash that followed shook the air so fiercely that even elite jonin couldn't get close. Just as the blades were about to land, dozens of shadows erupted from the ground, forcefully restraining Susanu's movements. Shikaku. Guy seized the opportunity to retreat and saw the Nara clan leader, joined by his elite, maintaining the shadow paralysis jutsu. Can't hold much longer. Shikaku was drenched in cold sweat as the shadows at his feet began to splinter and crack. Impatience flickered in Fyun's eyes. Suddenly, Susanu erupted with a storm of chakra, shattering every shadow chain at once. The Nara clan members collapsed as one. Fyun turned to see Might Guy standing before him, eyes bulging with rage, still refusing to let him pass. The slug, having absorbed a vast amount of chakra from In's seal, glided swiftly across the battlefield, rushing to aid the fallen ninja. Wounds on the gravely injured began to heal, and even Choza Akimichi, who was barely clinging to life, regained consciousness. As expected of the healing sage, for the first time, Fyun's expression grew serious. Such power was truly formidable. Guy, fall back now. Tsunade's shout rang out from somewhere unseen. Hearing the Hokage's command, Guy vanished in an instant, moving so fast he became a blur. Fyun couldn't be bothered to respond. He manipulated Susanu, preparing his next attack. But just then, 4 voices roared in unison. Ninja art. 4 red yang formation. Scarlet barriers linked together from all directions, and then massive red walls rose from the ground, encasing the battlefield. Fyun's eyes darted to the 4 corners of the barrier, finally noticing 4 masters hidden amid the ruins. Tsunade, Jeriah, Fukasaku, and Shima. A metallic clash rang out. Susanu spread his wings, intending to burst free before the barrier finished sealing them in. Stop him! Tsunade bellowed at once. Earth style, slime dome. Wind style, great breakthrough. Shadow possession jutsu. Konoha's ninja unleashed everything at once. Powerful jutsu rained down from above. A swarm of insects rolled in like a living black cloud, and on the ground, a terrifying torrent of ninjutsu surged. Yet none of it could stall the golden Susanu for even a moment. With a deafening blast, Susanu struck twice with his blade, then shot skyward, aiming to break free from the barrier. Don't even dream of it. A furious shout resounded as Choza Akimichi, towering 100 meters tall, appeared once more. He lunged forward, clutching Susanu's chakra wing with his one remaining arm, holding fast. With an earth-shaking crash, Susanu was driven back to the ground, forced to his knees amid the rubble. Outside the barrier, the ninja erupted in excitement. We did it! But their smiles froze in an instant. A flash of the blade, and Choza's massive body was carved into pieces. His bloodshot eyes bulged in pain. A muted thud. Reduced to normal size, Choza lay sprawled on the scorched earth, the light fading rapidly from his eyes. Choza! Tsunade's roar pierced the air. She squeezed her eyes shut, grief written on her face. The wounds were far beyond saving. Just then, Choji Akimichi, who had only just returned, witnessed everything. He stood frozen outside the barrier, as if his very soul had been snatched away in an instant. Father! A cry of anguish tore through the air, raw and heart-rending. Choji's wails echoed over the Hidden Leaf village as, trembling all over, he reached for his pouch of chili pills. But a hand wrapped in bandages pressed him down. Don't do anything reckless. Choji! Shikamaru's voice was more somber than ever. This is the chance Uncle Choza bought us with his life. Inside the barrier, Fyun manipulated his Susanu and slowly stood upright. He glanced around at the crimson barrier confining him. So, this is the 4 crimson ray formation. The golden Susanu raised its twin blades high, then suddenly drove them down hard into the ground. A thunderous crash rang out. The earth shook violently, making the buildings in the village sway precariously. The nearby shinobi quickly gathered chakra at their feet to steady themselves. Yet, despite Fyun's overwhelming strike, nothing happened. The ground remained unbroken. Narrowing his eyes, Fyun murmured to himself. As expected, even underground is sealed by the barrier. Then Tsunade's voice rang out from inside the barrier, resolute. It's useless. This is the same barrier that once trapped six-tailed beasts. No one can break through it. Gazing at the chakra-clad warrior inside, Tsunade spoke urgently into her radio. Medical Corps, rescue the wounded in the village right now. Barrier and sealing teams, mobilize everyone you have. Jeriah's voice crackled in her earpiece, tense and determined. Find someone strong enough to take my place. I'm needed on the front lines. After a moment's thought, Tsunade answered quietly, no. Something doesn't add up. Maybe we should take this chance to talk to him. Tsunade, just look at the state of Konoha. What's left to negotiate for? No. Tsunade forced herself to swallow her anger and analyzed rationally. If his goal was really to destroy Konoha, he would have used his full power from the start. She remembered how Fyun hadn't struck until everyone had evacuated from the initial building. He waited on purpose, only attacking after most people had escaped. Jeriah's voice cut in sharply. That's just your guess. Look at the devastation. A few more blows, and the village will be gone. The argument went unresolved. In the end, Tsunade was Hokage. Jeriah couldn't overrule her. Tsunade's voice echoed through the barrier. Fyun, stop this. There's still time. We can end this conflict now. Receiving no answer, Tsunade pressed on. Why must it come to this? Is your only reason to reclaim the Uchiha's eyes? At last, Fyun replied, his voice ringing loud and clear. Reason? Perhaps you should ask Kakashi. I told you before. I've already given you more than enough chances and time. Damn it. The arrogance. Jeriah ground his teeth. Beaten down like this, and still being taunted, it was no wonder so many of Konoha's shinobi burned with anger, just as Jeriah did. He's trapped, and still dares speak like that. Hokage-sama, avenge us, for Lord Choza, for everyone. The crash of shattering echoed once more. The golden, complete Susanoo faded away, and Fyun landed steadily on the ground. He deactivated Susanoo. What is he up to? Has he given up? Tsunade and the others were filled with confusion, their eyes fixed intently on Fyun inside the barrier. A faint smile appeared on Fyun's face. Trapped? Who do you think you've trapped? He formed a seal with his hands, and 3 shadow clones appeared beside him. The previous would-release clone had already been absorbed and dispelled. The 3 clones joined hands, forming seals in pairs. No, that's... Jeriah cried out in alarm. The mark of the flying thunder god jutsu. In a flash, all 4 of Fyun's figures vanished from within the barrier. Tsunade's expression changed dramatically. What? So that's it? He and Orochimaru used this technique to enter Konoha? Jeriah clenched his teeth in frustration. Why? Why does he know the 4th Hokage's jutsu? Where are the sensory units? Report now. Reporting. There's no trace of Uchiha Fyun's chakra inside the barrier. He's not in there anymore. With this report, a wave of shock washed over everyone. All the Konoha shinobi plunged into panic once more. The relief they just felt was instantly replaced by dread. A deep, thunderous boom shook the ground. From the southern part of Konoha, a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, and a vast swath of buildings was reduced to rubble. Amid the swirling clouds of smoke and dust, a gigantic golden skeletal figure loomed, its hand ablaze with a roaring chakra flame. Fyun slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "Not here, either." Just as he was about to turn and head for the next location, Fyun lifted his head slightly. The scarlet tomo of the Sharingan spun in his eyes. "You're fast." A 3-headed, 6-armed man descended from the sky. Sage Art Gomen. A torrent of searing, blazing liquid, infused with wind, fire, oil, and natural energy, crashed forward, roaring like a tidal wave as it swept toward Fyun. With a mighty crash, the scorching surge slammed against the Susanoo, roasting its skeletal frame until it crackled and hissed under the heat. Chakra surged violently from within Fyun, and armor-like chakra coated the Susanoo's bones. Yasaka Magatama. 3 giant chakra Magatama spun together, hurtling forward to strike directly at Jeriah. The elder sage Shima lashed out her long tongue, which snapped around a fallen wooden beam, yanking Jeriah clear of the Magatama's destructive path. An incessant, buzzing swarm of insects flooded forward, only to be scattered by the shockwaves from Susanoo's blade, then surged forward once more. More and more Konoha shinobi were arriving at the scene, unleashing wave after wave of jutsu attacks. Arms crossed, Fyun stood his ground, commanding Susanoo to slash and cut ceaselessly. A series of thunderous booms shook the battlefield. The sound of explosive energy crashed through the air, mingled with the anguished cries of the ninja. Jeriah slammed both palms onto the ground and shouted in a low voice, "Sage Art!" Raising Gan's swamp. In an instant, vast stretches of earth liquefied, transforming into a sticky, relentless mire that began to swallow everything on the ground. Even beneath Susanoo's feet, all the land turned into an abyssal swamp, slowly drawing down the colossal Susanoo that stretched dozens of meters high. Fukasaku let out a loud warning. All Konoha shinobi, stay back. This is Jeriah Boy's sage technique. With that, the two elder toads quickly used their tongues to whisk the beleaguered Konoha ninja out of harm's way. Konoha's elite formed a vigilant perimeter. Many more unleashed their own jutsu in tandem to prevent Fyun's Susanoo from escaping. The air above the golden Susanoo was sealed tight by secret techniques. Yet Fyun remained remarkably calm. Glancing coolly to each side, he had to admit, the range of this jutsu was astounding. The swamp stretched for hundreds of meters in every direction, its devouring force terrifyingly strong. Then, the gear-like Mangekyo spun. Susanoo surged in size, where only the head remained a moment ago. Now the massive giant soared nearly 100 meters high, yet its lower half was still trapped within the mire. With nothing to brace against, it couldn't break free for the time being. Keep your eyes on his real body. Don't let him escape Jiraiya-sama's control. Shikaku Nara commanded with a sweep of his hand. Jiraiya's eyes sharpened in concentration. With a furious roar, he sent surges of sage chakra through his body, and the swamp instantly spread wider, its pull and devouring force increasing. Watching Susanoo thrash and struggle, Jeriah bellowed, "It's useless. Even your complete Susanoo can't escape. This is a bottomless abyss that will bury you 1,000 meters deep." Fyun let out a cold laugh. 80,000 meters? Even if it were 10,000 meters, it could never bury my Susanoo. But before his words had fully faded, Susanoo was sucked swiftly downward, vanishing beneath the muck and mire. For a moment, Fukasaku stared at the now tranquil swamp and asked in a grave voice, "Did we do it?" Jeriah maintained his hands on the ground, continuously funneling chakra as he gritted his teeth. "We can't afford to be careless. Keep pouring power into the spell." Watching the monstrous chakra giant disappear deeper into the earth, excitement flickered across the faces of the Konoha shinobi. "We did it. Huh? Is it over?" As expected of Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya-sama has always been Konoha's strongest. You're right. All around, shinobi who'd rushed to join the battle erupted into cheers, sending looks of admiration toward Jeriah, who stood with two frogs on his shoulders. But just as the celebration reached its peak, the ground began to tremble violently. "What's going on?" Jiraiya's face changed dramatically. "My sage chakra." "Jeriah boy!" Fukasaku suddenly shouted in alarm. "Everyone fall back immediately. Leave this place." Just as Jiraiya's urgent shout rang out, the entire marsh began to churn violently. Mud burst upwards, erupting like a fountain straight into the sky. A streak of golden light tore from the earth, and then, from the gaping fissure, brilliant rays surged forth and bathed the world. A thunderous roar followed. The entire southern sector of the Leaf Village was upheaved, as a surge of energy exploded outward. The raging shockwave swept away everything in its path. The complete form of Susanoo unfurled massive wings that blotted out the sun, hovering in midair like a war god descending upon the mortal realm. With a heavy crash, a burst of white, spiked fur pierced the rubble like a hedgehog's quills pricking the air. The fur slowly curled, then unfurled again before retracting, revealing Jiraiya's figure, who had been shielded within its embrace. Jeriah wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. To think it would be this powerful. Even with the help of the two great sages, I still don't stand a chance against him. Shima, the sage, drenched in cold sweat, stared at the titanic war god grounded in the distance, her expression grave. "What do we do now?" Fukasaku's eyes flickered with concern. Konoha has many shinobi, but no matter how strong he is, he's still just one man. His ocular powers and chakra will run out sooner or later. Jeriah clenched his teeth, his voice low and determined. He has to return to the surface if he wants to search for what he seeks. That'll be our chance. Let's combine our strength and summon the giant rock toad to swallow him whole. Shima's eyes widened, her voice shaking. But if we do that, we'll end up swallowing half of the Leaf Village, and the chance of success is very slim. That chakra form is too destructive. We may not be able to trap him at all. Jiraiya's jaw was so tight it nearly cracked. He racked his brain, but no viable path presented itself. Nothing that could overcome the terror standing before them. That last attack had ravaged a huge area, but at least Lady Tsunade's slugs had shielded the ninja. The aftermath, while catastrophic, was at least survivable. Flying Cloud, wielding Susanoo, brought his massive foot down upon a ruined structure, crushing it and eliminating the ANBU shinobi who were performing a coordinated jutsu. He cast a glance towards Jeriah in the distance, and the killing intent faded from his eyes. Susanu's complete form swung its massive blade towards a new, unseen target. Stop! A roar thundered across the battlefield, as Might Guy, wreathed in a sheath of seething steam, appeared in an instant atop the ruins, standing defiant before the monolithic Susanu, nearly 200 meters tall. If you dare continue, I'll give my life to bring you down. Susanu gripped its sword with both hands, raising it slowly toward the sky. Flying clouds cold, implacable voice echoed over the chaos. Then open the gate of death. Battle me to your heart's content. Whatever Might Guy chose, Flying Cloud had made up his mind. Manipulating Susanu, he brought the colossal blade down in a single, earth-splitting swing, the force slicing so sharply through the air that it echoed with shattering bursts. With a mighty crash, the fabric of Guy's upper garment tore, and he pressed his thumb hard to his chest, right where his heart beat strong. Stop! A hand clad in protective gear shot out in a flash, seizing Might Guy's strike aimed at a fatal point in the nick of time. Might Guy stared in disbelief at the man who appeared by his side, and exclaimed, Kakashi, how did you get out? There was no time for Kakashi to explain. His gaze was fixed firmly on the descending chakra blade. His left eye flew open, the three tomo of his Sharingan swirling, warping into the triangular pinwheel shape of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui, with a rush of energy, a vast spatial vortex tore through the air, wrenching the massive chakra blade apart, thwarting Fyun's devastating blow. Fyun stood tall within the diamond-shaped crest on Susanu's forehead, his eyes cold as ice as he looked down at Kakashi amid the rubble. The severed blade in Susanu's hand dissolved into golden chakra and vanished, while the immense hand reached out, pulling forth another chakra sword. A piercing metallic ring echoed as the long blade angled toward the ground, its power bursting outward in a wave. Kakashi clung tightly to Might Guy's arm with one hand, while the other pressed over his left eye, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Wait, Kakashi called out, his voice faint and strained. In the face of this towering, godlike Susanu, he knew that if the battle went on, Konoha's very survival would be at risk. Jeriah, Shikakanara, and other elite members of Konoha flickered into view nearby, positioning themselves defensively, eyes wary as they looked up at the immense Susanu. Fyun's irritated voice rang out. Enough with the pointless talk. Hand over Uchiha Obito's left eye. If you want to play the coward, then stay in Konoha and be the worthless man you are. As for Uchiha Obito, I'll be the one to take his head. Kakashi faltered, head lowering deeply, confusion and wetness clouding his eyes. He had already lost everything. There was nothing left for him to lose, so why did it feel like he was about to lose even more? A heavy downpour began, veiling all of Konoha in curtains of rain. Raindrops trickled down the steel on Kakashi's forehead protector. His fingers trembled uncontrollably. I can't say for sure if it was real. Kakashi's voice was hoarse, almost broken. The scarlet Sharingan blazed all the brighter against the falling rain. I showed you, didn't I? That night, 16 years ago, when the Nine Tails attacked, Fyun's shifted slightly, its golden sword leveled at Kakashi's head. You saw the face beneath the mask. Might Guy spun around, shocked. What's that guy talking about? Kakashi. Kakashi collapsed to his knees in the muddy water, his voice thick. I thought it was just an illusion. Obito was already. Rain pooled around the ruins, dark red like spilled blood, mirroring Kakashi's ashen face. Memories surged like a tidal wave. The familiar figure on the night of the Nine Tails, the searing pain from the Sharingan, and every day and night that he chose to remain silent. I don't want to stain the honor of the deceased. Kakashi's fingernails dug deep into the flesh of his palm. Obito Uchiha is a hero. He saved Rin and me. Fyun's voice cut in, cold as steel. And what about the honor of the 1,000 Uchiha clansmen who died in the compound that night? Jeriah seized Kakashi by the shoulders, his grip urgent. Is it true what he's saying? You've known all along. I didn't know. Kakashi suddenly cried out, his composure shattering. I just didn't want to believe it. Kakashi's voice abruptly fell silent. All this time, he had been lying to himself, convincing himself that it was only Genjutsu. He couldn't bring himself to trust the traitorous Uchiha Fyun. Fyun didn't say another word. He was done talking, anyway. His target was right in front of him, and it wouldn't do to attack indiscriminately. After all, he was here for that Paramangekyo. With Kakashi's keen mind, all the evidence and the resources of Konoha at his disposal, it wouldn't have been hard to uncover whether Fyun was telling the truth. But Kakashi chose secrecy and silence. I really am worthless, Kakashi murmured, his hand shaking as he clawed at his left eye. As blood streamed through his fingers, he tore the Sharingan from his own eye. Kakashi, My guy moved to stop him, but it was too late. Tsunade appeared on the battlefield in a flash, striding quickly towards Kakashi. Moments before, she'd been channeling her Byakugo Seal's chakra to save the others. Tsunade's face was stricken with shock as she spoke. Kakashi, what on earth is going on? Lady Hokage, Lord Jeriah, I'll accept any punishment afterward. Please, just don't let anyone else bleed or die because of this. Kakashi lifted his gaze toward the towering Susu. I'm willing to hand over Obito's Sharingan. Let's put an end to this. I'll tell you anything you want to know, if only you'll spare the people of Konoha. He clutched the Sharingan tightly in his hand, raising his head to meet Fyun's gaze. Fyun sent a wood-style clone leaping forth from the Susanoo, coming to stand before Kakashi and the others. Tsunade held back a furious Jeriah, restraining him with a firm grip. Happy, cheerful laughter resounded. Hearty, good-natured laughter rang out. P.S. To address some readers' concerns, some of you pointed out that, despite all these battles, not a single main character has been killed. Far from the ruthless reputation of Madara Uchiha, you say it's all just bluster, not even as tough as a stray dog on the street. An awkward, sheepish chuckle escapes. If that's how you look at it, let's put it this way. If nameless characters don't count as people, then by that logic, even Madara Uchiha himself hasn't actually killed anyone important. That's right. Madara Uchiha has been throwing his dance for hundreds of episodes, but all along, it's just been a performance against thin air. Not once has Madara managed to kill a single named ninja. Not one. That's right. Madara Uchiha fought for hundreds of episodes and didn't kill a single character. Of course, those unnamed figures hardly count as people. If anyone disagrees, go ahead and provide an example. If you can name even one person that Madara took out, I'll admit defeat. Oh, and there's one more thing. Madara's heavenly obstruction meteor is incredibly powerful, no doubt about it. But it's a self-destructive technique, one that guarantees his own death as well. And even then, the heavenly obstruction meteor never managed to kill anyone, either. Allow me a hearty laugh at that. The daily chapter updates continue. I humbly beg for your 5-star reviews, your likes, and your follows. Rolling on the ground in hopes of your support.